On the first day of school, I just asked in the group, "Can I drive my Lamborghini to the orientation tomorrow?" The once quiet freshman group chat instantly erupted. "Dude, you're really full of yourself. If you could drive a Lamborghini here, I'd just fly in my helicopter. Do you believe I'm Emperor Qin or that he actually has a Lamborghini?" Once this message was sent, a crowd below started bowing to Emperor Qin. Lu Taiju, who was beside me, couldn't help but snicker at my message. "Zhongguzi, you really dare to brag. Driving your Lamborghini? Why not say you'll drive your Italian cannon instead?" I just smiled faintly at his words. Once again, the system's notification sounded in my mind. "Congratulations, host. You've completed the task of showing off in the freshman group, and your reward is a brand new Lamborghini." That's right, before school started, I bound myself to this wealthy system by sending a dog emoji in the video comments. As long as I complete tasks, I can earn rewards. The campus beauty, Lu Ruyan, looked at me and said, "If you don't mind, Zhongguzi, let's share a taxi to school." Lu Ruyan seemed to have a good impression of me. She was mature, composed, and spoke appropriately without being flashy. Unlike Lu Taiju beside me, the contrast was evident. I politely declined, saying I would drive to school from the station shortly. "You already have a car? What kind?" Lu Ruyan asked casually out of curiosity. He didn't really believe I could drive a nice car, and thought I was just joking about the Lamborghini. After all, very few college students have cars, and even fewer can drive themselves to school. Lu Taiju had been holding back for a long time and finally found his chance to show off. So he looked at Lu Ruyan and said, "Sister, what nice car could he drive? At most, it would be a Geely or a QQ. Don't take a taxi, I have a car at the station too." Saying this, he took an Audi key from his waist. Lu Taiju was full of confidence, thinking, "This is an Audi. I've got you under my thumb." After he spoke, he arrogantly glanced at me, thinking, "What can this poor loser compare with me?" This car was an old one his dad had been driving for over a decade, with a worn-out interior. He spent several thousand to completely change the exterior, just to show off and act like a rich kid to impress girls. If he could win over Lu Ruyan, he'd brag about it for life. He was already fantasizing about marrying her and having kids. But before he could even imagine having a second child, Lu Ruyan's voice snapped him back to reality. "Sorry, I won't ride in your car." Before Lu Taiju could react, he turned to me and asked, "Since you're driving, could you give me a ride? It would save me taxi fare." He had no good feelings towards the flashy Lu Taiju. Not only was he rude, but he also loved to show off his wealth, which he found utterly disdainful. Lu Taiju frowned at the two of them, thinking, "Is this girl crazy? She won't sit in my Audi but wants to ride in that loser's old car." From the moment he saw me, he knew I wasn't a wealthy person. Nothing I wore was worth anything. So how could someone like me drive a nice car? I rubbed my nose. Looking at Lu Tieju's provocative expression, I didn't take it to heart. But now this beauty wanted me to give her a ride? No way. I just got my Lamborghini and didn't even want to drive it myself. Plus, she had such a big suitcase. There was no space for her luggage in my car. If it got scratched or damaged, I'd be heartbroken. A woman would only slow me down in a supercar. Before I could refuse, Lu Taiju insisted, "Sister, my car is an Audi. Haven't you heard of it?" Lu Taiju thought Lu Ruyan didn't recognize the Audi logo and hurriedly explained that his car was a luxury vehicle. Lu Ruyan impatiently replied, "I know what an Audi is, I just don't want to ride in your car." Then he looked at me, certain that I would agree to let him ride in my car, thinking no man would ever refuse his request. I wore a somewhat bitter expression and awkwardly said, "Sorry, my car is a bit small." Lu Ruyan looked at me in disbelief, thinking, this guy actually rejected me, and his excuse is so weak. What does small car mean? Is he implying I'm fat? Lu Taiju laughed after hearing that, as if he realized something, pointing at me and saying, "I told you, he probably doesn't even have a car. He's refusing you because he has no car and is afraid you'll expose his lies. Sister, there's no point in talking to someone like him. Just let him take a shared electric bike to school. Come with me instead. I'd rather walk with him than ride in your Audi." Lu Ruyan was really getting annoyed with him. How could he be so incessant? After being rejected so many times, he still had the audacity. Just then, the car arrived. "Classmate, could you help me take down my suitcase?" Originally, this was directed at me, but Lu Taiju saw it as his chance to show off. Like a dog seeing a bone, he got up to grab the suitcase from above. No trouble at all. But who knew the suitcase was so heavy? After pulling it down, I realized I couldn't handle it. It fell down with a thud. I couldn't bear to watch, it was too embarrassing. Even thick-skinned Lu Taiju felt a bit embarrassed at this moment, wishing he could dig a hole to hide in. I jokingly teased him, "Wow, you really respect her, using your face to catch the suitcase." After that, Lu Ruyan couldn't blame him and quickly asked if he was hurt. To show his masculinity, Lu Taiju endured the pain on his face, pretending it was nothing, saying, "It's fine, I just slipped." Hearing that he was okay, Lu Ruyan sighed in relief and said, "Just be more careful next time." She grabbed her suitcase and prepared to find me. She was determined to ride in my car. She had never been rejected by a guy before. She wanted to see if I would really ignore her. After spending some time with Lu Taiju, she finally stood up and saw me getting out of the car. This guy was running so fast, it felt like he was waiting to be reincarnated. Lu Ruyan was getting a bit frantic. Women can be like that sometimes. What they can't have becomes attractive, while what's available doesn't interest them at all. As for why I was running so fast, it was a Lamborghini, the ultimate dream for a man. If I didn't care about my image, I would have run on all fours. I ran ahead. Lu Ruyan pulled her suitcase, striding along with her long legs behind. Lu Taiju was right beside her, calling out, "Hey beautiful, come with me, let's get to know each other. I'll treat you to dinner tonight." The three of them gathered in the elevator of the underground parking lot. "Hey, why are you walking so fast?" Lu Ruyan complained breathlessly. Seeing that I hadn't shaken her off, I sighed. "I usually walk this fast." Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and angrily asked, "Can you give me a ride since we're going the same way?" I sighed. "It's not that, it's just that my car is really small." Determined, Lu Ruyan insisted, "Even if you're riding an electric bike, I'll still get in your car." Lu Taiju, standing beside us, was frustrated. "In this hot weather, how will you ride an electric bike with him? What about your suitcase?" Lu Ruyan coldly retorted, "You don't need to worry about it." The three of them continued talking as they exited the elevator. Lu Taiju took out his car key and pressed it near an Audi A4, causing the lights to flicker. Lu Taiju was confident about his Audi, thinking that Lu Ruyan would regret treating him like that and would beg for a ride. In the underground parking lot, there were only a Mercedes and a Phaeton parked. Neither of these cars could ever belong to someone like me. As for a sleek black Lamborghini parked deep inside, it gleamed menacingly. Without a second thought, I thought if I could afford a Lamborghini, Lu Taiju could just eat dirt. There were only 3 cars in the parking lot. Beyond that was the taxi area. They might choose to take a taxi, but it would still be embarrassing. "Hey beauty, come with me instead, that poor guy doesn't even have a car." Saying this, he walked to his car, opened the passenger door, and gestured politely. Lu Ruyan remained unmoved. She didn't want to say another word to this pretentious fool. Lu Taiju, losing his patience, coldly said, "Beauty, the high-speed train just arrived, and many people are taking taxis. If you want a taxi, it will be hard to find one now. You'd better take my car." Hearing the commotion behind me, I couldn't help but admire Lu Taiju. I thought to myself, this guy has some nerve. Lu Ruyan caught up, sounding unfriendly. "Classmate, do you not have a car? If you don't, I can take a taxi, and you can come back to school with me." She took out her phone to call a ride. Though she said this, her impression of me lowered slightly. As the former class beauty, when had she ever been turned down? Now, I actually didn't want to pay attention to her, which made her feel a bit wronged. However, to shake off that ordinary guy behind her, she still needed to use me as a shield. Seeing this polite beauty wanting to go back to school with me, I thought, why not take her along? It's on the way anyway. I just wondered if the front trunk of the Lamborghini could fit a large suitcase. "Forget the taxi, you can sit in my car." Lu Ruyan looked around in confusion. There were no cars around here anymore. This was already the deepest part of the underground parking lot, with only a black Lamborghini parked in the center. Lu Ruyan didn't know many cars, but she recognized Lamborghinis and Ferraris as world-class luxury vehicles, typically worth millions, far beyond what an ordinary family could afford. "Is this his car?" Lu Ruyan chuckled wryly, thinking, "No way. If I were that rich, why would I take the high-speed train to school?" But in the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. I surprisingly took out the key and pressed it toward the Lamborghini, causing its headlights to flash. This car really was his. Lu Ruyan stood frozen in shock, realizing that the person she took the high-speed train with was indeed a rich second generation. With an expressionless face, I opened the driver's side of the Lamborghini and said, "What are you standing there for? Get in." I got into my luxury car, feeling internally excited but trying to maintain composure on the outside. I couldn't let others see me acting like I had never experienced such things before. I opened the front trunk of the Lamborghini, then got out to grab Lu Ruyan's suitcase, preparing to fit it inside. However, it just wouldn't fit. I had mentioned the car was small. "Look at this junk. It can't even hold a suitcase. Looks like you'll have to sit in the passenger seat and hold it," I said, my tone sounding like a complaint. If others heard this, they would definitely think I was being pretentious. "If you don't drive, then let me drive." I didn't mind the tight space as Lu Ruyan dazedly got into the car, still unable to process that my vehicle was actually a top-tier supercar. Once I sat down and touched the sports steering wheel, it felt exhilarating, though my view was a bit low. Then I started the engine, and a loud roar echoed throughout the underground parking lot. Everyone in the parking lot turned to look in that direction. I pressed the accelerator, and the power shocked me. It felt like a beast beneath my feet, barely restrained. Let me experience the roar of the V12 engine. Buckle up, we're off. Meanwhile, Lu Taiju and his Audi A4 stared blankly at this scene, wishing he hadn't come to this school. He thought he might see these two at school again. It was so embarrassing, he was the clown here. From then on, Lu Taiju no longer drove his Audi A4 and cut off his flamboyant hairstyle. Years later, he reflected on this while drunk. In my freshman year, I thought owning an Audi made me superior. But then I saw a student my age walking into a Lamborghini with the girl I liked, and that moment made my inferiority complex peak. I clearly realized how the gap between people was infinitely magnified. If Lu Taiju were to drive a Lamborghini, Taiju imagined that he wouldn't even need to speak, the Lamborghini would do the talking for him. At that moment, I was unaware that I had inadvertently shattered a young man's dream of luxury cars. On Wenchang Middle Road, a black supercar reflected dazzling light under the sun. Vehicles alongside me didn't dare to drive parallel. My cool appearance and the loud engine drew the attention of passers-by. My hands gripping the steering wheel trembled with excitement. It was just too cool. Just as I passed through a traffic light, an astonishing scene appeared before me. In the distance, a group of luxury sports cars were racing toward me at an astonishing speed. Leading the pack was a striking red Ferrari, like a wild lion, with many supercars following closely behind. These vehicles included Lamborghinis, McLarens, Porsches, and more, totaling over a dozen. These supercars seemed to completely ignore traffic rules, recklessly overtaking other vehicles and showcasing extraordinary driving skills. They swept by like a whirlwind, eliciting gasps and curses from onlookers. In a flash, that red Ferrari sped down the highway at an astonishing speed, reaching a jaw-dropping 200 kilometers per hour. The woman behind the wheel was none other than the renowned female broadcaster, Xiao Tian. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also a skilled professional racer. In that moment, she became the center of attention. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian's livestream was buzzing with excitement. Comments flooded in like snowflakes, with some praising how cool she was, steering with one hand at 200 kilometers per hour. However, some questioned, what do you know? Xiao Tian isn't even trying her hardest. She was just waiting for the cars behind to catch up. Immediately, another comment appeared, saying I felt she wasn't enjoying the drive, and someone quickly rebutted that. The trolls were everywhere. If you're so capable, why don't you try it yourself? The livestream chat erupted in debate. At this moment, the Ferrari was driving alongside my Lamborghini. Xiao Tian looked through the window and gave me a proud smile, then provocatively revved the engine a few times. At first, I didn't plan to respond. They were just a bunch of street racers. Just then, a voice from the system suddenly spoke, detecting someone provoking the host and issuing a temporary task. Race against the Ferrari. If you win, you'll be rewarded with a company. If you lose, the punishment is that Kuan will lose 10 centimeters. Hearing the punishment for failure, I couldn't help but curse. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan looked at me with a puzzled expression, not understanding what was happening. I waved my hand dismissively, saying it was nothing, but inside I was already cursing. Can't I get a different punishment? If Kuan loses 10 centimeters, I'll be left with just 10. The system coldly rejected my protest. I cursed unintentionally. Damn it, I just got my license a few days ago. How can I compete with him? He was driving at 200 just now. In the next moment, a beep sounded, detecting that the host's driving skills were at a novice level, granting a temporary 10-minute pro racer experience card. As soon as the words left my mouth, I suddenly felt a strange power surge within me. I was astonished to find that I seemed to merge with the car I was driving, handling it with extraordinary skill. Every movement, every gear shift, felt instinctively natural and smooth. This amazing sensation thrilled me, as it felt like every part of the car was part of my body, responding to my will. So I rolled down the window and shot a provocative glance back. Then I slammed the accelerator to the floor. The Lamborghini shot forward like an arrow, leaving a blur in its wake. In the distant land of America, an F1 race was underway, with the leading car reaching speeds of nearly 300 kilometers per hour. This was a legendary driver whose skills were unmatched, making him a figure of legend in the racing world, having claimed the championship trophies of recent years, earning the title of 6-time champion. At that moment, he suddenly felt a disconnect between himself and the car beneath him. His control over the vehicle diminished. This filled him with terror. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, he shouted in panic. An F1 car traveling at over 300 kilometers per hour, without the control of a professional driver, would crash directly into the protective barriers lining the track. The professional racer, clad in a racing suit worth $1 million, designed to protect him, was thrown from the car as it flipped over, but miraculously survived. With a faint smile, he realized he had somehow lived through the ordeal. But in the next moment, a plume of fire slowly rose before him. Wang Defa, the legendary champion driver, deceased. Jing Yamo rolled down his window and shot a provocative glance, then, like Xiaoya moments before, pressed the gas pedal of his Lamborghini a few times. The viewers in the live stream became restless. Who is this guy? Damn, daring to provoke Xiaoya. He looks young, truly a fearless rookie. Xiaoya, show him what's what. Just a rich kid, buying a car to show off. But the girl in the passenger seat is really pretty, she could rival Xiaoya. This Lamborghini is wasted on him. He just bought it to pick up girls. A group of envious viewers in the live stream clamored for Xiaoya to show Jing Yamo a lesson. Xiaoya smiled confidently, glancing at the red light counting down, signaling Jing Yamo to start the race at this red light intersection. Jing Yamo smirked and revved the engine in response. Xiaoya was unfazed. She had raced on tracks before. How could this rich kid compare to her? She decided to just have some fun. The countdown ended. 10, 9, 8. 3, 2, 1. The green light flashed, and the red and black cars shot off like arrows. Xiaoya was somewhat shocked. Was this a launch start? Was this guy actually skilled? The previously nonchalant Xiaoya began to take it seriously. With one push on the gas, her speed shot up to 150, leaving Jing Mo's car behind. Enjoy the tail lights. A smile crept onto Xiaoya's face. This was Wenchang Road, the main artery of the city, bustling with traffic. Reaching 150 on this road was something only professional racers dared to do. Even professional drivers had to be fully focused, as one mistake could lead to disaster. At that moment, sharp-eyed viewers noticed the Lamborghini was hot on her tail, leading them to suspect that Xiaoya had adjusted her speedometer to create a false impression of high speed. Such comments sparked a huge uproar. Xiaoya could hardly believe her eyes when that Lamborghini suddenly appeared beside her. She even doubted whether she was seeing things. After all, she was a professional racer. How could this guy possibly keep up with her? Xiaoya wondered who this young man driving the Lamborghini really was. She was eager to see who was behind the wheel. In such heavy traffic, reaching a speed of 200 meant either a reckless daredevil or an exceptionally confident expert in driving. I can't be seeing this wrong. That young man actually overtook Xiaoya. How? How is that possible? I originally thought that Xiaoya was invincible, but I didn't expect there to be someone even more fierce than her. Whose subordinate is this? Xiaoya, accelerate. You must not let him surpass you. At this moment, Jing Ma was completely unaware that his astonishing speed had made him the focal point of Xiaoya's livestream. He was solely focused on challenging the limits of his car, continuously pressing the gas pedal to accelerate further. Jing Ma drove his Lamborghini like a gust of wind, speeding past the rear of a Ferrari and quickly matching its pace. Seeing this, Xiaoya felt a surge of determination, gritting her teeth and pressing the gas pedal hard. She refused to believe she would lose to him with her professional racing skills. In an instant, the Ferrari's engine roared like an enraged beast, and its speed shot up to 240 km per hour. However, at such high speeds, they had to remain vigilant, keeping an eye on the vehicles ahead. A moment's carelessness could lead to a serious rear-end collision. At this speed, any collision would have unimaginable consequences, with survival chances nearly zero. It should be noted that 240 km per hour is already the maximum speed for an ordinary family car. Many people might never experience such astonishing speed from the time they buy a car until it is scrapped. Jing Ma unhesitatingly pressed the gas pedal to the floor, his vehicle shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow. The needle on the dashboard had long surpassed the 240 mark. Just as the two cars were about to enter a curve, Xiaoya momentarily lost focus, and Jing Ma's Lamborghini seized the opportunity to overtake her. At that moment, Xiaoya's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Without hesitation, she slammed the gas pedal, the engine roaring deafeningly as the car accelerated like a wild horse. But just then, a sharp turn appeared right in front of her. At such an incredible speed, drifting directly into the turn would cause the massive inertia to flip the car sideways. Xiaoya decisively chose to slow down. After all, any top driver must first reduce speed in such a situation and then navigate the turn with perfect drifting skills before accelerating again. However, even though Xiaoya had significantly reduced her speed, she could only watch the red taillights grow more distant, her opponent's brake lights never illuminating, and the gap between the two cars only widened. He's completely insane. Just as Jing Ma's car first rushed through the turn, as everyone expected, his Lamborghini suddenly lifted on the left side while speeding through the curve, the powerful inertia causing the entire car to flip outward as if it had lost control. Just as the vehicle seemed about to topple over, a miracle happened. The other sides will happen to get caught in the roadside guardrail. This sudden turn of events seemed to create a magical track for the car, stabilizing the previously teetering vehicle, preventing it from flying off the road. At that moment, the car sped along this unexpectedly formed track like a roller coaster. The once lively livestream, filled with comments, suddenly fell silent. Even the experienced Xiaoya was left speechless, her face filled with astonishment. Is it possible to operate like this? After a while, Xiaoya regained her composure, but she did not give up. She quickly adjusted her car's position, executing a beautiful drift and shooting forward like an arrow. She was eager to catch up to the car ahead and discover what kind of expert could perform such extraordinary driving skills. Even those renowned professional drivers abroad would likely find it difficult to execute such a high-difficulty maneuver. When Xiaoya successfully navigated the curve, she was surprised to find that the black Lamborghini had already vanished without a trace, not even its taillights in sight. Meanwhile, Xiaoya's livestream room erupted once again, countless bullet comments flooding in, the screen instantly submerged with words like 666 and Autumn Leaf Mountain Car God. On the other side, the instigator Jing Mo was completely oblivious to it all. He never expected that a casual spin would cause such a huge stir. Fan Xingxue, still shaken, complained, "You scared me to death. I almost crashed just now. Don't you know how dangerous that is?" For the first time in her life, she felt that riding in a car was such a dangerous thing. The sensation of being pushed back when the speed hit over 200 made her pale with fear. She vowed never to ride in Jing Mo's car again. It was truly terrifying. After 10 minutes, Jing Mo lost that familiar feeling with the car and quickly slowed down to avoid any accidents. System, congratulations, host, for completing the task. The task reward is about to be issued. System, task reward has been issued. You have received 100% shares of Orange Chinese Group. System, a new temporary task has been released. Spend 10 million within 3 days. Note, the host is not allowed to invest, gamble, or use any cheating methods. If discovered, the task will be deemed a failure. System, completion reward, 50 million RMB. System, failure will result in punishment, constipation. Jing Mo was speechless. This system's punishment was just constipation. However, spending 10 million in 3 days seemed like it would require careful planning, as he still didn't know how to spend that much. Soon, the car arrived on the road near the school. This was the peak time for enrollment, with the entrance crowded with students coming to enroll, and many were accompanied by their parents, making the crowd even larger. At the entrance of Yang University, many senior students gathered, claiming to help the newcomers, but in reality, they were eyeing their targets. Whether male or female, they were all dressed to impress. Especially the girls, their skirts were so short they barely reached the tops of their thighs. Many of the new students were dropped off in luxury cars by their parents. Of course, some students drove themselves, but most were in cars left over from their parents. There were also a few wealthy kids driving luxury cars to school. Although Yang University wasn't a top-tier school, it had a decent reputation, mainly because of the abundance of beautiful women. Jiangnan has always produced beauties. A third-year senior at the freshman reception was introducing some of the school's buildings to the newly arrived students. Zhao Huanhuan, with her braided hair and a touch of makeup on her delicate face, looked pure and adorable. With her graceful demeanor, a gentle smile from her could easily lead the new students to daydream. Huanhuan, there are quite a few handsome new students this year. Zhao Huanhuan brushed her hair back and smiled. I see there are quite a few wealthy ones too. Look over there. Zhao Huanhuan gestured with her eyes. The girl beside her followed Zhao Huanhuan's gaze and saw a Mercedes that had just parked by the roadside. Isn't that just a Mercedes? Aren't there plenty of those at the entrance today? Zhao Huanhuan inwardly scorned the girl's lack of insight. That's not an ordinary Mercedes. Even the lowest configuration of a Maybach costs over 1.2 million. The girl beside her was stunned. A car worth over $1 million? A boy stepped out of the Maybach's driver's seat, wearing sunglasses in the summer heat, dressed in a dark blue suit, and sporting leather shoes. However, this outfit did look sharp, making him appear much more mature than the boys around him. Wow, and he's just a student driving it. He must be considered a rich kid. Many girls' attention was completely drawn to him, thinking that if they had the chance, they would make a move. Zhao Huanhuan glanced at the alumni driving the Maybach and secretly nodded to herself. He was her target. She planned to find an opportunity to get to know him later. Niu Yangyu pushed open the car door and stepped out with a graceful motion. He stood tall like a pine tree, his head held high, as if the whole world was beneath his feet. His demeanor practically screamed arrogance. A stunning beauty gracefully emerged from the passenger seat of the Maybach. She had a curvaceous figure, with delicate curves that resembled a finely crafted work of art. The fitted professional outfit she wore accentuated her charm, exuding a blend of competence and elegance. She lightly picked up a black umbrella and walked gracefully to Niu Yangyu's side, gently opening the umbrella and carefully holding it over his head to shield him from the scorching sun. This was too impressive. He looked incredibly handsome. This display was enough to make others envious. Just as he was about to step forward and embrace campus life, he heard a loud bang from behind. An electric bike had crashed directly into the rear of the Maybach. The metal parts of the bike were embedded into the car's body. Nyo Youngyu turned his head and nearly turned green with anger. This was his father's beloved car, which he had secretly taken out to show off on the first day of school. If it got damaged, he would surely face severe consequences when he returned home. Damn it! Who was that? Nyo Youngyu roared angrily. He quickly walked to the back of the car and saw a girl sitting on the ground, clutching her knee and groaning. This scene unfolded in front of many people, causing several to stop and watch the commotion. Yi Ruoruo was extremely nervous, thinking, it's over. I crashed into someone else's car, and it's a Mercedes. I can't afford to pay for this. But she figured that even if she had damaged a panel, it probably wouldn't cost too much. I'm really sorry. I truly apologize, my brakes aren't very good. I'll cover the repair costs. Yi Ruoruo knew she had made a mistake and hoped that a sincere attitude would calm the other person's anger. Damn it! You can pay your mother. Do you know what kind of car this is? Were you not looking at the road while riding? Why did you have to crash into the most expensive one on this street? This car is called a Maybach. The base model is at least 1.2 million. This is the top configuration at 1.8 million. Just this panel alone costs at least tens of thousands. What are you going to use to pay for it? Nyo Youngyu was furious, realizing that this girl, who looked poor, wouldn't be able to pay. He was certain he would be in for a beating when he got home. However, he thought that this beating couldn't be for nothing. Upon closer inspection, the girl was quite pretty. If he could take this opportunity to make her his girlfriend, it wouldn't be too bad to have someone to sleep with occasionally. Tens of thousands. I don't have that much money. Can I owe you for now, and pay you back later? Upon hearing this, Nyo Youngyu knew that this girl wouldn't be able to come up with the money today, and he was certain he would be getting a beating when he returned home. But he thought that this beating couldn't be for nothing. Upon closer inspection, the girl was quite pretty. If he could take this opportunity to make her his girlfriend, it wouldn't be too bad to have someone to sleep with occasionally. Humph, you said you would pay it back. How can I believe you will return the money? Some onlookers, unable to bear seeing Nyo Youngyu bully a young girl, heard a parent speak up. Young man, that's enough. It was just a minor accident. Don't keep bullying the girl. Nyo Youngyu, already furious and with nowhere to vent his anger, snapped back. What do you know? Shouldn't she pay for hitting my car? Or are you going to help her pay? It's easy to talk when you're not the one hurting. The parent who had just spoken fell silent upon hearing Nyo Youngyu's words. However, many people began to harbor a dislike for Nyo Youngyu. How about this? You say you need to be compensated for the car repairs, but you can't come up with that much money right now. Just write me an IOU, and once you sign it, I won't make things difficult for you anymore. Nyo Youngyu had no expectation that this girl would actually pay him back. His true aim was to use the IOU to threaten her into being his girlfriend. If she refused, she could just pay him back, and if she did pay, he wouldn't be at a loss either. Nyo Youngyu's plan was perfectly calculated. With this thought in mind, he turned his gaze to the girl before him and began to scrutinize her from head to toe. The girl was dressed simply and even a bit dowdy, but she exuded a unique charm, gentle and graceful like a woman from the water towns of Jiangnan. Since she kept her head lowered, constantly apologizing to him, Nyo Youngyu couldn't see her clearly. Just then, when the girl slightly raised her head, Nyo Youngyu finally caught a glimpse of her face and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a pretty face! A standard oval face, paired with eyebrows that curved like willow leaves, truly captivating. So, how much do I owe you? Nyo Youngyu began to ramble, talking about how the car needed a new panel imported from abroad, and the labor costs for repairs, just to bully Yi Ruoruo for her ignorance. In the end, Nyo Youngyu concluded, about 180,000, so write me an IOU. Yi Ruoruo nearly fainted upon hearing that number. She had never seen so much money in her life. Seeing Yi Ruoruo hesitate, Nyo Youngyu threatened, if you still don't agree, I'll have to call the police and let them handle it. Upon hearing this, Yi Ruoruo truly became frightened. Don't call the police. I'll write you an IOU. The onlookers could no longer stand by. Girl, you mustn't write it. If you do, you really won't be able to escape. Miss, an IOU is legally binding. You have to pay it back. Nyo Youngyu saw this plan about to succeed, and he couldn't let this group of uninvited guests ruin it. Shut up! Can't you all just mind your own business? It's not your car that was hit. Like I said, if you have the ability, help her pay. Yi Ruoruo wasn't foolish. She understood that if she wrote the IOU, she would truly be trapped. They could easily use it to come to her home for money, and then she would be finished. But if she didn't write it, it was clear the other party wouldn't let her off the hook either. What to do? Yi Ruoro's eyes brimmed with tears, and she couldn't hold them back any longer. Vroom vroom vroom. A sleek black supercar sped over the horizon. Its dazzling appearance and the roar of its massive engine made it clear to anyone, even those unfamiliar with cars, that this vehicle was worth a fortune. The crowd that had been watching was instantly captivated by the luxury car, and many boys showed envy in their eyes upon seeing it. A Lamborghini, the most expensive luxury car in the world. Nyo Yongyu was naturally attracted to this car, as it was his dream car. Who wants to see an old-fashioned Maybach? On the road, many people wouldn't even recognize it. The truly wealthy young men drive Lamborghinis, Ferraris, and McLarens, but for him, those were truly out of reach. The Lamborghini slowly decelerated in front of the crowded crowd and then moved forward slowly on the street. Look at that Lamborghini, it's a big bull. What am I seeing? A walking 3 sets of houses. This seems to be the latest model. A fully naked car costs over 9 million. And this one doesn't seem to be ordinary, so even if it's not 10 million, it's close. Damn, if I had one of these cars, I wouldn't even dare to drive it. Look at how easily they drive it out. Jing Mo looked at the cars parked on both sides of the road, with not a single parking space available, but he saw a Maybach with a parking space behind it. Near the luxury car, aside from other luxury cars, no one else dared to come close, because they couldn't afford to pay for any scratches or dents. So Jing Mo slowly moved his car behind the Maybach. But why were there 2 people standing there, occupying the parking space? Jing Mo rolled down the car window and leaned out, shouting at the 2, "Hey, could you please move aside? I want to park my car." This sentence made Nyo Yongyu have no choice but to step aside onto the curb. Yi Ruoro, seeing the Lamborghini, thought to herself that since she had already bumped into a Maybach, she couldn't hit an even more expensive car, so she quickly led her little electric scooter to the side. Seeing that the 2 had the sense to move aside, Jing Mo parked the Lamborghini by the roadside. The scissor doors of the driver and passenger side slowly rose, and Jing Mo and Fan Qingxue got out of the car. However, Fan Qingxue looked a bit awkward getting out, as she was holding a suitcase. When everyone saw this scene, they all cast envious glances. This was a real rich kid, truly showing off. Just look at the beauty beside him. At least she had to be a campus beauty. Her cool demeanor was completely out of place with the surrounding girls, as if she were a different species. Jing Mo noticed the 2 people who had just been standing in the parking space and sensed that their atmosphere seemed a bit off, but he wasn't one to meddle in others' affairs, so he pretended not to see and walked towards the school. Just as he and Fan Qingxue brushed past the 2, a voice from the system echoed in his mind, issuing a temporary task, daily good deed, help the girl through her current crisis. Completion reward, permanent god-level driving skill. No punishment for task failure. Jing Mo's steps suddenly paused. He had used this god-level driving skill before, and it was indeed impressive. Driving just now was exhilarating. As for why it was permanent, the system didn't explain. He had to get this driving skill, so Jing Mo took 2 steps back. Come tell me what's going on? Nyo Yongyu was still waiting for this rich kid to leave so he could continue pressuring Yi Ruoro to write him an IOU, but unexpectedly, Jing Mo, who had just left, came back. A few onlookers who had long been displeased with Nyo Yongyu bullying the weak because of his wealth saw a more impressive rich kid wanting to intervene in this matter, and they all stepped forward, each voicing their condemnation of Nyo Yongyu's misdeeds. Upon hearing this, Jing Mo had an idea. Doing a good deed was nothing more than helping this girl pay for the damages, and he just happened to have a task to spend 10 million in 3 days. Now this could count as spending. System, if I pay for her damages, does that meet the task requirements? System, it does not meet the requirements. This behavior is equivalent to a gift, rather than spending on oneself. Jing Mo complained inwardly, why are there so many demands? Since he couldn't compensate for the money, how could he help? He thought about solving the girl's immediate problem while also completing his previous task. Just as Jing Mo was deep in thought, Yi Ruoro timidly spoke up, don't call the police, can't I just write an IOU? Nyo Yongyu, still fuming, coldly snorted and took out paper and a pen from the car. Go ahead and write one. After saying that, he shot a fierce glare at Jing Mo. This guy had stolen his thunder, truly infuriating. Just as Yi Ruoro trembled and took the paper and pen to prepare to write the IOU, Jing Mo grabbed her hand. Don't write yet. Yi Ruoro looked at the man beside her in confusion. Then she saw him looking around as if searching for something. Nyo Yongyu saw his scheme about to succeed, but then someone unexpected showed up. What are you doing? What, do you want to meddle in this matter too? Nyo Yongyu's words were clearly a bit shaky, because anyone who could afford such a car must have some background. Jing Mo ignored Nyo Yongyu, but suddenly his eyes lit up when he spotted something. He quickly walked over to a worker fixing a water pipe by the roadside. In front of the onlookers, he said something to the worker and handed over a wad of cash. The worker, looking pleased, handed Jing Mo a large iron hammer. Jing Yamo jogged back holding the hammer. Nyo Yongyu, seeing this, stepped back a few paces in fear and shouted, "What do you want to do? Are you going to bully ordinary people just because you have money? Do you believe I'll call the police to arrest you?" Nyo Yongyu was afraid this person would use the hammer to attack him, but it seemed the target wasn't him. Jing Yamo was happily running towards his car. That expression looked very pleased. Was this guy insane? Just as Nyo Yongyu was still puzzled about what this guy was up to, Jing Yamo reached the side of the car and smashed the windshield with the hammer. AD. Before anyone could react, Jing Yamo was already on top of the car, wildly smashing it with the heavy hammer. Nyo Yongyu felt his heart bleed. This was the car his father cared about the most. It took him years to afford it, and he drove it carefully, but now it was a wreck. The windshield shattered like a spider web, and the hood was dented all over. Stop it. Nyo Yongyu rushed forward, trying to stop Jing Yamo. He was really anxious, truly anxious. Jing Yamo saw he had smashed enough and jumped down from the roof of the car. "Oh no, I accidentally hit your car. Let's see how much you'll have to pay." Jing Mo's expression was very gloomy, as if he really had made a mistake. But everyone present knew he was doing it on purpose. Nyo Yongyu roared, "Do you think I'm a fool? You clearly did it on purpose." Jing Yamo shrugged and casually tossed the hammer to the ground. "I really didn't mean to. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. You. Just wait. I'll call the police to arrest you and sue you for deliberately damaging someone else's property." Nyo Yongyu's eyes were red with anger, his face flushed. Jing Yamo nonchalantly said, "I don't care. You can still tell me how much to compensate, but if the police come and call the insurance company for an assessment, then the compensation will be less." Nyo Yongyu understood this logic, but he really couldn't swallow this anger. Right in front of him, his car was smashed, and he had no way to retaliate. Nyo Yongyu also wanted to directly say, "I don't want money, I just want to send you to jail." He can't do it himself, he needs money. With this Maybach looking like this, if he doesn't get the money from Jing Yamo, he'll probably be beaten up by his dad when he goes back. There's no way, he's not a rich kid. Nyo Yongyu said angrily, All right, I think my car in this state is worth 500,000. Jing Yamo frowned a bit upon hearing this. Nyo Yongyu felt a surge of joy at his reaction. "What's wrong? You were so arrogant just now, and now you think my price is too high?" He thought he was a real rich kid, but it turns out he was just putting on a show. He almost got fooled. He guessed this Lamborghini was probably rented too. "Now you think my price is high? Then kneel in front of me and slap yourself a few times. For each slap, I'll deduct 1,000 from the price. How about that?" Nyo Yongyu was feeling bold again. He was sure this guy was not a rich kid at all, just a poser. He misunderstood because Jing Yamo wasn't upset about the price being high, he thought it was low. He expected the other party to ask for 1,000,000 given the damage, but now it was only 500,000, far from his goal. Jing Yamo didn't care about Nyo Yongyu barking beside him and walked over to a female classmate who was watching the scene. "Beautiful girl, 1,000 for this cup of Mishue Ice City, will you sell it?" The female classmate was stunned. 1,000? But after a moment of hesitation, she quickly nodded, Sure. Are you kidding? This cup of Mishue Ice City only costs 8 yuan. Selling it for 1,000 is a huge profit. Jing Yamo readily took out the 1,000 cash he had just exchanged from the system and handed it to the female classmate. He ran back with the milk tea, opened the car's hood without any hesitation, unscrewed the engine oil bolt, and poured the Mishue Ice City inside. Everyone present was dumbfounded. What kind of operation was this? Nyo Yongyu was left speechless. This was it. The most expensive part of the car was the engine, right? Pouring Mishue Ice City into the engine meant it was done for. Jing Yamo was running back and forth, feeling quite tired. He had just smashed a car and was now drenched in sweat. He walked over to Nyo Yongyu and took out a checkbook he had exchanged from the system. "This is 1 million. I'm buying your junk car, no need for change." Then he turned to the dazed Yuruoro and said, "Now this car is mine, you don't need to compensate me. You should hurry to school." After saying that, Jing Yamo turned around and didn't care about what happened next, catching up with Fan Qingxue as he walked towards the school gate. Everyone present was stunned. A group of girls started chattering excitedly. "Wow, so handsome. This is a real rich kid, so domineering, smashing $1 million car just like that. So awesome. I'm all wet from excitement. Is he helping that girl? Oh my god, so kind. I'm in love. Who is this guy? I want to chase him, not just because he drives a Lamborghini." It was over. All the girls present had collectively fallen for him. Who could resist a handsome, tall, kind, and wealthy young man? Even his wealth couldn't overshadow his other shining qualities. The campus belle Zhao Huan assessed this junior, tall, good-looking, rich, definitely a high-class handsome guy. The girl beside her clutched her chest. Huan, he's my idol." All the new female students gathered towards Jing Yamo. Junior, the school is so big, and this road is winding, why don't I take you to the boys' dormitory? Junior, it's so hot, I have black silk tea in my dorm, do you want to have some? Junior, her legs are short, look at my fair legs, I'll brew you some white silk tea. Junior, come with me. Junior, come with me. Junior. Fan Xingxue was squeezed out by this group of girls, while Jing Mo was surrounded by them, like a star adored by many. This group of senior girls didn't care at all about Fan Xingxue being next to Jing Mo, even if she was his girlfriend, so what? There are plenty of girls around an excellent guy, and besides, they thought they were not bad either. After all, they were women too, with curves, so why wouldn't this wealthy junior like them? At worst, they could just play the role of a sweet, innocent girl or a third party vying for attention. Jing Mo was a bit overwhelmed, these women were too crazy. The other freshmen, especially the boys, looked at this group of wild girls with envy. Being rich is great. Niu Yangyu stuffed the check in his pocket with a fierce expression. He glared at Yi Ruoruo, just you wait. He looked again at Jing Mo, feeling like he was going crazy. This treatment should have been his. Where did this Jing Mo come from, just to provoke him? He felt utterly humiliated today, and this incident would probably make it to the campus website, becoming the new hot topic at school, and he would definitely be the one slapped in the face, highlighting how impressive and wealthy Jing Mo was. Damn it, he really didn't want to continue studying at this school. Was it too late to transfer? He couldn't regain his face now, whether it was in terms of wealth, family, or looks. He was completely crushed. Even the car he drove was worth 10 of his. Niu Yangyu left in a huff, and even the Maybach was in such a state that it might as well be scrapped. Plus, he had taken Jing Mo's money, so that car wasn't even his anymore. Now he just had to wait to go home and face his father's wrath. Yi Ruoruo originally wanted to thank Jing Mo, but seeing him surrounded, she couldn't even get close. She remembered this favor, this man had spent $1 million for her, and she still felt it was unreal. Jing Mo was quite troubled. He didn't want to be this popular. He really wanted to keep a low profile, but the system always wanted him to show off. Surrounded by so many girls, he couldn't even escape. Junior, let's add each other on WeChat. If you need anything, just find your senior. Junior, there's also mine, and mine, and mine. The senior girls, seeing they couldn't take Jing Mo away, decided to play the long game, first getting his contact information. Jing Mo realized that if he didn't leave his contact info, they probably wouldn't let him go. Helpless, he had to pull out his WeChat QR code. Ding ding ding. The sound of scanning echoed continuously. In an instant, dozens of beautiful senior girls added him on WeChat. Jing Mo accepted dozens of requests just for the sake of it. Some even took his QR code to send to their roommates and best friends. Good things shouldn't be forgotten by friends. After all the girls added Jing Mo's contact information, they all tactfully dispersed, ready to use their own methods to pursue him. Each of the 8 immortals crossing the sea showed their own abilities. Seeing Jing Mo's treatment, the boys present were collectively speechless, filled with envy and jealousy. Others drove Lamborghinis to school at 18, while they were just glad to have a vehicle for commuting. For students, it was either electric bikes or buses. Even taking a taxi required careful consideration of the distance. At that moment, everyone clearly recognized that the gap between people was irreplaceable. Fan Xingxue saw that the girls around Jing Mo had finally dispersed and approached him with a bitter smile. Classmate, you really are popular. Jing Mo sighed, there's nothing I can do. Being handsome makes me more popular with girls. I actually want to keep a low profile. Fan Xingxue was truly at a loss for words. Can't you see that these girls are so obviously after your Lamborghini? It has nothing to do with your looks. Not wanting to discuss this topic any further, Fan Xingxue changed the subject and said, thank you for bringing me to school. If you're free tonight, I'd like to invite you to the cafeteria for dinner, if you don't mind. This was her first time inviting a boy to dinner. If it were someone else, she wouldn't even consider whether the other person would agree, because they definitely would. Usually, it was others who invited her to dinner, and she often refused. It was quite difficult to have a meal with her. Now, seeing how popular Jing Mo was, Fan Xingxue felt that she wasn't the best in the world anymore. Would someone of his stature even look down on eating at the school cafeteria? Jing Mo didn't think too much about it. He was inherently a low-key person, so going to the cafeteria was no big deal. Alright then, we have WeChat. Just message me when you're eating, he said. Upon hearing this, Fan Xingxue secretly breathed a sigh of relief and felt a hint of joy in her heart. After Jing Mo and Fan Xingxue left, the onlookers finally came to their senses. Now, this is a true young master. Just look at his demeanor and aura. He didn't even say a word to that fake young master. Complete disdain. You really can't compare. This one is clearly a figure from high society, completely detached from the mundane, while the other is at most a nouveau riche, driving a Maybach. What a disgrace. Fortunately, Nyo Yongyu had slipped away early, otherwise, seeing so many people criticizing him would probably have made him so angry he'd have a heart attack. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the daily good deed task. Reward, permanent top-tier racing driver skills. Why is this one permanent? The system replied, because you wanted to return and found no one there. Jing Mo was a bit confused by this. What does it mean that no one was there? Was this borrowed before? Detected that the host has successfully enrolled and completed the initial achievement. System rewards, complete set of Away's 18 styles. Boxing King Combat Technique Experience Card X1. Durex with Dragon Vigor X1. Host's charm value increased. Rewards have been issued. Host, the system will fully activate for you. Lychee wants to make you the universe's #1 rich and handsome man. Please be mentally prepared. Now, issuing temporary tasks. Task 1, Hero Saves Beauty. Find a suitable target to perform a hero-saving act. Task reward, charm value growth to max level. Task 2, continue the music and dance. Organize a welcome party for new students at school. Let the new students have a blast. Task reward, top-tier singing skill experience card X1. Task 3, spend lavishly. Spend 100 million at school. Task reward, 1 billion RMB. Tasks issued, wishing the host a pleasant life. The system's voice kept ringing in Jing Mo's ears. In the moment Fan Qingxue turned her head, Jing Mo became even paler, and his originally pleasing features became even more handsome and striking. Jing Mo felt his slightly hunched back straighten, and his abdomen and chest slightly swell. System, what's going on? Host, this increase in charm is entirely based on big data and girls' aesthetic standards. Your current charm aligns perfectly with the aesthetic standards of the vast majority of girls. Fan Qingxue turned to say something, but upon seeing Jing Mo, her heart raced wildly. Thump, thump, thump. Is this Jing Mo? How come he didn't look like this before? Why is he so handsome? I really like him. How can his features be so good-looking? Those eyes, that aura, every movement stimulates her heart. She wants to possess him. The female classmates passing by looked at Jing Mo with eyes that seemed to be drawn in, as if they wanted to devour him. Hey, look at that handsome guy. Wow, he's so handsome. Who is this? Is he a celebrity? For the first time, Jing Mo felt like a rare animal, surrounded by many girls, some even taking out their phones to sneakily take pictures of him. This was quite painful for the usually low-key Jing Mo. System, you really have made my life miserable. Fan Qingxue's dormitory was closer than Jing Mo's, and as they were about to part, she reluctantly said to him, I'll call you tonight? Jing Mo lowered his head. This was a girls' dormitory, and as soon as he showed his face, all the girls in the building came out to lean on the railing to look at him. Low key, okay, then I'll head back first. Fan Qingxue's voice sounded a bit different from usual, with a hint of warmth amidst her coolness. Okay, contact me if you need anything. After saying that, she watched Jing Mo leave. Jing Mo slipped away as if he were escaping. It was too terrifying. Women were truly frightening. Fu Mingming parked his Audi A4L at another small gate of the school, one that only upperclassmen knew about, so there weren't many people around. He reigned in his flamboyant nature. There were always people better than him, and from now on, he decided to keep his old Audi out of sight to avoid embarrassment, opting for a more down-to-earth approach, perhaps riding an electric bike instead. He walked to the boys' dormitory, feeling anxious, afraid of seeing that person's shadow, as just seeing him would remind him of his embarrassing memories. Fu Mingming only hoped that he wouldn't run into that person during his 4 years of college. When he arrived at the dormitory, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he wouldn't see him today. He had to find out which dorm that guy was in, so he could avoid him in the future, waiting until that guy forgot about him before appearing in front of him again. Otherwise, if recognized, he would be teased. When Fu Mingming arrived at the dormitory, he saw he was the first one there and prepared to set up the bed and quilt he had brought. From now on, he had to be humble. He should dye his hair back to its original color. While he was making the bed, he heard the dormitory door being pushed open behind him. It was probably his new roommate arriving, so he needed to greet them. Hello, roommate. As Fu Mingming turned around, he saw a familiar face. Wasn't this the Lamborghini guy? Fu Mingming was in despair. How could this guy be in his dorm? Could it be? He thought of a possibility. Could this guy be in the same dorm as him? Mom, I want to transfer schools? Jing Mo saw the red-haired guy and remembered who he was. Oh, your Audi is indeed fast. You got here before me. Fu Mingming swallowed hard and said with a bitter smile, Dude, can you not say that? Is it really okay for you to drive a Lamborghini and pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger? Jing Mo said unconsciously, I don't see any problem with it. Fu Mingming seemed to realize something. The one who sent 100,000 in the freshman group is also you, right? He finally connected the dots. There were hardly any people in the school who could send 100,000 in the freshman group, and just as he added Jing Mo to the group, someone sent 100,000. The guy drove a luxury car worth over 10 million, so it was obvious it was this guy in front of him. Jing Mo casually replied, "That's me. I originally wanted to send 1 million, but the group red envelope limit is only 100,000. Don't you have my WeChat? You could have recognized me by clicking on my profile in the group." Fu Mingming was left speechless. His attention had been entirely on Fan Qingxue. How could he think of so much? Women really are a distraction. "Dude, please take me as your little brother." Jing Mo looked at this guy and quickly helped him up. "Don't be like this. We'll be roommates from now on." Fu Mingming was almost in tears. This guy was holding onto his scandal, and if it got out, he really wouldn't be able to show his face at school. "Big brother, if you don't take me as your little brother, I absolutely won't get up. Please let me take care of your daily needs in the future." Nyo Youngyu took a taxi around to the back gate of the school. In the car, he checked the authenticity of the check. It was his first time seeing such a thing. After getting the check, he first contacted his uncle who worked at the bank to verify its authenticity. Only after learning it was real did he let out a heavy sigh of relief. At least he could go back and report, otherwise, he would be ruthlessly trampled by his father with 7 wolves. Jing Mo's commotion had already tarnished his reputation within a small circle. He would have to avoid Jing Mo in the future. It would be best if he didn't see him at all during his 4 years of college. The secretary he had hired to hold an umbrella couldn't take it anymore and left. Now he was left all alone, dragging his suitcase towards the school dormitory. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask, and since many people didn't know about this incident, at least his roommates in the dorm wouldn't know for the time being. When Nyo Youngyu arrived at the dorm and just opened the door, he saw a red-haired guy kneeling in front of someone. "Big brother, please take me as your little brother." Upon hearing this, Nyo Youngyu cursed inwardly at this guy for being spineless, wanting to be someone's little brother right off the bat, completely losing face as a man. When he saw the familiar face across from him, thud, Nyo Youngyu also knelt down. The air instantly froze. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. "Big brother, please take me as your little brother." What a coincidence. The person he least wanted to see was exactly who he ran into. Nyo Youngyu and Fu Mingming both considered themselves not to be good people. They had indeed entertained some crooked ideas before, and it was just their luck to run into Jing Mo, who treated them as mere background while they were trying to show off. "Big brother, your name is Jing Mo, right? What happened at the school gate just now was indeed my fault. We still have to live together for 4 years, so let's not bring it up again." Nyo Youngyu's expression was very bitter. His freshman life had just begun, and it already felt bleak. Fu Mingming also roughly understood the situation. It turned out that the other roommate also had a handle in Jing Mo's hands. No wonder he was so afraid of him. He could understand that. All right, we're all roommates, and we'll have to live together from now on, so let's just forget about the previous matters." Nyo Youngyu and Fu Mingming both breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid Jing Mo would hold a grudge against their previous conflicts. Seeing that Jing Mo was so magnanimous, they both relaxed a lot. Jing Mo was a rich second generation driving a Lamborghini, and usually, rich second generations had bad tempers, but it seemed this one was quite friendly. "Then we need to find a big brother in the dorm to lead the way. I think you're very suitable." Fu Mingming nodded and said, "Yeah, I should be the youngest among you two, so I'll be the third in line." Jing Mo didn't object, so he nodded and said, "All right, we're all roommates, so let's not be so distant from now on." Although what they said sounded heartfelt, it was mainly because they had scandals in each other's hands. If they didn't treat Jing Mo a bit more politely, who knew when he might expose this matter and make them the laughingstock? "Big brother, where's your luggage? I'll help you pack it." Fu Mingming looked around but couldn't find Jing Mo's luggage. Jing Mo paused for a moment and slowly replied, "I didn't bring that many clothes and luggage." He just didn't have any extra blankets or sheets at home to bring. He planned to buy new ones when he got to school. Nyo Youngyu and Fu Mingming couldn't help but sigh. No wonder he was a rich second generation, going out without needing to bring anything, just buying new things wherever he went. Nyo Youngyu laughed heartily. "Big brother, if you don't mind, I know a merchant who specializes in custom high-end mattresses, but the prices aren't cheap." Jing Mo's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He had initially thought that these two talents wouldn't be of much use, but it turned out they were no ordinary characters. Both were notorious spendthrifts. Fu Mingming was a given. If he had money, he wouldn't be wasting it. Nyo Youngyu had even driven his family's Maybach to school. As the saying goes, among 3 people, there must be one who has a clever idea. Just when Jing Mo was worried about how to spend money, this problem was solved. From now on, Nyo Youngyu would be his Zhuge Liang, providing strategies and plans. Then hurry up and contact the merchant. Money is not an issue, just make sure it's all high-end. Jing Mo was anxious. He needed to find a way to spend money, or he would be constipated and die from it in 3 days. When Nyo Youngyu heard that money was not a problem, he realized that this big brother was worth knowing. He had hitched his wagon to a star. This merchant specialized in custom mattresses and bed linens, using only top-quality materials, with even the cheapest sheet costing over 40,000. Jing Mo was delighted to have someone to help him spend money. In a good mood, he declared, "Nyo Erdi, call that merchant and order 3 sets of the best mattresses and sheets, just according to the size of our dorm beds. It would be best if they could be delivered before tonight." Nyo Youngyu was overjoyed to hear this. Indeed, life wouldn't be bad following someone wealthy. He had been craving that mattress for a long time. In their small circle, a rich second generation had bought one and had been showing off in their group for a long time. For people like them, a rich second generation wasn't that impressive. It was just a bit more affluent than the average middle class. They usually didn't think much of items costing a few thousand, but spending tens of thousands still stung. Fu Mingming was taken aback and quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, big brother. From now on, I will be your right-hand man. You can command me as you wish." Jing Mo thought for a moment and said, "I'm not a slave owner. Don't worry, I'll only have you run errands at most." "Alright, big brother," Nyo Youngyu said enthusiastically. "Big brother, although I don't have much talent, I can walk tall in school. Hardly anyone dares to mess with me. The school leaders are my uncles." Jing Mo, displeased, admonished him, "Since you acknowledge me as your big brother, I have to tell you to be low-key when you're out. What if you provoke someone you shouldn't?" Nyo Youngyu, somewhat confused, replied, "Then why are you so ostentatious, big brother?" Jing Mo sighed, "Because I'm forced to." Nyo Youngyu looked puzzled. "Huh? Big brother, you're already so rich, who could force you?" Jing Mo, with a serious expression, patted Nyo Youngyu's shoulder. "Actually, the life of the wealthy is also quite exhausting. You wouldn't understand." Fu Mingming suddenly interjected, "Then I want to be a bit exhausted too." Alright, it's getting late. Erdi, hurry up and call that merchant to order those 3 mattresses." Jing Mo didn't want to delve deeper into this topic. After all, everyone has their own personality, and he couldn't expect others to be as low-key and reserved as himself. Nyo Youngyu quickly took out his phone and called the merchant selling high-end mattresses. "Hello? I want to order 3 of your top-tier mattresses." The business manager in the Hanjing area received this rather baffling call. "Ah, you're the son of Boss Nyo, right? Do you know how much our most expensive mattress costs? I suggest you buy something cheaper." "What's wrong? Do you think I don't have money?" Now that he was backed by a rich kid, he couldn't afford to be polite. He had to be even more arrogant than usual. The business manager sneered and said, "Your family runs that shabby bathhouse, and you really think of yourself as a rich second generation? Which model can you even afford?" Nyo Youngyu was instantly enraged. "What did you say? I advise you to speak to me properly now, or I'll find someone else to sign this big order." The business manager shrugged it off. "Sorry, that's just how I talk. How much business can you even negotiate with me?" Clearly, he looked down on Nyo Youngyu. Nyo Youngyu angrily replied, "Just you wait." He hung up the phone and directly called the head of the brand in Y City. "Hello? Who is this?" A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. "Hello, I want to file a complaint. I want to buy your mattresses, but your salesperson's attitude is extremely poor." The person in charge, slightly annoyed at such a trivial matter, said, "This isn't my responsibility. You should contact the regional manager." Nyo Youngyu wanted to say more, but Jing Mo beside him was getting impatient. If they kept dragging this out, it would be dark soon. "Hello, are you sure you won't handle this? I'm ready to buy the most expensive set you have, which is in the million range. If you won't sell it to me, I'll find someone else. I believe this industry isn't just you selling." The person in charge's tone softened considerably. "Are you saying you want to customize our Jin Si Tang top-tier royal mattress?" Jing Mo, confused, asked, "Is this thing expensive?" The person in charge thought for a long time before answering. "This is our top-tier mattress, handcrafted, with most materials sourced from the mane of the heavenly blood horse, and all the silk threads are made from golden silk. The price is indeed a bit steep." Jing Mo nodded secretly. "I'll give you 3 million, you deliver 3 to Yangde right away." The person in charge was instantly shocked and sweating. Buying their mattress was like buying vegetables, just casually asking for 3. "Isn't this a bit rushed? Our production also needs time. For a million, stop dragging it out. The extra million is for your craftsmanship, and you need to take that previous complaint seriously." The person in charge was overjoyed. "Sir, I guarantee with my life that your mattress will be delivered to your school before evening, and we will definitely fire that employee." He didn't even ask why there was a complaint and directly decided to fire the salesperson. After all, hiring another one was easy, but this esteemed customer had to be well taken care of. "Okay, hurry up. Print a picture of a Pekingese dog on the sheets. I love that thing." The person in charge was a bit dumbfounded because he had served many wealthy people, and their tastes were naturally varied. Some wanted tea trees, lilies, or plum trees, all showcasing a noble elegance and their refined taste. But what was this Pekingese dog? Nyo Youngyu and Fu Mingming, listening nearby, were also speechless, thinking that this brother's taste was indeed unique. You two can tell him what patterns you want on your mattresses. After saying that, Jing Mo handed the phone back to Nyo Youngyu. Nyo Youngyu looked at the person in charge's respectful attitude on the other end and couldn't help but feel emotional. No wonder he was a big shot, making people bow down with just one move. The rich young master truly lived up to his title. He had a presence that Nyo Youngyu couldn't match. The person in charge, seeing the 4 million had arrived, jumped up excitedly from the table. Hello, hello, hello. Is this the factory? Tell the workers to hurry up and customize 3 Jean C-Tang top-tier royal mattresses for the school dormitory. Stop all other business and focus entirely on this. I must see these 3 mattresses before dark. The workers over there in the factory have come to understand what efficiency truly means. The factory managed to produce 3 mattresses in just 2 hours. As expected, they were completed before nightfall, and the supervisor was very pleased with the factory's speed, announcing that the workers could leave an hour early as a reward. Next came the task of delivering the mattresses to the big client. It was clear that a regular vehicle wouldn't suffice, since it was for students. What is characteristic of the young and vigorous? Naturally, it is flamboyance. This wealthy individual likely bought them just to show off, so it had to be done in a more upscale and grand manner, ideally letting the entire school know that someone spent 4 million on their mattresses. Around 5 in the afternoon, the sun was still blazing, and the campus was bustling with activity. It was dinner time, and students were flocking to the cafeteria, while some freshmen were preparing to celebrate the start of the school year by dining out. Others, having finished their meals, were not in a hurry to return to their dorms, strolling around the campus, hoping to encounter a romantic opportunity. At that moment, a luxurious Bentley slowly drove into the campus, as if a dazzling star had descended to the mortal realm. Following closely were 2 rows of neatly arranged Mercedes E300 vehicles, like loyal guardians, protecting the noble carriage ahead. Together, these 2 rows of cars numbered over a dozen, creating a spectacular sight. At the end of the convoy, a mysterious black truck trailed behind. As the passing students caught sight of the banner hanging from the truck, they were left speechless. Young student Jing spent 4 million customizing 3 sets of mattresses. Such a grand gesture was truly astonishing. The scene before them left all the students present in shock. Was such a grand display really just to deliver mattresses for some young master? The Bentley, as the lead car, led the imposing procession of Mercedes behind it, resembling a magnificent honor guard. This massive convoy finally came to a steady stop in front of the boys' dormitory. From each Mercedes, more than 10 men dressed in sharp black suits, adorned with exquisite black ties and wearing pristine white gloves, stepped out. Their movements were synchronized, quickly and elegantly forming a line, standing straight like well-trained soldiers at the foot of the dormitory. This group of men surrounded the black truck, resembling the staff of an armored car. A middle-aged man stepped out of the Bentley, his face beaming with joy, a long-lost smile on his lips. He was the overall supervisor of the area, and to show respect, he even borrowed the boss's Bentley. Once the group was in position, the supervisor made a gesture, and 10 people shouted in unison, "Live up to expectations." Mission accomplished. This resounding shout drew all the boys from the dormitory to come out and watch. Upon seeing the banner on the truck, countless people began to take photos, chattering and exclaiming in admiration. Jing Yamo was a bit dumbfounded. Wasn't this a bit too grand? He had wanted to keep a low profile. When Jing Xiao leaned over the railing to look down, a group of people bowed to him. "Hello, Jing Xiao. Who is this? This display is incredible. How much did the young master's mattress cost?" 4 million. A million. Am I seeing this right? 4 sets of houses are just being used as mattresses? Forget about studying. This person just started school and is already so wealthy. What good is it for me to pursue a master's or doctoral degree? I probably won't even be able to afford a rich young man's mattress in my lifetime. Jing Yamo listened to the chattering voices and felt a bit reluctant to accept the delivery. "Big brother, our mattresses have arrived. I'll have them bring the mattresses up for you to set up." Nyo Youngyu was someone who knew how to handle things. He couldn't let his big brother make a trip for nothing. The main thing was that whoever showed their face in this scene would be able to show off in front of the public. Such opportunities are rare, one must seize them. Fu Mingming was displeased upon hearing this. "Third brother, how can I trouble you with such errands? You and elder brother wait up there. I'll go down and run this errand myself." Nyo Youngyu could see through this guy's tricks. Third brother, you're just being polite. Since you're younger, I should take care of you. It's more appropriate for me to go. Fu Mingming was heartbroken. "Second brother, since you say that, I really can't bear to let you run this errand. I should go." Jing Mo was speechless. You two go together. After all, I bought 3, and the other 2 are yours. Just have them deliver our mattresses to the dormitory. Hearing this, Fu Mingming and Niu Yangyu stopped arguing and dashed downstairs. The scene downstairs was enough to attract attention. Even the girls in the dormitory were peeking out the windows, curious about who this Jing Xiao was. So impressive. As Niu Yangyu and Fu Mingming stepped out of the dormitory corridor, they held their heads high, exuding confidence. However, both felt that having someone with them slightly affected their show-off vibe, as they also wanted to be mistaken for rich young masters. People were talking about Jing Xiao buying mattresses, and here they were, who was Jing Xiao? But they weren't Jing Xiao. Just coming down to sign for the mattresses was already quite impressive. Fu Mingming thought to take a photo later and post it in the freshman group to show off. Under the curious and expectant gazes of the crowd, Niu Yangyu and Fu Mingming walked leisurely towards the person in charge. They felt that the pretense they had maintained over the years was nothing compared to the enjoyment of this moment, hoping the path could be a bit longer. When they finally stood in front of the person in charge, Niu Yangyu spoke first. My elder brother instructed me to ask if you could help move these mattresses upstairs and set up the beds for us. Upon hearing this, the person in charge's expression instantly became serious. He straightened up and replied solemnly, of course, no problem. This is within the scope of our service. He then promptly issued an order. Everyone, start unloading. With this loud command, a group of men in black suits, looking sharp and composed, immediately sprang into action. They were all recently discharged soldiers, and their well-trained, disciplined qualities were on full display at that moment. Their movements were synchronized, executing the task quickly and efficiently. A few men quickly approached the back of the large truck and skillfully opened the rear door. 3 burly men nimbly climbed onto the truck, securely lifting 3 heavy boxes placed inside, then carefully climbed down. The entire process was seamless, leaving no room for delay, making one admire their professionalism. The 3 men holding the boxes stood at the front, followed by several men in black suits, forming a neat line. This group followed Niu Yangyu and Fu Mingming into the dormitory building and then to Jing Mo's dormitory. The men in black suits tidied up the 3 beds for Jing Mo, Niu Yangyu, and Fu Mingming, then carefully took out the custom-made, $1,000,000 mattresses from the 3 boxes and laid them out neatly. Jing Xiao, our task here is complete. Please keep my number. Feel free to contact me if you need anything in the future. We'll head back now. The person in charge handed his business card to Jing Mo. Jing Mo, with a dark expression, waved his hand. It's fine, I'll call if there's anything. The person in charge turned to the lined-up men in black suits. Everyone, retreat! The black-suited men shouted in unison at Jing Mo, young Master Jing, you've worked hard. Then a group of people rushed in and left in a grand manner. That's impressive. Niu Yangyu was convinced, looking at their status, this level of showing off was beyond anything he could imagine. Fu Mingming watched the scene with shining eyes, thinking about what he used to have. Just look at his big brother, he was truly showing off. Jing Mo had a face full of black lines. He thought buying a mattress would cause a bit of a stir, but unexpectedly, he couldn't even keep a low profile at school now. Didn't he just want to live a simple university life? Why did he always end up showing off in ways he never expected? At that moment, Jing Mo felt a bit hungry. He hadn't eaten on the high-speed train at noon and hadn't even had a sip of water all afternoon. When he took out his phone, his outdated iPhone 8s finally received messages due to the delay. Most were from senior sisters inviting him to dinner, along with some selfies. Those white legs, Jing Mo would have to study hard in bed tonight. At that moment, Fan Xingxue sent a message. Jing Mo, is that 400,000 mattress you bought? Jing Mo, yes, you didn't know I didn't bring a suitcase when I came? If I didn't buy a mattress, I wouldn't have a bed to sleep on at night. Fan Xingxue, a mattress for 400,000. You really are a rich second generation. Jing Mo, if I have money, I should make myself comfortable. Fan Xingxue, alright, are you hungry? Let's go eat at the cafeteria. Jing Mo, I am a bit hungry. Fan Xingxue, then I'll wait for you at the first entrance of the cafeteria. Jing Mo, okay. Niu Yangyu lay on the bed, experiencing the 1 million mattress. It really felt different, so soft. Big brother, are you hungry? Let me take you out for a meal. I have memberships at all the major restaurants in Y City. Niu Yangyu suggested. This guy wasn't capable of much, but when it came to enjoying life, eating, drinking, and having fun, he knew a lot. Jing Mo hurriedly scolded, it's just a meal. There's no need to go to a fancy place. Let's just eat at the cafeteria. We should follow the crowd. Just because we have money doesn't mean we should do something special. We need to keep the tail of capitalism tucked away. Niu Yangyu quickly flattered. Big brother has insight. My perspective is still too small. I'll follow your lead. Fu Mingming saw that his second brother was always trying to be noticed, feeling useless. What if one day he abandoned him and stopped playing with him? Now, being Jing Mo's little brother wasn't because he was afraid Jing Mo would expose his embarrassing stories. but because he genuinely benefited from it. If he hadn't followed Jing Mo, he might never have slept on a mattress worth over $1 million in his lifetime. Big brother, I don't have much money, but if you go to the cafeteria, order whatever you want. Fu Mingming leaned in, trying to please him. Jing Mo waved his hand. Oh, I'm the big brother. Do we need you to pay for this little amount? Let's go to the cafeteria. Niu and Fu both replied, okay, let's go. Jing Mo then said, wait, why do I feel like we're missing someone? Fu Mingming slapped his forehead. Yeah, it's already mealtime. Where's the other roommate? Jing Mo pondered for a moment. We've all changed to the mattress. If we don't get him one, won't it seem like we're excluding him? Fu Mingming, feeling displeased, said, we're your little brothers. You have a reason to buy for us, but with him, there's no connection. Let's not worry about him. Let's go eat. Jing Mo thought it made sense and then stepped out of the dormitory. Jing Mo, Niu Yanyu, and Fu Mingming walked together on the campus path. Their walking postures were as annoying as could be, but they weren't afraid at all. They had heard of rich second-generation kids being bullied, but they had never heard of a rich second-generation kid being bullied. Although he wasn't a rich kid himself, his older brother was. Jing Mo followed silently behind the two of them. To be fair, there were indeed a lot of beauties in the school. Every girl passing by had an amazing figure. Black stockings, a body-hugging skirt, and a pair of white little leather shoes. They exuded the charm of a mature woman. The two in front had eyes that scanned like laser radars, never resting on one spot for even a second. Fair skin, a slim waist, and youthful, beautiful faces. University life was indeed something to look forward to. The three of them arrived at the first entrance of the cafeteria, where three graceful figures stood at the entrance. One of them was exceptionally tall, towering over the other girls by a head. Fan Xingxue had deliberately changed into a new outfit, wearing a white short-sleeved shirt with a red bow at the chest. The black short skirt showcased her straight, cartoon-like legs, making any passing boy glance over. Jing Mo, I'm over here. Fan Xingxue spotted Jing Mo from a distance and, fearing he wouldn't see her, waved her hand in his direction, taking advantage of her height. The surrounding boys had been looking at Fan Xingxue, but when they saw her calling out to someone, they became curious about who could make such a beauty wait. When they saw Jing Mo, their curiosity vanished because it was infuriating. Jing Mo was just too handsome, like a male model from a bar. Was being good-looking really a free pass to do whatever one wanted? Those boys felt their worldview shatter. Damn it, a goddess-level woman was actually waiting for this guy. If they could get to know her, they wouldn't just let her wait for them. They would have arrived at least an hour early. Jing Mo walked leisurely to Fan Xingxue's side, accompanied by his companions. As soon as Fu Mingming saw Fan Xingxue, it awakened his unpleasant memories. Fan Xingxue recognized Fu Mingming as well and looked at Jing Mo with a questioning gaze. What a coincidence, he's my roommate, Jing Mo replied helplessly. Fan Xingxue nodded slightly. Before she could say anything, a girl beside her spoke up. Hey, you brought your roommate to eat with our schwer? Jing Mo turned to look at the speaker, who was also a girl, with a slightly chubby face, not very tall, slender, dressed in white stockings and a JK uniform, with twin ponytails on her head, a typical lowly outfit. Niu Yanyu immediately fell in love at first sight, grinning widely. Isn't he just tagging along with our big brother for a free meal? He had previously cursed Jing Mo in his heart for saying so much about not wanting to be special and to put away his capitalist tail, unwilling to go out to eat with him, only to find out he was having dinner with a beauty. But now it seemed that eating at school was quite appealing too. The little lowly spoke a bit arrogantly, her words laced with barbs. Your big brother? You mean this guy is your big brother? Niu Yanyu smiled kindly and said, yes, we just recognized him as our big brother. This kind of thing is quite common in the boys' dormitory. Fan Xingxue sighed helplessly and said, these are my two roommates, one is called Tian Tian and the other is Zhouji. Jing Mo casually said, since everyone is here, let's go. He was really hungry and didn't want to think too much. He just wanted to find a place to eat. The cafeteria had 2 floors. The first floor was a serving style with ready-made meals, where you took a tray and asked the cafeteria lady to add dishes. The second floor was like a snack street, with all kinds of food. For example, sour and spicy noodles, barbecue, vermicelli. Today, with a group of 6, they definitely couldn't eat downstairs. They had to have something better. The 6 of them found a windowside table, sat down, and ordered 8 stir-fried dishes along with some barbecue and beer. The atmosphere at the table was a bit awkward, as apart from Jing Mo and Fan Xingxue, everyone else was meeting for the first time. While chatting, Tian Tian suddenly cursed while holding her phone. What a scumbag, bullying a little girl. She then shared with Fan Xingxue beside her that students on the Yangda forum had captured and posted the scene that had happened at the school gate earlier. The rich second generation in a Maybach bullies others, demanding the girl write an IOU or he'll call the police. Shocking. A freshman driving a Lamborghini saves the beauty, performing like a textbook prince. The new campus beauty Fan Xingxue, who will win her heart? The ultimate rich second generation spends 4 million on a new mattress. This year's freshmen are truly impressive. Someone in the freshman group sent out 100,000 yuan red envelope. Are rich second generations everywhere now? Many seniors expressed that this year's freshmen were the most impressive ever, arriving in Lamborghinis like no one before. Moreover, the fact that a rich second generation spent 4 million on a mattress was quite extravagant. Jing Mo hadn't checked the school forum yet, mainly because his phone was too laggy to load it. He promised himself to buy the latest Huawei phone when he got back. If he saw the forum, he would probably be speechless, as all the trending topics were related to him. Since this incident was uploaded online, Jing Mo and Niu Yongyu's fame had skyrocketed. However, their treatment online was completely different. Jing Mo was referred to as the mysterious young master, the male god, while Niu Yongyu faced a wave of criticism. Wow, look, a freshman is driving a Lamborghini worth over 10 million, that's amazing, Tian exclaimed, looking at her phone in shock, eager to share with her best friend beside her. Xiaoji was also a bit surprised. Fan Xingxue felt embarrassed, as the person they were praising was sitting right across from them. Tian was quite envious. Her family was well off, but asking them to buy her a Lamborghini was just a dream. Sigh, I want a Lamborghini too. Tian stretched and looked at Jing Mo across the table. Hey, did you see the show at the school gate today? You guys came at noon too, right? Did you see what the rich kid driving the Lamborghini looked like? Jing Mo rubbed his chin. I saw him, but his looks were just a so-so. Tian said disappointedly, sigh, then it's hopeless. I'm a face person, I can't like him. Fu Mingming and Niu Yongyu were stifling their laughter nearby. Niu Yongyu, speaking out of turn, said, he might not even be interested in you. I was there too. And he got out of the car with a very beautiful girl. Cough cough, cough cough. Jing Mo and Fan Xingxue both choked on their food at the same time. Tian, with a proud expression, asked, is that true? Is she prettier than me? Niu Yongyu found this question difficult to answer, especially since he was still thinking about pursuing Tian. However, Fu Mingming jumped in to answer, yes, she's prettier than you, I was there too. Tian looked at Fu Mingming suspiciously, what a coincidence, you three were all there. Even if she's prettier than me, she definitely can't be as pretty as our Schwer. Saying this, Tian patted Fan Xingxue on the back proudly. Fu Mingming and Niu Yongyu laughed in agreement, that's right, she definitely can't be as pretty as Xingxue. Fan Xingxue felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. She should have told Tian about this beforehand. If she knew that the one driving the Lamborghini was Jing Mo, and she had said she didn't like him in front of him, that would be so embarrassing. It would be social death. However, this commotion opened up the conversation at the dining table. Tian is a typical talkative type, while Niu Yongyu, although he loves to show off, speaks with a certain level of sophistication given his family background. The two of them had a couple of beers, almost like they were about to become sworn siblings. In the midst of this, there was a small interlude. After drinking, Tian cursed the Maybach guy who bullied girls, and Niu Yongyu felt a silence suffering upon hearing it. The key point was that while cursing was one thing, she even asked for his opinion, as if he had to join in the ridicule to impress her. He decided that he could never admit to Tian that he had ever driven a Maybach. Just as everyone was enjoying their conversation, a man's voice came from the side. Xingxue, you also got into Yangda. A guy stood up from a table behind and walked over to their table. Fan Xingxue and Tian greeted the approaching boy with smiles. Zhou Xian, weren't you applying to Jilin University before? Why are you at Aizu University now? Zhou Xian was fair-skinned, with a Korean-style side part, and war earrings. He had attended the same high school as Tian and Fan Xingxue and was somewhat of a well-known rich second generation. Back in high school, he had confessed to Fan Xingxue once, but she didn't agree. However, their relationship was still decent. Zhou Xian knew how to gauge situations and wouldn't cling like an ordinary infatuated boy. He knew how to use his means. I didn't get in. I had no choice but to come here. I didn't expect you to be here too. What a coincidence. High school classmates, Fan Xingxue explained to Jing Mo about the newcomer. This explanation made Zhou Xian sense something was off. A man like him, seasoned in the game, could pick up on a woman's thoughts from subtle actions. Fan Xingxue's proactive explanation of her identity was to prevent any misunderstandings from this man. The old Fan Xingxue would never have explained herself like that. It seemed this man held a special place in her heart. Zhou Xian looked at Jing Mo with a hint of malice in his eyes. Who does this little pretty boy think he is, trying to win over a swan with his looks? He should check on the men who previously had their eyes on her and see what they're like now. There had been others who foolishly tried to pursue Fan Xingxue, but Zhou Xian had them beaten up. The lightest injuries were broken ribs. However, their family had connections in the city bureau, and those who reported it were always told there wasn't enough evidence, leaving the cases unresolved. In Jo Xayan's view, as long as he could drive away all the men around Fan Xingxue, the only man left by her side would be the one to marry her. Jo Xayan thought, I must give this kid a taste of reality when the opportunity arises. Tian had a good impression of Jo Xayan. He was handsome, wealthy, and, most importantly, very capable. He helped manage his family's business in high school and even made some money. While his peers were still indulging in fun and games, he was already earning, which was enough to make him proud. She had always wanted to help Jo Xayan pursue a relationship with Fan Xingxue and often brought him up in front of her. Naturally, Jo Xayan's appearance here was not a coincidence. Tian had tipped him off, which is why he arrived late. Tian, being friendly, invited Jo Xayan to join them. Jo Xayan, you can sit next to Schwer. You two haven't seen each other all summer, so it's a good chance to chat. Tian was good at playing the supportive role, and as soon as Jo Xayan arrived, she stood up to give him her seat. Jo Xayan was also unreserved and casually sat down next to Fan Xingxue. Xiao Xue, long time no see. You didn't mention you were coming to Yangda. Otherwise, I would have invited you to dinner earlier. I have a private room at Wanyanju, which is usually not open to the public. Only I use that room, so if you want to eat, you can go there. After all, the food in the cafeteria is too low-end, and the taste isn't great. Jo Xayan's words were meant to mock Jing Mo for taking a girl to eat in the cafeteria, a sign of being a poor loser. Jing Mo didn't mind. He had no romantic interest in Fan Xingxue. He had dozens of contacts of various senior sisters on his phone. He couldn't give up a whole forest for a single tree. So even when faced with someone mocking him to his face, he remained unfazed because one must act low-key. Jo Xayan intended to speak directly to Jing Mo, but after hearing his mockery, Jing Mo showed no reaction, continuing to eat and drink. What was wrong with this guy? Did he not understand what I meant? However, it was Fan Xingxue who spoke up. I invited someone here for a meal. This is Jing Mo, a classmate I met on the high-speed train today. He helped me carry my suitcase, and I invited him to thank him. Jo Xayan felt relieved upon hearing this. He thought Jing Mo was interested in Fan Xingxue. However, he didn't believe any man could resist Fan Xingxue's beauty. Out of politeness and not wanting to lose face in front of Fan Xingxue, he stood up and extended his hand to Jing Mo. Hello, Jing Mo. I'm Jo Xayan, Fan Xingxue's childhood friend. Jing Mo stood up and shook his hand. Hello, I'm Jing Mo. Since Xiu said she wanted to thank you, don't be shy about this meal. I'll treat you, Jo Xayan offered. Jing Mo replied nonchalantly, you are the hosts, you decide. Jo Xayan, the dishes here don't suit Xiu's taste. She hasn't eaten much, Tian reminded. Jo Xayan smiled gently. That's right, Xiu is used to delicacies, so she won't eat this simple fare. How about this, brothers? I'll take Xiu to Wanyanju for a meal, and you can eat here. I'll cover the bill, he said, trying to pull Fan Xingxue away. Jing Mo couldn't help but frown. Niu Yangyu had been holding back for a long time. This guy was really showing off. He wouldn't allow anyone to outshine him except Jing Mo. He hadn't confronted him before because this man had a good relationship with the girl he liked, Tian, and he didn't want to lower his impression. But now that the guy was getting too arrogant, it was unacceptable. There are plenty of beautiful women in the world, but there's only one thigh to hold on to. What do you mean? You eat delicacies, and we eat simple fare. Niu Yangyu slammed his chopsticks on the table and glared angrily at Jo Xayan. Jo Xayan chuckled awkwardly. Isn't that right? For you poor losers, eating on the second floor of the cafeteria counts as a gathering. Do you know that a single dish at Wanyanju costs over 1,000? Compared to that, isn't what you eat just simple fare? Jing Mo wanted to stop Niu Yangyu, but suddenly he heard the system's voice in his ear. I won't allow the host to be low-key, you must hit back hard. Successfully hitting back will reward you with full shares of Wanyanju. Failure will lead to immediate constipation. The system's voice was unusually filled with human emotion, almost like anger. Upon hearing this, Jing Mo slammed his chopsticks on the table. Damn it, I can be low-key, but you can't make me constipated. He stopped Niu Yangyu. You say we eat simple fare, right? Jing Mo's tone was calm. The atmosphere became tense. Tian chimed in. Jing Mo, don't be like this. They invited you to dinner out of kindness, at least be polite. Jing Mo snorted coldly. I haven't said a word from the beginning. You come in mocking us for being poor, right? Tian pulled Fan Xingxue with displeasure. Xiu, look at these people. I don't know where they came from. They have no manners at all. Fan Xingxue's cold face showed some unhappiness. Tian, Jo Xayan, what are you two doing? How can you say that about them? Tian looked arrogantly at Jing Mo and the others. I just said they are not good people. Not to mention that asking girls to treat is already very low. They are late for the meal, and have no manners at all. Nyo Youngyu was so angry that he rolled up his sleeves and was ready to fight. Who the hell are you calling uncultured? Seeing this situation, Tian hurriedly hid behind Fan Qingxue. Look, he is planning to fight. Now he is not only uncultured but also rude. Fan Qingxue frowned. Her naturally cold personality made her anxious and unsure how to mediate the misunderstanding in such situations. Zhou Xian stood up proudly. What, you want to fight? Go ahead and try. Tian made a face on the side. You poor guys, Zhou Xian is a black belt in Taekwondo. The three of you together aren't enough for him to fight. Fu Mingning was so angry he really wanted to slap this girl, but just as he was about to act, Jing Mo stopped the two. I told you both to be low-key and kind in dealing with people, and not to resort to violence at the drop of a hat. After saying that, he shot a stern look at Zhou Xian. You say this is plain food. If I want to eat, can I have as much as I want? Zhou Xian disdainfully replied, Of course, I can afford however much you want to eat. Hearing this, Jing Mo was pleased and continued to probe Zhou Xian. Then you will cover the meals for us brothers? Zhou Xian glanced at Jing Mo and the others. Look at you worthless things. As soon as you hear about taking advantage, your eyes light up. Someone like you is worthy to eat with Xiu Shui? Jing Mo whispered a few words in Nyo Youngyu's ear. That's enough for you to say. Nyo Youngyu suddenly stood up and shouted to everyone in the cafeteria. Everyone pay attention. Today, whoever acknowledges our Jing Shao as a brother, all expenses in the cafeteria will be covered by him. The commotion had already attracted quite a few onlookers, but this shout silenced the entire cafeteria for 3 seconds. Hundreds of people stared over here. A bold one tentatively asked, Is it true? As long as you acknowledge Jing Shao as a brother, you can eat for free today? Nyo Youngyu replied, Yes, all expenses for those present today will be charged to Jing Shao. In an instant, the students in the cafeteria cheered in unison. Jing brother good. Jing brother good. Jing brother, long time no see. Jing brother, you are really handsome. Those who came up to greet Jing Mo laughed and went to the cafeteria window to order food. Nyo Youngyu looked at the somewhat dazed Zhou Xian. Come on, young Master Zhou, treat us lowly people to some plain food. Zhou Xian gritted his teeth. I only said I would treat the three of you. I didn't say I would treat so many people. Jing Mo shrugged. You said you would treat us brothers, but you didn't specify how many. Everyone here is my brother, and you said you would treat us. Zhou Xian then realized he had been caught in a trap, and for a moment he was speechless. Jing Mo looked at Nyo Youngyu. Notify the vendors, all dishes today are free, and charge everything to me, and let young Master Zhou settle the bill in the end. Nyo Youngyu's face showed a mischievous smile. Okay, big brother, I promise to complete the task. After saying that, he ran to the window and told the vendors about this. At first, the vendors hesitated, but when the cafeteria manager heard Jing Mo's name, he agreed decisively. Some students tried to order food and found it really was free, so they directly chose the most expensive items, buying things they had previously been reluctant to eat. It was like a 200-pound innate primordial divine body, ordering over 1,000 yuan worth of barbecue in one breath. There were many such divine bodies, including the cube-shaped girl and the wave-like divine lady. Their combat power was quite impressive, completely unaware of what frugality meant. The cafeteria's dishes were being ordered at a rapid pace, and many vendors had run out of food, with more students still lining up behind. Zhou Xian's gaze had turned icy at this point, but he secretly sneered to himself, thinking that he wouldn't have to pay in the end. All the money would be charged to this guy. He was looking forward to seeing how this person would settle the bill after everyone finished eating. Miss Tian began to scold Jing Mo. You really don't know what's good for you. Zhou Xian is treating you to a meal, and you want to harm him. We won't pay this bill. Nyo Youngyu had completely grown tired of such women and retorted directly. Are you really that foolish from playing on the internet? All you do is distort the facts here. You should take a look at who was the first to show off, saying this is simple fare, claiming only the poor come here to eat, and you said he could afford whatever he orders, but when we order a bit more, you suddenly go silent, claiming it's too expensive. Where's the expense? This has been the price for so many years. Don't speak nonsense with your eyes wide open. The cafeteria is tough. This simple fare has been this price for years. Where's the expense? If you can't afford it, maybe you should reflect on your own reasons, alright? How much have you earned over the years to come out here and show off? If you have no money, then work hard instead of pretending to be a big shot. Nyo Youngyu's words were filled with sarcasm. Tian was so angry she wanted to curse. Zhou Xian's eyes were clearly furious. However, it seemed he thought of something, and the corners of his mouth lifted. Your name is Jing Mo, right? You three are now kneeling in front of me, begging me to pay for you. Otherwise, I'll wash my hands of this, and you can wait for those vendors to come after you for the money. You poor fools wouldn't even be able to pay it off after a lifetime of work. Especially you, I particularly dislike your mouth. slap yourself 100 times. Otherwise, I absolutely won't care about you. He calculated that with so many people ordering, the price would at least be in the tens of thousands. Even he found such a sum a bit overwhelming. He definitely wouldn't pay this bill, but first, he wanted to vent his frustration. He was certain these guys were poor and thought he would definitely cover for them, which was why they dared to act this way. But he would never pay. They could wait for their turn to foot the bill. Even if these guys knelt down and begged him, it would only show Fan Qingxue how down and out they were, making any future development impossible. Tian also thought of this and excitedly danced around. Joxan, you can't let him off so easily. He should kneel here for an hour while the surrounding classmates take photos to post on the forum. Jing Yamo found the two of them a bit strange and said, "Are you really rich? Why are you hesitating over such a small amount?" Joxan, hearing this, asked with a dark expression, "What did you say? Even at this point, you're still talking to me like that? Aren't you afraid I really won't care about you?" Jing Yamo shrugged, "If you don't care, then don't. Who needs your tens of thousands? What did you say? Do you know what tens of thousands means? You keep throwing around that number. If you can pay it, I'll eat shit on the spot." Jing Mo's eyes lit up as he turned to Niu Yongyu. "Did you just record that?" Niu Yongyu gave a thumbs up. "Don't worry, big brother, I recorded the whole thing. I'll post it on the forum when we get back." Joxan nearly fainted upon hearing this. These two bastards. Jing Yamo coughed a couple of times. "You said it, I didn't force you. If I pay the money later, you can't go back on your word." Joxan gritted his teeth, looking stubborn. "I don't believe you can really take out tens of thousands to treat a bunch of unrelated people." Jing Yamo said unhappily, "What are you talking about? Didn't I say that these people are my brothers, not unrelated people? You really have a bit of a hearing problem." Tian saw that Joxan was a bit intimidated and quickly jumped in to support him. "Joxan, don't show fear. This guy is just bluffing, trying to show off in front of Xiaoshui. In reality, he's just a broke loser. Think about it, who else comes to the cafeteria to eat if not broke losers? And he even made a woman pay for the meal." Upon hearing this, Joxan's expression became even more resolute. "If you have the guts, go ahead and pay. If you pay, not only will I eat shit on the spot, but I'll also call you dad." He would rather believe that Joxan would eat shit than believe that Jing Mo couldn't come up with this hundreds of thousands. Moreover, how much could one eat in this cafeteria? Not long after, Niu Yongyu came running over with a long string of bills in hand. "Big brother, the cafeteria manager said it's a total of 176,000. Since we are students, they gave us a discount and rounded off the change." Niu Yongyu handed the bill to Jing Mo, but Jing Mo didn't take it. "You need to show the bill to Joxan, the rich guy, after all, he said he would pay." Upon hearing this, Niu Yongyu laughed and tossed the order to Joxan. "Come on, rich kid, pay up." Joxan's face turned pale. "I said I would only pay for the three of you." Jing Mo said with a grin, "Right, you can also consider these things as us three buying them." Fu Mingming, who loved to add fuel to the fire, said, "I thought he was some rich kid, but it turns out he's just bragging." Tian, quick-witted as ever, didn't forget to mock Jing Mo. "Xiaoshui, look at the ugly faces of this group over there. Their character is so poor. Isn't this just a way to make things difficult for others without integrity?" Fan Qingxue shook off Tian's hand, a bit angry this time. Tian, what's wrong with you? Can't you see that Joxan has been provoking Jing Mo all along? If he hadn't said Jing Mo was poor, would anyone have made things difficult for Joxan? If Joxan hadn't said he would pay for Jing Mo and the other two, Jing Mo wouldn't have any reason to treat all the students in the cafeteria. Tian pursed her lips, looking unconvinced. "Xiaoshui, what are you talking about? It's obviously Jing Mo who is broke and still wants to pursue you. I'm doing this for your own good. I don't want to see you with someone like him." Fan Qingxue looked at Tian in disbelief, realizing for the first time that she was this kind of person. "Jing Mo and I are just ordinary friends. Does being poor mean you can't have a girlfriend? Is being poor a sin?" Tian didn't think she was wrong at all and continued to argue. "In this society, if you have no money, you have no status, and people look down on you. You're so beautiful, you could clearly be with someone rich and live a good life." Xiaoji, who had been watching from the side, couldn't take it anymore. Tian, you can't judge a person's character and achievements solely based on wealth. Many people in the past weren't wealthy but still achieved remarkable things. Like a homeless man who, despite living in poverty, supported several students to go to college. A person's rich spiritual world is what truly deserves respect. Tian gritted her teeth. "I'm not that great. How the world is has nothing to do with me. I'm just a small woman who hopes to live well with the people around me. Sticking with a broke guy like Jing Mo is a dead end. Joxan is a rich second generation. He has deep feelings for you and has liked you since high school. Why won't you agree? What I don't like is the person. If I were with him for money, I would look down on myself. I won't rely on a man to gain material wealth. I want to work hard to get what I want. Fan Qingshua's words were firm and unwavering, leaving Tian Tian momentarily speechless, not because she felt ashamed, but because she thought there were still such foolish women in the world, clearly possessing such outstanding beauty. Not using it to please men and satisfy her material and vanity needs was a waste. As the three girls argued, Zhou Xian fixed his gaze on Jing Mo. You, a poor loser, want to show off in front of the goddess, but you've picked the wrong target. Your troubles are here today. I absolutely won't pay for you now that you owe so much money to these businesses. Let's see how you plan to pay it back. If you want to be a deadbeat, that's fine too. I'll personally hire the best lawyer for those businesses you owe money to. Just wait. Zhou Xian's tone was venomous, aiming to leave Jing Mo with no way to turn things around. Even if his family provided the money, over 170,000 is still a huge sum for an ordinary family. Jing Mo casually dug at his ear, seemingly unconcerned. Clown, why do you always think you're the only rich person in this world? I know there are many wealthy people in this world, but it can't be you. Just look at your shabby appearance. The clothes you're wearing couldn't even buy a button from my outfit. Zhou Xian looked down at him with an air of superiority, as if he were looking down on someone beneath him. Jing Mo glanced at his own clothes, which he had brought from home. The original owner came from a poor background, and his clothes were bought from a street vendor long ago. Niu Yanyu and Fu Mingming were secretly enjoying the show, waiting to see Zhou Xian get slapped in the face. Just then, the cafeteria manager approached. Hello, who will pay the 176,000? Zhou Xian, confident and mocking, watched the scene unfold, eager to see how long Jing Mo could keep up the act without asking him for help. Jing Mo looked at Zhou Xian. Aren't you going to pay? Zhou Xian ignored him completely. I really don't know what you're trying to show off about. You call this a simple meal, yet you can't even afford to pay. Zhou Xian immediately lost his composure, glaring at Niu Yanyu. Shut your filthy mouth. I can pay if I want to, and if I don't want to, I won't. You all should think about what to do. I really want to see your family come and blame you, desperately trying to gather money for you. Jing Mo truly didn't want to waste any more time with this person. Give me your WeChat payment code. I'll transfer the money to you. Then Jing Mo scanned the payment code and transferred 180,000 to the manager. 180,000, just to make it a nice round number. The extra can be saved for my next visit to the cafeteria, so I won't have to spend any money. The manager smiled as he saw the 180,000 arrive. Today's revenue surpassed the previous 3 days combined. The manager greeted Jing Mo. Alright, young Master Jing, you won't have to pay for meals here anymore. On behalf of all the students, thank you. After the manager left, Zhou Xian and Tian Tian were left in shock, momentarily speechless. Young Master Jing, young Master Jing. After mumbling to himself, Zhou Xian suddenly remembered something. You're the one who just bought a 400,000 mattress, right? Someone who could casually pay 180,000 surely wasn't from an ordinary family, and the name Young Master Jing had already begun to circulate in the school. Two people with the surname Jing, both so wealthy. What a coincidence. Jing Mo didn't want to waste any more words with this idiot. Anyway, the task was complete. Tomorrow, he would go shopping, buy some things, take over his novel company, and think about how to spend $1 million. He was a bit troubled by having too much money. Xingxue, I paid for this meal myself today, you still owe me one. We'll eat together another time. Just kidding, even if you're a goddess, you can't just freeload. If it weren't for completing this task, he wouldn't even bother with Zhou Xian. From start to finish, this person had been unlikable to Jing Mo. Jing Mo's personality was actually quite reserved. He didn't take many things to heart. But Zhou Xian always spoke as if he placed himself in a high position, looking down on those who weren't as wealthy as he was. The other party's words were laced with hidden daggers. On the surface, they seemed to have good intentions in inviting the three of them to dinner, but behind the scenes, it was all about showing off and slapping faces, wanting to use Jing Mo as a stepping stone to highlight his wealthy status. Jing Mo wanted to leave, but at that moment, Fan Qingshui approached. I'm sorry, Jing Mo, this meal really wasn't enjoyable. How about I treat you to dinner tomorrow? Jing Mo glanced at Tian Tian and Zhou Xian. Then I hope there won't be so many people when we eat. Upon hearing this, Tian Tian's face turned pale with anger as she exclaimed, so what if you have money? Zhou Xian is much richer than you, his family runs a company. Zhou Xian's face darkened. Kid, even if your family has some money, you and I are not in the same world. Please stay away from Fan Qingshui in the future. Jing Mo said nothing, but Fan Qingshui angrily retorted, who are you to manage my social life? I can get close to whoever I want. What right do you have to control me? Qingshui, what are you saying? Are you serious? What does it matter if I'm serious or not? I just said we have nothing between us. You have no right to manage my social life. And please don't call me Qingshui. We haven't reached that level yet. Fan Qingshui was genuinely angry. Her originally cold face had now darkened, and her tone had turned icy and impolite. Fine, just fine. I spent 3 years chasing you, and it was all for nothing. This pretty boy's family can't possibly be richer than mine. You'll regret your lack of vision. Jo Xan glared fiercely at both Fan Qingxue and Jo Xan, the anger in his eyes barely contained, and after dropping that line, he decisively turned to leave. Today, he had lost all face. Jing Yamo glanced at Jo Xan's departing figure. Before he left, the look he gave him was somewhat venomous, indicating that this kid wouldn't let it go easily and would inevitably cause him trouble in the future. Tian, fuming, said, Fan Qingxue, you've really gone too far. You don't cherish those who treat you well. You don't care about our 3-year relationship at all. What you just said was too much. Don't forget how Jo Xan treated you during high school. Faced with Tian's questioning, Fan Qingxue showed no signs of wavering, her tone still firm. Tian, sometimes I don't want to bring things to the surface. You know very well why you're supporting Jo Xan. You've received a lot of money from him over these 3 years, right? You sold all my information to Jo Xan, and not only that, whenever a boy appears around me, you all find ways to make him stay away from me, even to the point where I ended up in the hospital once. Can you honestly say that has nothing to do with you? Tian's face turned pale upon hearing this. I didn't. You're talking nonsense. I just genuinely admire Jo Xan. Fan Qingxue sneered coldly, is that so? Did you know that Jo Xan got a girl pregnant in high school and paid her off without caring for her afterward? Is that the kind of good person you speak of? Is that your admiration? I don't know what promises Jo Xan made to you to make you try so hard to match me with him, but if you still want to be my best friend, then shut up. Tian bit her lip, looking aggrieved. Xiaoxue, I'm sorry. I absolutely won't meddle in your private affairs anymore. She couldn't sever ties with Fan Qingxue now. For 3 years in high school, she had relied on the money Jo Xan gave her to live a good life, all of which came from Fan Qingxue. If she cut ties with Fan Qingxue, she would lose her value, and Jo Xan wouldn't give her money anymore. Fan Qingxue stopped talking to Tian and turned to Jing Yamo. It's getting late. If you're still hungry, shall we go eat something at the stalls near the school gate? Jing Yamo had initially wanted to leave, but upon hearing Fan Qingxue's invitation, he paused. The beautiful girl wants to invite him to eat alone, and who would refuse that? Just as Jing Yamo was about to agree, a voice echoed in his mind. Host, you are a man destined to become a super rich individual in the future. You must possess noble and unique tastes. Choosing a girlfriend must be done with caution. Before achieving great success, you must not easily get involved in emotional matters, because emotions can only become stumbling blocks on your path, hindering your steps toward success. So, please remain clear-headed and rational, and strive to become a true Sigma man. So please reject the school beauty's date request. Jing Yamo gritted his teeth. This system had no sense of boundaries. Fan Qingxue had just gotten angry because her friend was controlling her social life, and now he was being controlled by the system. However, Fan Qingxue could still get angry, but he couldn't dare to. Getting angry might lead to constipation. Jing Yamo forced a bitter smile and said, I need to study when I get back, so I won't go. Maybe another time. With that, he waved to his 2 little brothers and turned to leave. Fan Qingxue watched Jing Mo's back, gritting her teeth in anger. She had taken the initiative to invite him on a date, and he actually rejected her. Studying, was a book more attractive than her? Shou Ji, let's go. With that, Fan Qingxue stomped away in her little shoes, her speed like a gust of wind. Xiaoxi sighed. What is she angry about now? She had just wanted a free meal, not expecting this mess to keep piling up. She hadn't even had a couple of bites. She might as well go back and eat instant noodles. Tian, with a thick skin, followed along. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system task. Reward, all shares of 1 yen group. Completing the task of rejecting the school beauty rewards you with a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The host's charm value has increased again. The system's prompt echoed in Jing Mo's ears. Damn, good thing he just rejected Fan Qingxue, a Rolls-Royce. This was the car of the richest people. A Lamborghini might look cool, but it was impractical. A Lamborghini could only fit 1 girl, but a Rolls-Royce could fit 3. In fact, this was the car Jing Mo had always dreamed of. In his heart, sports cars were just toys. If he wanted a symbol of status, it had to be a Rolls-Royce. System, why didn't you tell me the reward was a Rolls-Royce earlier? I almost agreed. Are you kidding? Who would choose a woman over a Rolls-Royce? With a Rolls-Royce, who would still need a woman? Detected that the host was about to agree, so I had to be brief. But system, you only increased my charm value and didn't let me date. What's the use of that? I only said not to easily find a girlfriend, but I didn't stop you from finding women. Jing Mo was quite speechless at this system. It seemed this system wasn't a serious one. A system that could produce Durex couldn't be a proper system, could it? Boss, you rejected the school beauty's date request. You're really not into women. Fu Mingming flattered from the side. Nyo Yonyu took over the conversation. I always thought you taught us to be low-key because you were afraid we would steal your spotlight, but now I believe you are genuinely low-key. But boss, what can you do going back to the dorm this early? I suggest we go out for a foot massage. Y City is famous for its bathing, foot washing, and massages. Let me take you to experience it. Jing Yamo thought for a moment and refused. I sat in the car all day and I'm a bit tired. I want to go back and rest early. But boss, it's only 7 o'clock now. Can you even sleep? No. Let's go back and play games. Jing Yamo thought this suggestion was quite good, but he didn't have a computer to play games. Since it was still early, he might as well go get a computer now. After all, sometimes it's quite inconvenient not to have a computer. I can, but I don't have a computer, so I can't do it. How about you guys wait for me in the dormitory while I go buy a computer? Originally, the two wanted to go with him, but Jing Yamo stopped them. It wouldn't be good to have two little brothers who looked like bad guys following him when he couldn't go out. Near the university, there was a Galaxy Electronics City, and next to it was a street called Pishy Street, which was quite famous in Y City as a pedestrian street. Jing Yamo drove his Lamborghini to the shopping mall near Galaxy Electronics City after arriving at the school gate, and after parking, he casually strolled around. This was just the right time for people to come out for a walk after dinner, and the city was brightly lit, with more pedestrians at night than during the day. Jing Yamo first went to the Huawei store and bought a foldable Huawei phone. This phone had a large memory, suitable for work, and was very fast. Jing Yamo transferred all the data from his old phone to the new one. This new phone felt great to use. Having money was really nice. To complete his task, he specifically bought the most expensive phone. He then went to a computer store in Galaxy Electronics City. As soon as he walked into the store, a young man who looked like a high school student pointed at an ROG laptop and said to a middle-aged woman, "Mom, this one is good. I want to buy this. This computer is awesome. All my classmates have this one. This one is pretty good, but take a look at the others and choose your favorite." The middle-aged woman replied, dressed in a luxurious cheapao, holding an LV bag, and wearing a gold necklace. A salesperson in the store approached with a smile. "Hello. You are here to get a computer for your son, right? Please come this way to see our latest models." Fang Xiuxiu, who looked young, could tell at a glance that this woman was not short on money, dressed head to toe in designer brands, but it seemed that the computers they were looking at were all under 20,000, indicating that their budget was limited. She wondered if she could find a way to sell them a computer over 30,000, which would earn her a commission of about 1,000. Jing Yamo walked into the store, and Fang Xiuxiu instinctively ignored him after glancing at his clothes, focusing on attending to the mother and son. His outfit looked cheap, and this was an ROG specialty store where even the cheapest computer was over 10,000. Many people just came to experience the models and couldn't afford to buy anything here. Jing Yamo wanted to ask if they had computer components for building a desktop, but seeing that the salesperson was ignoring him, he politely looked around, waiting for the salesperson to finish with the customers before stating his needs. Fang Xiuxiu noticed that Jing Yamo didn't leave but instead looked around, feeling that she couldn't just leave him hanging, so she called over a younger salesperson. "Hey, Xiaofeng, come and attend to him, see what he wants." A young girl who looked just over 20 jogged over and politely bent down. "Good evening, sir, are you looking to buy a computer?" Jing Yamo was leaning over to look at the display model when a soft female voice came from beside him. He glanced at Feng Wuyun, who was dressed in a black women's suit, her hair neatly styled, with an oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, and delicate features, a true Jiangnan girl. She spoke softly, which made the usually indifferent Jing Mo's tone soften considerably compared to his usual demeanor. "I want to configure a desktop, with the best specifications, the latest generation i9, the 4090 Raptor, and a Genesis case with an ROG monitor." He thought this configuration should be good for gaming, and his other needs were just for research and document processing, so the monitor definitely had to be the best. Feng Muyun was a bit taken aback after hearing this configuration. She looked at Jing Mo, who wasn't wearing any expensive clothes and didn't have a watch on his wrist. Could this person really be here to cause trouble? Because just the configuration he mentioned, the 4090 Raptor, costs over 20,000. Altogether, it would be nearly 70,000. After hesitating for a moment, she reluctantly said, "What you mentioned is indeed the latest configuration, but we don't have it in our store right now. If you really want it, I can only contact the technician to have it sent over from headquarters. If that's not possible, you can take a look at this one," she said, pointing to a new Asus computer beside her. "Given your age, you must be a student at a nearby university, right? For a student, this one is sufficient." In fact, their store did have the configuration Jing Mo wanted, but she didn't believe he could actually afford it, so she was looking for an excuse to decline. Jing Mo glanced at the configuration of this computer, mainly looking at the price, which was just over 6,000. The configuration didn't matter, it just had to be expensive. He needed to spend 10 million in 3 days. Seeing Jing Mo frown, Feng Muyan felt she had guessed correctly. He must think it's too expensive. So she quietly said, if you think this price is high, we also have second-hand ones for sale, and their prices are more affordable. She felt a bit embarrassed saying this. Jing Mo looked at the young girl and smiled, saying, then call your technician to assemble a computer with the configuration I just mentioned for me. If you can get it ready tonight, I'll give you a 10,000 yuan service fee. Feng Muyun was momentarily taken aback. Sir, are you really sure you want it? Once it's assembled, it means no refunds. She kindly reminded him, as these components are individually packaged, and assembling them would require opening the packages. Jing Mo nodded and said, I do want it. However, as a new intern, she couldn't make this decision alone. So she first arranged for Jing Mo to sit on the sofa in the store and wait, then ran over to Fang Xiuxiu. Fang Xiuxiu was happily attending to the guests when she saw Feng Muyan come over, and her mood soured a bit. Did this newcomer want to steal her business? Xiao Feng, wait a moment. I need to take care of this esteemed guest first. The mother and daughter over there were about to place an order for a computer worth over 30,000, and she definitely couldn't let Feng Muyan steal the business. Feng Muyan was a bit afraid of Fang Xiuxiu but still mustered the courage to say, the customer over there wants the technician to assemble a top configuration 4090 Raptor for him. Fang Xiuxiu's face was filled with disdain upon hearing this. She thought, how could this newcomer be so clueless, lacking any insight? The customer over there didn't look like someone who could afford a computer. She crossed her arms, looking both disdainful and impatient. Let him wait a bit, I'll finish up here first. She didn't believe Jing Mo could afford to assemble a 4090. That was the highest configuration graphics card right now, costing over 20,000 just for one component. She guessed he was just trying to save face because the new girl looked good. If he really had to pay, he would start making excuses. But Feng Muyun still wouldn't leave. Xiujia, I really think he intends to buy it. Fang Xiuxiu smiled apologetically at the mother and daughter beside her. I'm sorry, this new girl doesn't understand. Please take a look at this laptop for now. Then she turned back and said impatiently, do you really think he can afford to assemble a computer? Have him pay half the deposit, and I'll immediately call the technician to assemble it for him. You know a 4090 setup costs 70 to 80,000. After being scolded, Feng Muyun returned. Sir, we would like you to pay a deposit, as we are afraid you might change your mind after it's assembled. Jing Mo thought about it and realized the logic behind it. After all, it was equipment worth tens of thousands of yuan. Then you can bring me the payment QR code from your store. Forget about any deposit, just tell me how much it is, and I'll add an extra 10,000 yuan as a service fee to get you to hurry up and set up the machine for me. Feng Muyan noticed that Jing Mo was not joking, and she felt a bit nervous. It was her first time dealing with such a large order. Fang Xiuxiu was still paying attention to the situation over here, and when she saw Feng Muyan really going to get the payment code, she almost wanted to laugh. She was just waiting to see the show. It was easy to guess that after the payment failed, this customer would come up with excuses about bank card limits or funds not arriving. She was curious to see Jing Mo's embarrassed expression after the payment failed. No money to set up, damn it. ZFB received 80,000 yuan. The payment notification sound rang on the store's receiving phone. Feng Muyan's eyes widened in disbelief. She thought she was hearing things, but the payment had really gone through. She had always thought Jing Mo couldn't possibly be that rich, and she even planned to turn down the phone's volume to avoid a failed scan that would embarrass Jing Mo. But unexpectedly, the payment was successful, and there was indeed an extra 10,000 yuan service fee. However, she felt a bit awkward now because she had just thought that such a wealthy person would find a few thousand yuan for a computer too expensive. It turned out they thought it was cheap. Now, they didn't even look at the laptop and directly assembled the most advanced desktop computer in the world. Her little head couldn't wrap around it. If this order went through, the commission would be nearly 10,000. She felt so lucky. This order was easier than selling computers usually. In fact, she hardly said anything, and the customer just came in like they were out for a stroll, buying a Genesis machine like it was groceries at a market. She hadn't even said much, and they directly told her their needs without bargaining, even giving an extra 10,000 yuan service fee. Fang Xiuxiu looked at the blissful Feng Muyun, completely dumbfounded. This wasn't how the script was written. She was still parched, introducing computers to this mother and son, and yet this mother and son were dissatisfied with this and that, while in the meantime, they sold a Genesis machine. She was so shocked her jaw almost dropped to the floor. Just then, the mother of the pair she was serving spoke up. I think computers affect learning. Let's not buy one for now. We'll get one after you get into college. Then she left with her unwilling son. Fang Xiuxiu's face turned ashen, as if she had just lost a child. How could this be? From his appearance, he looked like a poor student. How could he afford a Genesis computer? He was dressed in cheap clothes, but when she saw the bill and the invoice printed out, she felt even more regretful. Why didn't she serve Jing Mo? This mother and son had wasted half an hour of her time, and in the end, they just walked away, while Jing Mo had placed an order in just a few words. She really underestimated people and let such a big order slip away. Fong Muyun's excited face was flushed. This customer, please sit, I'll get you a glass of water. Don't worry, I'll contact the technician right now to work overtime and set up a computer for you. It was already past 8, and the store would close in an hour, but the customer had money and directly paid an extra 10,000 yuan service fee. How could the technician not come to set up the computer? When Fong Muyun told the technician there was a 10,000 yuan service fee, the technician, who had just gotten into bed to be intimate with his wife, quickly put on his pants and jumped into action. 10 minutes, I'll be there right away. The technician sped over, and in less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the store, sweating profusely, and immediately approached the young man with a smile, shaking his hand. This guest, thank you for choosing our store. I will definitely meet your expectations and take good care of your computer. Fong Muyun reminded awkwardly, which one is the part-time cleaner? The real customer is over there. It's true what they say, money can make the devil push the mill. With a boost of 10,000 yuan, the master seemed to have gained a layer of buff, his hands moving at lightning speed. The computer in his hands was almost sparking. In just half an hour, he had assembled the computer tower. The cool case and the linked version of the artwork, combined with the layout of the seaside room, made it clear that it was quite expensive. The master wiped the sweat from his forehead. Xiaofeng, come here, help this guest take the tower home. He might not know how to set it up, so you can help him install it before coming back. I'll give you an extra 1,000 yuan for your trouble. The tower is different from a laptop. It has many circuits that need to be debugged, so a professional needs to come and teach you how to connect the wires, like how to connect the tower to the display, or how to connect the network cable to the tower. Actually, these simple things can also be found online, but the store wanted to show respect, so they directly sent a pretty girl from the store to install it. Fong Muyun felt a bit shy because this was her first time receiving such a task. However, seeing how much commission Jing Mo had created for her, she gladly accepted. Jing Mo spent a few thousand yuan on some peripherals, and it was really difficult for him to carry all these bags alone. Jing Mo and Fong Muyun left together, carrying these items. Jing Mo first took Fong Muyun to his parking spot. When she saw the Lamborghini, a bitter smile spread across Fong Muyun's face. So that's it, he really is a rich young man. No wonder he could spend tens of thousands on a computer without changing his expression. Jing Mo opened the front trunk and packed the computer monitor and some peripherals. It seems he would have to drive a Rolls-Royce in the future. This Lamborghini is indeed flashy but not very practical. Fong Muyun stood nervously beside Jing Mo's car. This was the first supercar she had ever seen in her life. The Lamborghini, the most prestigious luxury car among girls. Jing Mo stepped forward and opened the passenger door. This door is indeed a bit hard to open. Fong Muyun carefully got into the passenger seat. This was her first time in a luxury car. Her little face flushed with excitement, unable to hide her emotions. After Jing Mo got in, he drove back to the school. Galaxy Electronics closed at 9 in the evening. Fang Xiu, feeling down after cleaning, changed her clothes and prepared to leave for home. Today was really terrible. She had just handed over several thousand yuan like that. If she had treated Jing Mo, that commission would have been hers. She walked to her electric bike and pressed the key in her hand, but the bike's lights didn't turn on. She had a bad feeling and quickly stepped forward to lift the seat, and her already fragile heart was stabbed again. The battery of her electric bike had been stolen. With a heart like dead ashes, Fang Xiu pulled her electric bike home. While waiting at a traffic light, she heard the roar of an engine behind her. A Lamborghini pulled up beside her, waiting for the light. She glanced at the passenger seat and saw a woman there. Fang Xiu felt really envious, but the woman looked very familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than her co-worker, Fong Muyun. Was the person in the driver's seat? Fang Xiu stepped forward and took a sideways glance, and sure enough, it was that student who bought the computer. She really wished she could find a hole to hide in. Compared to Fong Muyun, she felt utterly destitute. Moreover, she felt even more regretful. Just a moment ago, she thought Jing Mo was a poor student, but it turned out he was driving a Lamborghini. No wonder he was so relaxed when it came to paying, not dragging his feet at all. This time, I really misjudged the situation. Now, what she has lost is not just a few thousand yuan in commission, but the opportunity to get to know such a wealthy young man. If she could go home with this rich guy and something happened that night, she would be set for life. Even if nothing happened that night, if she could find a way to climb into his bed later, she could enjoy a long time of comfort. The lovers around rich young men are never short of money, and if she got pregnant, She could leverage that to become a wealthy wife. How could she let such a good opportunity slip away? In her worldview, when Jing Emo took Fong Muyun home, it meant something had to happen, otherwise, it wouldn't fit the persona of a rich young man. The chance to climb into bed was actually given to Fong Muyun. She was regretting it so much that her insides felt twisted. The car could only be parked on the roadside near the school. Cars from outside were not allowed to park inside the school. It seemed she would have to buy a parking space at the school. After parking the car nearby, Jing Mo took his computer and Fong Muyun back to the dormitory. At the dorm entrance, the dorm matron stopped Jing Mo and Fong Muyun. "This is the boys' dormitory. Female students are not allowed inside," Jing Mo explained. "Oh, this is the technician I hired to assemble my computer." The matron scrutinized Fong Muyun with suspicion. "Is that so? Then hurry up and get it set up. Once it's done, come down quickly." Jing Mo nodded obediently and then went upstairs with Fong Muyun to his dorm. Carrying his things into the dorm, Jing Mo was already exhausted. Climbing 6 flights of stairs with a computer was no easy task. If only the school could invest $1 million to install a few elevators. He couldn't help but marvel at how his mindset had changed. In just half a day, he had accepted his identity as a wealthy person. Having a system was really enjoyable. When Jing Mo entered the dorm, he saw Niu Yongyu and Fu Mingming both hunched over the table playing games. The other dorm members still hadn't arrived, probably on leave. "Boss, you're back. What kind of computer did you buy? Wow, it's really you, boss. You just bought a godly machine." When Fong Muyun walked into the dorm, both of them looked a bit dazed. "Are computers now coming with women? Bro, where did you buy this computer that comes with such service? Shouldn't we avoid each other tonight, boss?" Niu Yongyu looked at Jing Mo with a lewd expression. Fu Mingming said enviously, "Boss, where did you buy this computer? I need to get one too." "What are you two thinking? People buy computers and get services." Jing Mo looked at the two with disdain. Niu Yongyu nodded as if he understood. "It should be like buying a car. Once you buy the car, you have to do something with the owner in the car." "Boss, I get it. I'm going to spend the night with Fu Mingming. I have new condoms in my drawer, the extra large kind. Remember to use them." Jing Mo exclaimed in frustration. "You don't need to emphasize the extra large. Besides, she's just here to set up my computer. Your thoughts are really filthy." Fu Mingming asked foolishly, "What happens after the computer is set up?" Jing Mo replied, "After the computer is set up, she just leaves." Fu Mingming looked puzzled. "You won't eat a duck that comes to your door?" Jing Mo was truly speechless at these two. Fong Muyun stood nervously to the side. This was her first time in a boys' dormitory. As she walked upstairs, she kept her head down, but even so, she could feel many eyes on her. Besides, she was only here to complete the task assigned by her master. She had no ulterior motives. A rich young man like Jing Mo was not someone she could curry favor with. She was self-aware. She indeed had some looks, and there were boys pursuing her, but someone like Jing Mo was never short of women. Even if a rich young man had a girlfriend, he had to consider social status. Someone like her could only be a mistress supported by a wealthy man. However, Fong Muyun had her own bottom line. She could never sell herself for money. Jing Mo, on the other hand, politely told Fong Muyun, "Hurry up and set up the computer, then I'll take you home. It's already very late. If we delay any longer, your family will start to worry about you." Fong Muyun's expression changed as if she remembered something upon hearing this. She quickly took her phone out of her pocket. "Sure enough, does anyone have a phone charger? My phone is dead, and I need to send a message to my family, otherwise, they will worry." Fong Muyun looked anxious. Fu Mingming glanced at Fong Muyun's phone model and handed over his charger. "Just plug it into that outlet on the wall." After Fong Muyun plugged in her phone, the screen lit up quickly. Just as it lit up, a call came in. Fong Muyun answered the phone. "Mom, I'm busy working outside." "You ungrateful girl, why aren't you home so late? Don't you know what you're doing all day? Just out there fooling around. One uncle's child has been waiting for you until now." "Mom, didn't I say I don't want to date so early? Can you stop introducing me to people? Why can't you understand my good intentions? Don't you know what kind of family one uncle has? They run a factory and earn 300,000 a month. Their child may not be very smart, but he's a good person." Fong Muyun gritted her teeth. "Not very smart? That means he's mentally challenged. How can you expect me to find a mentally challenged person? What kind of mother are you?" Fong Muyun, who usually had a good temper, was starting to lose it. "You ungrateful girl, what are you saying? It doesn't matter if he's mentally challenged, his family is rich, that's all that matters. If you can find someone richer than him, I guarantee you can go wherever you want, I won't care." Just then, voices of boys chatting came from the dormitory door. "You ungrateful girl, where are you now? Why do I hear a man's voice? Are you with a man? What are you doing with a man so late? How did I end up with such an unrestrained daughter? Quickly tell me where you are, I'm going to take your dad to beat you, you rebellious girl. Fong Muyan angrily defended herself. I said I'm busy working. I'm currently setting up a computer for a client. What computer are you setting up? How much can you earn in a month? You're a woman. Sooner or later, you have to get married. Isn't it better to find a wealthy man and live a rich life while you're young? Why are you so unreasonable? And what kind of disgraceful job are you doing? Setting up computers so late? Fong Muyan's mother fired off a series of questions. I don't care what you're doing. You need to come back right now and spend some time with Wang Uncle's son tonight. We need to finalize this marriage as soon as possible. Fong Muyan's heart sank. Her face turned red with indignation, mixed with a sobbing tone. Mom, can you stop forcing me to get married? I'm only 21. I don't want to get married so early, and I don't want to marry a mentally challenged person. Fong Muyan's mother was furious. Why are you so disobedient, you ungrateful daughter? I've already accepted the betrothal gifts from the Wang family. This marriage must happen, and you have no say in it. Upon hearing this, Fong Muyan's face went pale. For her, it felt like her life was over. Her youth had just begun, and now she was being forced to marry a mentally challenged person. However, she still struggled at the end. If I have to marry you, I absolutely won't. Fong Muyan's mother began her moral coercion again. You unfilial daughter, are you trying to drag me to my grave? Your father is still sick. Can't you think about him for once? And what about your brother? He's still in school, and our family is borrowing money to pay for his tuition. Do you know how much the Wang family is offering as a bride price? It's 1 million. Do you know how much 1 million is? With 1 million, your father's illness can be treated, and your brother's wedding and tuition won't be a worry anymore. Listen to your mother. It doesn't matter who you marry, you'll still have to have children and live your life. With the Wang family's conditions, you definitely won't have a hard life. Fong Muyan fell silent on the other end of the phone. She had nothing to say. Closing her eyes, a numb expression appeared on her delicate face. I understand. I'll come back once I'm done with my work. Hearing Fong Muyan's agreement, her mother sighed in relief and began to speak kindly. Xiaoyun, being born into a family like ours is just how it is. We raised you, you have to repay us. It's just how it is. Fong Muyan spoke with a trembling voice. I understand, Mom, don't say anymore. I'll do whatever you say. If you want me to marry, then I'll marry whoever you say. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Having just gone through such an ordeal, Fong Muyan still forced a smile despite holding back tears. I'm sorry for making you laugh. Fu Mingming said with a silly expression. Is that really your biological mother? Why not go back and do a paternity test? Jing Yamo, hearing this, wished he could strangle him. Is this how you comfort someone? Get lost. If you can't speak properly, don't say anything. Fu Mingming frowned. I'm just stating the facts. Which mother would want her daughter to marry a person with cerebral palsy? Girl, if it doesn't work out, you should go to the hospital for a checkup. What if she's really not your biological mother? You could still run away. Niu Yangyu looked at Fu Mingming with annoyance. You're really stupid. Even if she's not your biological mother, she's raised you for so many years, and your household registration is probably with her. Legally, you're still mother and daughter. Jing Yamo thought these two were really clueless. How could they still be hung up on whether she was her biological mother at a time like this? Don't pay attention to these two. They don't have a serious word in their mouths. How about I take you home first? It might be good to have a proper talk with your mother. There might be a chance for a turnaround. I can just fiddle with the computer with my two roommates. Fong Muyan insisted on finishing setting up the computer before leaving. Not to mention, this girl really has professional ethics. Even at a time like this, instead of thinking about running away abroad, she's still here assembling a computer. What good is running away abroad? Didn't you hear her mother say they have money? What if they team up with her parents to bring her back? That's not wrong. If it really comes to it, just go live in the mountains as a wild person. That way, you won't have to marry. Living as a wild person is worse than marrying. Wild people have no food or shelter, living in the open. Who says? I think being a wild person is great. No one to control you, you can do whatever you want, so free. Jing Yamo was going crazy listening to these two babble. Can you both shut up? She's so heartbroken, and instead of comforting her, you're just talking nonsense. Do you have any sympathy at all? The two kept chattering away, and Jing Yamo was worried it would affect Fong Muyan's state of mind. What if she thought about jumping off the 6th floor? These two really had no sense. If she did jump, just think about it, a girl in a boys' dormitory, with 3 guys in the room. If this got out, it would really blow up as a topic. In fact, Fong Muyan didn't show much expression, she was already disheartened. However, the commotion from these guys did lighten her mood a bit. The situation was what it was. If she couldn't accept it, what else could she do? Was she really going to die over it? After all, it's better to live poorly than to die well. Fong Muyan connected the computer for Jing Mo, then installed a system and debugged all the functions. Once everything was normal, Niu Yongyu and Fu Mingming came over. When the computer booted up, The screen displayed an image of the wasting money eye, and both Neo Yongyu and Fu Mingming were so envious they were almost drooling. Although their families were doing well, Fu Mingming could even afford an Audi. How could they ever imagine owning a computer worth nearly 100,000? That's amazing, boss. This computer really has the top configuration. Look at the refresh rate of this screen. I wish I had one too. Fu Mingming was almost pressed against the computer screen. Fu Mingming's computer was also an ROG laptop, but it was definitely not as good as Jing Mo's. Watching the boot screen flash by, the logo really looked like the opening scene of a movie. Truly the wasting money eye. Big brother, can I play a couple of rounds of 4,399? Get lost. Playing 43.99 on such a good computer is a waste. I think we should play Plants vs. Zombies. Jing Mo facepalmed. If you two like it, I can buy each of you one too. Just don't steal my stuff. Fu Mingming and Neo Yongyu were so excited they were almost out of breath. Big brother, once a big brother, always a big brother. You be the big one, and I'll be the small one. From today on, my life is in your hands. If anything comes up, just let me know. As your little brother, I'm ready to go through fire and water for you. Jing Mo felt embarrassed. It was so superficial in front of outsiders. Not at all, really not at all. Miss Phone, please tell the master at your shop to assemble 2 more computers just like mine tomorrow, and send them over. The price will be the same as what I paid before. I'll transfer 160,000 to your shop's account later. The commission can be yours. Feng Muyun was utterly shocked. Jing Mo spoke as if he were discussing something trivial. Buying 2 more meant over 200,000 in total, and her commission would be over 20,000. This was really extravagant. But then she thought about how her mother had sold her for $1 million to a man with cerebral palsy. She really felt worthless. People in this world were truly different from one another. Okay, I'll tell the master at the shop tomorrow. Since everything is settled, I'll head back now. Feng Muyun stood up, ready to leave. I'll give you a ride. I have a car. I can't bear to let a girl go home alone at night. Oh, no, I don't feel at ease. Feng Muyun looked at Jing Mo in confusion but thought for a moment and didn't refuse. Then thank you. No problem. It's a small matter. Let's go now. Then Jing Mo led Feng Muyun outside. Fu Mingming and Neo Yongyu watched their backs. Do you think Big Brother will come back tonight? I bet you 100 he won't come back. Don't bet. I think he won't come back either. Jing Mo reached the first floor and slapped his forehead. Oh no, I forgot my car keys. Feng Muyun smiled and said, it's fine, just go back and get them. Forget it, I didn't bring the Lamborghini keys, but I have the Rolls-Royce keys. Saying this, Jing Mo pulled out a set of Rolls-Royce keys from his pocket. Feng Muyun was speechless. Jing Mo was still quite excited. Although he had driven a Lamborghini and was considered a man with luxury cars, he had never driven a Rolls-Royce. Who would complain about having too many cars? The system kindly parked in a parking lot near the school. From a distance, he saw the deep blue Rolls-Royce Phantom parked next to his Lamborghini. Jing Mo walked up to the car. Get in, he said, pressing the car key in his hand. He got in first, took the driver's seat, and fastened his seatbelt. The Rolls-Royce truly lived up to its reputation as a top-tier business car. The interior was simply luxurious, with leather seats and a steering wheel made of an unknown material that felt really comfortable to the touch. At that moment, Feng Muyun also got in and sat in the passenger seat. Jing Mo, can I ask you a personal question? How much did this car cost? Jing Mo rubbed his nose. The price of a Rolls-Royce has no upper limit, as each car is priced differently. How much is this car worth? He asked the system. The system replied, this car is the most selected model of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, customized with a host-exclusive color. This is a new color, the only one in the world, priced at 11 million RMB. Jing Mo was taken aback. Is it really that expensive? This car is around 11 million. Feng Muyun beside him trembled in shock. Where do you live? I can take you home. Feng Muyun timidly said, I live in a community under the Longchuan Bridge in Jiangdu district. Jing Mo nodded. Alright then, just guide me when we get there. Jing Mo started the car and drove towards their destination. The driving experience in the Rolls-Royce was particularly smooth, and the sound insulation was excellent. Inside the car, it was almost impossible to hear any outside noise. There was hardly any feeling of bumps, even when driving over small stones or potholes, only a slight vibration could be felt. Not to mention, this car was really comfortable to sit in, far more so than the Lamborghini. The atmosphere in the car was quiet all the way. Feng Muyun seemed to be in a bad mood. She stared silently out the window at the night scenery. However, Jing Mo noticed the sadness in her eyes. So, he took the initiative to find a topic to comfort her. Your name is Feng Muyun, right? Yes, I didn't mention my name. I saw it when you signed for the delivery. Oh, I see. Then they fell silent again. While Jing Mo was still pondering what to talk about, the quiet Feng Muyun suddenly asked, "Is your family very wealthy?" Jing Mo thought for a moment and instinctively nodded. He should be considered wealthy now. "How much money does your family have?" Jing Mo thought again, unsure how to answer. Since he was backed by the system, he probably wouldn't run out of money, but he couldn't say that. It sounded a bit too showy. "I don't know. I haven't counted." Feng Muyun slowly nodded, then seemed to think of something and continued to ask, "Does your family have any requirements for your marriage partner?" Jing Mo thought for a moment and replied, "I guess there aren't any requirements." Feng Muyun looked at Jing Mo. "Don't wealthy people like to have mistresses? Can I be your mistress?" Jing Mo thought he had misheard, but with the car's excellent sound insulation, even the sound of a car shake couldn't be transmitted outside. How could he mishear? This almost made him swerve the steering wheel. Jing Mo looked at Feng Muyun, embarrassed, not knowing what to say. Feng Muyun seemed to have made up her mind. "I know I don't qualify to be your girlfriend. Wealthy families often have business marriages and care about social status, but can I be your mistress?" Jing Mo didn't know how to respond. Before he could speak, Feng Muyun continued, "If you agree, I don't need anything from you. Just pretend to be my boyfriend and come home with me tomorrow. I just don't want to marry a brain-dead person. I'm begging you to help me once." When she said this, her eyes were already brimming with tears, and her pink lips were trembling slightly from holding back her sobs. Jing Mo was a wealthy man. As long as he could pretend to be her boyfriend just once, her family would know she was dating a rich boyfriend and she wouldn't have to marry someone with a brain injury. Wang Yuxuan's family was indeed wealthy, but could they compare to Jing Mo's wealth? The Wang family drove a Range Rover worth at most $1 million, while Jing Mo drove a car worth over $10 million. How could that be compared? Given her parents' love for money, they knew how to choose. "If you agree, we can get a room now, and you can have me right away. Don't worry, I'm still a virgin." Perhaps pushed to the brink, Feng Muyun said this without a hint of shyness, as if it were merely a transaction. At that moment, before Jing Mo could refuse, a prompt sounded in his mind. Agree to Feng Muyun's request and receive a knowledge spicy strip. Refuse Feng Muyun's request and receive a standalone villa. Faced with such a choice, Jing Mo certainly didn't need to think. That standalone villa could be worth over 10 million in Y City. "I agree. I'll book a hotel now." Jing Mo felt he wasn't the type to love money. Living in a villa was just too ostentatious. Although he didn't know what this knowledge spicy strip was, it had to be good, definitely not just about wanting her body. Hearing Jing Mo agree, Feng Muyun's eyes lit up. She figured she would probably be sent to that brain-injured guy's bed by her parents tonight. Giving her first time to Jing Mo was better, at least he was rich and handsome. "System, didn't you reward me with a powerful directs before?" "System, yes, host, do you want to use it now?" "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and give it to me." "System, if it can't be done, it can't be done. You really don't know where your confidence comes from to say that to me." "What do you mean, system? Who are you saying can't do it? And that away 18 style, let me learn it quickly." "System, look at how impatient you are." Jing Mo's lips curled up as strange knowledge appeared in his mind. He didn't care at all about what that knowledge spicy strip was. Driving his Rolls-Royce, he headed to the most expensive hotel in Y City, the Chongqing Hotel. It was nearly midnight, and there wasn't a single car at the entrance of the Chongqing Hotel. Jing Mo parked generously in the empty space at the hotel entrance. No smart person would dare to say no. After parking, Jing Mo got out of the car with Feng Muyun. Upon entering the hotel lobby, he told the female receptionist he wanted the most expensive presidential suite. Throughout the journey, Feng Muyun kept her head down. She felt as if she were dreaming. How could she ask a younger boy to be her lover? "Feng Muyun, how could you be so shameless?" Watching Jing Mo really bring her to the hotel, her heart raced like a deer, almost jumping out of her chest. Silently following behind Jing Mo, she didn't dare to say a word, acting like a robot. The two entered the room. Once inside, Feng Muyun couldn't move. She sat stiffly on the edge of the bed, her body curled up. She instinctively glanced at Jing Mo beside her. She had to admit, Jing Mo was really handsome, with well-defined features, outstanding temperament, and fair skin. Even stars from the entertainment industry couldn't compare. She was mesmerized for a moment, then snapped back to reality, feeling a bit ashamed. How could she be so unreserved, showing such infatuation for a boy in a hotel room? Would Jing Mo think she was a loose woman? Jing Mo reached out and grasped her shoulder, bringing their faces close together. Feng Muyun's cheeks were slightly flushed, and the hint of panic and tenderness in her eyes set Jing Mo's heart ablaze. Jing Mo was also quite nervous. It was the first time in 2 lifetimes. Suddenly, Feng Muyun was knocked down, her body soft and lying on the bed. She exhaled softly, their noses almost touching, and Jing Mo kissed her deeply. Fong Muyun did not struggle and then embraced Jing Mo. After the kiss, they parted, and Fong Muyun shyly asked, "Do you like it?" Jing Mo nodded slowly, "Of course I like it." The feeling of her hand was truly soft. Girls really seem to have no bones. Poof. Fong Muyun turned her face away, not wanting Jing Mo to see her expression. Under the dim yellow light, there was a hint of flush around the tip of Fong Muyun's nose. "Then please be a little gentler." Tears sparkled in Fong Muyun's eyes as she bit her lip. Gradually, Fong Muyun also responded to Jing Mo. She felt as if she was facing a blazing furnace. Fong Muyun's hands squeezed Jing Mo's, her brows tightly knitted. As expected of a Jiangnan woman, not only was her character gentle, but her body was soft as well. Unexpectedly, Fong Muyun's figure was really good, not much inferior to Fan Xingxue. Both were beauties, just with different personalities, bringing different qualities to those around them. The next morning, Jing Mo slowly opened his eyes to see the beauty lying beside him, recalling what had happened last night. He felt refreshed. The two items produced by the system were truly useful, especially that one with the dragon's vigor and tiger's ferocity. Its combat power made Fong Muyun plead for mercy repeatedly. Jing Mo called the hotel front desk to have breakfast sent to the room. His voice woke the sleeping Fong Muyun. She had gone to bed very late last night, and her body felt almost broken from the exertion. Moreover, Jing Mo seemed to be quite skilled in this area, teaching her many positions hands-on. Now that they had deepened their communication, Fong Muyun could be considered Jing Mo's woman. The breakfast in Y City was famous nationwide for being delicious. Crab roe soup dumplings, dry silk, and kidney flour noodles were all suitable for breakfast. Jing Mo didn't know what Fong Muyun liked to eat, so he ordered everything. When Fong Muyun saw the lavish spread of breakfast, she felt a bit moved. She had always just made do with a couple of bites for breakfast, and hardly anyone cared whether she had eaten or not. While eating, Jing Mo added Fong Muyun on WeChat and waved his hand, transferring 1 million to her. "You take this for now. If it's not enough, just tell me. I have nothing but money left." Fong Muyun looked at her phone screen, feeling as if her head was about to explode. Oh, 1 million. Fong Muyun had never seen so much money in her life, and her voice stuttered. No. I can't accept this. We're just in a transaction. Once you meet my parents, we won't contact each other again. Chattering away, I see you're just asking for it. Prepare to die. Am I wrong? Wrong. Will you take the money? I will. Will we still keep in touch? We will. Why do you want to pull up your pants and deny it? At noon, Fong Muyun propped herself up against the wall to get out of bed. She opened her phone and saw over 40 missed calls, all from her mother. This time, she had the confidence to call back directly. Where have you been, girl? How dare you stay out all night? Uncle Wang is angry. Where are you? Her mother immediately questioned her. I have a boyfriend now. I'm with him. I knew it. You little hussy. You actually found a man outside. I'm telling you, break up with this man immediately and come home. Uncle Wang said he would wait for you until noon. If you don't come back, he will take back the betrothal gifts. If this money is taken back, your father will die in the hospital. Fong Muyun sighed and said helplessly, I'll go back right away. After hanging up, Fong Muyun looked at Jing Mo. Jing Mo, are you free today? Can you come home with me? Jing Mo thought for a moment and said, Do you want to meet your parents? Fong Muyun nodded. She's urging me to go back and get married. Since you're meeting your parents, shouldn't you buy something to take back? Isn't it bad to go empty-handed? Fong Muyun said while getting dressed, just buy something casually. Jing Mo felt a bit troubled, wondering what he should buy. Without Niu Yongyu around, and with the idea king not there, he thought he might as well call him later. After the two finished packing, Jing Mo took Fong Muyun out of the hotel. The security guard at the entrance was guarding the Rolls-Royce. Hello, customer, I've been protecting your beloved car. Jing Mo nodded, not bothering to reply, but casually slipped 1,000 yuan tip as he passed by. He was too preoccupied with the thought of meeting the girl's parents, having no experience in such matters. Yun, can you drive? Jing Mo had gotten closer to Fong Muyun, now calling her by her nickname. Fong Muyun obediently nodded, I have a driver's license, but I haven't been on the road. Jing Mo pointed to the Rolls-Royce and said, Then you drive. I need to make a call. Upon hearing this, Fong Muyun's heart trembled. This car was worth over 10 million, a moving villa. If she scratched or bumped it, how much would she have to pay? Jing Mo seemed to sense her worries and comforted her. It's fine, just drive casually. If you crash it, I have another one. So Jing Mo confidently handed the car keys to Fong Muyun. He then got into the passenger seat and took out his foldable Huawei phone to call Niu Yongyu. Hello? Are you up yet? Hee, boss, what did you do last night? As soon as the call connected, Niu Yongyu's lewd laugh came through. Jing Mo glanced at Fong Muyun, who was carefully starting the car. I was riding the clouds last night. Nyo Yeon-yu was a bit confused by this, but Fong Mu-yeon's face turned bright red. Then, Fu Mingming's voice came through the phone. Whose call is it? The boss's. Oh, the boss didn't come back all night. Yeah, he said he was riding the clouds. What does that mean? It should be a very pleasant description. Oh, listening to the banter on the other end, Jing Mo felt a headache coming on. These two guys were completely unserious. Can you stop messing around? I have something to ask you. Hearing that the boss needed help, Nyo Yeon-yu and Fu Mingming both became unusually serious. Boss, what's the matter? Jing Mo organized his words. I'm planning to meet a girl's parents. What kind of gift should I bring to show sincerity? This statement left the two on the other end of the line dumbfounded. The boss was indeed impressive, taking a girl out yesterday and now wanting to meet her parents today. The pace was really fast. If only they had the boss's capabilities. Boss, I think meeting a girl's parents is a bit tricky now. Whatever you bring might not please them. I have a strategy. Nyo Yeon-yu's tone was profound, like a military advisor. Jing Mo's eyes lit up. This guy was somewhat useful. Just bring an ultrasound report, then throw it on the table arrogantly. Her parents will definitely treat you with respect. Jing Mo almost cursed upon hearing this. Could this guy come up with a decent suggestion? If it were really like that, the other party would definitely want to kill him, and whether he could even leave their house was another question. Nyo Yeon-yu, can you be a bit more serious? Fu Mingming interjected. How could you do this? If you use this trick, won't you end up with yellow hair, wearing those little shoes, and picking up shrimp lines? Jing Mo was a bit frantic. How could there be such two hidden talents beside him? It's not about whether you two can do it or not. If you don't behave, I'll take your computers away. Upon hearing that their computers might be taken, the two panicked. No, big brother, I was wrong. I'll think it over right away. How about this? You wear an administrative jacket, then buy a magotan. This time, your mother-in-law will want to go back to her room to change into stockings, practically wanting to marry you off with her daughter. Jing Mo thought this idea was good. If he did this, he would look like an official. After all, isn't it the wealthy who fear the powerful? But he also felt it wasn't very appropriate. This could easily backfire. He wasn't part of the system and didn't understand many things. If someone asked a few questions, wouldn't he be exposed? Fu Mingming, seeing that the spotlight was being stolen, hurriedly made a suggestion. Boss, I think most families are run by men now. You should find a way to win over her father. How about this? Buy a Cadillac and take your father-in-law to a bathhouse. That should give you a solid grip on him. I also have a membership card for the bathhouse. Take it with you, it will save you a lot of money. Upon hearing this, Jing Mo gritted his teeth. Her father is in the hospital and barely hanging on, and you want me to take him to a bathhouse? You want him to die there, right? Ah, if that's not feasible, you can take her mother to a bar instead. Order a few male models. Jing Mo really had no way to deal with this joker. Fu Mingming, shut up right now, or when I get back, I'll throw you out. Nyo Yeon-yu, do you have anything else to say? If not, I'll figure it out myself. Nyo Yeon-yu pondered for a moment. Boss, I have another plan. Jing Mo had already lost hope, but who knew that after hearing this idea, his eyes lit up. Good, then arrange it for me now. Fong Mu-yeon's home was located at the very end of an alley in the urban village. The people living here were both lucky and unfortunate. The lucky part was that they would definitely be relocated in the future. This urban village would have its land value skyrocket after demolition. The unfortunate part was that it was already 2024, and it still hadn't been demolished. The real estate market was no longer as lucrative as before. Even if they were to be relocated now, it wouldn't be as generous as a few years ago. The urban village was filled with various alleys. Driving in was impossible, and one could only find a spacious place to park outside the alley. Rolls-Royce was great. There was never a shortage of parking spaces because almost no one dared to park next to it. Fong Mu-yeon really hadn't driven much. She was cruising slowly on the road, barely reaching 60 kilometers per hour. The cars behind her wanted to overtake but didn't dare, forming a line behind her. They were afraid of bumping into her. Truly a frustrating situation. When they were close to their destination, Fong Mu-yeon got out and let Jing Missouri drive. She couldn't figure out how to reverse park. Jing Mo had now mastered driving skills, possessing the skills of a world-class driver, reversing with one hand. This scene made Fong Mu-yeon's heart flutter. In fact, since last night, she had felt that Jing Mo was really handsome. Everything he did was impressive, decisive and efficient, never dragging his feet. Plus, his face was even more handsome than a star's. Several times, she thought how nice it would be if Jing Mo were really her boyfriend. But she understood the gap between her and Jing Mo. She was just a poor girl, while he was a wealthy young man high above her. How could she reach such heights? After parking the car, Jing Mo got out and spoke to Fong Mu-yeon. I'll go buy something for your parents. You go home first, and I'll find you later. Feng Muyun was a bit scared because she didn't dare to go back alone. Jing Mo patted the back of her hand. It's okay, I'm here, you can relax. Feng Muyun didn't know why, but Jing Mo's deep eyes, like a sea of stars, seemed to have a magical power that drew her soul in, making her trust him inexplicably like a puppet. Alright, I'll go back first. I'll wait for you at home. She believed that Jing Mo would definitely come to find her. You little brat, why are you back so late? You made Xiao Xian wait at home for so long. Feng Muyun's mother, He Tong, was furious and slapped her fair face hard. He Tong, looking like a shrew, didn't want to hear Feng Muyun's explanation and just wanted to vent her anger from the whole night by hitting her. Wife. It's my wife. A young man in an LV suit was staring blankly at Feng Muyun. The man was about 1.8 meters tall, but his body was very uncoordinated, with one shoulder higher than the other, and his eyes looked dull and lifeless. His mouth was constantly drooping, drool dripping from the corner of his lips. Wife. Hug. Wang Yuxian, like a child who had just learned to walk, stumbled over, excitedly wanting to hug Feng Muyun. Feng Muyun, disgusted, dodged to the side. When Wang Yuxian saw that Feng Muyun actually avoided him, the smile on his face slowly faded. Then he burst into tears. Mom. I want Mom. Someone is bullying me. He looked like a child whose toy had been taken away. He Tong was terrified. You little girl, why are you hiding? I told you to hide, she said, picking up a broom to hit her. But her action was interrupted by a woman's voice from inside. What are you doing? Wang Yuxian's mother, Zhou Xiang, came out. A woman in a black silk top with diamond embellishments walked out. She wore a gold necklace, gold bracelets on her wrists, and was carrying an LV bag, as if afraid others wouldn't know she was wealthy. It's nothing, kids should be punished when they misbehave. Zhou Xiang sighed, children are meant to be cherished, not to be hit. Saying this, she directly hugged the crying Wang Yuxian with a loving expression. Alright, Xiao Xian, stop crying. If she doesn't want to hug you, it must be because you're not good enough. You need to be gentler, then she'll want to hug you. Wang Yuxian really listened to his mother, like a child, cried a few times in her arms before stopping. Xiao Yun, sorry for making you laugh at us. Our Xiao Xian isn't very good. Zhou Xiang patted Wang Yuxian's head. Feng Muyun didn't respond. Zhou Xiang was open about her son being disabled, not hiding it like other parents who might feel ashamed. Instead, she patiently treated him like a normal person. Oh, the heart of parents everywhere. Zhou Xiang took Feng Muyun's hand and said sincerely, Xiao Yun, Auntie knows this is unfair to you, but our Wang family only has him. We don't want to be without descendants. Mom. Wife. Wang Yuxian still looked greedily at Feng Muyun with a pout. Alright, Xiao Xian, be good and go play over there. Okay, Wang Yuxian obediently nodded and went to play in the mud. Auntie, I really don't want to marry Xiao Xian. Don't say that yet, listen to Auntie's conditions first. Feng Muyun was very stubborn. Auntie, please don't say it. I really don't want to get married right now. He Tong started stamping her feet in anger again. In-laws, step aside, or I'll beat her to death. Someone is speaking to you nicely, and you act like this. Zhou Xiang stood between the two. Xiaoyun's mother, don't be anxious. This matter can't be resolved in a day. Our Wang family isn't here to force a marriage. We need to consider the girl's opinion. Otherwise, if the marriage doesn't go well, it will be troublesome later. Xiaoyun, don't mind your mother for now. How about this? You listen to my conditions first, and then think about whether you want to get married or not. Feng Muyun, seeing Zhou Xiang's patient persuasion, stopped talking and listened to what she had to say. Zhou Xiang's expression was gentle. Xiaoyun, Auntie sees you as my own child. Then I naturally can't let you down. Look at my son. With him like this, you'll have to take care of him a lot in the future. How about this? You come back to the Wang family to live for a while. As long as you agree, we won't ask for the 1 million betrothal gift we promised your mother. We'll give you an additional 200,000 as a betrothal gift, buy you the latest Audi A6, and purchase a property in your name. What do you think? Such a generous offer. Not to mention the 1 million betrothal gift, which should be considered sky high in Y City. Just the additional 200,000 betrothal gift is essentially pocket money. Then, with a wave of the hand, they directly offer an Audi A6, a car that ordinary people can only dream of. A car costs over 100,000. And the property, well, that goes without saying. If Feng Muyun agrees, she could be said to be soaring to great heights. Sister, aren't you moved? The author is already moved. Moreover, Wang Yuxuan is a fool. Once she enters the Wang family, she will be the sole ruler. After enduring the two elders, she would become the Wu Zetian of the Wang family. But, Auntie, I don't need money, cars, or houses. I just want freedom. I want to control my own destiny. Seeing that Feng Muyun was still so stubborn, Zhou Xiang couldn't help but lose some of her good temper. Xiaoyun, Auntie has looked into it. Your job is just sales. You must have suffered a lot outside. You can earn at most a little over 10,000 a month. With that, pursuing freedom in Y City is a bit difficult. You might as well accept your fate and comfortably come back with me to live the life of a wealthy wife. Auntie is advising you now, but Xiaoshuan's father isn't so easy to talk to. He has a bad temper and knows some bad people. I still hope you will be obedient. Zhou Xiang first gave a sweet date and then a stick. Anyway, she had said both good and bad words. Feng Muyun still pursed her lips, occasionally glancing towards the door, truly hoping for someone's appearance. Mother-in-law, look at this girl, she just needs to be dealt with. If I agree to your conditions, I'll call my son to drag her onto the car, and then you can take her home, and that's it. This time, Zhou Xiang didn't speak, which was tantamount to agreeing. Seeing that Feng Muyun was so stubborn, she had to use a tougher approach. He Tong saw Zhou Xiang's silence and knew she had agreed to her proposal. She directly called her younger son. Feng Hao, come out. In a moment, a chubby boy ran out from the inner room. Mom, what's wrong? Your sister isn't listening. You and I will lift her onto the car. Feng Hao's chubby face squinted his small eyes. If I send my sister away, can I get a car? Yes. Alright, Mom, you don't need to do anything. I'll do it myself. Zhou Xiang took out her phone and called her husband to have him bring the car in. Wang Qichuan received the message and drove the Land Rover into the alley. Feng Muyun's face was filled with panic. If she was taken to the Wang family, she probably wouldn't be able to come out. Unless she had a son or daughter, otherwise, why would they go to such great lengths to take her back? No, Xiao Hao, I'm your sister. Feng Hao sneered, just a loser, you better follow the Wang family people, it'll save me some effort. As he spoke, he reached out his chubby hand and grabbed Feng Muyun's slender wrist, then forcefully pulled her outside. A group of people followed, surrounding Feng Muyun, afraid she would run away. However, with Feng Hao's 200 pounds of innate Ma Chao holy body, his strength was still considerable. Dragging a Feng Muyun who weighed less than 100 pounds was quite easy. There was no need to worry about her escaping. Wang Yuxuan was as happy as a child weighing over 100 pounds, bouncing and clapping. Wife, I have a wife now. But when they reached the alley entrance, they were all stunned by the scene before them. They saw a luxury version of a Land Rover collide with a Wuling Hongguang. Can you even drive? Are your eyes in your butt? A burly man in black leather shoes stepped down from the Land Rover, looking fierce. This was Wang Yuxuan's father, Wang Qichuan. When a young man got out of the Wuling Hongguang, the originally panicked Feng Muyun suddenly smiled. I knew it, you would definitely come. Jing Yamo gritted his teeth and said, you rear-ended me, and you think you can drive? You just spew nonsense. Wang Qichuan was already very angry, and hearing Jing Yamo dare to curse at him, he couldn't contain his temper. Xiao Huzi, break his dog legs for me. A punkish young man with yellow hair got out of the Land Rover, chewing on a cigarette and looking disdainfully at Jing Yamo. Pretty boy, you messed with our brother Chong. Have you thought about how you're going to die? Jing Yamo glanced sideways at Wang Qichuan. Brother Chong? Is your thug Chong really that impressive? Wang Qichuan's anger flared up. You brat are really looking for death. Xiao Huzi, beat him up. If you kill him, it's on me. Xiao Huzi cracked his knuckles. Got it, brother Chong. He stepped forward, looking fierce. You should find out who we are. Everyone knows what happens to those who offend our brother Chong in the underworld. Just then, Zhou Xiang jumped out to block Xiao Huzi. Today is a day of celebration. We don't want trouble. It wouldn't be good to cause a scene. Kid, just apologize for today, and we'll let it go. I won't even ask for compensation. She shot a cold, proud glance at Jing Yamo. She could see that it was the Land Rover that hit the Wuling Hongguang, but this pretty boy had to apologize for cursing her husband. Who knew Jing Yamo would sneer? What did you say? You want me to apologize? I haven't even asked you for money. 400,000, not a penny less, or I'll call the police on you. Zhou Xiang looked at this reckless pretty boy in shock. He really dared to ask for that. A broken Wuling Hongguang was worth at most 20,000. He was demanding 400,000. Young man, I advise you to see clearly. My husband has a bad temper and will really make a move. You want 400,000 for a Wuling Hongguang? She reminded Jing Yamo again to be sensible. Jing Yamo still wore that proud look. I said 400,000, not a penny less. Wang Qichuan directly pulled Zhou Xiang over. Don't waste words with this idiot. Beat him up. Xiao Huzi, receiving the order, rushed towards Jing Yamo impatiently. Kid, die. Jing Yamo, be careful. Feng Muyun looked worried and anxious, wanting to rush up to protect Jing Yamo. You little slut, didn't I tell you to cut ties with other men? He Tong slapped Feng Muyun hard. What kind of person did she find? Someone driving a broken van. How did she, He Tong, give birth to such a daughter with no vision? Before Feng Muyun could express her concern, Xiao Huzi came flying in and was sent flying out. Jing Yamo kicked him several meters away, crashing into the wall before stopping. Xiao Huzi spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time in the distant land of America. Welcome to the championship match. Today is our final scene, where one of the black fighters has already won the gold belt 3 times. I wonder if he can continue to write his legendary glory this time. Let's wait and see. The host spoke passionately. The venue was packed with people, and the black fighter, a 3-time gold belt holder, had already entered the ring, facing an underdog contender of the season. He was about to face a very stressful challenge. However, as he stepped onto the stage, he felt as if his body had been emptied, and all his previous fighting skills had vanished completely. Wang Defa? What's going on? The champion clenched his fists in confusion. The feeling of feedback was the same as before, so what was happening? But why couldn't he sense that almost instinctual fighting skill anymore? As the referee rang the bell, the match began. Yet the champion was still searching for his rhythm and feeling, and by the time he regained his senses, a fist the size of a sandbag was already heading straight for his face. The champion was knocked out cold. 1 punch and he was KO'd. The audience below fell into a moment of silence before erupting in a chorus of dissatisfaction. Wang Defa, we paid to see this? Knocked out with 1 punch? Is this how blatant you are in throwing a fixed match? Do you think we're all fools? In contrast, Jing Mo had just used a 10-minute experience card for fighting skills. After using it, he felt light and agile, with various fighting techniques instinctively appearing within him, as if he had been tempered through countless trials. When the little tiger charged at him, he instinctively kicked the opponent in the abdomen, sending him flying. The system was truly amazing. Jing Mo couldn't help but marvel. But 10 minutes was a very short time. He had to resolve this matter quickly, or else when the time of the real man passed, he would revert to being that weak little pretty boy again. Among the crowd, the most shocked was of course Wang Qichuan. He knew very well what level the little tiger was at. He could call him little tiger, but anyone who saw him had to refer to him as brother Hu from Hanjiang. In society, this person was ruthless, often getting into fights, a tough character. Yet such a tough character was taken down with a single kick. Jing Mo cherished the time he had, rushing over to the little tiger who was sprawled on the ground, punching and kicking him. Little tiger, ha, I see you're a real tiger. Still calling yourself little tiger? Stop hitting. Ouch. I was wrong, big brother. Stop hitting. With 1 kick, Jing Mo felt like he was about to run out of breath. He wanted to get up and resist, but he felt the opponent was a trained fighter. The way he fought wasn't random, it had structure and flow, and he was simply no match. Jing Mo beat the guy half to death. Give me your WeChat. The little tiger trembled and asked, Big brother, what do you want my WeChat for? Are you going to come after me later? Jing Mo slapped him again. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The little tiger took out his phone, which Jing Mo had stomped on, the screen shattered, and opened WeChat. Jing Mo directly added the other's WeChat and transferred him 100,000 yuan. Don't say I'm not a man of my word. I've sent you the medical expenses. If you report me, I'm not afraid of you. Hurry up and accept the money. The little tiger didn't dare to say a word against it. After he accepted the money, Jing Mo looked at Wang Qichuan and Zhou Xiang. Did you see that? I gave him medical expenses, he accepted the money, proving he forgave me for hitting him. If he reports me later, please testify. The little tiger, hearing this, wished he could smash himself with a brick. How could someone be so shameless? Did he really need that 100,000 yuan? The injuries he sustained today would at least keep him in the hospital for months. Wang Qichuan involuntarily took a step back when he caught a glance from Jing Mo, a clear look of fear appearing on his face. Zhou Xiang, seeing this scene, quickly forced a smile and said, Little brother, I see you're a reasonable person too. This matter today is our fault. I'll compensate you with 10,000 yuan, just consider it as repair costs, how about that? Jing Mo frowned upon hearing this. What do you mean 10,000 yuan? Do you think my loss is only 10,000 yuan? Wang Qichuan interjected, just looking at your car, it's obviously an old Wuling Hongguang. The whole vehicle isn't even worth 10,000 in the second-hand market. Jing Mo sneered. Who said I want you to compensate for the Wuling Hongguang? What I want you to pay for is the value of the entire car filled with mutai. As he spoke, Jing Mo directly opened the trunk of the Wuling Hongguang, revealing boxes of red packaging that had been crushed and deformed. With many bottles already shattered, the liquor flowing onto the ground. With so many bottles of mutai broken, the aroma of the liquor spread out, filling the entire alley. Zhou Xiang and Wang Qichuan were dumbfounded. You packed such expensive mutai in a Wuling Hongguang? Are you out of your mind? I originally wanted to meet my girlfriend's parents, thinking I had nothing good to give, so I casually brought some mutai. Usually, I drink it like a little beverage, and if I can't finish it, I can use it to wash my feet or as perfume. Now look, it's all ruined because of you. How do you plan to compensate? Either pay me 4 million, I just bought this whole car, and the bill is right here, or you can take a look. As Jing Mo spoke, He pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and it was clearly a bill, with the Mutai industrial seal at the bottom, showing a transaction amount of over 4 million. Asking for 4 million was really a bargain for this entire car of Mutai. There must be over 20 boxes, all ruined. Zhou Xiang and Wang Qichuan were speechless. People usually bring 1 or 2 bottles of Mutai to meet their parents, but you brought a whole car, and you casually drink it like a beverage, using the leftovers to wash your feet. Truly insane. But this is 4 million. The Wang family's current liquid funds wouldn't even be enough, unless they wanted to take back the previous betrothal gifts. But they really didn't want to pay such a huge sum. If they tried to default, the other party's strength was so formidable that Wang Qichuan didn't even know how to walk out of this alley. He couldn't help but slap himself. Why was he playing with his phone while driving? I don't have a POS machine to swipe cards, but I prefer WeChat Pay. Just scan my payment code directly. Before Wang Qichuan could respond, Jing Mo had already pulled up the payment code. Wang Qichuan stammered, not knowing how to refuse. Their total savings were just over 2 million, which was meant to find a wife for their mentally challenged son. But now they had to compensate 4 million, and it was impossible to do so without using the factory's liquid funds. The factory's liquid funds couldn't be touched. Moving them carelessly could lead to bankruptcy. Wang Qichuan was so anxious he was on the verge of tears. Zhou Xiang smiled awkwardly, trying to defuse the situation for her husband. This little brother, you see, 4 million is a huge sum for us, and we can't easily come up with it. Jing Mo impatiently replied, "What? You don't have money but still crashed my car. Now that the liquor is gone, how am I supposed to go to my girlfriend's house?" Just as Zhou Xiang was at a loss for words, her gaze fell on Feng Muyun, who was standing nearby. If she remembered correctly, when Xiao Huzi was about to hit this pretty boy, Feng Muyun had shouted out in worry, "Could it be this little brother? May I ask which family's young lady has caught your eye?" Zhou Xiang spoke cautiously, afraid Jing Mo would call the police. She could only force a smile. Jing Mo looked at Feng Muyun. "It's her. She's my girlfriend." Feng Muyun's beautiful eyes turned red, and a tear slid down from her eye socket. Since childhood, she had fought alone, never finding anyone worth relying on during difficult times. Today, this man, who was even younger than her, surprisingly gave her such a strong sense of security. Jing Mo's identity, declaring in front of everyone that he was her boyfriend, truly moved her deeply. Moreover, just now, Jing Mo was so impressive, kicking an adult several meters away with one kick, like something out of a movie. Which girl wouldn't like that? He was really too handsome. Almost everyone at the scene, except for the attentive Zhou Xiang, was somewhat shocked. When did Feng Muyun find such a handsome boyfriend? After realizing this, Zhou Xiang felt a bit awkward. No wonder Feng Muyun had refused to leave with him just now. She had climbed such a tall tree. However, Zhou Xiang was overthinking. Jing Mo and Feng Muyun were merely in a transactional relationship. "Xiao Yun, is this really your boyfriend?" He Tong asked, her tone laced with surprise, not expecting her daughter to have such good taste, truly a reflection of her own genes. Just now, Feng Hao, who had been holding his sister's hand, was also startled and let go. Once released, Feng Muyun ran to Jing Mo's side and hid behind him. He Tong reproached, "Xiao Yun, what are you doing? Are you hiding from me, your mother? Do you think I would harm you?" Feng Muyun was utterly disappointed in her mother. She ignored her completely, nervously hiding behind Jing Mo. There was no place in this world that could give her enough security like being behind Jing Mo. Jing Mo patted her hand. "It's okay, I'm here." Wang Yuxuan cried out, "Wife, my wife, stay away from my wife." Saying this, he charged in without a care. The scene unfolded so quickly that Zhou Xiang hadn't even shouted before Wang Yuxuan was kicked away. Then Wang Yuxuan collapsed on the ground like a lump of meat, still crying out. Zhou Xiang, seeing his precious one injured, panicked. Xiao Xian, are you okay?" Zhou Xiang hurried to Wang Yuxuan's side to check on him. "You called him Jing Mo, right? Today you hurt my son, I'll make you pay with your life." "Old Wang, your son got beaten, call for help." Wang Qichuan, who always listened to his wife, immediately made a phone call. Jing Mo knew he only had 10 minutes, if someone came, he might be in trouble, so he had to strike first. Jing Mo went straight in with a left hook, a right whip kick, and a lightning-fast 5-hit combo. Wang Qichuan felt darkness before his eyes, a tremendous force hit his chest, and then he fell to the ground, unable to get up. Jing Mo grabbed his neck. "Give me your WeChat, I'll send you the medical expenses." Wang Qichuan thought this person was so unreasonable, he had never seen someone so shameless in his life, beating someone and forcing them to give him money, leaving him unable to call the police. Even in the underworld, this was unacceptable, it didn't align with the code of the streets. Zhou Xiang, seeing his husband beaten, suddenly became much clearer. "Jing Mo, right? Please stop hurting us, whatever you want, I'll agree." Jing Mo was a person who kept a close count. and once he had the upper hand, he would never let go. Compensate me 4 million, or I'll call the police immediately. If you call the police, you'll get arrested too. You assaulted someone in public. Jo Xiang tried to use this leverage to threaten Jing Mo. Jing Mo wasn't buying it. That was self-defense. When have you not made the first move? Besides, didn't I offer to pay your medical expenses? We don't have 4 million. If you want to call the police, go ahead. Wang Qichuan gasped at Jing Mo's feet. For him, 4 million was worth less than his life. Jing Mo didn't really want the 4 million. He was just putting on a show. Alright, then tell me how I should go to my girlfriend's house so that they will be satisfied with me? Jo Xiang understood what this meant. After years of navigating the business world, he had learned to read people's expressions. Little brother, you are Feng Muyun's boyfriend, right? Then how about this? Our family originally wanted to marry her, but now we will give this opportunity to you. Also, you don't have to worry about her family not agreeing to your relationship. That 1 million in betrothal gifts, I will consider it as a gift for you two in advance. How does that sound? When Wang Yuxuan heard that he couldn't have his bride, he started to make a fuss again. Mom, no, I want this bride. I want this bride. Jo Xiang lovingly patted the spot where Wang Yuxuan had just been kicked by Jing Mo. Little Xian, be good. I'll find you a prettier bride, okay? No, I want this bride. Jing Mo thought this guy was really infatuated. Little Xian, stop making a fuss. Let's go home and talk about it, or else mom will get angry and won't talk to you. Jo Xiang put on a stern face to scare Wang Yuxuan. Sure enough, Wang Yuxuan stopped making a fuss. He Tong had just heard Jo Xiang say that the Wang family wouldn't marry their daughter and was worried about having to get that betrothal money back, feeling anxious and wanting to come out to oppose it several times. But now that she knew the other side didn't plan to take it back and that her daughter had found someone wealthier, she was overjoyed. However, she couldn't show too much happiness on the surface because she still needed to take this opportunity to extort Jing Mo for more. Jing Mo, you're really a good young man, but this marriage was arranged between our family and the Wang family long ago. It's really not good for you to barge in like this. The Wang family came with sincerity. I wonder how you plan to show that you will treat my daughter well. In this day and age, it's not easy to find a wife, and it's even harder to find one as beautiful as our little Yun. She gave up the life of a wealthy wife in the Wang family to be with you, so you must cherish her well. Otherwise, for my daughter's sake, I can't let her be with you. After all, I only have this one daughter. She is my heart and soul. Jing Mo glanced at Feng Muyun, whose eyes revealed disappointment. I originally wanted to give you a truckload of Mao Tai as a meeting gift, but as you can see, it got damaged by them. Didn't they give you 1 million in betrothal gifts before? Now that they damaged my Mao Tai, that million will be deducted from the Mao Tai money, so you don't need to return that million to the Wang family. That million counts as my gift to you. But now He Tong's ambition was even greater. She no longer valued the million. Young man, our family only has this one precious gem. That million was given by the Wang family, but you haven't actually shown us anything. Although you brought us a truckload of Mao Tai, it hasn't reached my hands. Jing Mo frowned and looked deeply at He Tong, then smiled faintly, realizing that having such a mother must be a lifelong sorrow for Feng Muyun. As a mother, Jo Xiang's loving heart was truly commendable. Meanwhile, He Tong only saw her daughter as a bargaining chip. Jing Mo looked at Jo Xiang. You see, my girlfriend's family is dissatisfied with me because I didn't bring anything. What do you think we should do now? Jo Xiang's expression hardened, and his tone towards He Tong became unfriendly. You took our family's 1 million. That should be enough, right? If you're still not satisfied, then return that million in betrothal gifts, and our family will give this young brother 4 million. He Tong's face darkened instantly at the mention of returning the betrothal gifts. How can the Wang family act like this? That money originally belongs to our son-in-law. How can you shamelessly ask for it back? So many Mao Tai worth 4 million, your bride price only amounts to 1 million. Those Mao Tai were originally meant for our family, so it's fair to say that this 4 million is all mine, and you still owe us 3 million. Seeing her daughter had found someone wealthier, she no longer treated the Wang family with caution. Jo Xiang found this woman truly disgusting. She was eager to claim kinship before anyone had even said anything, calling him son-in-law with such a nauseating demeanor. If you say that, then why don't you return that 1 million to us? We'll give the 4 million to this brother. If you think that money is yours, then you can ask him for it. He Tong would never part with that 1 million. For someone like her, money was everything. It was easy for money to go into her pocket, but hard to get it out. What are you talking about? My daughter is already with my son-in-law. We are one family now. Giving me money is the same as giving it to him. Jo Xiang didn't want to argue with this woman. The Wang family would never come up with 4 million. Little brother, let's put it this way. To be honest, our Wang family only has a little over 2 million in savings. 1 million has been taken out as a bride price, and the remaining 1 million has to be used to pay our employees. I won't ask for that 1 million back, consider it a part of your compensation. It can also be seen as a meeting gift for you to meet your girlfriend's parents. We really can't come up with the rest of the money, but let's find another way to compensate you. Jing Mo glanced at Zhou Xiang. He thought this woman was quite something. Go ahead, how do you want to compensate me? Our family's business is in medical equipment distribution, and our factory is responsible for producing medical devices. So, we can offer you 5% of the shares. The annual dividends would be 1 million. What do you think? At that moment, a system prompt appeared in Jing Mo's mind. Ding, please make a choice, agree to the compensation and receive a reward of a cancer cure. Refuse the request and receive a reward of a shopping plaza under construction. After hearing this prompt, Jing Mo was stunned. A cancer cure? Was this a joke? The most advanced technology on Earth in his past life couldn't achieve this. He understood the value of this, it was incomparable to any shopping plaza. This value wasn't in money, but in something that could save lives. With this, incidents of people losing their lives to cancer would no longer happen, and those tortured by chemotherapy would regain their health. How much would the land for a shopping plaza cost? Tens of billions. But Jing Mo still chose the cancer cure. Alright, I agree. You'll give me a share transfer contract in the next couple of days. Zhou Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. Shares could be valuable or not. It was a double-edged sword. Although he didn't know Jing Mo's background, the fact that he could easily buy a truckload of Mao Tai for his girlfriend showed that his family wasn't short on money. Giving Jing Mo shares would essentially bring him in as a partner. If business ever went south, Jing Mo couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Of course, Jing Mo understood this issue, which is why he found Zhou Xiang to be quite remarkable. Although she was a woman, she played the business game very well. Zhou Xiang stepped forward to help her husband up, supporting him as she pushed him into the back seat of the Land Rover. Then she got out and helped her son into the car as well. Little Tiger had recovered quite a bit. Although he had broken a few bones, he could still manage to drive. Zhou Xiang wouldn't say she was good at reading people, but today, although it seemed like they had lost 1 million in shares, who knew if this was a blessing in disguise? Meeting such a wealthy young man was not a bad thing. She considered it an investment, but she didn't realize that this investment would directly change her life. The god of fate merely flicked a finger, allowing Zhou Xiang and Jing Mo to meet, and then create the world's strongest medical company. Brother Jing Mo, we're leaving now. I'll transfer the contract to you tomorrow, and we should be able to sign it the day after. You added my husband's WeChat, right? Just send him the location when the time comes, and I'll have him deliver the contract to you personally. Zhou Xiang greeted Jing Mo with a smile and left. After the farce was over, Feng Muyun let out a sigh of relief. She felt liberated, all thanks to Jing Mo. He Tong saw that the family had run away, leaving only Jing Mo as the remaining partner. She changed her demeanor. Jing Mo, what a lovely name. Your parents must be cultured. Come over to my house for a meal. By the way, have you had lunch? What do you want to eat? Auntie will go buy the groceries. He Tong's face blossomed with a smile. Jing Mo had already achieved his goal. As long as he prevented the Wang family's disabled son from marrying Feng Muyun, he didn't want to play house with this family for real. The 4 million in Mao Tai was mainly to complete the task. The system's mission to spend 10 million in 3 days had already been accomplished. The system's reward of 50 million had been credited. It was truly frustrating. Just after spending 10 million, another 50 million was rewarded. When would it end? Every day he woke up feeling distressed about how to squander money. This kind of life was really dull. No, Auntie, I have to go on a business trip to Japan this afternoon. I'll find a chance to see you next time. Saying this, Jing Mo pulled Feng Muyun and turned to leave. What a joke. Leaving after just one meal would cost a fortune. Feng Muyun unconsciously tightened her grip on Jing Mo's hand. Being able to stay by Jing Mo's side, even as a lover, was enough for her. Holding Jing Mo's hand might only be for a moment, but the warmth was enough to satisfy her. Jing Mo didn't know what Feng Muyun was thinking, but the system's notification sound echoed in his mind. The task of heroically saving the beauty has been completed. The reward of maximum charm value has been issued. In the blink of an eye, when Feng Muyun saw Jing Mo's face again, her heart almost leaped out. How could there be such a handsome man in the world? Jing Mo's features were even more defined, and that aura constantly attracted Feng Muyun's gaze. When their eyes met, she was completely captivated. What are you planning to do this afternoon? Let me take you there. Are you going back to do your sales? The haze in Feng Muyun's heart had cleared. She no longer wore a bitter expression and instead looked a bit mischievous. I'm not planning to do sales anymore. I didn't sell myself to you, you gave me 1 million, right? I plan to use this money to open a flower shop. I really like flowers. I think flowers are the best way to express love in the world. I want to live in a sea of flowers to attract my lover's attention. Jing Mo touched his nose. I didn't expect you to be quite romantic. Jing Mo wasn't a child, such words couldn't sway him. Feelings would only affect how quickly he spent money. However, this 1 million couldn't be spent frivolously, because the system had just rewarded him with a powerful Durex. So, then let's delay the opening of your flower shop by a day. Consider today a day off for yourself. Feng Muyun, still fantasizing about a happy life in the future, completely misunderstood the meaning of Jing Mo's words. Alright, I can relax a bit. Where do you think we should go this afternoon? I want to ride the clouds. Feng Muyun's face instantly turned visibly red. Ah no, didn't you? This morning. The money from this morning has already been given to you, but you need to reimburse me for the 4 million Maotai, right? Top floor of the Chongqing Hotel. 2 cleaners were resting in the break room. Oh my, can you hear that noise? How long has it been? It's been over an hour. Being young is great. Let me tell you, rich people nowadays are not in good shape. Those staying in presidential suites finish in just a few minutes. This is the first time I've seen someone last this long. It's the morning guest, that handsome guy, but his girlfriend is really stunning. If I were a guy, I wouldn't get out of bed either. But guess what I found when I was making the bed? What? The sheets were soaked in a big patch. Oh wow. When Jing Mo returned to school, it was already afternoon. There weren't many classes in the past 2 days, so Jing Mo could relax, but in a couple of days, military training would start, and those days wouldn't be easy. After returning to the dorm, he happened to see the technician who had set up his computer yesterday, now frantically debugging 2 new computers. Niu Yangyu and Fu Mingming greeted their boss as soon as they saw him. Boss, you're back. You're really something, coming back so late. How did it go? Jing Mo didn't want to respond, he just wanted to rest. He lay down on the mattress he bought for $1 million as soon as he got back. It was surprisingly comfortable. It felt like lying on a cloud. Speaking of clouds, he thought of Feng Muyun again. That feeling was truly indescribable. However, the 4th roommate finally arrived. The moment he saw Jing Mo, he knelt down in front of him. Young lord, drifting for half a life, only regretting not meeting a wise master. If you do not abandon me, I wish to be your sworn father. Jing Mo looked at the new roommate in confusion. This roommate had long hair, was not very tall, and spoke with a bit of a northeastern accent. Jing Mo looked at Fu Mingming and Niu Yangyu, wanting them to explain. Despicable. Shameless. The 2 were indignant and scolded the new roommate. Boss, don't mind him. He's just jealous because you bought us mattresses and computers and wants to be sworn brothers with you, but we rejected him. Who knew he would be so shameless and come to recognize you as his father? Boss, don't believe him. I think he's a traitor. I kept hearing Japanese women's voices from his bed last night, and I noticed his hands were moving nonstop, clearly sending telegrams. That's right, I can prove it. He's not a good person, he even gambles. I heard him watching something about the opening of a casino in Macau last night. The new roommate wanted to explain, but it was hard to defend himself. Father, I'm wronged. Father, although my name is Yamamoto Kagaro, I am a citizen of Huaxia. If you don't believe me, look at my ID. Saying this, Yamamoto Kagoro hurriedly took out his ID. Who knew that as soon as he said that, Fu Mingming and Niu Yangyu were even more convinced of his traitor identity. Oh, boss, see, I told you right, he's a traitor. Be careful not to drink the chicken soup he makes for you. If he poisons you, we won't have a boss anymore. The technician nearby watched the drama with a smile. However, upon learning that just by becoming sworn brothers with Jing Mo he could get over 80,000 in rewards, he felt a bit tempted to swallow his pride and recognize Jing Mo as his brother. But he only thought about it. His dignity was at stake, he was a man. However, Yamamoto Kagoro had shown him how much dignity was worth. Seeing that there were outsiders watching the fun, Jing Mo didn't want to embarrass himself in front of them. So he helped Yamamoto Kagoro up. But Yamamoto Kagoro refused to get up, still kneeling. If my father does not accept me, then I might as well show my sincerity. Jing Mo was truly helpless. Bye. That technician, please set up another identical one for me. The technician felt foolish for his earlier thoughts upon hearing this. He was just going to buy it? My dignity seems not worth that much money. Is there anyone here who would kneel down and try it? The eldest son has someone to acknowledge him. I could be a second son too. After all, isn't it said that the second child is the most favored? However, the technician ultimately couldn't bring himself to lower his face. Yamamoto Kojiro was crying bitterly after hearing this. Foster father, from now on, I will risk my life for you. If you ask me to beat a dog, I will definitely not chase a chicken. Fu Mingming and Niu Yangyu felt ashamed of such a person. You've embarrassed all men. How could you acknowledge someone as your father just like that? I truly feel ashamed for you. Yamamoto Kojiro remained kneeling on the ground, foster father. It's cold at night, and I didn't bring a bed. Jing Mo was speechless. It was only early September, and the weather was almost sweltering. In Y City, the highest temperature at noon was still 37 degrees Celsius, and at night it was around 28 or 29 degrees. How could you say it's cold at night? You just want to say you want a bed, and this roundabout way of playing the victim really left Jing Mo speechless. Alright, Nyo Yanyu, call that person in charge and order another mattress. This time, let him keep it low-key. Don't make such a big deal out of it again. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Kojiro was immediately moved to tears, and they streamed down his face. Truly tears of gratitude. The technician beside him was a bit puzzled. Was it really that serious? It was just a mattress, after all. But when he learned that a mattress cost $1 million, he was shocked to the point of nearly dropping his jaw. Damn, how many dignities could this mattress buy? Due to the overwhelming events of the past few days, Jing Mo was exhausted. After some banter with his 3 roommates, he lay on his bed scrolling through his phone. Recently, the hottest topic on the school forum was Joe Xayan's video, where he had previously boasted that if Jing Mo could pay for his classmates' meals in the cafeteria, he would eat shit. Now, he was being chased around by alumni feeding him. The comments on Joe Xayan's social media were all about which restroom had the best food. Many mocked him for overestimating himself, daring to challenge the rich kid, and it seemed he had kicked a hard board. Jing Mo had only scrolled through the forum for a while when his phone began buzzing with messages. Does the junior like this? Image, this one was just taken off today. Does the junior want it? Senior, I have all kinds of styles, and they smell like milk. Various images flooded Jing Mo's phone. Fishnet stockings, over-the-knee socks, garter socks, gradient black silk, attack speed socks, critical hit socks, long-lasting socks, and outfits that slay men. If a young, vigorous man saw this, he would lose control and charge right in. But Jing Mo was currently in sage mode. Looking at these photos didn't move him at all. They were all just redskin skeletons. However, he still categorized them one by one, planning to look at them again once his sage moment passed. Let you all show off for now. When I complete a few more tasks and gain some dragon energy, you'll be the ones crying. The system only forbade him from finding a girlfriend but didn't say he couldn't find women. The system forced him to be a scumbag, which was not his original intention. System, you really have made my life miserable. Now, Jing Mo had 50 million in his pocket and faced the daunting task of spending it all within a week. Life was truly filled with troubles and the stench of money. There was no way to relieve the immense pressure of life without indulging a bit. Happiness was the most important thing. Isn't a man's success just to gain the favor of more women? Who cares if they love your money or you as a person? Rejecting public transport for private use. Just as Jing Mo was enjoying a moment of peace, 2 little brothers and a foster son were whispering and discussing something. Soon, Nyo Yangyu came to Jing Mo's bedside. Boss, what are you doing? I'm just resting and scrolling through my phone. Are we going out for dinner tonight? Jing Mo turned over with a lack of interest and said, not really interested. Yamamoto Kagoro said his girlfriend would bring her roommate along. Jing Mo sighed and rubbed his stomach. Really useless. Look, I'm hungry again. Night fell, but for a bustling city, the nightlife was just beginning. Jing Mo and a few others left the dormitory and saw waves of white legs passing in front of them. The weather was hot, and they wore ultra-short shorts or skirts, almost exposing the roots of their thighs. Those fair, jade-like legs were exposed to the air, and Jing Mo and his friend's eyes shone like wolves that hadn't eaten for days. The 4 of them were truly unruly in school, not to mention having Jing Mo, the rich kid, backing them up. Fu Mingming and Nyo Yangyu were not easy to deal with either. They didn't sneakily glance at the girls like other boys, they stared openly, as if they wanted to grow onto each other, no different from perverted thugs. Fu Mingming whistled lewdly at the passing girls. This caused everyone nearby, regardless of gender, to walk around them. The 4 of them walked forward with swagger, like campus bullies. The key was that no one dared to provoke them. If it weren't for the saying that Jiangnan has produced beautiful women since ancient times, just look at this, TSK, love it. Yamamoto Kagoro, who looked rather sleazy himself, spoke loudly without any restraint in public. Fu Mingming nodded in agreement, grinning as he said, of course, all the most youthful and beautiful girls in the city are right here. Nyo Yangyu laughed heartily. Look at you guys, so lacking in insight. It's just that you rely on your youth and unblemished figures, and use makeup to attract boys. In reality, without makeup, they're not worth looking at. Then what do you think is considered good-looking? Second brother. I think a few girls that have been popular on the forum recently are good-looking, like Fan Qingxua, Zhang Saiwu, Yi Ruoro, and those senior sisters from the 2nd and 3rd year, those campus beauties who are already famous, can look good even without makeup. Makeup is just icing on the cake. Yamamoto Kagoro was drooling at the thought. These were all goddess-level figures. If you had one as your girlfriend, what would you do? Of course, I would do it. The four of them walked with a disregard for anyone else, chatting and commenting on passing girls. They commented on how one girl had long legs that could snap a neck, and another had a big chest and a perky butt. Just like that, Jing Mo put on a mask and sunglasses. The four of them continued talking and found a spot to sit at a nearby food stall. Yamamoto Kagoro, despite his unimpressive looks, had a name that sounded quite impressive. Nowadays, girls seem to like men with stories. The name Yamamoto Kagoro sounded stylish, and his family indeed had a bit of a story, so he had quite a few girlfriends, though the quality was just so-so. This girlfriend was from Y City, studying at Y Vocational University, which was a second-tier school, not far from Y University. A taxi ride would take about half an hour. After Yamamoto Kagoro finished a call with his first girlfriend, she said they were on their way and would arrive in about 5 minutes, so they should order first. Fu Mingming leaned closer to Yamamoto Kagoro to listen to the voice on the phone. So, did you hear any other girls' voices? Nyo Yongyu asked anxiously. Fu Mingming smirked. I heard, there should be quite a few girls. Jing Mo looked at the two of them speechlessly. Could these two be any more sleazy? He began to ponder how a decent young man like him ended up hanging out with such a lewd group. It's true that those who are close to vermilion become red, and those who are close to ink become black. If I end up learning bad habits in the future, I can only blame the people around me. As the leader, Jing Mo, who also has the heavy responsibility of spending money, of course, is the one treating. Besides, how much can a barbecue really cost? The four of them ordered some barbecue and specifically asked for a few bottles of strong beer. Boss, bring us 10 bottles of strong beer. Just after they finished ordering, a DD car slowly stopped in front of the barbecue stall. Li Qingqing over here. Yamamoto Kojiro waved his hand towards the girls, signaling them to come over. Fu Mingming and Nyo Yongyu saw from a distance that those four girls indeed had stunning figures and looks. Damn it! That damn Kojiro, why does he get to have them? Fu Mingming lit a cigarette, unable to figure out where he lost. Nyo Yongyu, unlike Fu Mingming who was so sentimental, had already fixed his gaze. Li Qingqing had a gloomy expression, and her roommate was also displeased. How can you do business like this? Why are you butting in when those two are arguing? Do you believe that when my boyfriend comes, he will smash your shop? Dai Hongyu stepped forward and scolded the barbecue shop owner. Oh, I really want to see what kind of person your boyfriend is. Don't brag, if you have the ability. Go ahead and smash it for me to see. The barbecue shop owner, also hot-tempered, stepped forward to argue back with Dai Hongyu. If it weren't for the shop owner's wife holding him back, they might have started fighting right then. On this side, Dai Hongyu was dividing the battlefield, while Li Qingqing faced off against Yamamoto Kojiro, who was sitting on a stool. In fact, Yamamoto Kojiro really didn't care. He and Li Qingqing were high school classmates. At that time, Li Qingqing was the class flower. They started dating just before the college entrance exam, and because of the relationship, Li Qingqing didn't perform well and ended up at a second-tier university. Yamamoto Kojiro was completely unaffected and went straight to Y University. Li Qingqing truly hated Yamamoto. The guys who had pursued her before were all rich second-generation heirs. None of them could get her WeChat without spending tens of thousands on her. Yet, being with Yamamoto meant eating at street stalls or having spicy hot pot, and after 3 months, he hadn't given her anything. Actually, this couldn't entirely be blamed on Yamamoto. Ever since they started dating, whenever he had free time, he would take Li Qingqing to a budget hotel, checking out as soon as the room fee was due. All of Yamamoto's money was spent on that. How could he afford to take Li Qingqing out for nice meals? To make the room fee worth it, he was working hard. He wouldn't stop for a day without doing it 4 or 5 times. After 3 months of this, Li Qingqing had lost nearly 20 pounds. How could she not hate him? Yamamoto was still her first boyfriend. Moreover, Yamamoto had many other girls behind him. Losing her meant nothing to him. Li Qingqing initially wanted to break up peacefully, but her unwillingness stemmed from a sense of loss, not because she had deep feelings for Yamamoto but because she felt cheated. She had given everything to Yamamoto, and breaking up like this felt so unfair. She had to find a way to make Yamamoto uncomfortable. Li Qingqing crossed her arms and looked at Yamamoto with an air of arrogance. A loser like you being with me is like your ancestors' graves catching fire. I bet you will never date a girl who looks even close to me in your life. Yamamoto casually replied, oh, right. Just finish what you have to say and leave. I'm going to eat barbecue with my buddies. Li Qingqing looked at Jing Mo and the others. What kind of people can a loser's friends be? They look. Just as she was about to say they looked like monsters, Fu Mingming and Nyo Yongyu were both too ugly to look at. When her gaze fell on Jing Mo, she couldn't even find a point to criticize his looks. This man only had to glance at her, and she felt a sense of inferiority. He was just too handsome. She actually felt self-conscious about her looks, a deep sense of not being worthy. Anyway, you poor losers are only fit to eat street food. My boyfriend is coming to pick me up for French cuisine. You poor losers can just roast in this hot weather. However, the girls in the dormitory understood that relationships weren't solid. Just as Lee Qingqing and Dai Hongyu were busy arguing, one of the remaining two girls in the dormitory walked out and approached Jing Mo in front of Lee Qingqing. Handsome, can I have your WeChat? Bei Xinyao was very attractive, the one Jing Mo considered the most beautiful among the four. Dressed in a white dress, her features were approachable, giving off a familiar feeling of first love. Bei Xinyao, what are you doing? Lee Qingqing's face turned pale with anger. Bei Xinyao nonchalantly replied, you two solve your own problems, don't drag others into it. I just want to get to know this handsome guy. Handsome, it's too noisy here. How about we find a place to have a drink and talk about our life ideals? Bei Yinyao is a beauty enthusiast, and her family is quite wealthy. She often goes to bars to hire male models for company, but just like how guys think women in such places are not clean, she only hires them for drinks and has never done anything out of line. As soon as she got out of the car today, her gaze was fixed on Jing Mo. Even if it made her roommate angry, she had to get to know this guy. His looks were simply the standard boyfriend image in her heart. Jing Mo looked at her, the corners of his mouth curling up, thinking this girl was quite interesting. So, he pulled out the WeChat QR code from his phone. Bei Yinyao glanced at Jing Mo's phone. She was knowledgeable, and this model was a Huawei business phone, a high-end brand used by wealthy people. A spark flashed in Bei Yinyao's eyes. Then she looked at Niu Yangyu and the others. When she saw the necklace around Niu Yangyu's neck, her gaze paused for a moment, playfully glancing at Lee Qingqing. It seemed that Jing Mo and his friends were not losers, at least they had some money, but she didn't plan to tell Lee Qingqing about them. Revealing the ending in advance would spoil the fun. There's no need to find a secluded place. I'm too tired today. If you don't mind, just sit here and have a drink, Jing Mo said, finding a small stool and placing it beside him. Bei Yinyao didn't mind and gracefully sat next to Jing Mo. Shall we have a drink? Seeing the girl so carefree, Jing Mo didn't want to fall behind and picked up a drink. Let's have a drink. Lee Qingqing was furious. Her roommate was actually getting along so well with her enemies. Another roommate, Huang Lily, who was the least attractive among them, stepped out. Bei Yinyao, you're slapping Lee Qingqing in the face. What's so fun about hanging out with these losers? Bei Yinyao narrowed her eyes, her aura fully unleashed like a deep fox. Who I hang out with is none of your business. You! Before Huang Lily could say anything, Lee Qingqing jumped out to threaten, you better come over right now, or we'll cut ties. You won't be part of our dorm anymore. Bei Yinyao put on a scared expression on her pure face. Jing Mo, I'm scared if she kicks me out of the dorm, I might be homeless. Can you take me in? Seizing the opportunity, Bei Yinyao leaned against Jing Mo, her cool, smooth little hand slipping into his shirt for a touch. Wow, 8-pack abs. Bei Yinyao's beautiful eyes curved with delight. It seemed she had struck gold. Lee Qingqing was furious to see herself ignored. Fine, don't regret it. When my boyfriend comes later, he'll take us to eat French food and go to a bar. Don't blame me for not bringing you. Bei Yinyao, now delicately and weakly, had already wrapped her arms around Jing Mo's. Jing Mo, do you have a girlfriend? Can I be your girlfriend? A system prompt sounded in Jing Mo's mind. Detected that Bei Yinyao is not the most beautiful woman in the world, so she is not qualified to be the host's girlfriend, and the host is not allowed to agree to her request. If agreed, the host will face the punishment of constipation. However, the host can take her as a lover, and successfully doing so will earn 100 million RMB. Jing Mo sighed. This system was really something. It always forced him to be a scumbag. He just wanted to be a deeply affectionate man. Jing Mo patted the curvy backside of the girl beside him. Brother doesn't have a girlfriend, but my standards are high. You have to pass the test to be my girlfriend. Bei Yinyao giggled. Then forget it. Only the party and the people have the right to test me. Jing Mo laughed heartily after hearing that. However, what the two were thinking was unspoken. Their side of the story had already concluded, and they were now in a state of watching the drama unfold. Lee Qingqing had stopped paying attention to Bei Yinyao, her hatred now fully directed at Jing Mo. Yamamoto, I curse you. Remember, it was me who dumped you. Yamamoto Kagoro remained completely unfazed, like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. Yes, yes, yes. Is that enough, big sister? I'm begging you, let's go, we still need to eat. Lee Qingqing felt a surge of frustration when she saw that Yamamoto didn't even try to keep her from leaving. In the script she had written, when she proposed a breakup, Yamamoto should have knelt and clung to her long, fair thigh, begging her not to leave, then uttering a classic line of a lovesick fool, don't go, I'll agree to anything. Then she would kick him away in disgust and drive off in her new boyfriend's Porsche, leaving Yamamoto crying and running after her. Qingqing, will we meet again? When we meet again, you must be happy. It's okay that your world no longer has me, you must be happy. Qingqing, How can I live without you? That would have been the normal progression of the plot. But what was happening? Yamamoto was leisurely eating skewers. It seemed like her proposal to break up didn't affect him at all. Was she just a clown in this situation? But it didn't matter. Her boyfriend would be arriving soon. If she didn't hit Yamamoto hard today, she probably wouldn't be able to get over this hurdle. After all, Yamamoto had relied on a few bowls of spicy hot pot and McDonald's to get through countless times. This would become her inner demon. Just then, two sports cars drove up not far away. One was a Porsche 718, and the other was a BMW i8. The two cars parked in front of the barbecue shop, and two young men got out, looking around with disdain. Both young men were dressed in very fashionable and flamboyant attire, black short-sleeved shirts paired with black rhinestone vests, and it was hard to tell if they were wearing makeup with their pale faces and earrings. The other one was even more abstract, sporting an American buzz cut, a lip ring, and wearing high-street pants, exuding an air of arrogance. They walked over with a swagger even more ostentatious than that of Nyo Yanyu and Fu Mingming. Their nostrils flared as if they were declaring their superiority. "Honey, I'm over here. Have you sorted things out? Let's hurry up and go." Dong Rui's gaze swept over the group, and when he saw Bei Xinyo leaning close to Jing Mo, his brow furrowed. But with his girlfriend present, he couldn't say much. Dai Hanyu angrily ran to Shu Rui's side, stifling a sob as she threw herself into his arms. "Honey, someone is bullying me. The owner of this barbecue shop has been scolding me." Shu Rui frowned and glanced at the owner. "Come over and apologize." The owner, already irritable, had just been suppressed by his wife, and now seeing Shu Rui's arrogant attitude, he exploded. "I curse you." He picked up a chair from the shop, ready to strike. Just then, several men in black suits rushed in through the door, directly blocking the barbecue shop owner from Shu Rui. The owner, seeing the overwhelming number of people, also stopped, watching them warily. The owner's wife hurriedly stepped forward to apologize. "This young brother and young sister, I'm really sorry. Our old Lin has a bad temper and speaks a bit bluntly. Please don't take it to heart." Shu Rui glanced at his girlfriend, Dai Hanyu, who knew that with her boyfriend backing her up, Dai Hanyu wouldn't back down and directly slapped the owner's wife across the face. This slap is to let you know that some people are not to be trifled with. The barbecue shop owner's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. His wife was humiliated in public, right in front of him. "You beast, I will not let you off today," he said, preparing to strike again. But he was still stopped by his wife. "Young sister, you've hit her and vented your anger, so please leave quickly." Dai Hanyu had a fierce expression. "What? Do you want to kick people out while running your shop? Let me tell you, my boyfriend is an internet celebrity with 1 million followers. Do you believe I can expose your shop and ruin your business?" The shop owner had already received a slap mark, but for the sake of her shop and family, she still endured the humiliation and greeted the younger Dai Hanyu with a smile. "I'm sorry, you see my mouth. Just order whatever you want, consider it an apology." Li Qingqing transferred her anger towards Yamamoto Kojiro onto the shop owner. "What to eat? This lousy barbecue, junk food, only poor losers would eat this." The shop owner was left speechless in embarrassment. The boss's fists were cracking, and his eyes were nearly bulging with rage. "Forget it, Xiaoyu, why bother with such small fry? Be magnanimous, don't forget our purpose here." Huang Lily reminded everyone to focus on Yamamoto Kojiro and his group. How can I let them off so easily after offending me? They just dared to insult me. I need to slap her a few more times," she said, about to strike the shop owner again. At that moment, a notification sound appeared in Jing Mo's mind. "Temporary mission, every good deed, help the barbecue shop owner vent her anger. No punishment for mission failure. Mission accomplished, receive an Audi A8. Jing Mo narrowed his eyes. Even without this system task, he intended to step in. These people were truly going too far. Although he no longer had the fighting experience card, he had 3 brothers with him, so he wouldn't be at a disadvantage in a fight. "Brothers, what do you say? Shall we go together?" Nyo Yangyu and Fu Mingming had long been fed up with Dong Rui and Shu Rui's pretentious faces and could no longer hold back. "Boss, I just sent a message to my dad's contacts. They should be able to handle them, but it will take some time to get here." Nyo Yangyu's family owned a bathhouse, and the owners of such places all knew some people from the underworld. Fu Mingming was directly gripping the stool under him. "Big brother, if you say to fight, I will fight." Although Fu Mingming and Nyo Yangyu initially didn't get along with Jing Mo treated him really well. Calling him big brother was sincere. Although he had no outstanding qualities, he was loyal enough. The 3 were ready to act, but were stopped by Yamamoto Kojiro. Yamamoto Kojiro still had that carefree demeanor, then picked up a skewer of lamb and stood up. "Father, you sit down, give me 3 minutes. If this group doesn't fall, I'll bring their heads to you." Saying this, Yamamoto Kojiro acted as if he was going to the battlefield, dramatically sweeping his hands back in a pose he thought was cool. He hasn't drunk, has he? I only saw him drink a cup of orange juice. Is there alcohol mixed in orange juice now? Look at how drunk he is. The shop owner had closed her eyes, preparing to be hit, but felt nothing for a long time. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a young man with long hair standing in front of her. Yamamoto Kojiro grabbed Dai Honyu's hand. You really like slapping people, huh? Saying this, he used his other hand to slap Dai Honyu hard across the face. The force of the slap was so strong that it sent Dai Honyu sprawling to the side, crashing heavily to the ground. Dai Honyu felt her entire face go numb, and her ears started ringing. Kojiro, you beast, you dare hit Xiaoyu. Li Qingqing's face was filled with malice. You kneel down right now and slap yourself 100 times, or after we break up, we won't even be friends. Yamamoto glanced at her and spat out 2 words, idiot. Shu Rue, seeing his girlfriend being hit, had a darkening expression on his pretentious face and glared fiercely at Yamamoto Kojiro. You're really something, even daring to hit my girlfriend. Come on, hit him. I'll take the blame. The barbecue shop owner could no longer hold back. Young man, let's go together. A few men in black suits were security guards from a company, but they were just a bunch of unemployed thugs. These 2 internet bloggers had hired a few bodyguards to show off, but when it came to a real fight, their combat skills were lacking. Despite their imposing stature, the 4 of them could only throw wild punches. As a result, Yamamoto Kojiro, with his authentic Tai Chi stance, took them down in just a few moves. The speed was astonishing. By the time the owner rushed over, the fight was already over. Each punch, kick, and knee strike landed directly on the joints, without any flashy moves. Seeing that the opponent was a skilled fighter, Shu Rue's previously proud face showed a hint of panic, but he was an internet blogger after all, and he couldn't believe anyone would dare to touch him. Didn't he know how terrifying online bullying could be? The commotion attracted a lot of onlookers. Shu Rue, being an internet person, knew how to incite the crowd. You harassed my girlfriend, forced her to drink with you, and when she refused, you hit her. You're truly a beast. Yamamoto Kojiro sneered. He was skilled at twisting the truth. Dai Hongyu, upon hearing her boyfriend's words, sat down on the ground and cried out in despair. Ah, in broad daylight, you actually forced me to drink, and when I refused, you slapped me. Several onlookers immediately began to condemn Yamamoto Kojiro. This is outrageous. How can such things happen in a society governed by law? Call the police. People like this should be locked up forever. What a beast. These onlookers didn't care about the essence of the matter, they just followed the crowd. Seeing so many people supporting him, Shu Rue's expression turned back to one of arrogance. Kid, just wait. I'll have you arrested at the police station soon. Nyo Yongyu suddenly spoke up. Oh, thank you, big brother on the leaderboard for the rocket. If you send a sports car, I'll have my nephew give you another set of Wing Chun. Shu Rue looked towards Nyo Yongyu, who was filming with his phone. Hearing Nyo Yongyu mention the leaderboard, could he be live streaming? Shu Rue's face turned pale. If he was live streaming, his online persona would be ruined. Hey, don't get distracted. Even if he's live streaming, how many people could be watching? You've been in the internet game long enough. Dong Rue stepped forward and patted Shu Rue's shoulder, signaling him to stay calm. Shu Rue realized this was true. In this day and age, if a live stream didn't have a professional team running it, who would watch? Unless the other party is very rich and pays for promotion. But these losers could never afford that much. They were probably just trying to scare him off. Kid, trying to bluff, huh? When the police come, just say you were part of a team, and none of you will get away after harassing my girlfriend. Shu Rue threatened with a dark expression. Fu Mingming stood up and pointed at the barbecue shop's surveillance camera. What do you think this is? Do you really think the police are fools? Shu Rue laughed upon hearing this. Boss lady, how about this? I'll give you 100,000 yuan to make a false statement. When the police come, just say these people were trying to harass my girlfriend, and as for the surveillance footage, just destroy it. Shu Rue was very confident because, in this world, interests were the most important thing. 100,000 yuan was quite a sum. The boss lady hesitated, but the barbecue shop owner cursed loudly. You're full of crap. I want you to delete the surveillance footage, but that's just wishful thinking. I can't just stand by and watch you slander a good person. The boss's voice was loud, and those around heard it. The voices that had originally scolded Yamamoto Kojiro gradually quieted down, and then a group of people began to whisper among themselves. Dong Rue stepped forward with a grim face. I advise you to think carefully before making a decision. We have millions of fans on Yinfufu. Do you believe that if we post a video tomorrow to draw traffic, you won't have a single customer? The boss wanted to argue but was stopped by the boss's wife. The boss's wife looked at Jing Mo and the others with an apologetic glance but still gritted her teeth and said, we don't want your 100,000 yuan. I will delete the surveillance video, but we won't forge evidence. Dong Rui smirked provocatively at Jing Mo and the others. But who would have thought that Jing Mo was actually enjoying skewers and drinks with Bei Xinyao, watching the show with a carefree expression, completely unconcerned. Dong Rui was furious. He had initially treated Li Qingqing as just a temporary fling, but his real target was actually Bei Xinyao. This girl was the campus belle of Yiji University. If he could date her, it would be quite a face-saving achievement. But now the woman he had his eyes on was getting so close to another man, he had to teach him a lesson. It was a perfect opportunity to take down Li Qingqing's ex-boyfriend. So what if he was handsome? His uncle was the deputy director of the local police station. Even without the boss and his wife forging evidence, he had connections to frame this guy and get a few people detained for a few days. These people were probably freshmen. If they were detained for a few days, the school would definitely expel them. The top brother is really rich. Yamamoto Kojiro, the top brother wants you to beat this guy in front of you. He'll take care of all the consequences. Just as Dong Rui turned around, a fist landed squarely on his face. In an instant, blood gushed from his nose, and he staggered back several steps. Ah, everyone look, this person is really lawless, actually hitting someone in public. Li Qingqing's voice drew the attention of the onlookers back to Yamamoto Kojiro. Li Qingqing looked at Yamamoto Kojiro with a venomous and mocking gaze. You're dead. My boyfriend's uncle is the deputy director of the nearby police station. If you hit him, just wait to go in. Dong Rui covered his bleeding nose and glared fiercely at Yamamoto Kojiro. You dare hit me. Do you dare hit me? You're finished, you're going to die. Dong Rui was in a frenzied state. He had always been the one hitting others, and no one ever dared to fight back. Today, someone actually dared to hit him. Li Qingqing was beside him, supporting Dong Rui's shoulder with a flattering expression. Honey, are you okay? Dong Rui completely ignored Li Qingqing, panting as he looked at Yamamoto Kojiro and the still photographing Niu Yangyu. You're really something. And you, fatso, you let this guy hit me, and you won't escape either. You're still here taking pictures. The evidence you're filming is digging your own grave. Just then, a path opened in the crowd outside the barbecue shop, and 3 police officers rushed in. Don't move. Who called the police? Dong Rui saw familiar faces and stepped forward. I called the police. This officer was a direct subordinate of his uncle and had a very close relationship with Dong Rui. They were like brothers. Although he was just a police officer, he knew how to handle things. On the surface, he held only the position of a team leader, but he had significant influence in the police station. Dong Rui and this officer, Hua Hong, were sworn brothers. Hua Hong saw Dong Rui and immediately understood the situation. On the surface, of course, one must pretend not to know. You called the police saying someone committed violence in public and harassed your friend's girlfriend, right? Shu Rui feigned righteous indignation and pointed directly at Jing Mo and his group, scolding, It's these 4 people who harassed my girlfriend and made her serve drinks. My girlfriend didn't want to, so they slapped her. We also have bodyguards nearby. Who would have thought this guy would directly injure someone in public and even hurt our bodyguard? Hua Hong said with a serious face, Is it this guy? Hua Hong glanced at Yamamoto Kojiro. It's this kid. It's him. Li Qingqing was the first to jump up and accuse. She truly wished to send Yamamoto away. The humiliation she suffered was caused by him. Without asking any questions, Hua Hong ordered 2 officers to take out handcuffs and prepare to arrest him. Kid, you better surrender quietly. Your charges are already serious. If you add assaulting a police officer to that, you really won't be getting out. Hua Hong mocked. Dai Hongyu revealed a smug smile. Officer, quickly take this guy away. It's best to keep such social scum locked up for life. Dong Rui turned his gaze towards Jing Mo and Niu Yangyu. And those few over there, they are in it together. That fat guy who was filming earlier instructed this guy to hit me. Look at the injury on my face as evidence. When he was beaten earlier, that fat guy was over there gloating. Now, if he didn't get him involved, he had no way to vent his anger. Shu Rui, feeling proud with the police backing him, swaggered over to Yamamoto Kojiro. Kid, offending us too, you won't have enough lives to pay for it. Just wait until you get to the police station to see how I deal with you. Yamamoto Kojiro's expression didn't change much. He just seemed even colder than before. His icy gaze fixed firmly on Shu Rui and the 2 police officers slowly approaching from behind. Finally, he curled his lips into a mysterious smile. Hua Hong led Dong Rui to the table where Jing Mo was eating barbecue. Except for the slightly nervous Fu Mingming, the others remained calm. When Hua Hong approached, they were still eating skewers and drinking, seemingly not taking Hua Hong seriously at all. Especially that fat guy, who kept making faces and taking pictures with his phone, which infuriated Hua Hong. Facing the police, he showed no fear at all. This was a provocation to his authority. Everyone, stand up, Hua Hong shouted in a low voice. Jing Mo slowly spoke, may I ask what you want from us? Gua Hong sneered, thinking it was naive to try to take advantage of the situation. I told you to stand up first, cooperate with our investigation, are you deaf? Bei Xinyao chuckled lightly, showing no fear as she replied, then I want to ask, what qualifications do you have to investigate us? Oh, what qualifications? You harmed someone, do you think I can just let it go? Did you see it with your own eyes? There are witnesses, someone reported that you harmed someone. Where did the witness come from? You don't have the right to know that yet. Just cooperate and come back to the station for an investigation. If you haven't done anything wrong, you'll naturally be released. Is this how you take people away? Is that what the law says? Gua Hong sneered, here, I am the law. At this moment, in Nyo Youngyu's live stream, 666 this is the people's father, this is our umbrella. If we go back with them, these few people's style will probably lead to torture and forced confessions. The sky in Y City has fallen. This is typical bureaucratic behavior. At Y City Government, at Y City Public Security Bureau, at Y City Procuratorate, are you watching? Is this what you call justice? Awesome. These bullet comments have flooded the screen. The number of people in the live broadcast room has already exceeded 100,000. As for why the newcomer streamer Nyo Youngyu has so many online viewers, it's because Jing Mo directly bought promotion, 500,000 for promotion. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. From the very beginning, when the boss lady Dai Hanyu slapped someone, some people thought it was scripted, but later realized it didn't seem acted, so more and more people started watching. This is much more interesting than any movie. Then, when Yamamoto Kagoro fought against 4 tall bodyguards, the audience exclaimed awesome. By the time the police arrived, there were already 100,000 viewers in the live broadcast room. What does 100,000 viewers mean? It indicates a trending topic for tomorrow. And all of this, Dong Rui and Gua Hong still knew nothing about. Aren't the police supposed to serve the people? You're going to arrest people without solid evidence. Isn't that against the rules? Dong Rui said cheerfully, what rules? I'm not afraid to tell you, my uncle is the deputy director of the police station, and he can just say to take you back, and he will. Bei Xinyao, come drink with me tonight, or the police will take you as an accomplice and arrest you too. Dong Rui's gaze was fixed on Bei Xinyao thighs, so white and straight, it could be played with for years. Bei Xinyao laughed uncontrollably. Then you can take me back. I also want to see what the interrogation room at the police station is like. She wasn't afraid of Dong Rui's threat at all because her identity was not simple. If she got arrested today, all the officials below the county level in Hangjiang would have to be dismissed. Besides, she probably wouldn't even be arrested because they were already live streaming, and soon the authorities would come to ban the live broadcast room. Such information could not possibly spread among the public. It would be suppressed. However, many people knew about it, and the authorities would definitely take action immediately. Gua Hong and the deputy director of the police station, along with the other 2 officers present, would all be dismissed and investigated. Just as Bei Xinyao thought, when the number of viewers in Nyo Youngyu's live broadcast room broke through to 120,000, the live broadcast room was directly shut down. Many people were still waiting for updates, which made the audience anxious. Quite a few local outdoor streamers in Y City rushed over upon hearing the news. Seizing this opportunity could make them go viral. Many media outlets were also eager to act. The situation was gradually starting to ferment. Many viewers had already taken screenshots of the exciting parts of the live broadcast replay and posted them on short video platforms. Even if the authorities wanted to suppress it, it would be impossible to do so in a short time. More and more people began to pay attention to this event. The solemn government building in Y City, at this moment, was particularly quiet under the cover of night. According to common sense, at this time, all the office staff should have finished their busy work for the day and left the building. Just then, a brand new shiny Audi S6 sped in. The security guards stationed at the entrance were startled by this sudden scene, but when they saw the license plate number, their faces instantly showed fear. Without any hesitation, they quickly pressed the remote control in their hands, opening the tightly closed doors to ensure that this mysterious vehicle could pass smoothly. The Audi S6 raced into the parking lot in front of the government building, coming to a steady stop after a sudden brake. Immediately, the driver's door was pushed open forcefully, and a tall, upright man stepped out of the car. He was dressed in a finely tailored black shirt paired with straight trousers, exuding an air of authority and coldness. He hurriedly got out of the car and walked straight to the back seat door, carefully opening it. A solemn middle-aged man in his 50s stepped out from the back seat. All officials below the deputy department level are to be summoned for a meeting. They must arrive within 30 minutes. Prepare a conference room. The middle-aged man spoke with great authority, having already issued 3 commands. The person who had just driven here was a deputy department-level official from Guangling, holding a high position capable of formulating local policies. Yet, This official was being summoned and ordered around by the middle-aged man. At the same time, on the Jingma side, Hua-han was already preparing to arrest Jingma. The law states that you can only be detained for 24 hours, but if I find even a hint of wrongdoing on your part, it will likely be difficult for you to get out. Hua-hong wore a proud expression, trying to discern panic or flattery from the other party. In the past, at such times, anyone who heard such words, whether guilty or innocent, would be filled with fear and dread. This was the most exhilarating moment of his career as a police officer. Outsiders say that police are here to uphold the law and maintain order, but in Hua-hang's view, the law is a sword in the hands of the police, capable of determining the life and death of ordinary people. Everyone hates officials, yet everyone wants to be one. This world is no longer the domain of the working class from the last century, but rather one ruled by bureaucracy and merchants. However, Jingma and Niu Yanyu remained unfazed, showing not a trace of worry on their faces. This made Hua-hong feel that his authority was being challenged. Cuff him and take him away. Hua-hong ordered the officer who had already handcuffed Yamamoto Kojiro, his face dark. The officer glanced at Jingma and the others. We don't have enough handcuffs, there's only one left. Hua-hong looked around, his gaze landing on Jingma. Dong Rui whispered something in Hua-hang's ear. This guy was too handsome and had even stolen the woman his brother had his eye on. He had to be taken away. Just cuff this guy, I think he's the leader of this group. Anyway, he could arrest whoever he wanted, using a fabricated charge to detain him first. Once back at the station, he could use some methods to force a confession, then keep him locked up for a few more days. Jingma, bewildered, pointed at himself. Wait, what did I do to deserve this? Why are you arresting me? He hadn't done anything at all. You'd better comply, it will save you some suffering. The officer slowly approached with the handcuffs. Jingma indifferently extended his hand, coldly glaring at the group of conspirators. You won't be smug for long, let the bullets fly for a while. Hua-hong then turned to Niu Yanyu, you should come with us too. The victim just said you instructed your accomplices to harm him. Niu Yanyu was speechless, they had to hypocritically pin a charge on him to arrest him. Dai Hongyu and Li Qingqing cheered excitedly, the people's umbrella, long live the police. These social scum won't escape. The onlookers, seeing the police cuffing these individuals, all sided with Dong Rui, spitting contempt at Jingma and the others. What a young age to do such things, robbing women in broad daylight, truly morally corrupt. What kind of family raises such a child without any upbringing? Police comrades must not let them off easily, they must be severely punished. These onlookers didn't bother to investigate the truth of the matter and were misled by Dong Rui and his group. Taking advantage of the distraction, Shu Rui pulled out a police baton and struck Yamamoto Kojiro hard on the knee. Yamamoto Kojiro felt a sharp pain shoot through his knee, causing him to twitch and instinctively drop to one knee. Sweat beads formed on his forehead. Jingma was furious. This group truly disgusted him to the core. You will regret this, Shu Rui smugly replied. You should worry about yourself, you might not even get out of here. He crouched down, grabbing Yamamoto Kagoro's hair. This is for slapping my girlfriend just now. As for the injuries on me, you can slowly repay them at the police station. Yamamoto Kagoro smirked. Oh really? We'll see about that. A few people were pushed into the police car. There were many students near Y University, and they posted videos of the scene on the forum. Such a big event would definitely attract attention. The school quickly distanced itself from the incident. The arrested individuals are social figures and have nothing to do with our school. Many followers of the school were commenting below, all cursing the women in Jingmo's family. Tian saw the video immediately. Xiaoxue, I told you this person is no good. Look, shocking, caught in broad daylight for harassing a girl. In fact, the video was very short, just a clip of Jing Mo and Niu Yanyu being taken into the police car. After watching the video, Fan Qingxue was stunned. How could this be? Xiaoxue, you should cut ties with this scum quickly. How could he do something so disgusting? Tian's mouth was like a machine gun, constantly belittling Jing Mo. But Fan Qingxue didn't hear a word, because he knew Jing Mo's character. Not to mention that someone so wealthy wouldn't need to harass girls. If he wanted, he could find any woman at school. Besides, he didn't even look at a big school beauty like her, so how could he possibly be interested in someone else? Stop talking. Tian's voice was annoying to her. There must be some misunderstanding. Jing Mo was definitely not that kind of person. I'm going to the police station to find Jing Mo. Fan Qingxue got off her bed, put on her shoes, and prepared to go out. Tian bit her silver teeth. What kind of spell had Jing Mo cast on Fan Qingxue? Even at this time, she still supported him. Shouldn't she be joining in to criticize Jing Mo's evil deeds? Even Tian couldn't stand Jing Mo's behavior. At the same time, on the platform, two bloggers with millions of followers simultaneously posted a video. The content was a direct face-to-camera narration by shua. I'm very sorry to encounter such a thing. My girlfriend was asked to accompany someone while eating barbecue in broad daylight. When my girlfriend refused, she was assaulted. I can hardly imagine that in 2024, such incidents of forcibly taking women still happen. I'm really disappointed with the current security environment. I advise everyone not to go out for barbecue at night. The video ended with footage of Jing Mo and others being escorted to the police car, with the caption, "Thank you to the police. The world is a better place because of you." Bloggers with millions of followers are already considered a significant traffic source online, and the topic of this incident was very eye-catching. Keyboard warriors quickly sprang into action, flooding the video comments with insults. Yi Ruoro had just finished her part-time job and returned to her dorm to change out of her work clothes into pajamas. She was ready to rest well. Her good friend jumped onto her bed, teasing her. "Ruoro, look at this, it happened near our school." Her friend opened the video on her phone. "I'm very sorry to encounter such a thing. My girlfriend." After watching the video, Yi Ruoro, like the public, disdainfully said, "Such a person is truly despicable." She thought of her idol, the rich young man who had helped her out. He had even compensated her with $1 million. Although $1 million might not be much for him, she felt that this kindness was significant. In high school, she was called the school beauty, but compared to someone like Jing Mo, she felt she was unworthy of him. If he was willing, she would even consider being his girlfriend. If he doesn't mind, she could marry him and then give him a son or daughter. The child's name would be Thinking Too Much. But apart from being beautiful, she has nothing to offer. How could she be worthy of the shining Jing Mo? He is so popular. She vaguely remembers how many girls surrounded him at the school gate. Moreover, he doesn't seem to be single. Didn't he enter the school with a girl who was no less attractive than herself at the beginning of the term? There's no hope of being his girlfriend in this lifetime, and every time she thinks of this, she feels a bit lost. But she has to find a way to repay him. She doesn't have $1 million, but saving up to treat Jing Mo to an expensive meal is still doable. Thinking of Jing Mo, she looks at the video where the vlogger talks about scumbags. Both are men, so how can the gap between people be so vast? Young Master Jing Mo shines brightly. He is a great person, helping strangers, a real-life Lei Feng. Not only that, he is so handsome that it's hard to pick out even a tiny flaw. Then she looks at this, and he actually teases strange girls. Such behavior is as disgusting as a rat in a sewer, making one want to vomit. When Yi Ruoro saw the appearance of the person being escorted by the police car at the end of the video, her pupils constricted. How could this be possible? Yi Ruoro panicked and snatched the phone. She was in shock and disbelief. This can't be. It must be fake. However, after searching the school forum and seeing many people posting about it, she had to believe it. There must be more to this. How could he tease other girls? Yi Ruoro had no doubts about Jing Mo's character. As she searched for related videos, when she saw someone posting a live replay, she was almost furious. Then she felt very sad. Her crush had actually suffered such treatment. He must feel very wronged at the police station. She had to do something for Jing Mo. Yi Ruoro put on her clothes and prepared to head to the police station. However, before that, she saw many people cursing Jing Mo, especially Dai Hongyu and Li Qingqing, who posted videos on their social accounts, slandering Jing Mo and saying how he teased them. Yi Ruoro was furious. How could there be such people? Truly shameless. The usually gentle and timid Yi Ruoro had never been angrier than at this moment. She commented in the other party's comments section, "With your looks, he would tease you? Your skin is thicker than a city wall." Yi Ruoro had always been very gentle, but this was a rare outburst for Jing Mo. Dai Hongyu exploded in anger. "Let me see what you look like." In the conference room of the government compound, the air was very oppressive. The middle-aged man in the main seat, wearing an administrative jacket, had a grim expression. "Have you seen this video from the City Bureau?" The sweating head of the Y City Public Security Bureau below was pointed at. "I've seen the video. Director, do you want to manage this?" "Director, I want to manage." "Can you manage it?" "Director, I can manage." "Can you control it?" "Director, I can control it." "What's the matter? Are you afraid to solve it or can't you solve it?" The director was drenched in cold sweat. "Which level do you think the problem occurred at? Supervision? Where is the supervision?" The director of the Supervision Bureau and the section chief of the Procuratorate raised their hands in unison. "Do you know about this issue today?" Both swallowed hard. "We should know." The person in the main seat sneered. "Since you know, why did this happen? How are you managing? The country gives you power. Where exactly are you using it? Where is the district-level director? I want to ask, does this count as deliberate harassment?" The district chief hurriedly organized his words. "This reflects our case handler's typical inaction and bureaucratism. I apologize on behalf of my subordinates to the leaders and to the general public. The middle-aged man looked at all the officials present at the meeting. That great man would still shake hands and greet the working class. What kind of bureaucratic face are you all putting on? You have betrayed the working class, betrayed the common people. The working class is the foundation of a country. The working class must lead everything. Is it that the case handlers in this video think they are the best in the world? Such behavior is extremely vile, and using power to oppress others is even worse. It is currently the peak tourist season, and many people from other places are visiting Y City. If this matter escalates, how do you think the people of the nation will view us in Y Province? We have lost all face. Mayor, City Bureau, District Bureau, Prosecutor, District Chief, tell me how long it will take to give the country, to give the people a satisfactory response to this matter? All those named responded in unison, promising to resolve the issue by tonight. We must do our best to compensate the truly injured people. This matter must be handled well. All the officials present at the meeting shouted in unison, understood. As the meeting was about to conclude, a middle-aged man in military uniform walked in at the door of the conference room. A terrifying scar ran across the middle-aged man's face. Behind him, many soldiers in uniform stood guard at the door as if protecting this middle-aged man. The officials present gasped when they saw the insignia on the man's shoulder. 2 stars and a badge. This was a lieutenant general. This man was a big shot from the military. Oh, you are all here? The middle-aged man glanced at the main seat. Hello, my name is Fong Jinshu, and I am the Deputy Minister of the East China Theater. The man in the administrative jacket at the main seat stood up in response. Hello, Minister, I am Lu Zhu, the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee. If outsiders were present, they would probably be scared to death. These two were legendary figures. Both could easily appear on CCTV, one as big shots. I came here because of a case that occurred in your Y province today. One of the people arrested is from our military. Lu Zhu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. The Y City officials had already been trying to find ways to alleviate the pressure from public opinion. If it were a regular incident, it would be fine, but the person arrested had directly started a live broadcast. Moreover, the number of viewers was simply too high, over 100,000. If the prosecutor hadn't forcibly contacted the official media to cut off the live stream, it was likely that Y City would have been inundated with online insults by now. The reputation built over many years could be destroyed overnight. Even so, there were ways to salvage the situation. After all, reputation is a double-edged sword. Some fame is born from controversy. Just like a certain celebrity, who has been criticized by fans for years for playing basketball. As long as the Y City officials handle this matter actively, the people will also see the good side of Y City. Then there would be compensation for the victims, trying to get them to post an announcement online stating that they were very satisfied with the handling of the Y City officials. This way, the impact of the incident could be minimized. Y City's verbal battle this time was unavoidable. Over 100,000 people were watching, and that video had likely spread everywhere. In today's internet age, if someone in Harbin has their underwear blown off by a fart, people in Guangdong will know within an hour. Now, the only option is to resolve this matter quickly. Everyone is just concerned about the officials' attitude. However, no matter how you put it, this matter is merely a private affair among officials, and with the military getting involved, it would be difficult to handle. I wonder which person you are referring to. Lu Zhu had been in office for many years and understood the twists and turns of many matters. At the very moment when Jing Mo and the others were taken away, their files had already been presented before him. They were just ordinary citizens, nothing special about them. However, as soon as Fong Jinshu arrived, he claimed to have captured military personnel, which meant that someone among them had connections to this deputy minister. Using the military's name to pressure him was clearly an act of seeking justice. Fong Jinshu glanced around. This matter involves state secrets. Officials below the ministerial level cannot be informed. Lu Zhu looked at the other officials and instructed, do what needs to be done, and quickly bring out the victims for proper compensation. The officials he had named hurriedly responded like chicks pecking at rice and rushed out of the conference hall. The remaining officials, being clever, followed suit and left with the group. Only Fong Jinshu and Lu Zhu remained. One of the captured individuals is named Yamamoto Kagoro, Lu Zhu said, frowning in confusion. According to this person's file, his father is from the island nation, and his mother is from the northeast. His father came to Huaxia for business in 1999, married his mother in 2002, and he was born in 2004 in Jilin, northeast China. When he was born, his father divorced his mother and returned to the island nation, disappearing without a trace. Fong Jinshu casually pulled over a chair and sat down, saying, "This is just surface information. In fact, Yamamoto Kagoro is Huaxia person, and his father is also Huaxia. He should have originally had the surname In. His father was a member of a special operations group in the military, lying low in the island nation to carry out a mission. He has already died in the island nation. Before he died, he entrusted his son to me, asking me to take good care of him. Now that he has encountered such a situation, should I intervene? Upon hearing this, Lu Shu felt a wave of dread wash over him. This was truly a huge mess he had gotten himself into. If this matter were to be exposed online, it would likely spiral out of control. A father sacrificing for the country, and a son being forced by the police to confess and then wrongfully imprisoned, this topic would be impossible to suppress. It was likely that even the central authorities would have to report on this matter. Hua Hong never expected that as a low-level police captain, he would cause such a big uproar because of one person's actions. The situation was escalating, and everything was becoming uncontrollable. So how do you want to handle it? The 3 police officers handling the case must all be sent to a military court, and officials below the department level should be punished as necessary. After Jing Mo was taken to the police station, he was directly locked in the holding room. The people locked up with him were all real criminals. However, Jing Mo did not expect that even Bei Xinyo had been arrested. The charge, of course, was gang-related activities, and she was to be investigated. Niu Yangyu shouted, "I want to call my lawyer." Fu Mingming looked around to see if there was any way to escape and call for help. "Boss, was your idea really going to work? Why hasn't anyone taken us out yet?" Jing Mo said confidently, "Don't worry, someone will definitely come to take us out soon. No, by then, they'll be begging us to leave." Bei Xinyao's almond-shaped eyes blinked mischievously. Since entering the holding room, all the criminals had been leering at her. This girl was simply too beautiful. If they were outside, it might have led to some impulsive actions. Bei Xinyao didn't care at all because with Jing Mo by her side, she felt no fear. This boy gave her an inexplicable sense of security. Moreover, her father was the chairman of the Rusu Group, paying over $1 billion in taxes to the government every year. In Y City, no one dared to touch this little princess. As for why she didn't reveal her identity earlier, it was because she wanted to experience the thrill, like being caught by the police while cosplaying. Plus, being accompanied by a handsome brother made her feel delighted. She treated it as a trip to a theme park. Jing Mo's confident demeanor truly captivated Bei Xinyao. How could there be such a charming man in this world? Even when they reached the holding room, Bei Xinyao still leaned against her arm. "Niu Yangyu, do you think excessive indulgence can lead to mental fatigue?" Jing Mo's nonsensical remark left everyone puzzled. Niu Yangyu took a few seconds to react. "Not now, big brother. Can't we think about how to get out of here?" He really admired his brother's mindset. It was quite good. The holding room had been quiet, but ever since Jing Mo and the others came in, it had become noisy. Who would have thought that good people caught would still be having a party inside? Hua Hong was quite irritated. He had thought that these people would behave a bit more after entering. At least the other criminals who came in were all sighing and looking lifeless. How could this group still be laughing? "Clear out interrogation room 1 for me. I need to start the interrogation." Dong Rui glanced at Bei Xinyo on the monitor, and his malicious thoughts began to stir. So, he asked Hua Hong for another interrogation room. "Suspects Jing Mo and Bei Xinyo, come out." A police officer shouted from the door of the holding room. Jing Mo and Bei Xinyo exchanged glances and then stood up to walk outside. Jing Mo was escorted by several officers to the interrogation room. After a short while, 2 police officers walked in. One of them was Gua Hang, accompanied by another officer who had helped capture him. Hua Hong turned on the bright interrogation light, blinding Jing Mo. "Name, Jing Mo. Age, 18. Gender, male. The victim says you harassed her and forced her to serve drinks. Is that true?" Jing Mo simply looked at him calmly and said nothing. "Kid, you think we can't do anything just because you won't talk? We didn't turn on the legal recording device during your interrogation. Just admit your guilt. You definitely won't go to prison, but a few days in detention is unavoidable." Hua Hong said it lightly. Jing Mo remained silent. "Kid, there's an old saying in Huaxia, those who know the times are wise. You're in the police station for 24 hours. During this time, I don't believe you can resist admitting guilt." Hua Hong propped his feet up on the table. "I'm curious, aren't you afraid someone will investigate you for doing this?" Hua Hong laughed heartily at that. "Who would investigate? Who dares to investigate? I'm a law enforcement officer, everything I do is based on the law. Who would believe a criminal like you?" In another interrogation room, Bei Xinyao, as you can see, you've been brought to the police station. The deputy director is my uncle. Whether you are guilty or not is all up to my word. I'm not going to beat around the bush. Be my woman. I'll have them let you go. Dong Rui sat on the chair, crossing his legs with a very arrogant and confident expression. Bei Xinyao slumped in the chair opposite him and said leisurely, "Don't you have Li Qingqing? What will she do if I become your woman? She'll naturally be a concubine. Don't worry, here, you'll always be the main wife. She can only be a minor one at most." Bei Xinyao covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. "Ha, you really think of yourself as some impressive figure. You even think about having a harem." Bei Xinyao's laughter sounded very harsh in Dong Rui's ears, making him feel a bit exasperated. "A filthy whore who hangs out in bars dares to laugh at me. I look at you as a favor, yet you don't know what's good for you." With that, she got up and lunged at Bei Xinyao. Bei Xinyao's face showed no concealment of her disgust, and with a nimble turn, she avoided Dong Rui's body as he pounced. Dong Rui was unfortunate, using too much force and directly falling into the mud. Bei Xinyao stepped on Dong Rui's back. "You think a person like you can sleep with me? You're really delusional." Dong Rui struggled to get up, but that delicate foot on his back felt like 1,000 pounds, making it impossible for him to rise. "You bitch, get off me. Do you dare step on me? I swear I'll have someone deal with you." Bei Xinyao coldly snorted, lifted her foot, and then stepped down between his legs. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed throughout the police station. The commotion attracted many officers. They knew this was the beloved nephew of the deputy director, and nothing could go wrong. A group of officers rushed in. When they saw the scene before them, they were all stunned into silence. Dong Rui knelt on the ground, covering his vital parts, beads of sweat on his forehead, and he looked extremely pained. There's blood. Call an ambulance. Call an ambulance. Do you not want to work anymore? Call an ambulance." He screamed hysterically, looking at the blood on his hands. Gua Hong was about to take action against Jing Mo, but suddenly an officer burst in and informed him of the situation next door. Gua Heng's expression changed. There was no time for questioning now, and he hurriedly got up and walked out. When he arrived at the interrogation room next door, the floor was already covered with fallen officers. Bei Xinyao clapped her hands, her pretty little face cold, and she was starting to feel angry and impatient. "Dongji, right? What a deputy director." When she saw Gua Hong come in, she said, "Kid, I advise you to let us go immediately, or your police station can wait to be investigated." Gua Hong looked at the chaos on the ground, his face pale with anger. "You dare to use violence in the police station? This is assaulting an officer. I can shoot you on the spot." Shu Rui and Li Qingqing, who had been waiting outside, sensed the commotion and rushed over. Li Qingqing's face changed drastically when she saw Dong Rui groaning in pain on the ground. "Bei Xinyao, what have you done?" Li Qingqing stepped forward, wanting to slap Bei Xinyao, but just as she raised her hand, Bei Xinyao slapped her face back. Li Qingqing was momentarily stunned, her previously arrogant demeanor vanished. "Get away! Women like you who only see money make me sick." Standing beside them, Dai Hongyu was extremely agitated, stomping her feet in anger, pointing a finger directly at Bei Xinyao's nose, and began to curse. "Humph! Don't pretend to be so noble here. Don't think I don't know where your so-called luxury items come from. Aren't you just selling your body to be kept by those rich men? How dare you criticize Qingqing?" Bei Xinyao was enraged by the slander. "You've gone too far. Just because you sell yourself, you think all rich people are selling themselves? Does having money necessarily mean being kept? Can't it be that my family is wealthy? I just genuinely wanted to integrate into your circle, but I didn't expect you to be unable to accept that I'm a real rich person due to your narrow-minded jealousy, and instead, you use this idea to find psychological balance. Women like you, who are brainless and have distorted values, shouldn't come out and embarrass yourselves." Gua Hong, with a dark face, maintained his authority. "Shut up. How dare you assault someone in front of the police? I see you are contemptuous of the law." Bei Xinyao had truly lost her patience. "Officer Gua, do you know what that fat guy has been filming with his phone?" Gua Hong was taken aback by the question. "Right, what exactly was that fat guy filming?" He had only been thinking about how to force these people to confess, and he hadn't even had the chance to check what had actually happened. "What do you think he was filming? Let me say it myself. I've actually been live streaming this whole time, and I have over 100,000 viewers. Even though you didn't turn on the body camera, I did. Now, I bet the whole country knows how you handle cases." Gua Hong turned around to see Jing Mo and Niu Yangyu among others. "Who let you all out? Do you want to break out of prison?" Jing Mo stood up and smiled. "We haven't been sentenced. You only brought us here to inquire about the case. In fact, as a police officer, you don't even have the authority to handle this case. You are all suspects now. You are in contempt of the law, plus, assaulting a police officer. You are now considered terrorists, and I can call the armed police to shoot you on the spot." Gua Hong was still trying to pin the blame on them. "Shut up. What a show of authority you have. Just then, a large group of people began to arrive outside the police station hall. What are you doing? Don't you know that people can't just come and go outside the police station? Hua Hong was still putting on airs. Dong Jia, the deputy director of the police station, finally squeezed through the crowd. Shut up! This is the city bureau. Hua Hong hadn't reacted yet. Which city bureau? Dong Jia was already drenched in cold sweat. So many big shots had come to his police station today. These big shots were people he had never even met before. Which city bureau are you talking about? He is the director of the Y City Public Security Bureau. Hua Hong was stunned for a full 10 seconds before digesting this statement. Then, he felt as if his soul had left his body. He felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar, his back cold. His lips trembled as he struggled to squeeze out a sentence. City Bureau? Good. The city bureau sneered, looking at him with disdain. No, you are the city bureau. You really have some nerve. Your style of doing things is arrogant and overbearing. Your methods of handling cases oppress the common people. You run rampant in the station, and your interrogation methods involve torture. You are truly a good police officer for the people. Dong Jia trembled beside him, not daring to say a word. Another group of people rushed in from outside. This group was dressed in military uniforms. Xiao Wulong, the lead soldier, ran over. Yamamoto Xiao Wulong looked at the newcomer and then smiled bitterly. They really came when he got into trouble. Are you okay? Yamamoto Xiao Wulong shook his head. I'm fine, just got hit on the knee, now I can hardly walk. Earlier, he had been supported by Fu Mingming. The lead soldier was a king of soldiers in the army, and his instructor was Yamamoto Xiao Wulong's father. Uncle Chihang asked me to take care of you before he passed away. Why can't you just join the army? Yamamoto Xiao Wulong shook his head. You guys don't need to worry about this. Shu Mingyu sighed. Fine, I won't interfere, but I can't let you take a hit for nothing. Who hit you? Yamamoto Xiao Wulong looked at Shu Rui, who had long lost all arrogance. Shu Mingyu walked toward Shu Rui without any hesitation. Don't come over. You are a soldier of the people. You can't touch me. I'm an internet celebrity. I will expose you in a video. Shu Mingyu's face showed no expression as he walked up to Shu Rui and kicked him in the knee. Crack! The sound of a bone breaking was enough to make one's teeth ache. Shu Rui fell to the ground in response. He lay on the ground, his knee bizarrely bent, having been kicked to the point of breaking. My leg! After doing all this, Zhu Mingyu casually turned and walked back to Yamamoto Xiao Wulong's side. Do you want to go to the hospital over there? Don't leave any hidden ailments. I know a doctor at the military hospital, and his skills are excellent. Yamamoto Kojiro refused, saying, Forget it, you all don't need to worry about this. Just tell Uncle Jean to stop meddling in my affairs from now on. Shu Mingyu sighed again. Forget it, Kojiro, Uncle Jean is not wrong in this matter, so don't blame him, okay? A tough man from the military with a gentle heart. Yamamoto Kojiro remained silent, avoiding the topic. The city bureau's expression was very unpleasant. After all, this city bureau was watching over things here, and to openly hit someone in front of him was really giving him no face at all. However, thinking back to how a deputy minister had been alarmed before, it was better for him to avoid complicating matters. Dongja looked at his nephew, who was kneeling on the ground and wailing. No matter how much he usually doted on him, after he had caused such a huge mess, he was almost ready to hate him. Xiao Rui, come over and apologize to the victim. Dong Rui was still not in a frenzy. Uncle, hurry and call someone to arrest them all. Quick, I was beaten. Dongju was so angry that he slapped his nephew across the face. Shut up. Am I the kind of police officer who arrests people indiscriminately without distinguishing right from wrong? He can only try to improve his image in front of so many people now. Dong Rui looked at his uncle in disbelief. No, what is he saying? Previously, when his son had assaulted a minor, his father had caused a scene and was arrested, and he was still in prison. Now he was saying he wouldn't just arrest people? What are you looking at me for? Hurry and apologize to the victim. But, uncle, I was beaten. A crowd watched their performance with cold eyes. The city bureau stepped forward. Alright, Dongja, stop acting. Don't build your persona anymore. The dirty deeds you've done have already been investigated clearly. A person from the prosecutor's office stood up and began to read the report. Involved personnel: Dongjia, deputy director of the XX police station in Hanjing, Y City, from 2017 to 2024, accepted bribes, forged false accounts, and embezzled over 90 million yuan. 19 wrongful cases caused by abuse of power, kept 47 mistresses, and now you need to come back with us for investigation. Jing Mo was stunned to hear about the embezzled money. How could a deputy director embezzle 90 million? How many tasks would he have to complete? This rich man should be the one to deal with corrupt officials. Shu Mingyu stood up and looked at Guahong. You come back with me to the military court. You arrested our active duty personnel, and you need to wait for the military court to decide what charges to bring against you. The city bureau took a step forward, looking at the two lying on the ground, Shu Rue and Dong Rue. You are suspected of defamation. Come back with us for investigation. And you too as well. The city bureau glanced at Dai Hongyu and Li Qingqing, who were huddled together. The two named were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. No, it's not me. It's all Dong Rue. He did it. It has nothing to do with me. I report. Dong Rue has assaulted several minors. Dong Rue, enduring the intense pain, cursed with a twisted face, "You little bitch. You're talking nonsense. You deserve to die." The city bureau didn't want to wait any longer. A large group of reporters outside was about to rush in. Take them away. Li Qingqing saw that they were really going to be taken away and, in a panic, directly fell at Yamamoto Kojiro's feet. Dao-on, save me. If I'm arrested, I'll definitely be expelled from school. I've always loved you. It's all that bitch Dai Hongyu. She talks bad about you behind your back every day. That's why I wanted to break up with you. Just save me, and from now on, I'll only let you sleep with me, okay? Please, save me. If you have to arrest someone, arrest Dai Hongyu. When Dai Hongyu heard that Li Qingqing had actually turned around and sold herself, she couldn't help but feel that her current predicament was all because of her. How could she sell herself now? Is she even human? Dai Hongyu knew that she couldn't escape this calamity. She had ended up in this situation because of Li Qingqing, and now Li Qingqing couldn't have it easy either. Xiao Wulong, don't believe her nonsense. She's actually been involved with 3 or 4 guys behind your back. She cheated on you during your relationship. Don't trust her character. It was her idea to get close to you in the first place. Upon hearing Dai Hongyu expose her at this moment, Li Qingqing was instantly furious. Dai Hongyu, you shameless woman. What nonsense are you spouting? You used to incite my relationship with De Wang, and now you want to mislead my feelings for him. What are you really after? Dai Hongyu glared fiercely at Li Qingqing. You know very well what you've done. Just check your recent hotel records, and you'll see. Li Qingqing's face turned pale. Anyone with eyes could tell that Dai Hongyu was speaking the truth. Still unwilling to give up, she clung to Yamamoto Wulong's leg. De Wang, she's lying to you. Save me. I love you. I will always love you. Please, save me. Yamamoto Wulong smiled and said, sorry, I don't love you. He then turned to the police station and said, take her away. The police station had been waiting for Yamamoto Wulong to make a statement. If he wanted to save her, it would have been a simple matter. 2 accompanying officers stepped forward and dragged the lifeless Li Qingqing out. Along the way, she wailed loudly, De Wang, I love you. Save me, De Wang. Niu Yanyu approached Yamamoto Wulong, watching Li Qingqing being taken away. If you save her now, won't you just have a free something on your hands? You don't want that? What's wrong? Do you want her? I can give her to you. Niu Yanyu was a bit tempted. Li Qingqing was indeed quite attractive, and with some training, she could be even better. However, he decided against it. It felt wrong to sleep with the same woman as his nephew. The military personnel took Guihong away. Guihong trembled, unable to walk steadily, his knees buckling. After so many years of wrongdoing, he didn't even know what fate awaited him now that the truth had come out. It could very well be the death penalty. The situation came to a close, with Dongzhi being taken away by the prosecutor's office, and Dong Rui and Shu Rui being arrested by the municipal police. The head of the district police station was replaced, and all other officers were either dismissed or reassigned. This was a major overhaul, but that was a matter for later. Currently, there was still a tricky issue at hand. The police station wore a friendly smile. Dear young friends, I apologize for the unwarranted disaster you've suffered. It's all my fault for not managing the inspection properly. Outside, there were reporters waiting for interviews. The authorities could indeed step in to disperse them forcefully. However, there were reporters from CCTV among them. They were not under local official control. The only thing he could do now was to try to gain the victim's forgiveness and say some good words about the Weiss City Police in front of the reporters. Since everything is fine, we'll be leaving now. Jing Mo and his group intended to leave. They hadn't eaten much for dinner and were eager to find a place to feast. The police station felt nervous as these people were about to exit through the front door. It was the first time in years that he felt this anxious. He was so nervous that sweat was forming in his pockets. Hey, young brothers, please don't leave just yet. In light of the harm caused by our police, we have decided to offer you some compensation. All eyes turned to Jing Mo. The police station was filled with seasoned officials, and their ability to read the room was top-notch. They could tell at a glance that the central figure of this group was the very handsome and refined young man. So, he focused all his attention on him. The prosecutor, without any airs, came up and patted Jing Mo on the shoulder. "Little brother, you really are quite the handsome talent. Have you eaten dinner yet? How about I treat you all to a meal later?" Jing Mo looked at the prosecutor, who was old enough to be his uncle, and felt quite puzzled by his overly familiar demeanor. These old guys usually acted all high and mighty. Why were they so easy to talk to today? "No need, it's quite late. We're planning to head back to school." Jing Mo casually found an excuse to refuse. He then stood up to leave again. The prosecutor became anxious. The city bureau had nothing to do with him, but today's incident was a shared responsibility. He was hoping Jing Mo would push all the blame onto the city bureau while he watched the news reports for entertainment. Hey, little brother, don't leave just yet. Stay for a cup of tea." Prosecutors were usually very serious and rigid, as it helped put pressure on those corrupt officials. But now, he was forcing a smile on his old face that looked quite out of place. "Tea is fine, but I prefer drinking cheap drinks, thanks." Upon hearing this, the prosecutor immediately called over his subordinate. "Get a few bottles of iced black tea, make sure it's cold." The subordinate turned and went out to buy drinks. The prosecutor, like a very amiable uncle, said, "Little brother, I've asked my people to get you iced black tea, so sit down and rest for a bit." Seeing the other party being so polite, Jing Mo, not being foolish, realized he was clearly being asked for something. "Just tell me what you need." The prosecutor looked troubled and said, "Little brother, actually, there are a bunch of reporters outside." Jing Mo instantly understood what that meant. They were worried he would speak ill of them in front of the reporters because this incident had blown up. The city bureau, feeling a bit embarrassed, stepped forward and said, "Little brother, you are indeed the victims, and it's unfair to you, but I also hope you can refrain from saying anything negative about us to the reporters and online, because this would have a huge impact on our Y city." A few years ago, there was a similar case, the Tangshan barbecue incident, which directly affected their tourism. Many people were too scared to go. So please, for the sake of the innocent citizens of Y City, try to help us keep this matter under wraps. In return, our government owes you a favor. If you have any issues in the future, you can call me, but it can't involve anything criminal. Jing Mo agreed right away. "No problem, you just need to ban those 2 million follower bloggers online, and then we will publicly state that it was all hype and that this incident never happened. You can define the entire event as a false case in your official capacity." The prosecutor and the city bureau were brightened by this. If it could really be done this way, it would be the best outcome. "Then we really thank you, little brother. We thank you on behalf of the citizens of Y City." They should indeed be grateful. If this matter got out, the impression of Y City people would be terrible, and they wouldn't be able to hold their heads up online. Gratitude is unnecessary. I also don't want many Y City people to be scolded online because of this incident. After saying this, Jing Mo prepared to leave for the third time. The city bureau and the prosecutor felt a bit ashamed. What a good kid he was. He was leaving without asking for any compensation. Originally, the two had even thought about digging into their own pockets to give these people 100,000 as compensation. "Little brother, wait a moment." Jing Mo paused for the third time. "Do you two have anything else?" The prosecutor caught up with Jing Mo and took out his phone. "This is my personal number. If you ever need anything, you can call me for a meal. I have a membership at Wanyuanju." Jing Mo thought for a moment. It seemed that he was the boss of Wanyuanju. He had been too busy with his own matters to find the time to claim it. The prosecutor was a bit proud, thinking that Jing Mo had never even heard of such a high-end place as Wanyuanju. Jing Mo pulled out his phone to show the WeChat QR code. "Just add me on WeChat." The city bureau also came over to add him on WeChat, saying they should keep in touch since he had a daughter about the same age as Jing Mo. Jing Mo lifted his foot to leave for the fourth time. "Wait a minute, little brother." Jing Mo turned around again. "Take the iced red tea with you." After Jing Mo left, call Y City University. Such a good student deserves to be praised. Jing Mo and the others left the police station through the back door. They had originally just wanted to meet Yamamoto Kagoro's girlfriend and get to know her other roommates, but so much had happened. Fortunately, their fourth roommate didn't come along, otherwise, she would have likely been implicated as well. For Jing Mo, the biggest gain was that he had one more little fan. There was nothing he could do. His looks were just too handsome, and wherever he went, women were captivated. Just as he walked out of the police station, he saw a crowd of reporters at the front door. Then the city bureau and the prosecutor took turns giving passionate speeches for public relations. They pushed all the blame onto Xu Rui and Dong Rui's group. They recounted the events, saying that Jing Mo, along with Xu Rui and Dong Rui, had engaged in hype and used the authorities to draw traffic and gain exposure. Now they had all been captured. Of course, the names of the arresting personnel only mentioned Xu Rui and Dong Rui's group, while Jing Mo's group was not mentioned at all. The The media, seeing that they couldn't dig up any new material, dispersed. This topic was originally enough to fill the headlines, but since it turned out to be just hype, the media lost interest. Outside, Yi Ruoro and Fan Qingxue, who had been anxiously waiting, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the official explanation. Jing Mo hadn't been arrested, and he hadn't teased any other girls. I wonder where brother Jing Mo plans to take me tonight. Bei Xinyao swayed Jing Mo's arm. Jing Mo thought for a moment. He couldn't keep avoiding the dorm anymore. After 2 days of intense battles, he was a bit worn out. Bei Xinyao seemed like a little fairy. Without some serious protection, he might not be able to handle her. Ahem, let's head back to the dorm first. My roommates are waiting for me to play games. Jing Mo found an excuse to slip away. The system had said there was an Audi Hoshi waiting for him to sign for it. Heaven and earth, 6 horizontal and 12 vertical, Hoshi fulfills your youthful first love dream. It seemed he needed to buy a house, otherwise, he wouldn't have a place to park. Parking every day near the school would cost a fortune. Jing Mo wanted to sneak away, but his roommates misunderstood. Bro, I can't go back to the dorm today. Me too. It's so late, the dorm will be locked. I'm planning to go home for the night. Niu Yangyu and the others all grouped together and left, leaving Jing Mo stunned on the spot. Bei Xinyao beside him had her eyes curved in a smile. Her fair face was full of joy. If her admirers were here, they would be heartbroken because Bei Xinyao always showed disdain towards them. Bei Xinyao was the campus beauty of Y University. Her soft figure and long legs had captivated countless boys. Alright, since we haven't eaten much, let's go to Wanyanju for a nice meal. Bei Xinyao obediently replied, okay actually, it didn't matter where they went, as long as she was with Jing Mo. How do we get there? Do you have a car? If not, I can drive you. No need, let's go get my car first. Bei Xinyao's eyes sparkled. I didn't expect you to have a car, brother. Of course, my driving skills are great. Jing Mo first called a ride to get back to the school area, then asked Bei Xinyao to wait for him at the parking lot entrance while he brought the car out. At that moment, a black BMW stopped in front of Bei Xinyao, and a man's face leaned out of the open window. Hey, beautiful, who are you waiting for at this late hour? How about I give you a ride? The driver of the BMW 5 Series was a well-known playboy at the school. In Y City, there aren't as many wealthy people as in big cities, and driving a BMW 5 Series already counts as a second-generation rich kid. Jia Yifan loves to collect pretty girls as his girlfriends, taking pride in having had so many. With his BMW, he had indeed dated quite a few girls. Recently, he had just broken up, and it was the perfect time for him to look for beautiful girls. Bei Xinyao glanced at Jia Yifan and found him unattractive, losing all desire to even speak. She remained silent and moved to another spot to wait for Jing Mo to come out. Seeing that Bei Xinyao wasn't talking, Jia Yifan became even more eager to win her over. He was more interested in those who seemed unattainable, as the colder they were, the more he felt the urge to conquer them later. My family runs a Western restaurant. How about we have a candlelight dinner? Jia Yifan began to flaunt his assets. He believed that as long as he showcased his wealth, he could win over this beauty today and boast to his friends tomorrow. Get lost. You think I'd go out with someone who runs a shabby restaurant? I'm meeting someone. If you know what's good for you, keep your distance. Rejected, Jia Yifan felt resentment brewing inside him. He cursed under his breath, not believing that any woman could resist the allure of money. Meeting someone? Who? Are they richer than me? Since you're waiting near Y City University, you must be waiting for a student from there, right? I know almost all the rich kids from Y City University. Who are you going out with? Jia Yifan felt a mix of jealousy and unwillingness. How could such a beauty be taken by someone else? He wanted to see who could be richer than him. Bei Xinyao was annoyed and didn't want to engage with him, just hoping Jing Mo would arrive soon. Why aren't you talking? Is it because the person you're meeting isn't as rich as me, so you're embarrassed to say their name? Seeing Bei Xinyao still not speaking, he smugly said, if your date isn't as wealthy as I am, I think you should reconsider me. After all, very few can afford a BMW 5 Series at such a young age. Bei Xinyao really couldn't stand this annoying fly buzzing around her, constantly chattering. How slow could Jing Mo be? It had already been over 10 minutes. Just as Jia Yifan was about to say something else, two beams of light from a matrix of headlights shone behind him, blinding him a bit. Is that an Audi Hosh? This car was priced from hundreds of thousands to millions, a very low-key luxury vehicle. Jia Yifan, who relied on his car to show off, naturally recognized many car brands, and the Hosh was one of his favorites. He looked at the Hosh that passed by him with a strong sense of envy. Then, to his surprise, the Hosh actually stopped in front of his car. Bei Xinyao gave him a meaningful glance. Sorry, I never ride in cars worth less than $1 million. Then she opened the door of the Hosh and sat in the passenger seat. His face burned with embarrassment. He had just mocked someone for having a date who wasn't as rich as him, only to find out that their car could buy 3 of his. Watching the Hosh drive away, Jia Yifan suddenly felt relieved. No wonder the beauty didn't want to get into his car, she had a better option. I didn't expect you to be so sentimental. Why do you say that? They say people who drive Hosh are all sentimental. What, are you also feeling unresolved? Of course not. I just think the Hosh looks good and classy. Bei Xinyao looked at the interior of the Hosh and clicked her tongue twice. I didn't expect your family to have some assets. Her tone carried a hint of playfulness. She playfully patted Jing Mo's thigh. Fingers gently traced along Jing Mo's thigh. I think you're just itching for a spanking. Why does it have to be that I'm rich? Is it possible that I'm a rich second generation? Jing Mo drove the Huoshi with one hand, effortlessly drifting around a corner while the other hand caressed the snow-white thigh. Bei Xinyao was so frightened that her face turned pale, gripping Jing Mo's arm with her eyes tightly shut. When she opened her eyes again, Jing Mo had already made the turn. The feeling just now was a bit thrilling, but Jing Mo's hand was actually on her thigh. She had only ever teased others, and this was the first time a boy had touched her. Her body trembled slightly, and she felt a jolt of electricity coursing through her. Her breathing became shallow, and she felt a bit tense. Jing Mo noticed Bei Xinyao's shy demeanor in the rearview mirror. Oh, even the little fox has shy moments. You're so bad, quickly take your hand away. Things are moving too fast, I'm a bit scared. Bei Xinyao lowered her head, her face already flushed to her neck. You were so experienced before, wanting to tease me, and now that it's really heating up, you're scared? Bei Xinyao playfully stuck out her tongue. I just like to stir the pot. I'll give you a photo of me, and you can take care of it yourself tonight. The driver on the road saw that the one driving the Wushi was actually a young man and couldn't help but sigh. Some people are born into wealth, while no matter how hard others work, they can only be like cattle and horses. Looking again at the fact that he was driving with one hand and had a beautiful girl in the passenger seat, the feeling of jealousy was indescribable. Wanyuanju was a high-end restaurant built in a scenic spot in the city. It only served 10 guests a day, and just to get a reservation, one had to wait a month. It was more like a series of independent villas than a restaurant. Each guest could choose a villa, each of which was a courtyard left behind by a wealthy family from the Qing dynasty, a cultural relic. It's no wonder that the lives of the rich are beyond the imagination of the poor. Just the location of Wanyuanju was in the city center, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. The land alone was worth over 2 billion. Then there were the enormous expenses for maintaining those cultural relics every year. The system was truly generous. This Wanyuanju, valued at nearly 5 billion, was directly awarded to Jing Mo. Jing Mo parked the car in the bamboo forest parking lot of Wanyuanju. Each bamboo here was worth over 100,000. Passing through the bamboo forest led to the main entrance courtyard of Wanyuanju. At the entrance, a hostess, whose looks rivaled first-tier stars, welcomed guests in a gentle and elegant qipao. Hello, do you have a reservation? It's no wonder Wanyuanju is the top restaurant in Y City. Even the hostess's voice was crisp and pleasant. Tell the general manager that Jing Mo is here. The hostess nodded gently. Please wait in the lobby for a moment, I will contact you. Jing Mo was seated on a sofa in the lobby. A cup of Longjing tea was quickly prepared in front of him. This Longjing was the most expensive on the market, costing over 10,000 for a can. It was only used to entertain guests. Have you eaten here before? Bei Xinyao nodded. I've been here a few times, but I don't really like the food here. I prefer street snacks. Jing Mo knew this girl was not simple. I came here with my dad before, and he liked it here, but getting a reservation is really hard. If you come directly, they might not accommodate you. Jing Mo reclined on the sofa. I'm the boss here. I can come whenever I want and there will always be a spot. Bei Xinyao shot him a sidelong glance. I'll just quietly watch you brag. My dad said the largest shareholder of Wanyuanju is someone with the surname Xia. He holds 21% of the shares in Wanyuanju. Just as Jing Mo was about to explain that he wasn't bragging, someone suddenly called out to him from behind. Jing Mo? Jing Mo turned around and found the person somewhat familiar. It was a woman. Zhao Ru? Zhao Ru was a girlfriend he had during high school, but their relationship lasted only a little over a month. During their relationship, Zhao Ru cheated on him, and Jing Mo proposed a breakup. At first, Qin Ru begged him not to break up, and Jing Mo forgave her once. However, later his classmates messaged him saying Zhao Ru went to a hotel with another man. Because of this, he earned the title of Cuckold King. When Jing Mo confronted her, Zhao Ru smugly said, "You're too rigid. I asked you to go to the hotel several times, but you didn't go. There must be something wrong with you. I have needs, so I had to find a sports student." Then she broke up with him. After the breakup, she still slandered Jing Mo in their circle, saying he was impotent and couldn't perform. Anyway, because of Zhao Ru, the original owner was often gossiped about during high school. Jing Mo. I just saw your back and thought it looked like you, turns out it really is you. Zhao Ru walked over, linking arms with a chubby guy, who was said to be the legendary innate Ma Chao holy body, weighing over 200 pounds. Standing next to him, Zhao Ru looked very small, a bit out of place. Zhao Ru, is this your friend? The chubby guy had a somewhat arrogant demeanor. Zhao Ru covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. This is the ex-boyfriend I told you about, the one who can't perform. When Xia Chu saw the woman next to Jing Mo, his eyes widened. To be honest, he had been with quite a few women given his status, but none as exceptional as this one. It was such a waste for this impotent man to date someone so beautiful. This was a crime against nature. Such a person should be in prison. Zhao Ru wrapped her arm around Xia Chu's, which was not much smaller than a pig's leg, and rubbed it against her chest. This is the ex-boyfriend you said was a bit handsome but had no skills at all? Xia Chu took a deep look at Jing Mo and then said proudly, I really don't know how the doorman let you in. They really let anyone into Wanyan residence. I'll have my dad fire the doorman on duty today. Jing Mo glanced deeply at the two of them. Since they were not friendly, he saw no need to say much to such people. He pulled up Bei Xinyao beside him and prepared to leave. However, at that moment, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Temporary mission issued, slapped the ex-girlfriend's face. Mission reward, a flat in the city center of Y City, plus an independent garage. Jing Mo paused. This system really wouldn't let him keep a low profile. You, a discarded shoe, still think you're something special. With this kind of trash, you still treat it as a treasure? Before Xia Chu could speak, Zhao Ru jumped up. Jing Mo, after all these years, you're still so uncultured. What do you mean by this kind of trash? You'll never find a girl more beautiful than me in your life. Xia Chu sneered. Kid, you're really arrogant. Don't you see where this is? Think before you speak. I don't know how you got in here, but in this place, I'm the prince. Whether you can walk out that door depends on my mood. Bei Xinyao chuckled lightly, looking at Xia Chu as if watching a joke. Oh, what's wrong? Are you still in the underworld? This is a society governed by law. Do you still want to make a move here? Seeing Bei Xinyao, Xia Chu felt itchy. He had to have such a beautiful woman. Madam, I am the son of Xia Long, the largest shareholder of Wanyan Residence. You could say my father is the biggest boss of Wanyan Residence. What a great opportunity to scare Jing Mo and show off in front of the beauty. It was truly a wonderful thing. Jing Mo, did you hear that? My husband is the boss here, and you, with your lack of vision, should apologize for what you said before. Zhao Ru, hands on her hips, had a face full of arrogance. Bei Xinyao couldn't help but frown upon hearing the other party's background. Xia Long was well aware that he was a prominent figure in the upper circles of Y City. Even his own father had to treat him politely. If they really intended to make things difficult for him, it would be hard to help Jing Mo out of this situation. What did I say before? Everything I said is the truth. Aren't you just a pair of worn-out shoes? You were broken in high school, and only this one doesn't mind picking up worn-out shoes. Zhao Ru looked at Jing Mo, gritting her teeth, and said, You're talking nonsense. When was I broken? You're slandering me. Honey, don't believe him. My first time was with you. Xia Chu's face turned extremely ugly upon hearing this. Kid, what did you say? You're slandering my girlfriend. Do you believe I'll call security to beat you up and throw you out right now? Jing Mo remained calm and indifferent. What I said is all true, you just don't believe it. If you don't believe me, go ask around, everyone in the circle knows. Xia Chu looked at Zhao Ru with suspicion. Zhao Ru panicked. Honey, don't listen to his nonsense. I bled, didn't you know? Xia Chu thought about it and immediately became furious. Kid, you will pay for that mouth of yours. Where's security? Security, come here quickly. Bei Xinyao's expression turned serious upon seeing the situation. Wait, don't say anything, just hide behind me. I'll call my dad. If they want you to apologize, you just apologize honestly. Jing Mo patted Bei Xinyao's perky bottom. Is this your way of caring for me? Bei Xinyao, both shy and angry, said, What time is it? Jing Mo nonchalantly replied, Let them shout. I said, I am the boss of Wanyuanju. I call the shots here. Jing Mo, this is not the time to show off. Bei Xinyao was about to go crazy. Xia Chu sneered at Bei Xinyao's reaction. Now you know fear, huh? But it's too late. However, I'm not an unreasonable person. If you accompany me for dinner tonight, I'll let this kid go. How about it? Jing Mo looked at Xia Chu, adding fuel to the fire. With a face like yours, resembling a pig's head, you still want to eat? Go eat shit. Jing Mo, you are bold. You offended my husband today. Don't think you can leave Wanyuanju safely. Zhao Ru glared at Jing Mo with venomous eyes. Shut your mouth, all you do is lick the rich's ass. Dating you is the biggest stain of my life. What did you say? You deserve to die. Honey, hurry up and kill him. But commotion finally attracted the general manager and a large group of security personnel. The receptionist, who looked like Dilraba Dilmurat, led the way. The group behind her walked quickly, seemingly nervous. In the past 2 days, there had been changes in the upper management of Wanyuanju, and all shares had been acquired and transferred under one name. That person was Jing Mo. And today, Jing Mo actually came to Wanyuanju as an employee. How could they not be nervous? The general manager's position had an annual salary in the millions. If the boss was unhappy, he could be fired just like that. When Xia Chu saw people arriving, a mocking expression appeared on his face. Kid, this is the only time you can shout. Later, when you're crying and begging me, I won't let you off. After the general manager arrived, guided by the receptionist, he learned who his current boss was. Seeing Jing Mo's youthful appearance, he began to doubt whether this person was really his boss. But what if he was a rich second generation? He still had to be careful in his reception. Su Zihan, come here, tell your security to beat this person up for me. As Su Zihan approached, Xia Chu pointed at Jing Mo from a high position and said to him. Su Zihan was almost scared to death and hurriedly stepped forward to say to Jing Mo, Mr. Jing, hello, I am the general manager and the person in charge here, you can just call me Xiao Su. You could have at least let me know you were coming, so I could wait for you at the door. The receptionist, who looked a lot like Dilly Reba, was stunned. Usually, Su Zihan was incredibly proud and indifferent when talking to anyone. She had never seen a general manager like this. Moreover, the other party was a younger boy than herself. And this boy was really handsome. From the moment the receptionist saw Jing Mo, her heart raced. It was a feeling of infatuation. But now she realized she was just an ordinary person with an outstanding appearance, and he was not even in the same world as her. She simply didn't deserve him. It's fine, I just brought a friend to have a meal. We should have 10 courtyards, but from now on there will only be 9. Please choose the best one for me to dine in regularly. Su Zihan was taken aback. Stopping the best courtyard from now on would cause a huge loss. The revenue from one courtyard in a day was hundreds of thousands. However, Jing Mo was the boss, and facing the boss's request, she had no choice but to agree. Shenxi, go tell the staff to tidy up the Chun courtyard and cancel today's reservation. We won't be selling any more spots in the future. Su Zihan instructed the receptionist. Okay, manager, Shenxi said, turning on her high heels and leaving. Xia Chu saw Su Zihan's fawning expression and how she ignored him, and his anger surged instantly. Su Zihan, what are you doing? Why are you talking to this idiot? My dad is the biggest shareholder of Wanyanju. If my dad doesn't agree, how can you stop the sale of a courtyard? And who is this Mr. Jing you keep mentioning? I haven't heard my dad say there's a young shareholder in Wanyanju. Are you trying to embarrass me in front of others? Do you believe I'll call my dad right now and have him fire you, and make sure all the restaurants in Weiss City won't hire you again? Xia Chu said threateningly. Wanyanju was the largest, most upscale, and luxurious restaurant in Weiss City, and his father was the biggest shareholder. Even if there was a new shareholder, how could he not know? Besides, wasn't this guy the ex-boyfriend of his cheap girlfriend? According to Zhao Ru, this guy was so poor he was almost bleeding from his kidneys and even worked in a factory during the summer. With his conditions, just getting through the door was a blessing from heaven, and he was a shareholder? Jing Mo looked at Su Zihan, who had a face that said he was the king and everyone else was second, and asked in confusion, who is this guy, and why does he keep saying I can't leave Wanyanju? Su Zihan understood what Jing Mo meant. This was touching the new boss's sore spot. Now Jing Mo held 100% of the shares, and the entire Wanyanju was under his control. Even all proposals didn't need to be voted on in a shareholders' meeting. Whatever he said was what it was. Xia Xiao, out of respect for your father, I'll call you Xia Xiao, but I won't allow you to be disrespectful to our boss at Wanyanju. Mr. Jing is currently the largest and only shareholder of Wanyanju, having acquired 100% of the shares. Now your father, Xia Long, has no right or qualification to fire me. You have offended Mr. Jing, so please leave Wanyanju. Xia Chu looked incredulous. Are you kidding? Do you know how much it costs to acquire Wanyanju? A total of 70 billion. That's 70 billion, not 70,000. You think this pretty boy can come up with 70 billion? Are you joking with me? I'm calling my dad right now to have you fired. Zhao Ru increasingly couldn't believe that Jing Mo was so capable. How could this be possible? Over 7 billion. It was a number she wouldn't even dare to dream of. If Jing Mo had over 70 billion, there was no way she would have ever considered being a mistress. They would never have broken up. After a month of dating, did she not know Jing Mo's family situation? He was just a poor guy whose parents had passed away and was living with his aunt. Even eating out was a struggle for him. Honey, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. How could he possibly have so much money? His parents are gone, and he's living with his aunt. He's just a loser. How could he have the money to buy 1 yuan residence? Isn't that just absurd? Zhao Ru absolutely refused to believe it. She was about to miss out on a rich and handsome guy. When she was with Jing Mo, it was his looks that attracted her. However, with her appearance, finding a wealthy man was more than enough. Xia Chu's looks were indeed a bit unappealing. She felt disgusted even kissing him, and there was no desire at all when they were in bed. But he had money. After dating for half a year, the money he spent on her could buy a house in Y City. It was worth the high price she paid to restore her virginity. But after all that, to find out her ex-boyfriend was a hidden rich second generation was something she could never accept. Xia Chu also couldn't believe it. How could this pretty boy possibly buy his father's shares? Those shares were his father's treasure. Even if they went bankrupt, there was no way those 20% shares would be sold. He hurriedly took out his phone and called his father. Hello? Xia Chu, what's wrong? What do you need from Dad? When the call connected, Xia Chu could hear his father's tone was a bit cheerful. Dad, what's up? You sound so happy? Oh, son, do you know why I was so troubled recently? Our company faced a financial crisis and owed the bank 2 billion in loans that we couldn't pay back. I wanted to sell the shares of 1 yuan residence, but no one could take over because the amount was just too huge. Just when I was at my wit's end, a wealthy man directly paid 30 billion to buy all the shares of 1 yuan residence. How can I not be happy now? The bank debt is paid off, and there are still a few billion left for retirement. Hearing his father say this, Xia Chu's heart tightened. He was a bit afraid to look over at Jing Mo. Dad, Xia Chu's voice trembled slightly. What's the name of that wealthy man? What's his surname? Please don't let it be Jing. If it is, I'm really done for. Due to Xia Chu wanting to show off, he had his phone on speaker, causing everyone in the room to hear what Xia Long just said. Zhao Ru's face showed a hint of panic, her hands and feet trembling involuntarily. It couldn't be. Even if someone was buying, it definitely couldn't be Jing Mo. Jing Mo was just a poor guy. Xia Chu was currently in a state of anxiety, his hands shaking. Xia Long sighed on the other end. If it weren't for the saying that the waves behind drive on those before, the young people today are really remarkable. At such a young age, they directly threw out 100 billion to buy shares of 1 yuan residence, and the other shareholders just sold their shares. This was nearly double the market value. This person is called Jing Mo. I hadn't heard of him in Y City before, probably someone from outside. I need to find an opportunity to get to know him later. Xia Long's tone carried a bit of emotion. He had lived his whole life without so much money, and this person casually threw out an offer to buy 1 yuan residence, as if buying vegetables. In less than 3 minutes, the deal was done over a phone call, and after hanging up, the money was transferred quickly. It was truly impressive. After all this, it felt like a dream. Everything happening felt unreal. Xia Chu felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar, his limbs numb. Tinnitus and dizziness appeared simultaneously. It seemed he heard his father say that Jing Mo had offered 1 billion to acquire 1 yuan residence. He felt weak all over, nearly collapsing to the ground in a daze. Dad, Jing Mo is here with me. I think I offended him. Suddenly, the air fell silent, like the calm before a storm. What did you say? Where are you? I'm at 1 yuan residence, and Jing Mo is here too. Oh no, how did I end up with such a waste of a son? I should have just shot you on the wall back then. No matter how you offended him, you need to go apologize to him right now. If you don't apologize and he gets unhappy, he might not go through with the acquisition of our shares in 1 yuan residence. He holds the largest shares. We would go bankrupt. If he decides to acquire it later, don't even think about 20 billion, even 20,000 would depend on his mood. You apologize first. I'll rush over immediately. I'll swallow my pride to seek his forgiveness. You ungrateful wretch. With that, the furious Xia Long hung up the phone. Xia Chu stared blankly at his phone, struggling to digest the news he had just heard. He felt a bit lost. He had just offended someone so severely, and now he was told he couldn't leave 1 yuan residence. Now, it was true that he couldn't leave. The air conditioning in the hall was set to 18 degrees, but Xia Chu's back was already soaked with cold sweat. On the other end of the line, Jing Mo had heard everything clearly. The shares were a reward from the system, and he didn't even know how the system had acquired them. However, the system was indeed powerful, directly using money to crush any negotiations, making one submit with real cash. Moreover, he didn't even know how to handle Xia Chu. His father had already told him how to do it. Young Master Xia, oh dear, should I tell your father that I don't want these shares anymore and have you return the money to me? Jing Mo said with a mocking expression, arms crossed. Xia Chu looked as if he had been frightened, trembling as he glanced at Jing Mo, forcing a smile that was more painful than crying. Zhao Ru, seeing Xia Chu like this, asked with concern, honey, it should be fine, right? Xia Chu, furious, pushed Ru beside him away forcefully. "Get the hell out of here, it's not fine." Ru stumbled back from the push, nearly falling. "Honey, you hurt me." She wanted to act cute to get Chu to comfort her, but Chu completely ignored her, quickly walking to Jing Mo's side, pleading, "Mr. Jing, I spoke out of turn before, please forgive me and let me off the hook." Saying this, Chu even slapped himself. It was only now that Ru realized her position. In the eyes of the wealthy, women were just like interests, she was nothing but a fart. At this moment, Ru regretted deeply, feeling like she had wasted her efforts trying to climb into the bed of a rich man. And this rich man was so humble in front of her ex-boyfriend. What was she? Picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. She had just said something that came back to hit her in the face like a boomerang. At this moment, she was left dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Jing Mo's mind was already ringing with the system's prompt, indicating that the task had been completed. The location of the penthouse and the car keys were already in Jing Mo's pocket. He truly didn't want to argue with these people. After all this time, he was just trying to complete the task. Jing Mo waved his hand impatiently. "Alright, hurry up and get lost. Next time, be careful not to be played around by a woman. This was never supposed to happen, and you've made yourself so humble." Jing Mo looked at the pleading Chu. This fat man offended himself entirely because Ru was adding fuel to the fire beside him. In fact, his fault was not that serious, he was just a bit arrogant. But what's wrong with a rich person being a little arrogant? How can one become rich without a bit of arrogance? "Thank you for your great kindness and virtue, your teachings are unforgettable." Chu let out a heavy sigh of relief, and the color returned to his face a bit. "Originally, as an apology, I thought I would cover your expenses tonight, but this entire Wanyuan residence is yours, and there probably isn't a place where you spent any money. To show my sincerity, I'll let you drive the Porsche 911 I just bought." Jing Mo waved his hand. "No need, you can keep it. I have too many cars to drive." Mainly because he was running out of places to park. He wondered if the garage rewarded by the system could fit 3 cars. "Then I'll take my leave. I won't disturb you and your sister-in-law from enjoying the beautiful night." Bei Xinyao just realized. It turned out Jing Mo wasn't lying to her. He really was the owner of Wanyuan residence. However, being called sister-in-law felt quite nice, but she still had to maintain a bit of restraint on the surface. "We're still just friends, not the relationship you think." Chu had a look that said he wouldn't believe her, said nothing, and turned to walk out alone. Today's events taught him a lesson. He couldn't play with every woman. Who knows when it might backfire. "Husband, walk slower. Don't you want me anymore?" Ru understood the principle of minimizing losses. She had already lost Jing Mo and couldn't afford to lose Chu, whom she had pursued for so long. If she lost this free ATM, she would truly have nothing left. Ru put on a pitiful look, her expression full of tenderness. "Get lost, you damn cheap whore. Don't cling to me. You think I can't find out about your hospital visit? I just wanted to play with you before, but now you almost got me killed. Get as far away from me as you can." Chu wasn't a fool, he knew Ru's true nature very well. Back in high school, she was just a green tea bitch and a social butterfly. The number of boys she had dated couldn't even be counted on 2 hands. If it weren't for her decent looks, he wouldn't have bothered with her at all. It was because of this thing that he had to slap himself in front of others. Losing face, he absolutely wouldn't come back to Wanyuan residence again. She almost got him killed, and he figured when he got home, his dad would probably beat him up and cut off his allowance. Ru looked at Chu's back, feeling a mix of emotions. She had clearly concealed everything well, but how did Chu know? Wasn't she just acting like a clown before? Pretending to be innocent and clueless in front of Chu, she must have seemed ridiculous in his eyes. Since the matter was already clear, it proved that Chu would no longer want her. So she turned her gaze to Jing Mo beside her. "Jing Mo, do you still remember the love letter I wrote you back then? Do you remember when we watched the moon by Yunlong Lake?" Ru was clever. Evoking beautiful memories was more effective than begging. "Jing Mo, I don't remember, just get lost." "Jing Mo, you can't be so heartless. I've always loved you. Didn't you say I was your greatest love before? Don't you have any old feelings left for me now?" Jing Mo glanced at Ru sideways. "That's Su Zihan, right? Why would someone of such low caliber appear in Wanyuan residence?" Su Zihan looked at Ru with disgust. "Miss, please leave." Ru was used to being arrogant. She had never been driven away like this. "You, a mere servant working for someone, dare to chase me away. If I get back together with your boss, you'll be the first one fired." "Jing Mo, I'm begging you, give me another chance. From now on, I'll only be your woman." Jing Mo hasn't said anything yet, and Bei Xinyao stepped out from beside him. "Women like you are truly hopeless. Just now, you were disdainful of Jing Mo for being poor, and now that you know he has money, you come crawling back." Don't you have any dignity? Zhao Ru glared at Bei Xinyo with a hostile look. What are you pretending to be so high and mighty for? Aren't you with Jing Mo just for his money? Only I truly love him. We are a match made in heaven. If you know what's good for you, just get lost, okay? Bei Xinyo frowned in anger and said, do you think all women in the world are as materialistic as you? I haven't even developed a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Jing Mo yet. Besides, my father is the chairman of the Bei Group in Y City. Do you think I would lack money? Jing Mo knew that Bei Xinyo's family was not simple, but he didn't expect her to be the daughter of the Bei Group. The Bei Group is a local economic entity in Y City, encompassing many business sectors, including food, logistics, and the internet. It is considered the richest company in Y City. Zhao Ru had no idea what the Bei Group was. Women like her only cared about which rich young master could get her into bed. She wasn't even qualified to know about people in such high-end circles. What Bei Group? You probably just want Jing Mo to invest in your company, deliberately getting close to him. Bei Xinyo truly had no words for such a woman. Her intelligence was really concerning. She probably only had sex and money on her mind. Jing Mo spoke up. Zhao Ru, get lost. Don't bother me, your presence here is ruining my appetite. Jing Mo was genuinely disgusted by this woman. Even if she threw herself at him, he wouldn't want her. Jing Mo, you must still be unable to forget me, right? I know you can't forgive me now, but can you give me a chance to stay by your side? I can be your mistress. I don't care if you have other women. Jing Mo thought this woman was truly hopeless. She could say such degrading things in front of so many people. Get lost. Do you not understand human language, you shameless person? Zhao Ru's thick skin really infuriated Bei Xinyo. Zhao Ru looked at Bei Xinyo, and a smile suddenly appeared on her face. I knew it. You think I'm a threat, and you're trying every way to get rid of me. Don't worry, as long as you don't drive me away, you can be the big one, and I'll be the small one. I absolutely won't be a threat to you. We can serve Jing Mo together. Bei Xinyo's face was filled with black lines. She wished she could slap this shameless woman. Zhao Ru was like a stubborn plaster. Jing Mo had no way to deal with such a rogue. There is absolutely no possibility between us. Hurry up and get lost. Su Zihan, call security to throw her out. Su Zihan directly instructed the security team behind her, and several security personnel began to move forward to throw Zhao Ru out. Jing Mo, you can't be so heartless. I love you. Jing Mo, let go of me. I'm going to report you for sexual harassment. Zhao Ru was carried out of the winding residence by several security personnel. Your ex-girlfriend is really something else. I can't imagine what your taste was like before, Bei Xinyo instinctively commented. As a woman herself, it was the first time she encountered someone so shameless. The previous taste was not good, now it's fine. Are you going back to the dorm after dinner tonight? Bei Xinyo smiled like a little fox. Of course, I'm going back to the dorm. Then you can go back now. Bei Xinyo was completely confused by Jing Mo. What kind of game was this? Jing Mo, this isn't good. I'm not an easy woman. Bei Xinyo had a bit of a temper. You don't want me to go back. Do you want me to spend the night with you outside? Jing Mo said innocently, yeah, can't we play games together at night? Bei Xinyo had a look that said she thought he was lying. Do you think I would believe you? Jing Mo felt a bit guilty under her gaze. Let's eat first. Bei Xinyo suddenly smiled and said, then if we're playing games, I want to play Yao. Su Zihan was a very perceptive manager, and he completely ignored the conversation between Jing Mo and Bei Xinyo. Mr. Jing, I'll take you to the spring courtyard. Yan Shi, you go and handle other work first. The hostess, who resembled Diliriba, nodded and then gave Jing Mo a deep look before leaving. The spring courtyard was the best courtyard in Wanyanju, covering about 2 acres, with rockeries and some rare plants collected from across the country. It was lush and green everywhere. Upon entering the courtyard, one might think it was open air, but it was not. The top of the courtyard was made of imported, transparent, extremely high glass. When looking up from below, one could not tell there was a layer of glass. In the middle of the courtyard was a dining table. Eating here was truly a pleasure. The courtyard was similar to a sehiyuan, with rooms available for guests to stay in, and some diners could choose to spend the night after their meal. It was said to be remodeled from the home of a royal relative from the Qing dynasty. Mr. Jing, what would you like to eat? Jing Mo casually said, just bring your signature dishes, anything is fine. Su Zihan tentatively asked, how about some Kobe A5 beef, 2 king crabs, white truffles, 2 more abalones, and Iberian ham? Do you think that's enough for a casual meal? Jing Mo thought for a moment and said, I'm fine with all that, but my friend is from Y City, so I'm not sure if she can handle it. Let's add an order of Y City fried rice. Before Jing Mo could finish, Bei Xinyo rolled her eyes and said, no, I don't eat Y City fried rice, locals don't eat that at all. Besides, how could I not be used to it? I've been to Wanyanju before. Alright then, let's stick with this for now. If it's not enough, I'll order more. Su Zihan nodded. Then I won't disturb you and your friend while you eat. I'll go to the kitchen now and have them prepare your meal quickly. If you need anything, there's a button under the table. Just press it. Okay, I'll call you if I need anything. You go ahead and be busy. Su Zihan left the spring courtyard. Once it was just the two of them, the atmosphere became a bit ambiguous. This was their first day meeting, and they had only spent a few hours together. Sitting at the dining table, Bei Xinyao felt a bit nervous. It was her first time having a meal alone with a boy. Jing Yamo coughed. How does it feel here? Jing Yamo took the initiative to find a topic to break the awkwardness. It's okay, I've been here before. Don't be nervous, look at how stiffly you're sitting. Isn't it tiring after a while? Jing Yamo said with a bit of amusement as he looked at Bei Xinyao. Then I'll relax a bit. A long silence followed. Suddenly, Bei Xinyao spoke first. Are you single? Jing Yamo thought for a moment. He seemed to have a lover but no girlfriend, so he was technically single. Sigh, there was no helping it. He really wanted to be a good man, but the system wouldn't allow it. I am single, Jing Yamo said without blushing or skipping a beat. Bei Xinyao said expressionlessly, then can I be your girlfriend? Jing Yamo was a bit taken aback. This was moving a bit fast. Just as he was unsure how to respond, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Detected that the host is moved. The system specially reminds you not to be trapped by romantic feelings and to prioritize your career. Please reject Bei Xinyao's request. Rejection reward, Dragon Energy directs. Jing Yamo cursed inwardly. Damn it, if I'm going to reject, why reward me with a Durex? Isn't this tempting me to be a scumbag? I don't want to date her, but I want to sleep with her. This isn't animal behavior, is it? Jing Yamo could only politely refuse. We just met. I'm not that kind of casual man. How about we get to know each other a bit more first? Bei Xinyao's toes were so embarrassed they could have dug a 3-bedroom apartment into the ground. She never expected that her boldness would be met with rejection. This was her first time confessing, and Jing Yamo actually turned her down. It's fine, we just met. It was a bit sudden, she said. She was a looks person, and in all these years, she had never seen anyone as handsome as Jing Yamo. Everyone has different tastes. What one person finds attractive, another might not. But Jing Yamo truly fit her aesthetic. At first, she didn't care whether Jing Yamo was wealthy, as she herself was from a rich family. She even thought about whether she could support him. But when she found out that Jing Mo was actually the owner of the Wanyanju, she realized that plan wouldn't work. With Jing Mo's financial strength, he could probably support her instead. Her monthly allowance was only a few $100,000. How could that be enough to support Jing Mo? Bei Xinyao's cheeks flushed slightly. It felt like she had thrown all her big moves at him, only to be met with a simple attack. The nightclub queen, in front of the boy she liked, felt like a rookie. Just then, a voice from the system appeared in Jing Mo's mind. Temporary mission, since you're here. Please kiss Bei Xinyao to complete the mission. Reward, Lamborghini 6th element. Mission failure, no punishment. Damn system, you're really something. You just made me reject Bei Xinyao's confession, and now you want me to kiss her. Are you even human? The system replied, I'm not human. The system continued, and don't put all the blame on me, the choice is yours. Jing Yamo exclaimed, you. Damn it. Jing Yamo said, let me tell you, system, you have the wrong person. The system asked, what's wrong? So much backbone, really not going to do the mission? Jing Yamo replied, I just like the Lamborghini 6th element. It's not about taking advantage of anyone. Remember that. The system commented, never seen someone so shameless. Jing Yamo looked at Bei Xinyao, whose delicate face was slightly flushed. Her vibrant red lips were just there. The moment of hesitation had just passed. Jing Mo's blood surged. An impulse shot straight to his head. They were sitting close together, just inches apart. Jing Yamo reached out and held Bei Xinyao's chin, their eyes locking. Bei Xinyao was almost fainting from the mesmerizing gaze that was more beautiful than the stars. Her body softened, nearly giving way. Jing Yamo, what do you want to do? In a daze, Jing Mo's lips pressed against hers. His tongue invaded her mouth, claiming it wantonly. Peach-flavored? Had she secretly chewed gum? Bei Xinyao's mind went blank. It was her first time. Her body stiffened, unable to move. After they separated, Bei Xinyao stared blankly at Jing Mo. Her big, sparkling eyes were filled with shock. Had her first kiss been taken? Wasn't he supposed to have refused to date her? Why was he kissing her? The system's voice came through. Congratulations, host, you have completed the temporary mission. Since you're here, mission reward has been issued. The Lamborghini 6th element has been generated directly in your garage. Congratulations, host, you have received the title, The Beast Among Beasts. You have gained passive beginner hypnosis. Beginner hypnosis allows the host to lock eyes with someone, making them believe everything the host says. Please continue to work hard on your path of being a beast. The system's voice directly extinguished the impulse that had just surged in Jing Mo's heart. He almost executed Bei Xinyao on the spot. What does it mean to be the worst of the worst? Wasn't he being forced to do this by the system? And this hypnosis technique, he didn't want to be a scumbag, so what was the point of having it? System, what do you mean? Are you just trying to tempt me into being a scumbag? The system replied, actually, there are many uses for hypnosis. It doesn't have to be used for picking up girls. It's your heart that makes everything you think dirty. Jing Mo gritted his teeth but had no retort for the system. Jing Mo, what is this? Xinyao, I actually really like you, but I can't be with you right now because I carry too much on my shoulders. I don't want this burden to affect you, so let me bear it alone. Jing Mo's eyes locked with Bei Xinyao's. The hypnosis took effect. Hearing such words, Bei Xinyao's heart was stirred. So Jing Mo was such a responsible person. It made sense. With Jing Mo's wealth, managing a winding residence must be a huge pressure. If she were to be with him, it would inevitably affect him. Once he achieved success, she would give herself a future with him. That would be a real good man. Bei Xinyao felt deeply moved. It's okay, Jing Mo. There's no need to rush into a relationship. I just want to be by your side. It doesn't matter if we're in a relationship or not. Bei Xinyao, having self-strategized, had already begun to give herself away. Jing Mo looked sorrowful. I'm sorry I couldn't give you a title. Wait for me to resolve everything, and I will definitely give you a name. Jing Mo truly felt guilty for constantly using hypnosis on Bei Xinyao. But what could he do? He had just kissed her. How could he explain without hypnosis? Under Jing Mo's hypnosis, Bei Xinyao, who had always been very clever, believed his words without question. She didn't even ask what heavy responsibilities Jing Mo actually had. Soon, the kitchen brought out all the delicious food. This simple meal was as luxurious as a state banquet. The ingredients for these dishes came from all over the world. Bei Xinyao didn't eat much. She wasn't very interested in food. Her mind was a bit hazy, still immersed in the electrifying feeling of Jing Mo's kiss on her lips. After dinner, Jing Mo took Bei Xinyao back to school. Jing Mo could no longer be a scumbag. Although he had felt an evil impulse during the kiss, it was truly unreasonable to take advantage of her before confirming their relationship. As they were parting, Bei Xinyao looked back at Jing Mo with reluctance. Jing Mo, after military training ends, let me take you to buy some clothes. Look at your clothes, they're all torn. Consider it a reward for treating me today. Jing Mo thought about it. Yes, the new student military training was about to start. It would begin the day after tomorrow. After Jing Mo agreed, Bei Xinyao returned to school. In fact, she was worried that Jing Mo might want her to stay overnight when she left. If he asked her to stay, should she refuse? But Jing Mo was such a responsible good man. Even though he liked her so much, he didn't keep her overnight. He probably wanted to wait until they became a couple before letting her stay, right? Bei Xinyao happily returned to her dormitory, self-strategizing. After Bei Xinyao went back to school, Jing Mo drove Huishi back to school. However, the dormitory door was locked, and he didn't have the key. After knocking a few times with no response, Jing Mo had no choice but to call Niu Yangyu. Hello, boss. Why are you calling me so late? Where are you? I'm out eating some spicy chicken with Fu Mingming and Xiao Wulong. Is there still spicy chicken being sold this late? Niu Yangyu let out a lewd laugh on the other end of the line. Hee, boss, it's not the kind of spicy chicken you're thinking of. It's that kind of spicy chicken. Jing Mo was still a bit dazed at first, but Niu Yangyu's laughter reminded him of something. You really shouldn't get involved with any biochemical mothers. Niu Yangyu laughed and said, those are low-end places. Our family runs a bathhouse. Those high-end escorts all come with health reports. Oh, right, big brother, why did you call? Nothing much, I got back to the dorm and found no one, so I called to ask. How did you get back? We thought you weren't coming back. Why don't you come find us and have some water chicken? Facing Niu Yangyu's invitation, Jing Mo decisively refused. Forget it. Are you guys coming back tonight? He didn't want to indulge in debauchery with Niu Yangyu and the others. We weren't planning to come back, but if you're going back to the dorm, I'll bring you the keys later. After hearing this, Jing Mo didn't want to disturb their fun. Forget it. As long as you guys are having a good time, I'm going to stay out tonight. Alright then, by the way, big brother, are you coming back tomorrow? There's a new student meeting in the afternoon. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Okay. After Jing Mo hung up the phone, he glanced at the time. It was already 11:30. Today had been too busy. He just wanted to get a good night's sleep. He remembered that the system had just rewarded him with a large flat. He would stay there tonight. Following the address given by the system, he drove Hoshi to a high-end residential area. Shengshe Tiangong, the most luxurious community in the city center. Upon entering the community, he quickly found his own private garage. The garage was quite spacious, able to accommodate 5 cars at once. He already had 4 cars, and with his indecisiveness, Jing Mo didn't know which one to take out next. However, the Rolls-Royce and Lamborghini were all parked near the school, and he would have to drive them back when he had the chance. When Jing Mo opened the garage, a top-tier sports car was parked inside, the Lamborghini Sixth Element. Its gray exterior and exaggerated shape resembled a fierce beast, ready to pounce on its prey. The car's lines were smooth and powerful, and its muscular appearance made one unable to resist its allure. The unique design of the front, with headlights like sharp eyes, exuded a cold and ruthless aura. The rear was even more aggressive, with a massive spoiler and a quad exhaust layout, showcasing its powerful performance. Jing Mo didn't like this car. It was just too flashy. He would have to drive it less in the future, as there were already too many women around him, and he couldn't afford to attract more. Jing Mo parked Hoshi, and the garage had an elevator that went directly to his floor. Each floor had only one household, so each unit had its own private elevator. The elevator door opened directly into the house. The luxury of the room left Jing Mo in awe. The TV, the central air conditioning, the 3-meter-wide bed. Jing Mo felt the benefits that power and money brought. The world of the wealthy was indeed different from that of the lower classes. Now he could be considered part of the upper class, at least in some way. Jing Mo took a bottle of high-end red wine from the wine cabinet and stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the lights below. Suddenly, he felt a bit empty. He was indeed very wealthy, with a house and a car, but the way he obtained these was through the system. So that excitement came quickly and faded just as fast. When you have everything, yet feel so empty, he had crossed over, and the original owner of this body had no parents. Jing Mo took out his phone to send a message to his aunt. "Aunt, what are you doing? Just got off work from the factory. What's up? How's the start of school these days? Have you made any new friends? Is the money enough to spend?" The original owner's aunt is a divorced woman, and her daughter was given to her father. The aunt raised Jing Mo, who lost her parents, all by herself. Compared to her aunt, the original owner felt that she was more like her mother. Jing Mo directly transferred 10 million yuan. "Don't go to work anymore. I just bought a scratch card and won 100 million. After receiving the money, the aunt replied, "My little Mo was really lucky. With this 10 million, I don't have to work in the factory anymore. I actually miss you when you're not here. When are you coming home?" Jing Mo answered, "Wait for National Day, there will be a 7-day holiday then." "Okay, when you come back, I'll make you cicadas to eat." After chatting for a while, Jing Mo lay in bed unable to sleep. Her phone kept buzzing with messages. These were from the senior sisters who had added her before, feeling a bit thirsty late at night, wanting to arrange a date. Jing Mo ignored all these messages and found a chat box. "Are you asleep?" "No, what's up? What are you doing?" "I'm looking for a place to rent a shop. I'm planning to open a flower shop." "You don't have anything going on tonight, right?" "Nope." "Why?" "I want to ride the clouds." "You." The next morning, Jing Mo was awakened by the morning sunlight shining on her face. Feng Muyun looked like a sleeping beauty. Her sleeping face was really too cute. Unable to resist, Jing Mo leaned in and kissed her. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her beautiful big eyes slowly opened. When their eyes met, Feng Muyun shyly buried half her face in the blanket. "Jing Mo, good morning. Weren't you calling me master last night?" Master, good morning." Feng Muyun's voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. She had stayed in the employee dormitory of the computer city yesterday, but Jing Mo had asked her to move in with her from now on. That night, she drove over to pick her up, telling her to leave all her luggage behind and transferred her 100,000 yuan to buy all new daily necessities. She didn't want to live alone in such a big house. Plus, having a woman at home could help with chores and cooking. After breakfast, Jing Mo drove the Sixth Element to school. There had been a lot of people at the entrance of Y University these past 2 days, as the new semester officially started tomorrow, with many new students and parents at the school gate. Jing Mo found it really difficult to find a parking space. However, when she arrived at the school gate in the Sixth Element, all the surrounding people's gazes turned to her. Passers-by were making way for Jing Mo. "Security uncle, where can I buy a parking space in the school?" Seeing that there was no place to park outside the school, Jing Mo thought about parking inside. She didn't get out of the car but lowered the driver's side window. The security guard, seeing a student trying to drive into the school, directly refused. All parking spaces in the school are for faculty and staff only. Students' and parents' cars need to park outside the school. Because Jing Mo's car was parked at the school gate, countless students passing by all looked over. "What car is this? So cool. This car looks a bit familiar. I think I've seen it in a game." "This is the Lamborghini Sixth Element from Horizon 4. a concept car that shouldn't exist in the country. Even the wealthy in first-tier cities might not qualify to buy it. Who is this? Isn't this modified from the Lamborghini Bull? But even the Bull is rare in Vice City. Which young master is this? There was a young master driving a Lamborghini Bull during the new student registration the day before yesterday, and now another one today. Are there so many rich people in Vice City? Could it be the same person? This scene was discussed by many students. However, the security guard was a bit rigid and wouldn't let Jing Mo into the school. With no other choice, Jing Mo had to activate her cash ability at the school gate. He got out of the car and approached a parent who had just parked. "Hello, can you sell me this parking space? I really don't want to run far to find another place to park. I'll give you 1,000 yuan, just consider it gas money for finding another spot." The parent was a bit taken aback at first, but upon hearing this good deal, he immediately agreed. "Alright, I'll move right away, this spot is yours." Jing Mo readily transferred 1,000 yuan to the guy and parked his sixth element in the space. A student driving a Ferrari F8 had just gotten out of his car and saw the sixth element parked at the school gate. He was a member of a sports car club and naturally knew a thing or two about supercars. He recognized at a glance that this car was the most luxurious and best concept car from Lamborghini today. To get it registered, not only did you need money, but also connections. Because the proper channels would never allow it on the road, the vehicle management office wouldn't approve the registration. Only a family with some connections could get this car on the road and registered. He took out his phone, snapped a photo, and sent it to the club group. "Wow, guys, look what car I saw at our school gate." The group was filled with rich second-generation kids from Vice City, a bunch of car enthusiasts. "Is this the sixth element? Siyuan, can you take a front shot for me?" One excited group member replied. "The owner just parked, wait a moment, I'll take a front shot for you, it should be the sixth element." Which rich kid from Vice City bought such an awesome car? Almost everyone who played with cars in Vice City was in this group, except for those who rented cars to show off. The group was buzzing with uncertainty. At that moment, a group member named Shua sent a message. "Are you sure the owner is around your age? Could it be a middle-aged person?" "No, I saw a young person driving it. Since it's at the school gate, it must be a student." "Wait, I'll ask if I can take a photo with the owner in the car. Let's see if anyone recognizes him." "Hurry up!" After Jing Mo got out of the car and locked it, he prepared to head to school. But Dong Si-yuan excitedly ran over. "Dude, is this your sixth element? It's really cool. Can I take a photo of you with the car?" Jing Mo didn't refuse and casually said, "Go ahead, do you want me to pose? Just stand by the front of your car and lean on it. You're so cool, the photo will definitely drive a bunch of girls crazy online." Jing Mo smiled, not taking it too seriously. He leaned against the front of his car as requested while Dong Si-yuan took the photo. After taking the picture, Dong Si-yuan showed Jing Mo the final shot. "Dude, it's really cool. I'm from the Vice City Supercar Club. Can I post this photo of you in the car in the group?" Jing Mo wasn't someone to hide, so he directly agreed. "Feel free to post it. Then, bro, can I add you on WeChat? I want to invite you to join our supercar club." Jing Mo took out his phone and displayed the QR code. "You can add me." Seeing Jing Mo so agreeable, Dong Si-yuan quickly took out his phone, and the two added each other on WeChat. "Let me tell you, the group leader of this club is a beautiful streamer and one of the top racers in the country. Her driving skills are top-notch. And we also hold competitions with rich kids from other cities. You should join us for some fun." Jing Mo wanted to refuse because he just wanted to live a low-key, laid-back life. But then a temporary mission popped up in his mind. Temporary mission released Akina Mountain Car God. Please participate in a city racing competition within 15 days and secure first place. Mission reward, 10% shares of the Pearphone. Failure penalty, constipation. Jing Mo was too lazy to curse. "Alright, do you have any competitions coming up?" Seeing the other parties so enthusiastic, Dong Si-yuan's face lit up with joy. "After the military training, there's a race against T-State and Jinling. If you're interested, I can take you. But if you want to participate in the race, it's best not to drive this car, because it might provoke some jealousy." Jing Mo asked in confusion, "Why do you say that?" Dong Si-yuan explained, "It's like this, racing competitions between several districts are quite common, but in this race, the losers have to pay something. Most of the time, the losers pay with their cars, or with their female companions." Jing Mo was taken aback. The car payment was understandable, but what was this about paying with a female companion? So he voiced his question. Dong Si-yuan deliberately lowered his voice and said, "We always bring a female companion to the races. Before the competition, we can bet against the other city on a few things, like cars or women. After the race, depending on the rankings, if the other party's rank is lower than yours, then you win. Naturally, the other party's vehicle belongs to you, and if the bet was on a woman. According to the rules, the other party will send their female companion to us. To humiliate them, we usually play together as a group until they get pregnant, then we send them back. Jing Mo was truly shocked. The upper class actually played so lowly. He was really gaining some insight. Is it really necessary? Do you have such resentment towards other cities, to be so disgusting to each other? Dong Si Yuan sighed. Actually, it's because we used to lose all the time, and the female companions of several car friends were treated this way. This year is better, Xiaoya is back. Otherwise, our Y City Car Club would have to disband. It's really embarrassing. In fact, we rich second-generation kids really don't lack women. Even if they get pregnant, we can just spend some money to get rid of it. But don't you think that's a very humiliating thing? Jing Mo frowned and asked, has Y City always been losing? Yeah, you don't know. Y City lost all the races in the past 2 years, but our car friends have cars worth hundreds of thousands to millions, so how could we bear to bet them? We could only find female companions instead. So if you want to participate in the race, try to drive a cheaper car. Definitely don't take this one, or you'll definitely be provoked and forced to bet against them, Dong Si Yuan suggested with a gloomy expression. Jing Mo seemed to realize something. Did you lose before? You're quite experienced? Dong Si Yuan awkwardly smiled. Bro, don't laugh at me. I've lost 3 times. The first time, I lost my Aston Martin. Otherwise, why do you think I'm driving the lowest-end Ferrari? Then did you lose the next 2 times? Jing Mo's tone was meaningful. Dong Si Yuan became even more awkward. Yes, I lost 2 girlfriends. Although it was just for fun, it was really humiliating. Jing Mo slowly nodded. This circle was indeed disgusting. But now I have the world's top driving skills. No matter how strong the opponent is, can they compare to me? It's okay, I'll help you win back the previous grudges. Dong Si Yuan didn't take it seriously. He didn't want to discourage Jing Mo, just awkwardly said a word of encouragement. Many of the opponents were professional drivers, and many had hired foreign experts for systematic training. Although Jing Mo was wealthy, he would probably still be a loser if he went up, so he needed to be advised to find a girlfriend quickly. Otherwise, if he really had to pay with the 6th element, the entire Y state would be embarrassed. The two chatted under the hot sun for a long time, and outsiders might think they were crazy. After Jing Mo learned about the race situation, he returned to the dormitory. Today, there was a freshman meeting to attend in the afternoon. After the meeting, there was also a class meeting organized by the class advisor, apparently to elect a class leader and committee members. Jing Mo didn't want to do anything special. He still had to participate in this kind of thing. Xiao Wulong, you idiot, you just know how to hold back when playing Yuanshan. Damn it, are you suffocating or what? You're talking nonsense. You want me to hold back, but you don't help me break the fire. Xiao Wulong retorted. Stop shouting. I'll buy a talisman to counter you two later. Damn it, don't come this way, there are people. Run. Run your mother. How can we run? As soon as Jing Mo arrived at the dormitory, he saw 3 people using the air conditioning to rob the Genesis god he had bought for them. Jing Mo leaned in to take a look. It was indeed their 3 settlement pages. You 3 are really invincible, you can't even win a gold match. Jing Mo teased. Fu Mingming wanted to say it was the computer's fault, but that excuse was fine to say in an internet cafe, yet this was already the lowest level computer, with the display frame rate exceeding 500. He couldn't find any excuse. In the end, he could only say, the feel isn't good. Jing Mo replied, if you're bad, just practice more. This sentence directly infuriated Fu Mingming. Boys are obsessed with games like that. They can't stand others saying they're bad. They can find countless excuses but can't admit they're bad. Damn it, let me see how awesome you are. Log in. Jing Mo thought there was nothing much to do, so he directly opened his computer and took Fu Mingming's place to play 3 matches with Niu Yanyu and Yamamoto Xiao Wulong. Half an hour later, Jing Mo took a drag on a cigarette. The computer screen was showing the scene of slaying dragons. If you're bad, just practice more. If you can't afford to play, then don't play. Fu Mingming was about to break down. Jing Mo wanted to play another round, but his phone rang. Jing Mo looked at his phone and saw it was a call from Zhou Xiang. Jing Mo gave the position back to Fu Mingming. He picked up the phone. Hello? Is the contract printed? Jing Mo asked straightforwardly. Yes, I'll transfer 1 million to your account right away, and you can sign the contract online. They say technology changes lives. Previously, signing contracts required a trip to eat and drink. Now, there's no need to run business anymore. You can sign contracts online from a distance. They all have the same legal effect. Jing Mo glanced at the signing documents sent over. He signed it directly. As the signature was completed, the system also issued the previous task rewards. A special drug for treating cancer. If this could be mass-produced, it would benefit society as a whole. However, he didn't plan to reveal it yet. This was a national treasure, bringing it out would require a Nobel Prize, and he was still low-key, so there was no need for that now. The shares Jing Mo obtained were from a local private company called Wanfua Pharmaceutical. The market value was about 2 billion. Jing Mo really didn't lack money now. The market value didn't matter. When the time came, if needed, he would have a pharmaceutical factory to produce the special drug for treating cancer. That was the most important thing. Seeing Jing Mo sign the contract, Zhou Xiang promptly transferred 1 million to him. This 5% was nearly half of the assets of himself and Wang Qichuan. He hoped he could bet right. He had privately sent a message dealer from the underworld to check on Jing Mo. This person was a bit strange. His family was in X province. Both parents were deceased, and he lived with an aunt. The aunt was an ordinary employee at a factory. However, the place they lived in was the most luxurious standalone villa in X province. Isn't that nonsense? You live in a villa, yet you still work at a factory? Zhou Xiang wasn't a fool. He wouldn't be deceived by such petty tricks. This was clearly a hidden rich second generation. As for why the message dealer only found out that the other party's aunt was a factory employee, it could only prove that the other party's family was unfathomable. Even the message dealer and detective couldn't uncover the true identity. This situation is inferred from Zhou Xiang's experience. Either they are involved in the underworld or they are in the legitimate business. Both are financially shady. Whichever it is, it would greatly benefit Wanfu Pharmaceutical. Bringing Jing Mo into the fold shouldn't be a bad idea. Jing Xiao, in a few days there will be a shareholders meeting that requires your presence. If you're busy, you don't have to come. I'll brief you on the meeting's content. You just need to indicate whether you agree with the proposals made. Jing Mo has a lot on his plate and isn't sure if he will be free then. We'll see when the time comes. If I'm free, I'll go. Alright, I won't disturb your rest any longer. After hanging up, Zhou Xiang sat in the office, pinching the bridge of his nose. Who would start causing trouble at this shareholders meeting? Just after the contract was signed, a middle-aged man barged in without knocking, exuding an aggressive aura. He wore a black suit, his hair slicked back, with sharp eyes and glasses. His gaze swept around the room before landing on a few computers, letting out a cold snort. Not doing your job properly. Niu Yangyu, who used to be a rich second generation, wouldn't let him get away with that attitude. Who the hell are you? Is this your dorm? You think you can just walk in? Do you even know how to knock? The middle-aged man's sharp gaze fixed on the few people in the dorm as he slowly spoke. I am Bai Shengli, the director of the Academic Affairs Office at Y University. You four are now expelled. The four were stunned by this statement. The school had just started 2 days ago, and now they were being expelled? Wait, you can't just expel us like that. On what grounds? Niu Yangyu protested. Fu Mingming chimed in beside him. Yeah, give us a reason. You can't just expel us for no reason. Bai Shengli looked at them with an arrogant expression, his gaze sweeping over their faces as if examining criminals. The expressions on their faces were all defiant. None of them were willing to admit fault, which only made him more disgusted. You guys, were you not out last night teasing girls near the school and got caught by the police? Do you know how much damage this does to the school's reputation? Let me tell you, expelling you four was a request. At today's freshman assembly, I will publicly criticize you four in front of all the faculty and students. Niu Yangyu was even more furious upon hearing this. Did you investigate properly before slandering us here? Haven't you seen the latest news online? We didn't tease any girls. Bai Shengli sneered. You must be Niu Yangyu, right? Starting school and driving a Maybach to bully fellow students at the school gate, trying to extort her for over 100,000. I won't believe a word you say. And you must be Fu Mingming. Look at your dyed red hair. You look like a slacker. I really don't know what you're doing at school. Having such a good computer at school just to play games, you have no conscience. Just know how to waste your parents' money. As for you two, you're not good people either, especially you, Jing Mo. Just starting school and flaunting such a nice car. I know exactly what you're thinking. It was you who got caught in the police car last night and posted online. Bai Shengli began questioning the four in the dorm without any context. Jing Mo slowly raised his eyes, his expression cold. Director Bai, how we conduct ourselves is not something you need to educate us on. Just take care of yourself. Bai Shengli was even more enraged that Jing Mo was still defiant, feeling his authority was being challenged. After so many years at the school, no student had ever dared to speak to him like that. Students like you are truly hopeless. I consider myself your teacher, and students who disrespect their elders like you don't deserve to study at Y University. I advise you to pack up and get lost quickly, or else I will report your actions in front of thousands of teachers and students on the school playground later. I wonder if you can handle it. Don't come to me with threats about getting some kind of illness or jumping off a building. Every year, a few troublemakers threaten me with this. Do you think I'm afraid of your tactics? Jing Mo's expression darkened gradually. How could such a person be the director of the school? We don't need your concern. Since you say you want to expel us, what do we have to worry about? Second brother, close the door and let Xiao Wulong in. Niu Yanyu could no longer tolerate it. He came up and shut the dormitory door. Xiao Wulong was already itching to move. Bai Shengli's face showed a hint of panic at this scene. Do you guys want to hit a teacher? Do you know the consequences? Niu Yanyu smiled strangely. You're going to expel us anyway. Do you think we would be threatened by your words? Come on, tell me what the consequences are. Bai Shengli's most effective tactic against students was expulsion. But he didn't expect these few to be unafraid and even plan to fight back. For a moment, he couldn't think of anything else to threaten them with. Jing Mo looked coldly at the somewhat terrified Bai Shengli. Director Bai, do you have anything else to say? If not, we're going to make our move. Damn, there's only one decent person in the dormitory, the other three are all thugs and beasts. You come over to threaten them, aren't you just asking for death? Bai Shengli was scared. If you dare to make a move, I will call the police to arrest you. Xiao Wulong sneered. Director Bai, you just said we were caught for teasing girls last night. Since we were caught and have now come out safe and sound, do you think we would still be afraid of the police? At this moment, Bai Shengli realized something was off. Yes, Jing Mo and the others were caught by the police yesterday, right? How did they come out now? Previously, it was just the student council saying a few people had returned, and he was so focused on how to punish them that he hadn't thought about why they were released. Could it be that they colluded with the police? The sky in Y City was about to fall. You can't do this. I will report to the higher-ups. Report your mother, you're dead. Yamamoto Xiao Wulong's fighting ability was well known. Beating 4 or 5 bodyguards over 8 meters tall was a piece of cake, and dealing with a somewhat weak middle-aged director was even easier. In just a few moves, he had Bai Shengli bleeding from his nose, clutching his head and wailing. Student council assemble. Student council assemble. Where's the student council? Seeing that this guy was still not behaving, Yamamoto Xiao Wulong raised his hand again. You all wait. You will definitely be expelled. Yamamoto Xiao Wulong beat Bai Shengli half to death. Then he grabbed him by the collar and threw him out of the dormitory. Damn, what kind of director is this, such a jinx? Yamamoto Xiao Wulong threw the guy out of the dormitory and looked at Jing Mo with some concern. Foster father, we beat this guy, we might really get expelled. What should we do? Jing Mo waved his hand nonchalantly and said, just let me make a phone call. If he really got expelled, the first thing he would do was expose their previous encounter at the police station online. Jing Mo called the city bureau. Hello? Who is this? This is Jing Mo. Oh, it's little brother Jing Mo. What can I do for you? Because of the previous incident, the school wants to expel us. I would like to ask you to testify for us. We did not commit any crimes. The city bureau still owed Jing Mo a big favor. If it weren't for Jing Mo helping to cover up, all the videos released online would have been taken down. If this were to be exposed, I wouldn't need to wear this official hat anymore. But now Jing Mo is actually going to be expelled? I'm at a meeting out of town and can't make it there in time. Aren't you studying at Y University? I can have my daughter speak to the school on your behalf. Coincidentally, my daughter is also a freshman at Y University, just like you. Jing Mo didn't think too much. As long as the school knew they hadn't committed a crime, that was enough. As for who said it, anyone with enough weight would do. The daughter of the city bureau chief had enough weight. After Bai Shengli was thrown out of the dormitory, he left with his face covered in shame. His dignity was more important than anything else. Back in his office, he slammed his hand down, sending items on the desk crashing to the floor. How dare these people hit him? After so many years as the director, not a single student had ever disrespected him. Even the parents of the students treated him with utmost respect. Among these parents were company executives, factory owners, and government officials. But with their children in his hands, he had the power to decide whether they could stay in school or not. These high and mighty people outside wouldn't dare speak harshly to him. They all catered to him. But today, he was actually hit by a student. This was intolerable. If he didn't retaliate, he wouldn't be Bai Shengli. He had his own circle, and if this incident spread among the higher-ups in Y City's universities, expelling them would mean they couldn't enter any other schools either. He would cut off their path to education. Just expelling them wouldn't be enough to quell his anger. It had to be recorded in their files in the name of the school. He would directly name and expel these individuals at the freshman assembly today. He had to set an example to show that no one could challenge his authority in Y City. Student council, assemble! Bai Shengli shouted. A group of student council members rushed in. Director, Director. The members of the student council stood in a row, like soldiers. Bai Shengli had a bruise on his cheek from being hit. Where is the president of the student council? The president, Li Biao, stepped forward. I'm here. Director, what do you need? Bai Shengli shot him a cold glance. Is the student council just going to use its name to chase after girls? With such a vicious student in the school, aren't you going to do anything about it? If you're this useless, I think there's no need for the student council to exist. Bai Shengli urgently needed a punching bag, and the student council was just right for it. A group of student council members was scolded thoroughly, not daring to make a sound. After venting enough, Bai Shengli went to a colleague's desk next door, grabbed a paper cup, poured himself a glass of water, and took a sip. A student assaulted a teacher and refused to be disciplined. I will expel this student. Li Biao, you should be giving a speech at the freshman assembly today, so make sure to announce this news and criticize him in front of all the students. Bai Shengli nodded. Okay, director, I'll follow your instructions, but should you contact the principal? The speakers at the freshman assembly all had a speech prepared, and if he added something on his own, would it upset the principal? But he had no choice but to obey the director's orders. Who the hell provoked Bai Shengli? He would have to deal with him when he got back. You don't need to worry about the principal. Keeping such troublemakers is a disaster. The principal will probably support me. In the girls' dormitory, Jiang Saiwu had just received a phone call. His own father actually asked him to find the principal to help pass a message, to prove that a student named Jing Mo had not committed a crime. Instead, a model student from society would be sending over a banner soon. He had to make sure to present the award in front of all the students at the freshman assembly. After all, she was the school beauty, and presenting a banner with a male classmate in front of so many students was quite embarrassing. Girls were already shy, and doing it in front of so many made it even worse. Moreover, she had never met this Jing Mo before. It felt quite presumptuous to do this, but she couldn't ignore her father's words, so she steeled herself and went ahead. She first went to the principal's office, but surprisingly, the principal was not at school. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. With the freshman assembly already setting up the stage, was she supposed to just go up and call Jing Mo to come collect the award? The poor Jiang Saiwu felt her slender legs trembling at the thought of over 10,000 people watching her. Li Biao had just walked out of Bai Shengli's office, and his face instantly darkened. Ask the dormitory management department to find out who this Jing Mo really is. Damn it, I've been scolded for so long because of him. If I don't deal with him, I might as well take his surname. A girl in a short skirt beside Li Biao comforted him. Did you not see that even Bai Lao Gui got beaten? Anyway, he's already going to be expelled. Just announce it during the freshman speech and be done with it. No need to complicate things. Li Biao wasn't stupid. He knew this matter didn't concern him much. Often, taking a step back could lead to a broader perspective. If it wasn't his business, he wouldn't meddle. That was his secret to sitting in the chairman's position. In fact, he had only spoken harshly earlier and didn't really intend to do anything to Jing Mo. But since he was the one pushed onto the stage by Bai Shengli, if anything went wrong, he would still be the one to take the blame. If the principal got angry, it would still be him facing the consequences. If Bai Shengli didn't talk to the principal, then he would have to pay a visit himself. The principal was the highest authority in the school. If he offended the principal, he would be finished. It's fine, I understand. You all go ahead and get busy. Remember to revise the speech. I'll go to the principal's office. When Li Biao arrived at the principal's office, he saw a beautiful figure, and in an instant, his heart was stirred. He had never seen such a beautiful girl. He hadn't encountered such a stunning beauty in 3 years at school. Watching her hesitate at the door of the principal's office, Li Biao took a couple of steps forward to seize the opportunity to strike up a conversation. Excuse me, why are you standing at the principal's office door? Jiang Saiwu, a bit introverted and not very good at socializing, was startled by the sudden question from a stranger. Seeing someone she didn't know, she instinctively took a step back. I want to find the principal, but the principal isn't in the office. Jiang Saiwu spoke softly, her voice barely audible. Li Biao noticed she was a socially anxious girl, which made him like her even more. Such introverted girls were easy to deceive. I'm the chairman of the student council. If the principal isn't here, you can tell me what you need. Jiang Saiwu shrank her neck a bit, feeling scared as she said, my dad asked me to find the principal about something. Li Biao had initially wanted to find the principal, but now his attention was completely focused on this female classmate. He became the student council chairman just to meet girls like her. Otherwise, what was the point of being the student council chairman? Li Biao softened his tone and took a long time to clarify the situation. After understanding the circumstances, he almost bit his tongue in shock. Luckily, he had come to the principal's office. Moreover, this socially anxious junior sister was actually the daughter of the city police chief. Damn, He was so scared he almost lost his nerve. Being with this girl, if he upset her, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. Fortunately, I didn't cause trouble for this Jing Mo. After all, he has the director backing him. Now, I'm feeling very scared. My reluctance to meddle has paid off this time. No wonder even the old ghost Bai dares to hit. If he had the director behind him, he would dare to defecate on Bai Shengli's table and make him eat it. But this is also a good opportunity. If I get together with this Jiang Saiwu, wouldn't I be able to walk around Y City with swagger? Plus, Jiang Saiwu is so beautiful, if I dated someone like her, I wouldn't need to bother with any other girlfriend. Only poor people drive shabby cars, real wealthy people go straight for the best. Those scumbags just haven't dated someone pretty. If they were given a campus beauty, would they be willing to switch? Now that Jiang Saiwu is in trouble, if I help her here, won't she have a good impression of me later? Saiwu, how about this, you give me the banner, and I'll help you present the award to that classmate named Jing Mo on stage. What do you think? Jiang Saiwu's eyes flashed with joy, just as Li Biao had thought. Really? How can I thank you? Jiang Saiwu felt this was a huge favor. Li Biao pretended to be modest, saying, "It's nothing, I'm the president of the student council. Helping other students is what I should do. As for thanks, you don't need to, just treat me to dinner tonight." Jiang Saiwu thought about it and felt there was nothing inappropriate, so she agreed. Jing Mo swaggered towards the playground with his two younger brothers and an adopted son, striding with an air of indifference. Niu Yanyu and Fu Mingming felt disgusted seeing Yamamoto Kojiro's fawning demeanor. "Adoptive father, it's such a hot day outside. You need to use an umbrella for shade." Yamamoto Kojiro walked beside Jing Mo holding an umbrella. Jing Mo gradually felt that this adopted son seemed much better than these two brothers. He was sensible, obedient, and crucially, he could fight. The practicality was evident. The four of them arrived first at the shade beside the playground to cool off. They watched countless beauties heading towards the playground. The three brutes started their not enough eyes mode again. The freshman orientation was a mandatory event for new students. All the girls who had never been seen before suddenly appeared. While the four were still enjoying the shade, Bai Shengli, with a band-aid on his face and flanked by his sycophantic student council members, swaggered over. "You guys really have no shame, huh? You still dare to attend the freshman orientation? Soon, your punishment will be announced, and if you had any sense of shame, you wouldn't be lounging around like this." Jing Mo felt a headache seeing Bai Shengli. Why was this person so annoying, like a fly in the toilet? "Can you just stop bothering us?" Niu Yangyu stepped forward. He had never seen someone so disgusting. Bai Shengli, with his sycophantic student council members, naturally wasn't afraid of Jing Mo and his group anymore. Previously, he had been careless and didn't dodge. That was how he fell into Jing Mo's trap. Now he had people with him, and in front of so many students, he didn't believe Jing Mo would dare to make a move. In fact, Bai Shengli was overthinking. Jing Mo had no intention of hitting him again. People like him couldn't be changed by beating. Humph, sharp-tongued. You really don't take your future seriously. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant after you're expelled later. I'll tell you the truth, if you get expelled, don't even think about other schools. No school would dare to take you. I want to see your expressions after studying hard for over a decade, finally getting into college, and then getting expelled for hitting me. By then, it won't do you any good to beg me. Jing Mo couldn't be bothered to respond to him. With a call, he led three people towards the area designated for their class. The major at Jingma University was quite popular, with a nearly equal gender ratio, and there were even a few more girls than boys. Tang Hongtao noticed the hostility on Jingma's face. It seemed that he was the only one in the class with a higher appearance than him. His once proud look seemed to drop a level when compared to Jingma. It was obvious that some of the female classmates who had previously pointed at him were now completely focused on Jingma. This scene made Tang Hongtao feel incredibly jealous. Before long, a woman in her mid-20s, wearing a short-sleeved dress with light makeup, stepped forward. She had an exquisite face and her long hair was styled up at the back of her head. With a curvy figure, she was slender. "Hello everyone, I am your counselor, Jiang Qingqing." As she stood on the track, all eyes in the area turned to her. "Everyone, please line up in 2 rows, boys in 1 row and girls in the other. Line up according to height, with the shorter ones in the front." Jiang Qingqing was definitely a mature woman, and her looks could rival the school beauty. The male students gazed at the voluptuous counselor like dogs staring at a bone. It seemed that teachers could also be appealing. Jiang Qingqing began to maintain order, waiting for the upcoming freshman meeting. "If you have any questions, we will discuss them after the meeting in the classroom. For now, please do not speak. The freshman meeting is about to start." Jiang Qingqing exuded a commanding presence, her words carrying an irresistible charm. The classmates obediently lined up, while some of the boys in the back whispered about Jiang Qingqing's looks. Jingma stood at the back with Niu Yangyu, while Yamamoto and Fu Mingming, who were shorter, stood in front. Jingma felt a bit bored standing there. The midday sun was perfect for a nap. He was almost dying under the sun. He hadn't slept well the night before, and by nap time, he felt a bit tired. The freshman meeting was originally just a formality for newcomers, and he had no interest in it. Holding this meeting wouldn't lead to any tasks. Sigh, it was truly disheartening. Just as he was thinking, a new task was announced in his mind. Temporary task released. As a future tycoon and leader of the world, you must always be the center of attention wherever you go. Therefore, you need to care for those around you and buy each classmate and teacher a cup of Starbucks. Task completion reward, Rolex Gold King. Task failure, no punishment. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Jingma woke up from his drowsiness. A Rolex? Should he want this or not? Forget it, he would treat it as part of completing the main task. He had to think about spending money all the time and seize any opportunity to spend. The system was being a bit stingy this time. What was the use of this Rolex watch? It was practically useless except for showing off wealth. Jingma called out to Niu Yangyu, then told Jiang Qingqing that he had a stomachache and slipped away. However, thinking about it, the two of them really couldn't handle over 60 cups of Starbucks. They still needed to find a way to get them delivered. When it came to burning money, he had to consult Niu Yangyu. Tang Hongtao, who was initially unhappy because Jingma had stolen his spotlight, had already ranked the girls in the class based on their looks. The most beautiful girl was standing at the very end of the girls' line. This girl stood next to Jingma and kept glancing at him. Tang Hongtao regarded Jingma as his biggest threat. However, with Jingma leaving, Tang Hongtao wore a disdainful expression, as if Jingma didn't care about the girls in the class. He thought it must be due to a poor family background, leading to some insecurity. He now focused all his attention on the last girl in the line. This girl was truly stunning. Standing there in the blazing sun, many girls were complaining. The school was really inconsiderate, making them stand here on such a hot day. Tang Hongtao felt his opportunity had come, found an excuse to head to the school supermarket, and bought a bottle of ice-cold soda. He approached the goddess he had been watching and handed her the soda he had just bought. "Hello, classmate, it's so hot today, have some water." Kai Miaomio was almost unable to bear the heat, always feeling parched but not wanting to run far to buy water. It was surprising that a classmate was so thoughtful to bring her a drink. "Thank you, classmate, how much is it? I'll transfer the money to you," Kai Miaomio said as she took out her phone to prepare to transfer the money. Tang Hongtao smiled and said, "It's nothing, just consider it making a friend. My name is Tang Hongtao, what's yours? I'm Kai Miaomio. Since we're making friends, let's add each other on WeChat." Kai Miaomio took out her phone directly. "You can just scan me." Kai Miaomio was actually very happy because among so many girls, only she received a drink from someone, which proved she was the prettiest among them. At least in Tang Hongtao's eyes, that was the case. Moreover, Tang Hongtao was quite good-looking and very considerate. If she hadn't just taken a liking to another classmate in the class, she might have been moved. Just then, Jing Mo and Niu Yanyu returned. Behind them, a group of 10 Starbucks employees was coming, each carrying several bags of Starbucks drinks. The scene attracted the attention of some people on the playground. "Classmates, I see the weather is really too hot, so I bought some Starbucks to quench everyone's thirst. Those at the back, please pass it forward." After Jing Mo finished speaking, he gave a glance to the employees behind him. The employees began distributing the drinks. Jing Mo personally handed a cup to Jiang Qingqing. "Teacher, you've worked hard." "Thank you." Jiang Qingqing looked at Jing Mo with her beautiful eyes. This student was a bit special. Just now, this kid actually lied to her about having a stomachache, but it turned out he went to buy Starbucks. How could she blame him for his good intentions? Tang Hongtao was furious. Damn, was this kid crazy? A cup of Starbucks costs dozens, and with over 60 people, that would be more than 2,000. Was it necessary to spend so much just to steal his thunder? When Jing Mo saw that every classmate in the class had a cup of Starbucks, he said something publicly again. "From now on, classmates can drink milk tea at the Starbucks at the school gate for free. I am the owner of that store." Jing Mo had just gone out and bought that store. Not much, just over $1 million. Tang Hongtao was spitting blood. Damn, did it have to be this ruthless? From now on, classmates could go to Starbucks for free, just to show off and impress girls? Fu Mingming admired him greatly from the side. As expected of the boss, a casual move is a big deal. Jing Mo spoke to the 10 employees. "You guys register, our classmates can consume freely at the store from now on. Okay, boss. The female classmates in the class had just been a bit envious of Kai Miao Miao for having a boy by her water. Now they were no longer envious. An even more handsome boy had directly brought them Starbucks drinks. If only he had given them drinks personally, it would have been even more perfect. And at such a young age, he actually owned a Starbucks. What kind of strength was that? In the future, I need to consult my adoptive father well. Suddenly gaining the right to choose a partner, I really admire this ability. Jing Yamo was a bit speechless upon hearing Yamamoto Kojiro and Fu Mingming's words. It was still Nyo Yangyu. If it weren't for his system, with his wasteful speed, he would have squandered all his family assets. He was just completing a task, really not trying to pick up girls. Task completed, rewards have been distributed. Jing Mo's arm sank, and a watch appeared out of nowhere on his wrist. Jing Yamo glanced at the watch and almost cursed. This was just too ostentatious. The entire watch was dazzlingly golden, so gaudy it was blinding. The sunlight reflected off it, making it hard to open his eyes. It was as if it had "I'm a nouveau riche" written all over it. Jing Yamo wanted to cover it with his sleeve, but since he was wearing long sleeves, he couldn't hide it. Forget it. It is what it is. He was getting further and further away from the word low-key. The system really wanted him to show off his wealth. What Jing Yamo had just said made the whole class cheer, and Jiang Qingqing had a hard time restoring order. She shot Jing Yamo a fierce glare. "Come to my office after class. I need to teach you a good lesson." Just as the female classmates in the class were throwing flirtatious glances at Jing Yamo, Bai Shengli brought a group of student council members over. "Teacher Jiang, a few troublemakers have appeared in your class. Due to their bad behavior, the school's reputation has been tarnished. At today's freshman meeting, the student council president will come up to publicly criticize them. I'm just giving you a heads up." Bai Shengli said this loudly in front of the whole class, not bothering to speak privately. However, Bai Shengli didn't have a lion's roar. Only the few students at the front could hear him. Bai Shengli could no longer stand Jing Mo's smug demeanor. Seeing him show off made Bai Shengli feel like there were millions of ants crawling on his back. The commotion drew the attention of other classmates. Students at the back began to ask those in front what was happening. The students at the front relayed the news to those behind. Jing Mo thought Bai Shengli was targeting him on purpose. Nyo Yanyu said angrily, "Why is this guy so hard to shake off? Boss, why don't you hire a hitman, spend some money to have someone take him out?" Jing Mo's eyes widened in shock. "What kind of grudge is this? Do you know any hitmen?" Nyo Yanyu looked incredulous. "Boss, you can't really want to kill this old guy, right? I was just joking. But didn't you call the city bureau? Didn't he say he would help you settle this matter? Why is this old guy still after you?" Jing Mo was also a bit confused. Logically, the city bureau shouldn't be lying to him. If they really criticized them publicly at the freshman meeting for teasing girls last night, Jing Mo would probably be infamous even without being expelled. Looking at Bai Shengli's confidence in publicly criticizing him, it was clear he was well prepared. No, if the city bureau can't be relied on, then he needs to prepare for both outcomes. Jiang Qingqing furrowed her brows and asked coldly, "Do you know which students the director is referring to?" Bai Shengli casually scanned the class, his gaze lingering on Jing Mo's face for a few seconds, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting. Then his expression turned serious. "It's your class's Jing Mo, Nyo Yangyu, Fu Mingming, and Yamamoto Kojiro." Jiang Qingqing pondered for a moment, her face stern as she asked, "Director, what exactly did they do?" "These few were caught teasing girls from another school outside last night and ended up being taken to the police station. Today, I wanted to give them a verbal education, but they actually laid hands on me. Don't you think such behavior is extremely bad? Shouldn't they be expelled?" Jiang Qingqing didn't even know the students Bai Shengli had named. Jing Mo, Nyo Yangyu, Fu Mingming, Yamamoto Kojiro, step forward. Jiang Qingqing called out the few students, all of whom would be her subordinates in the future. Generally, such incidents would lead to expulsion. But what if there's a misunderstanding in the middle? If this isn't clarified, wouldn't it ruin the lives of these 4 students? After being expelled from Y University, which school would still accept them? When Jing Mo and a few others were called out, they stepped out of the line one after another. When Jiang Qingqing saw Jing Mo, her expression was a bit strange. With such a handsome classmate, was it really necessary to tease other girls? "Teacher Jiang, these 4 morally corrupt students, I hope you take this seriously. Let them stand under the podium and reflect properly, under the gaze of thousands of teachers and students, to awaken their sense of shame." Yamamoto Kojiro and Nyo Yanyu had the worst tempers among the 4, and upon hearing this, they almost couldn't hold back from beating this punk in public. But Jing Mo gave him a look to calm down first. Before, beating him was done privately, without anyone seeing. If they acted here, with over 10,000 people watching, even the city bureau wouldn't be able to clear their names. Jiang Qingqing glanced at Jing Mo. "Tell me, did Director Bai say that you guys were teasing girls from other schools last night? Jing Mo directly denied it. Absolutely not. Jiang Qingqing looked at Bai Shengli. Bai Shengli had a mocking expression. Teacher Jiang wouldn't just believe the words of these morally corrupt students, would she? He took out his phone and found a video, showing Jing Mo being taken away by the police. The evidence is conclusive. Jing Mo, let's see how you argue your way out of this. If you didn't tease girls from other schools, why were the police arresting you? Jing Mo was speechless. This video had already been taken down by the city bureau officially. The fact that Bai Shengli still had this video meant he must have downloaded it yesterday and saved it on his phone. How invested was Bai Shengli in this matter? After seeing the video, Jiang Qingqing wanted to say a few good words for Jing Mo but found it impossible, her tone inevitably becoming a bit harsh. Jing Mo, can you explain what happened? Did you really do this? Jing Mo had no choice but to bring up what he said to the media at the police station yesterday. He and Dong Rui staged a scene of teasing other girls for publicity, and they had already been educated by the police and released. He then took out his phone and found the official account of the Weiss City Public Security Bureau. The first video posted was about the incident that happened last night, proving that what Jing Mo said was not a lie. Bai Shengli was taken aback. Seeing that Jing Mo was about to brush this off, he started to argue irrationally. You're talking nonsense. You definitely teased girls from other schools yesterday. I don't know if you paid to clear your name, or if the police just won't handle the case. I can see through your unscrupulous nature at a glance. Jiang Qingqing couldn't stand it anymore. She never believed Jing Mo would tease girls from other schools. Seeing her student being misunderstood for no reason, she angrily said, Director Bai, watch your words. My student is just a bit mischievous, not as bad as you say. Bai Shengli's expression darkened when he saw a young teacher daring to speak to him like that. Teacher Jiang, do you know what you're doing? You're protecting a criminal. Director Bai, I'm defending my student's rights. You can't just accuse my student without evidence. Jing Mo and the others were surprised to see their counselor standing up to the school director for them. This scene could only be described as heroic. This woman looked quite good when she was angry. All right, Teacher Jiang, you're great. Just wait for me to tell the principal. You all wait for me. With that, he turned and left with a group of sycophantic students. It was really frustrating to be humiliated by Jing Mo. At this moment, Li Biao inappropriately asked, so should I still criticize Jing Mo and the others when I go on stage later? Bai Shengli was already on the verge of exploding. I am the director. Are you not going to listen to me? Did I say not to report? Then are we still using the previous charges? Of course. Jing Mo felt quite pleased watching Bai Shengli return empty-handed. Then Teacher Jiang, we'll head back to the team first. Jiang Qingqing snorted lightly. Be more careful in the future. Don't let others catch your little tail again. Jing Mo and the others exchanged meaningful smiles and prepared to return to the team. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Issuing a temporary task, the host is assisted by the counselor. As a return, please touch the other persons but within 30 seconds. Task completion reward, 10-minute mastery experience card in combat. Task failure penalty, constipation. Damn system, the whole class is watching, and you want me to touch her butt. Looking at her unfriendly face, will I even have a life left after touching her butt? Jing Mo had no choice. Seeing the time running out, he pretended to trip and brushed his hand against Jiang Qingqing's perky butt. Jiang Qingqing felt the movement behind her, turned around, and saw Jing Mo lying on the ground, not knowing what he was doing. Jing Mo pretended nothing happened, then put his hands in his pockets and whistled as he tried to leave. Although Jiang Qingqing found Jing Mo's behavior a bit strange, she didn't think much of it. Stop wandering around, the freshman meeting is about to start, hurry back to the team. Jiang Qingqing scolded and stopped looking at Jing Mo. Hee, Grandpa is so clever, can a little system outsmart me? Just as Jing Mo was feeling smug, the system's voice appeared in his mind. Detected that the host has attempted to cut corners. This task has not been completed, and additional conditions have been added. Please ensure that your hand touches the counselors but for more than 10 seconds. Jing Mo stumbled and fell again. This time it wasn't an act, he really fell. System, hee, Grandpa is so clever, can a little host outsmart this system? The commotion caught Jiang Qingqing's attention. She turned around and saw Jing Mo lying on the ground again. Confused, she asked, Jing Mo, what are you doing? Jing Mo cleared his throat tactically. Nothing, I saw a grasshopper on the playground and was planning to catch some to roast for dinner. Jiang Qingqing frowned slightly. Stop catching grasshoppers and hurry back to the team. Jing Mo gritted his teeth. Teacher Jiang, I need to talk to you about something. Looking at Jiang Qingqing's serious expression, this woman was like a strong woman. Touching her but would be like asking for death. But he really didn't want to die from being constipated. Jiang Qingqing looked puzzled. Jing Mo, do you have something else to say? Jing Mo leaned closer to Jiang Qingqing. Teacher Jiang, thank you for speaking up for me earlier. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? Jing Mo was very close to Jiang Qingqing. Outsiders thought they were whispering, but at that moment, Jing Mo's hand suddenly grabbed Jiang Qingqing's peachy butt. Fortunately, there was a high podium behind them, so no one saw, otherwise, the school forum would explode. It's nothing, I'm your counselor. Jiang Qingqing felt a bit uncomfortable with him so close, but she didn't want Jing Mo to think she was avoiding him. But Jing Mo actually touched her butt. What did Jing Mo feel? It was soft, really soft, and very round. He wondered if Jiang Qingqing had a habit of working out. That butt was really well shaped. It was perkier than Feng Muyun's. Feng Muyun's figure was more slender, exuding a desire for men. But Jiang Qingqing gave men a sense of conquest. However, Jing Mo didn't have time to think about that. He was just trying to complete the task. Otherwise, who would dare to tease their teacher? Jing Mo, have you had enough? Jiang Qingqing was a bit flustered, her tone firm yet tinged with anger. However, the system's prompt in Jing Mo's mind had not yet arrived. No, Teacher Jiang, can you help me cover a bit? You wouldn't want the other classmates to know about us like this, right? If it weren't for so many people watching, Jiang Qingqing would have exploded. How dare this Jing Mo? Over the years, countless had pursued her, but she had never let a man touch her. Yet this Jing Mo had the audacity to directly reach for her butt. She was starting to doubt whether Jing Mo really hadn't flirted with girls from other schools last night. With a guy like Jing Mo, who was a bit of a rogue, it was hard to say. Jing Mo, I just helped you, and this is how you repay your teacher? Jing Mo shamelessly replied, yeah. Jiang Qingqing truly had no way to deal with Jing Mo, as he had actually touched her in that place several times. A flush appeared on her face, a physiological reaction. Suddenly, Jiang Qingqing let out a hum. This made Jing Mo's hand pause, looking at Jiang Qingqing in surprise. Jiang Qingqing's face instantly turned red. Jing Mo, let go first. Wait until we get back to the office. Jing Mo nearly dropped his jaw to the ground. At this moment, the system's prompt finally came. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. The reward has been issued. Jing Mo swallowed hard, his face filled with shock. Back to the office? What office? What did Jiang Qingqing mean? Realizing she had misspoken, Jiang Qingqing hurriedly explained, Jing Mo, what I meant by going back to the office was to go back and teach you a lesson. Jing Mo had nothing to say and could only run away in defeat. The commotion that happened here was known only to Jing Mo and Jiang Qingqing. Jiang Qingqing was nearly furious. How dare this Jing Mo flirt with a teacher? Truly audacious. Having been a counselor for several years, she had never seen a student so bold. After Jing Mo returned to the group, he acted as if nothing had happened while waiting for the freshman meeting. At 2 in the afternoon, the freshman meeting finally commenced. Damn, you make us come at 1 o'clock for a meeting at 2? The school really doesn't treat us like people. Niu Yanyu complained. Jing Mo, on the other hand, started yawning again. However, a girl's voice came from beside him. What did Teacher Zheng call you over for just now? Jing Mo turned to see a pretty little face staring at him with curious eyes. He didn't want to admit he was called over for flirting with girls, so he made up a random excuse. You saw me lying on the ground just now, right? Yeah, what were you doing lying on the ground? Kai Miao was even more curious, her eyes as big as grapes sparkling. Our counselor is afraid of grasshoppers, so they sent us to catch them. This humorous joke made Kai cover her mouth and giggle, her little eyes squinting into slits. Tang Hontao saw his crush laughing and talking with Jing Mo, and he couldn't stand it. He overheard their conversation and directly interrupted. Meow meow, don't listen to his nonsense. My uncle is the director of this school. Jing Mo got into trouble last night, he was just called over to be reprimanded. Jing Mo shot a sideways glance at the interjector, Tang Hontao, who had originally been standing in front of him. To conveniently expose his misdeeds, he switched places with someone behind him. Tang Hontao wore an expression of I've seen through you. Jing Mo, you flirted with girls from other schools last night, forcing them to drink with you, and when they didn't, you slapped them, and as a result, you got arrested by the police. Is that true? Jing Mo looked at this idiot in disbelief. He said to Niu Yanyu, did he drink the Starbucks I sent him? Niu Yanyu thought for a moment and replied, I remember he did, because it was distributed per head, and it was all handed out. Jing Mo looked at Tang Hontao. I'm not going to give it back to you. Give me back my Starbucks, and from now on, you won't get in for free at my store. Niu Yanyu said discontentedly, no way, boss. I feel like this kid is related to that old guy Bai Xingli. Didn't he say his uncle is the director? Is it Bai Xingli? Niu Yanyu's reminder made Jing Mo think of something. Then don't even think about coming to my store in the future. From now on, dogs and you are banned from entering. Tang Hongtao gritted his teeth. Who cares about your Starbucks? Nyo Yangyu looked at him with disdain. If you don't like it, I see you've already finished it. Tang Hongtao looked gloomy. How much is it? I'll just scan you. Jing Yamo gave Nyo Yangyu a glance. Nyo Yangyu took out his phone and opened the payment code. 1,000 yuan to scan. Tang Hongtao's hand holding the phone trembled. 1,000 yuan? What did you put in there for 1,000 yuan? Nyo Yangyu said arrogantly, what I put in is none of your business. My brother is the owner of Starbucks, and our price is 1,000 yuan. I haven't even asked you for 10 million yet. If you don't have money, why are you pretending to be a big shot? Tang Hongtao could only be considered from an ordinary family, with a monthly living expense of at most 2 or 3,000 yuan, which was already a lot. One cup of Starbucks for 1,000 yuan, if he really had to pay, he would feel wronged. Not paying would be even more embarrassing. Tang Hongtao's face turned red with indignation. Fine. I'll scan. Nyo Yangyu instantly turned into a smiling face. Boss, this kid is really wealthy. I think we can't let him not come to our store. All the drink prices should be raised to 1,000 yuan a cup when he comes, he's not short on money. Kai Miao saw the two of them being so humorous and her fondness for Jing Yamo grew. Tang Hongtao's impression in front of her was originally quite good, but being played for a fool by these two guys showed he wasn't very smart. However, she didn't believe that Jing Yamo actually teased girls from other schools. She was 100% skeptical. Not to mention Jing Mo's financial power, there aren't many girls who would refuse him. Just based on Jing Mo's looks, he wouldn't tease other girls. Instead, he would worry about other girls teasing him. Boys have to protect themselves when they are out. Jing Mo's looks were truly impressive. If he teased other girls, they would probably laugh out loud and wouldn't see it as teasing, but rather as flirting. It's 2024, what kind of conservative girls are still around? Tang Hongtao painfully transferred the money. Then he began to arrogantly accuse Jing Mo of his misdeeds. Jing Mo, you teased girls from other schools last night, and later at the freshman meeting, the chairman of the student council will publicly criticize you, and the result will definitely be expulsion. I really don't know how you have the face to stand here. In today's society, everyone is disgusted by boys who act like hooligans. Just wait to be blasted online. I will record it from the audience and post the video online, making you lose face. Jing Mo looked unconcerned. Then go ahead and record it. Just make sure to film me looking handsome. Tang Hongtao had never seen someone so shameless. Before Tang Hongtao could continue to slander Jing Mo, the freshman meeting had already begun on stage. The first to appear was, of course, the principal giving a meaningless speech. Hello, class of 24, I am the principal of Y University. My name is Lu Zhu. Generally, a principal at a 211 university holds a position that is not just a principal, they have significant status in the government. Just like a principal of a county-level middle school might be the head of a local bureau. Everyone had no reaction upon hearing this name. Although Lu Zhu was from the provincial committee, he wasn't qualified to appear on CCTV1. He might occasionally show his face, but which young person still pays attention to that? Everyone had no reaction, including Jing Mo, but there was one person present whose face was filled with shock. That person was Jiang Saiwu. Because Jiang Saiwu was the daughter of the city bureau chief, she had met this provincial leader before. In fact, the two families were quite close and had a good relationship. During holidays, the city bureau often took their daughter to Lu Zhu's home. She never expected that this big shot was actually the principal of her school. No wonder her father wanted her to find the principal. Thinking about it, her father probably wasn't short on time, he was just too lazy to come. Lu Zhu truly lived up to his status as a high-ranking official. His speaking skills were excellent, and with just a few words, he captured the attention of the new students. This was the result of years of experience, not just reading from a speech. I believe that young people should be full of energy and ambition. This world belongs to you, the future generation. Of course, no matter what achievements you make in the future, you are all contributing to the construction of our motherland. It's not necessary to become entrepreneurs or scientists to serve the country. Everyone shining in their own position is already making a significant contribution. Only in this way can our motherland, the land beneath our feet, become stronger and more prosperous. This segment was so passionate that it drew applause from many students. After the principal spoke, it was the turn of the board members, followed by various leaders, then the directors, and finally the professors. The counselors and students had no chance to take the stage. Lastly, it was the student council president. But even then, he was only given a little time, as this was just a tradition, it had always been this way. The new student conference in Huaxia was essentially an opportunity for new students to meet the school's higher-ups, because this was the only chance to see Lu Zhu, who was a provincial leader and usually wouldn't appear at the school. After the principal's speech, unlike other leaders who advised students to study hard with some motivational cliches, the provincial leader spoke about national topics. Who doesn't have a dream of serving the country in their heart? For nearly 2 hours, the leaders on stage took turns speaking, but only the principal left a deep impression. By the end of the conference, the names of the other leaders were likely forgotten. Finally, it was almost over. A senior from the broadcasting major enthusiastically shouted, "Next, let's welcome the student council president, Li Biao, to speak." Bai Shengli was overjoyed, as he would soon see the bitter faces of Jing Mo and the others. Tang Hongtao was equally happy. "Jing Mo, just wait, you're about to be publicly criticized." Tang Hongtao was now standing right in front of Jing Mo, turning to mock him. The schadenfreude on his face almost made Niu Yongyu unable to resist giving him a beating. Jing Mo didn't want to waste words with a clown. Talking to such a person would lower his own status. After Li Biao took the stage, he picked up the microphone in front of him and smiled as he began. "Hello everyone, I am Li Biao, the president of the student council. I am very grateful to the school for giving me this opportunity to stand here." Li Biao proceeded to deliver some unnutritious speech as usual. After finishing a segment, according to the script, it was time for the closing remarks. But Li Biao suddenly changed his tone. "Here, I would like to name a few students: Jing Mo from Class 2 of Computer Science, Niu Yongyu, Fu Mingming, and Yamamoto Kojiro." Everyone present perked up because they sensed that something juicy was about to happen. Tang Hongtao was so excited he could hardly contain himself. Kai Miao frowned slightly. Could it be? Did Jing Mo and the others really do what Tang Hongtao said, that he had indeed harassed a female student from another school and forced her to drink with him? Bai Shengli's expression in the audience turned quite mocking. As long as Li Biao publicly announced that Jing Mo had forced a female student from outside the school to drink, regardless of whether it was true or not, this dirty water would have splashed onto him. He could then take the opportunity to whisper in the principal's ear to get these 4 expelled. This was the consequence of offending him. Before Bai Shengli forced many students to drop out, there was a girl from Y University who committed suicide by jumping off a building. However, Bai Shengli continued to act like a local emperor at the school, enjoying the fear he instilled in the students. Li Biao's next words left his expression frozen. "We need to commend these 4 students. They assisted the police in subduing a criminal yesterday, bringing honor to the school. Especially, we must commend classmate Jing Mo, who risked danger to protect public safety. The city police department has awarded a banner. Let's give him a round of applause." Tang Hongtao and Bai Shengli were petrified on the spot, their previous expressions of mockery now gone. What is Li Biao doing? How is this possible? Bai Shengli was so angry he stomped his foot hard, nearly rushing over to tear Li Biao apart. At a critical moment, this guy actually turned traitor. Just as Li Biao finished speaking, cheerful music blared from the speakers. 2 beautiful senior girls walked onto the stage holding a banner, under the gaze of thousands of new students. Jing Mo was completely stunned. Was the police department going a bit overboard? He just didn't want to be expelled, and now they were publicly awarding a banner. Wasn't that a bit too showy? "Everyone, let's welcome Jing Mo." Li Biao called out again when he saw Jing Mo hesitating to come up. This was an opportunity that many people dreamt of, to receive an award in front of thousands. The romance of men was nothing more than this. Jing Mo truly didn't want to go up. He didn't want to show off in front of everyone. This overly grand entrance was too ostentatious and didn't fit his character at all. "Niu Yongyu, go up and accept the award for me." Niu Yongyu was so excited he was on the verge of tears. Such a great opportunity was really going to be his. "No need to say anything, we are brothers for life." There were probably many cameras down below filming. This time in the spotlight would likely give him priority in dating. Niu Yongyu adjusted his tie and hair, regretting wearing those yellow shorts if he knew he would be on stage today. But with his looks, even in rags, he could charm countless girls. Niu Yongyu began to step out of the line, preparing to go on stage. However, Fu Mingming and Yamamoto Kagaro, standing at the front of the line, were very displeased. They wanted to receive an award too. If he couldn't go, then Niu Yongyu couldn't either. Just as Niu Yongyu passed by Yamamoto Kagaro stuck out his leg and tripped Niu Yongyu. Ouch! Niu Yongyu fell to the ground. Fu Mingming seized the opportunity to pour the unfinished Starbucks coffee on his head. Ah! It's scalding. Niu Yongyu was drenched in coffee, looking a mess. There was no way he could go on stage now. If he did, it would be utterly humiliating. "Second brother, how could you be so careless? Quick, let me help you up." Fu Mingming pretended to be concerned, rushing forward to help Niu Yongyu up. Niu Yongyu was on the verge of breaking down. He had finally gotten a chance to show off, and now it was slipping away. If he waited to go back to the dorm, take a shower, and change clothes, it would be too late. "Second brother, let me go for you." Fu Mingming looked at Niu Yongyu with sincerity. "You bastard. Fu Mingming, did you pour Starbucks on my head?" Fu Mingming feigned ignorance, What are you talking about, second brother? How could we brothers do something like that to you? Do you think I'm stupid? I just walked past that Yamamoto brat and fell, then got coffee poured on my head right next to you. You expect me to believe that's just a coincidence? Really, second brother, it's just that coincidental. Oh, let's talk about this later. How's my tie looking? At that moment, Nyo-young-yu noticed that this guy had changed into a suit and was wearing a tie. Uncles, why don't you let this opportunity go to your nephew? Yamamoto Kagoro is really shameless. He lowers his status just to get on stage. Don't even think about it. This opportunity is mine. It's mine. Li Biao felt a bit awkward, calling out a couple of times, wondering why this Jing Mo wasn't coming out. Just then, the sound of fireworks erupted at the school gate, followed by a band marching in with great fanfare. At the front was a banner held by the Red Cross. Thank you, Jing Mo, for donating 10 million to children in the mountainous areas. Jing Mo felt a bit regretful. This was his backup plan. If the city bureau couldn't handle this matter, he would have to use his cash power to clear his name. He had donated 10 million to a charity before attending the conference. He didn't expect it to come to this. Over 10,000 teachers and students at the scene first fell silent upon seeing the banner, then erupted into a heated discussion like boiling water. Wow, this is a real-life lay phone. Amazing, donating 10 million directly. Is this Jing Mo the same as the Jing Xiao who bought the mattress before? It should be him, but I haven't seen what he looks like yet. Rich people all look like beer-bellied fat guys. Don't get fooled by novels, thinking they're all like Korean oppas. The person involved, Jing Mo, was pushed to the forefront. He turned to Kai Miao Miao beside him and said, "Did you bring a mask? Can I borrow it?" Kai Miao Miao replied, puzzled, "I brought a disposable medical mask." "Why?" Jing Mo helplessly said, "I'm going on stage to accept an award. I'm too handsome and don't want to cause a stir." Kai Miao Miao was speechless but couldn't find a point to retort, because she had to admit, Jing Mo was indeed very, very handsome. When he went on stage, he was likely to leave the deepest impression on the new students at this conference. Kai Miao Miao handed a new disposable mask to Jing Mo. "Thank you." Jing Mo walked up to the stage with reluctant steps. Every move he made drew the attention of everyone present. They were all curious about what this new student, who was being awarded a banner and donating 10 million in one breath, looked like. Yi Ruoro watched Jing Mo from a corner of the stage, her eyes almost sparkling. It was her crush. She would recognize that back even if he turned to ashes. Fan Xingxue looked at Jing Mo's back with a complex expression. This classmate she had only met a couple of days ago had stirred up quite a storm in the school. She had an indescribable feeling towards Jing Mo, a mix of admiration and affection. Zhang Saiwu, the newly crowned campus beauty, was staring wide-eyed into the distance, wondering what the boy her father had asked her to present the banner to look like. Countless people were curious. Who exactly was this Jing Mo? Jing Mo stepped into the public eye, walked onto the stage, and slightly bowed to the thousands of teachers and students. "Actually, I didn't want to come on stage. After all, a predecessor once said that doing good deeds should be done anonymously. Since the chairman kept calling me, wouldn't it be disrespectful not to come? So here I am." This humorous joke made many teachers and students laugh heartily. Li Biao didn't mind Jing Mo's teasing. Instead, he took the banner from the hands of two female student council members and personally handed it to Jing Mo. Jing Mo casually accepted it. He was about to step down when Li Biao called out to him. "This is the banner awarded to you by the city police department. Our school is also going to award you a medal." After saying that, Lu Zhu walked up with a firm stride and a smile on his face. The MC beside him was holding a red box. Today's young people are truly remarkable. So bold. Lu Zhu patted Jing Mo's shoulder appreciatively. Then he took the medal from the MC and personally placed it around Jing Mo's neck. The new students below felt for the first time how vast the gap between people could be. They had just finished packing their luggage in the past 2 days, and their roommates weren't even all there yet. And then they looked at him, who was being publicly honored. How pretentious could that be? What sports cars, beautiful women, and rich second-generation heirs all paled in comparison to this scene. Tang Hongtao and Bai Shengli's faces turned as dark as a pot's bottom. Especially Bai Shengli, whose face looked as if he had just eaten a dead fly, feeling nauseous to the point of wanting to vomit. His fists were clenched so tightly they made cracking sounds, but there was nothing he could do. What kind of honor was this? With this medal personally awarded by the principal, it was equivalent to having a get-out-of-jail-free card at Y University. Who would dare to touch him? What? You say his character is corrupt? Then aren't you slapping the principal's face? Young man, don't hide it anymore. Just take off your mask and let's take a picture together, Lu Zhu said with a smile. Jing Mo was helpless. He had just thought about taking off his mask when the system's voice echoed in his mind. Temporary mission, what is humility? Refusing the principal's proposal without showing your true face, mission reward, sheet music of the top 10 classic songs in the Chinese music scene from the last life. Agreeing to the principal's proposal and letting the public see your face, mission reward, 10% shares of Tianyi music. Jing Mo felt that the shares weren't important, the top 10 songs were crucial. The music level in this world was very backward, and just bringing out one song could make him famous. No, principal, I'm a bit shy and don't want to be famous. Lu Zhu was an open-minded person. Since the young man didn't want to take off his mask, he had his concerns and couldn't force him. Then forget it. Young man, I hope you continue to work hard in the future. The freshman meeting ended like that. This freshman meeting was indeed much more interesting than before, mainly because Jing Mo's appearance was so controversial. Although Jing Mo didn't take off his mask, many girls deduced from his figure and the half of his face that he must be an extraordinary handsome guy. As a result, Jing Mo's name surprisingly made it to the school's list of heartthrobs. Bai Xingli didn't even mention the incident of being beaten to the principal. He had to swallow his anger for now and look for an opportunity to trouble Jing Mo later. Jing Mo's momentum was too strong right now. Going after him would really be a thankless task. Student council, assemble. Student council. Where's the student council? Bai Xingli called out to his lackeys as usual, but now the student council had latched onto a new big shot. Li Biao followed Jiang Tsaiwu to the principal's office. The freshman meeting was over, but Jiang Qingqing still had to hold a small class meeting. This class meeting mainly had three things. The first was the arrangement for military training, the second was to elect class leaders, and the third was to get to know each other. The military training arrangements weren't too complicated, mainly concerning the time and training venue. Soon, Jiang Qingqing had explained most of the matters. Alright, now let's introduce ourselves. Then everyone can vote to elect a class leader. Let's start from this side, one by one. After Jiang Qingqing finished speaking, she led the applause and waited for the first student to come up. My name is Sun Di, I come from. One by one, they began to introduce themselves. When it was Jing Mo's turn to go on stage, the entire class of girls suddenly took out their phones to snap pictures, wanting a close-up of Jing Mo's face. Damn it, Jing Mo wished he could flip the table. Counselor, doesn't everyone already know my name? I don't think I need to introduce myself. Jiang Qingqing still hadn't avenged the grudge of Jing Mo touching her and she wouldn't let the opportunity to mess with him slip by. No, Jing Mo, everyone is taking turns, how can you skip your turn? We can't have special treatment. Jing Mo went on stage and simply introduced himself. However, Jing Mo's looks indeed garnered a lot of praise from the female students, with a group of girls chattering about how handsome he was. This made Niu Yangyu, Fu Mingming, and Yamamoto Kojiro envious. Jing Mo's level was something they had always aspired to reach. After everyone introduced themselves one by one, the next step was to elect the class officers. After a simple round of voting, as expected, Jing Mo became the class leader. The vice class leader was Niu Yangyu. Fu Mingming was the cultural committee member, and even Yamamoto Kojiro was elected as the sanitation committee member by the class. Jing Mo sighed. With the management of these four people, the class was pretty much done for. Tang Hongtao, who originally aspired to be the class leader, had no competitiveness at all. He received over 50 votes. There were only 60 people in the class. Since there was no class leader, the vice class leader position should fall to him, right? However, because Niu Yangyu and a few others were in the same dormitory as Jing Mo, the entire class voted for them. Jiang Qingqing had no way to deal with this situation. She had called for the vote herself, but just look at who was elected. With these four standing there, it looked like a bandit den. Were these four really going to help her manage the class? Don't joke around. After Jing Mo became the class leader, Kai Miao Miao, with her hands behind her back and a smile on her face, teased, "Class leader, add me on WeChat, okay?" "Yeah, class leader, add me on WeChat, class leader, class leader." All the female classmates stood up and cheered. To be honest, Jing Mo never intended to be the class leader. Niu Yangyu, who was supposed to be the vice class leader, and the other officers, Fu Mingming and Yamamoto Kojiro, were all a bit confused. Did they really fit in with the officers? The most devastated was Tang Hongtao, who nearly fainted when he heard Kai Miao Miao actively asking for Jing Mo's contact information. He wanted to be the class leader because he noticed Kai Miao Miao had the intention of being the class leader, and ultimately, he just wanted to pursue her. Now it was all over. With Kai Miao Miao's attitude, it seemed she was going to pursue Jing Mo instead. Tears involuntarily streamed from his eyes, and a feeling of frustration welled up inside him. Kai Miao Miao smiled and leaned next to Jing Mo. "Class leader Jing Mo, I was the class leader in middle school. If you don't know how, I can help you." Jing Mo, confused, asked, "Is that the kind of help I think it is?" Kai Miao Miao paused for a moment, her cheeks slightly flushed. "The class leader really is." Jiang Qingqing, seeing that there was someone who could share the pressure, quickly spoke up. "Since Kai classmate said she would help you, you shouldn't refuse. After all, it's her goodwill." Jing Mo saw the situation. It seemed he was destined to be the class leader. He felt a bit helpless inside. Anyway, since Kai Miao Miao said she would assist him in being a good class leader, he might as well let her be the tool. In the future, she would be the acting class leader. After all the class officers were elected, today's class meeting also came to an end. As they were leaving, Jing Mo was called to the office by Jiang Qingqing as the class leader. The office was small, with only 3 desks. There were no other staff members, they must have already left work. As soon as Jiang Qingqing entered the office, she sat down in a chair, casually crossing her long legs. The setting sun shone on her legs, and her fair skin reflected a different kind of light. Jing Mo gulped. "Jing Mo, did you touch the teachers?" Jiang Qingqing's eyes sharpened, and her strong-willed aura was fully unleashed. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. "Temporary mission released, you are strong, you are strong. This world does not allow women to look at the host with arrogant eyes. Please conquer Jiang Qingqing. Mission reward, core code for King of Glory. Failure penalty, constipation." Jing Mo really wanted to curse. "System, you are truly a beast. She's my teacher. You want me to conquer her? What do I use to conquer her? Damn it, system, you can't keep milking the same cow with Jiang Qingqing." Jing Mo coughed strategically. He casually found a chair to sit down. "Who told you to sit? Stand up," Jiang Qingqing said with a stern face. Jing Mo took a deep breath and put the chair back in its place. Faced with such a strong and domineering female CEO type, he really didn't know how to approach her. But he couldn't change the system's will, so what if she was a teacher? "Teacher, actually, I like you." The hypnosis technique was activated. Jiang Qingqing felt that Jing Mo's eyes were as vast as the stars, and in a daze, her soul seemed to be drawn away. Jiang Qingqing became utterly convinced that Jing Mo liked her. The system, using a northeastern dialect, mocked, "Look, I told you, with hypnosis you can do a lot of things, and you only use it to chase girls." Jing Mo cursed, "Get lost, damn system, you only know how to screw me over." Other systems progressed step by step, letting the host slowly conquer. His system was so abstract, it made him conquer someone right away, and it even gave him hypnosis. Wasn't that forcing him to commit a crime? Jing Mo actually liked her, but he was her student, and there was such a big age difference between them. It couldn't be. Jiang Qingqing's expression became somewhat dazed. She had no experience with such things. Should she refuse? But she had never been in a relationship before. What was this feeling? A mix of anticipation and impulse, with a hint of excitement. Had she been single for so long that she was this thirsty? Not even sparing her own student. "Jiang Qingqing, you need to calm down." Jiang Qingqing's delicate body trembled, caught in a dilemma. She didn't even know how to respond. Of course, this was the result of Jing Mo using hypnosis. It instantly shattered Jiang Qingqing's rationality. Taking the opportunity, Jing Mo directly wrapped his arms around Jiang Qingqing's slender waist, then pinched her chin and kissed her alluring red lips, which were still in a daze. Jiang Qingqing's eyes widened. What was she doing? This was her student. She was being kissed by her own student. This was her first kiss. Jiang Qingqing felt a sensation she had never experienced before spreading throughout her body. Perhaps it was due to her long period of abstinence. Jiang Qingqing's response became even more passionate. She hugged Jing Mo tightly, as if she wanted to merge him into her body. Her mind went completely blank in an instant, as if it had exploded. Jing Mo felt a sharp pain in his lips, and a metallic taste spread in his mouth. After a full 3 minutes, the two finally separated. Jiang Qingqing, flushed, gasped for fresh air. "Get out! Quickly get out!" Jiang Qingqing shouted, pointing at the door. She needed to calm down. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream. Jing Mo knew that this woman couldn't be conquered in a day. He had to plan for the long term. "Well, teacher, take care of your health. Remember to change your skirt, I'm leaving first." At Jing Mo's reminder, she felt. She instantly blushed, mortified. She lowered her head and pointed at the office door. "Get out! Quickly get out!" The usually aloof Jiang Qingqing was now trembling as she spoke, her voice even carrying a hint of tears. Jing Mo opened the office door and hurriedly left. The office was left with only Jiang Qingqing, who dazedly touched her lips with her hand, only to find a trace of blood on her fingers. She pressed her lips together, tasting the metallic flavor. While others' first kisses were flavored with smoke or strawberries, hers was actually tinged with blood. "Jing Mo, you're such a jerk!" Jiang Qingqing shouted in anger. Jing Mo ran back to the dormitory and gulped down a glass of water. He had just run all the way back. What was this all about? In the dormitory, 3 people were playing games. Boss, you're back. You were really awesome today. The principal personally awarded you, you're so impressive. Oh right, military training starts tomorrow. At this moment, in the girls' dormitory, Fan Xingxue looked at a chat box on her phone, recalling how she had wanted to invite Jing Mo to dinner, but he had refused. Then he hadn't replied to her for 2 days. She still owed him a meal. Should she take the initiative to invite him again? She was quite conflicted. After being rejected for the first time, would repeatedly asking him make her seem like a clingy person? The thought made Fan Xingxue want to laugh. A popular girl like her actually thinking about being clingy, what would people say if they found out? But Jing Mo had been ignoring her, and if she didn't take the initiative, what if another girl snatched him away? She indeed had feelings for him. Xingxue, what are you doing? You've been staring at your phone, lost in thought, Xiaoji said, laying out a yoga mat in their dorm and doing sit-ups. Fan Xingxue had been sitting motionless in a chair beside her, deep in thought. Xiaoji cautiously leaned over to take a peek at Fan Xingxue's phone screen. Wow, Xiaoxue, are you thinking of messaging Jing Mo? Fan Xingxue was startled by the sudden voice and quickly turned off her phone screen. Looking at Xiaoji, who had appeared beside her, she complained, Xiaoxiu, what are you doing? You actually peeked at my phone. Xiaoji said proudly, who told you not to reply to me? I called you several times just now. Then her expression changed to one of gossip. Xiaoxue, after that incident, do you still have contact with Jing Mo? No, he hasn't messaged me first, and I haven't messaged him either. Maybe he forgot about me. Oh, this isn't something a popular girl usually says. Aren't you always talking about how someone is chasing you? Why is Jing Mo ignoring such a beautiful girl? I wonder what he's thinking. I have to ask you, do you have feelings for Jing Mo? Fan Xingxue didn't know how to answer. In fact, she wasn't clear about her feelings for Jing Mo. From the moment she first met him, she seemed to have a different feeling. Jing Mo's demeanor was cold and laid back. It was rare for a boy to be indifferent to her looks. At first, she was just curious about him, but after getting to know him better, she found out he was actually a rich kid. No wonder such an outstanding boy wasn't interested in her. She figured her only advantage over other girls in his eyes was her appearance. With someone like Jing Mo, a top-tier rich second generation, what kind of girl couldn't he find? She wasn't really the most beautiful girl in the world. I don't know if I have feelings for him. Xiaoxi thought for a moment and said, even though I don't know if you like him, he offended Zhou Xian because of you. Didn't you tell me before that Zhou Xian's family has quite a bit of influence locally? Although Jing Mo is wealthy, he seems to be an outsider and unfamiliar with the area. He might be retaliated against by Zhou Xian. At this point, Xiaoxi's expression became serious. No way, he can't be that petty. Fan Xingxue felt a sense of possibility arise from Xiaoxi's words, and her nerves began to fray. Oh no, have I put Jing Mo in danger? I need to find him and remind him. Fan Xingxue, a once cold school beauty, was now pacing back and forth in the dorm like a headless fly. Xiaoxi saw right through her. Xingxue, I only mentioned it could happen. Look at you, you're so worried. You must have feelings for Jing Mo. Hearing Xiaoxi's assertion made Fan Xingxue lose her confidence. Could it be that she really had feelings for Jing Mo? Impossible, I'm not that shallow. Zhou Xian pursued me for 3 years, and I never felt anything. I've only known Jing Mo for a few days. How could I fall for him so quickly? I was just afraid that Jing Mo would get hurt because of me. Fan Xingxue's words seemed to be directed at Xiaoxi, but in fact, she was making excuses for herself. Do you think I would believe that? I heard you sneaked out of school to the police station last night. If it wasn't for Jing Mo, then who were you so nervous about? Xiaoxi's expression was inscrutable, as if she had seen through Fan Xingxue long ago. In front of Xiaoxi, Fan Xingxue felt like a rookie. So are you going to take the initiative to find Jing Mo or not? Don't forget, you still owe him a meal. Fan Xingxue's grip on her phone was so tight that her hand was sweating. Seeing that Fan Xingxue was still hesitant, Xiaoxi delivered her final blow. I think you'd better invite Jing Mo out for a meal. After all, aren't you supposed to remind him to pay a little attention to Zhou Xian? After saying this, Xiaoxi seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Well, if I invite him out for dinner, what if he rejects me? Then we won't even be able to be friends. Xiaoxi thought this sounded familiar. She had heard the same from the guy pursuing her. Oh, have you heard of the brave warriors who charge for love? If you don't take the initiative and he doesn't either, you might miss out on a fateful romance. The hesitation in Fan Xingxue's eyes disappeared, replaced by determination. Alright, then I'll invite him out for dinner tonight. Xiaoxi smiled and said, great, just try not to come back tonight. Xiaoxi, what are you talking about? At this point, Xiaoxi took out her phone and sent a message to someone. Xiaoxue has already brainwashed me. I'll invite Jing Mo out for dinner tonight. What you said, I've done it. Can we go out for dinner together tonight? Nyo Youngyu replied, I want to eat fried ice cream tonight. I can't eat cold food these 2 days. Nyo Youngyu, my roommate invited me to play a game tonight. Let's do it next time. Shouji, then what do you want to eat tonight? I'll bring it to you. Nyo Youngyu, just bring me fried rice noodles from the cafeteria, a cup of cola, and a chicken steak, and leave it on the table downstairs in the dorm. Shouji, but I miss you. Can't you meet me for a bit? Nyo Youngyu, oh, are you annoying? You don't know how troublesome it is for men to get along. If I have time, I'll see you. I have a lot of relationships to manage. Can you be a little more understanding? Shouji, I'm sorry, don't be angry, I was wrong. Nyo Youngyu, humph. It's good that you know you were wrong. Don't be annoying. If you don't want to pursue me, there are plenty of women who are willing to chase me. Shouji, don't, Nyo Bao, please don't let others chase you. Jing Mo, are you back in the dorm? Jing Mo had just lain down on his bed when his phone buzzed. He glanced at the message and saw it was from Fan Xingxue. I'm back in the dorm. What's up? Jing Mo replied. The other side responded immediately. Nothing much, just wanted to ask if you're free tonight. I want to invite you to dinner. When Fan Xingxue said this for the first time, her heart was racing. She was afraid Jing Mo would reply with a rejection. Jing Mo didn't rush to answer. Instead, he opened another chat window. Are you cooking tonight? Feng Muyun replied, I went out to discuss a storefront today, I'm not home. Next time, let me know in advance before you come home to cook, so I can prepare for you. Jing Mo, did you finalize the storefront? Feng Muyun, I found a storefront I like, but the rent is a bit high. Jing Mo turned around and transferred 1 million, just buy the store outright. Fan Xingxue was almost dying of anxiety waiting for Jing Mo's reply. She felt that half a minute was longer than half a century. Okay, wait for me for half an hour, I'll take a shower and change my clothes. Alright, which building do you live in? I'll wait for you downstairs at your dorm. No need, let's just meet at the school gate later, we can go out to eat. It's fine, I'll wait for you downstairs at your dorm. Seeing her so insistent, Jing Mo didn't refuse. Then I live in building 8. You can just wait for me downstairs. Fan Xingxue put down her phone and let out a heavy sigh of relief. It's hard to imagine that one day she would have to wait downstairs at a dorm for a boy she was pursuing. Just after Fan Xingxue put down her phone, she went to the mirror to start putting on makeup. With just a little bit of dressing up, Fan Xingxue's looks were enough to outshine 99% of women. Xiao Chou, I'm going out. Go ahead. Try not to come back tonight. Get lost. Jing Mo took a shower and changed into another set of clothes he brought. He hadn't brought much for the new semester, just 2 sets of clothes to change into. He remembered that these were bought on sale during high school. It seemed he needed to buy some new things when he had the chance. After military training, he would go shopping with Bei Xinya to buy a couple of outfits. Just as Jing Mo walked out of the bathroom, he caught Fu Mingming staring at him, eyes wide. What are you looking at? I don't have that kind of special preference, okay? Jing Mo felt a bit uneasy under Fu Mingming's gaze, watching him warily. Fu Mingming's eyes sparkled with admiration as he looked Jing Mo up and down. Oh my, this is a perfect work of art. Jing Mo hurriedly put on his jacket. Fu Mingming quickly stopped him. Boss, don't put it on yet. Jing Mo became even more alert. What are you up to? You really seem hungry. Fu Mingming said with a frustrated expression, Boss, with your face and body proportions, if you went to be a model or entered the entertainment industry, you'd make money faster than going to school. Jing Mo knew this guy often fussed over his appearance, always needing to style his hair handsomely before going out. He didn't expect Fu Mingming to be so obsessed with looks. Boss, let me help you dress up a bit. You'll definitely become the most handsome guy on this street. Jing Mo instinctively wanted to refuse, but thinking about how outdated his previous hairstyle and outfit were, he figured it wouldn't hurt to let Fu Mingming tidy him up a bit. Fine, but be quick. Someone is waiting for me to eat. Ajk, I'm a professional. Half an hour later, Jing Mo looked at himself in the mirror, and the only word that came to mind was handsome. Originally, Jing Mo had already been transformed by the system, but now, after being styled, he was wearing a high-end diamond-studded suit that Fu Mingming was reluctant to wear, paired with fitted LV trousers. Plus, his hair was styled into some kind of slick-back look that exuded a rebellious charm, making it hard for anyone to meet his gaze. Jing Mo glanced at the time. It was almost an hour. He couldn't keep someone waiting, so he grabbed his car keys and set off. Nyo Youngyu watched Jing Mo's back. Sigh, our boss never returns to the dorm at night. He probably won't be back tonight either. Yeah, his life is my dream. How can he handle eating like that every day? Forget it. Should we go get some chicken too? Let's go. Jing Mo stepped out, looking like the most handsome guy on the street, just as Fu Mingming had said. Even many male classmates couldn't help but glance over. Fan Xingxue, who had been waiting downstairs, had already caused a stir in the boys' dorm. Usually, it's the boys waiting for someone at the girls' dorm. It's rare for a girl to wait for someone at the boys' dorm. Plus, the one waiting was the newly crowned campus beauty, Fan Xingxue, which had many boys' dorms discussing who could make the campus beauty wait downstairs for him. This was quite a boost for the boys' pride. The moment Jing Mo walked out of the dorm, Fan Xingxue's gaze went blank. Jing Mo's long bangs used to cover her face, but now with a dragon beard hairstyle, her entire face is revealed, and her aura has completely changed. Coupled with her pair of thin, piercing eyes, she exudes an aggressive vibe that makes any girl who catches a glimpse of her lower her head in self-doubt. Even Fan Xingxue couldn't help but murmur, "The best in the world, the finest here." Even in terms of looks, she might not be able to outshine Jing Mo. "You look so handsome today," Fan Xingxue sincerely praised. "Yeah, my roommate helped me with it." "You look beautiful today too," Jing Mo said, giving Fan Xingxue a once-over in return. For some reason, when other boys look at her, she feels annoyed, but when Jing Mo looks at her, she feels shy and wonders if there's something about her that's not perfect enough. Could it really be like Cho said, that she has feelings for Jing Mo? "Let's go. Where do you want to eat? Today I'm treating, you choose where we go." Do you know where the most authentic Huayang cuisine is? I've been in Y City for so long and haven't had the most authentic Huayang cuisine yet. Oh, okay. Are you driving or taking a taxi? I'll drive. Jing Mo took Fan Xingxue to the parking lot outside the school. In this parking lot, there was a large empty space in the middle where no one dared to park. 3 luxury cars were parked right in the center, and who would be foolish enough to park next to them, risking damage they couldn't afford to pay for? Jing Mo was quite troubled, wondering how to get those 3 cars back to the garage since she couldn't drive that many cars at once. It wasn't a solution to leave them there either. After arriving at the parking lot, Fan Xingxue's gaze was searching for the Lamborghini she had ridden in before. However, Jing Mo walked over to 2 unfamiliar vehicles. The Lamborghini she had been in was on the other side. "Which one do you want to sit in?" Fan Xingxue, usually aloof, was taken aback. "All 3 of these are yours?" It seemed she had underestimated Jing Mo. She wasn't just wealthy, she was extraordinarily wealthy. "I'll go with whatever you say, you choose which one we take." Jing Mo walked over to the Lamborghini Sixth Element and slowly opened the scissor door. "Get in, you direct me, I'll drive." As Jing Mo started the engine, the unique roar of the Lamborghini echoed in the air. Boom! Although shocked, she had long known Jing Mo was rich, so it wasn't surprising that she had a few cars. Jing Mo leaned towards Fan Xingxue. Fan Xingxue was a bit startled, wondering if Jing Mo was going to kiss her directly. Jing Mo shouldn't be that kind of person. Just as she thought this, Jing Mo reached out and pulled down the seatbelt next to her. It turned out she was helping her buckle up. "The seatbelt in this car is different from others. Let me help you with it." Seeing Fan Xingxue's face turn a bit red, Jing Mo realized she had overthought things and hurried to explain. She had done too many outrageous things because of the system and couldn't afford to do such things anymore. "It's fine, I'm hungry, let's hurry and go eat." Fan Xingxue quickly changed the subject. Jing Mo found it amusing to see Fan Xingxue like this. Even when she was shy, she maintained a serious face, pretending to be nonchalant. Jing Mo drove the Lamborghini Sixth Element out of the parking lot, which was the busiest time at the school gate. "Look, it's a Lamborghini. The one in the passenger seat seems to be our school's fan, the campus beauty. How nice it is to drive a Lamborghini. They say you can get the campus beauty just like that. Rich guys really have it easy." The boys were obviously focused on the passenger seat, while the girls were paying attention to the driver's seat. "Wow, the guy driving the Lamborghini is so handsome. Does anyone know who he is? If only I could get his contact information." The Lamborghini raced down the road at the campus entrance, with hardly any car daring to block its way. "Where's that restaurant you mentioned?" "There's a shopping plaza called Jinghua City about 7 or 8 kilometers from the school, and on the 4th floor, there's a nice Huayang cuisine restaurant. How about we eat there?" Fan Xingxue cautiously suggested, as she wasn't sure if Jing Mo, with his status, would even consider such a restaurant decent. She thought spending a few hundred yuan on a meal was quite extravagant, but perhaps to Jing Mo, that amount was nothing. Jing Mo casually replied, "Then let's just go wherever and grab something to eat. I'm not picky about the place." Jing Mo was now driving like a god, handling the supercar with one hand as if it were as easy as drinking water. Throughout the journey, Fan Xingxue kept sneaking glances at Jing Mo through the rearview mirror. Jing Mo knew that this girl had a strong sense of pride and couldn't let her know he was aware of her stealing glances, or she would get shy. Y City had no shortage of electric bikes, and with it being rush hour, even Jing Mo's godlike driving skills couldn't help but get caught in traffic. The 7 or 8 kilometers took nearly half an hour. Of course, among the sea of cars, Jing Mo's Lamborghini stood out, drawing the attention of passers-by. We're here, we're here. Jing Mo regretted driving this car, his back hurt. He parked by the roadside, and as they got out, the two became the center of attention in the crowd. Jingoa City was the largest and most bustling shopping plaza in Y City, with a high foot traffic every day. Upon arriving at the shopping center, Jing Mo looked at the luxury stores on the first and second floors, wondering if he should do some shopping. His current outfit was all borrowed from Fu Mingming. Now that he had this status, he couldn't dress too ostentatiously, but he also couldn't look too low-end, otherwise, he would be looked down upon everywhere. I want to buy a few outfits, can you help me pick? Fan Xingshue's mind began to race at this. Were they that close? Usually, only couples would go shopping together. Was Jing Mo hinting at something? In reality, Jing Mo just wasn't good at shopping and didn't know which store had nice clothes, so he wanted Fan Xingxue, as a girl, to give him some advice. So, Jing Mo, what style are you looking for? Hoodies, high street, suits, or jackets? Fan Xingxue pondered seriously. Let's just browse around. If I see something I like, I'll buy it all. The best aesthetic treatment for guys is a jacket. Up ahead, there are North Face and Arc'teryx. Which one do you want? Both of these were outdoor-level jackets, and either one would cost several thousand yuan. Jing Mo thought for a moment and said, let's pick a few. Fan Xingxue came from an ordinary family and had only encountered these two brands when she bought a birthday gift for her father. At that time, she was still concerned about the price, but being out with Jing Mo meant she didn't have to think about the cost and could just buy whatever she wanted. That feeling was truly exhilarating. Thus, Fan Xingxue felt a bit excited and unconsciously grabbed Jing Mo's hand, pulling him into the store. Once inside, Jing Mo thought the clothes here looked quite nice. It was his first time hearing about the Arc'teryx brand. However, seeing the price of a jacket at over 7,000 yuan, with the limited edition going over 10,000, was shocking. A female sales associate noticed them and quickly approached. Hello, let me introduce you to our latest styles. When she saw the two, she couldn't help but marvel. Their looks were stunning. They couldn't possibly be stars from some film set, could they? She had seen many beautiful people as a sales associate, but this level of quality was a first for her. Looking at their outfits, they were all branded items, especially the guy. His suit alone was worth over 10,000 yuan. These two didn't seem like they were just browsing. This purchase was likely going to be substantial. We want to see the men's jackets. Can you bring out your latest styles for my friend to try on? Jing Mo waved his hand. Since you're here, I'll also give you a few sets of clothes. How can I just let you run errands? The female shop assistant's smile brightened even more upon hearing this. A big client had arrived. Jing Mo felt he couldn't miss this opportunity to spend money. However, Fan Xingxue was a bit taken aback. No, I can't let you buy me things for no reason. Jing Mo casually replied, it won't cost much, and besides, you treated me to a meal, so it's only fair that I buy you a few outfits in return. The shop assistant initially thought the two were a couple, but their interaction felt distant. If they weren't a couple, then their outing together must mean something special. Perhaps one was pursuing the other. If a guy is buying things for a girl, it definitely means he is chasing her. Miss, your boyfriend wants to buy you something, so you shouldn't refuse his kindness. No, he isn't. Before Fan Xingxue could explain, Jing Mo pointed directly at a row of clothes. I'll take one of each in this row, all in XL. This statement left the shop assistant stunned. There were at least a dozen items in that row, averaging 5,000 each. That would total 100,000. Wow, a big client had truly arrived. Jing Mo thought it was strange that the system's reward of a spacious apartment had a dedicated changing room with nothing in it. He needed to buy some clothes to fill it up. Sir, are you sure you want all of these? The shop assistant asked again in disbelief. Jing Mo frowned. Is there a problem? The shop assistant spoke cautiously. Aren't you going to try them on to see if they fit? We don't support returns once purchased. Jing Mo nonchalantly said, no need to try. I'll take my time at home. That row is women's clothing, right? The shop assistant hurriedly stepped forward to introduce. Yes, the first few pieces are the latest. Before she could finish, Jing Mo interrupted. Get one from this row according to the size of this lady beside me. This is what extravagance looks like. Jing Mo waved his hand and nearly cleared out the store. Fan Xingxue felt embarrassed and said, don't buy me anything. I just treated you to a meal, and this adds up to several thousand. You spend a few hundred on a meal, and for me, spending several thousand is like you spending a few hundred, so don't refuse. Then Jing Mo had the shop assistant wrap up the clothes for a runner to pick up later. Otherwise, how would they carry all these clothes? The total came to 230,000, and Jing Mo directly scanned to transfer the payment. Then they moved on to the next store. Just like that, Jingmo began to sweep through the high-end shops in the entire Jinghua city, not caring about styles or prices, just packing everything. LV shoes, AJ collaboration shoes, 4-leaf clover belts, Patagonia pants, and cologne short sleeves were all swept up. He even bought several thousand worth of jewelry. At first, Fan Qingxue was shocked by Jingmo's spending, but gradually she became numb to it. As a girl, she loved shopping and buying things, but certainly not to the extent Jingmo did. This was completely extravagant. Jingmo initially held back a bit but then directly walked into a store and said, "Get a set in size X and XL." Then he checked out and moved on to the next store. The entire commercial district of Jinghua City was buzzing. Today, the god of wealth had come to visit. Some began to tally how much Jingmo had spent that day. Just on shopping for clothes alone, he had spent over 3 million. Jingmo felt he had bought enough, and it was getting late. "Are the clothes I'm buying for you going home or to school?" The manager of Jinghua City knew that Jingmo was a big client for spending so much money here, so he called a few couriers to have the items Jingmo bought delivered to his home. "Deliver it to my home. I can't fit it all in my school locker." Jingmo instructed the couriers to split the deliveries, all the men's items to Shengshi Tiangong and all the women's items to Fan Qingxue's home. Watching the goods being transported on a cart, Fan Qingxue felt a bit dreamy at that moment. So this is how rich people shop. In the end, Jingmo wanted to buy a suit. Now that he was also the boss of a company and a shareholder, he would need to attend meetings in formal attire. He needed a few suits for attending high-end gatherings in the future. The two of them arrived at the LMYKSVJ store, a place specializing in custom suits. The store in Jinghua City was only responsible for measuring customers' sizes and then sending the data to the headquarters in the island country, where a master of the clothing industry, who had dedicated his life to it, would design the styles and then handcraft them. This store only existed in first-tier cities like the capital, Modu, and Jinling, and Y City only had a small branch because there were hardly any customers. The LMYKSVJ brand was known only to a small portion of the upper class, as the clothes in this store were incredibly expensive, with a single shirt costing over 100,000. When Jingmo and Fan Qingxue arrived at the store entrance, a sarcastic voice sounded beside them. Oh, you think just because you have a little money you can enter LM? Let me remind you, it's best not to go in, because you can't afford anything inside, and it wouldn't be worth it if you embarrass yourself." Zhou Xian, holding the arm of a girl in a JK uniform, stood next to Jingmo and mocked him. "Zhou Xian, what are you doing here?" Fan Qingxue frowned slightly, feeling displeased. "Where I am shouldn't concern you, right, Miss Fan?" Even though Zhou Xian was with a woman, he still felt possessive over Fan Qingxue because she was just too beautiful. Among the women he had been with, none could compare to her. He had once vowed that if he didn't get to be with Fan Qingxue in this lifetime, he would die unsatisfied. But it was getting close. Since normal pursuits weren't working, he would resort to unconventional means. "Honey, who is this?" The girl in the JK uniform, looking quite decent, asked sweetly while hugging Zhou Xian's arm. "Isn't this our school's Miss Fan?" The girl in the JK uniform giggled. "You know, a woman's taste is very important. When choosing a man, you can't just look at the appearance, you have to consider the background. If you choose wrong, you might end up as a withered flower, and that wouldn't be worth anything." This statement was clearly aimed at suggesting that Fan Qingxue's taste was lacking, even insulting her as a withered flower. "Keep your filthy thoughts to yourselves. Jingmo and I are just ordinary friends." The girl in the JK uniform felt that this name, Jingmo, sounded familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had heard it. "Ha, what a contradiction. Ordinary friends just out shopping? You must have spent quite a bit of money with the boy next to you. How do you think that makes him feel?" Fan Qingxue's nature was usually proud, and she typically wouldn't bother with such remarks. However, with Jingmo present, she was concerned he might overthink it. "Well, I like him. I'm pursuing him." The room fell silent. Jingmo stared blankly at Fan Qingxue beside him. Zhou Xian clenched his fists tightly. After saying that, Fan Qingxue felt a bit regretful. She blushed for the first time and didn't dare to look at Jingmo. Seeing Fan Qingxue in such a vulnerable state, Jingmo found her somewhat adorable. Zhou Xian felt a bit shaken. Damn it, he had pursued her for so long and spent over 100,000. Why did this woman have to choose a poor guy? However, with his newly dating girlfriend beside him, he couldn't say that. He could only respond with sarcasm. "Jingmo, do you think just because you have a little money you can come to LM? Let me tell you, the cheapest outfit here costs over 1 million. You can't afford it." Jingmo blocked Fan Qingxue behind him. "Stop barking. Have you forgotten you still owe me a meal?" Zhou Xian didn't know why, but he always prided himself on being a refined gentleman, feeling like he and Jingmo were from different worlds. Every time he tried to show off in front of Jingmo, he ended up at a disadvantage. Jingmo didn't play games with him. he just resorted to the most vulgar insults. The only way Zhou Xian could feel better was by lowering his own worth and cursing back at Jingma. In front of women, he tried to maintain a good image and high standards, but Fan Qingxue simply didn't like him. Yet Jingma could curse right in front of Fan Qingxue, and she still liked him. Sometimes, he even doubted if this woman was a bit cheap. Zhou Xian's face started to show signs of losing composure. I just want to remind you that everything here is expensive. You'll embarrass yourself in front of women. Zhou Xian was barely able to contain his anger. Jingma didn't respond at all and just pointed towards the restroom. You should go eat. It's over there. Zhou Xian selectively ignored what Jingma said because he couldn't continue the conversation. Fan Qingxue, considering our past, I advise you to stay away from him. Fan Qingxue couldn't hold back anymore. Zhou Xian, can you stop meddling in my affairs? Who I want to be with is my freedom. How have you changed so much? Were you just pretending in front of me before? I didn't expect you to get angry. Weren't you very indifferent before? You never cared about anything, so why are you angry over a guy now? Fan Qingxue looked at Zhou Xian with disdain. I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. From now on, we are strangers. Don't say you know me anymore. Fan Qingxue, I admit you have some looks, but I've had my share of women too. Don't think you're so special. Do you believe I could easily take down this Jingma? Zhou Xian glared at Jingma and Fan Qingxue with a dark expression. The girl in a JK uniform beside Zhou Xian pursed her lips, slightly disagreeing with what he said, but knowing her place, Zhou Xian paid, and she provided her body. It was just a transaction. As long as Zhou Xian wanted, there would always be women willing to take her place. The worst thing Fan Qingxue feared happened. Zhou Xian actually wanted to take action against Jingma. Zhou Xian, this is our grudge. Don't touch Jingma. He has nothing to do with this. She had known since high school that Zhou Xian's family was wealthy and powerful, with a strong background, because once, the car that picked him up after school was a Rolls-Royce. Although Jingma was rich, he wasn't local. As the saying goes, a strong dragon can't overpower a local snake. Zhou Xian's family's connections in Weiss City were complex, and she was genuinely worried about Zhou Xian targeting Jingma. Jingma's mind echoed with the system's prompt. Threat detected against the host, issuing temporary mission, your dad is always your dad. Please make Zhou Xian call the host dad within 10 minutes. Mission reward, spicy strips of knowledge. Failure penalty, endless urination. System, your mother will die. Jingma really didn't want to deal with Zhou Xian, but the system forced him to show off. Zhou Xian, didn't you say I couldn't afford anything here? How about we make a bet and see who can buy more things here? Zhou Xian hesitated. The prices here were just too high, with even a single item costing tens of thousands. Jingma didn't look like a total loser, and after losing once in the cafeteria, he was a bit hesitant to gamble this time. However, Fan Qingxue and his girlfriend, who had just started dating, were watching. If he didn't dare to gamble, that would be a huge embarrassment. Alright, since it's a bet, there has to be a stake, right? Jingmo rolled his eyes. Last time the bet wasn't fulfilled. I'm starting to doubt your character. Zhou Xian's face turned red. Is that even a stake? Alright, let's forget about last time. This time, if you lose, you have to call me dad. How about that? If what I buy isn't more expensive than yours, I'll call you that. Jingmo said with a smile. Fan Qingxue saw Jingmo's expression and knew this guy was digging a pit for someone again, but thinking of Jingmo's background, she relaxed. After all, Jingmo had spent millions today. Zhou Xian was wealthy, but definitely not as rich as Jingmo. Zhou Xian was very conflicted because Jingmo's expression was just too confident. Last time he lost, he had already embarrassed himself once. If he lost again and had to call the other dad, he would probably never be able to hold his head up in front of Jingmo and Fan Qingxue again. After saying that, Jingmo felt a bit at a disadvantage. He was going to be a future tycoon, and many would want to be his son. If this continued, wouldn't that mean the other party was taking advantage of him? Honey, let's just forget it. Let's go. The girl beside Zhou Xian advised. If Zhou Xian won, it would be fine, but if he lost, he would have to call someone else dad, and at night, he would probably have to call him dad too. Moreover, Zhou Xian would never keep someone who had seen him embarrassed around him. Originally, it was better not to mention it, but the girl's words directly angered Zhou Xian. What, do you think I'm not as rich as him? I'm betting with you. People fight for their pride, and Buddhists fight for a stick of incense. Isn't life all about pursuing face? Jingmo pretended to be a bit troubled and said, Oh, why did you agree? I don't have that much money right now. Wait for me, I'll go gather some money, make a couple of calls. Zhou Xian breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and his proud expression returned. I thought you were someone, turns out you're just bluffing. Just wait and see how I spend, and you can see what real courage and vision are. then we'll compare it to your petty haggling. Saying this, he took his JK girlfriend and walked into the store. The LM store in Vice City was quite small. The entire shop only displayed materials for making clothes. Buyers had to choose the fabric and color first, then take measurements, all of which would be sent to the headquarters in Japan. It would take about a month to make, and then another half-month for logistics to receive the goods. This was the best custom suit in the world. It was said that the buttons on the clothes were crafted by Haney Awu, at an artistic level. Just having the buttons could be sold for money at a gold shop. The buttons were also inlaid with rubies. The quality of the rubies was on par with those on the British Queen's crown. Of course, this was the top-tier suit, and almost no one would spend 40 million to customize a piece of clothing. Hello, welcome to LM. A middle-aged woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses came out from behind the counter to greet everyone. The middle-aged woman was wearing a specially customized employee uniform from the LM brand, which was said to cost around 700,000. This outfit on the staff gave a very noble impression, not quite like that of service personnel. We only accept clients for custom suits, we do not have ready-made products. Our brand makes unique clothing for each client, so we don't have samples for you to view. The middle-aged woman reminded, seeing that the newcomers were all unfamiliar young faces. In such a place, even Joe Xin spoke a bit cautiously. LM was never short of customers. If you didn't respect them, you might just find yourself on the blacklist. Hello, I would like to customize a suit. The middle-aged woman glanced at Joe Xin. Please step a little closer, and I'll record your measurements. Joe Xin stood up straight, arms outstretched, waiting for the middle-aged woman to measure his body. She held a tablet in one hand and a measuring tape in the other, carefully measuring Joe Xin's dimensions. Once the staff uploaded all of Joe Xin's data to LM's official website, they began to introduce the custom clothing and fabrics. The staff spoke a long string of professional terms, mentioning precious silks from all over the world, and the need for handmade brooches and buttons. Of course, the prices they introduced were truly exorbitant. Joe Xin cautiously inquired about the prices before selecting the fabric, ultimately spending 900,000 on a pair of pants and a shirt. This price even surprised Jing Mo. Throughout the process, he watched from the side. The fabric Joe Xin chose was among the cheaper silks in the store, all domestically produced. Only the fabric for the cuffs was imported from Italy. Even with the 50,000 for labor, it was nearly $1 million. After paying half of the deposit, Joe Xin felt a bit pained. This price was simply too high. Spending 900,000 on a shirt was truly absurd. He had just made an impulsive purchase, but now that he calmed down, he felt like a fool. His gaze turned to Jing Mo. As long as Jing Mo called him dad in front of Fan Qingxue, even if he spent that 900,000, it would be worth it. Jing Mo, have you reached $1 million yet? You should feel honored. I spent 900,000 for you to call me dad. That's quite valuable. Jing Mo rolled his eyes at Joe Xin. You were going to show what it means to have guts, but I see you're a bit petty, fussing around just to buy a shirt. Joe Xin's face darkened. This kid had just made him spend 900,000 and was still here making sarcastic remarks. When Jing Mo couldn't afford it later, he would make sure to humiliate him properly. Jing Mo ignored Joe Xin and stepped forward, holding Fan Qingxue's hand. Please measure the sizes for me and this lady. I'll order a few suits. Fan Qingxue was extremely nervous. Was Jing Mo really going to customize clothes for her again? But this was different from the previous purchases. Each piece of clothing here cost tens of thousands. She had never seen so much money in her life. She wanted to say she didn't want it, but was afraid Jing Mo would be unhappy. After the female staff measured Jing Mo and Fan Qingxue's sizes, she began to inquire about the fabric for the suits. Jing Mo directly chose all imported fabrics, and the materials for the buttons and brooches had to be gems and agate. When it came time to settle the bill, excluding the 50,000 for labor, it was already 4 million. Joe Xin's hand trembled when he heard that number. Was it really that exaggerated? Jing Mo noticed that Fan Qingxue didn't choose any fabric, so he took the initiative to help her select the same material as his. The decorations on the women's clothing were naturally more elaborate, making the price even higher. The JK girls beside Joe Xin looked at Jing Mo and Fan Qingxue with very complex expressions. The jealousy in Fan Qingxue's eyes was evident. Girls like her had no feelings. They would go with whoever had money, saying insincere words, but in the end, they still couldn't compare to those naturally beautiful girls. Her gaze dimmed a bit. It turned out she had always been just a plaything. Joe Xin would never buy such expensive things for himself. Hello, the total amount due is 9 million, which includes labor and logistics fees. Here's the invoice for you to take a look. The staff's expression remained the same as when they first arrived, showing no change in reaction to either Joe Xin or Jing Mo. Fan Qingxue stared blankly at the bill in her hand. 5 million. This number felt a bit surreal to her. The most expensive clothes she had ever owned cost only 5,000. 5 million, enough for 3 apartments in the city center. She would have to wear 5 million worth of clothes. Jing Yamo wanted to buy a few more sets, but the clerk told him that a customer could only customize once every 6 months. There are really so many rules, then let's settle the bill. Jing Yamo took out his social security card and handed it to the clerk. The clerk walked to the counter and took out the POS machine. Jo Xian stared at the POS machine, thinking that it must not succeed, but the payment failure prompt never sounded. Thank you for choosing LM, please provide your delivery address. The payment was successful? Jo Xian felt weak and almost fainted. How could this be? Who exactly is Jing Yamo? And why can he casually take out 9 million to buy a suit? After completing the information registration, Jing Yamo looked at Jo Xian. Son, a bet is a bet, hurry up and call me. Jo Xian gritted his teeth and said, Jing Yamo, my dad is the district chief of Hanjing district. My mom is a shareholder of Chongqing Hotel. I advise you not to go too far. Jing Yamo raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Do you want to default on the debt again? Can you even handle it? You have no credibility at all. If you can't afford to play, then don't play. Faced with Jing Mo's mockery, Jo Xian remained silent with a dark face. But he really couldn't bring himself to call him dad. I really don't want to acknowledge you as my son. You don't listen to a word I say. And every day you think about how to trick me. You're really unfilial. Jing Yamo was pouring oil on the fire. Jo Xian's face had turned as black as coal. Kid, are you sure you want to go to the end with me? You better take back what you said. This is Y City. In Y City, I am the king. Jo Xian threatened. Do you have any masculinity at all? They say adults should be magnanimous. Do you really have to make it so difficult for my husband? The JK girl beside Jo Xian was also trying to persuade him. Jing Yamo completely ignored the woman, his gaze fixed on Jo Xian. You can call me, but you won't call me to hit you. Jing Yamo didn't want to be humiliated at such a young age. This guy was really disgusting. Every time he appeared, it triggered a system task. He hadn't even found trouble with him yet, and he was already threatening him. Do you dare to make a move? With so many people here, do you dare to hit me in front of them? Jing Yamo snorted coldly. What's there to be afraid of? You can try. Jing Yamo stepped forward. Jo Xian looked at Jing Mo's tall figure. Over the years, he had exhausted all his energy on women, and in a fight, 3 Zins might not be able to beat Jing Yamo. Jo Xian immediately backed down. Don't move, I'll just call. Jo Xian's face looked very ugly. Dad. After saying that, he felt an unparalleled sense of humiliation, a humiliation that made him unable to stay here any longer. He turned and left, not even caring about the JK girl beside him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, the reward has been issued. Jing Yamo was a bit curious about what this knowledge spicy strip was, as he had received one before. Knowledge spicy strip can imprint a skill, and after the host consumes it, they can acquire that skill. Damn, such a good thing. Why are you only telling me how to use it now? This was a treasure, the most precious thing in the world, not money, but knowledge. Knowledge creates wealth. Fan Qingxue looked at Jo Xian's departing figure and reminded him. Jo Xian is someone who will repay any grievance. You must be careful. Jing Yamo glanced at Fan Qingxue. Are you concerned about me? No, I just don't want you to get into trouble because of me. Fan Qingxue said this with a hint of pride, regretting it a bit after saying it. I'm not saying that. What I mean is, I don't want you to be in danger. Fan Qingxue was digging herself deeper. Even though Jing Yamo was shopping like crazy now, he was still far from spending 100 million. It was really frustrating. Let's go, I'm a bit hungry. Let's have a meal. Fan Qingxue naturally took Jing Mo's hand. When she realized it, her face turned slightly red. Thinking about how many times she had held Jing Mo's hand today, her face was so flushed it felt like it could drip water. She quickly released Jing Mo's hand and covered her face with both hands, too shy to look at him. Jing Yamo touched his nose, somewhat indifferent. Was it really necessary to be so sensitive just for holding hands? Is that restaurant you mentioned the one over there? Jing Yamo hurriedly changed the subject, pointing to a restaurant called Huayangrenjia. After they sat down, Fan Qingxue kept her head down, lost in thought. Her little brain was almost overwhelmed. Jing Yamo had spent nearly 10 million on her today. He couldn't be thinking of keeping her, could he? Should she refuse? She wasn't the type of girl who was easily swayed by money. If Jing Yamo said he wanted to keep her, she would definitely refuse. But Jing Yamo didn't seem like he wanted to keep her. Could it be that he wanted to date her? But he hadn't shown any signs for so long. If he confessed to her now, she would probably agree. Jing Yamo, on the other hand, wasn't thinking that much. He was holding a knowledge spicy strip rewarded by the system. This thing could actually help someone learn a skill. System, how do you use this thing? It's very simple. Just eat the spicy strip while looking at the skill you want to learn. Can this knowledge spicy strip be used to learn anything? Yes, you can learn anything from music to chess, calligraphy, and painting. Wow, that's amazing. Jing Mo and Fan Qingxue were on completely different wavelengths. For Jing Mo, he was just out to eat and pick up a few things to complete tasks. He had no other thoughts. There were already too many beauties around him. His body couldn't handle it. Jing Mo, I really appreciate you buying me so many clothes today, but our relationship isn't that close, so I feel a bit embarrassed. Fan Qingxue had almost completed her self-strategy. She felt that Jing Mo must be too shy to confess to her, so she had to create an opportunity for him. It's fine, you came all this way to treat me to a meal, so this money is nothing. Jing Mo mumbled as he dug into his bowl of rice. Does he really like me? Why does it feel like he just wants to eat? In that moment, even Fan Qingxue began to doubt it. But Jing Mo was so good to her, how could she repay him? She was really anxious. Looking at Jing Mo's face, even when he was eating, he looked so handsome. Jing Mo, so delicious, better than at Wanyuanju. Maybe she liked Jing Mo too. If he didn't take the initiative to confess, what harm would it do for her to take the initiative once? Of course, this wasn't repaying Jing Mo, it was simply liking him as a person. Jing Mo, are you single? Jing Mo, still eating, mumbled, yeah, I'm single, no girlfriend. It was a bit strange. She felt like she had heard this question somewhere before. I like you, can I be your girlfriend? Jing Mo's hand paused while eating. She felt like she had heard this sentence before. Was the system supposed to make an appearance now? As the future wealthy host, you must prioritize your career. Please reject the school beauty's confession. Task reward, holographic projection technology. Failure penalty, constipation. Jing Mo couldn't help but complain. He was already used to it. Fortunately, the system's voice came again. Release temporary task since you're here too. All the beautiful girls in this world belong to the host. Please take Fan Qingxue to a hotel for the night and sleep holding her. Task reward, a 10-minute experience card for the world's top surgical techniques. Failure penalty, constipation. Damn it, system, you really are a bastard. Jing Mo choked on a mouthful of rice. Fan Qingxue saw that after her confession, Jing Mo was visibly sweating. Jing Mo indeed had feelings for her, otherwise, why would he be so nervous? Sometimes, rejecting a confession is harder than accepting it because turning down someone who likes you will hurt them. The system's even more despicable behavior is that not only must you reject them, but you also have to take them into your arms. In her past life, she hated reading stallion novels, thinking that such male leads were really disappointing. In the end, the demon-slaying youth would inevitably become a demon. A stream of clear tears slid down Jing Mo's cheek. His once glorious reputation. Fan Qingxue saw Jing Mo crying for no reason and thought it was because her confession had moved him. At that moment, her heart was also very tense. Her heart had been pounding all day, almost jumping out. Qingxue, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Jing Mo dramatically broke down in tears in public. Fan Qingxue was stunned. What was going on? The commotion attracted many onlookers. Jing Mo, stop crying. What's wrong? The usually aloof Fan Qingxue softened in front of Jing Mo. Seeing him cry like that made her heart ache. I'm sorry, Qingxue, I can't be with you. Fan Qingxue's heart instantly turned cold, almost shattering. You have to listen to me, Qingxue. I actually really want to be with you, but I have my reasons. My family has been forcing me to marry a vegetable to gain family benefits. I've been monitored by my fiancé's family, and whenever they see a girl approaching me, they take me back and lock me up. And they don't give me food or water. Several times I almost starved to death. As Jing Mo spoke, he activated his hypnosis. Only a fool would believe such excuses. Fan Qingxue felt heartbroken. It turned out Jing Mo was living such a glamorous life on the surface while secretly being forced to marry a vegetable. The money she had spent on him was actually a sacrifice of his happiness. She almost put him in danger. That family was so cruel that they locked Jing Mo up and didn't even give him food or water. That's really too much. Fan Qingxue slammed the table in indignation. But instantly, a sense of powerlessness surged in her heart. What could a little girl like her do? Jing Mo would suffer if he was with her. She thought about eloping, but in this day and age, as long as you have money, you could be found even hiding in the deep mountains. A family that could lock up a young master like Jing Mo must be extraordinary. How could she escape their grasp? There was only one way, and that was to work hard. Once she earned enough money, she could rescue Jing Mo. Seeing Jing Mo so heartbroken, Fan Qingxue felt like her heart was being cut. After crying for a while, Jing Mo finally choked back his tears. However, now his arms were around Fan Qingxue. Because he had just cried so hard, Fan Qingxue didn't know how to comfort him and could only sit beside him, patting his shoulder. Jing Mo naturally held Fan Qingxue like this. Jing Mo, don't worry, I will never just watch you fall into the sea of suffering. I will work hard to earn money and rescue you. Actually, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. My fiancée is dying soon, and once she dies, my engagement will be void. At that time, we can be together. Fan Xingxue always felt that something was off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it, especially since Jing Mo had already wrapped her in his arms. Mission accomplished, rewards have been distributed. Jing Mo's mind was filled with new knowledge. It was the blueprint for creating a holographic projection. In a few days, he would buy a research institute and personally bring this thing to life. By then, he would be able to win a Nobel Prize. It shouldn't be too much to ask for a freshman to win a Nobel Prize with a self-developed holographic projection technology, right? Now that the first task was completed, the second task was a bit tricky. How could he get Fan Xingxue to go to a hotel with him? He needed to come up with some reason. He had to think of a way. He had no experience in such matters. He needed to ask someone experienced. If he needed ideas, he had to call Niu Yangyu. I'll go wash my face in the restroom first, Jing Mo said, using it as an excuse to let go of the blushing Fan Xingxue. In the restroom, Jing Mo took out his phone and called Niu Yangyu. Hello, boss. Didn't you go out to dinner with the campus beauty fan? How come you have time to call me? Just finished eating. Let's not talk about that for now. I need something from you. Oh, what is it? How do you usually keep girls from going back to the dorm after dinner? Niu Yangyu fell silent on the other end of the line. Boss, I'm not that kind of person. I have no experience in this. You should ask Yamamoto. He does this kind of thing all the time. Come on, you're not a good person either. Don't pretend. Niu Yangyu chuckled on the other end. How did you know, boss? You've seen through me. I usually take the girl out to dinner to buy some time, then go watch a movie, and afterward find a quiet bar to have a drink and chat. By the time it's past dorm curfew, it's all good. What if you don't watch a movie or drink? Then, boss, you can only do it this way. Niu Yangyu shared his plan with Jing Mo. Jing Mo thought the idea was too underhanded and directly transferred him $1 million. Jing Mo returned to the table and saw that Fan Xingxue had returned to normal. I just settled the bill. Let's head back to school. Jing Mo nodded. Then let's go back. Ever since Fan Xingxue confessed to Jing Mo and was rejected, the atmosphere between them had become a bit strange. They hadn't grown distant. Instead, it had become somewhat ambiguous. Fan Xingxue often found herself recalling the scene of Jing Mo holding her. It seemed quite nice, and she should be the only one who knew Jing Mo's secret, right? Only she could be so close to him. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't even notice when Jing Mo took her hand. She got into his Lamborghini with him. Jing Mo drove, preparing to head back to school. As they neared the school, a serious traffic jam occurred ahead. Jing Mo's Lamborghini was stuck in the middle of the traffic, unable to move. Jing Mo frowned. Why is there a traffic jam out of nowhere? Fan Xingxue looked out the window, noticing many drivers getting out to check the situation. This stretch of road shouldn't be jammed. It wasn't in the city center. Moreover, all the cars stuck were ride-hailing and taxis. They were stuck in one place for half an hour without moving. Jing Mo sighed. We can only take a detour. Fan Xingxue comforted him. It's okay, no rush. Let's wait slowly. It should clear up soon. Jing Mo sat in the car and waited for another hour. It was already 9 o'clock, and the traffic was still unmoving. Fan Xingxue was starting to feel anxious because the dorm closed at 10. Jing Mo also pretended to be anxious and turned the steering wheel. If we have to take a detour, let's do it. I'll take you a different way. The Lamborghini turned around and headed down another road. Fan Xingxue, in her anxiety, surprisingly didn't notice that the road for turning back was completely clear and smooth. Jing Mo drove back to the city center and then prepared to choose another route. When they reached the vicinity of Wanyuanju, Jing Mo deliberately turned off the car. Oh no! What's going on? Why did this broken car stall? Jing Mo pretended to try to restart the engine, but after several attempts, the car showed no response. Look at this perfectly fine car. How did it break down? Jing Mo said as he got out to check the situation. He pretended to fiddle with the car for a bit. Fan Xingxue got out of the car and walked over to Jing Mo. How is it? Did you find out why the car broke down? It's probably because we just went over a speed bump and it jolted the car. Fan Xingxue took out her phone. It was already 9:40. The dormitory is about to close. We only have 20 minutes left. If it doesn't work, I'll just take a taxi and leave the car here, Fan Xingxue said as she pulled out her phone. Jing Mo thought for a moment and said, then you order a taxi on your phone, and I'll see if there are any taxis passing by. Fan Xingxue nodded. She took out her phone and started to call for a taxi. 5 minutes passed. She couldn't get a taxi at all. What was going on? This time wasn't even a peak period. Why couldn't she get a taxi? Finally, Fan Xingxue managed to get a car. Jing Mo, I got a taxi. Jing Mo's lips involuntarily curled up. At the same time, more than 50 DD cars were lined up at the school gate. Student, I received the order from the account you mentioned. Niu Yangyu glanced at the driver's phone, and sure enough, it was an order under Fan Qingshua's phone number. You keep it, and cancel the order at 10. Fan Qingxue waited for the driver to pick her up, but as 10 minutes passed, the driver was still circling in one spot with no intention of approaching her. Just then, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and rain began to fall in a drizzle. Jing Mo first let Fan Qingxue get into the car to avoid the rain. After they got in, Jing Mo asked, "Did you get the taxi?" Fan Qingxue looked at her phone and said, "I got the car, but the driver hasn't come to pick us up. Look at this heavy rain. It seems we won't be able to go back to school tonight." Upon hearing this, Fan Qingxue's face instantly turned red. Then, where are we going tonight? I see there's a hotel nearby called Wanyuanju. Let's stay there for the night. Fan Qingxue hesitated, not daring to agree. Were they really going to the hotel together? After a long internal struggle, she finally decided not to return to school and to stay at the hotel. This was actually her first time staying out overnight with a boy. It was mainly due to special circumstances. First, there was traffic, then the car broke down on the road, and when she tried to call a taxi, the driver never came, and now it was raining. Fan Qingxue could only console herself this way. Jing Mo left the car on the road and ran into Wanyuanju with Fan Qingxue, getting drenched in the rain. Hello, Mr. Jing? Jing Mo quickly gave a knowing glance to the receptionist, who looked a lot like Dilraba Dilmurat. He then waved his hand discreetly. She understood what this meant. She pretended not to know Jing Mo and said, "Hello, welcome to Wanyuanju." Seeing that Jing Mo and Fan Qingxue came in soaked, she hurriedly brought over a hot towel. "You two should dry your hair first, don't catch a cold." Jing Mo waved his hand and said, "Please prepare 2 rooms for us." Before she could say anything, Su Zihan walked over. "Sir, Wanyuanju requires reservations in advance. If you haven't made a reservation, we currently have no rooms available for you." Fan Qingxue stepped forward to inquire, "So you don't have any rooms available for guests?" Su Zihan glanced at Jing Mo and pretended to be troubled, saying, "Currently, we really don't have that many rooms available for you." Fan Qingxue glanced at the heavy rain outside the door. If she went out now, she would probably end up drenched. "What do you mean by saying there aren't that many rooms? Does that mean there's still 1 room left?" Jing Mo asked knowingly. Su Zihan cooperated, saying, "Yes, we only have 1 room left at the moment. I wonder if you two would like to check in." Fan Qingxue's face turned completely red. She was actually going to share a room with Jing Mo? Is it a double room or a king-size bedroom? Fan Qingxue asked softly. "Of course, it's a king-size bedroom. We don't have double rooms at Wanyuanju," Su Zihan replied. Fan Qingxue felt her whole body go numb. Was she really going to sleep in the same bed as Jing Mo today? But Jing Mo hadn't accepted her confession. Wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate to sleep in the same bed like this? "Qingxue, why don't we just take this room? I'll sleep on the sofa for the night." She quickly waved her hand. "No way, you can't sleep on the sofa." "I'll sleep on the sofa, and you take the bed," she insisted. "Let's not argue about who sleeps on the sofa. Let's just book the room first, or we might lose the only room to other guests." Jing Mo pretended to register at the front desk with Su Zihan, then led Fan Qingxue towards the spring courtyard. Upon opening the door to the spring courtyard room, Jing Mo stepped in first. Fan Qingxue stood at the doorway, frozen, looking somewhat at a loss. Jing Mo turned back, helplessly reached out, and pulled Fan Qingxue inside, quickly shutting the door behind them. Bang! With the sound of the door closing, Fan Qingxue felt her heart racing. A hint of fear surfaced in her mind. Seeing Fan Qingxue standing dazed at the door, Jing Mo tore open a pair of disposable slippers and tossed them in front of her, then walked into the bathroom for some unknown reason. Fan Qingxue felt like a robot, her adrenaline spiking from everything happening around her. She stood at the door, unsure of what to do. After a moment of thought, she decided to change into the slippers and step into the living room. The guest room at Wanyuanju was incredibly luxurious, far more opulent than the decorated apartments outside. To highlight the character spring in the name of the courtyard, the living room had a glass wall overlooking a lush bamboo forest. Fan Qingxue sat on the sofa in the living room, lost in thought. Jing Mo emerged from the bathroom wearing a bathrobe. "You can sleep in the bedroom tonight. I'll take the sofa," he said. "All right," Fan Qingxue replied. Jing Mo thought she would surely refuse and insist he take the bed while she slept on the sofa. However, Fan Qingxue surprisingly agreed right away. This caught Jing Mo off guard, as he had intended to play hard to get. He quickly sneezed a few times, pretending to catch a cold. Fan Qingxue fell for it. "You're going to catch a cold? Then you shouldn't sleep on the sofa. I'll take the sofa, and you go sleep in the bed, she said. No way, the sofa is uncomfortable. You should sleep in the bedroom, Jing Mo insisted firmly. Then you definitely can't sleep on it. You're so tall, you probably can't even stretch your legs on such a small sofa. Besides, you paid for the room, she added. The two of them continued to push back and forth, and as a result, they ended up shoving each other from the living room into the bedroom. Once they were in the bedroom, they finally realized how they ended up alone together. Jing Mo looked at Fan Qingshua's damp hair. Why don't you go take a shower first? It wouldn't be good if you caught a cold, he suggested. Hearing about the shower made Fan Qingxue even more shy. Would Jing Mo peek while she was showering? She unconsciously scratched her slightly itchy hair. She felt uncomfortable all over after getting caught in the rain. Jing Mo noticed her concerns. You can go shower, I saw that the bathroom has a lock. Just lock the door once you go in, he said. Ah, okay. Fan Qingshua's voice was very soft, and her earlobes had turned completely red. If you're not going to wash, then I'll go take a shower first. With that, Jing Mo took off his short-sleeved shirt. Jing Mo's physique had been modified by the system, with 8-pack abs and a well-defined body that looked slim in clothes. Taking off his shirt nearly made Fan Qingshuo faint from shyness. After Jing Mo entered the bathroom, Fan Qingshuo picked up her phone and scrolled through videos, trying to calm her wildly beating heart. Before long, she heard the sound of water flowing from the bathroom. Just thinking about how Jing Mo was only a wall away from her made her uncontrollably imagine his body. What would Jing Mo look like while showering? For a moment, Fan Qingshuo actually began to fantasize. She didn't even notice the messages from Qiu Ji on her phone. No way. Fan Qingshuo quickly threw out those distracting thoughts. How could she think about such things? Despite her efforts to clear her mind and turn up the volume on her phone, the sound of the water still reached her ears. Soon, the water stopped, and Jing Mo wrapped in a towel walked out of the bathroom. At that moment, Jing Mo was shirtless, and Fan Qingshuo could clearly see the water droplets gliding over his abs. Gulp! Fan Qingshuo's eyes widened in disbelief. How could she be this kind of person? What was she doing? Was she actually lusting after Jing Mo's body? Was she really such a lewd person? In that moment, Fan Qingshuo's persona completely collapsed in front of Jing Mo. Having never been in a relationship, her heart was already in disarray in front of him. After showering, Jing Mo urged Fan Qingshuo to take her turn. Fan Qingshuo noticed that Jing Mo hadn't caught on to her little actions and let out a heavy sigh of relief before quickly slipping into the bathroom. Fan Qingshuo showered in the bathroom. With Jing Mo being such a handsome guy, it was impossible for him not to feel a bit restless with such a stunning beauty showering next door. For a moment, he even had the wicked thought of sneaking a peek, but that thought was quickly suppressed by Jing Mo. He had brought Fan Qingshuo to the hotel solely to complete a task, with no other intentions. 20 minutes later, Fan Qingshuo poked her head out of the bathroom like a water lily emerging from the water. She felt a bit shy as she walked out. The bathrobe wrapped around her didn't give her a sense of security. It's getting late, come to bed, Jing Mo called out to Fan Qingshuo. We have to get up early for school tomorrow. Then I'll sleep on the sofa. Fan Qingshuo walked towards the living room as she came out of the bathroom. Jing Mo stepped forward to block her. The distance between them was very close. Fan Qingshuo lowered her head, and Jing Mo could feel her breath on his chest. No, I should sleep on the sofa. Why should I sleep on the sofa? You. The two argued for another 3 minutes. Fan Qingshuo felt that Jing Mo was so stubborn. Did he really insist on giving her the sofa? As time passed, they both realized they shouldn't argue over such trivial matters for so long. In the end, Fan Qingshuo helplessly spoke up. I think the bed is quite big. How about we use a blanket to separate it and each sleep on one side? As she said this, a blush crept onto her face. She couldn't believe she was making such a suggestion. Was she really going to share a bed with Jing Mo tonight? They had only known each other for a few days. She sat on the edge of the bed, hugging her long legs, feeling extremely uneasy. What if Jing Mo did something to her at night? Although she liked Jing Mo, she couldn't just give herself away so easily. After all, she was a girl, and if something happened, she would be the one at a disadvantage. How can she sleep so peacefully here, without any sense of danger? If Jing Mo were to do something to her, she wouldn't be able to resist at all. After Jing Mo tidied up, he lay down on the bed and patted the spot beside him. What are you sitting there for? Come lie down. Fan Qingshuo curled up anxiously in the corner of the bed. I turned off the lights, okay? Alright, you can turn off the lights. After Jing Mo turned off the lights, he casually set the air conditioning in the room to 18 degrees on high. Once the lights were off in the bedroom, the two lay back to back on the bed, separated by the blanket. Fortunately, the blanket was big enough, otherwise, it would have been difficult for them to sleep like this. Fan Qingshuo pressed tightly against the edge of the bed, covering half her face with the blanket, leaving only her eyes exposed. The rest of her was wrapped up like a mummy. She squeezed her eyes shut, but the sound of her heartbeat made her open her eyes again shortly after. Even though she was facing away from Jing Mo, she could still feel his steady breathing behind her. Whenever Jing Mo moved even slightly, she would jump in fright and try to wrap the blanket around herself even tighter. If Jing Mo turned over again, he would be on top of her. About half an hour later, her eyelids began to feel heavier. In a half-asleep, half-awake state, she felt so cold that she instinctively leaned towards the warm spot beside her. Once she fell asleep, it felt so warm, like hugging a big furnace. But this furnace was strange. It had a long handle that was a bit uncomfortable. The most tortured at that moment was Jing Mo. After Fan Xingxue fell asleep, she was anything but still, clinging to him like an octopus. Even through the bathrobe, Jing Mo could feel her softness. Fan Xingxue pressed against him and kept exhaling towards his chest, making Jing Mo feel a tickle in his heart. After holding her for a while, he felt hot and had an uncontrollable urge to pull the bathrobe apart. Jing Mo thought, "This won't do, this bathrobe is the last layer of restraint on his desires." He hurriedly helped Fan Xingxue put her bathrobe back on. Fortunately, at that moment, the system notification indicated that Jing Mo's task was complete. The system reward had been issued, a 10-minute experience card for the best surgical techniques in the world. After working hard all night, he got this thing. What use is it? So, Jing Mo, feeling drowsy, fell asleep as well. The next morning, Fan Xingxue opened her eyes and found herself lying in Jing Mo's arms. Instantly, she felt like her mind had crashed. She checked herself, the bathrobe was still intact on her. Thankfully, nothing had happened with Jing Mo. So, while Jing Mo was still asleep, she cautiously began to distance herself from him. Who knew Jing Mo couldn't help but laugh at that moment? "Xingxue, you really are adorable." Ah. Fan Xingxue, once a cool and aloof goddess, had now completely turned into a blushing mess. She hurriedly buried her face in the pillow. Jing Mo directly pulled her into his arms. "You were snuggling into my arms all night, and now you want to run away?" Fan Xingxue still kept her head down. "I wasn't." At 6 in the morning, Jing Mo asked Su Zihan to prepare 2 breakfasts, the most authentic Y-City breakfast. Jing Mo ate 3 crab roast soup dumplings and half a bowl of dry silk before feeling full. She watched from the side, thinking that the boss must have consumed too much last night and was a bit tired, hence eating a bit more. She thought that maybe one day she could also receive the boss's favor. After breakfast, Jing Mo took Fan Xingxue and left the winding residence. "I'll take a taxi back to school." Saying this, Fan Xingxue took out her phone to call a cab. "Stop calling for a taxi every day. Do you have a driver's license?" Fan Xingxue replied blankly, "Yes, I just got it during the summer vacation." "Take the Lamborghini next to the school, I can't drive so many cars anymore." "Ah, no way, your car is too expensive. My driving skills aren't that good, if I crash it, I can't afford to pay you back." Jing Mo casually replied, "If you can't afford it, just use yourself as collateral. Besides, it's just a Lamborghini, if it gets crashed, it gets crashed. As long as you're fine, that's what matters." Fan Xingxue felt a bit inferior. The proud campus belle of Y University felt inferior in front of the boys, because she felt that she and Jing Mo were from different worlds. She believed what Jing Mo had just said. His tone was really like someone giving away a bag they had used for a long time to a friend. And the millions she thought she had were probably no different from a few hundred in front of Jing Mo. "Aren't you afraid that I'll take your car and crash it into a wall right away, and then keep blaming you?" Fan Xingxue felt her own audacity when she said this. Jing Mo glanced at Fan Xingxue with a smile. "Then I would welcome it. But forget it, I've already owed you a lot. I'll work hard to repay you in the future. I don't want to just be a vase or a canary by your side, because that has no value for you. Sooner or later, I will be abandoned. Only if I stand at the same height as you can we walk together." "Oh, you seem quite self-aware. I need to start working hard to fight for the chance to become your woman." Seeing Fan Xingxue's fighting spirit, Jing Mo couldn't bear to discourage her. After all, this was the system's arrangement. He already had enough women around him, so one more wouldn't matter. "Get in the car, let's go back to school together." Fan Xingxue saw Jing Mo get into his broken Lamborghini and asked curiously, "Isn't your car broken?" Jing Mo waved his hand. It got fixed after being soaked in the rain all night. Zhang Qingqing had already gathered the classmates on the school playground early in the morning. This was originally something Jing Mo, the class monitor, should have done, but Jing Mo, the class monitor, had no sense of responsibility at all. He didn't even know to arrive early for military training. When Jing Mo arrived at school, he didn't go back to the dormitory but went straight to the playground to find his class's position. Ertie and Yitzi were already waiting for Jing Mo. When they saw Jing Mo arrive, they quickly greeted him to come over. "Boss, you're really impressive. You haven't slept in the dormitory even for a night since school started. You need to take care of yourself. Should I get you some sheep whip soup to replenish? Fu Mingming teased with a smile. Now, Jingmo's small group of 4 had become the central figures in the class. Plus, the other 3 looked more like little rascals from outside, which made almost no one dare to trouble them. September in Y City was still hot. Even though it rained heavily last night, it didn't stop the sun from shining brightly today. On the playground of Y City University, over 1,000 freshmen stood in military posture wearing camouflage uniforms. The air was already hot, and with the heavy rain yesterday, the humidity made the weather even more stifling. The students were sweating, feeling as if they were soaking in water. Alright, everyone, hold on for another 10 minutes, and then we'll take a break. Just hang in there. I remember when I first stood in military posture, my instructor made us stand for an hour. Instructors love to talk about their current lives in the military. After the break, Jing Mo slumped down on the ground. System, is there any reward for enhancing physical fitness? I'm about to die from exhaustion. System, no, even if there is, I won't give it to you. Jing Mo seriously suspected that the system just wanted to mess with him. He was thirsty and wanted to drink water. Is there anyone who wants to buy a drink for the class monitor? I'll give you a running fee, Jing Mo said weakly. Of course, the people in the class thought Jing Mo was joking. Kai Miao Miao approached with a sweet smile. Class monitor, are you thirsty? Why not drink my water? As she spoke, Kai Miao Miao took out a half-drunk bottle of cola from her pocket. All the classmates and even the instructor turned their gazes toward them. This was the class flower Kai Miao Miao's drink. If Jing Mo drank it now, wouldn't that be like an indirect kiss? The boys' eyes widened. Their gazes were filled with envy. The girls were also envious, but unfortunately, they hadn't bought any water. Jing Mo was just about to take it. Suddenly, a gasp was heard from a distance. At the entrance of the playground, a girl with 2 braids dressed in military uniform appeared. While other girls looked bulky in their outfits, this girl was tall and slender, exuding a sense of competence and grace. Wow, who is that? Is there such a beautiful girl among the freshmen? Idiot, that's the newly crowned school flower, Fan Qingxue. Her reputation has now surpassed Xiao Runan, becoming the number 1 on the school flower list. But why is the school flower fan walking towards our class? Not just the boys from Jing Mo's class, but almost all the boys from other classes turned to look. Fan Qingxue was simply too beautiful. The school flower is walking towards me. She must be looking for me. Get lost. Can't you see she's looking in my direction? I really can't imagine what kind of man wouldn't be worthy of such a woman. If I could be with a woman like that in my lifetime, I'd be willing to die right now. At this moment, Fan Qingxue was holding a bottle of alien electrolyte water. She walked near Jing Mo's class and called out to where Jing Mo was sitting. Jing Mo. Jing Mo reluctantly got up and walked over. Without waiting for Fan Qingxue to say anything, he directly snatched the bottle from her hand and gulped down half of it. Burp. Jing Mo burped without caring about his image. This scene left the onlookers dumbfounded. How could he be so casual in front of a goddess? Wasn't he afraid she would be put off? Moreover, the goddess hadn't even said it was for him. He just took it without asking. What did that mean? Everyone thought Fan Qingxue would be angry, but not only was she not mad, she even covered her mouth and chuckled softly. The people around were once again astonished. How could this be? Fan Qingxue was known as the Ice Queen, and everyone knew that. But now, this Ice Queen was smiling gently at someone. Xiaozhi was a step slower than Fan Qingxue, completely stunned by her beauty. Even the other beauties were overlooked. Niu Bao. I'm over here. Niu Yangyu also reluctantly walked over, mirroring Jing Mo's actions. He snatched the water from Xiaozhi's hand and gulped down half a bottle, burping loudly. The boys around were going crazy. How could they do this? Couldn't they cherish the beautiful girls? If they had such an opportunity, wouldn't they hold on to it? Fu Mingming had been laughing foolishly on the side, but now he realized he was the only one left out. The boss was handsome and rich, having a girlfriend was normal. Yamamoto Kojiro was a scumbag, not lacking in women. He thought Niu Yangyu was just like him, a lonely old man, but it turned out he was the only one playing games in the dormitory. These few were having so much fun without including him, it was really ungrateful. After Jing Mo finished the water, he started to shoo them away. You have break time, but you don't rest well. Why did you come over to bring me water? I would have had water even if you didn't come. Fan Qingxue, being scolded by Jing Mo, not only wasn't angry but felt he was caring for her. I was afraid you would be thirsty. I saw you didn't buy a bottle of water after I sent you back, knowing you would be thirsty at this time. Alright, you should go back now. We have training again later. Then I won't disturb your training. I'll head back first. Fan Qingxue made a grand entrance, accompanied by her own BGM. After she delivered water, the girls on the playground noticed that there was such a handsome boy among the new students. Wow, who is this guy? So handsome. Wait, what's that boy's name? Jing Mo. It's Jing Mo. Who is Jing Mo? Oh, he's the one who received the award from the principal yesterday. Oh my, he's the one who donated 10 million? So handsome and rich, no wonder the school beauty is the one delivering water to him. The girls looked at Jing Mo with eyes that were no less greedy and covetous than the boys looking at Fan Xingxue. Jing Mo was not only good-looking but also had a unique, laid-back charm that captivated countless girls. Most of the post-00s generation were not materialistic and had little concept of money, but they were definitely attracted to looks. Many senior girls watching nearby felt quite regretful upon seeing Jing Mo. Some even secretly took photos of him and posted them on the school forum. Digging deep, the most handsome boy of this year's freshman is revealed, candidate for school hunk. This post quickly gained traction. After being dismissed by Jing Mo, Fan Xingxue returned to the line to continue resting. Passing by Kai Miao Miao, she noticed her complex expression. Kai, someone brought me water, so I won't drink yours, okay? Kai Miao Miao pursed her lips and let out a bitter smile. What could she say? The boys in the class were even more jealous. Why did these goddesses turn into sycophants in front of Jing Mo just like them? They were all freshmen, so why did Jing Mo have school beauties bringing him drinks? It looked like the school beauties were pursuing Jing Mo. Was it just because he had money? The evils of capitalism. It seemed he couldn't just sit idly by, he had to take the initiative. If he didn't actively look for a girlfriend, he would probably be snatched up by other boys. Suddenly, from another direction in the line, a pleasant voice called out Jing Mo's name again. Jing Mo, could you come out for a moment? Yi Ruoro, spurred on by her roommate, finally gathered the courage to meet Jing Mo. Just as one wave settled, another rose. Yi Ruoro was also a freshman this year and was on the school beauty list. However, her family background was quite ordinary, earning her the title of commoner school beauty. She was a different type of beauty compared to Fan Xingxue. While Fan Xingxue was a mature woman, Yi Ruoro was a sweet girl from Jiangnan. Lively, petite, and delicate were her trademarks. The oversized military uniform she wore accentuated her slender figure. Blushing, she slightly lowered her head, feeling uncomfortable under the gazes of many boys. Yi Ruoro held a bottle of Baisher Cola in her hand, seemingly also bringing water for Jing Mo. Another one? Adding the class beauty, this was the third one, right? Was Jing Mo planning to monopolize all the school beauties? How were they supposed to live? Jing Mo glanced at the girl calling him, feeling a bit familiar. Who was she, to seek him out? Beside him, Fu Mingming was fidgeting, clearing his throat a couple of times before whispering a few words in Jing Mo's ear. Jing Mo looked meaningfully at Yi Ruoro. He stood up and walked towards her. The boys present were turning red with jealousy. Damn it, Jing Mo was really something. He already had one school beauty and was flirting with another. There were only a few top beauties, and now Jing Mo was monopolizing two of them. How could that not make people hate him? What a scumbag! Yi school beauty, you should leave quickly. Fan school beauty just brought him a drink. This guy is playing both sides. You must not fall for this little brat. The boys in Yi Ruoro's class all had red eyes, desperately trying to stop her, hoping to bring her back to her senses. Being in the same class as the school beauty was a very happy thing, as the distance was closer than in other classes, and there were more opportunities to pursue her. Everyone understood the principle of being close to the water tower first getting the moon. They were also daydreaming about what to do if the school beauty actually liked them. But on the first day of military training, their goddess actually brought water to boys from another class? Many people's dreams were shattered, and there was a feeling of being cheated on. Yi Ruoro hated it the most when someone spoke ill of Jing Mo. Why should I care about your business? She brings it out of her own goodwill, and I bring it out of mine. If he can accept me, I am already very satisfied. Yi Ruoro finally stood next to the boy she had been thinking about day and night, and his carefree demeanor was really handsome. Just look at that handsome face, that disdainful gaze. Jing Mo, classmate, I bought you a cola. Yi Ruoro's body stiffened, and she started to stutter. Jing Mo wouldn't reject her, right? Thank you for helping me before. Jing Mo took the cola and waved his hand. It's nothing, you can go now. Wow, that's really impressive, a role model for our generation. Fu Mingming and Yamamoto Kojiro sighed from the side. Yi Ruoro was not only not disappointed but very happy that Jing Mo didn't mind the drink she brought. Can I add you on WeChat? This classmate, since you already have the school beauty fan, please keep your distance from Yi Ruoro. A boy from Yi Ruoro's class interrupted. This boy was named Zhang Jiwen, and from the first moment he saw Yi Ruoro, he decided he must have her. Knowing that Yi Ruoro's family background was not good made him more confident, as he was also considered a rich second generation. Seeing Yi Ruoro show a look of admiration for another boy, he felt a strong sense of crisis. I hope you can be more dedicated and not embarrass us men. Jing Mo shot him a glance. I'm still single, You didn't see them harassing me? Zhang Jiwen's face darkened. You really have no shame. How can you say that? Just stay away from Ruoruo from now on. Hearing this, Erdi and 3 lackeys came up to confront Zhang Jiwen. Good kid. You dare to compete with our boss for a woman. The last guy who tried to take our boss's woman still owes us a beating. Not far away, Zhou Xian clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. I see you don't know the reputation of the 4 bullies in our computer class too. Zhang Jiwen saw that the other side had many people and didn't back down at all. He didn't believe these few would do anything to him in public. Yi Ruoruo doesn't understand anything right now. She must have been deceived by your surface. In this society, being handsome is worthless. Only having money is the hard truth. Zhang Jiwen said this somewhat arrogantly. Do you know how much a building in Y City costs? Just lying at home collecting rent, I have over 200,000 coming in every month. Do you think you can compare with me? Hearing this, many people around fell silent. Because this guy was speaking the truth. With these conditions, many present couldn't compare. Many still came from rural backgrounds, and their families were even poorer. Hearing this made them feel very inferior. Even if they excelled in their studies, what could they do after graduation to earn a monthly salary of 200,000? Although Y City was not a first-tier city, how much would it cost to have a building in the city? Tens of millions? I have a building. You guys will never be able to afford it even if you work hard for several lifetimes. Although Zhang Jiwen's words are not pleasant to hear, he speaks the truth. He looked at Jing Mo and the others with a proud expression. What do you have to compete with me for, Yi Ruoruo? After he finished speaking, he wore a smug expression. If it weren't for the crowd, Fu Mingming would have gone up to beat this guy. What good is being handsome? In this world, what matters most is still background and financial power. After hearing his conditions, some girls secretly resolved to pursue this boy. After all, being handsome is indeed not as good as being wealthy. Although Zhang Jiwen looks a bit abstract, it doesn't hinder him from being rich. Nowadays, a golden son-in-law is quite desirable. At that moment, the security guard approached. Which one is Jing Mo? Jing Mo glanced around. Quite a few people were looking for him today. That's me. What's the matter? Are those 2 Lamborghinis and a Rolls-Royce in the parking lot at the school gate yours? Jing Mo took out a set of car keys. Yes, they are mine. What's wrong? The vice principal asked you not to park there anymore. From now on, you can park your car directly in the school parking lot. After all, your car is too expensive to leave outside. Okay, wait for me a moment. Fu Mingming, Niu Yangyu, help me drive the cars in. Saying this, he handed out 2 keys to the 2 of them. After that, the 3 of them ignored Zhang Jiwen and walked out of the school. Zhang Jiwen was dumbfounded at this scene. 3 luxury cars? A freshman parked 3 luxury cars at the school gate? That bulging pocket was actually filled with luxury car keys? How is this possible? Zhang Jiwen felt that this world was a bit surreal. The entire class, except for Jing Mo's dorm mates, was stunned, unable to believe what they had just heard. Suddenly someone thought of the new students who arrived at school in Lamborghinis. Could that person be Jing Mo? No wonder he casually donated 10 million. Just look at his stature. And then look at Zhang Jiwen. 2 Lamborghinis, 1 Rolls-Royce? How much would that cost? I don't know. The cheapest Lamborghini is the Huracan, which costs at least 4 million. And the Aventador starts at 8 million. The Rolls-Royce business car's ceiling model costs at least 5 million. This is a real young master. To him, these luxury cars might just be collectibles or toys. Hearing everyone's discussions, Zhang Jiwen felt so embarrassed he wanted to die. Boom! The 3 top luxury cars drove into the school together. The shock of it making all the new students participating in military training turn to look. My God, that's a Lamborghini concept car. The Lamborghini 6th Element, that must be over 20 million. After parking the cars, Jing Mo and the others walked back to the group, chatting and laughing. Kai Miao stepped forward to ask, Class monitor, how much are these 3 cars worth? Jing Mo raised his hand and calculated. The Lamborghini Aventador is 10 million, the Rolls-Royce is 12 million, the 6th Element is 27 million, and there's also a Porsche at home, so it's just half a small goal. 50 million. The entire class fell into a state of shock. 50 million. 50 million. How much would that be in cash? They probably had never seen so much money in their lives. 50 million could probably buy 2 buildings in Y City. All the boys looked at Jing Mo with jealousy, their feelings complicated, as they had just received a lesson before even entering society. Zhang Jiwen wanted to return to his class. He felt so embarrassed here, wishing he could take back what he just said. He had boasted about having a building at home, but that building was real estate, just a value here. If he were to sell it, it wouldn't even be worth 10 million. People spent 50 million on cars. He was simply not in the same world as them. Let alone 50 million, even a 500,000 car, his family wouldn't be willing to buy for him. He felt like he had come to deliver himself to be slapped in the face by Jing Mo. As Jing Mo passed by Zhang Jiwen and Yi Ruoro, he even asked, "Oh, you two haven't left yet?" Zhang Jiwen, feeling embarrassed, ran away without daring to say another word. Yi Ruoro, however, showed no special expression. She had already achieved her goal after adding Jing Mo on WeChat. This farce finally came to an end, but many people were still savoring it. Even the instructor who trained them was pointing and whispering about Jing Mo. The morning military training nearly exhausted Jing Mo. By lunchtime, he was already starving. He and his two younger brothers were preparing to go to the cafeteria for a meal. At the entrance of the playground, two graceful figures were waiting for them. One was Fan Qingxue and the other was Qiu Ji. Yamamoto Kagoro wisely found an excuse to leave, taking Fu Mingming with him. Qiu Ji took away Niu Yanyu. Fan Qingxue followed Jing Mo. Jing Mo, I know a place in school that serves really delicious spicy hot pot. Let's go eat there together. Fan Qingxue was not at all aloof in front of Jing Mo, acting just like an ordinary girl. Jing Mo just wanted to eat. Anything would do as long as it was food. The spicy hot pot Fan Qingxue mentioned was indeed delicious, with a long line at the serving window. Fan Qingxue knew Jing Mo was tired from military training, so she told him to find a seat first while she queued to buy food. Jing Mo didn't hesitate to take a seat and waited for Fan Qingxue to bring him food. Surrounding second and third year seniors noticed Jing Mo. It was simply unbelievable that such a pretty junior was queuing to buy food for a guy. Fan Qingxue returned with 2 bowls of spicy hot pot. The two sat together, chatting and eating. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Fan Qingxue's phone rang. "I'll take this call." "Go ahead, it's fine." Jing Mo picked up his phone, opened a novel app, and continued eating while reading. Recently, he had been reading a novel called Godly Rich, Did You Drive a Lamborghini to Register on Your First Day of College? Which was quite good, though the protagonist was a bit of a scoundrel. "Hello, Mom, what's the matter? I'm eating at school." "What did you say?" Fan Qingxue's expression suddenly changed, her face losing all color. "Okay, I'll rush over right away. Which hospital?" Upon hearing hospital, Jing Mo asked, "What happened?" "Something happened at home, I have to go back." As she spoke, Fan Qingxue prepared to get up and leave. Jing Mo continued to look down at his novel and eat. However, at that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Detected that Fan Qingxue's sister is critically ill. Please go rescue her." Side mission issued, "Take advantage of someone's misfortune. Please rescue Fan Qingxue's sister, and use this as leverage to make Fan Qingxue your lover." One thing after another, could he not have a moment of peace? No wonder the last task's reward was a 10-minute surgical skill experience card. It turned out it was waiting for him here. It was only then that he realized the system's terrifying foresight. It had predicted that Fan Qingxue's sister would fall seriously ill today. With the previous rewards, he was unknowingly moving forward according to the system's plan. This time, the task issued by the system had no punishment. It was a test for Jing Mo. As for why there was no punishment, it was because the system knew Jing Mo would definitely take on this task. Even without the reward, if someone close to him was dying and he could save them, in such a situation, not to save would leave Jing Mo feeling uneasy. "Wait a minute, did I let you go?" Jing Mo tidied up his bowl and chopsticks, preparing to return them to the recycling area. Fan Qingxue looked a bit anxious. "Jing Mo, I'm really sorry, something urgent happened at home, I have to go back." Jing Mo sighed, "I'll go back with you, maybe I can help you with something." Fan Qingxue shook her head, thinking it would be better not to trouble Jing Mo with her family matters. After all, even if Jing Mo went, it wouldn't be of much help. Could Jing Mo perform surgery? "You wait for me at school. Are you reluctant to part with me?" "Don't worry, I won't run off with any other boys." Fan Qingxue thought Jing Mo was reluctant to leave her and hurriedly said a few kind words. Jing Mo didn't explain much and picked up the car keys, saying, "Didn't something urgent happen at your home? If you need to rush over, you should take my car. Have you forgotten that my driving skills are excellent?" Hearing this, Fan Qingxue didn't refuse. The two quickly walked to the parking lot and got into the Lamborghini Sixth Element. Today, they could finally drive fast, and Jing Mo felt liberated. Vroom. As the Lamborghini started, Jing Mo gently pressed the accelerator. Just like that, they drove away under the watchful eyes of all the students at school. As soon as they left the school, Jing Mo's phone rang. It was Jiang Qingqing calling. "Jing Mo, military training is about to start. What are you doing running out at this time?" "I have something urgent to take care of. I'll be back tonight." Jiang Qingqing was a bit frantic on the other end of the line. Jing Mo was someone she couldn't manage at all, and she didn't dare to bring him back to the office alone to teach him a lesson. "Why didn't you ask me and the instructor for leave first?" Jiang Qingqing spoke with a hint of complaint. Jing Mo felt a bit of a headache upon hearing this. "I couldn't find a reason to ask for leave, just consider it personal leave." Jiang Qingqing felt insulted, Jing Mo wasn't even bothering to give a perfunctory excuse. This could be considered skipping class, but this was Jing Mo, she still had to treat him differently. Just this once, Jing Mo smiled and said, "I'll treat you to dinner when I get back tonight." Get lost. Where to? Subei Hospital. Jing Mo's driving skills were needless to say. They arrived at the destination in just over 10 minutes. Fan Xingshue's eyes were a bit red, even the cold and beautiful school flower couldn't handle such a situation. After all, she was still a young girl. "I'm really sorry to trouble you, you still have military training, and it won't be easy to ask for leave. It's a small matter, let's hurry inside." "No need, I can go in by myself." "You should hurry back to school." Jing Mo directly refused. "Since we're at the hospital, it means someone in your family is sick. Take me to see. My sister suddenly had a heart attack and is now in the intensive care unit. My mom just called and asked me to come over. We need to hurry there." Fan Xingxue felt a strong sense of security with Jing Mo by her side, and she relaxed a lot. At this moment, Fan Xingxue told Jing Mo what had happened. Fan Xingxue's sister was in the second grade of elementary school. Because their mother was very busy, she didn't make breakfast for her and gave her 10 yuan to buy breakfast. However, Fan Xingxue's sister skipped breakfast to save money. She planned to eat when she got home at noon, but when it was time to leave school, the teacher kept dragging on the class, causing Fan Xingxue's sister to faint from hunger. The other students in the class thought she was just sleeping and didn't remind the teacher at all. By the time the teacher noticed and checked, Fan Xingxue's sister was already weak and barely breathing. The teacher was scared half to death and immediately called 120. When they arrived at the hospital, after examination, Fan Xingxue's sister was sent directly to the intensive care unit, and they called their mother, who was at work. This call was to inform her that her daughter had been given a critical illness notice. Upon receiving the news, Fan Xingxue's mother immediately called her eldest daughter, Fan Xingxue. When Fan Xingxue got the news, she rushed over, and thanks to Jing Mo's driving skills, they arrived even faster than their mother. At this moment, Fan Xingxue felt like a headless fly, her face full of anxiety, not knowing what to do. "Where's your father?" "My dad divorced my mom when I was very young, and I've always lived with my mom and sister." After getting married, Fan Xingxue's father met a female CEO, then had an affair, and after being discovered, he left with nothing. Jing Mo, feeling helpless, decided to take Fan Xingxue to the intensive care unit to find out what the situation was. After inquiring, they arrived at the hospital's ICU. The doctor told Fan Xingxue that her sister had congenital heart disease, and due to long-term irregular eating habits, it led to a heart attack. Moreover, the time taken to get to the hospital was too late, and the current situation was not optimistic. The hospital's doctors were discussing treatment options. However, given the current level of medical care in the country, performing a heart bypass on such a small child was nearly impossible. Even if the world's top doctors came to perform the surgery, the success rate would only be 10%. Hearing this, Fan Xingxue felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She had only two relatives left, her mother and her sister. If she lost one, Fan Xingxue slumped down on a chair in the hospital corridor. Jing Mo looked through the glass of the ICU. A little girl who resembled Fan Xingxue was lying in bed. The hospital bed was large, and her petite body looked out of place on it. Through the glass, he could see the girl's expression with her eyes closed, still frowning, clearly suffering greatly. "System, can the surgical skills you rewarded me with be used to operate on Fan Xiaoxia?" "System, after testing, Fan Xiaoxia's condition has entered a critical state. If surgery is not performed within 12 hours, even if the host uses the experience card, it will be futile." "Is 10 minutes enough?" "System, theoretically, it is sufficient." "What do you mean theoretically sufficient? This is a life, not a joke." "System, theoretically, with the host's knowledge of heart bypass surgery, combined with the world's top surgical techniques in 10 minutes, it is enough to treat Fan Xiaoxia." The system's words made Jing Mo realize the key point, having knowledge of heart bypass surgery, but he had never studied medicine. This was something that even few people in the country understood. "System, can the experience card be used by someone else?" Jing Mo thought that if he could give the experience card to a doctor capable of performing heart bypass surgery in the country, they could probably operate on Fan Xiaoxia. "System, no, the system's products are only for the host." But how could he instantly acquire all the knowledge of heart bypass surgery? "Wait." Jing Mo's eyes widened in realization. Knowledge? Knowledge spicy strips? Could this have been anticipated by the system all along? "System, can the knowledge spicy strips give me all the knowledge of heart bypass surgery?" "System, yes, the host just needs to eat the knowledge spicy strips while watching the corresponding knowledge." Just as Jing Mo was arguing with the system, Fan Xingxue's mother arrived. Wang Nan was followed by a middle-aged man. Seeing her mother, Fan Xingxue hurriedly wiped her tears, She didn't want her mother to know she had been crying. At this moment, Wang Nan's eyes were red, clearly having cried as well. The middle-aged man behind her had a face full of resentment. You can't even take care of a child properly. You're really useless. I'm so busy, and I still have to take time to deal with your mess. There's not a single thing that makes me worry less. The middle-aged man was Fan Qingshue's father, Fan Zhou. Seeing Fan Zhou was like seeing an enemy for Fan Qingxue. Hearing Fan Zhou's words made her even angrier. If you're busy, you can just not come. Fan Zhou was furious upon hearing this. Do you think I want to manage your two money-wasting fools? If I don't come, will you pay for your sister's medical expenses? Fan Qingxue wanted to say something, but then she thought of her sister still in the intensive care unit. They really needed money right now. She couldn't let her mouth jeopardize her sister's treatment. Seeing Fan Qingxue fall silent, Fan Zhou snorted disdainfully. You two can only spend my money. What good does it do you? What can you repay me in the future? The two of you combined are less useful than your brother. He's not my brother. Fan Zhou frowned and said, What? You're not my daughter, so if you have the ability, don't let the blood of the Fan family run in your veins. At this moment, Wang Nan spoke up. What time is it, and you're still arguing? Don't you care about Xiaoxia's life or death? Fan Zhou coldly snorted and went to inquire about the situation from the doctor. Fan Qingxue introduced to Wang Nan, This is my boyfriend. Wang Nan glanced at Jing Mo indifferently, nodded slightly, and then stopped looking at him, continuing to lean against the glass of the intensive care unit to look at her daughter. Fan Qingxue explained to her mother, I'm sorry, I said we are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship because I was afraid my mom would worry. Jing Mo touched his nose, quite unconvinced. Several doctors in white coats, wearing white hats and masks, walked over. Fan Qingxue, Fan Zhou, and Wang Nan all gathered around. Doctor, how is my daughter? The attending physician's expression was somewhat serious. Your daughter's age is really too young. The risk of heart bypass surgery is too great, but it must be done. Your daughter's blood vessels have already ruptured, which directly affects her respiratory system. After our discussion, we have asked the most experienced doctor in our hospital for bypass surgery to perform the operation. However, the success rate is less than 10%. If it can be successful, it would be a medical miracle, so please be prepared for the worst. The doctor's words hit the two of them like a heavy hammer. Then doctor, how much is the medical expense? Fan Zhou was considering the money issue. Since the success rate of the surgery was so low, if the cost was high, he would have to think about whether it was worth spending the money. If the money was spent and the life couldn't be saved, that would be a huge loss. The doctor roughly estimated the cost to be around 500,000. Upon hearing this, Fan Zhou was somewhat taken aback. Doctor, please save my sister, Fan Qingxue said with a choked voice. The doctor frowned and said, The difficulty of this surgery is really too high, but we will do our best. A nurse handed out many family notification forms for Fan Zhou and Wang Nan to sign. Fan Zhou hesitated and couldn't bring himself to sign. Wang Nan's hand trembled as she signed. Wang Nan, I feel that Xiaoxia's body can't be saved. Why don't we give up? This way we can save some money. Fan Zhou finally blurted out such a statement after hesitating. Wang Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. Fan Zhou, this is your daughter. Are you just going to watch her die? Fan Zhou was not pleased with this remark. What are you talking about? Aren't we trying our best? Fan Qingxue gritted her teeth and said, What have you tried your best at? As a father, you won't even pay for the medical expenses. Didn't the doctor say that the success rate of treatment is only 10%? If it can be cured, it would be a medical miracle. Even if the money is given, it would be a waste. If you pay the medical expenses, there is still a 10% chance of survival. If you don't pay, Xiaoxia is doomed. Fan Zhou, I'm begging you this time. Wang Nan directly knelt on the ground. Just for the sake of our past marriage and father-daughter relationship, please save Xiaoxia this time. As long as you pay the medical expenses, our family will never ask you for a penny again. Fan Qingxue, with red eyes, stepped forward to support Wang Nan. Mom, we won't beg him. Someone so inhumane doesn't deserve to be our father. Xiaoxia, right now only Fan Zhou can save Xiaoxia. Fan Qingxue bit her lip, thinking of Jing Mo beside her. If she begged Jing Mo, he definitely wouldn't stand by and do nothing. But their relationship wasn't particularly close yet. If she asked him now, he would surely feel very uncomfortable. When Fan Zhou saw his ex-wife kneeling and begging him, he felt a bit embarrassed, especially with people around pointing at him. Fine, I'll pay this money, but after this, you and I will cut all ties and never disturb my life again. Wang Nan lowered her head humbly. As long as you save Xiaoxia, we will no longer disturb your life from now on. Fan Zhou readily went to the hospital lobby to pay. Prepare for surgery. The attending physician, seeing the payment had come through, hurried to prepare for action. At that moment, a nurse rushed out of the inpatient department in a panic. Director Shang, it's bad. Another critically ill patient has come in. He also needs heart bypass surgery. But currently, there is only one available vessel for the bypass, and they are requesting the hospital to give this opportunity to them. How can that be? Both patients need heart bypass surgery. The attending physician's expression turned very grim upon hearing this. Fan Xiaoxia's condition was very critical. They were racing against time to save her. Generally, hospitals can't perform heart bypass surgeries. Subei Hospital is the largest in Y City, but they rarely undertake such high-difficulty surgeries. Therefore, there was only one vessel stored for this surgery, and if more were needed, they would have to be sent from the pharmaceutical manufacturer. Can we notify Wanfu Pharmaceutical to urgently send over a vessel for the bypass? The attending physician asked, looking at Fan Xiaoxia, who was nearly at death's door. Wanfu was already working overtime to produce it, but the fastest it can arrive is in 4 hours. Let me see the medical records of the other patient needing the bypass. After reviewing the records, the attending physician said, this patient's heart has been poor for years, and his condition is stable. Even if we wait 4 hours, it shouldn't be a problem. We should perform the heart bypass on this young girl first. Thank you, Director Shang. Thank you so much. Wang Nan was moved to tears upon hearing this. It wasn't that she was unfeeling, but with only one vessel available, she couldn't selflessly give it away. Beside her, Fan Qingxue leaned on Jing Mo's shoulder and began to cry softly. It's nothing. We can still distinguish between priorities. The girl's condition is truly critical. She can't wait any longer. The surgery must be done immediately. After the attending physician finished speaking, he led several doctors into the operating room, while the nurse wheeled the pale Fan Xiaoxia out of the intensive care unit. Wang Nan rushed forward when she saw her daughter being pushed out, but looking at her daughter's pale face, she didn't dare to touch her. Just as Fan Xiaoxia was about to be pushed into the operating room, Director Shang, wait a moment. A voice called out to the attending physician. A middle-aged man in a white coat approached, pushing a patient behind him. Upon seeing this man, Director Shang recognized him as the vice president of the hospital. Director Shang, please perform heart bypass surgery on the patient behind me first. Director Shang's expression changed, but the vice president frowned, his face stern. Let's talk after the surgery is done. The family member of the later patient was a middle-aged woman in a red top, looking to be in her 40s. Dr. Shang, my husband has donated a lot to Subei Hospital for medical equipment, totaling over 10 million. How many lives could that money have saved? Yet now that my husband is sick, the surgery is being postponed. Do you think that's appropriate? This family member, your husband's condition is stable. We can wait for another blood vessel to arrive before proceeding with the surgery. Director Shang stepped forward to advise. Director Shang, as far as I know, even if this girl undergoes surgery, it may not be successful. Why waste a precious opportunity to save someone? It would be better to give it to someone who needs it more, the vice president interjected at this moment. But, Dean, there is still a possibility of treating this girl. Director Shang protested. The vice president interrupted roughly. That's just a theoretical possibility. What if the treatment fails and the family causes a scene in the hospital? It's not far from Jinling. If we hurry, we can get her to a hospital in Jinling in 2 hours. The medical conditions there are definitely better than ours. Let's send the patient there for surgery. Director Shang wanted to say more, but was reprimanded by the vice president. Director Shang, mind your position. Are you going to defy my decision? Director Shang, this surgery was scheduled in advance. If you give it to someone else now, do you think that's fair to us? The woman in red was afraid that Director Shang would be emotional while operating on her husband, so she hurriedly tried to calm him down. Director Shang took a deep breath. You don't need to say more. Can I perform the surgery? After saying that, he turned and walked into the operating room. He could not face Fan Qingshua's family again. The vice president instructed the nurse to push the man who arrived later into the operating room. Wang Nan immediately became anxious upon seeing this. This can't be. My daughter is in a very dangerous condition right now. I beg you to perform surgery on my daughter first. Saying this, she knelt directly in front of the vice president, a mother kneeling twice in front of others to save her daughter. Fan Qingxue was already in a state of panic, standing next to the sickly Fan Xiaoxia. The vice president ignored Wang Nan kneeling before him and instead spoke to the woman beside him. Mr. Li's condition has been very stable. After this heart bypass surgery, he is expected to be discharged soon. The woman in red glanced at the woman and arrogantly said, after the surgery, I will donate 5 million to the hospital, as a token of gratitude. Upon hearing this, the vice president's face instantly lit up with joy. hurriedly saying that it was what they should do as doctors. The conversation between the two showed no regard for Jing Mo's side. They did not take Wang Nan and Fan Qingxue seriously at all. Jing Mo suddenly stepped forward. Doctor, the blood vessel needed for the heart bypass surgery you just mentioned, is it provided by Wanfufu Pharmaceutical? Jing Mo's sudden appearance interrupted their conversation. The vice president looked at Jing Mo with some displeasure. Yes, Wanfufu Pharmaceutical is the largest medical equipment manufacturer in Y City. All the medical equipment used in our hospital is provided by them. Jing Mo scratched his head and said, then if I ask them to send a blood vessel for the heart bypass now, can we choose to have the surgery? Upon hearing this, the vice president sized up Jing Mo. This kid was still wearing military training clothes, clearly a freshman. What qualifications did a freshman have to talk to him here? If you have the ability, then let Wanfufu Pharmaceutical send a blood vessel over right now. This statement was clearly laced with disdain and mockery. He did not believe that Jing Mo knew anyone at Wanfufu Pharmaceutical. Even if he did, it might just be a relative working there as a small employee. To have Wanfufu Pharmaceutical send a blood vessel over immediately would require a directive from the leadership. Because such things are pre-arranged by the hospital, each one is reserved by other hospitals. How could they just give it to you? Would other hospitals be willing? Who knew that after Jing Mo said this, he directly took out his phone and made a call in front of him. Hello? Is this Wang Qichuan? I'm Jing Mo. It's been a long time since we last met. I have something to discuss with you. It would be best if you could send it over immediately, so hurry up, lives are at stake. Jing Mo hung up the phone and looked at the vice president. I'm a shareholder of Wanfufu Pharmaceutical. They said they would send the blood vessels over within half an hour, and you said to perform the surgery for us first. Everyone present was stunned, especially the vice president, because the chairman of Wanfufu Pharmaceutical is named Wang Qichuan. Also, this lady, you previously said that because you donated money, the hospital must perform the surgery for you first. Then how about this, you donate a certain amount, and I'll donate double, let us have the surgery first. Jing Mo's words left everyone present staring at him in shock. The vice president frowned and said, you little brat really knows how to boast. Do you know how much Mrs. Han donated to Subei? Do you dare to say you will donate double? I said, no matter how much this lady donated, I will donate double. This scene left the vice president at a loss for words. Mrs. Han frowned and said, I have donated nearly 20 million to the hospital in total. If you can really come up with 40 million, then I have no problem giving you this opportunity for surgery. She didn't believe Jing Mo could casually come up with 40 million just to grab a surgery. 40 million? What kind of concept is that? Wang Nan and Fan Qingxue were also shocked behind him. Fan Qingxue really didn't want Jing Mo to be put in a difficult position. She might never be able to repay 40 million in her lifetime. Wang Nan's gaze towards Jing Mo began to change gradually. Wang Nan had never taken Jing Mo seriously. After all, this young man looked like a pretty boy, and he was afraid he might have deceived his daughter. His daughter had never been in a relationship, and many friends were thinking of having their sons marry her. The suitors for Fan Qingxue could line up from Y City to Jinling. At first, Wang Nan disliked Jing Mo, but now seeing that Jing Mo was willing to donate 40 million to the hospital for his second daughter, plus the fact that he just mentioned being a shareholder of Wanfufu Pharmaceutical, and made a phone call to have the blood vessels needed by his daughter sent over, he began to feel satisfied with Jing Mo. However, one cannot judge a son-in-law solely by appearance and background. Character must also be considered. It still needed to be assessed. Jing Mo noticed Wang Nan was looking at him but didn't take it to heart. He was doing this entirely to complete a system task. He wanted Fan Qingxue to owe him more so that he could make that request after everything was done. Thinking about it still made him a bit excited. After all, it was Fan Qingxue, the top-ranked school beauty of Y University. The vice president had a nurse bring a letter of intent directly to Jing Mo. Jing Mo straightforwardly transferred 40 million to the hospital's account. When the finance department informed the president that 40 million had indeed arrived, he was shocked and then greeted Jing Mo with a smile. Oh, thank you so much. On behalf of all the patients at Subei Hospital, I thank you. Your 40 million can save so many lives, the vice president said, pretending to bow to Jing Mo. Jing Mo truly found such people disgusting. This donation was not like a donation to Jing Mo. It was clearly an auction. Whoever donated more would get priority for surgery. Mrs. Han, seeing that Jing Mo really had 40 million, was also shocked. Their family's donations of 20 million were accumulated over time, but Jing Mo donated it all at once. His background must be extraordinary. Facing such a wealthy young man, they had to keep their distance. Vice President, please perform the surgery for this young brother's family. Didn't this young brother say that another blood vessel would arrive in half an hour? We can wait a bit. Seeing that they agreed, the vice president hurriedly instructed the nurse to push Fan Xiaoxia in and told Director Shang to do everything possible to treat her. Soon, Fan Xiaoxia was pushed into the operating room, and Wang Nan looked at the vice president with sorrowful eyes. "Thank you so much." The vice president had a complex expression. "If you want to thank someone, thank that young brother." Wang Nan awkwardly stepped forward to speak to Jing Yamo. "I was a bit cold to you at first. I was just too anxious, so please don't take it to heart. I agreed to your relationship with Xiao Shuwei. I consent to you two dating." Seeing Wang Nan speak so cautiously, Jing Yamo quickly replied, "It's fine, as long as we can save the little girl. Auntie, you don't need to be so polite to me. I haven't done much." "Oh, what are you saying? You spent 40 million to secure the opportunity for my daughter's surgery. That's a life-saving grace." Wang Nan's attitude towards Jing Yamo visibly warmed, showing concern for him. "Xiao Shuwei, how are you going to go back? Your boyfriend came all this way, and you didn't even buy him a bottle of water." Wang Nan feigned complaint. Fan Xiaoxue looked at Jing Mo, realizing that even her mother was speaking up for him, and they weren't even married yet. "No need to be so polite. Xiaoxue bought me water before, and I left it in the car." It wasn't just Wang Nan who was warm towards Jing Mo, even the hospital staff treated him warmly. Many nurses would occasionally ask Jing Mo if he was thirsty or hungry, or if he needed anything. Jing Mo politely declined all offers. Because of Jing Mo, Wang Nan and Fan Xingxue felt much more relaxed. At the door of the operating room, they were not as tense as before. Fan Xingxue looked in the direction of the operating room, praying earnestly. "I hope my sister will be safe." A nurse came forward to comfort her. "Don't worry, Director Shang is the most experienced doctor in our hospital for heart bypass surgeries. He will surely turn the situation around this time." "I hope so." Just then, a middle-aged man approached. He was the hospital director, here to thank Jing Mo for his 40 million donation. Seeing this scene, he sighed. "Hello, I am the director of Subei Hospital. I am very grateful for this young brother's donation." Wang Nan was a bit taken aback to see even the director had come. Fan Xingxue glanced at Jing Mo, knowing the director's visit was also because of him. Meanwhile, inside the operating room, the atmosphere was extremely tense. "Director Shang, the patient's breathing is becoming weaker. The heart rate is also dropping." Director Shang was covered in fine beads of sweat. He had no confidence in this surgery. Performing a bypass on a 10-year-old girl was incredibly difficult. A 10-year-old child's heart is not fully developed, and the blood vessels are very thin. Replacing the vessels requires hands more precise than a machine. Director Shang hesitated for a long time but couldn't bring himself to proceed. "Blood pressure is gradually dropping due to insufficient blood supply. We need to increase the transfusion volume." An hour later, Director Shang slumped in a chair. The surgery had failed again. The blood vessels were too thin to replace. Just a slight movement almost caused the girl's heart to stop beating. A nurse walked out of the operating room. The 4 people at the door stood up, all looking tense and asking, "What's the situation?" The nurse, with a sorrowful expression, said, "The patient's blood vessels are too thin. We can't perform the bypass. The situation is very grim. The patient is expected to last another 3 hours." Boom! Wang Nan felt as if struck by lightning, rolling her eyes and fainting. Fan Xingxue felt her heart was being cut. "Mom! Xiaoxia!" She couldn't care about her image and shouted loudly. The director stepped forward to try to comfort her. "Be strong, this is fate." After saying that, he gave Jing Mo a look, urging him to say a few comforting words as well. The nurse asked Fan Xingxue, "Should we continue the surgery? If we stop now, she might last 3 more hours. We need the family's consent to take one last shot." Fan Xingxue's eyes were filled with dead ash. She was now caught in a dilemma. Agreeing to continue the surgery would likely lead to immediate death, while refusing it would mean she could only live for 3 more hours. Fan Xingxue, unwilling to give up, asked, "Is there really no way at all?" The nurse sighed and shook her head. "All possible methods have been exhausted. There really is no way." Fan Xingxue seemed to lose all her strength, her tall figure slumping down. Jing Mo saw that the time was ripe and spoke to Fan Xingxue. "Xingxue, do you trust me?" Fan Xingxue stared blankly at Jing Mo, and upon hearing his words, a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. Could it be that Jing Mo had a solution? "I trust you. I've always trusted you. I can save her, but there is one condition." Hearing that her sister could be saved, Fan Xingxue quickly agreed. "As long as you can save my sister, I will agree to anything you say." Jing Mo felt a pang of guilt seeing Fan Xingxue's current state. Using this situation to coerce someone into being his lover was indeed not very honorable. He was truly straying further down a path of depravity. "I want you to be my lover." "I agree." To his surprise, Fan Xingxue immediately accepted without a second thought. "I owe you a lot. I'm just an ordinary girl, with nothing exceptional except for my looks. If you want me to be your lover, then I will be your lover." Task completed, rewards distributed, 10% shares of Tencent. hypnosis upgraded to intermediate level, additional reward of 1 billion RMB. 10 billion RMB credited to ZFB. Seeing the generous rewards, Jing Mo's guilt dissipated. Jing Mo approached the dean. Can I have some books on heart bypass surgery? Although the dean was puzzled, he readily agreed to such a simple request. I have authoritative books written by foreign heart specialists in my office. I'll go get them for you. And one more thing, I want to participate in Fan Xiaoxia's surgery. The dean looked at Jing Mo in shock. Was this guy out of his mind? After so many years as dean, it was the first time he had heard such a request. Coupled with Jing Mo's earlier request for books on heart bypass surgery, could it be that this guy wanted to learn on the spot? What an international joke. Little brother, this doesn't comply with regulations. If you want to enter the operating room, you at least need a medical license. Otherwise, if we get found out, we will be penalized by the relevant authorities, the dean said, clearly troubled. In fact, Jing Mo had donated 40 million. As long as the request wasn't too outrageous, he would agree to anything Jing Mo asked. However, this request would have corresponding impacts on the hospital, which was a bit difficult. You don't need to worry about that. I have a good relationship with the city bureau. If anything happens, I'll take full responsibility. Upon hearing the city bureau, the dean couldn't say much and could only agree. He was still puzzled about who this young man was, an investor in Wanfeng Pharmaceuticals, casually able to donate 40 million, and even acquainted with the city bureau. After taking a few books on heart-related topics, Jing Mo walked straight into the operating room. When Fan Qingxue saw Jing Mo heading into the operating room, she followed him. Jing Mo stopped her. You shouldn't go in. If you trust me, wait outside. I will definitely bring your sister back. The dean beside them let out a bitter laugh. Although he didn't know what Jing Mo intended to do, to boldly claim he would save someone whom even the top doctors in Weiss City couldn't save was indeed a bit arrogant. However, since Jing Mo had donated 40 million, he couldn't say much. After all, he had done everything he could. There was no way Jing Mo would find a reason to return that 40 million. Fan Qingxue glanced at Jing Mo's eyes. Jing Mo usually had a lazy expression, rarely showing such a serious demeanor. Seeing Jing Mo like this, Fan Qingxue surprisingly felt much calmer inside. She somewhat truly believed that if the doctor couldn't save someone, Jing Mo could bring them back. Jing Mo turned and walked towards the operating room. Inside the operating room, the doctors were doing their utmost to stabilize Fan Xiaoxia's vital signs. Director Shang heard movement behind him and thought it was the nurse returning. How is it? Does the family want to continue the surgery? But after he spoke and saw that no one responded, he turned around in annoyance. Seeing Jing Mo actually entering the operating room, he was momentarily stunned before scolding. Family members cannot enter the operating room, wait outside. Jing Mo, unfazed, continued walking towards the operating table. Your director asked me to participate in this surgery. Director Shang was puzzled as to why the director would let Jing Mo take part in this surgery, but he still had to listen to his superior. Then just stand by and don't cause trouble. Who would have thought that Jing Mo had no sense of awareness at all? Leaning next to the operating table, one hand holding a book and the other hand munching on spicy strips, Director Shang and several assistants were all dumbfounded. There were too many points to criticize, and they didn't know where to start. Can one really eat in such a bloody scene? This is an operating room, not a cafeteria. Are you learning on the spot? This isn't just cramming at the last minute. This is like going directly to the Buddha when something goes wrong. Moreover, your speed of flipping through the book is too fast. What can you even see? But on Jing Mo's side, while eating the knowledge spicy strips, he felt as if he had entered a state of enlightenment, a very peculiar state. The world felt much clearer. Every blade of grass and tree around him entered his mind, and every action of the nurses and doctors was imprinted in his memory. Although reading was like skimming, that kind of photographic memory allowed the knowledge from the book to be transferred into Jing Mo's memory like a USB drive. In just a few minutes, the spicy strips were finished, and the book was read. Director Shang, give me a pair of gloves. Director Shang and several assistants were stunned. This guy wants gloves because he intends to do it himself? This is surgery, not playing house. Do you really think you can perform surgery just by glancing at some related books? You're playing with lives. This is a crime. Director Shang was genuinely angry, unable to suppress his fury. Jing Mo coldly said, you can't save her. Let me do it. No more nonsense. The intermediate hypnosis technique was activated. In an instant, Director Shang and several assistants were all hypnotized by Jing Mo. The assistants helped Jing Mo put on gloves and a medical apron. Surgery skill experience card activated. In an instant, Jing Mo felt his hands steady, countless surgical experiences flooding into his mind. Jing Mo picked up the scalpel. Make the incision. Director Shang was initially hypnotized, but later, when he woke up and saw Jing Mo's surgical technique, he was truly shocked. Bold, unique, his hands were even more precise than a machine. It was as if he saw the shadow of his idol in Jing Mo. His idol was the top doctor from the sun never sets country, who, although nearing retirement, had performed hundreds of surgeries throughout his life. When he was in school, the surgical knowledge he learned and the instructional videos he watched were all his idols. 10 minutes passed quickly. Jing Mo only completed the most difficult part of the surgery in that time. The remaining finishing work was still done by Director Shang. When the lights above the operating room went out, it meant the surgery was over. Fan Qingxue and Wang Nan, who had just woken up, felt their hearts lift again. Not long after, the door opened. Director Shan walked out of the operating room, looking exhausted. The surgery was very successful. The patient is no longer in life-threatening danger. The dean waiting at the door was shocked upon hearing the news. Jing Mo really succeeded in the surgery after going in. How could that be possible? Just a moment ago, during the operation, the dean had inquired about Jing Mo's information. He was just a freshman majoring in computer science at Y University. This computer science major had nothing to do with medicine. Although there were many questions in his mind, it was not the right time to ask. He could only celebrate the patient's safety with the family. Fan Qingxuan and Wang Nan let out a heavy sigh of relief. At this moment, Wang Nan had already seen Jing Mo enter the operating room. Although she didn't know what method he used, it was enough that he miraculously brought her daughter back to life. Fan Xiaoxiao was pushed out again, and at this time, the effects of the anesthesia had not yet worn off. Her breathing had visibly become much steadier. Since she had just undergone surgery, she still needed to be sent to the intensive care unit for observation for a few days to see if there were any rejection reactions. Once the patient woke up, it would mean she was almost fine. Fan Qingxue and Wang Nan took turns wearing isolation gowns to visit Fan Xiaoxiao in the ICU for a while before coming out. Jing Mo didn't go in to see her because he knew Fan Xiaoxiao was definitely fine. This matter had been a hassle for the whole afternoon. Fan Qingxue pulled her mother and said, "Mom, look at how hard Jing Mo has worked this afternoon. Why don't we invite him to dinner tonight?" Wang Nan's face was filled with uncontainable joy. Her youngest daughter was safe and sound, and her eldest daughter had found such a promising boyfriend. What a double happiness. Of course, the young man's name is Jing Mo, right? That's a really nice name. Come on, Auntie will treat you. Just say what you want to eat. With the heavy stone in her heart finally lifted, Wang Nan's tone became much more relaxed. She had been tormented for hours, fearing that her daughter wouldn't make it. The pressure from the hospital had been too great, saying the success rate was less than 10%. Now that the matter was completely resolved, she finally had time to take a good look at Jing Mo. There was no need to mention his looks. Although she was over 50, her eye for beauty was still sharp. She had been a socialite in her youth, and even though she was older now, many boys had pursued her back then. Having seen so much, she naturally understood how handsome Jing Mo was. She had never seen such a good-looking boy, even combining the past and present. "Jing Mo, do you want to eat out or come home with me? Auntie's cooking is exceptional. Xiao Shuai often calls from school saying she misses my cooking." Jing Mo also wanted to taste home-cooked food. It had been a long time since he made something at home. The last time was when his aunt made him braised beef before he reported to school. "Then let's go home to eat." "Sorry to trouble you, Auntie, to cook." "What are you talking about? You've helped our family so much. One meal is no trouble at all." "Then, Mom, I'll go to the market with Jing Mo to buy some ingredients. Tonight, the two of us will make grilled fish for Jing Mo." Saying this, she pulled Jing Mo out of the hospital. She couldn't let her mother stay with Jing Mo for too long, otherwise, it would be suspicious. After all, she was Jing Mo's lover? How could she explain that? Although she was willing to be this lover, her mother would think she was being improper. "We're leaving. How will your mom get back?" "Don't worry about it. My mom will ride her electric bike back." "Alright then, Auntie, we'll go buy vegetables first and head straight to your house later." "Okay, be careful." Jing Mo drove the Lamborghini Sixth Element, taking Fan Qingxue to browse the open-air market. This place was already far from the city center, considered a county town. The open-air market didn't have a good environment, and the crowd was large. Plus, it was around dinner time, so many people came to buy vegetables, making it hard to even find a parking spot. "I'm really sorry, our place is a bit remote and there are no parking spaces," Fan Qingxue said, her expression somewhat downcast and self-deprecating. "It's fine, I can park by the roadside. If I get a ticket, I'll just pay the fine. Consider it parking fees." Jing Mo casually parked the car by the side of the road. Jing Mo, worth over 100 million, felt that shopping at such small stalls was quite cheap. Half an hour later, Jing Mo and Fan Qingxue were carrying a lot of fresh vegetables back to the car. The remote location had its advantages. Even parking by the roadside went unnoticed. Many passers-by wanted to take pictures with the luxury car. The two of them stood out in the crowd, as if they were from different worlds. They spent over 200 on various ingredients, including several pounds of lamb and beef, and bought a lot of large shrimp. Jing Mo loved eating large shrimp the most. After returning home, Mom, I'm back. Fan Qingshua's home was in a neighborhood not too far from the city center. The housing prices here weren't overly luxurious but also not cheap. To afford such a large house in this area, the family must be at a middle-class level. The room's decor was also quite exquisite, not the kind of place that belonged to a very poor family. At that moment, Wang Nan was wearing an apron and walking out of the kitchen. You're back. I'm making soup for your sister. The food at the hospital cafeteria doesn't taste good, and I'm worried she won't have anything to eat when she wakes up. Jing Mo, how was the market? Are you tired? Quickly give me the vegetables you brought. I'm really sorry for making you come all this way just to buy groceries. It's nothing, Auntie. Qingshui is my woman. It's what I should do. Wang Nan found the term strange but didn't think much of it. Perhaps it was just the couple flirting. She didn't say anything further. Wait a moment, I'll prepare dinner for you too, and then you can eat at home while I go to the hospital to take care of your sister. I'm not too comfortable with your sister being in the hospital. Mom, Jing Mo came all this way. Can't you eat dinner first before going? Fan Qingshui complained a bit. It's fine, Xiaoxue, let Auntie go. I don't need to be taken care of here, and I'm also worried about your sister being alone in the hospital. How about this, Auntie, you go directly to the hospital to take care of Xiaoxia, and I'll cook at home. My cooking skills are actually quite good. Wang Nan felt really embarrassed but truly wanted to take care of her daughter, especially since she had just undergone surgery and was still weak. Oh, Jing Mo, I'm really sorry. Look, it's your first time at our home, and I can't even stay to have dinner with you. It's fine, Auntie. There will be other opportunities. You should go. Then I'll leave first. Wang Nan was genuinely pleased with this son-in-law. Although he was wealthy, he had no airs about him and was truly approachable. Do you want me to drive you? It would be faster. No need to be so polite, Jing Mo. I can ride my electric bike back and forth easily. If you drive me, I won't have a ride back tomorrow. Although Fan Qingshui was just Jing Mo's lover, she could feel that Jing Mo had feelings for her. He was constantly trying to please her mother. This was quite a feat for the usually proud Jing Mo. Xiaoxue, you must take good care of Jing Mo. He's a guest, and you shouldn't make him do the cooking. Mom, I know, you should go take care of my sister. Then I'll leave first. After saying that, she greeted Jing Mo and went downstairs to leave. At that moment, only Fan Qingshui and Jing Mo were left in the living room. Jing Mo, what do you want to eat? I'll go make it for you. Of course, I want to eat you. Jing Mo put on his shoes, ready to go back to school. He had taken the afternoon off with Jiang Qingqing, and if he didn't return to school, he would be scolded again. You see, you're struggling to walk. Go rest well in bed. I'll head back first. Fan Qingshui leaned against the wall, her eyes red. See you at school tomorrow. I'm leaving, and you don't even know to kiss me first? Saying this, Jing Mo pretended to be a bit angry. Don't be mad. I'll kiss you right away. Fan Qingshui stood on her tiptoes and kissed Jing Mo's lips. After being kissed so much today, she was no longer shy. I'll teach you a few things when I have time. Ha? What things? Positions. Is military training hard? Of course, it is. For example, after skipping training all afternoon, they still had to practice more in the evening. This time was supposed to be for entertainment, but Jing Mo stood alone in a corner. The whole class was sitting on the playground, chatting and joking. Although Jing Mo was standing, Yi Ruoro, the school beauty, was worried he might be hot and was fanning him with a book. Amidst the envious gazes of everyone, Yi Ruoro even opened a bottle of cola and brought it to Jing Mo's lips. Damn! Yi Ruoro had changed into a new outfit after training. She was wearing a daring tank top and white stockings, with cat ear headbands on her head, making the other students stare in awe. Fu Mingming, filled with jealousy, said, "Boss, drink less cola. That stuff is bad for your vitality." Jing Mo gulped down a big mouthful. Your brother here is full of energy. That stuff is nothing. Besides, he had plenty of vigor. System, I've run out of vigor. When will you release a task to give me some more? System, not for now. The host should exercise restraint. Don't end up dying halfway before becoming a rich man. What are you talking about? System, who do you look down on? There was no training in the evening, and the various classes gathered together to rest. Someone suggested that those with talents should come forward to perform, which everyone agreed to. A bold girl stepped up and played a popular song, dancing provocatively. Her figure moved with the rhythm, drawing cheers from many boys. Fu Mingming thought it was time to make a move and planned to find out how this girl chatted. The girl's passionate dance ignited the atmosphere, and many boys began to whistle to catch her attention. Although she doesn't look as good as the school beauty, her figure is amazing. This must be a trained body. Look at those abs. After the music ended, Zhang Xinyu was panting, her gaze directed at Jing Mo, who was standing at attention nearby. She didn't care about the other boys teasing at all, because the only person she liked was Jing Mo. Jung Sinyu's hot dance was recorded on someone's phone and posted on the forum, with many seniors asking for her contact information. Jung Sinyu was about 1.75 meters tall, with a sharp short haircut, her fair forehead glistening with sweat. Now that her military uniform was off, she wore a top that exposed her belly button. Which class is this girl from? Does she have a boyfriend? Don't ask. Are you dreaming? What's wrong? I'm so handsome. What if she likes me? Did you not see? This girl's gaze has been fixed on one spot. Many boys followed her gaze, and it turned out to be a boy being fanned and fed cola by the school beauty. Jing Mo, are you standing at attention or just chilling? The instructor couldn't stand it anymore and scolded. Jing Mo helplessly waved his hand. Don't misunderstand me. I didn't ask her to fan me or feed me. She did it voluntarily. Yi Ruoro, being obedient, quickly apologized in a low voice. I'm sorry. I just thought Jing Mo Ge was working too hard, so I wanted to fan him. Don't blame him. Upon hearing this, the girls around couldn't help but curse inwardly, green tea. But how could the instructor bear to blame such a girl? As the training was about to end today, he also allowed Jing Mo to stop standing at attention and join the others for a break. Jing Mo happily returned to the team, leaving Yi Ruoro with a face full of confusion about where to go. Jing Mo, having a bit of conscience, waved at Yi Ruoro to come sit with him. Yi Ruoro's eyes lit up instantly, and she jogged over to obediently sit beside Jing Mo. It was done. Yi Ruoro had really been trained to be a sycophant, and the key was that Jing Mo hadn't even done anything, just his pure charisma. The boys around had just shifted all their attention from Zhang Xinyu to Jing Mo, and they were almost going crazy with jealousy. As expected of a man I like, he really has character. Jing Mo from Computer Science Class 2, do you want to join in? Jing Mo, whose name was called, pointed at his own nose, wondering why he had to be singled out to perform. Hearing the goddess call out, everyone's attention shifted back to Zhang Xinyu, especially the girls. When they heard the name Jing Mo, their expressions were so excited, like fans meeting their idol. Now at Y City University, Jing Mo was equivalent to everyone's boyfriend. When it came to Jing Mo, whether they were freshmen, sophomores, or juniors, all the girls could say, if I had a boyfriend like Jing Mo, I would be willing to die for it. Speaking of Jing Mo, he was directly associated with the image of a Lamborghini man. Privately, in the campus heartthrob rankings, Jing Mo was now number 1, and this ranking was based on votes. Jing Mo was almost in a league of his own. The combined votes of the second, third, and fourth places didn't even match his. The campus heartthrob of Y City University was truly deserving of the title. The girls went wild cheering for Jing Mo, calling for him to perform. In an instant, the school playground was filled with synchronized shouts from the girls. Jing Mo, come on, Jing Mo, come on. There were also boys who wanted to see Jing Mo make a fool of himself, joining in, urging him to go up and perform. Fu Mingming was taken aback. Damn, boss, when did you start talking to Zhang Xinyu? She called you out by name. Jing Mo frowned at the classmates who were making a ruckus around him. Yi Ruoro beside him covered her mouth and giggled. Jing Mo slapped her thigh. You still dare to laugh at me? You deserve a beating. Nyo Yangyu saw the looks of envy and jealousy in the boys' eyes as they looked at Jing Mo. Boss, you're really going to become the enemy of all boys now. Yamamoto Kagoro said maliciously, Father, you should go up and perform. You don't have any talents, do you? The three of them were bantering back and forth. Jing Mo felt like he was being roasted over a fire. However, Jing Mo really could sing, and it was a popular song from his past life. But Jing Mo wouldn't easily compromise. Zhang Xinyu, I charge for singing. How about this? If you treat me to dinner tonight, I'll agree to go up and sing a song. Hush, hush, hush. Everyone around, both boys and girls, was booing Jing Mo. Zhang Xinyu whispered a few words to the girls beside her. A girl with a loud voice shouted, Our Zhang Xinyu says you have to sing well, or she won't eat with you. At this moment, the instructor in the class also sternly advised, Other classes have performed their talents, are we just going to be spectators? Jing Mo, go up and perform. So many girls are calling for you, you can't let them down. Be a man and go up bravely. Dez, standing by, was gloating, knowing his boss had no real talent. If he had to say talent, it was just being rich, but he truly had no skills. Boss, if you really can't do it, just go up and shout a couple of lines. If that doesn't work, tell a joke, be a real man. After saying that, the three of them exchanged knowing glances at Jing Mo. These guys. Jing Mo looked at the three people and felt a bit of teeth-gritting anger. They were truly shameless. The boy next to him, hearing his close friends say this about Jing Mo, felt that Jing Mo must have no talent at all, and he cheered even louder. Recently, Jing Mo had been in the spotlight, the goddess in the hearts of girls, the campus heartthrob of Y City University. They really hoped to see Jing Mo make a fool of himself. These boys truly hated Jing Mo. Almost all the freshmen were overshadowed by him. All the girls' gazes were on Jing Mo. If you asked any girl who she liked, she would say Jing Mo. Moreover, there were only 2 campus beauties in the freshman year, and they were both trying to get on Jing Mo's good side. Damn it, why did all the good fortune have to fall on Jing Mo? Now, finally, there was a chance to make him look foolish. They had to think of ways to get him up there. Jing Mo, you mustn't let the girls down. Jing Mo, do you really have no talent? Don't be a turtle, hurry up. Especially Zhou Xian and Zhang Jiwen, who already had a grudge against Jing Mo, were the loudest in calling for him. Jing Mo, I didn't expect you to have today. I've already taken out my phone to record, and I'll post it online to embarrass you. Seeing that he had no choice but to go up, Jing Mo patted his butt and borrowed a guitar from a girl in his class. Air D was still gloating, but when he saw the scene, he was really taken aback. Could it be that he really could sing? Jing Mo had learned guitar for several years in his past life and could sing many popular songs. In his past life, he couldn't focus on music because his voice wasn't good enough. But in this life, with the system, he could not only learn knowledge but also acquire others' musical talents. This was the miraculous part. As Jing Mo walked out of their class's formation with a guitar, many girls sat up straight. Many boys felt a tightness in their hearts. Oh no, this guy wouldn't really be able to sing, would he? Issuing temporary mission, heavenly voice. Issuing a 10-minute experience card for a god-level singing voice. Please sing a popular Huaxia song to conquer the natives of this world. Mission reward, a platinum luxury villa. As soon as the prompt sounded in Jing Mo's mind, he knew it was time to show off. A god-level singing voice, it was definitely going to enhance his vocal quality, giving him the qualities of a professional singer. Jing Mo walked in the middle of several formations with the guitar. Look, Xiao Yu, Jing Mo is coming. Wow, he's even holding a guitar, could he play it? So handsome. At this moment, Jing Mo had entered the zone. His gaze gradually became sharp. He took off his hat, sat cross-legged on the ground, his body straight, and slightly closed his eyes. His mind was filled with memories from his past life. Although this world was almost identical to his previous one, it was still not home, and he felt a bit homesick. Jing Mo's state was truly handsome. Not just the girls, even the boys, though they said they were jealous and insulted him, had never been able to say he wasn't good-looking. Yi Ruoro and Zhang Saiwu, who were in the corner, looked at Jing Mo. Jing Mo, can you really play the guitar? This man is really outstanding. In his past life, Jing Mo's personality was flamboyant and passionate, which led him to have many enemies. That's why since his rebirth, he had been telling himself to be humble and low-key. In his past life, Jing Mo loved passionate rock music or exhilarating DJ tracks. He always believed that youth should be bold and flamboyant, like the sun, which is the brightest at noon and gradually becomes more restrained after that. Jing Mo's mission at this age was like the midday sun. At this time, if he didn't show off a little, what kind of young person would he be? As he got into the groove, Jing Mo could no longer hold back. Shall we have a blast tonight? Jing Mo shouted, his fingers swiftly strumming the guitar strings. A fast-paced rhythm filled the air, energizing all the classmates around him. That year the wind blew over the begonia, your gaze, eager enough to match the daylight, gently calling me back to my senses with a glance. The youth before me carries a touch of spring. Never thought how unpredictable the world could be. Jing Mo ignited the atmosphere, something these mountain pigs from another world had never experienced before. What song was this? Why had they never heard it? Why was Jing Mo's voice so magnetic? Drez nearly dropped his jaw. The boss could sing? The surrounding girls were all fixated on Jing Mo. The music was simply too exhilarating, and combined with Jing Mo's singing, it stirred people's hearts. The lyrics were simply. Many had already turned on their phone flashlights, waving them slowly in their hands like concert ambience lights. Zheng Xinyu had never felt such an adrenaline rush. Every cell in her body was alive, and she let herself go completely. She looked at the man. He was indeed the one she had set her sights on, someone who knew how to have fun. A long dream of yellow millet. Looking up at this moonlight, when the past surfaces, it feels like a few dreams. Love and hate ebb and flow, can't look back. I accompany you onward. Accompanied by a dynamic melody, a dance anthem from a past life burst onto the scene. At this moment, Jing Mo was like a tiger with wings. His heavenly voice, enhanced by the system, seemed to transport everyone into a dreamlike musical world. His penetrating voice pierced the night sky like a sharp sword. Each lyric burned like flames, instantly igniting the atmosphere. The surrounding classmates exclaimed, "What song is this? So beautiful, so intense, this feeling is simply explosive." The crowd began to boil. Some couldn't help but dance to the rhythm, while others cheered and shouted with abandon. The little fans were completely immersed in Jing Mo's charming and handsome presence, unable to extricate themselves. At this moment, Jing Mo, standing at the center of the formation, became the focal point of the entire scene. The dazzling moonlight illuminated his sharply defined profile, exuding an enchanting charm. Countless eyes were fixed on him, as if wanting to imprint him deeply in their hearts. This night was destined to belong to Jing Mo, to his captivating singing. As one song ended, the music abruptly stopped, and the atmosphere around turned silent. Everyone was still lost in the song Jing Mo had brought. After a while, everyone began to clap in unison. Fu Mingming exclaimed in shock, "Wow, he really can sing." Niu Yangyu chuckled bitterly, "I now feel like he can do anything." The boys from the computer science department shouted, "Jing Xiao is awesome. I'm convinced. What's the name of this song? Why haven't I heard of it? I just searched the lyrics online, and I couldn't find anything." "Jing Mo, what's the name of this song?" a loud girl beside Zheng Xinyu asked. "This song is called Late Night Drizzle Asking the Begonia." Zheng Xinyu continued to ask the girl beside her. "We couldn't find it online. Is it your original work?" Jing Mo thought for a moment and answered with a thick face, "It's my original." As long as there were no other time travelers in this world, he couldn't be exposed. This song was Jing Mo's original? This was going to block all the boys' paths. Good-looking, wealthy, and now he could write songs. Not only could he write, but he could also sing. Was he born just to charm girls? You have all the means to flirt, huh? When Jing Mo mentioned that this song was actually his original work, the girl's eyes lit up, and her fondness for Jing Mo deepened. What do girls love the most? Of course, it's romance. A boy who can sing must be incredibly romantic. "Mom, I'm in love." Jing Mo, the nation's boyfriend. If only Jing Mo could sing just for me. Oh no, ever since I saw such an amazing guy like Jing Mo, how am I supposed to find a mediocre boyfriend in the future? What was that saying again? In youth, one will be troubled for a lifetime by unattainable desires. The voices of the surrounding girls were heard by many boys, making them even more displeased. This guy is showing off again. If I had known, I wouldn't have let him go up there. Who can overshadow him now? However, looking at Jing Mo, who was surrounded by admirers, they felt a wave of helplessness. This guy was just too outstanding, and they probably would never catch up to his shadow in this lifetime. Zhang Jiwen watched Yi Ruoro, whose eyes were filled with Jing Mo, and thought, what was that saying again? What do you have to compare with me? Now he had to ask himself the same question. What did he have to compare with Jing Mo? Better looks, more money, and now he could sing. This was a comparison of chicken necks. Jing Mo was simply crushing him in every aspect. Yi Ruoro looked at Jing Mo with admiration. Her fondness for him was such that if she were asked to be Jing Mo's lover, she would probably happily agree. When it was time to disperse, some girls who considered themselves good-looking approached Jing Mo to ask for his WeChat, completely disregarding Yi Ruoro, who was standing beside him. Jing Mo refused them all. There were already enough girls around him, and besides, he had lost his charm. Until the system released a task that could reward him with charm, he wouldn't meet any new girls. Jing Mo walked with his second brother, a son, and a younger sister, striding with an air of indifference, mainly due to Niu Yangyu, Fu Mingming, and Yamamoto. These three were protected by Jing Mo, acting like bullies at school. They hadn't faced any setbacks since the semester began. Even the head of the academic affairs office had received a beating and now avoided them. Who would dare to provoke them? Jing Mo dropped Yi Ruoro off at her dormitory. This girl served him like a maid every day, bringing him tea and water, and she was always looking at him with a silly smile. Jing Mo wanted to send her away, but she kept saying she wanted to repay him. Because of this, Jing Mo had Yamamoto Kagaro beat up Niu Yangyu. Niu Yangyu felt wronged. Ever since Jing Mo smashed his father's Maybach, he only dared to go home when his father wasn't around. Although he transferred the money to his father wasn't very pleased with the situation, and now there was a belt hanging at their doorstep. Jing Mo ran into Zhang Xinyu downstairs at the girls' dormitory. The two stood facing each other, like the male and female leads in an idol drama. The second brother and the son exchanged glances. "Big brother, I'm going to get the package. You guys chat for now." The adoptive father is really amazing. He's going to sweep up all the pretty girls in the school. "Big brother, take care of your health." Zhang Xinyu stood under the dim streetlight, having taken off her camouflage jacket, revealing her slender waist. Even the baggy camouflage pants couldn't hide her hot figure. Today's song was really good. How about we go out for a drink sometime? Facing the girl's invitation, Jing Mo wanted to refuse directly. "Temporary task, since you're here 3. Please accompany Zhang Xinyu to the bar and sing a love song for her there." Task reward, Dragon Energy Directs X2, a building in the New Technology Research Institute. Failure penalty, constipation. Jing Mo was taken aback. It had finally come. What kind of New Technology Research Institute was that? Although it sounded high-end and classy, but it still has to be the powerful directs. Now that I've used it all up, I really need it. Okay, when are we going? Jing Mo directly agreed to Zhang Sinyu's request. Zhang Sinyu was a bit surprised that Jing Mo agreed. The little girl was bold on the surface. Then, I'll go tidy up. Can you wait for me downstairs in the dorm for an hour? Boss, why are you back so early? Z returned to the dorm and found Jing Mo had come back earlier than them. Didn't you guys come back before me? Why are you back now? Fu Mingming said he received a package and wanted us to go with him. Niu Yangyu returned to the dorm, took off his shoes, and lay down on the bed. You trained all day, your feet stink. Go wash them. Yamamoto Kojiro leaned in next to Fu Mingming. What did you buy? The packaging is so nice. Just bought a watch. A watch? What brand? Fu Mingming opened the packaging. Omega, not very expensive, over 30,000. Fu Mingming started to show off. Niu Yangyu quickly interrupted. Is that true? Don't tell me you bought a fake from a WeChat public account. Fu Mingming's face changed and he quickly argued. I bought this on the official website. Let me show you the purchase record. Niu Yangyu curled his lip. This watch of yours is no good. Let me show you mine. Saying that, he took out a watch from the drawer and casually tossed it to Fu Mingming. This is Longines. I bought it for over 70,000. I usually don't wear it much. I would have given it to you if you had said earlier. Yamamoto was delighted to hear this. Really? Second uncle? Niu Yangyu rolled his eyes at Yamamoto Kojiro. Alright, it's yours now. Yamamoto Kojiro took it like he had found treasure and put it on his wrist. Fu Mingming initially bought the watch to show off, but in the dorm, he couldn't show off at all. Not to mention Jing Mo, he couldn't even show off in front of Niu Yangyu. His family also drives a Maybach. He wasn't interested in showing off to Yamamoto either. Although this guy's family wasn't rich, he knew people in the military. Having money is useless now, you still need power. Foster father, what watch are you wearing? Yamamoto Kojiro suddenly noticed that Jing Mo was also wearing a watch. If Fu Mingming hadn't just bought a watch, he wouldn't have noticed. Jing Mo casually glanced at his watch. You mean this? Rolex. He said this while looking at his phone, his tone clearly dismissive. Yamamoto Kojiro gasped. Even if he was a bit out of touch, he still knew about Rolex. If you talk about the most famous watch brands, no matter how prestigious Vacheron Constantin or Patek Philippe are, they can't compare to Rolex's recognition. Buying a watch is to show off. What use is it if you buy a Vacheron Constantin or a Patek Philippe that are expensive but no one recognizes? Rolex may be considered a bit tacky, but it sounds expensive. And they had no doubt that Jing Mo's watch was real, because with Jing Mo's status, buying a Rolex would be no pressure at all. Even if the Rolex Jing Mo wore was fake, others would still think it was real. Fu Mingming understood watches. Although he couldn't afford one, he knew the price. The watch Jing Mo wore was indeed flashy, the kind of gaudy appearance that screamed nouveau riche. But this watch wasn't cheap, it was priced at over 4 million. At that moment, he really regretted buying a watch. One roommate had a 70,000 watch that he didn't even want to wear, while another wore a watch worth over 4 million. It was truly ridiculous. Boss, can I see your watch? Fu Mingming shamelessly leaned in. Jing Mo was focused on his phone, casually took off the watch, and tossed it to Fu Mingming. Fu Mingming was almost scared to death. Something worth over 4 million was just tossed away like that. Just as he was busy with both hands, he broke out in a sweat on his forehead after holding it. Looking at Jing Mo's watch worth over 4 million, then glancing at his own, it was truly shabby. Boss, can I wear your watch for 2 days? Jing Mo casually replied, sure, wear it as you like. Foster father, I want to wear it for 2.5 days. Yamamoto thought the 70,000 yuan Longines was just trash. You two can take turns wearing it, Jing Mo said helplessly. Yamamoto Kagaro and Fu Mingming began to argue over who would wear it first. However, under Yamamoto's force, he managed to seize the right to wear it first. But Fu Mingming wanted to take a few photos to post in the freshman group first. Jing Mo told Niu Yangyu, who was getting ready to shower, to wait a bit, he would shower first. Boss, you're not planning to go out tonight, are you? Niu Yangyu noticed something was off and asked. Jing Mo didn't hide it and told Niu Yangyu that he might go to a bar and might not come back. Niu Yangyu really admired Jing Mo. Since the start of school, he hadn't slept a single night in the dormitory. He was out every night. Mainly, the boss's body was really tough. After a day of military training, he could still go to the bar at night. Truly impressive. The main issue was that they still had military training tomorrow. Even a body of iron couldn't handle it. He felt like his body was about to fall apart, with aches all over. After Jing Mo finished speaking, he went to the bathroom to shower. After showering, he had Fu Mingming fix his hair and put on the clothes he bought last time. Dressed like this, He looked like he was going on stage to receive an award. Jing Yamo tidied up a bit and took the keys to the Rolls-Royce before heading downstairs. After a day of military training, he couldn't drive the Lamborghini anymore. His body couldn't take it. When Jing Yamo went out, Fu Mingming and Yamamoto were also shocked, staring in disbelief. They all said Jing Yamo was amazing. Even Yamamoto said that during his training years, he hadn't worked as hard as Jing Mo. Jing Yamo arrived downstairs at the girls' dormitory, squatting in the corner of the flower bed, waiting for Zhang Xinyu while playing on his phone. Jing Yamo, my sister has woken up. The doctor said she needs to stay in the hospital for a few more days. I asked for leave from the counselor to take turns with my mom to take care of her. While I'm not around, you mustn't do anything bad. Fan Qingxue messaged from the other end. Jing Yamo thought about what a good young man like him could do that was bad. What era was it? After all, he had to obey the law. Jing Yamo, I wouldn't do anything bad. When are you coming back? Fan Qingxue, you better not. Fan Qingxue, what's wrong? Asking when I'm coming back, are you missing me? Jing Yamo, no, but I realized you resemble a character. Fan Qingxue, what character? Jing Yamo, North. Fan Qingxue, puzzled, messaged back, if I'm North, then what are you? South? Jing Yamo, no, I'm Thousand. Fan Qingxue was even more confused. What does that mean? Jing Yamo, obedient. Fan Qingxue. After finishing that chat, Jing Yamo opened another chat window. What's up? Feng Muyun, didn't I just buy a store these past few days? But the other party keeps dragging their feet and won't sign the contract. Jing Yamo, wait for me to help you negotiate tomorrow. You still can't get a store settled. Feng Muyun, do you think I'm too stupid? Jing Yamo, how could that be? You're quite smart. Jing Yamo, by the way, something happened today that I kept overthinking, but now I don't want to overthink it anymore. Feng Muyun, puzzled, said, if you're not overthinking, then what are you doing? Jing Yamo, thinking about you. Such cheesy lines, if said by another guy, would feel completely unremarkable, but coming from Jing Yamo, they really felt cute. After agreeing to meet the next day, Jing Yamo ended the chat with Feng Muyun. The characteristic of this woman, Feng Muyun, was that she clearly understood her position. She knew that in Jing Mo's eyes, she was just a lover. Since being lovers means having the position of a lover. If Jing Mo doesn't look for me, I definitely won't go to cause trouble with him. If Jing Mo comes to find me, I will definitely serve him comfortably. If I were to say what my feelings for Jing Mo are, I would say I like him, because when I'm alone, I hope Jing Mo will come to chat with me. But to say it's love, that's not the case, because I never seek a sense of security from Jing Mo. Even if one day Jing Mo no longer wants me, I wouldn't be surprised. I just want to open a flower shop, grow flowers by myself, and have a little cat to keep me company. If possible, I would send flowers to Jing Mo. Bei Xinyao, on the other hand, is quite clingy. Ever since that kiss, she can't stop thinking about Jing Mo. Almost every 10 minutes, she has to send a message, asking what Jing Mo is doing. Jing Mo patiently replies to all of them. He even asks Bei Xinyao if she wants to go play racing after military training. Bei Xinyao happily agrees, as long as she is with Jing Mo, it doesn't matter what they do. Jing Mo's singing has become somewhat popular online. In this era, information spreads quickly, and with Jing Mo's unique style, many accounts that post videos of him singing have gained a lot of views. Now, it's not just Weiss City University, even many netizens are captivated by Jing Mo. Thus, Jing Mo squats next to the flower bushes beside the girls' dormitory, playing on his phone. Hey, what are you doing? Are you trying to secretly take pictures of the girls' dorm? Jing Mo looks up to see a girl, about 150 centimeters tall and weighing around the same, pointing at him. The girl is shocked when she sees Jing Mo's face. He's so handsome, yet she's accusing him of being a peeping Tom. It's late at night, and you're a guy squatting here with a phone looking around. You must be taking pictures of me. Just wait, I'm going to take a picture of you and post it on the forum to ruin your reputation. Why do something so perverted? Jing Mo, confused, points to his own face and says, are you talking to me, Mississippi Square? The girl, furious at being called Mississippi Square, is fuming. How can you talk like that? I'm just a little chubby. Boys like my type. What do you mean by Mississippi Square? Jing Mo looks her up and down. She's short, has a barrel waist, and her thighs are thicker than his. A round face covered in acne makes it hard for Jing Mo to compliment her. What are you looking at? You look like you've never seen a beautiful woman. Saying this, the girl covers her face to prevent Jing Mo from looking. I'm not taking pictures of you. I'm just waiting for someone here. I saw you, you're just making excuses. Let me see your phone gallery. The girl rushes to snatch Jing Mo's phone. Jing Mo dodges her like a wild boar charging. The girl, even angrier, raises her voice. Why are you dodging? Is there something in your phone that shouldn't be seen? Why should I show you my phone? Jing Mo is also a bit displeased. Why not? Do women now have no right to verify their suspicions when they go out? Taking pictures of me without my knowledge is illegal. Do you know that? You're invading my privacy. The girl's loud voice quickly attracts the attention of other girls nearby. Hearing that a boy is secretly taking pictures under the girl's dorm, the atmosphere shifts as they start to support the girl. Seeing that someone has come to help her, the girl becomes even more arrogant. What's wrong with you? A big man, cooperating a bit? I now suspect you took pictures of me. I not only want to check your phone, but I also want to see if you have any hidden cameras, and I want to search your body. Jing Mo directly opened the photo album on his phone and held it up in front of the cube lady. See? I don't have any photos of you on my phone. The cube lady remained relentless. With how advanced phone apps are now, who knows if there's some hidden space? Jing Mo coldly asked, "What do you want?" The cube lady looked Jing Mo up and down, realizing he was quite handsome. "I think you're not bad looking. Since you've already taken my picture, it must mean you like me. I'll let you be my boyfriend this once, and we'll call it even." Jing Mo looked at her arms, which were thicker than a pig's trotters, crossed over her chest, and he broke out in a cold sweat. For the first time in his life, he felt what fear truly was. "What's wrong? You don't want to? Do you know how many men chase after me? The rich boys from Magic City and the elite from the capital have pursued me. Giving you a chance as a favor. If it weren't for your decent looks, I would have called the police to have you arrested already." More and more girls gathered around to watch. Many were whispering in this direction. Since Jing Mo was standing by the flower bed and there was no light shining on him, many girls didn't recognize him. These days, anyone can show up. There are even people sneaking around the girls' dorm. We must call the police to have him arrested, otherwise, who knows what danger we girls might face. The school really lets anyone in, they don't care about female safety. Thank goodness we caught him, otherwise, who knows what he would do. If you end up with me, I can keep an eye on you. You better behave in the future, or I'll report you for being a pervert. Let me make it clear, you have to give me your living expenses from now on, and I must have a luxurious meal at a French restaurant every week. You can only hold my hand after a year of dating, otherwise, I'll accuse you of harassment. I have a male best friend, and you must bring us breakfast every morning. The cube lady rambled on for a long time. Jing Mo finally spoke up. Have you said enough? While I still have patience, you should get lost. Jing Mo was truly furious. All the good mood he had just moments ago was ruined by this person. You dare to be rude to me. Do you believe I'll call the police and have you locked up? Since just now, you've been staring at my skirt. It turns out men are all animals that think with their lower bodies. Some girls around, hearing this, started urging the cube lady to call the police. Call the police. People like this are too dangerous in school. Come on, let me see what this guy looks like. I need to avoid him in the future. Some girls leaned in to see Jing Mo's appearance. The few girls who were ready to scold him were instantly stunned when they saw Jing Mo. They rubbed their eyes and stared hard at him. How could this person look so much like the campus heartthrob? They then looked at the cube lady, who was still cursing at the heartthrob with a face full of acne. Even though they were all girls, they felt embarrassed to stand up for the cube lady at that moment. Many times, even if a girl is a bit ugly, if she has a handsome boyfriend, she feels like the guy is the one who has climbed high. But this guy was the dream of all the girls at Weiss City University. Jing Mo stepped out of the shadow, and more girls noticed him. Just like the first girl who saw Jing Mo, the ones who had been chattering away suddenly fell silent upon seeing him. Their faces were all filled with shock, because any normal girl, as long as her worldview wasn't completely shattered, could understand that the cube lady was just trying to provoke him. You could believe that other guys would sneak photos of them, but Jing Mo? Did he need to go through all that trouble to sneak a photo? As long as he wanted, countless girls would willingly show him their pictures. Moreover, which of the beauties around Jing Mo isn't a top-notch looker? As for this girl's appearance, it's a bit hard to describe. Everyone, judge for yourselves. This guy secretly took pictures of me, and now he even dares to yell at me. At that moment, a girl from the crowd shouted angrily, "Shut up!" The crowd parted, and Zhang Xinyu walked out from behind. Zhang Xinyu had her hair in a braid today, wearing a sleeveless top and hot pants, her fiery figure exposed to the air. Any boy who glanced at her would definitely feel a rush of blood. The rectangular woman, seeing that someone else wanted to intervene, turned her gaze to Zhang Xinyu. "Who are you? What does this have to do with you?" Zhang Xinyu looked the rectangular woman up and down, then said with disgust, "Girls like you really embarrass us women. You have no self-awareness at all. How dare you try to take advantage of the school hunk?" Upon hearing school hunk, the rectangular woman's eyes lit up. She had heard that there was a particularly wealthy school hunk among the freshmen, and if he could be her boyfriend, then someone would pay off the luxury items she bought on credit. What do you mean by taking advantage? Even if he is the school hunk, he's still a guy, right? He's just a bit better looking than other guys, he's still a pervert. How can you guarantee he hasn't taken a liking to me? The rectangular woman said this with great confidence, and the girls around her stifled their laughter. This woman was truly both ugly and confident. They couldn't even imagine Jing Mo having any thoughts about her. With that appearance, it was really bold to think so. Zhang Xinyu rolled her eyes at the woman. Tell me, what does the school hunk see in you? Is it your barrel waist, or your elephant legs, or your protruding bones, looking like you've been run over by a truck on the road? How can you even say he would secretly take pictures of you? The rectangular woman, exasperated, said, What right do you have to say that about me? How am I a barrel waist or elephant legs? Can't you see I'm just slightly chubby? Zhang Xinyu continued to mock her. You only know you're slightly chubby? You're not even 160 centimeters tall, but your weight is definitely over 160. With your weight, if you jump, Y City would probably have an earthquake. The boys in the crowd laughed uncontrollably upon hearing this. Jing Mo exclaimed, It really takes a warrior to have such attack power. You shameless hussy. Do you think I dress like you, all flashy and selling myself? I have inner beauty. Zhang Xinyu felt nauseated. I really want to slap you in the face, but looking at your pockmarked face, I bet my hand would be covered in your grease. With a face like a pig's head, I'd feel dirty just hitting you. The crowd burst into laughter again. At this moment, Jing Mo spoke up. With your looks, I wouldn't even glance at you normally. How dare you say I would secretly take pictures of you? Saying this, he stepped forward and wrapped his arm around Zhang Xinyu's waist. Zhang Xinyu's body trembled. Jing Mo had just taken hold of her without any warning. You, just wait until I get back and expose you online, the rectangular woman said, turning and running back to her dorm. All right, the show is over, let's disperse, Zhang Xinyu shouted to the onlookers. It was the first time the crowd had seen such an abstract girl. They had certainly had their fill of gossip, and this incident would definitely be posted on the school forum, sure to go viral. Sorry for making you wait and getting into such big trouble, Zhang Xinyu apologized. Jing Mo casually replied, It's fine, there's no helping it when you encounter such blind idiots. Then shall we go for a drink? Sure, it's getting late, let's go. When Jing Mo arrived at the bar, it was exactly 11 o'clock at night, and the entrance was filled with groups of beautiful women. The men inside and outside were practically bulging their eyes out. Jing Mo drove his Rolls-Royce through the bustling streets, attracting a lot of attention. He parked the car at the entrance of the bar and got out. The moment Jing Mo stepped out of the car, all eyes around him were drawn to him. Who is this? So handsome. Damn, this guy is so good-looking and so rich. Does he want us ordinary people to just give up on life? So handsome, and he looks so young, just my type. After Jing Mo and Zhang Xinyu entered the bar, a manager came over to greet them. Jing Mo's arrival was practically free advertising for the bar. He was so handsome that many girls were drawn to him. The manager wanted to take Jing Mo and Zhang Xinyu to a private room in the back. He was a bit scared because all the guests here were women. Originally, he hoped for as many women as possible to come, as that would attract other men to spend money, but with only women, it was not good. Men couldn't even squeeze in. However, Jing Mo was unwilling. He didn't come to the bar just to soak in the atmosphere and look at so many girls. No, I'm just here to dance and have a drink, and I'll leave soon. The manager, seeing that Jing Mo was unwilling, stopped persuading him, telling him to call if he needed anything, and then handed Jing Mo a black card for the bar before leaving. Jing Mo casually tossed the black card aside. He was so wealthy now, did he really need a discount? Zhang Xinyu covered her mouth and chuckled. Jing Mo was less soft and more wild and unrestrained than the rumors suggested. Indeed, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Ordinary people would just say he was a rich guy. Upon arriving at the bar, Jing Mo was surprised that no girls approached him. With his looks and wealth, there should have been many girls coming over to ask for drinks. As the clock struck 12, the bar was at its busiest, and many internet celebrities came to join the scene. The men were there to livestream and gain views, while the female influencers were there to fish for wealthy suitors. Ah, what day is it? Even the champion of I'm a Singer is here. Hey, Xia, can you sing a song here today? I'm your fan. Sing one, sing one. Fan Tao was the most famous internet celebrity and singer at the moment, known for hits like Refusal, How Are You, and Forgetful. He later participated in a nationwide singing competition called I'm a Singer and became an overnight sensation with his song Drunk. He quickly gained fame across the country. Fan Tao smiled and greeted his fans, chatting closely with some of them. Many of Fan Tao's fans cheered for him to sing one of his hit songs on the bar's stage. It's worth noting that Fan Tao had millions of fans, and opportunities to appear in public like this were rare. Jing Mo also noticed the commotion. Zhang Xinyu beside him looked towards the entrance. The bar manager appeared again to greet the newly arrived internet celebrity. Do you know this internet celebrity? Zhang Xinyu nodded and said, Fan Tao is currently the hottest singer on short video platforms, with over 10 million fans. I didn't expect him to come to Linka Bar today. Jing Mo took the cocktail just mixed by the bartender, took a gentle sip, and looked meaningfully at Fan Tao. So you mean this bar usually doesn't have such big names coming? Zhang Xinyu nodded, of course not. Usually, it's just some college students from around here. Even the rich second generation wouldn't come to a place like this, let alone a big star with millions of fans. Jing Mo felt that this was not a coincidence, especially since the system had given him a task today to sing a song in a bar. To outsiders, singing in front of this multi-million follower internet celebrity was like showing off in front of an expert. It was possible that Fan Tao had come because he was there today. Sure enough, Fan Tao confidently approached, believing he was elegant and steady, and said, Excuse me, can I buy you a drink, miss? Zhang Xinyu smiled and replied, So even a big star flirts like an ordinary person? Fan Tao laughed generously, I'm no big star, just an ordinary person who can sing a bit. Zhang Xinyu teased, You're quite humble, but I prefer someone a bit more narcissistic. Fan Tao was not one to give up easily. He didn't believe any woman could resist the charm of a singing man. Then let me sing a song for you. Zhang Xinyu was about to refuse but smirked, I don't want to hear you sing. I want to hear him. The crowd had already turned to look at Fan Tao. When Fan Tao approached that beauty, countless girls around cheered, calling it truly romantic. When Fan Tao offered to sing to win the beauty's heart, many women looked at Zhang Xinyu with envy. Many sensitive people knew that this news would definitely trend tomorrow. Was Fan Tao publicly pursuing a mysterious lady by singing? Many onlookers were surprised that Zhang Xinyu actually rejected Fan Tao and instead pointed to the handsome guy next to her, wanting to hear him sing. So the girls were puzzled. Who was this guy? How could he compare to a celebrity singer with millions of fans? Although this guy was handsome, Fan Tao was a singer with millions of followers. Jing Mo knew that in the end, this conflict would point back to him. When he saw Zhang Xinyu specifically say she wanted to hear the other guy sing, he knew trouble was coming. Fan Tao's expression also soured. He forced a smile and said, Since the beauty doesn't want to hear me sing, then I'll dedicate this song to my fans. He cast a meaningful glance at Jing Mo. He was confident that singing here would definitely ignite the crowd, and even trend tomorrow. At this moment, whether Jing Mo sang or not would be awkward. Fan Tao was actually a bit annoyed. It was one thing to be rejected, but to compare himself to a pretty boy was unacceptable. He was a celebrity singer with millions of fans, and this was essentially questioning his singing ability. He thought that with his status, the other party should be excited and fawn over him. At the very least, he expected some compliments. But what did it mean now, comparing his singing skills to that pretty boy? Did he even deserve it? Fan Tao hated pretty boys the most because the girl he liked when he was younger ended up with a good-looking pretty boy. Because of this, he wrote his first tragic song. After it was released online, it received rave reviews, and Fan Tao was signed by a music studio, skyrocketing to his current status. At a class reunion, he had humiliated the girl he liked and her pretty boy companion. Since then, he had despised handsome boys the most. Now, the very person he looked down upon and even hated was the one whose attention he sought, and the woman he had his eye on actually said she wanted to hear the other guy sing instead. This was a blatant provocation for his proud self. Jing Mo had no idea that he was seen this way in Fan Tao's eyes, and that the other party had already regarded him as an enemy. Fan Tao glanced disdainfully at Jing Mo, his eyes filled with a strong sense of provocation. He walked towards the bar stage with the steady steps of a king. Oh my god, Fan Tao is going to sing. I'm going crazy. This trip was worth it. Many of his fans around him were in a frenzy. You have to know that tickets for Fan Tao's tour are so hard to get that even with money, you can't buy them, and now they could hear him sing up close. Many internet celebrities had already started their live streams. Fan Tao stood confidently and firmly on stage, graciously taking the microphone from the female DJ, then gazing deeply in the direction of Zhang Xinyu and Jing Mo. I originally wanted to dedicate this song to that beautiful lady, but she probably thinks my singing skills are not as good as her male companion beside her, so she doesn't want to hear me sing. She wants to hear her male companion sing. Therefore, I plan to dedicate the next song to the fans present. Fan Tao spoke this through the microphone in his hand, and everyone present heard it. Many girls looked towards Jing Mo and Zhang Xinyu, but when they saw Jing Mo, their eyes were filled with amazement. The male audience below went wild, first bursting into laughter towards Jing Mo, then starting to jump and shout, Fan Shao, Fan Shao, Fan Shao. It was as if the entire venue was filled with Fan Tao's fans. Jing Mo sighed, wishing he hadn't come. Now he was in trouble again. Zhang Xinyu looked angrily at Fan Tao on stage, Wasn't this clearly bullying them? Jing Mo, you should go up and compete with him, slap his face. Jing Mo took a couple of steps forward, locking eyes with Fan Tao on stage. Can't you understand human language? She said she doesn't want to hear you sing. Just because you have a bit of singing skill, you think you're something special? What, do you think my singing skills are not as good as yours? If you have the guts, let's compete. If I sing worse than you, I'll lie down here and bark like a dog. But if I sing better than you, sorry, I'll bark 10 times. Jing Mo's domineering remarks drew many curious glances. Who is this guy? Not sure, but he really doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Fan Xiao, hurry up and accept this guy's challenge. I want to see him bark like a dog later. This arrogant guy should be taught a good lesson. Fan Tao sneered, looking down at Jing Mo from the stage. So now there were challengers wanting to take him on? Truly courageous. I accept your challenge. Let's do this. Don't say I bullied you. You can pick any popular song, and we'll sing the same one. If you sing better than me, not only will I lie here and bark like a dog, but I will also retire from the music scene and never sing again. The crowd went wild, especially Fan Tao's fans. No way, Fan Xiao, it's not worth betting your future on someone like this. Jing Mo shook his head and said, I don't need you to let me. You sing your hit song, and I'll sing a song I wrote myself. Let's compete head on. The audience gasped. What? This kid says he wrote a song? How is that possible? This pretty boy is going head to head with Xia. He's really brave. This is too intense. He's leaving no room for himself. The audience couldn't believe their ears. Fan Tao was also a bit stunned. He found this kid quite interesting, trying to take the high-end route, but giving him an opportunity was useless. Zhang Xinyu stepped forward and grabbed Jing Mo's arm, looking a bit nervous. She didn't expect things to escalate this much because of her. You have to know that the other party is a singer with millions of fans, not to mention his singing skills are definitely good, and he won a championship on a show. Although Jing Mo sang well, she was still worried he would lose. If he lost because of her, Jing Mo would be embarrassed in front of many people. Moreover, the other party has millions of fans. If this matter is posted online, Jing Mo is likely to be bombarded by the internet. Jing Mo gently patted Zhang Xinyu's slightly trembling hand and gave her a reassuring look. But how could Zhang Xinyu truly feel at ease? After all, this gamble was far too great. If Jing Mo lost, then from today on, the matter of Jing Mo learning to bark like a dog would become a stain he could never erase in his life. Just thinking about this made Zhang Xinyu feel very uncomfortable, as she couldn't bear to watch Jing Mo suffer such a huge humiliation. Seeing this scene, Fan Tao felt more confident and became even more aggressive. Kid, you still have time to regret it. I'll give you a chance to apologize to me, and I'll forgive you. What do I have to apologize to you for? Just wait to learn how to bark like a dog. Fan Tao saw that Jing Mo was still being ungrateful, so he decided to show no mercy. Don't regret it. I've seen plenty of pretty boys like you in the entertainment industry who think they're special just because they look good. Useless trash with no real skills. Fan Tao squatted at the edge of the stage, his face just inches away from Jing Mo's. Their conversation was only audible to the two of them. As a public figure, he shouldn't say such things in front of the public because he had to maintain his image. Fan Tao stood up, his expression changing to a gentle one, smiling at the audience below. As the accompaniment started, the million-level sound system indeed had excellent sound quality. Then let's begin. Where are you? I will never see you again. Is it you? We meet again. The fans below sang along. This is Fan Tao's famous song. The pretty boy has no chance of winning. He's just embarrassing himself. This is self-inflicted humiliation. We have to thank him. Otherwise, how could I hear such beautiful music? Yes, being here live is simply a huge advantage. The atmosphere was so lively, yet Jing Mo felt increasingly confused. Is this it? The more he listened to this song, the worse it sounded. The lyrics were so cheesy. How could this be a famous song? How could this attract millions of fans? This must be a joke. Fan Tao was still awkwardly dancing on stage, and all the listeners were swaying their heads, looking like they were really enjoying it. After going through this life, with the brainwashing from J-Cho and G.E.M., listening to Fan Tao sing felt like nonsense. Fan Tao saw Jing Mo's strange expression in the audience and provocatively pointed at him. The song had now reached its climax. You and I, we will not part again. We are with you. No more parting. Fan Tao even hit a high note, but that high note was terrible. However, the audience below, and those in the live broadcast room, all cheered in unison, claiming it was so good. Jing Mo was about to cry. How could this be good? What a joke! At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Jing Mo's mind. Detected that the host is facing a challenge. To assist the host in cheating, the system is issuing a reward, an extensive collection of popular song soundtracks. Jing Mo's gaze first went blank, then his mouth opened in shock. This operation was simply unbelievable. 1,000 soundtracks have been recorded into the host's phone. Please sign for them. Jing Mo excitedly took out his phone and opened the folder. Sure enough, there were exactly 1,000 folders. Inside were all audio files. Each audio file was labeled with a song title. Blue and White Porcelain, 10 Years Encounter, Can't Say Goodbye, The Vast Sky. Girl Slowly, The Promise Under the Cherry Blossom Tree, Clear on July 7th. Jing Mo felt that with these songs, he could absolutely become a king in this world without any problem. The audience below had completely ignited because of Fan Tao's music. Everyone was immersed and unable to extricate themselves. Fan Tao's songs are just so good, it's like a cleansing for the ears. I really want to go back and listen to it 100 times. Exactly, this song is really making me want to cry. To be able to write about love to this extent, Fan Tao truly deserves to be the champion singer. After Fan Tao finished a song, he looked towards Jing Mo. Are you coming up? Jing Mo strode confidently towards the bar's stage. Look at that kid, he really dares to go up. No way, didn't he just hear Fan Tao's high notes? How can he dare to go on stage? Everyone, stop talking and listen to what he wants to sing. Let's wait to see him make a fool of himself. He really doesn't know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. His face is thicker than a city wall. Does he really think the world will tolerate him just because he's handsome? The audience was in an uproar. Completely different from when Fan Tao was on stage, everyone was discussing and questioning. At this moment, Jing Mo called out to the manager. The manager timidly walked over. After all, he had never experienced such a big scene and didn't know what he was being called for. Jing Mo whispered a few words in the manager's ear and then handed him his phone. Everyone was still puzzled. The manager nodded and took the phone away. Since he just got on stage, he was choosing which song to sing, struggling for a long time, thinking he shouldn't bully anyone too much. I won't bully you, let's go with Sea and Sky. Jing Mo took the microphone from Fan Tao, and at this moment, Zhang Xinyu in the audience was almost dying of nervousness. Jing Mo was indeed very calm. Looking at so many audience members watching him, Jing Mo showed no signs of stage fright. As the lights dimmed, the spotlight shone on Jing Mo. Not to mention, Jing Mo was really handsome. Many of Fan Tao's female fans were captivated. Just then, the prelude began to play. Hearing the long-lost and familiar melody, Jing Mo gently closed his eyes. It's back, everything is back. Jing Mo seemed to still be in his previous life. As the prelude ended, it transitioned into the main part of the song. Today watching the snow drift in the cold night, with a cooled heart, drifting far away. In the wind and rain, chasing. In the fog, unable to distinguish shadows. The sky is vast, you and I, can it change, who isn't changing? A deep, magnetic voice emanated from Jing Mo, amplified through the microphone to every ear present. Just as Jing Mo finished these lines, the entire audience was stunned. When the prelude started, many felt that the music was truly amazing. The most shocked was Fan Tao beside him. Being a musician, he naturally knew the level of this song's arrangement. The arrangement of this song was simply something that even the best bands in today's music scene couldn't create. Then Jing Mo opened his mouth, and it was a bombshell. It was actually in Cantonese. You have to know that the public now speaks Mandarin, and singers are supposed to cater to the audience and their creations, yet Jing Mo boldly sang in Cantonese. The key was that there was absolutely no sense of incongruity. There were internet celebrities live streaming, and there were also groups online that understood music. The overall melody of this prelude is really great. At this moment, everyone was infected by that passionate music, even getting goosebumps. This is too good to listen to. This kid has something. It seems I underestimated him before. On stage, Jing Mo closed his eyes, a tear rolling down his cheek. Even though this world was the same as the last, many things had disappeared, like now. Only by hearing the familiar music could he feel that the experiences of his previous life were not a dream. Jing Mo swayed gently to the rhythm. The system had now granted him absolute musicality. His talent for music was already the strongest in the world. At this moment, he looked down on everything, slowly opened his eyes, and raised the microphone in his hand. How many times have I faced cold eyes and ridicule? I have never given up on the ideals in my heart. In a moment of daze, a feeling of loss. Unknowingly, it has faded. Love in my heart. After this segment, the venue fell into silence. At this moment, a popular internet celebrity, whose viewership had exceeded 100,000, was watching. The bullet comments were flooding the screen. Who hasn't experienced setbacks in life? Who hasn't encountered mockery and insults? Sometimes people feel down, sad, their personalities gradually becoming selfish and numb. People call this maturity. But some people, even after walking through darkness, still hold on to their sincere hearts, persisting in what they love. Many audience members couldn't understand Cantonese, but Jing Mo conveyed emotions through this incomprehensible lyric to their hearts. The people from Hong Kong and Macau in the live broadcast room were utterly shocked. This is a divine song. I can't believe this was created in the mainland. It's so beautiful. Jing Mo's singing struck the soul, igniting a long-lost flame in the hearts of the public. Many audience members could no longer contain themselves and stood up to cheer. Even if they didn't understand Cantonese, it didn't affect their professional perspective on Jing Mo's creation. Everyone internally gave a very high evaluation. This song, from the background music to the composition, and now the singer performing, was of top-tier quality in the music industry. Wow, who is this? So amazing. Did he really create this song? This song is definitely going to blow up. I'm so excited. Why does this song make my blood boil? It awakened my passion. What has he experienced at this age to write such an incredible piece? The song was about to reach its climax. Jing Mo felt like his entire blood vessel was about to burst. That feeling of surging emotions was truly transcendent. Jing Mo held the microphone tightly, leaned back, and took a deep breath. Forgive me for this life of being unrestrained and loving freedom. I also fear that one day I might fall. Anyone can betray their ideals. Who would fear that one day it would just be you and me? Boom! These few lines hit the crowd like an atomic bomb. The people on site felt their breath quicken, a long-suppressed heaviness finally released. The song's infectious power was truly overwhelming. This person has such amazing singing skills. Why isn't he in the music scene? Such a genius shouldn't be buried. I really feel like my eyes have been opened today. I don't even know how to evaluate this song. Even though I don't understand Cantonese, the sentiment of this song has completely entered my heart. Jing Mo had no intention of stopping. The climax was not over yet. Still free and true to myself, forever singing my song, traveling thousands of miles. Forgive me for this life of being unrestrained and loving freedom. Who would fear that one day I might fall? In the audience, Zhang Xinyu was truly shocked, her mouth agape as if she could fit an egg in it. Jing Mo on stage was simply dazzling, like a shining diamond. How could his talent be so captivating? Countless female audience members below had fallen into madness, wishing to claim Jing Mo for themselves. As Jing Mo reached the climax, Fan Tao's face had already darkened, and by the time Jing Mo finished, Fan Tao's face was pale beyond belief. After the song ended, the music suddenly stopped, and everyone was immersed, unable to recover. Is this the end? Everyone was caught off guard, as if they had entered another world, half silent and half noisy. Jing Mo looked at Fan Tao. Big star, who do you think won between us? The audience below exchanged glances, especially the fans of Fan Tao, who had just been the most vocal. Even they couldn't shamelessly claim that Fan Tao sang better than Jing Mo. This song by Jing Mo was simply at the top level of today's music. Fan Tao gritted his teeth. You brat, don't get too carried away. Since this song already has an accompaniment, how could it be your original work? Jing Mo sneered. Don't worry about that, whether you lost or not, just admit it. If you can't handle it, then don't play. Jing Mo's flippant tone was particularly grating to Fan Tao's ears. I admit you sing quite well, but I'm not worse than you. Let's call it a draw, Fan Tao shamelessly asserted. Jing Mo glanced at Fan Tao with disdain. Are you starting to play dirty now? After the earlier panic, Fan Tao's expression gradually returned to calm. There isn't even a professional judge here. How can you say you won? Zhang Xinyu, unable to bear it any longer, angrily shouted from the audience. You have such thick skin, you just can't accept losing. Fan Tao didn't take it to heart at all, showing no shame, and instead became even more arrogant. Kid, is there anyone here who can say your song is better than mine? Everyone here is my fan. No one will support you, so don't be ungrateful. Hurry up and get out of the way. Fan Tao said this next to Jing Mo, and only Jing Mo and Zhang Xinyu, who was closest, could see his smug face. Zhang Xinyu's eyes flashed. She had long been annoyed by this guy. What did you say? Fan Tao looked at the furious beauty and couldn't help but frown. Beauty, the man you chose isn't good enough. If you offend me, my fans will dig up dirt on you tomorrow. Although there are no professionals here to comment, don't forget, there are many internet celebrities live streaming this. Jing Mo then turned to a female internet celebrity holding a phone and said, come here for a moment. The girl, excited to be called out, hurriedly stepped forward. Can I borrow your phone for a moment? My phone is currently live streaming. I want to ask the viewers in the stream for a favor. The female internet celebrity didn't refuse and directly handed her phone to Jing Mo. Jing Mo took the phone and pointed the camera at his face. Are there any professional judges watching this live stream? If you have any comments, feel free to post them on Weibo. We just need to decide who sings better between me and Fan Tao. After hearing this, Fan Tao's eyes turned cold as he glared fiercely at Jing Mo. I advise you to be careful. don't go too far. Jing Mo disdainfully replied, are you feeling guilty? Afraid that someone will comment on Weibo that your song isn't as good as mine? Fan Tao sneered, you think too highly of yourself. This world is all about capital, even if you have talent, so what? I have the support of the note company behind me, so even if someone comments, they'll be supporting me. Talent is insignificant in the face of capital. Fan Tao said this with great confidence. In Magic City, Central Academy of Drama, Bai Qianxian walked out of the piano department after a long day of practicing piano pieces. At this moment, she was listening to several popular modern songs. However, as she listened, she felt increasingly irritated because modern songs lack certain elements. The melodies made her feel that all music was quite similar, lacking characteristics and breakthroughs. Since ancient times, China has emphasized that slow work produces fine products, so songs still follow the slow rhythm of the past, with the opening accompaniment taking more than 10 seconds, and the emotional expression starting off very bland before gradually building to a climax. Then this genre has become a tradition in huaxia. If one does not imitate this compositional standard, no singer dares to take it on. By Qianxian side, she hadn't heard any good music in a long time. She took off her headphones and pulled out her phone to check the time. Upon opening her phone, a live stream popped up. Bai Qianxian accidentally clicked on it. Forgive me for this life of mine, unrestrained and indulgent, loving freedom. I also fear that one day I might fall. Abandoning ideals, anyone can do that. How could I fear that one day it would just be you and me? As the music began to play, Bai Qianxian, who had initially been indifferent, felt every pore in her body tremble. What kind of music is this? She knew almost every genre of the current music scene and could even sing along, but this rhythm made her feel a genuine joy for the first time. Then Jing Mo began to sing the lyrics. Bai Qianxian was surprised. The accompaniment had just started, and he was singing so soon? The rhythm was so fast that it caught her off guard. It was overwhelming. What has the person who wrote this song experienced? As a fellow music creator, she could feel the creator's emotions just from the rhythm. Moreover, Bai Qianxian was astonished by Jing Mo's vocal skills, which were among the best in the country. Even her father, a contemporary superstar, couldn't compare to him. Who was this person? Bai Qianxian hurriedly called her mentor. Her mentor held a significant position in the current music scene and was also the vice president of the Central Academy of Drama. I've encountered an extremely talented musician. Mentor, you must take a look. Bai Qianxian's mentor, Wang Chanyu, was the president of the Central Arts Association and had taught many music giants. Wang Chanyu opened the live stream on his phone at Bai Qianxian's recommendation. Upon hearing Jing Mo singing, he was utterly shocked. If this song was composed by this kid himself, then his musical attainment surpasses mine. Jing Mo's online popularity was gradually rising, and many viewers were saving the live stream replay to extract his singing and post it on social media. Once this song was released, it exploded on the short video platform. Who is this person? Why have I never heard of him? Wow, this guy is really handsome. A generous reward for this person's information. I'll pay 100,000 to anyone who can provide it. A wealthy patron had stepped in. With the audience drawn in from the live stream, the number of viewers in the streaming influencers room was gradually increasing, reaching 300,000. Some were attracted by Jing Mo's singing, while others were drawn in by his looks. When Jing Mo called for professionals to comment on his song during the live stream, many musicians began preparing to post on Weibo. Bai Qianxian knew the value of this song. It broke through the previous bottleneck and created a new genre. She quickly called her father again. Dad, are you awake? I just finished a meeting. What's up? You need to watch a live stream quickly. A puzzled voice came from the other end of the line. Fan Tao? Are you asking me to watch this person? He has some singing skills, but his character isn't great. Why do you want me to watch him? It's not about him. Just click in and see. There's a young man singing in the live stream. The voice on the other end paused for a moment, then a noisy sound came through. Give me the phone. Okay, boss. Then Bai Qianxian also heard Jing Mo singing from the phone. It seemed her father was now watching the live stream on his phone. After listening for a while, the voice of Bai Tianwang came again. This person's singing skills are truly top-notch, and his control over music is simply perfect. The lyrics may not be the best, but through his performance, the overwhelming feeling this song conveys is truly unparalleled. I wonder who wrote these lyrics and arranged the music. This young man is truly born for music. Bai Qianxian did not expect her father to give such high praise to Jing Mo. Then, in the live broadcast room, Jing Mo called for comments from the big shots to determine a winner between him and Fan Tao. Bai Qianxian said, Dad, why don't you post on Weibo? You definitely have the right to comment. Then I'll speak up for this young man. It's been a long time since I've seen such a musically talented junior. After the conversation ended, Bai Qianxian stared blankly at the spirited figure on stage, her heartstrings touched for the first time. What girl doesn't like handsome men? However, compared to ordinary girls, she prefers talented men. But who says you can't have both fish and bear's paw? Jing Mo is not only handsome but also talented, instantly capturing Bai Qianqian's heart from across the screen. Jing Mo was unaware of all this. Bai Qianqian was still young but displayed astonishing musical and performance talent. However, Bai Qianqian was not just talented, she also had stunning looks, being hailed as the school beauty of the Opera Academy. It was rumored that Bai Qianqian's family background was quite prominent, with her elders having held important positions in the Central Bureau of Culture and Arts. Her grandmother was a national first-class speaking opera actress, skilled and renowned. Her mother was a well-known actress in the entertainment industry, though she gradually retreated to the sidelines as she aged. Her father was the current top star in the entertainment circle, i.e. Thus, Bai Qianqian had already booked a high-speed train to Weiss City, preparing to personally find the man in the live broadcast room the next day. Jing Mo was at the scene, scrolling through his phone, waiting for which music industry big shot would announce a statement about his song, as anyone with eyes could see that his song was better than Fan Tao's. However, 10 minutes had passed, and not a single person had posted on Weibo. Fan Tao wore a smug smile on his face. He was a big internet celebrity with millions of fans who would dare offend him. Jing Mo, can I go now? It's still a tie, but if someone posts later, it might not be a tie anymore. You should find a way to back down. After offending me, you might get hit with rotten eggs when you go out. At that moment, Bai Tianwang had already arranged for his secretary to post a carefully crafted message on Weibo. This post would highly praise Jing Mo's song The Vast Sky, emphasizing its significant meaning that transcends time. The text pointed out that Jing Mo not only possessed extraordinary singing skills and a unique voice but could also touch the deepest, softest parts of the audience's hearts with his heartfelt performance. In contrast, Fan Tao's work was ruthlessly criticized. His singing cannot reach the hearts of the audience, the emotional expression lacks depth, making it hard to resonate with the viewers. The entire internet exploded. Bai Tianwang, who is that? The top star in the entertainment industry, and he actually thinks so highly of Jing Mo's song? Oh dear, big internet celebrity, you miscalculated. Jing Mo smiled and leaned in, looking smugly at Fan Tao. Fan Tao now had a face like a bitter melon. He looked incredulously at Bai Tianwang's new Weibo post. This is impossible. How could this happen? How could Bai Tianwang support an unknown kid? At this moment, Zhang Xinyu added a jab. Now what do you have to say? Hurry up and lie down and bark like a dog. The audience at the scene began to cheer. You bet, you lose. Don't play if you can't afford it. Fan Tao's face turned bright red. He knew that barking like a dog in front of so many people would ruin his career prospects. He would definitely lose fans. But if he didn't bark, he would probably end up with the title of Can't Afford to Play. Woof woof woof. Fan Tao's face was so red it looked like it was bleeding, and he glared fiercely at Jing Mo. We'll see about that. Fan Tao couldn't bear to stay any longer. He pushed through the crowded people and fled. What happened today was truly explosive. Many girls from the bars surrounded Jing Mo, asking who he really was. Little brother, how old are you? What's your name? Come have a drink with your sister. Hey, handsome, come to our table. Your drinks are on me today. Little brother, sing another song, and I'll give you a spade. For the first time, Jing Mo felt that these bar women were really crazy. The girls at school at least held back a bit. The girls in the bar acted as if they hadn't seen a man in 800 years, surrounding Jing Mo, some even reaching out to touch him everywhere. Handsome, sing another song. Yeah, sing another one, and I'll buy you milk. This group of women was too wild, pushing Zhang Xinyu out of the crowd. Jing Mo. Looking at Jing Mo surrounded by a group of women, Zhang Xinyu couldn't get close to him no matter how hard she tried. Oh, so your name is Jing Mo, little brother. When are you debuting? If you do, I must be your first fan. If you start a live stream, I'll give you a carnival gift. Little brother, do you prefer Mercedes or BMW? Come with me tonight, and I'll buy you one. Jing Mo never expected to be treated this way. He shouldn't have acted like this. It's all because of that foul mouth. Why did he have to sing? Now he was cornered by a group of women, and they wouldn't let him leave until he sang a couple more songs. Ladies, could you please let me through? I want to go on stage and sing a couple more songs, okay? You all are making me shy. As soon as Jing Mo said this, the group of women reacted like wolves seeing a little lamb. Oh, little brother, you're so innocent. You can still be shy. You're already an old man. Stop chasing after young grass. I'm young. Look at me. Sister is only 22. Chapter 95, Mistakes Made After Drinking. Task completed, rewards have been issued, please sign for them. Jing Mo quickly received a text message on his phone, informing him that someone had purchased a standalone villa in Platinum Garden for him, and the specific address was included in the message. A few open-minded girls surrounding Jing Mo finally released their hold on him when they heard he agreed to sing. Jang Sinyu looked gloomy. She regretted bringing Jing Mo to the bar. It was just asking for trouble. Jing Mo sang a few of his more popular songs from his previous life, especially suitable for playing in a bar's DJ set. Girl, slowly, spring courtyard snow. The bar was exceptionally lively today. The manager was even thinking of inviting Jing Mo to come and sing every day. Jing Mo's popularity was so high that a bold rich woman threw 2,000 yuan at him as a tip while he was on stage. Jing Mo's face darkened. He was actually being treated like a street performer. He wouldn't come back to this bar again. However, he did have a lot of fun today, with a group of women taking turns pouring drinks for him. Zhang Xinyu was like a guard beside a prince, filled with hostility towards any woman who approached Jing Mo. Jing Mo sang lively songs while dancing wildly. The bar was completely buzzing with excitement. The bar manager instructed the waitstaff to turn on all the ambient lights and crank the sound system to the maximum. Jing Mo ran back to the DJ booth and grabbed the microphone. "Are we ready to party tonight?" "Yeah, party, party, party." Jing Mo was in high spirits. "Tonight's expenses are all on me. Let me hear you scream. Ah, Jing Mo, Jing Mo, Jing Mo. Everyone, drink up. Waiter, bring out all the best drinks in the house. I can afford it." The audience went wild. Wow, wow. Jing Xiao is really generous. Jing Mo, I'm your true fan from now on. Jing Mo, I love you. The whole bar was about to explode with excitement. Jing Mo, along with this group of enthusiastic fans, seemed to lift the roof off the bar. These young people had a passion that felt invincible. Jing Mo wrapped his arm around Zhang Xinyu's waist, dancing and singing freely on stage. Zhang Xinyu had never felt such an adrenaline rush. Every cell in her body was alive, and she let herself go completely. She looked at the man beside her, truly the one she had set her sights on, and he knew how to have fun. Jing Mo woke up again to the sound of his phone alarm. Groggily, he fumbled around in bed. His hands suddenly landed on something very soft. Jing Mo was startled because of the sensation. Instantly wide awake, he opened his eyes to see that Zhang Xinyu was sleeping beside him. What the hell? How did I end up in the same bed as Zhang Xinyu? Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his head. He tried hard to recall what had happened last night. It seemed like he had gone to the bar with Zhang Xinyu and had quite a bit to drink. The details after that were a blur. While Jing Mo was pondering, his phone kept ringing. He grabbed his phone from the table beside the bed. The caller ID showed Jiang Qingqing. Jing Mo instantly understood why someone was calling him. Looking at the time, it was already past 11 in the morning. Oh no, I skipped class again today. Jing Mo hurriedly answered Jiang Qingqing's call. Hello, you didn't go to military training again this morning. What's going on? Cough, cough. A relative at home is sick, and I'm taking care of them. His voice disturbed Zhang Xinyu, who was still sleeping beside him. Zhang Xinyu let out a comfortable moan, stretching her body. But that sound was clearly transmitted through the phone. Jiang Qingqing was furious. Jing Mo, can you at least come up with a better excuse for lying? How come there's that kind of sound next to your relative? As Zhang Xinyu stretched, her hand grabbed onto something. What is this? Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her consciousness gradually returned. Once fully awake and realizing her surroundings, along with what she was holding. Ah! Zhang Xinyu screamed, quickly wrapping herself in the blanket. Jing Mo, you actually. After saying that, Jiang Qingqing hung up the phone directly. Hey, it's not what you think. Jing Mo hadn't finished his sentence before the call was disconnected. The air was filled with awkwardness. Jing Mo and Zhang Xinyu stared at each other. Why were they sleeping in the same bed? And where was this place? Jing Mo glanced around the room. It looked like a hotel. He lifted the blanket to check, and he was still fully dressed, so it seemed nothing had happened last night. Thinking back to the scene of those women clinging to him and not letting go, Jing Mo felt a chill run down his spine. Thankfully, he hadn't been picked up. If a guy had taken him home, his integrity might have been at risk. At this moment, Zhang Xinyu had also finished checking her body, and she hadn't been taken advantage of by Jing Mo. Surprisingly, she felt a bit disappointed. The two of them silently got out of bed and walked out of the hotel together. Jing Mo's hotel from last night was right across from the bar. His Rolls-Royce was still parked by the roadside. They didn't even have lunch before getting into the car and heading back to school. The atmosphere between them was quite awkward. They had just met last night, and now they had ended up sleeping in the same bed. The key question was, what exactly happened after he got drunk last night? Forget it, it didn't matter, they had just slept in the same bed, after all. Jing Mo could only comfort himself this way. How about we grab some lunch before you head back to the dorm? As they reached the school gate, Jing Mo suggested. Zhang Xinyu quickly declined and hurried away, not even saying goodbye. Is it really necessary? Jing Mo said, watching her retreating figure. However, the school gate was bustling with activity today, with so many people gathered around. As soon as he walked through the school gate, he noticed a crowd forming not far away. Jing Mo was still a bit tipsy and didn't pay much attention, just wanting to get back to his dorm for a nap. Qian, that's Jing Mo. I found him. Jing Mo vaguely heard someone calling his name and turned around to see the crowd had dispersed. Everyone was now looking at him. He felt a bit at a loss, wondering why so many people were staring at him. A girl wearing a black short-sleeved shirt and shorts, with her long legs wrapped in stockings, stepped out from the crowd. Upon seeing him, her eyes lit up with surprise. You must be Jing Mo, the singer who sang A Sea of Stars at the bar last night? So you're a fan, huh? Sorry, I don't have time for autographs right now. I need to get back to my dorm to sleep, Jing Mo said, sizing up the girl in front of him. How to describe this girl? She had a slender figure and an impressive appearance, giving off a very artistic vibe. She resembled a cultured young lady from ancient times who understood literature and art. But looks were just superficial, they had nothing to do with him. He had drunk too much last night and just wanted to rest in his dorm. As for the military training in the afternoon, he might as well skip it. He had promised to meet Feng Muyun to check out his shop later. Bai Qianqian couldn't hide her excitement upon seeing Jing Mo. The song you sang at the bar last night, A Sea of Stars, was really beautiful. Are you interested in releasing an album? Hearing Bai Qianqian's words, a voice echoed in Jing Mo's mind. Temporary mission, fame. Please release a song album and gain 10 million fans on any internet platform. Mission reward, perfect physical condition. Mission penalty, none. After hearing this, Jing Mo expressed great interest to Bai Qianqian. The system was getting more and more outrageous, since binding to the system, the tasks he didn't want to do all had penalties, but those he was genuinely interested in had none. And this perfect physical condition was a must-have cheat for all male protagonists in novels. Jing Mo had wanted it for a long time, and today he finally got the chance. Bai Qianqian smiled gently. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Bai Qianqian. Since you're interested, let's exchange contact information. This isn't really a place to talk. When you have time, we can meet somewhere to discuss in detail. I'll be at Wanyuanju waiting for you during this time. Jing Mo nodded and took out his phone. If you stay at Wanyuanju and need anything, feel free to call me. I can still talk over there. Bai Qianqian was taken aback for a moment and jokingly said, What's wrong? Could it be that you're still the boss of Wanyuanju? Bai Qianqian only mentioned it in jest, not even believing it herself as she spoke. Jing Mo curiously asked, How did you know? Bai Qianqian covered her mouth and chuckled. Jing Mo, you really are a bit humorous. I'll head back first, but you must invite me when you have time. After saying that, Bai Qianqian turned and left. Wait, dude, you added Princess Bai's WeChat. A few boys nearby exclaimed in surprise. Jing Mo asked in confusion, Do you guys know this girl? Is it for real? Dude, you don't know Bai Qianqian? Jing Mo shook his head. Is this girl really famous? The boys looked at Jing Mo as if he were a monster. Dude, she's the daughter of the King of Heaven. You don't even know Bai Qianqian? Don't you play on your phone? Jing Mo had only crossed over a few days ago and didn't even know who the King of Heaven was. Who is the King of Heaven? Seeing Jing Mo's expression, the boys didn't know where to start. The King of Heaven was a top celebrity in Huaxia, known by almost everyone, young and old, with many popular songs created by him. Jing Mo actually didn't know. They really couldn't figure out which cave he had come out of. After Jing Mo returned to the dormitory, Erdi and Yitzi were playing games. When they saw Jing Mo come back, all three looked over. Boss, you're really impressive. Little brother admires you. You didn't go to military training today, and Zhang Daibody looked unhappy all morning. Jing Mo knew her bad mood wasn't just because he skipped military training. There were some misunderstandings involved. He had to find a chance to properly apologize to Zhang Daibody. Boss, have you eaten lunch? How about the three of us accompany you for lunch first? Fu Mingming asked. In a team, someone must always care about the leader's well-being. This person might not have much of a role in the team, but they would never be eliminated. Jing Mo shook his head and said, I drank a bit too much yesterday and haven't woken up yet. I'll sleep for a while. Wake me up before you go to military training. After saying that, Jing Mo put on his slippers and fell asleep shortly after. Since the boss came to school just to sleep, why not sleep outside and come back when he wakes up? Niu Yongyu explained, the boss's return time just happened to coincide with the hotel checkout time. Plus last night, the schoolgirls invited the boss out. I boldly guessed that the boss must have stayed at the hotel with that girl, and after waking up, it was inconvenient to continue sleeping. Plus, he has military training in the afternoon, so he brought the girl back after checking out. This speculation was logical, and Fu Mingming and Yamamoto Kojiro agreed. Second brother is really smart, he can guess this. Nyo Youngyu smiled awkwardly, as he was too sensitive about the checkout time. If someone came back at noon and continued to sleep, it was either because they hadn't slept all night or they had just checked out from the hotel. If they went to the hotel themselves, they wouldn't continue sleeping, but if they stayed with someone else, they naturally needed to catch up on sleep after a restless night. After waking up, Jing Mo felt much better. Boss, let's go. We need to go to military training. The instructor wants us to gather on the playground. Jing Mo got up, put on his shoes. You guys go ahead, I'm not going. I have things to do in the afternoon. Hearing Jing Mo say this, Nyo Youngyu gave him a thumbs up. Boss, you're a werewolf. You've only been here for half a day during military training, and you're not afraid of Jiang Daebody getting angry. Jing Mo thought of Jiang Qingqing and recalled her very shapely figure and frosty demeanor. He also thought of that kiss. Anyway, this Jiang Qingqing is also the target of the system's strategy, so if she's angry, let her be. I'll just coax her later. Military training is just for fun, forget it. If I have time, I'll go. If I don't have anything to do, I won't go. Nyo Youngyu felt that his big brother was really something else. Only he could say such things. Besides, Jing Mo received the award personally from the principal, which undoubtedly gave him a golden ticket in school. Who said Jing Mo made a mistake and didn't give the principal face? The principal personally awarded him. If you say the awardee isn't a good student, isn't that slapping the principal in the face? It's just skipping a few classes, nothing serious. But you're the class monitor. Jing Mo was taken aback for a moment, then thought, what does it matter if I'm the class monitor? Isn't that just occupying the latrine without doing anything? You tell the classmates, just say I don't want to be the class monitor anymore, and let the class flower take over. Nyo Youngyu knew Jing Mo too well. You mean Kai Nyo Miao, right? Jing Mo nodded and said, yes, that's her, but I forgot her name. Kai classmate will probably be heartbroken to hear you say that. She seems to have a crush on you now, and she keeps asking me about you. Jing Mo said helplessly, she has a crush on me? What do these women see in me? Am I just a bit handsome, a bit rich, a bit talented, and driving a Lamborghini? Why are so many girls chasing after me? Nyo Youngyu. If Jing Mo weren't his big brother, he would probably have thrown a brick at someone so pretentious. Big brother, from now on, listen to me, let's be a bit more low-key when we go out. Jing Mo said unhappily. What do you mean by that? Do you think I'm not low-key enough? Nyo Youngyu didn't even know how to respond. Damn it, since I met you, do you know what being low-key means? It's only been a little over a week since school started, and you've almost turned the school upside down. You're the center of attention wherever you go. The key is that there's still no buzz about it. You're already quite low-key, but you need to be even lower-key in the future. Jing Mo agreed with his point. It seemed he needed to be a bit more low-key in the future. Alright, it's getting late. I need to drive my Lamborghini Sixth Element to get busy. Nyo Youngyu was speechless. His earlier advice had no effect at all. Looking at Jing Mo's carefree figure, should he skip a class and have some fun too? Nyo Youngyu had always defined himself as a kind of arrogant rich second generation, but being around Jing Mo, he gradually became more low-key because he felt that he had never pretended as much in his life as Jing Mo had in these few days. He took out his phone and sent a message to someone saved as Little Magoo. Nyo, give you half an hour, book a room at the home and next to the school, I'll go over later. Shio, but I'm still in military training. Nyo, do you still want to be with me? Shio, I do. Nyo, then why aren't you going to book it? Shio, then let me ask for leave first. Shio, can we go watch a movie together tonight? No, depends on my mood, and don't teach me how to do things in the future. Shio, got it. Don't be angry. Jing Mo strolled to the school parking lot. After opening the Lamborghini's door, he sat inside and let out a heavy sigh. Who knew the passenger door would open, and Jiang Qingqing would sit in? Today, Jiang Qingqing had her long hair styled up. That swan neck, those collarbones, Jing Mo unconsciously swallowed. Jiang Qingqing was wearing a black professional outfit today, and that fitted outfit was almost bursting at her 36D chest. Jing Mo's eyes widened at the sight of Jiang Qingqing, who wore a pair of black stockings from Balenciaga on her thighs. At 26, Jiang Qingqing was at the peak of her beauty, the prime age for a woman. She had shed the innocence of youth, and a mature woman's charm naturally radiated from her. Jiang Qingqing was still an ice queen. Her figure combined with her stunning face had an irresistible allure for men, captivating them completely. Do you think it's pretty? Jiang Qingqing's voice was cold, tinged with a hint of anger. Jing Mo nodded and said, it's pretty. Jiang Qingqing laughed in anger. Jing Mo, what are you trying to do? Planning to skip class again this afternoon? Jing Mo, unfazed, replied, What do you mean skip class? I asked for leave this morning. Told you someone at home is sick. Jiang Qingqing scoffed.
Jing Mo, if you're going to lie, at least draft a script.
Your family is sick and you're treating them at a bar?
Seeing her lie exposed, Jing Mo's expression remained unchanged.
When did I go to a bar? I was at the hospital all day yesterday. Alright. Then explain this. Jiang Qingqing took out her phone and opened a music app. Is this you?
Forgive me for this life of indulgence and love for freedom.
I also fear that one day I might fall. Abandoning ideals, anyone can do it. Who would fear that one day it's just you and me? Music streamed from Jiang Qingqing's phone. Jing Mo's confidence clearly wavered as she spoke.
Jiang Qingqing, seeing Jing Mo deny it, let out a cold laugh and slid her long fingers down the phone screen. The next video was of Jing Mo singing at the bar's DJ booth, filmed from a closer distance, clearly from the front row. In this angle, Jing Mo's features were sharp and three-dimensional, illuminated by the spotlight, like an angel descending.
Ahem.
Give me a break here, you're making it impossible for me to get off the stage.
Jing Mo reluctantly admitted. Jiang Qingqing, fuming, said, You think I'm a fool? Do you know how popular you are online right now? And you still say you went to the hospital. Plus, what did you do last night?
The art class counselor contacted me, saying you spent the night out with Zhang Xinyu from her class.
What exactly were you doing? Did anything happen between you and Zhang Xinyu last night? As she asked, Jiang Qingqing didn't even realize her expression was a bit tense.
As a counselor, she had no right to pry into such private matters, but she felt uneasy and wanted to know the answer.
Jing Mo helplessly replied, I didn't know so many people would take videos of me and post them online last night. And it wasn't me who took Zhang Xinyu out. She asked me out, alright? Besides, I drank a lot last night. What could I possibly do?
Although Jiang Qingqing felt somewhat skeptical of Jing Mo's words, her mood inexplicably improved. For the previous incident, write me a 500-word reflection, otherwise, when the higher-ups ask me, I won't be able to explain.
And then you need to obediently go to military training this afternoon,
Jiang Qingqing said sternly. Jing Mo knew she couldn't escape the reflection. Jiang Qingqing was just a junior counselor, and she couldn't put her in a difficult position because of him. However, he had promised to meet the shop owner with Feng Muyun in the afternoon, and breaking a promise was not an option.
Counselor Jiang, I really have an urgent matter to attend to this afternoon. Can we make this the last time?
I promise I'll be good and go to military training from now on. Jing Mo's tone softened as he tried to charm Jiang Qingqing. Jiang Qingqing wouldn't fall for this, her tone still as cold as ever, leaving no room for negotiation.
Impossible. No matter what happens today, you have to go back to military training.
Jing Mo gritted his teeth and said, if you don't agree, then just consider it me skipping class.
Jiang Qingqing smiled and said, sure, then wherever you go, I'll follow you. I want to see what you're really up to.
Jing Mo felt helpless. Usually, if a stunning beauty like Jiang Qingqing followed him, he would be pleased.
But this time it was different. He was going to meet his lover, and if the two met, it would be a battlefield, right? Although one was his counselor and the other had a gentle personality, nothing would happen if they met.
However, knowing that he had a lover would make it hard for Jiang Qingqing to win him over. Not to mention Feng Muyun, even though she was gentle and kind, knowing that he had an unclear relationship with his counselor would surely upset her. Jing Mo was truly at a loss with the stubborn Jiang Qingqing.
Jiang, the beauty, what will it take for you to let me go? Then what do you want to do to obediently go to military training? Jiang Qingqing also felt helpless towards Jing Mo.
Issuing a temporary mission, those who don't take advantage are fools. Please have the host touch Jiang Qingqing's but as a condition for military training.
Mission completion reward, Ferrari la Ferrari. Failure penalty, incontinence. Jing Mo cursed inwardly, System, are you a pervert? Why are you fixated on Jiang Qingqing's butt?
System, detected that Jiang Qingqing's butt is the most perky in this world. The system aims to benefit the host. Jing Mo really had no choice. He steeled himself and said, I can go to military training, but on one condition.
Jiang Qingqing frowned upon hearing this.
Jing Mo, I'm letting you go to military training for your own good.
Why are you putting conditions on me?
But you can tell me what your condition is. As long as it's within my ability, I'll satisfy you. In the end, Jiang Qingqing compromised.
She had no other way to deal with Jing Mo. Jing Mo's gaze shifted to Jiang Qingqing's lower body.
I want to touch your butt again. The air instantly turned cold, and Jing Mo felt Jiang Qingqing's murderous gaze fixed on him.
Jing Mo, I am your counselor. You repeatedly disrespect me. Do you believe I will report you to the principal? Jiang Qingqing really couldn't take it anymore. Jing Mo was going too far.
The usually aloof Jiang Qingqing lost control of her emotions whenever she was with Jing Mo. She had never encountered such a student before.
Jing Mo knew that saying this would definitely anger Jiang Qingqing.
So he steeled himself and said, "Counselor, just let me touch it once." Jiang Qingqing was so angry her delicate face turned red. "Jing Mo, you are truly beyond saving." With that, she prepared to open the car door and distance herself from Jing Mo. She was determined never to care about Jing Mo again. Who knew Jing Mo had already locked the car door? Jiang Qingqing tried a couple of times but couldn't open it. Jing Mo leaned closer. "Jing Mo, what do you want to do? Get away. Let me out." Jing Mo got out of the car and pulled out a Yushi cigarette from his pocket. "You go back to the office. I'll go to the playground for military training." System, mission completed, rewards have been issued. Ferrari LaFerrari has been delivered to the host's garage. After Jing Mo finished speaking, he directly walked towards the playground. Jiang Qingqing looked gloomy, her eyes burning with anger as she glared at Jing Mo. Her neck was red, her breathing rapid, wishing she could tear Jing Mo apart. After Jing Mo returned to the line, the instructor indeed had a very poor impression of him. As soon as Jing Mo came back, he was left standing aside. The instructor wouldn't let him join the team and made him stand idly by the side. Jing Mo didn't care, he was here anyway, forced to come to the playground for military training because he had touched Jiang Qingqing's butt.
As for the instructor ignoring him, that was fine. When it was time to dismiss, Jing Mo turned to leave. But he was called back by the instructor. "Jing Mo, did I tell you to move?" Jing Mo turned around, frowning, and said, "Didn't you dismiss the other students?" The instructor, with a stern face, replied, "That was for the other students. I didn't dismiss you, so you stay here." The commotion attracted the attention of the surrounding classmates. Jing Mo was really bold, daring to show attitude to the instructor. This instructor seems to be the class leader for this batch, and his temper isn't good. Jing Mo hasn't shown up for military training for days. The instructor must be angry. Yeah, I'd be angry too. Many classmates were enjoying the spectacle. Jing Mo shrugged. "Why should I have to train during my break?" The instructor said sternly, "What, you don't listen when I speak? I've been standing here all afternoon, and you haven't given me a single instruction, and now you come to discipline me? Since you don't respect me at all, why should I listen to you?" Seeing Jing Mo speak to him with such disrespect, the instructor's expression darkened further. "You've been skipping classes and not training. Letting you stand here is already merciful. According to our rules, you would have been kicked out." Jing Mo felt that while not attending military training was wrong, he had stood for over 2 hours while the instructor hadn't even glanced at him. During those 2 hours, the instructor hadn't called him to train, and the other students had taken breaks, but he hadn't been allowed to rest. Even the counselor, Jiang Qingqing, hadn't said anything. Why was this instructor making things difficult for him? "So what if I don't respect you? Do you think a few dirty coins can get you special treatment? Let me tell you, here, no matter how rich you are, you have to be my subordinate." Jing Mo sneered. "You think just because you have a soldier's rank, you can act like a general? Why should I respect you? I respect you because you're supposed to serve the people, but someone like you, a military thug, probably hasn't even been to the battlefield. You haven't contributed anything to us, yet you use this identity to oppress me. Let me tell you, I won't fall for that." With that, Jing Mo turned to leave. The instructor's face darkened, and he stepped forward, throwing a military punch at Jing Mo. Jing Mo felt a gust of wind coming from behind and instantly activated his combat mastery experience card. Originally, Zhu Jiwei just wanted to teach Jing Mo a lesson, but he didn't expect the student to react so quickly. With a nimble turn, Jing Mo dodged the punch and countered with a knife hand strike to the instructor's ribs. Zhu Jiwei was taken aback but quickly reacted, using his other hand to slap at Jing Mo's outstretched arm. The two began to fight. Jing Mo and Zhu Jiwei moved quickly, their strikes becoming increasingly fierce. Zhu Jiwei was indeed skilled, he could exchange blows with Jing Mo, who was using combat mastery. This scene lit up the eyes of the surrounding girls. Jing Mo was becoming more and more charming. Not only could he sing, but he was also so skilled in fighting, completely unlike the weak image he projected. The opponent was a soldier. Yamamoto Kojiro was originally from the military and was proficient in military boxing, so he could see the nuances. Zhu Jiwei's military boxing wasn't very refined, while Jing Mo's fighting style resembled that of a ring fighter. His moves rarely targeted vital points, he was looking for opportunities to strike the head, aiming for a chance to knock the opponent out. Where did Jing Mo come from? How does he know everything? He can even tangle with the instructor for so long? Is he even human? Jing Mo was really handsome, right? Just look at him, every punch and every move, even a random photo could be a phone background. At this moment, Jing Mo suddenly straightened his body, his gaze turning sharp. He found the flaw. An uppercut landed directly on Zhu Jiwei's jaw,
the force so great that it sent Zhu Jiwei flying, and he collapsed to the ground, dazed. KO. Zhu Jiwei was left in a daze on the ground for a long time, unable to recover. After doing all this, Jing Mo turned and left, leaving behind a crowd of shocked onlookers. Jing Mo drove away from the school in a Lamborghini and then went to the LV store in the mall to buy the most expensive bag. Although the bag wasn't particularly good looking, it was very expensive. When he saw Feng Muyun, she had just walked out of the Shangshi Tiangong. Today, Feng Muyun had her long hair draped over her shoulders, with a few small braids tied with pretty ribbons. Her big eyes were scanning the surroundings. Dressed in a short-sleeved JK uniform, her pleated skirt revealed a pair of beautifully long, fair legs. When she saw Jing Mo get out of the car, her eyes lit up. She hadn't seen him for several days and missed him very much. Jing Mo felt quite guilty towards Feng Muyun. Treating her as a lover was just a task from the system, but Feng Muyun genuinely acted as his lover in a very humble way. She never made a fuss, and unless she took the initiative to find him, she would never seek him out at other times. Out of guilt, Jing Mo had specially bought the most expensive bag as a gift before their meeting, considering it a form of compensation.
You've come. Feng Muyun stepped forward to greet Jing Mo.
Her long legs swayed continuously, drawing the attention of the boys around them. In Feng Muyun's gaze towards Jing Mo, there was no other emotion, only admiration and joy.
I bought you a gift, see if you like it? Jing Mo handed the LV bag to Feng Muyun. I like everything you give me. Are you hungry? Shall we have dinner first? Feng Muyun always spoke gently, her voice making Jing Mo's ears tingle. I want to eat you. Feng Muyun lowered her head, a blush creeping onto her small face. Then we have to wait until tonight.
Feng Muyun spoke very softly, and seeing her like this made Jing Mo's heart race even more. He decided not to go out tonight and just go home instead.
Muyun, what do you want to eat tonight?
Jing Mo spoke softly as well. Feng Muyun's eyes curved into a smile like peach blossoms.
I want to go shopping with you. If I see something I like, we can eat it, okay? Jing Mo agreed immediately. Then let's go to Dongguan Street. I've been in Y City for so long, but I haven't been to Dongguan Street yet.
Feng Muyun looked at Jing Mo with anticipation. Having the chance to shop with him was something she had always dreamed of.
Sure, then I'll drive. I just got a new Ferrari. It's in the garage. Let's take whichever one we want today.
After hearing this, Feng Muyun nodded and said, okay, I'll go along with you. Jing Mo parked the Lamborghini Sixth Element that he had been driving for a few days in the garage and tossed the keys to Feng Muyun. From now on, all the cars here are yours to manage. You can drive whichever one you want. Feng Muyun was startled and returned the car keys.
That won't do. These cars are very expensive, and my driving skills aren't good. If I scratch or bump them, I can't afford it.
Seeing Feng Muyun's panicked expression, Jing Mo couldn't help but pinch her chin and bite her lip hard. Feng Muyun winced in pain, her eyes brimming with tears for a moment. The sight of her looking like a rain-soaked pear made Jing Mo feel very tender towards her.
What's wrong? Now you won't even listen to your master's words?
As soon as he said this, Feng Muyun blushed again and took the car keys back.
I will listen. Ferrari LaFerrari, also known as Ferrari LaFa, the flagship model of Ferrari, limited to 499 units worldwide. It is a supercar, with the lowest configuration costing 22 million, the mid-range 40 million, and the highest configuration 100 million. Jing Mo opened the butterfly doors of the Ferrari LaFerrari, and the extravagant interior shocked Feng Muyun. Jing Mo gestured for her to get in. Feng Muyun carefully sat in the passenger seat. This car is called the Ferrari LaFerrari, worth 100 million, and from now on, only you are qualified to sit in this passenger seat. Jing Mo's words felt incredibly romantic to Feng Muyun. A 100 million car with a passenger seat that is exclusively hers?
Such a grand gesture made Feng Muyun feel unworthy. She was just Jing Mo's lover, and perhaps when she grew old, Jing Mo would abandon her. For now, Feng Muyun just wanted to enjoy every second with Jing Mo while being prepared for the moment he might leave her. But now Jing Mo valued her, and her heart was gradually being conquered.
Jing Mo, I want to eat ice cream, is that okay?
Seeing the Mishue Ice City by the roadside reminded Feng Muyun of their sundae and ice cream, and she felt a bit tempted. Jing Mo glanced at the Mishue Ice City, then turned the steering wheel and parked right in front of it. After getting out of the car, passers-by turned to look, and many boys stood frozen in place.
Which rich young man is out here with his companion?
Wow, this couple is not only wealthy but also good-looking.
What door did God close for them? The gap between people really is like a universe apart.
Jing Mo had already gotten used to the conversations around him. The attention on him was something he was accustomed to, and his calm demeanor made his presence even more outstanding. Feng Muyun felt a bit shy under the gaze and leaned closer to Jing Mo, then cautiously tried to hold his hand, but she hesitated to make contact. Jing Mo noticed her thoughts and grabbed her soft little hand.
Jing Mo, what do you want to eat? I can still afford Mishue Ice City, Fong Muyun said boldly. Jing Emo smiled and replied, then I won't be polite. I'll have a cup of mango sago. Fong Muyun thought for a moment. Then I'll have a vanilla ice cream. Okay, that will be 18 in total. You can scan the code here. After Fong Muyun paid, she pulled Jing Emo to sit aside and wait for their order. A few minutes later, the milk tea and ice cream were ready. Fong Muyun took the ice cream and licked it with her little tongue. Her eyes curved into crescents, looking very happy. Just then, a middle-aged beautiful woman in high heels rushed in, typing on her phone with one hand and holding milk tea in the other. The woman walked a bit too fast and didn't see the steps at the entrance, tripping and falling forward, spilling her milk tea. The middle-aged woman fell to the ground, cursing loudly. The milk tea flew out and splashed all over Fong Muyun, soaking her shoulder and spreading across her body. Even milk tea dripped from her hair onto the ground. Fong Muyun's first reaction was to protect the bag Jing Mo had bought for her, completely unconcerned about the milk tea spilled on her. The woman got up, rubbing her knee, and complained loudly, "Why does your store have a step right here? You really don't think about your customers at all." The woman acted as if she didn't see the milk tea spilled on Fong Muyun, not apologizing at all, and just tried to leave. Looking at the LV bag in her hands, Fong Muyun's eyes turned red, feeling a bit sad. She didn't care how much the bag cost. It was the first gift Jing Mo had given her. Although the bag was ugly, it was from Jing Mo, and she loved it. Jing Mo was furious at the scene. This old hag actually wanted to run away. He stepped forward and blocked the middle-aged beauty who was about to leave. "Come here and apologize." According to Fong Muyun's character, if something like this happened, if you came over to apologize properly, it wouldn't be such a big deal. She just had a personality that was prone to suffering losses. But Jing Mo was not someone who would suffer losses. Daring to bully his woman was like courting death. He already felt indebted to Fong Muyun, and now seeing her sad, how could Jing Mo remain indifferent? The middle-aged woman, seeing someone daring to block her at this moment, instantly exploded with anger. "You little bastard, dare to stop me? Apologize? What the hell? A good dog doesn't block the way, do you understand? You have no upbringing." Jing Mo's face gradually turned cold. He was genuinely angry this time. The middle-aged woman continued to be relentless, saying, "Isn't it just a cup of milk tea spilled on you? How much is it? I'll give you 200 to take it to the dry cleaners. A bunch of poor losers. How much can your clothes be worth?" Saying this, the middle-aged woman pulled out 200 yuan from her wallet and slapped it onto Jing Mo's chest. The money floated down his chest and landed on the ground. "Hurry up and pick up the money. If someone else takes it, don't blame me for not giving you money. I won't fall for your tricks." After saying that, the middle-aged woman reached out to push Jing Mo aside. "I've given you the money, now get lost. You little punk." Slap. Jing Mo retaliated with a slap to her face. The sound was loud, and Jing Mo used all his strength. This slap directly knocked the woman dizzy, and she staggered, sitting down on the spilled milk tea. "You little bastard. You dare hit me. Do you know who I am?" Jing Mo squatted down and slapped the other side of her face. "If you don't apologize, then pay up. Do you see that bag over there?" Another slap landed, and both sides of the woman's face swelled up. "You little bastard, it's just a bag and some shabby clothes. How much? I'll pay you. But if you dare to hit me over a few $100, let me tell you, you're finished." The woman still had an aggressive demeanor. "I'll give you 2,000. Is that enough for you? But you hit me twice, and this matter isn't over, I tell you." Saying this, the woman took out her phone, ready to call for help. Jing Mo shook his head and said, "That bag is worth 700,000, handcrafted by a master from the island. If I hit you twice, calculate the medical expenses, mental distress compensation, lost work wages. Add it all up. How much do you think I can afford to pay you?" When Jing Mo said this, his confidence was overwhelming, and to Fong Muyun, it felt like a towering mountain. Since childhood, he had never had a support system. He had always struggled on his own, silently enduring every time he was bullied. But for the first time, someone stood up for him when he was being bullied. Fong Muyun felt that the most vulnerable part of her heart was touched by Jing Mo. Upon hearing the price, the woman could no longer act arrogantly. "What did you say? 700,000? Are you kidding me? A bag worth 700,000. What does 700,000 mean? With a little more money, one could buy a house in Y City. Would you walk around with a house in hand?" Even if she was beaten twice, it would only be worth 1,000 yuan to Jing Mo at most. She wasn't made of gold. Getting Jing Mo to apologize and pay 1,000 yuan was already the limit. But that bag being worth 700,000? It would take her 10 years to earn that much. As soon as she said this, everyone around turned to look. What bag is worth 700,000? Not necessarily, those two just now were driving a Ferrari. They shouldn't be short on money.
The woman gritted her teeth and glared at Jing Mo. Stop bragging. Do you even know how much 700,000 is? You two poor losers came to me shua, who would come to buy me shua if they had money. As soon as she said this, the people around who came to buy me shua were displeased. What do you mean? Are all the people buying me shua poor losers? Damn, didn't you come to me shua too? Do you have any manners? The woman's remarks sparked strong condemnation from many customers who loved drinking me shua Ice City. In an instant, they were filled with disgust towards her, and began to feel goodwill towards Jing Mo, hoping he would teach this woman a lesson. Jing Mo smiled and said, 700,000, how do you plan to compensate? Credit card or cash? The woman sneered, I'll compensate your father. You keep talking about 700,000, this is malicious fraud. I'm going to call the police on you. Jing Mo's face darkened. Fuck you, you want to compensate my father? If my father liked you, I would directly sever our father-son relationship. Go ahead and call the police, let them come. The woman seemed a bit flustered at the mention of the police. Seeing that she was hesitating to take out her phone to call the police, Jing Mo grew impatient. Are you going to call or not? If not, I will. Jing Mo took out his phone and dialed a number. Jiang City Bureau, I have a situation here, please come quickly. I haven't laid a hand on anyone, how could I? After hanging up, Jing Mo looked at the woman. Just wait, the police will be here soon. The woman clearly started to panic, her legs trembling. She found a place to sit down, glanced at the bag in Feng Muyan's hand, and then checked online. Upon searching, she was shocked to find that the bag was indeed worth 700,000. Moreover, there were only 8 limited editions worldwide. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Not long after, the sound of police sirens grew closer. At the end of the road, 4 or 5 police cars approached. With this kind of show, one might think they were suppressing terrorists. The first was an armored police jeep, followed by 2 criminal police vehicles. The last 2 were special vehicles from the city bureau along with security personnel. Jing Mo was also a bit surprised by this display. Wasn't this a bit exaggerated? It was just a civil dispute. Why were the armed police and criminal police here? The woman nearly collapsed at the sight, her legs weak and unable to stand. Hadn't she just accidentally knocked over a cup of milk tea? What law had she broken? Why were so many police officers coming? The director of the Y City Public Security Bureau, Jiang Fan, stepped out of the police car, his figure tall and resolute, like an unshakable mountain. This time he wore a crisp police uniform, and compared to when Jing Mo first met him, he exuded more authority and solemnity. Jiang Fan's steps were firm and powerful, each one carrying an indescribable momentum. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, revealing a persistent pursuit of justice. Beside him, a group of armed guards followed closely, each with a solemn expression, always on alert. These guards held firearms, forming a solid line of defense to protect Jiang Fan's safety. As soon as Jiang Fan got out of the car, he walked straight towards Jing Mo. What happened? Just then, a woman with a swollen face ran towards him. The 2 guards beside him were startled and quickly stopped the woman. What do you want? Officer, listen to me. I accidentally fell and spilled milk tea on that woman, and this beast slapped me twice and demanded 70,000 from me. He's extorting me. You need to arrest him. The woman understood the principle of striking first. Jiang Fan frowned and looked at Jing Mo. Did you hit her? Jing Mo feigned ignorance. No, who saw me hit her? The onlookers around were just inherently disdainful of women. How could they possibly speak up for her at this moment? We didn't see anything. I didn't see anything either. I'm blind. The voices of the crowd reached the woman's ears, and she stomped her feet in anger, shouting, You accomplices. Right. The milk tea shop has surveillance. Where are the cameras? The owner of the milk tea shop came out at that moment. I'm sorry, but the cameras have been broken for the past couple of days. Jing Mo couldn't help but laugh. Those who do evil will meet their own demise. The woman was dumbfounded, and after a moment of stunned silence, she shouted angrily, How could they be broken at this time? I'm going to report you. Just wait. The owner of the shop wasn't afraid of trouble. She knew that the milk tea shop was frequented by poor people, and that statement hurt her the most. She had never had the chance to strike back until now, and now she was enjoying it. Then go ahead and call the police. The woman was so furious she was about to spit blood. Call the police? The police were right next to them. Jing Mo looked at Jiang Fan. I already said I didn't lay a hand on her. Jiang Fan wasn't foolish either. He could naturally see what had happened, but he was on Jing Mo's side and wouldn't expose him. He spoke to the woman. Whether he hit you or not, I will investigate thoroughly when I get back. But you said he extorted you. Do you have any evidence? The woman argued for herself. He said that bag is worth 700,000. Isn't that extortion? Jing Mo walked out of the milk tea shop and opened the LaFerrari parked at the entrance, pulling out several receipts from it. This is the invoice, just printed and still warm. He then opened his phone to show the payment records. This is the payment record. And this is the thank you letter from the LV flagship store in Beijing.
This is the discount card LV just sent me.
Each of these items was enough to prove that the bag Jing Mo gave to Feng Muyun was indeed worth 700,000. Jing Mo actually didn't have the habit of keeping invoices. He couldn't reimburse them anyway, so why keep them? But coincidentally, he had just bought it today and hadn't had the chance to throw it away. As Jing Mo took out each piece of evidence proving the bag's value, the woman's face grew paler with each item. By the time Jing Mo finished, the woman had lost all color in her face. Little brother, your bag just spilled a bit of milk tea. It can still be used after a wash. At this point, the woman started to speak nicely. Jing Mo shot her a glance. Who are you calling brother? Let me tell you, this is a genuine leather bag. It gets ruined if it gets wet. If it doesn't work, I can call a professional to assess the damage. Zhang Fan glanced at the woman. Since that's the case, you really should compensate for the bag. The woman couldn't just accept that. They might have deliberately damaged the bag in advance, looking for a chance to extort me. Jing Mo looked at her as if she were foolish. I just bought it this afternoon. How much money do you think I have to extort you?
Ma'am, if you say he extorted you, do you have any evidence to provide? Words alone are not enough. If not, then you will have to compensate.
If you refuse to compensate, given the large amount involved, you will have to come with us for 24 hours of detention.
I will compensate, just don't take me away. I will compensate, that's fine. As soon as detention was mentioned, the woman panicked.
She quickly changed her tune and said she would pay. It can't just be that he says it's 700,000 and it is. I'm not buying his bag. I will only compensate for the part 1 damaged. Even so, saying this made her heart bleed. Jing Mo took the bag from Feng Muyun's hands. Look, this bag is this big, and the milk tea you spilled is almost all over it. Tell me how much I should compensate for this? The woman stammered. She knew herself that such an expensive bag being ruined like this would probably require full compensation. If it were a bag that had been used for a long time, its price would have significantly depreciated. But this bag was brand new, just bought that afternoon. Even if the second-hand bag worth 700,000 can't be sold for that price, there are still people eager to buy it for 650,000. In fact, the woman is regretting it deeply now. If she had known, she would have apologized and wouldn't have called the police.
And there are so many police officers. Who exactly is this young man that so many police came with just one phone call? Moreover, the middle-aged man in the police uniform is clearly different from the other officers, indicating he is someone of significant status.
Jing Mo, seeing that the woman still refuses to admit her fault, takes out his phone and says, "How about this? I'll call someone from the LV store to come and assess how much I should be compensated.
This way, it seems fair, right?"
Jing Mo is getting a bit impatient. This woman is still being stubborn.
The woman, unable to back down, insists that a professional must come to assess the situation.
Jing Mo calls the LV store where he bought the bag and asks them to send an appraiser over. The store staff knows that Jing Mo is a big shot, someone who spends lavishly, buying a bag worth 700,000 without hesitation. Such a person must be treated well. So they send over an expert who has studied in France. After about 20 minutes of waiting, the crowd around them grows larger.
The appraiser has never seen such a scene before, surrounded by armed police and detectives, his legs feeling weak.
Jing Mo, without wasting words, hands the bag to the appraiser.
Can you check how much this bag is worth now?
The appraiser takes the bag, pulls out a magnifying glass from his toolkit, and examines it carefully. He concludes, it's worth nothing now, there's no need for repairs, and even if you wanted to repair it, you can't. This bag was handcrafted by a master from the island, and today, coincidentally, he retired.
The woman nearly faints, spitting blood. Damn it, is she being targeted on purpose? Why did he have to retire today?
Jing Mo sighs and says, so, this means I've lost 700,000 on this bag, right? The appraiser cooperatively replies, yes, this bag was his final masterpiece, a unique piece. Their back and forth feels like a well-rehearsed act, stabbing the woman's heart with every word.
Jing Mo looks at the woman. What else do you have to say? 700,000, how do you plan to compensate?
The woman, looking aggrieved, hesitates for a long time before saying, I don't have that much money.
Jing Mo turns to Jiang Fan. If she won't compensate, take her back. Keep her for a day and let her cool off.
Jiang Fan nods and looks at the woman. Come on, let's go back with us.
The woman, wide-eyed and terrified, waves her hands. No, I don't want to go. I won't go.
Jiang Fan says, you don't have the money now, so we can only take you back to notify your family and discuss how to compensate.
We are busy and don't have time to waste here with you.
She looks at Jing Mo and pleads, young master, I'm sorry, I was wrong.
Please let me go.
You drive such an expensive luxury car. A bag like this is just a meal for you.
I beg you, let me go. Jing Mo frowns and says, what do you mean? Just because someone is rich, they deserve to be bullied by you? Just because you broke a rich person's item, it doesn't count as something valuable in their eyes, so you don't have to compensate? What kind of worldview is that? City Bureau, take her back now. At the mention of the City Bureau, some middle-aged people around expressed their surprise. Oh, I remember who he is now. This is the director of our city's Public Security Bureau. Now that you mention it, I have seen his photo in the newspaper. Today I finally see the real person. It seems that this City Bureau was called by that young man. Such a big deal, huh? A phone call brought the City Bureau over to handle such a small case. This is really the young master. The woman felt as if the sky in Y City had collapsed when she heard this. In the end, the woman was taken away by the police officer brought by Zhang Fan, who said they needed to go back and educate her. Zhang Fan stayed behind. Nice to see you again, young man. What have you been up to lately? Zhang Fan didn't know why he enjoyed interacting with this young man, Jing Mo. What else can I do? I go to school every day, Jing Mo replied lazily. Who would dare to speak to the City Bureau like that? Only Jing Mo could, always looking indifferent no matter who he spoke to. Zhang Fan, being an elder, wouldn't bother to argue with Jing Mo. In fact, it was Jing Mo's demeanor that made him feel genuine. You should know my daughter. Have you been hanging out with her lately? Zhang Fan's words left Jing Mo a bit confused. When did he get to know his daughter? Seeing Jing Mo's expression, Zhang Fan reminded him, it's Zhang Saiwu, my daughter. Didn't you ask me for help last time? I asked her to help you and brought you a banner. Jing Mo suddenly realized that it was this old guy who had planned it, but wasn't it the student council president, Li Biao, who delivered the banner? Why was he saying it was his daughter? Seeing Jing Mo's bewildered expression, Zhang Fan chuckled and said, since I've helped you, you need to take care of my daughter more in the future. She's a bit introverted, so if you go out to play, take her along. Jing Mo felt that this old guy had misunderstood. He had never met Zhang Saiwu. Zhang Fan continued, that girl Saiwu is what you young people would call a bit socially anxious, not very talkative. But last time I saw her, she said she got along well with you, so I thought you could hang out more and help her open up a bit. Jing Mo was even more puzzled. He hadn't played with Zhang Saiwu at all. She must have lied to Zhang Fan because it was Li Biao who helped him before, not her. A lie requires countless other lies to cover it up. However, Jing Mo didn't expose it and simply agreed, okay, next time we go out to play, I'll definitely invite her. Zhang Fan smiled and said, say hi to your roommate for me. After saying that, he turned and left. After all, it was quite rare for such a busy person to chat with Jing Mo for so long. Jing Mo scratched his head. Who should he say hi to? Zhang Fan's typical bureaucratic talk was filled with half-understood meanings, and Jing Mo couldn't make sense of it. The LV appraiser was also preparing to leave. Mr. Jing, we can recycle this bag for you and exchange it for another one within 700,000, is that okay? Jing Mo frowned and said, is it free? The appraiser noticed Jing Mo's awkwardness and smiled, of course it's free. Jing Mo waved his hand and said, I don't want it for free, unless you let me spend money, then I'll take the exchange. Ha! The appraiser couldn't keep up with Jing Mo's train of thought. He actually didn't want a free bag worth 700,000. He insisted on paying for the exchange. He was witnessing what it meant to be truly foolish with money. The appraiser forced a smile. Isn't that equivalent to you buying another bag? Jing Mo glanced at Feng Muyun beside him. Of course I want to buy another one. Do you have that master's phone number? I'll pay him to make one for me. The appraiser was truly taken aback. It could be played like this. The appraiser was a bit unsure how to respond to Jing Mo. Mr. Jing, that master has retired and doesn't want to make bags anymore. Jing Mo sighed, forget it, this bag isn't that great anyway. Show me the latest design samples, and I'll order a new one for you to deliver. The appraiser took out a tablet to show Jing Mo. At this moment, Feng Muyun came out and said, Jing Mo, I don't plan to get another bag. This one is enough because it holds great significance. This was the first time someone had protected her and stood up for her. In the end, she still didn't buy a new bag because Feng Muyun stubbornly insisted on keeping the one that had been splashed with milk tea. Jing Mo had no choice but to agree. Feng Muyun was drenched in milk tea, sticky all over, and couldn't go shopping anymore, so Jing Mo pulled her back home to take a shower and change clothes. While Feng Muyun was showering, Jing Mo took out a Durex with a dragon and tiger design. Yun, do you need help scrubbing your back? No, I don't need it. Actually, I think I got splashed with milk tea too. I need to wash up, then wait for me to finish. No way, I need someone to scrub my back. Saying this, Jing Mo took off her top and walked into the bathroom. Moments passed. Showering together took a long time. They washed from 5 in the afternoon until almost 8. When Feng Muyun opened the bathroom door, she looked like a water lily emerging from the water, her fair cheeks flushed. She walked a bit awkwardly, trembling as if she were injured. Jing Mo felt refreshed after her shower and walked to the balcony.
overlooking the night view from the huge floor-to-ceiling window. She lit a cigarette and took a puff. A cigarette makes you feel like a god. Didn't you say the owner of that shop was treating you to dinner tonight to discuss the contract? It's already 8. Why hasn't he contacted you yet? Jing Mo said deeply from the dark area of the balcony. She thought the protagonists in novels always stood high up, wrapped in darkness, smoking a cigarette while looking down at the city below. So Jing Mo tried to imitate it, and indeed it felt quite pretentious. Fong Muyan slumped on the sofa and took out her phone from the coffee table. Oh no, the owner of that shop has called me 4 times already. We were in the shower and didn't answer. Jing Mo thought buying a shop couldn't be that complicated. Anyway, he had money now, so he could just choose a place and offer a price that the other party couldn't refuse. But Fong Muyan was really stubborn about such matters. In her words, she didn't want to rely on Jing Mo for everything, nor did she want to be just a vase kept at home. Jing Mo let her be. Fong Muyan called back, and a man answered. Hello? You didn't answer my calls. Are you buying the shop or not? If not, I'll sell it to someone else. The voice on the other end was loud enough that even without speakerphone, Jing Mo could hear it. Fong Muyan, soft-hearted, quickly apologized. I'm really sorry. I was busy and didn't check my phone. I booked a private room at Huayong. Hurry up and come. I've brought the contract. Okay, I'll rush over right away. After hanging up, Fong Muyan looked at Jing Mo. Jing Mo was still standing in the darkness, pretending to be deep. All right, they're urging us. Let's go. Only then did Jing Mo reluctantly put on her clothes. What's wrong with making them wait a little longer? Jing Mo got tired of the supercar and parked the Ferrari in the garage, switching to a Wuxi. The restaurant mentioned by the person buying the shop was in Jiangdu District, a Huayong cuisine restaurant. Jing Mo drove for about half an hour from Hanjing District to get there. By the time they got out of the car, it was almost 9 o'clock. Fong Muyan found the private room and led Jing Mo inside. There were 3 people at the dining table, a bald man, a yellow-haired man with tattoos on his arms, and a short man under 1.7 meters with dark skin. When the 3 men saw Fong Muyan, their eyes instantly lit up. The bald man cheerfully said, "You came so late today, you'll have to drink 3 cups as punishment." Before the man could finish his sentence, Jing Mo walked in behind him. The man's expression instantly soured. He had thought it was just Fong Muyan coming alone. Ever since the two had met, the bald man had noticed that the selfies Fong Muyan posted in her social circle were truly beautiful. In his half a lifetime, he had never seen such a good-looking woman. He was not young anymore, and he had several shops at home for rent. With no particular hobbies, he enjoyed spending money to take some young girls as goddaughters. He just liked younger ones. He had several goddaughters in various universities in Y City. Moreover, he particularly liked to target those who already had boyfriends. He enjoyed being the bull-headed man. After all, he had divorced his wife a few years ago, and their son was given to her. It could almost be said that no one cared or asked about him. The 2 people beside him were all like-minded buddies. The 3 of them liked to go to bars or malls to meet some seemingly pure and cute college girls whenever they had the chance. The bald man stood up and introduced himself. My name is Tian Jiahao. These 2 are my buddies. They also have many shops under their names. The one with the tattoo is called Chang Hao, and the short one is called Zhu Ning. I've heard for a long time that Brother Hao knows a super beauty, and seeing her today is truly like a celestial being descending to earth. Chang Hao swallowed and stood up to compliment her. Zhu Ning hurriedly fawned over her. Don't let Xiaoyan stand there, come and sit, he said, patting the chair beside him to indicate she should sit down. If Fong Muyan had come alone, she would definitely have been scared, but now with Jing Mo by her side, she felt no fear at all. She smiled and nodded, finding a seat near the door. No need, I'm fine sitting here. I'm really sorry, I'm late. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Jing Mo casually pulled over a chair and sat down next to Fong Muyan. Tian Jiahao laughed and said, Look, you came so late that the food is already cold. Call the waiter to take the food away and bring it back fresh. Fong Muyan hurriedly waved her hand. No need to go through all that trouble. It's almost 9 o'clock. The shops are about to close. Tian Jiahao patted his beer belly and laughed. It's fine, this place is owned by me. I can keep it open as long as I want. Chang Hao stood up, picked up the cup in front of Fong Muyan, and said, Xiaoyun, I heard you want to buy a shop, right? We have more than 10 shops combined. What kind of shop do you want to open? I'll help you pick a good one. Saying this, he filled Fong Muyan's cup with white liquor and placed it in front of her. Fong Muyan waved her hand. No, I can't hold my liquor. I'd probably faint after 1 cup. Let's talk business first. Tian Jiahao chuckled. Xiaoyun, you see, we've specially taken time to accompany you for this collaboration, waiting here for you for 3 or 4 hours. You come so late and don't even take a sip. Isn't that disrespecting us brothers? Fong Muyan also felt a bit embarrassed for making them wait so long. Alright then, I'll drink. Saying this, she picked up the cup in front of her and drank a third of it. The spicy liquor filled her mouth, burning all the way down to her stomach. Feng Muyan covered her mouth and nose, forcing it down.
Good. Xiao Yun is straightforward. I'll drink too.
Saying this, Chang Hao tilted his head back and downed his cup of liquor in one go. Jing Mo had not said a word the entire time, only narrowing his eyes slightly, continuously picking up peanuts with his chopsticks and sending them to his mouth.
I just want to buy a shop to open a flower shop. How much would it cost?
Upon hearing this, Tian Jiahao quickly spoke up. Oh, so Xiao Yun likes flowers.
You want to do a flower business? That's quite a coincidence. Do you know where the largest flower market in Y City is? Feng Muyun shook her head slightly. In the Apollo Flower and Tree Market in Jiangdu, I know many merchants over there.
If you want to do flower and tree business, I can have them sell to you at the lowest price, Feng Muyun said gratefully.
Then thank you.
Zhu Ning's voice was unpleasant, and his laughter was grating.
Ah, since we know each other, it's fate.
There's no need to thank me for such a small favor.
Yes, no need to thank me. I see you are in your 20s? Feng Muyun replied, I am 22 this year.
Upon hearing this, Tian Jiahao's eyes lit up.
Ah, you're the same age as my daughter. What a coincidence.
You look quite similar to my daughter. There's a good vibe between you two.
Let's drink to this. If you have any problems in business in the future, you can come to me.
Jing Mo realized that these guys were just trying to get Feng Muyun drunk. Feng Muyun didn't want to refuse and drank half of the wine in her cup.
After finishing that sip, Feng Muyun's condition was clearly not right.
A pink hue seeped through her fair skin.
The three men couldn't hide their excitement upon seeing Feng Muyun like this. Jing Mo looked at them with disdain. To these three, Feng Muyun was now an easy target. They just needed to find a way to get rid of Jing Mo. This guy was really annoying. So, for the first time, Tian Jiahao spoke to Jing Mo. What do you call this little brother? Jing Mo casually replied, Jing Mo. Tian Jiahao continued to ask, I wonder what little brother Jing Mo is doing now. I'm still in school, studying in my first year at Y City University.
As soon as Jing Mo said this, the three of them looked at him with contempt.
So you're a student from Y University. Aren't you worried about not returning to the dorm so late? How about I drive you back, uncle?
Chang Hao said playfully, taking out his Mercedes car keys and casually placing them on the table.
No need, I'm not going back to school tonight.
Seeing that Feng Muyun was already in a daze, Tian Jiahao was anxious to get Jing Mo away.
Kid, what is this woman to you?
Jing Mo looked at Feng Muyun and then put his arm around her shoulder. Feng Muyun leaned against Jing Mo. She is my girlfriend. Zhu Ning sneered coldly. He stood up and took out something wrapped in an envelope from the bag hanging on the chair.
Zhu Ning weighed it in his hand. 20,000 yuan, get lost.
Saying this, he threw the envelope in front of Jing Mo. Jing Mo's eyes flickered.
20,000 yuan? What do you mean by this?
Jing Mo pretended not to understand.
Tian Jiahao sneered. 20,000 yuan to buy your girlfriend.
Take this 20,000 yuan and get lost. Leave this woman to me.
Upon hearing this, Jing Mo laughed heartily. You think you can buy my girlfriend for 20,000 yuan?
Chang Hao frowned and took out a cigar from his pocket, hanging it from his mouth.
Kid, you'd better take the money and leave quickly, or you won't get a single cent, and you won't be able to keep the woman either.
Zhu Ning looked at Feng Muyun with greed in his eyes. You should feel lucky to have such a beautiful girlfriend, but you don't have the ability to keep her, so you might as well let her go to us.
20,000 yuan is really not a small amount. Don't be so greedy that you choke on it in the end. Jing Mo asked playfully, what if I don't agree to your request?
Tian Jiahao's eyes narrowed. Then you might not be able to leave here standing.
Jing Mo pretended to be very scared and said, oh, aren't you afraid I'll call the police? Tian Jiahao joked, go ahead and call the police.
I haven't done anything wrong. The police can't do anything to us.
What you're doing is a crime, isn't it? Aren't you afraid my girlfriend will call the police afterward? Tian Jiahao revealed an evil smile on his face. Nowadays, women will open their legs for money. Afterward, when we throw money at them, not only will they not report us, but they will also willingly accompany us in the future. Anyway, we've already done it. Even if they report us, they won't gain anything. Their reputation will be ruined. It's better for them to take our money as a form of psychological comfort.
Once they take our money, they will naturally come looking for us again after spending it, and this time they will be even more proactive. Jing Mo felt a bit nauseous seeing his face, which resembled Menjiang's by 80%.
He really didn't want to play with these people anymore. He reached out and pinched Feng Muyun's waist. Still pretending to be asleep,
Feng Muyun playfully stuck out her tongue.
Tian Jiahao exclaimed in shock, how come you? Feng Muyun looked at him and said, you're wondering how I'm not drunk, right?
I used to work in sales, and I don't even know how much I can drink.
Just these 2 sips of alcohol aren't even enough to rinse my mouth.
She had been pretending to be drunk, and leaning against Jing Mo felt so blissful, She even thought Jing Mo hadn't noticed she could lean a little longer. I pretended to be drunk just to see what you three were up to. Once Tian Jiahao realized the situation was exposed, he stopped pretending. Since you already know, there's no need for all this roundabout talk. Name your price, how much for a night? Feng Muyun smiled and said, how much do you have? Tian Jiahao proudly replied, not to say too much, but all my shops combined are worth 40 million. Just the rent alone is 200,000 a month. And these shops aren't just sitting idle, some are actually doing business, bringing in at least hundreds of thousands a month. You should stick with me. That poor college student beside you has no future. Can he even make 5,000 a month after graduation? I wouldn't even hire him. Xu Ning chimed in, kid, if you know what's good for you, get lost quickly. Otherwise, when my people arrive, you won't be able to leave. What, you dare to make a move? Xu Ning said with a sinister expression, kid, you're really tough, huh? Just so you know, we're going to beat you up, and not only that, I'll do it in front of your girlfriend. Chang Hao leered at Feng Muyun, already itching with desire. He took out a small blue pill from his bag. After all, he was getting older, and his body couldn't keep up. Xiao Yun, you should just obediently submit to us. Afterwards, we promise to give you 100,000 for one person. That's not a low price. Jing Mo leisurely picked up a peanut with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Your offer isn't impossible, but the price is a bit low. The three of them all snorted coldly upon hearing this, knowing this kid still loved money. Useless thing, willing to give up his girlfriend for money. Still want money? Just name a number. Jing Mo extended a finger. 100,000? It can't be 1,000,000, right? Aren't you asking for too much? Jing Mo shook his head slightly. I want 10 billion. The three were stunned at first, then collectively erupted in anger. Kid, you're looking for death. You dare to mess with me? Where did you get diamonds to make it this expensive? When my people arrive, just wait to get beaten. I won't tear your mouth apart. Just then, footsteps echoed from the corridor outside the private room. Which blind fool dares to come to Huayong to cause trouble? Don't you know this is my territory? Xiao Huzi pushed the door open and strode in. Tian Jiahao greeted him with a smile. Tiger Master, you finally came. Hurry and help us deal with this guy. Tian Jiahao pointed at Jing Mo's face. Xiao Huzi first glanced at him disdainfully. Kid, I see you're still alive. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Huzi froze. This person looks a bit familiar. After seeing Jing Mo, he still felt a lot of pain in his body. After being beaten last time, he lay in bed for 3 days before getting up. Later, through inquiries, he found out that this guy was actually a top-tier rich kid, and the cars he drove were never worth less than 10 million. Moreover, his skills were particularly good. It was like playing when he fought. When Jing Mo saw Xiao Huzi, he actually smiled. Are you short on money again? I still have your WeChat. How much are you going to ask for this time? Xiao Huzi's expression was very rich at the moment. Only Wang Qichuan could call him by that nickname. Outsiders had to call him Tiger Yi. Such a character was completely under Jing Mo's control. Jing Xiao, how come you're here? Xiao Huzi hurried over to Jing Mo's side. Oh, Xiao Yun is here too, long time no see. Tian Jiahao, still oblivious to the situation, pointed at Jing Mo and said, Tiger Yi, why don't you deal with this kid? Xiao Huzi went up and slapped him on the head. Deal with what? This is Jing Xiao. Get over here and apologize. Ha? Tian Jiahao looked completely confused. What the hell? Hurry up and kneel down to apologize. Xiao Huzi kicked Tian Jiahao on the knee, sending him directly to the ground, facing Jing Mo. Jing Xiao, this guy has no eyes and has offended you. You see how to deal with him. Jing Mo glanced at Tian Jiahao with disgust and said, this guy probably hasn't done this kind of thing less. Just lock him up for a few years. Tian Jiahao turned pale upon hearing this. That won't do. Jing Xiao, I know I've offended you today and I admit it, but I can compensate you. Just name your terms and I can agree. Tian Jiahao was afraid of two things in his life, death and being locked up. He was already over 40, his kidney function was almost depleted. How many more years could he play? If he got locked up, by the time he came out, he probably wouldn't be able to use that thing anymore. Jing Mo casually said, what do you have to give me? Compensate me? Today, I wasted a whole evening talking business with you. Do you know how precious my time is? You must send him in. There's no negotiation. When Jing Mo said this, it was firm and left no room for discussion. At this moment, Xiao Huzi was smiling and whispering good things in Jing Mo's ear. Jing Xiao, let this guy off once. I guarantee he won't touch any female college students from now on. Oh, you mean he often targets female college students? Jing Mo looked at Xiao Huzi with a scrutinizing gaze. Xiao Huzi's eyes darted around, unsure of what to say. It turned out Jing Mo didn't know what Tian Jiahao had done, and he had accidentally let it slip. Seeing that Xiao Huzi was unwilling to speak, Jing Mo turned his gaze to the other two. You two tell me,
or you'll both go in too. Chang Hao and Zhu Ning were so scared that their hands trembled. If Tiger Yi was afraid of someone, that person was definitely not small. If they didn't listen, their fate would probably be very miserable. Jing Xiao, Zhu Ning and I usually just like to go to KTV to find princesses, and it was all Tian Jiahao who led the way. The three of us pooled money to buy a Rolls Royce at first, and Tian Jiahao drove it around to meet pure girls. Then he would invite them out to dinner, get them drunk, and then do that, paying them afterwards. Chang Hao was a softie. After being scared by Jing Mo, he spilled everything he had done like beans pouring from a bamboo tube. After hearing this, Jing Mo had already sentenced these three to death. The filthy things these three had done were simply too many. On the side, Feng Muyun was so angry that her delicate body was trembling. She had never imagined there were such malicious people. These three had once made a freshman girl have 4 abortions, leading to infertility. The number of girls they had kept was at least a dozen. Moreover, none of these more than 10 girls were willing at first. They were all deceived in this way. Jing Mo looked at Xiao Huzi. Did you participate in this matter? Xiao Huzi was a bit afraid to meet Jing Mo's gaze. I swear I didn't participate in this matter. I don't know a lot of things. I only know that these three beasts were playing with female college students, but I didn't know they were doing such beastly things. Xiao Huzi directly cut off contact with these three people, fearing to attract trouble. Watch them, I'll make a call. Jing Mo stood up and pulled Feng Muyun to leave. The entire restaurant made Jing Mo feel disgusted, and it wasn't until he walked out the door and took a deep breath that he felt much better. Jing Mo picked up the phone and called Jiang Fan. Hello, Jing Mo, it's really rare for you to find me twice in one day. Jing Mo, I caught 3 beasts, you come and take them away. This should help you make a contribution. Jiang Fan, oh, tell me more? So Jing Mo told Jiang Fan everything that Tian Jiahao and the others had done. Jiang Fan was also furious after hearing it, his tone icy as he said, "Humph, send me your location, and I'll have my people go over." Jing Mo hung up the phone and directly sent the location to Jiang Fan. Then he waited in the milk tea shop next door. About 10 minutes later, the police from the district station arrived. Jiang Fan had communicated with these people in advance, so he spoke a bit more politely. Jing Mo, right? Where are the 3 suspects you mentioned? Jing Mo pointed to Huayangrenjia and said, they're in the private room on the deepest part of the 3rd floor. I've got someone watching them. The officer nodded. All right, we'll take care of the rest. After saying that, he signaled his subordinates to apprehend the suspects. The 3 were eventually arrested, detained for a few days, and then sentenced to 5 years. Of course, this had nothing to do with Jing Mo. After Xiao Huzi came out of Huayangrenjia, he nodded and bowed to Jing Mo, saying, don't tell Chonggu about this. Chonggu? Who is that? Jing Mo asked, puzzled. Chonggu is Wang Chichuan. It's his nickname outside. Jing Mo responded with an O after hearing this. Forget it. Just be careful not to get involved in such matters in the future. Hearing Jing Mo say this, Xiao Huzi's smile naturally faded a lot. Jing Xiao probably didn't need much during this meal. How about I take you somewhere else for another meal? Jing Mo waved his hand nonchalantly. Forget it, I have things to do, next time. Xiao Huzi hurriedly replied, alright, then next time, just call me when you come to Jiangdu, you won't have to spend any money on meals. Jing Mo was speechless. Back in the car, Feng Muyun lowered her head and stammered, I'm sorry, I caused you trouble again. Jing Mo casually said, what trouble is this? Just consider it a day out. Do you still want to go to Dongguan Street? Let's see how much the shops there cost? Feng Muyun exclaimed in shock, no, the shops there aren't private, they're state-owned. State-owned? Feng Muyun explained, Dongguan Street is a scenic area. The property belongs to the state and cannot be sold, only rented. Jing Mo thought for a moment and said, then let's rent one, at worst, I'll pay the rent in the future, and you can do whatever you want. Feng Muyun shyly played with her fingers and said, in the end, I still have to rely on you. Jing Mo started the car. I'm your man, who else can you rely on if not me? It was past 9, and there were still many people on Dongguan Street, with everyone saying that Dongguan Street looked better at night than during the day. During the day, the view was broad, and modern buildings could be seen, but at night, the view wasn't as far. Under the cover of darkness, all one could see were the ancient-style old houses. It felt like traveling through time. Jing Mo watched as Huishi parked in the Dongguan Street parking lot. Huishi is a hidden luxury car, with a grand and businesslike appearance, but very few people recognize it, so it doesn't attract much attention. However, after Jing Mo got out of the car, the surrounding females glanced over, some intentionally, some unintentionally. The bolder ones even pointed in Jing Mo's direction and whispered to their friends. To be honest, Jing Mo was already used to it. After getting out of the car, he took out a pack of Likun cigarettes. Opening the box, he found it was already empty. Oh no, he had finished them. Feng Muyun asked, what cigarettes do you smoke? Jing Mo replied, Likun, why? Feng Muyan said, I see you always smoke Li-kun, is it very expensive? Jing Mo shook his head, it's not the most expensive cigarette, but it's very smooth. Feng Muyan remarked, but the box is empty. Jing Mo nodded, I'll buy a pack when I see one for sale later. Feng Muyan smiled and said, wait a moment. After saying that, she ran to a nearby supermarket to buy a pack of Li-kun. Feng Muyan's back was really beautiful, illuminated by the red lanterns, it was like a dream. Here you go. Smoke less, it's not good for your health. After she returned, she opened a new pack of Li-kun and took out a cigarette. Jing Mo bent down to hold it with his mouth. She took out a lighter, shielding the flame with her slender hand to light it. Then she stuffed both the cigarette and the lighter into Jing Mo's pocket. She naturally took Jing Mo's hand and turned around with a beaming smile, saying, smoke less. The flame from the lighter illuminated their faces, and Jing Mo was momentarily captivated by her profile. Those large, dark eyes reflected his image in their glow. In JS province, there is no nightlife. The two of them strolled along Dongguan Street for a while and found that although it wasn't late, it was already time for various shops to close. The number of tourists on the street had decreased significantly, and those who hadn't left were also heading towards the exit. Jing Mo and Feng Muyan walked hand in hand, casually exploring the scenic spots of Y City. Do you want to eat Turkish kebabs? Do you want to eat grilled oysters? Do you want to eat coconut jelly? Every time they passed an open stall, Feng Muyan would ask Jing Mo if he wanted to try something. As long as Feng Muyan asked, Jing Mo would buy a portion, and the two of them carried bags of snacks while walking and browsing. Until they got home, no one disturbed their mood. For Feng Muyan, having Jing Mo accompany her was just a fleeting moment. She truly wished time would slow down so they could keep wandering like this. But she understood that Jing Mo did not belong solely to her. Yet even if he didn't completely belong to her, when he was by her side, he belonged to her, and that was enough. By the time they returned to Shangshi Tiangong, it was nearly midnight. Although a lot had happened today for Feng Muyan, she was still very happy. Tomorrow, I'll look for Jiang Fan to see if he knows any reliable people to buy a shop from. Don't look online anymore. Feng Muyan obediently nodded at Jing Mo's words. The next morning, Jing Mo got up, had breakfast made by Feng Muyan, and then returned to school. Today he drove a Lamborghini 6th Element. He wanted to drive a LaFerrari, but Jing Mo had said before that the passenger seat of the LaFerrari was Feng Muyan's exclusive spot. So Jing Mo didn't drive the LaFerrari. Just as he returned to school, Bei Xianyao sent him a message asking if he had time for dinner that night. Bai Qian messaged him to discuss the album release. Fan Xingxue said her sister wanted to meet her savior and asked if Jing Mo had time to come over and hang out for a bit. Jing Mo knew without thinking that Fan Xingxue must be missing him and was deliberately finding an excuse. The boss of the research lab rewarded by the system sent a message asking if Jing Mo had time to come over to sign a contract. Zhang Qingqing said Jing Mo actually dared to hit the instructor and told him to come to school this morning to report to her office. All these matters left Jing Mo with a headache, wishing he had a few clones. Since the start of school, he hadn't had a moment's rest, running around every day. He needed to hire a secretary to run errands, otherwise, with so many things to handle daily, he really couldn't manage it all. Since Jing Mo was already at school, he might as well take care of the matters at hand. So, he went straight to Jiang Qingqing's office without even returning to his dorm. The office was still empty except for Jiang Qingqing sitting there. Jing Mo didn't knock and just opened the door, walking in and casually grabbing a chair to sit on the other side of the desk. Then, treating it like it was his own desk, he picked up a cup from the table and took a sip. Good tea. Jiang Qingqing frowned at Jing Mo. How can you be so shameless? Jing Mo was displeased. What do you mean shameless? You're mine, so what's wrong with me drinking a bit of your water? Jiang Qingqing glared at Jing Mo, gritting her teeth. Who is yours? Jing Mo, can you be a bit more serious? Jiang Qingqing felt that Jing Mo was becoming increasingly audacious towards her. Just as Jing Mo was about to say something, Jiang Qingqing's phone rang. She glanced at Jing Mo, then picked up her phone and walked to the corner to answer it. Jing Mo, sipping tea, eavesdropped with perked ears. Long time no see. Tonight? At Chongqing Hotel, right? I'll be there at 6, no need to wait for me at the door. After hanging up, Jiang Qingqing returned to her office chair. Whose call was that? Jing Mo frowned a bit. That conversation sounded like someone was inviting Jiang Qingqing to a hotel? That wouldn't do, she was the target required by the system.
If someone else got to her first, he would be in deep trouble. Jing Mo's reaction seemed a bit jealous in Jiang Qingqing's eyes, and she felt a small sense of pride in her heart. Seeing Jing Mo so anxious, she decided to tease him. A friend of mine studying abroad just returned to the country today and invited me to dinner at Changqing Hotel tonight. Jing Mo's brows furrowed tightly as he nervously asked, "Is it a man or a woman?" Jiang Qingqing's face surprisingly showed a rare smile. "Of course it's a man." Jing Mo's expression changed drastically as he stood up and said, "You can't go." Jiang Qingqing looked at Jing Mo in confusion. "What right do you have to control me? A big man inviting you to a hotel for dinner definitely has ulterior motives. What does that have to do with you?" Jiang Qingqing pretended to be unhappy. "You're my counselor. I can't just stand by and watch you be threatened." Jing Mo said this with righteous indignation. "You know I'm just your counselor. Why do you care about my personal matters?" For some reason, Jiang Qingqing liked the way Jing Mo cared about her. Jing Mo was getting anxious. "If you dare to go, I'll sleep with you right here today." There was no way. He was still young and didn't want to be in deep trouble. As soon as Jing Mo said this, the air suddenly became silent. He saw shock and disbelief in Jiang Qingqing's eyes. "Jing Mo, what did you just say? You're being too reckless, talking to me like that. Do you think everyone is as dirty-minded as you? Just because I'm going to a hotel, you think it's to meet someone? I'm just going to a class reunion." Jing Mo felt awkward and didn't know what to say. Turns out he had been played by this woman. "If you had said it was a class reunion earlier, why did you lie to me about a guy asking you out?" Jiang Qingqing was a bit at a loss for words. Should she say she wanted to see how much Jing Mo cared about her? "Who told you to meddle?" This was the first time Jing Mo saw Jiang Qingqing show a more feminine side. "Since there's nothing wrong, I'll take my leave then. I still have military training to attend." Seeing Jing Mo wanting to leave, Jiang Qingqing remembered that she had come to find Jing Mo for an important matter. "Don't go yet." Jing Mo, who had just lifted his butt, sat back down. He thought he could escape this time, but it seemed he still had to face criticism. "You really have some guts, daring to hit the instructor." Jing Mo said helplessly, "I didn't want to, he made the first move. I was just defending myself." Jiang Qingqing waved her hand and said, "I don't care what your reasons are, you can't go to military training now." "It can't be that serious, can it? I can't go to military training at all?" Seeing Jing Mo like this, Jiang Qingqing sneered. "You still know how to be afraid, the principal said so. If you're busy usually, just finish your things in these 2 days. You think you can beat the instructor? What training are you even talking about?" After hearing this, Jing Mo felt that the principal was quite open-minded. "So what should I do in these 2 days?" Jiang Qingqing stood up to get some documents. "Do whatever you want, just don't cause trouble." "All right, I have a meeting to attend, you can leave now." Then Jing Mo also stood up and followed Jiang Qingqing out of the office. As they were about to part in the corridor, Jiang Qingqing called out to Jing Mo again. "Jing Mo." Jing Mo turned to look at Jiang Qingqing. Her expression was a bit unnatural. "I have something I want to ask you for help with." Jing Mo smiled and said, "Instructor, just say it, what are we to each other?" Seeing Jing Mo's unserious demeanor, Jiang Qingqing felt a bit angry. "Can you accompany me to the class reunion tonight?" Upon hearing this request, Jing Mo agreed without thinking. "Sure, but I have something to do today. You go ahead to the reunion first, and I'll catch up after I'm done." Jiang Qingqing sighed in relief when Jing Mo agreed. As she turned her back to him, she said one more thing. "Can you pretend to be my boyfriend for a bit?" Saying this made Jiang Qingqing feel utterly embarrassed. Having a student from her class pretend to be her boyfriend was really abstract. But there was a boy at the reunion who would keep bothering her, and some classmates from school would say some unpleasant things. Jing Mo gave a meaningful glance at Jiang Qingqing's back, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "No problem." Saying this, he took advantage of no one being around and directly hugged Jiang Qingqing from behind. Jiang Qingqing felt a wave of warmth enveloping her from behind. It was her first time having physical contact with a boy. Jing Mo's hands were not behaving either, as he pinched her butt. "Jing Mo." Before Jiang Qingqing could react, Jing Mo had already released his hand. "I'm going to get you." Jiang Qingqing lost her composure, clenching her fists and swinging them at Jing Mo. But Jing Mo had already slipped away. As he left, he said, "This is your reward." After Jing Mo left, he drove away from the school. Since the principal said there was no need for military training, why should he go? He would just return to school after the military training was over. Jing Mo quickly arrived at an industrial park in the suburbs of Hanjiang District. This address was the location of the research institute awarded by the system. On the way, Jing Mo had already contacted the owner of this place, and as he arrived at the entrance of the research institute, a chubby man in a black shirt was waiting for him. Jing Mo parked his car by the roadside. In the suburbs, cars could be parked anywhere without anyone caring. He opened the car door and got out, and the chubby man came over to greet him. Hello, I'm the manager of the research institute. You must be Mr. Jing. The chubby man extended his hand. Jing Mo shook it. Hello, I'm Jing Mo. Truly young and promising. My name is Kong Lu. Let's go in and talk. Jing Mo followed Kong Lu into the research institute. Wow, I didn't expect Mr. Jing to be so young and already thinking about innovation, directly buying this research institute from me. Jing Mo smiled and said, I'm just bored and want to do some research and creation. You really know how to joke, replied Kong Lu as they reached the entrance of the research institute. Kong Lu took a card from his pocket and swiped it on a device next to the door. The glass door in front of them opened. Let's go, we need to sign the transfer contract in the office first. Kong Lu gestured for Jing Mo to enter. Once inside the office, Kong Lu pulled out a lot of documents, all transfer contracts and regulations issued by the state. After glancing through them and confirming there were no issues, Jing Mo signed without hesitation. Once the signatures were complete, the research institute belonged to Jing Mo. Seeing Jing Mo finish signing the contract, Kong Lu smiled and shook his hand again. Then let me show you around. The scale of the research institute was considerable, with the main research focus on digital products, specifically on how to create cameras with clearer pixels. After the tour, an idea suddenly struck Jing Mo. He asked Kong Lu, do we have any research on projectors here? Projectors? I think we developed one before, but projectors don't have high profits, and very few people buy them, so we stopped further development, Kong Lu replied. Upon hearing Kong Li's words, Jing Mo fell into deep thought. After a long while, he spoke up. Do we have the capability to develop holographic projection? Kong Lu laughed at Jing Mo's words. Mr. Jing, you really are humorous. Holographic projection is just a concept. With the current level of technology, it's not achievable. Go find our professionals who have previously worked on holographic projection, Jing Mo instructed. Although Kong Lu was puzzled, he still followed the boss's orders. Before long, Kong Lu led over a middle-aged man in a white coat. Hello, Mr. Jing, my name is Si Tianxi, the chief engineer of the technical development department, and I also serve as an associate professor at Jinling University. Jing Mo quickly shook hands with the newcomer. Professor Si, I heard you were involved in the development of projectors? Si Tianxi humbly replied, Oh, Mr. Jing, you flatter me. I just tinkered around for fun. Don't be modest, Professor Si, the most advanced projection equipment was designed by him, Kong Lu reminded from the side. Hearing this, Jing Mo thought that Si Tianxi was indeed a talented individual. Manager Kong, how are the salaries for our research staff here? Kong Lu answered, it's just the normal industry rate. Jing Mo said generously, from now on, raise the salaries to the highest standard, with engineers earning 100,000 a month. Manager Kong gasped in surprise, not expecting the new boss to be so extravagant. Then I will thank Mr. Jing on behalf of the employees. Both Kong Lu and Si Tianxi were very pleased. By the way, Professor Si, I brought you here to ask you something. Mr. Jing, there's no need to be so polite, just ask directly. Have you heard of holographic projection? Upon hearing the term, Si Tianxi fell into contemplation. He began to speculate on Jing Mo's intentions behind mentioning it. Holographic projection, with the current level of technology, was not feasible. Everything on the market claiming to be holographic projection was fake. Mr. Jing, I know about holographic projection, but it's just a concept, an idea. The current technology cannot achieve it. In fact, Jing Mo didn't understand this area well. He had the blueprints for creating it but didn't know if it could be replicated. As long as you understand this, that's fine. Here, take a look at this. Jing Mo took out a USB drive and plugged it into the office computer. He opened the files on the USB drive. There were many files, all detailed assembly blueprints for creating something. This looks like an assembly diagram for the parts used to make something. This one is the blueprint for the lightboard's curved lens. This is not right. Si Tianxi frowned tighter the more he looked, increasingly shocked. He was so astonished he couldn't speak. This is impossible. This is impossible. Seeing Si Tianxi lose his composure in front of Jing Mo, Kong Lu hurriedly approached to ask, Professor Si, what's wrong? Si Tianxi seemed oblivious, staring intently at the screen. He snatched Jing Mo's mouse and opened the design blueprint he had just seen. This component is the core part for creating a holographic projection. According to this blueprint, making its parts is theoretically feasible, but it will take time to produce. Once this component is completed, the rest won't matter at all. As the engineer who previously made the projector, he naturally understood the importance of this blueprint. He raised his head, his gaze burning as he looked at Jing Mo. Mr. Jing, who is this designer?
Who drew this design? Can you introduce me to them?
Tianxi was excited, his eyes ablaze, as if he had seen a beautiful woman without clothes. Jing Mo didn't expect this guy to react so strongly, hesitating for a moment before pointing to himself. This design was drawn by me.
Tianxi's pupils widened in shock, momentarily speechless. You drew it, Mr. Jing?
He could hardly believe his ears.
If the holographic projection could be made, the impact would be enormous. This patent could be worth hundreds of billions every year. Moreover, this component couldn't be replicated unless the blueprint was leaked.
He understood the value of this thing.
Mr. Jing, since you say this blueprint is yours, do you have a sample of this component?
Jing Mo had no sample.
This is still a concept. I showed it to you hoping you could make this based on the blueprint.
Tianxi felt a bit regretful upon hearing there was no sample, but his face quickly lit up with a different kind of excitement.
Don't worry, if there are no major issues with the details on this blueprint, we can produce a sample for you in 3 days.
Jing Mo nodded. No need to rush, take your time, the main thing is to keep it confidential.
After saying that, he looked at Kong Lu.
Kong Lu understood what this meant and, with a serious expression, spoke to Jing Mo.
Mr. Jing, I assure you, apart from the 3 of us, no one else will see this blueprint.
Tianxi rubbed his hands together, ready to get to work.
If this thing could be made, there would be no need for AR, and big screens could be retired, even televisions, computers, and even phones would be replaced. Their names would be written in history. Isn't that what scientists pursue all their lives, to leave a mark in history?
Kong Lu said to Tianxi, all projects at the research institute are to be shut down. Everyone's top priority is to produce this thing, regardless of cost.
Jing Mo pulled the USB drive from the computer and handed it to Tianxi. Tianxi nodded vigorously. Then Mr. Jing, Manager Kong, I'll get to work. After Tianxi left, Kong Lu finally began to take this new boss seriously. Incredible!
At first, he thought he was just a spoiled rich kid messing around, but it turned out he was a genius.
Mr. Jing, it's getting late. How about we have a meal at the cafeteria of the Research Institute? Jing Mo checked the time. It was already noon. He didn't refuse and followed Kong Lu to have a meal at the Research Institute. After lunch, Jing Mo left the institute.
In the afternoon, he had something else to do. When the car arrived at Wanyuan residence, She saw it was Jing Mo's car and quickly notified Su Zihan.
The two then waited for Jing Mo in the parking lot of Wanyuan residence.
After parking the car, Jing Mo got out, and Shi, dressed in a qipao and holding an oiled paper umbrella, walked over to shield Jing Mo from the sun. Her snow-white thighs glistened in the sunlight like a work of art.
You don't have to go through all this trouble next time. You don't need to wait for me specifically.
She was the most enchanting woman Jing Mo had ever seen, her aura captivating enough to hold anyone's gaze.
To describe Shi, one could say she understood men's hearts too well.
Her every action seemed designed to please men.
Jing Mo had even inquired and found out that Shi had no formal training. This trait was innate. Since Director Jing is here, how could I not come out to greet you?
If outsiders saw, they might think I don't know the rules, Shi said, her voice soft yet ethereal, carrying a sense of elegance. Besides, even a small business owner pays attention to their demeanor when going out.
As the owner of our Wanyuan residence, you naturally have to maintain your face, right? Jing Mo found Shi's reasoning quite valid.
Moreover, with her outfit and the oiled paper umbrella by her side, any passerby could tell that Jing Mo's status was not ordinary.
Is there a little star staying at our Wanyuan residence recently?
Jing Mo asked as he walked toward the lobby.
Su Zihan replied, you must be talking about Bai Qianqian, who is staying in the Chiu courtyard. She's staying in the Chiu courtyard? Su Zihan nodded.
Yes, she is currently living in the Chiu courtyard. The price of the Chiu courtyard was the cheapest in Wanyuan residence, but that was only for the wealthy.
To an ordinary person, a night costing 100,000 was still an astronomical price.
Jing Mo thought about how this woman had come to Weiss City to find him. He couldn't neglect her. Let her stay in my Chun courtyard, and don't charge her anything.
Su Zihan didn't ask why and agreed directly.
Instead of going to the Chiu courtyard to find Bai Qianqian, Jing Mo first sent her a message on his phone to call her out.
Bai Qianqian received the message and almost instantly replied, I'll be right out. In a moment, Bai Qianqian appeared in a white long dress, resembling the much-discussed white moonlight online.
It was unclear what she had been nurtured on, but Bai Qianqian had a very slender figure, with her chest particularly prominent. Even Shi beside her seemed to pale in comparison. The last time Jing Mo saw Bai Qianqian, she was wearing sunglasses, but this time, her stunning face was fully revealed to him. Bai Qianqian had a very three-dimensional appearance, giving off an impression of being from an ethnic minority, and her eye color was different from Jing Mo's. Her eyes were a light blue,
Hello, this is our second meeting.
Bai Qianqian, being the daughter of a superstar, clearly had attended many large gatherings, her demeanor poised and graceful.
Jing Yamo shook hands with Bai Qianqian. Miss Qianqian, have you had lunch yet?
Out of politeness, he felt the need to say these formalities.
No need to be so polite, Jing Xiao.
Wanyuan residence delivers lunch to the courtyard at noon, Bai Qianqian casually mentioned, thinking Jing Yamo had never been to Wanyuan residence.
Just call me Jing Yamo, no need for Jing Xiao. Let's find a place to discuss the album you mentioned. Okay, let's go to Dongguan Street. It's my first time in Aizu. You don't mind showing me around a bit, do you?
Jing Mo's expression stiffened for a moment. He had just been to Dongguan Street with Feng Muyan last night, and now he had to accompany Bai Qianqian there again.
Well, it was fine, he would go. Then let's go. Jing Yamo, do you know the way? I'll ride you there. Saying this, Bai Qianqian waved a car key in front of Jing Yamo.
Jing Yamo recognized the vehicle. It was a motorcycle called Ducati.
I didn't expect you to be a rider. But, did you really ride your motorcycle all the way from the Magic City?
The Magic City was nearly 300 kilometers away from here. If she had ridden a motorcycle, it would take at least half a day.
Bai Qianqian's small frame, riding such a long distance, would probably fall apart.
Of course not, I had a tow truck bring me here. I came by high-speed train, Bai Qianqian denied.
Then you wait for me here for a bit. I need to change into something else. I can't ride in this outfit. After saying that, Bai Qianqian went back to change clothes.
Not long after, she returned wearing a black fitted jacket and sexy shorts, revealing a pair of long legs, her hair tied up in a sleek high ponytail. This change made her look like a completely different person. Before, she resembled a refined young lady, but now she looked like a hot dancer from a nightclub. Bai Qianqian and Jing Yamo arrived at the parking lot of Wanyuanju, where a red Ducati V4 gleamed under the sun. However, her gaze was drawn to a Lamborghini Sixth Element in the corner. Wow, I can still see this car in Y City. I haven't even seen this car in Modu. Jing Yamo glanced at his own Lamborghini, not telling Bai Qianqian it was his, and instead changed the subject.
Is this car very rare?
Bai Qianqian nodded, commenting on the Sixth Element. This car is a limited edition from Lamborghini, even rarer than the famous Lamborghini Veneno. There are only 30 Veneno cars in the world. I wonder who can afford such a luxury car. I really want to have a chance to try it out, Bai Qianqian said, her tone filled with longing.
Miss Bai, you really know your cars.
Yes, I have a Lamborghini Gallardo and Modu, and I mingle in the luxury car circle. I often go out with the car club when I have free time.
Saying this, Bai Qianqian lifted her leg and got on her Ducati V4.
Then she patted the back seat. Come on, get on. While speaking, she tossed a helmet to Jing Yamo. After Jing Yamo put on the helmet, he also climbed onto the back seat of the Ducati.
V-Room.
The Ducati V4 roared to life, producing a sound that echoed all around. This sound was pleasant, different from the noise of supercars, resembling the roar of a fighter jet engine, stirring excitement in a man's heart.
Jing Yamo couldn't help but place his hands on Bai Qianqian's slender waist. Ah, what are you doing? Bai Qianqian exclaimed, flustered and angry.
Jing Yamo explained, I have to find something to hold onto, otherwise, if you accelerate, I'll just be thrown off. Jing Yamo said this with an innocent expression.
Bai Qianqian could tell from Jing Mo's reaction that it was his first time sitting on the back of a motorcycle. Hold onto the gas tank with both hands, not my waist.
Jing Yamo responded with an "oh," obediently moving his hands away from Bai Qianqian's waist. Under the helmet, Bai Qianqian's face had turned red to her ears. This was the first time a boy had sat behind her. Jing Yamo had a great figure, and his body pressed against hers. She could even smell the mint on him.
Hold on tight. I'm about to take off.
After saying that, Bai Qianqian twisted the throttle, and the bike shot forward, the front wheel lifting high due to the powerful acceleration. In that moment, Jing Mo's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. Instinctively, he pulled his hands back from the gas tank and tightly wrapped them around Bai Qianqian's waist.
Because Jing Mo was sitting higher, this action pressed directly against Bai Qianqian's ample chest. Bai Qianqian's body stiffened, almost causing the bike to tip over.
The wind was too strong. Jing Mo felt nothing but the wind against his skin, completely unaware that Bai Qianqian was trembling. Sitting on the back of the motorcycle felt like riding a roller coaster. The speed and the force pushing him back made Jing Mo feel his adrenaline spike. His heart rate was probably soaring above 150. The scenery on both sides blurred and rushed past. Riding a motorcycle to 100 kilometers per hour feels completely different from driving a car to 100 kilometers per hour.
Slow down. Slow down. Ha ha ha. Jing Mo, isn't it exhilarating? Bai Qianqian's voice intermittently reached Jing Mo's ears.
Not exhilarating, the wind is too strong.
I'm so scared.
Jing Mo thought that at this speed, if they crashed, he would probably end up either dead or disabled. But Bai Qianqian was still accelerating. and the speed had already reached 190. Jing Mo felt like the surroundings were whirling by like a revolving lantern, so fast it felt like they were about to travel through time and space.
Bai Qianqian, I swear I will never sit on your back seat again. Half an hour passed, a half hour that had been excruciating for Jing Mo.
Every second of that half hour made him feel like he might die at any moment. It was terrifying. At nearly 200 kilometers per hour, if they had an accident at that speed, it would probably be a direct ticket to the afterlife. They arrived at Dongguan Street, where he had strolled around the night before and found it rather mundane. However, Bai Qianqian, being an outsider who had never been there, was quite interested.
As soon as they got out of the car, Bai Qianqian took out sunglasses and a mask from her bag. If the passers-by knew Bai Qianqian was in Y City, it would probably cause a stir.
Being a star is really tough. You have to be so careful when you go out, Jing Mo said with a smile, watching Bai Qianqian act sneakily. Bai Qianqian sighed, there's no way around it. Fame brings honor but also trouble.
The two walked into Dongguan Street.
Bai Qianqian was naturally curious and had to check out every shop. They found a Starbucks and sat down by the window.
Bai Qianqian took off her mask. It's so hot.
At that moment, beads of sweat were already forming on her high nose.
Jing Mo, have you ever studied music before?
Jing Mo shook his head. No, I haven't studied music.
Then how did you create such a great song like The Vast Sky?
This song of yours is worthy of a Golden Melody Award.
Even my dad praised your song, saying it's really good.
Jing Mo didn't know how to respond. He couldn't just say he stole it from his past life.
He had to tell a lie. Maybe I have a natural talent for it. Bai Qianqian nodded thoughtfully. Hello, here are the 2 cappuccinos you ordered. The Starbucks server brought over the 2 cups of coffee. Just as the server was about to leave, her gaze lingered on Bai Qianqian's face for a moment.
Bai Qianqian smiled sweetly at her. The server nodded, looking puzzled, and walked away.
She just felt that Bai Qianqian's face looked very familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere. My dad said he wants to sign you to his company. Would you be willing?
If you agree, we can offer you a signing fee of 10 million a year, and you would get 70% of the earnings from each album. Bai Qianqian had not investigated Jing Mo's background, thinking he was just an ordinary college student. 10 million was an irresistible amount for him.
However, Bai Qianqian did not see the shock, excitement, or thrill she expected on Jing Mo's face.
When Jing Mo heard 10 million, he remained very calm.
Let's skip the signing.
I still want to focus on my studies. I never thought about becoming a professional singer, but I can release my songs through your company, and we can split the earnings 50-50.
Bai Qianqian couldn't believe Jing Mo would refuse her.
After all, a signing fee of 10 million was astronomical for a newcomer. Moreover, Jing Mo was just a freshman. Even after graduation, it wouldn't be easy to earn 10 million.
Yet Jing Mo refused.
If he signed, it would mean the copyright of his music would belong to the company. Not signing meant the copyright would still be in Jing Mo's hands, which made a significant difference. Although it was said that the earnings could reach 50%, a lot of copyright fees were missing.
It's important to know that the most profitable aspect of a song is the copyright fees. Aren't you considering it?
If you think the signing fee of 10 million is too little, we can discuss it further.
I can talk to my dad and see if he can offer you a bit more.
Bai Qianqian was still not giving up, as she really wanted to sign Jing Mo.
Jing Mo's expression remained indifferent, as if he didn't care about the money at all.
Forget it, I just want to release my song. I have no interest in being a singer. Bai Qianqian felt that Jing Mo wasn't bargaining with her. He really seemed to not want to be a singer.
Alright then, do you have time today? I can record your song first and then send it to the company.
There's a music festival coming up, and we can take advantage of the hype to release it. Jing Mo glanced at the time on his phone. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. He still had to go to Chongqing Hotel in the evening to accompany Jiang Qingqing to a class reunion.
However, he couldn't keep Bai Qianqian waiting in Y City, especially since she had to return to Modu for school.
Then let's hurry up. I have something to do at 6.
Bai Qianqian frowned and said, Is it that rushed?
I'll look for a music company in Y City now and rent their recording studio. After saying that, Bai Qianqian stood up and seemed to be calling the secretary of Bai Tianwan to make arrangements. She returned shortly after.
It's all set, let's go.
There's a music company in the East District, and we've rented their recording studio.
Let's head over now.
Jing Mo felt a bit scared thinking about Bai Qianqian's reckless biking. He really didn't dare to ride with her again.
How about you ride ahead, and I'll catch up later? Bai Qianqian gave him a disdainful look. You're really timid. Fine, I'll ride over first, and you can take a taxi. I'll reimburse you for the taxi fare. Saying this, Bai Qianqian sent Jing Mo 1,000 yuan. Jing Mo felt a bit helpless but didn't say anything.
As the two of them stood up, all 3 Starbucks employees gathered around. The server who had just served them coffee exclaimed excitedly, I told you, she's Bai Qianqian.
Oh my god, it's really Bai Qianqian. This shout immediately drew the attention of everyone around. Bai Qianqian wanted to stop it but was too late. Who? Bai Qianqian? Bai Qianqian is in Y City. It really is Bai Qianqian. Princess Qianqian, I love you. Qianqian, can I have your autograph? In an instant, Jing Mo and Bai Qianqian were surrounded. Who is the guy next to Bai Qianqian? Could he be her boyfriend? No way, if he is, that would be big news. Qianqian, does your boyfriend Bai Tianwan know? A bold fan teased. Bai Qianqian seemed to be used to such scenes and handled it with ease. She waved her hand at the fans. Hello everyone, I'm here in Y City for a vacation. This isn't my boyfriend. As for his identity, it's a secret. If you want to know, you can follow Ingy Culture's Weibo for updates in the next couple of days. Bai Qianqian and Jing Mo walked out of Starbucks. Since they had been exposed, Bai Qianqian didn't wear her sunglasses or mask anymore and showed her true face to the public. Now, all the young people on Dongguan Street were looking over. Who is Bai Qianqian? She is one of the hottest female singers in the music scene today. Her father is also a well-known top celebrity in China. What young person doesn't like Bai Qianqian's songs? However, what intrigued people was who the handsome guy next to Bai Qianqian was. Jing Mo felt his scalp tingle as many people turned their attention to him. Bai Qianqian was used to it, but Jing Mo had never experienced anything like this. The two walked on, with fans following them all the way. Bai Qianqian had signed her name countless times along the way. Many fans specifically bought pens on Dongguan Street just to get Bai Qianqian's autograph. For the first time, Jing Mo felt that Dongguan Street was so long. After the two reached the exit, Bai Qianqian directly said goodbye to her fans and got into her Ducati V4. Jing Mo was left standing there alone. His face was filled with frustration. Surrounding him, Bai Qianqian's fans gathered around. Hey, can you tell us what your relationship with Bai Qianqian is? Jing Mo remained silent and did not respond to these fans. Many female tourists boldly approached Jing Mo asking for his contact information. He rejected them one by one. After a while, a roar of an engine came from afar. A dazzling red car drove towards them from the end of the road. A crowd shifted their attention, looking in the direction of the sound. Wow, it's a Ferrari LaFerrari. A car worth over 20 million. It's really too cool. As they talked, the Ferrari had already driven up to them. Then it stopped by the roadside, and Jing Mo walked towards the Ferrari. Feng Muyun got out of the driver's seat. This car's horsepower is just too powerful. I barely pressed the gas pedal and it took off. It scared me to death on the way. After getting out of the car, Feng Muyun still felt a bit shaken. Then she handed the car keys to Jing Mo. Let's go, you accompany me to Wanyuanju to pick up the car, and then you can drive it home. Feng Muyun nodded obediently and got back into the passenger seat of the Ferrari. Just like that, Jing Mo drove the Ferrari LaFerrari away, basking in the attention of the crowd. Who is this person? Which rich kid is he? Bai Qianqian is out shopping on Dongguan Street with a rich kid. No way, could it be that Bai Qianqian really found a wealthy boyfriend? But who is this person? Did you not see another girl who looked just as good as Qianqian come to pick him up? Maybe she's Bai Qianqian's sugar mommy. No way, Bai Qianqian is the daughter of the Bai family. Does she need someone to support her? In no time, rumors were flying everywhere, and many people posted about what they encountered today online. It quickly became a trending topic. Plus, with Jing Mo singing A Vast Sky at the bar a couple of days ago, he had already gained some fame online. As soon as Jing Mo's video was released, many people recognized him. This person is called Jing Mo, a student from Y City University, the one who sang A Vast Sky before. Bai Qianqian being with him should mean they are discussing a collaboration. His rendition of A Vast Sky is really good, too bad there's no full version. Does Bai Qianqian meeting him mean he's going to enter the music industry? I think he should get signed by the Bai family's company. Pretty much, didn't Bai Qianqian say that Ingy Media would post on Weibo in the next few days? It probably means Jing Mo is signing with them and releasing an album. A prophet has spoken. In no time, there were various opinions about Jing Mo online. People who knew Jing Mo were now posting about him. Bei Xinyo was the first to message Jing Mo. You can sing too? When will you sing for me? Fan Xingxue had been busy lately. It was only now that her sister's condition had improved that she had time to watch some videos. When she saw Jing Mo was now popular online, she found the video of him singing at the bar. Today watching the snow drift in the cold night, with a heart that is cooled, drifting far away. In the wind and rain, chasing. In the fog, unable to distinguish shadows. The sky is vast, you and I, can it change? Who isn't changing? Fan Xingxue's eyes widened as she stared at the screen. It was really beautiful. Jing Mo, I didn't expect you could sing. You must sing for me when you have time. Since the last time Zhang Xinyu slept in the same bed as Jing Mo, she has been too afraid to contact him. However, that doesn't mean she hasn't been paying attention to him. Ever since Jing Mo sang at the bar last time, she knew he would definitely become a sensation. She felt selfish, not wanting Jing Mo to be so outstanding. If he was that excellent, she wouldn't be worthy of him. Every time she saw a video, she would feel jealous, but she didn't dare to chat with Jing Mo. She understood that there must be no shortage of girls around him, yet it felt as if he had hypnotized her. Her feelings for him had already penetrated to the bone. Every night, she would dream of Jing Mo, which led her to wash her underwear every day. Yi Ruoro was genuinely happy for Jing Mo when she saw the video. She knew he was the best man in the world, the most outstanding. She just wished for a chance to stand on the same stage and sing with him. Jing Mo arrived at Wanyuan residence, returned the car to Fengmuyun, and switched to a Lamborghini 6th Element. You can go back first, I have some things to take care of this afternoon and evening. Fengmuyun took the car keys. Are you coming home tonight? Jing Mo thought for a moment and said, it depends, if I come home, I'll message you. After saying that, Jing Mo drove off in the Lamborghini. He hurried to the recording studio rented by Qianqian. As soon as he got out of the car, Qianqian rushed over. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she said, is this your car? Jing Mo nodded nonchalantly and replied, yeah, it's my car. So you're a rich second generation. Jing Mo was displeased upon hearing this. What do you mean? Can't I be a rich first generation with my talent? Qianqian forced a smile. No wonder Jing Mo was so calm when she quoted 10 million earlier. He clearly looked down on such a small amount. This car is worth tens of millions. Her 1 million really doesn't compare. Anyone who can afford this car probably has to have at least 100 million at home. Mainly, this car can't even get a license plate without connections. She had planned to call her dad after recording to ask him to raise the signing fee, but now it seemed unnecessary. He really wasn't interested in becoming a singer. Oh, by the way, didn't you want to try this car? Why don't you take it for a spin first? Seeing Qianqian staring at his car, Jing Mo thought she wanted to drive it, so he handed her the keys. No, you have things to do tonight, just go record your music. The two entered the recording studio, and Jing Mo re-recorded A Sea of Stars. Qianqian, listening outside, was almost entranced. Why did this song make her feel so passionate every time she heard it? After the song was recorded, Jing Mo came out of the studio. Qianqian handed him a bottle of sparkling water. This song is definitely going to be a hit. Jing Mo took a sip of the sparkling water. I hope so. What time is it now? Qianqian replied, it's already past 6. Why don't we grab a bite to eat before getting busy? Let's go to Wanyuan residence. Jing Mo checked the time and hurriedly said, I'm going to eat. After saying that, he got into the Lamborghini 6th Element and left. It was already past 6, and he figured Jiang Qingqing had probably arrived at Chongqing Hotel. I'm really sorry for being late and making you wait here. I just finished a meeting at school. Jiang Qingqing got off the bus and saw a group of people standing in front of several cars at the entrance of Chongqing Hotel. One of the women spotted her and hurriedly came over. This girl was Jiang Qingqing's best friend from university. Li Wanner excitedly grabbed Jiang Qingqing's hand and said, it's fine, we just arrived too. We were chatting at the entrance. Come on, let's go greet them. As the two approached, the other girl said sarcastically, Jiang the campus beauty still has such a grand entrance, being the last to show up. What can I do? I took the bus, how fast can I be? The two women are named Zhao Min and Koro. They were in the same class as Jiang Qingqing before. Jiang Qingqing majored in finance in college, a field that tends to have more female students. Zhao Min stepped forward and said, Jiang, the campus beauty, if I had known you were taking the bus, you should have called me in advance. I could have driven the Mercedes my boyfriend bought for you to pick you up. A balding middle-aged man beside Zhao Min chuckled and said, Xiao Min, you need to take care of your old classmates a bit more. Anyone with eyes could see that Zhao Min was just showing off. Jiang Qingqing had a proud personality and wouldn't be affected by such things at all. It's fine, the bus is quite convenient. I don't want to trouble you. Seeing Jiang Qingqing still looking so proud, Zhao Min cursed inwardly, still pretending. What's so great about being a little pretty? Why act so aloof? However, with Jiang Qingqing's arrival, all the men around turned their attention to her, including Zhao Min's boyfriend, who couldn't help but glance at Jiang Qingqing. But with Zhao Min around, he only dared to steal a few looks. All the surrounding women looked at Jiang Qingqing with jealousy, inwardly cursing her like Zhao Min did, calling her a vixen. Li Wanner frowned and said, it's not easy for us to gather together. What are you all doing? Zhao Min, you know where Qingqing works. If you wanted to pick her up, you would have gone long ago. What are you saying these sarcastic remarks for? Aren't you just feeling superior because Qingqing doesn't have a car and isn't doing as well as you? Zhao Min's face visibly darkened. What are you talking about, Li Wanner? How am I being sarcastic? Alright, stop talking. Let's go inside. The gathering is about to start. A man's voice came from behind.
Everyone turned to look as a man with slick back hair, handsome and dressed in a suit, walked over slowly. Behind him was a Bentley. The moment he appeared, all the single female classmates' eyes were fixed on him. They weren't young anymore, and at this age, being single made them particularly picky about their partners. However, as soon as this man appeared, even the most discerning women thought he was the perfect match. Tall, handsome, and wealthy, wasn't he the epitome of a rich and handsome CEO? Taoan, you're here. Ko-ro stepped forward with affectionate eyes to greet the man. Taoan smiled politely. Then he looked at Jiang Qingqing. Qingqing, long time no see. The women saw that Taoan was still being friendly to Jiang Qingqing as before, and they were almost driven mad with jealousy. Jiang Qingqing nodded slightly. It has been a long time. How have you been lately? Not bad. Jiang Qingqing always gave off a vibe of keeping people at a distance. This was what those women looked down on her for. She was clearly just a university teacher, not some princess, so why act so high and mighty? Taoan had been pursuing Jiang Qingqing for nearly 7 years, from his junior year until now. However, after graduating from university, he went abroad to study and then developed his career overseas. This class reunion was organized by him. In fact, his fundamental purpose was still for Jiang Qingqing. Taoan walked at the front like the leader of this group, with many people around him complimenting him. He was the main character of this gathering. He was also the one who had done the best in this cohort. Taoan, the youngest board member of Huapei Real Estate. He owned 5% of Huapei Group's shares. The total market value of Huapei Group had already reached 100 billion. 5% of the shares equated to 50 billion. Taoan now had the capital to be proud and respected. This achievement had surpassed 99.9% of his peers. He also held 25% of the shares in Chongqing Hotel. If he weren't focusing his energy on Huapei Group, he could also be the owner of Chongqing Hotel. With his current achievements, getting any type of woman is just a matter of waving his hand. However, he has always had one regret in his heart, which is not being with his white moonlight, Jiang Qingqing. This time, as he returns in glory, he is determined to win Jiang Qingqing's heart. Taoan had just walked into the private room. The laughter and chatter inside instantly quieted down, and everyone's gaze focused on him and Jiang Qingqing. Ah, you finally made it, President Tao. The beautiful Jiang. A male classmate quickly stood up and enthusiastically pulled over a chair beside him. We were just waiting for you two to start the meal. Taoan wore a friendly smile. I'm really sorry. I was a bit late due to some matters. It's no problem. You're a big shot now. It's already an honor for us to have the chance to dine with you, one of the female classmates complimented. The beautiful Jiang is still as stunning as ever. How come you haven't aged at all? Everyone in the room was showering praises on the two. They were from different worlds. One was exceptionally talented, and the other had unparalleled beauty. Come on, don't just stand there. Take your seats. Li Wanner first pulled Jiang Qingqing to sit together, then called the other classmates to join. Since everyone is here, let's start the meal. Although our youth is gone, being able to gather like this reminds me of the glorious days we once had. I'm particularly happy today. Let's raise a toast. Everyone raised their glasses and shouted in unison, cheers. After everyone sat down again, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. They chatted away. The boys were boasting about their lavish lifestyles, while the girls were flaunting how wealthy their husbands were. The most animated was, of course, Zhao Min. She had never gotten along with Jiang Qingqing since school. Today, our beautiful Jiang came by bus. I mean, Jiang, if you don't have a car, how do you get to work every day? Are you going to ride an electric bike? Many of the jealous female classmates found this very satisfying. The thought of the grand school beauty having to ride an electric bike felt quite pitiful. Jiang Qingqing calmly replied, No, I usually walk to work. My place isn't far from the school. A few girls smirked with pride upon hearing that Jiang Qingqing actually walked to work. Xiao Cheng, my husband runs a 4S shop. How about I get you an interest-free loan so you can buy a car? If you don't have money, I can arrange a zero down payment for you. As soon as this was said, the girls all covered their mouths and giggled. Ko-ro tried to smooth things over. The beautiful Jiang is still single and doesn't have a boyfriend to spend money on her. She probably can't even afford a car loan. But it's great that she's self-reliant. Zhao Min's eyes were squinting with laughter. Yeah, the beautiful Jiang wouldn't want to be supported by a man, unlike us who have all found successful boyfriends. Li Wanner clenched her fists as she listened. Enough of this. One by one, targeting Qingqing. Zhao Min and Ko-ro snorted softly and shot her a glare. Wanner, it's fine. Jiang Qingqing held onto Li Wanner, not wanting her to say more. Taoan glanced at Jiang Qingqing and then took out his phone to make a call. Qingqing, I bought you a 3 million McLaren. A tow truck will bring it over shortly. From now on, you can drive this car to work. Taoan said this with a very calm expression. But the surrounding girls were all envious to the extreme. A 3 million McLaren. How many times would they have to sleep with someone to afford that? Zhao Min's face turned very ugly. Kuro gritted her teeth, staring fiercely at Jiang Qingqing, her eyes almost spitting fire. Her target this time was Taoan, and she had thought he had given up on pursuing Jiang Qingqing. After all, 7 years had passed. I can't believe it, President Tao is really impressive, directly giving 3 million worth of car to Major Jiang. It's mainly because our President Tao is a real man, he has pursued Major Jiang for 7 years, so sincere.
Major Jiang, what are you still doing? Go up and give President Tao a kiss. If you meet such a man, just marry him. Li Wana looked at Jiang Qingqing with concern. She actually thought highly of Jiang Qingqing being with Taoan because they were a good match. Plus, Taoan had pursued Jiang Qingqing for 7 years. Taoan stood up and walked to Jiang Qingqing's side. Qingqing, I have pursued you for 7 years. During these 7 years, I have worked hard just to be worthy of you. Now my net worth has reached 5 billion, enough for you to live a superior life. Can you promise me to be my girlfriend? Taoan looked at Jiang Qingqing with deep affection. His words moved everyone present. The single female classmates were extremely jealous. They fantasized about how great it would be if Taoan confessed to them at that moment. Jiang Qingqing stood up and looked at Taoan. Her expression showed no particular fluctuation, just a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. President Tao, I said 7 years ago that I don't like you, so please don't waste your thoughts on me. You are excellent, but I don't want to be with you. Even today, 7 years later, my thoughts haven't changed. Whether I like you or not is not based on your achievements, so you should strive for yourself, not for me. I won't accept the McLaren you bought for me. It's too valuable, and I have no reason to accept it. Taoan's expression could no longer remain calm. After 7 years of pursuit, he still couldn't win her heart? Qingqing, why are you unwilling to be with me? Can you give me a reason? Jiang Qingqing looked at the crowd. Because I already have a boyfriend, and I can't betray him. Li Waner stood up in disbelief. What? Qingqing, you have a boyfriend? How come I didn't know? Taoan found it even harder to believe. Qingqing, I have pursued you for 7 years, and you barely have any friends of the opposite sex around you, let alone same-sex friends. How suddenly do you have a boyfriend? Are you deliberately finding such a reason to deceive me because you don't want to be with me? Jiang Qingqing replied calmly, I also just met him a few days ago, and I haven't had time to tell you all. He will come to this class reunion too, he should be on his way now. Taoan frowned. Qingqing, I have pursued you for 7 years, and you have no classmates, yet you are with someone you just met a few days ago. What is he better than me? Jiang Qingqing shook her head and didn't explain further. Taoan obviously felt a bit dejected as he returned to his seat. Li Waner, very curious, asked, Qingqing, who is your boyfriend? Is he someone I've met? Jiang Qingqing shook her head. No, he is still in college. As soon as this was said, everyone gasped. This was too shocking. They couldn't believe it. Jiang Qingqing was actually with a college student. Zhao Min sneered. I thought Major Jiang could find a better boyfriend. Instead, she is passing up such a good man like President Tao for a young student. Kuro added, yeah, dating a younger kid. I bet when you get older, he will kick you to the curb. Just then, the door of the private room was pushed open. Everyone thought it was the waiter bringing the dishes and didn't pay attention. Qingqing, where are you? All eyes turned to look. Jing Mo spotted Jiang Qingqing in the crowd at a glance. When the women saw Jing Mo's face, they didn't say anything, but their hearts raced. That was the feeling of being smitten. Jing Mo's charm was simply too powerful. He was so handsome. No wonder Jiang Qingqing's heart was captured. If they were in her shoes, they probably couldn't hold out either. Originally, those older women who had been through the grind of society thought they had long since stopped being swayed by a man's appearance, believing that only money and status were their criteria for a marriage partner. But after meeting Jing Mo, they thought to themselves that they would be willing to endure hardships just to be with him. Jing Mo sat down next to Jiang Qingqing. Sorry, I got held up a bit and arrived late, he said with an apologetic smile to everyone in the private room. This is my boyfriend, Jing Mo. Jiang Qingqing introduced him to the group. Hello everyone. Jing Mo greeted them politely with a smile. His other hand had already skillfully wrapped around Jiang Qingqing's waist. Jiang Qingqing knew this was Jing Mo taking advantage of her again, and her expression stiffened a bit. All eyes in the private room were focused on Jing Mo, sizing him up, surprised that he could be Jiang Qingqing's boyfriend. Li Waner asked, Qingqing, who pursued whom between you and Jing Mo? Jiang Qingqing smiled but said nothing. Jing Mo spoke up. Of course, I pursued Qingqing. I fell in love with such a beautiful woman at first sight. At this, Taoan's face darkened. This Jing Mo was too ostentatious. He couldn't stand Jing Mo at all. Even the cold and aloof Jiang, the campus beauty, can be won over one day. All the boys in the room looked at Jing Mo with envy. For the first time, they felt that looks could actually triumph over money. Not everyone at the dinner table was chatty.
there were a few peripheral figures just there to make a show or to mooch off the meal. After eating a couple of bites, they started playing on their phones. In fact, one girl was just there to accompany her roommate. After eating a couple of bites and chatting a bit with an old classmate, she lowered her head to scroll through videos. She was a loyal fan of Bai Chanshan and particularly loved her songs. She dreamed of meeting Bai Chanshan, but unfortunately, Bai Chanshan didn't hold concerts. Otherwise, she would go no matter how expensive the tickets were.
Today, she was just checking Bai Chanshan's updates. When she saw that Bai Chanshan was actually coming to Yangzhou, she could hardly contain her excitement. If she was coming to Yangzhou, that meant there was a chance to see her, right? Bai Chanshan was actually in Dongguan Street and had signed autographs for many fans. How envious.
She regretted not going to Dongguan Street today. It was really frustrating.
However, Bai Chanshan wasn't alone in Dongguan Street. She was with a boy. The girl furrowed her brows, worried that Bai Chanshan might be involved in some scandal. A girl as good as Bai Chanshan shouldn't be dating at this age. She curiously began searching for information about the boy who was shopping with Bai Chanshan. Many people had captured photos of Bai Chanshan today, and some even recorded videos. The boy shopping with Bai Chanshan was quite handsome, but she didn't know who he was. He shouldn't be from the entertainment industry, otherwise, she would have recognized him. But this boy looked somewhat familiar to her. She felt like she had seen him somewhere before. The more she looked, the more familiar he seemed. She must have seen him somewhere. Zhao Min couldn't stand seeing Jiang Qingqing doing well. Why?
Why did Jiang Qingqing give up a wealthy man and end up with a handsome and young guy who was pursuing her and actually together with her? Why was her life so good?
Jing Mo, you should feel honored.
Jiang Qingqing gave up her privileged life for you. Just now, our boss Tao confessed to her with a McLaren and she rejected him, Zhao Min said with a sarcastic tone, implying that Jing Mo couldn't provide Jiang Qingqing with a better life and subtly mocking Jiang Qingqing's poor judgment for choosing a poor guy over a rich one. Jiang Qingqing frowned, and for the first time, her expression turned unpleasant. She could tolerate Zhao Min constantly saying bad things about her, but she wouldn't allow anyone to speak ill of Jing Mo. She wanted to stand up and defend Jing Mo, but he held her down. Jing Mo looked at Zhao Min and smiled confidently. That smile made all the women around feel a flutter in their hearts.
How could Jing Mo be so good-looking? They really wanted to have him. McLaren, is it? My Qingqing actually gave up her McLaren for me, so I can't let her down.
I have a Lamborghini worth over 10 million under my name, just bought it, and now I'm giving it to Qingqing. As he spoke, Jing Mo took out the car keys and placed them in front of Jiang Qingqing. No one at the scene believed Jing Mo's words. They all thought he was bragging.
Young people really love to talk big. Do you know how much 10 million is? Taoan sneered and said.
Jing Mo looked at Taoan. Of course I know how much 10 million is.
Don't you? Should I have the bank send me 10 million in cash for you to count?
He still felt that Jing Mo was just boasting.
Taoan didn't want to waste time arguing with Jing Mo and turned to Jiang Qingqing. Qingqing, it doesn't matter if you're not with me, but don't find a little brat who can only talk big to humiliate me, okay?
Taoan, my relationship with Jing Mo is our business. It has nothing to do with you.
I'm not with him because of you. Jiang Qingqing's expression was not good as she stood up and said. Taoan was very angry to see Jiang Qingqing like this.
The usually proud Jiang Qingqing never cared about others, but unexpectedly, she was concerned about a man today. This made him very jealous and resentful. What was so good about Jing Mo that made Jiang Qingqing care so much and stand up for him? What future can you have with a college student? You still have to rely on your family's living expenses.
What can he give you, while I can give you everything you want?
Taoan was somewhat on the verge of breaking down. These words shouldn't have been said in front of so many people. A group of classmates turned into onlookers, probably thinking that today was worth it. Jiang Qingqing wanted to say something, but Jing Mo stood up and pressed her back into her seat.
Why do you think I can't give you what you want?
The commotion here also caught the attention of a girl who had just been looking at her phone. She happened to see Jing Mo's face. She was taken aback. She hurriedly took out her phone again.
It was exactly the same. Even the clothes he was wearing were identical.
She thought she had seen him somewhere, but it turned out he was right in front of her. However, she didn't rush to speak out but showed it to her roommate beside her.
Ping Ping, look at this. Oh my, he actually. Shoo, don't say anything, just watch the show. Taoan looked at Jing Mo with disdain. What can you give? Luxury cars, mansions, can you afford them? What major are you studying in college? Computer science, what's wrong with that? Taoan scoffed. You're destined to be a worker in the future. Probably won't even find a job.
You'll never earn as much as I have now in 10 lifetimes. Zhao Min covered her mouth and chuckled. Jiang Qingqing is really interesting. She gave up on someone as good as President Tao and chose a poor student.
Kuro echoed. Exactly.
It's so superficial to just look at how handsome he is and how fit he is. He might just be fooling around with young girls' feelings. Taoan threw the Bentley car keys from his waist onto the table. You say you have a 10 million Lamborghini, I also have a Bentley key. If you have the ability, drive it over here. My car is right at the door, where's yours? Taoan was determined to expose Jing Mo, leaving him no face at all. My car is in the school parking lot. Taoan laughed loudly. Then I don't know how you got here today. Did you take the bus? What's wrong? Is your car out of gas or broken? As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Min and Kuro couldn't help but laugh. Jing Mo frowned and said, "Who said I only have one car? I left the car I gave to Qingqing at school. I came in another car." Little did he know that his explanation not only made these few people laugh but also drew laughter from the others. Except for the two women who had just been scrolling through their phones, they were now watching the scene with great interest. Taoan was laughing so hard that tears were coming out. "Jiang Qingqing, where did you find such an extraordinary boyfriend? He's just too funny, bragging since he arrived." Zhao Min, holding back her laughter, teased Jing Mo. "So you say you're a student, are you a rich second generation? Otherwise, where did you get the money to buy a car?" Jing Mo shook his head in denial. "I'm not a rich second generation." "Then if you're not a rich second generation, where did you get the money? You're still a college student. Did you start making money while still in your mother's womb?" After saying this, Zhao Min couldn't hold back her laughter again. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Jing Mo's mind. "Slap Taoan's face, gain 51% of Huapei Group's shares. Failure penalty, no penalty." Jing Mo's body shook. It seemed he would have to force himself to show off again. "You're just trying to attract attention, you should really stop talking. Your ignorance will only embarrass you more. If you embarrass yourself, that's one thing, but you're embarrassing Qingqing." After saying this, Taoan turned his gaze to Jiang Qingqing. "Qingqing, I advise you to think it over, don't act on impulse. A flashy man like him has no future with you." At this moment, Li Wanner also felt that Jing Mo was a bit embarrassing. He only knew how to brag, although he was handsome. Being good-looking doesn't put food on the table. She also began to advise, "Qingqing, why don't you think it over again? Taoan is actually a good person, after all, he pursued you for 7 years, and he's much better than this kid. I feel like he's just putting on a show, it's really a bit childish." "Exactly. I also feel that Qingqing, you and President Tao are a good match. You can't joke about your future happiness." Other classmates who had a good relationship with Jiang Qingqing were also earnestly advising her. Jing Mo looked around and sighed to himself. "President Tao, you say you can give what I can't, but I can't give Qingqing a future. You only gave her a McLaren. How much is your McLaren?" "Just over 3 million. To me, that's a drop in the bucket, but to you, it's an astronomical figure." When Talon said this, he had a proud look on his face. Jing Mo glanced at him suspiciously. "What do you mean by astronomical figure? Isn't it just a McLaren worth over 3 million? How could I not afford it? Didn't I just give Qingqing a Lamborghini worth over 10 million? Talon looked at Jing Mo as if he were an idiot. "Can you stop telling jokes? If you really have a Lamborghini worth over 10 million, I'll directly give you 100 million as a wedding gift. I wish you a happy marriage." After hearing this, Jing Mo immediately interrupted. "That's what you said. You can't go back on it." Talon sneered, crossing his arms. "Everyone here can witness it. I speak with my word. If you really have a Lamborghini worth 10 million, I'll give you 100 million right here as a wedding gift." "Alright, didn't I just say I came in another car? My other car is a Lamborghini Sixth Element worth over 40 million. I can take you to see it right now." Jing Mo spoke with such confidence that it didn't sound like bragging. This time, no one in the room could laugh anymore. They all doubted whether what he said was true. Talon didn't believe that Jing Mo really had a Lamborghini, especially not the Sixth Element. He certainly knew that this model was one of the most expensive and rare cars in the world. This kind of car could never appear in a small place like City Y. Talon stood up and called out to everyone, "Let's go, let's take a look at the car worth 40 million that young Master Jing has." A group of people quickly got up, curious and ready to see the excitement. "Is the 40 million car for real? He doesn't look like he's bragging. Maybe it really exists. If it's the Sixth Element, it should be worth 40 million. Jiang Qingqing is so lucky, all the people who like her are rich." At this moment, Zhao Min and Kuro were both nearly going crazy with jealousy, praying in their hearts that it couldn't be true. If it were true, Jiang Qingqing would have found a perfect boyfriend, handsome like a star and incredibly wealthy, which made them feel very unbalanced. As they walked out of the Chongqing Hotel, everyone immediately spotted a gray super sci-fi sports car parked next to Taoan's Bentley. Just being parked there attracted quite a few gazes. At that moment, several young people were standing in front of the car taking pictures. Jing Mo pressed the car key, and the lights flashed. The young people taking pictures were startled by the sudden movement. Taoan stared blankly at the Lamborghini Sixth Element. He could hardly believe that Jing Mo was telling the truth. He really owned a Lamborghini Sixth Element worth over 40 million. There was no doubt that this car belonged to Jing Mo. Even renting such a car from a dealership would be impossible. Who would be willing to rent out such a good car? How about it, President Tao? Is this car worth 10 million? Taoan forced a smile. It was worth much more than 10 million. His own Bentley seemed a bit overshadowed beside it. Ding! Task completed. The host has obtained 51% of Huapei Group's shares. Taoan sighed and said, "Give me your account number, and I'll transfer you 100 million. Jing Mo admired Taoan's boldness. At least he could afford to play. Taoan looked at Jiang Qingqing. "I admit it, you found a boyfriend who's more capable than me. From now on, I won't disturb you again. I wish you both 100 years of happiness." Jiang Qingqing's eyes dimmed. "Taoan, there are some things I've always wanted to say to you. It's not that I don't like you because you're not good enough or not excellent. On the contrary, you're great. I just don't like you, and there's no reason for it. It's just a feeling. All these years, you've given me so many things, and I've never accepted a single one. I hope you can give up on me, but you haven't. I started to distance myself from you because I felt that in your heart, I was no longer someone you liked but a kind of shackle. The success you have now is because of your obsession, but you don't need to be so tired. You should strive for yourself, not for me. I'm honored that you like me, but I can't accept it because I don't like you. If I were to be with you under these circumstances, it would be a kind of harm to you, and I don't deserve it. So let's just be ordinary friends." This speech deeply moved Taoan. After so many years of persistence, he could finally let go appropriately. Jiang Qingqing was great. At least she wouldn't be like other women who, not liking you, still kept you hanging, constantly asking for things and giving you hope, only to hurt you in the end. From the beginning, it had always been his one-sided affection. Jiang Qingqing had told him from the start that she didn't like him, and in this regard, she was very straightforward. Others said Jiang Qingqing was pretentious, but only Taoan, who had pursued her for 7 years, knew that Jiang Qingqing had a very calm mindset. She didn't pursue hypocritical materialism and was unwilling to be a slave to money. She had always been pursuing what she liked to do. Being a university teacher was her long-held aspiration, not because she lacked the ability to make money, but because being a teacher was what she loved to do. Jiang Qingqing is a very stubborn person. For all these years, her thoughts have remained simple, even after being tempered by society. At this moment, Taoan felt relieved. "Okay, from now on, we are just ordinary friends." Seeing the smile on Taoan's face, Jiang Qingqing let out a sigh of relief. The pressure Taoan put on her was simply too great. She is not heartless, nor is she good at hurting others. She can only try to keep a distance from those around her to avoid hurting them. But then she encountered Jing Mo, this shameless guy, who didn't even give her a chance and came up to her on the school playground to touch her butt. She knew she couldn't hurt Jing Mo. Instead, he kept crossing boundaries, and she felt helpless against him. Perhaps Jing Mo was sent by heaven to deal with her. Just then, Taoan's phone rang. Taoan answered the call and, after listening for a while, looked at Jing Mo in shock. After hanging up, it took her a long time to calm down. "I'm really sorry today for saying that. So you are the new chairman of Huapei Group." Taoan stepped forward and bowed to Jing Mo in apology. Everyone around was taken aback. "Tao, what did you say? This young man is the chairman of Huapei Group?" Taoan nodded. "Yes, just now my secretary called and said a young man acquired 51% of Huapei Group's shares, worth about 51 billion, gaining absolute control and becoming the chairman of Huapei Real Estate." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around was shocked. Over 50 billion. What kind of concept is that? Taoan felt a bit nervous. She held 5% of the shares, but he held 51% with absolute control. With a single word, he could kick her out of the board. "Jing Xiao, I'm really sorry. I hope you won't hold it against me." Jing Mo looked at Taoan and said, "You are really a good person. At least you can play along, and you are deeply in love with my Qingqing." "It's nothing. I won't do anything to you." Taoan apologized again. "I was blind." My God. Everyone who saw this was stunned. They never expected that such a high and mighty figure would be so afraid of Jing Mo. Moreover, Jing Mo was already the chairman of Huapei Group at such a young age. Those who were older than Jing Mo felt like they had wasted their years. Over 50 billion, that's too extravagant. No wonder he could win the heart of the beautiful Jiang. He's handsome and so rich, he's truly a national husband. The single female classmates were almost going crazy with jealousy. Especially Zhao Min and Kuro. Their faces were so dark they looked like they could drip water. Now they couldn't say a word. The men could only smile bitterly. After graduating for so long, they couldn't even afford a house after years of hard work. Meanwhile, others were selling houses. The villas in Y City were all developed by Huapei Group. It was simply enviable. The way those women looked at Jing Mo was filled with fervor. He was so handsome and rich. If they could just cling to Jing Mo's thigh, wouldn't they never have to work hard again? If they had the chance to get into Jing Mo's bed, they would definitely poke a few holes in the condom, trying every way to get pregnant with his child. Li Wanner joked with a smile, "What a waste of worry. Chairman Jing, you must treat our Qingqing well in the future. You can't bully her just because you have money. I also wish you both happiness." When Li Wanner said this, it was from the heart. She wouldn't be jealous or try to dig a hole just because her best friend found such a good boyfriend. Jing Mo smiled and replied, "Of course, I will treat our Qingqing well. Alright, stop standing outside. Let's go back to the private room and continue eating." As everyone was getting ready to leave, a girl slipped out. "Jing Mo, did you go shopping with Bai Qianqian today? Can you tell me what your relationship with Qianqian is?" For fans, this kind of gossip is their favorite, and getting first-hand information makes it even more exciting. Bai Qianqian? Who is that? Some who don't follow celebrities might not know the name. She's the singer of that song Si Xiao Wan Cheng. Many people may not follow celebrities, but they listen to music, so it's her. Li Wanner looked at Jing Mo suspiciously, hoping he wouldn't just collapse under the pressure. The first time Jiang Qingqing publicly revealed her relationship, it ended up being exposed as cheating. That was quite a scandal. Jing Mo explained, "Bai Qianqian just contacted me for a collaboration. She wants to release my album." "What? You're going to release an album?" The girl who asked was directly shocked. She felt this must be big news for the future. She might be the third person to know about it, aside from the two involved. "Yes, but you can't tell anyone," Jing Mo jokingly reminded her. The girl nodded emphatically. "If you release an album, I'll definitely be the first to support you. Zhang's beautiful boyfriend is really too outstanding." Zhao Min and Ko Ro felt even more jealous. The two of them even thought about leaving early. Staying any longer might drive them crazy. How could Jiang Qingqing be so lucky, casually finding a boyfriend who was handsome, wealthy, and talented? How could they live with that? After searching for so many years, they found a decent partner who only bought her a Mercedes. And what about him? A Lamborghini worth over 10 million directly. Plus, how old are their partners? They're all middle-aged, especially Zhao Min, whose boyfriend has gained weight and is balding. There's no desire at all when they're together, and the time is short. She hasn't even gotten to go yet, and he's already finished. Other girls had similar thoughts. Some were still being the third party. They worked hard to find a rich second-generation partner, hoping to catch a golden turtle, while Jiang Qingqing, just by her looks, had such high-quality men pursuing her. God, this is unfair. When the party ended, Taoan personally sent Jing Mo and Jiang Qingqing to the car. "Jing Don, let's have a meal together sometime. I'll definitely come to your wedding and drink your wedding wine." Taoan was indeed a straightforward person. When he said 1 billion, it was 1 billion. Jing Mo's account suddenly had an extra billion. Li Wanner complained, "Qingqing, you really should have told me first about your boyfriend. Next time, you two must treat me to a meal." Jing Mo smiled and said, "Sure, next time we'll definitely take you to Wanyuanju for a meal." "Wanyuanju? What kind of place is that?" Taoan laughed and said, "That place is for rich people. The cheapest meal costs at least hundreds of thousands." Li Wanner was shocked. "No need to spend that much." Jing Mo shook his head. "It's not a waste. I don't spend money when I eat there." Jing Mo started the car, his hand unconsciously resting on the thigh of the passenger seat. Jiang Qingqing directly moved his hand away. "Here's the key back to you. Let's go back to school." Jing Mo didn't take the car key but spoke up. "You can keep it since you gave up the McLaren for me." Today, Jing Mo was in a very good mood, especially since he had gained shares worth over 500 billion. Jiang Qingqing looked out the window, her expression flat as she said, "I didn't give it up for you. Don't think too much. Besides, we still have the identities of counselor and student. The act ends here." Jing Mo shamelessly placed his hand back on Jiang Qingqing's thigh. "What are you saying, Qingqing? You are my woman." Jiang Qingqing frowned and swatted Jing Mo's hand away. "Jing Mo, don't do this. I'm angry." Jing Mo said nonchalantly, "All right then. If you have the ability, get out of the car." Jing Mo slammed the brakes, nearly causing the car behind to crash into him. "Damn it, just because you have money, you think you're something. Is the road your family's?" The driver of the car behind rolled down the window and shouted at Jing Mo before speeding off. "Jing Mo, what are you trying to do?" Jiang Qingqing, startled by the sudden stop, regained her composure and said a bit angrily. Jing Mo, looking displeased, replied, "You hurt me." Jiang Qingqing's face showed a look of confusion. "How did I hurt you? If you weren't mentally prepared, then why did you let me be your temporary boyfriend?" Jiang Qingqing felt he was being unreasonable. "Jing Mo, didn't I say from the beginning that we were just playing around?
not in a real boyfriend-girlfriend relationship?
Jing Mo looked at Jiang Qingqing with a serious expression. But I took it seriously. Your hot and cold behavior is really unbearable for me. Jiang Qingqing scoffed. I didn't expect a playboy to be sad over a woman like me. Her words dripped with sarcasm and a hint of jealousy.
Jing Mo's gaze was fixed on Jiang Qingqing's eyes. What do you mean by that? Jiang Qingqing said sadly. What night didn't you return to the dorm? You were at the bar with Zhang Xingyu, right? And the next morning, I heard the two of you making those kinds of sounds. You clearly have a woman, so why act so affectionate towards me? Do you think I'm still an inexperienced little girl? You think I would believe your words so easily?
After saying this, Jiang Qingqing felt a bit strange even to herself. How could she say such things? Suddenly, she felt very wronged. It was clearly Jing Mo who had touched her but right from the start and had forcefully kissed her. He had never respected her, barging into her world like that. Others gave her a McLaren, and Jing Mo gave her a Lamborghini.
What did he think she was? A tool for venting his anger?
Jiang Qingqing opened the car door and got out, ignoring the traffic as she stormed ahead. The cars on Guangling Bridge were moving fast. In a fit of anger, Jiang Qingqing slammed the car door, nearly getting hit by a truck behind her. Jing Mo watched in fear from behind.
Damn, what an idiot! The truck driver cursed as he drove away.
Jing Mo also got out and chased after her.
On Guangling Bridge, the crosswind made Jiang Qingqing's hair fly wildly.
Under the streetlights, her shadow quickly elongated in the direction of Jing Mo. The usually strong Jiang Qingqing had tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. They were blown away by the wind before they could fall down her cheeks.
Jing Mo wiped his own cheek. Is it raining? Don't run away. It's dangerous.
A car sped towards them in the darkness. He never expected someone would be running on the bridge. When he saw her, the car was already very close to Jiang Qingqing.
At that moment, Jing Mo unleashed an inhuman potential and rushed forward. He absolutely couldn't let anything happen to Jiang Qingqing. In an instant, Jing Mo realized he would definitely be too late. No! System!
Save her, do whatever it takes to let me catch up. I'm willing to pay any price. Jing Mo watched helplessly as the car was less than a foot away from Jiang Qingqing.
Time around them seemed to freeze.
Not just seemed, it was frozen.
What is this?
System, you foolish host messed up, and now I have to bail you out. The system spoke in a northeastern dialect, sounding very human rather than the cold mechanical tone it had before, saying this in Jing Mo's mind. System, this is a chance to save your life at a critical moment. This system has only 3 opportunities to protect you, but you've already used one.
Jing Mo is really grateful to the system.
Although he has always called the system a pain in the ass, it has truly been helping him from start to finish.
Thank you, system. The system replied, stop being sentimental, you only have 3 seconds.
Jing Mo charged forward with all his might, tightly hugging Jiang Qingqing, and then threw himself towards the outer side of the road.
As Jing Mo tackled Jiang Qingqing down, time resumed, and vehicles roared past them from behind. Jing Mo felt a heart-wrenching pain as a tremendous force propelled him forward. He released his hold on Jiang Qingqing and flew out alone. It turned out that the vehicle behind was carrying a load of steel. Because it was overloaded, a piece of steel extended out of the truck, and as the vehicle brushed past Jing Mo, the steel struck his back, sending him tumbling a distance. The sound of tires screeching against the ground followed, and the vehicle that had just passed came to a halt, with the driver hurriedly getting out to check the situation. Jing Mo lay on the ground, a dull ache radiating from his back. Damn, he almost died. Jiang Qingqing shouted in panic, Jing Mo.
She got up and rushed towards where Jing Mo was. Jing Mo struggled to get up. Fortunately, the steel wasn't sharp, or he would have been cut in half.
Jiang Qingqing, looking flustered, squatted down to check on Jing Mo.
I'm sorry.
Jing Mo, are you okay? Jiang Qingqing was genuinely anxious, tears streaming down her face.
The driver also approached. Young man, what are you doing running around on the bridge at this hour?
The Guangling Bridge is a 4-lane road, with speeds averaging over 80.
However, the driver knew this wasn't the time to complain. Come on, young man, I'll carry you to the hospital. He stepped forward, ready to help Jing Mo. Jing Mo took a deep breath and waved his hand, saying, Sir, you can go ahead. I'm not that badly hurt.
The driver looked at him with a look of disappointment. You got hit by a car and you're fine? Are you short on money? Don't worry, Uncle has a little money, enough to get you treated. Jiang Qingqing also chimed in. What do you mean not going to the hospital?
You were hit by a car, you have to go to the hospital. Jing Mo couldn't argue and was lifted up by Jiang Qingqing. The driver pointed to his car, saying, You must be this young man's girlfriend. You can carry him to my car, but it can only fit 2 people. I'll drive him to the hospital first, and you can take a taxi behind us. Jiang Qingqing wiped her tears and refused. Our car is behind, I'll drive him. The driver glanced back and saw a Lamborghini. He started to panic, realizing he had hit someone important.
You take him to the hospital first, I'll rush over right away. Jiang Qingqing lifted Jing Mo up.
The weight on her back transferred to her, and at under 100 pounds, carrying Jing Mo was quite a strain. Seeing this, the driver stepped forward to help, and together they lifted Jing Mo into the Lamborghini.
Jiang Qingqing started the car and sped towards the Subei hospital.
Jing Mo sat in the passenger seat, feeling a burning pain in his back that twisted his expression. Seeing Jing Mo in such pain made Jiang Qingqing feel guilty. She wanted to say something comforting, but she had always been proud and had never harmed anyone before.
She wasn't good at saying such things. Why did you save me? Who told you to save me?
After saying this, Jiang Qingqing regretted it. What she really wanted to say was that she would rather be hurt herself than see Jing Mo hurt. Jing Mo gasped through the intense pain. Qingqing, that night I just met Zhang Xinyu, nothing happened.
Jiang Qingqing gritted her teeth. At a time like this, don't say such things.
Although she said that, the fact that Jing Mo, even while injured, was still focused on her touched her heart. Once a woman is moved by you, she will believe anything you say at that moment. And Jing Mo is telling the truth. He really hasn't had anything happen with Zhang Xinyu. Jiang Qingqing has also become fierce, stepping on the gas of the Lamborghini, and the car instantly accelerated through the traffic light.
Wow, that's really powerful. Mom, what kind of car is that? So cool. Isn't driving this fast on the road like courting death? A traffic police officer was still directing traffic. Hello, why aren't you wearing a helmet? That's a $20 fine. V-room.
The officer, who was just about to issue a ticket, heard the roar of a huge engine from afar. He looked towards the intersection, and a gray supercar sped past him.
So arrogant. The traffic officer jumped into his chun-chun bin and chased after it.
The electric bike that had just not worn a helmet narrowly escaped. Jing Mo watched as the car reached over 100, feeling a bit nervous. If he were driving at that speed, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, he has the skills of a professional driver.
But Jiang Qingqing didn't have a car, did she?
This car was really fierce. In fact, the good car was about to crash, and Jiang Qingqing was also a bit flustered. Luckily, they had good fortune. When the car arrived at the Subei hospital, the director happened to be preparing to ride his bicycle home. Seeing a supercar rush in, the commotion made him stop and look. When he saw Jing Mo get out of the car, looking injured, his face showed great surprise.
Isn't this a key protected subject of the hospital? Call the nurse station. Call the nurse station. Before Jiang Qingqing could carry Jing Mo into the outpatient department, a dozen nurses rushed out of the hospital. Leave it to me. Quickly arrange for an examination.
Several nurses placed Jing Mo on a stretcher and took him for an examination. The director sighed and decided not to go home, preparing to check on Jing Mo's condition.
Not long after, the traffic police and the driver who caused the accident also arrived.
The traffic police found Jiang Qingqing to understand the situation. It turned out she was there to deliver the injured, so they didn't investigate further and just told her not to be so reckless in the future. The driver was quite nice. On the way, he bought a fruit basket and, upon arriving at the hospital, voluntarily expressed his desire for the best treatment conditions, saying he would pay for whatever medicine was needed. After Jing Mo's examination, it turned out he wasn't seriously injured. He hadn't been hit directly by the car, just grazed by some steel on his back. No special treatment was needed, he would just heal slowly on his own. Knowing that Jing Mo's injuries weren't severe, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The director was the first to see Jing Mo, smiling as he said they met again. Jing Mo forced a smile. He really didn't want to see the director in this way. The director personally looked at Jing Mo's examination report and then advised him not to engage in any vigorous activities recently, and it would be best if he could just lie in bed. At this point, Jing Mo was already able to get out of bed and walk. He sighed. It seemed he couldn't soar for a while. His title would be suspended for some time. As he walked out of the examination room, he saw Jiang Qingqing standing at the door with a worried expression. When Jiang Qingqing saw Jing Mo come out, she stepped forward and asked in a panic, "How are you? Are you okay?" The driver also came over to inquire about Jing Mo's condition. The director came out and personally explained Jing Mo's situation. After hearing this, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. The driver looked a bit awkwardly at Jing Mo. "This young brother, I'm really sorry for causing you to get hurt. How much do you think I should compensate you?" The driver had seen how Jing Mo had been hit, and he was quite nice, so Jing Mo smiled and comforted him. "Look, I'm fine, what compensation? Besides, it was us who ran onto the road and got hit by you. We might have scared you at the time, so let's just consider this matter settled." Hearing Jing Mo say this, the driver's face also broke into a smile. "I knew you were a good guy, young man. Since you said that, I won't say anything more. My name is Wang Shuai, and I drive a crane. If you need anything in the future, just give me a call." Saying this, Wang Shui took out his business card and handed it to Jing Mo. Jing Mo accepted the card and assured him that he would definitely get in touch if needed. Wang Shui then handed over the fruit basket he had just bought. I have kids waiting for me at home, so I'll be leaving now. Here, take this fruit back to eat. Jing Mo hurriedly pushed it back. You should take it back for the kids. Wang Shui insisted again, this little bit isn't expensive. If the kids want to eat, I can buy more. I would feel uneasy if I did nothing after bumping into you. Just take this fruit basket. Hearing Wang Shui say this, Jing Mo accepted the fruit basket. Wang Shui exchanged a few polite words with Jing Mo before hurriedly leaving. The director said to come back for a checkup in a few days and also left. Fortunately, this incident turned out to be just a false alarm. Jiang Qingqing was no longer angry, as Jing Mo's explanation had lifted her spirits considerably. Let's go, take me home, Jiang Qingqing said, handing the car keys to Jing Mo. Oh, wait, you're still an injured person, you can't drive. I'll drive, he replied, but how will you get back at night? If it's not possible, you can stay at my place. That way, I can take care of you more easily. Jiang Qingqing said this with a rare blush. Jing Mo glanced at the time, it was already past 10, and he definitely couldn't return to the dorm. Going back to Shengshi Tiangong with an injury would probably lead Feng Muyun to ask a million questions. So, Jing Mo agreed to stay at Jiang Qingqing's place for the night. Jiang Qingqing drove Jing Mo's Lamborghini back to her rented apartment in Y City. The apartment was small but quite exquisite, with the living room connected to the bedroom, and the bathroom on the right side at the entrance. There wasn't much else in the room, it was simple and tidy. After returning to Jiang Qingqing's apartment, Jing Mo could no longer hold on and lay back on the bed. However, the injury on his back was uncomfortable, so he turned over and lay on his stomach. Jiang Qingqing didn't say anything. She went over to get Jing Mo some slippers and then took out the medicine she bought from the hospital, carefully applying it to Jing Mo with a cotton swab. Her movements were gentle, and Jing Mo felt a cool comfort on his back which made him unconsciously fall asleep. When he woke up again, he found himself lying on Jiang Qingqing's bed, and his clothes had been changed. He sat up on the bed and noticed that Jiang Qingqing had already left. On the dining table in the living room, there was breakfast and a note. I've gone to work. There's lunch I made for you in the fridge. Don't shower or run around for 3 days. I'll apply medicine for you at night. It would be strange for Jing Mo to follow the instruction of not running around. The system said, Host, a temporary task has been issued. Spend 100 million within 5 days. The system continued, task reward, no reward. Failure penalty, constipation. Jing Mo asked suspiciously, what do you mean? Why is there no reward this time? The system replied, do you think yesterday's rescue was for nothing? Jing Mo, how could he possibly spend 100 million in 5 days? This was really a headache. Jing Mo rested at Jiang Qingqing's place for a day. In the evening, he made a phone call, first contacting Niu Yangyu. Gather Fu Mingming and Xiao Wulong. Don't do military training, there's something urgent. After the last incident where the instructor was beaten by Jing Mo, he clearly lost interest in military training, casually letting the class train a bit before calling it a day. He didn't care even if no one showed up. Before long, the 4 of them had gathered. Boss, what's the matter? Niu Yangyu got out of the Rolls-Royce and asked, where's the most expensive club in Y City? Niu Yangyu thought for a moment and said, the most expensive club in Y City must be the Yage. Boss, where do you want to go and what do you want to do? Jing Mo lifted his foot and walked towards the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. You drive, today we're going to splurge. Boss, do you really want to go to the club to splurge? On the way, Fu Mingming kept asking beside Jing Mo, Boss, have you thought about where to go and how to spend money? Don't tell me that inside it's just the most expensive drinks and the best girls? Jing Mo crossed his legs, looking smug. You guys are too low level. I'm going this time to book the whole place. Boss, we're here. Niu Yangyu parked the car and got out first, then politely opened the door for Jing Mo. Boss, come down. Jing Mo stood at the entrance of the club, looking at the brightly lit entrance, nodding in satisfaction. This is what luxury looks like. Much better than any bar he had been to before. As Jing Mo spoke, he stepped inside. You 3, go all out and spend. The money you spend counts as mine. Today, I'm booking this club. Boss, are you serious? You really want to book the whole place? Fu Mingming felt a chill run down his spine. The club was a place only the wealthy elite of Y City could afford, with daily revenues of at least 10 million. Didn't I say? Today is about splurging. Don't hold back on the money. Jing Mo laughed as he charged into the club. Ladies, come out and serve the guests. The 2 security guards at the entrance glanced at Jing Mo, then at the Rolls-Royce behind him, and naturally showed great respect. As Jing Mo approached, the 2 opened the club's door for him. Young master, please come in. Niu Yangyu and Fu Mingming wiped the sweat from their foreheads and followed him inside.
Yamamoto Kojiro was almost jumping with excitement. When had he ever been this extravagant?
Jing Mo saw the security guards opening the door for him and suddenly thought of something. Fu Mingming, go to the bank and withdraw 1 million in cash. After saying this, Jing Mo handed Fu Mingming a social security card. Fu Mingming looked at the social security card in his hand and walked towards the bank across the street. Before long, Fu Mingming returned with a large bundle of cash. Jing Mo casually pulled out a stack of money from it and tossed it to the 2 security guards at the entrance. Take this, it's a tip for you. The 2 security guards were stunned, looking at the stack of cash in their hands.
This must be 20,000 or so. So much in tips? Thank you, young master. I will contact the manager right away to personally attend to you. After receiving the tip from Jing Mo, the security guard's respectful demeanor was almost like he wanted to kneel and lick his boots. This is a real young master.
Jing Mo's actions made the younger brother behind him swallow hard.
Was his boss crazy?
Even if he had money, he shouldn't spend it like this. Jing Mo was a bit anxious. Spending 100 million in 5 days was a daunting challenge. One of the security guards went to call the manager while the other led Jing Mo and his companions into the club's hall.
The nightclub looked very lavishly decorated, but there weren't many guests inside, just a few scattered people drinking and chatting. This was completely different from what Jing Mo had imagined.
No, even if he booked the whole place, it wouldn't cost that much. Jing Mo pointed at the group of guests and instructed the security guard, find out how much these people have spent, and I'll cover their bill tonight. Any future guests' expenses will also be on my tab. Today, I'm booking the whole place. As Jing Mo said this, he felt for the first time what it meant to be wealthy and extravagant. Spending money on command, this was a first for him.
Wow, boss, you really have gone crazy.
Fu Mingming, standing next to Jing Mo, let out a wail, clutching the money in pain.
The security guard felt a bit awkward. After all, he was just a doorman and didn't know what to do for a moment. However, fortunately, after a while, the manager came over and waved his hand to send him away. The manager smiled and walked up to Jing Mo, holding a microphone. Sir, if you plan to book the whole place, shouldn't you say a word to the guests present? Jing Mo thought for a moment and realized he indeed had to say something. Otherwise, how would they be motivated to spend money for him? Knowing someone was footing the bill would encourage them to spend.
Jing Mo took the microphone and cleared his throat a few times.
Hello, handsome guys and beautiful ladies. Hope you all have a great evening.
Jing Mo stood in the middle of the hall, and all the guests turned to look at him. The girls were all stunned by Jing Mo's looks.
What does this handsome guy want? He's really good looking. Could he be a new duck? I wonder how much he costs for a night. I'll ask the boss when I get back. He's really handsome. I'll buy a night for you all to test the waters.
Many girls in their 20s had their eyes glued to Jing Mo's face, thinking they must get to know him later, hoping he would accompany them for drinks and let them touch him.
Jing Mo confidently continued, Today, I'm in a good mood, out here having fun with my brothers, so I'll cover all the expenses for this place. In an instant, the crowd erupted in excitement. The previously lecherous gazes turned into starry-eyed admiration.
Jing Mo looked around. I also plan to hire 2 secretaries, of course, ladies first. The only requirement is that they must be young and beautiful, with a salary of 100,000 a month.
As soon as Jing Mo said this, the scene became uncontrollable. That was a salary of 100,000 a month. Working hard for a year could buy a house in Y City. Are there rich people coming to Yage?
Of course, but they are rare. Most are small business owners with some assets and socialites wanting to mingle with the upper class. Then there are some second-generation rich kids who are not very impressive. When Jing Mo threw out this condition, more than 10 good-looking women rushed forward.
Young master, I'm capable. I studied finance. Pick me, I can warm your bed. I'm delicate and easy to push down.
Not just women, many men also rushed over, excitedly shouting, Young master, choose me.
I'm very capable and strong, and I'm very obedient. Whatever you ask me to do, I'll do it, and I'm absolutely loyal.
Jing Mo scanned the crowd of applicants and selected 1 man and 1 woman.
You 2 will do. From now on, you'll work for me, you won't miss out on the benefits. The 2 quickly nodded, saying, Absolutely no problem, young master.
Jing Mo thought for a moment and felt something was off. Right, it was the title. Calling him young master was too cliché.
What should they call him? Forget it, just call me boss from now on.
My name is Jing Mo, and I'll leave my business under your management.
The 2 looked at Jing Mo with bright eyes. Okay, boss.
Jing Mo felt that boss didn't quite match his temperament, but he couldn't think of anything better for the moment, so he decided to go with it for now. After selecting his people, many felt regretful for not being chosen. At this moment, Jing Mo was quite satisfied with his newly hired subordinates.
What are your names? The woman introduced herself, reporting to you, boss. My name is Mu Tongyao.
The man, not wanting to be outdone, said, my name is Mi Hayu.
When Jing Mo heard Mi Hayu, he paused for a moment. Mi Hayu, noticing Jing Mo's expression was off, quickly stepped forward and asked, boss, what's wrong?
Jing Mo regained his composure and waved his hand, saying, it's nothing, your name is quite nice.
Mi Hayu respectfully replied, thank you for the compliment, boss.
Jing Mo looked at Mu Tongyao and Mi Hayu. From now on, you'll be on call for me 24/7. I might need you at any time, understood?
Understood.
Jing Mo nodded in satisfaction. Then I'll arrange a car for you two first, and later I'll give you $1 million.
You can buy whatever you want,
but it must be a luxury car, that way, it looks impressive when you go out. Mihaya and Mu Tongyao exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes.
Those who weren't chosen felt even more regret, sighing repeatedly. A luxury car worth $1 million is just given away? Why didn't this opportunity come to them?
Jing Mo handed his bank card to Mu Tongyao. Go tell the owner of the Yates that they should do some promotion at the entrance. Just say it's free for everyone today, and bring in more people to liven things up. Look at this huge place, there are hardly any people.
Okay, boss, I'll take care of it right away.
Jing Mo led Niu Yangyu and Fu Mingming to the largest table.
Where's the manager? Bring me the best drinks, and get that DJ up here to sing.
As he spoke, Jing Mo pulled out over 100,000 from Fu Mingming and tossed it onto the stage.
The DJ hadn't seen such a wealthy patron in years and immediately belted out a song with all his might. Boss, what's gotten into you? Did you break up or something? Niu Yangyu asked with concern.
Jing Mo sighed, feeling troubled inside. He didn't want to be so ostentatious, but the system was forcing him to spend money. Jing Mo downed a cocktail in one gulp.
Ah, it's all fate.
The three were puzzled by Jing Mo's words. However, they quickly got into the rhythm, as many women gathered around due to Jing Mo's extravagant behavior. The three were surrounded by a group of beautiful women, chatting and joking. The familiar, unpleasant DJ music played. The music in this world really wasn't great. Anyway, once his album was released, it should correct the aesthetic of this world.
Just then, Mu Tongyao returned.
In that short time, she had changed into a bunny girl outfit. The fishnet stockings perfectly outlined her figure, and she held a golden tray with several colorful cocktails. Boss, I've already had the people here put up a notice outside. There should be more people coming in soon. Jing Mo thought Mu Tongyao was really clever. This bunny girl outfit was just too appealing to him. The exposed belly button on her slim waist, her cherry-like lips, and a white pom-pom stuck to her backside made Jing Mo swallow hard. Stop testing the staff with this, Jing Mo said, but his hand was already on Mu Tongyao's thigh. So far today, how much have these guests spent? Jing Mo was most concerned about how much had been spent today. In 4 days, he would be constipated. Mu Tongyao reported, so far, the total spending is 600,000.
Jing Mo frowned.
Seeing his expression, everyone thought he was upset.
But Jing Mo said, why is it only 600,000?
Mu Tongyao was at a loss. It turned out he wasn't upset but thought it was too little. Yates is the most upscale nightclub in Y City. Many people are afraid to come because they think the expenses are too high. But those wealthy people don't have time to come.
Fewer people naturally means less spending. Jing Mo sighed. There's really no way around it.
Have those guests help me bring in more people. I'll reward them 1,000 for each one.
Anyway, I'll cover the expenses for tonight. Mu Tongyao was stunned. For a moment, her little head couldn't process it.
Don't just stand there, hurry up. Oh. Although confused, Mu Tongyao was obedient. Jing Mo's idea was indeed good. Hearing there was money to be made, it wasn't long before the place was packed.
Young Master Jing Mo is amazing. Young Master Jing Mo is amazing. The whole venue was calling Jing Mo's name.
This young master is really impressive, all expenses covered, and he even let me invite friends. Truly generous. Really, I wouldn't dare drink this wine usually. A bottle costs thousands, but now I'm just blowing on the bottle. That guy is really handsome and wealthy, but I wonder if he has a girlfriend.
Don't think about it. A good man like that is out of our league.
Jing Mo was feeling melancholic when suddenly a girl in a JK skirt rushed to his side, looking terrified, and said, Jing Mo,
help me.
As she spoke, she swayed and fainted.
Jing Mo was bewildered. What was going on? Was this a scam?
Everyone saw. I didn't touch her. She fell on her own.
Niu Yangyu coughed tactically. I didn't see anything. Fu Mingming, avoiding eye contact, said, I didn't see anything either. Yamamoto Kojiro, I'll take this sister to the restroom for a deeper conversation. Jing Mo was holding the girl who had just fainted.
Her condition was strange, her face was unusually flushed, her breathing rapid, and her legs were rubbing against each other incessantly.
System, check what's going on. System, Are you an idiot? Can't you see this is clearly drugging? Drugged? System, hurry up and thank the heavens for this blessing. Jing Mo, blessing my ass. I'm not someone who takes advantage of others. System, I'm telling you, don't try to manipulate me. System, I haven't said anything. Jing Mo shook the girl. Hey, wake up. Hey, wake up. But the girl kept frowning with her eyes tightly closed. Not only that, she started to cling to Jing Mo, trying to rub against him. Hey, hey, hey. This is in public. Jing Mo felt it was very inappropriate and quickly pulled the girl off him and tossed her aside. Just then, 3 men walked over. Sorry, my girlfriend drank too much. I'm taking her home. One of the men reached out to grab the girl. Jing Mo blocked the man and frowned, saying, haven't we met somewhere before? The man pretended to be clueless and laughed. Have we? I don't remember knowing you. Jing Mo pulled Nyo Yongyu over. Do you recognize this guy? Nyo Yongyu frowned and looked closely. The lights in the hall were colorful, and it was hard to see his features clearly. Isn't this that guy? Yeah, that guy? Jing Mo directly pushed Nyo Yongyu aside. Get out of the way. Then he pulled Fu Mingming over. Fu Mingming was happily chatting with the girls and was a bit displeased when Jing Mo pulled him over. Do you recognize this person? Fu Mingming recognized him at a glance. Isn't this our student council president, Li Biao? Once Fu Mingming mentioned it, Jing Mo suddenly realized. That's where he had seen him. This guy had called him on stage at the freshman meeting. Since that was the case, Jing Mo seemed to think of something and pointed at the girl on the sofa, who looked like a salted fish, and asked Fu Mingming, do you know her? Fu Mingming leaned in for a closer look. Damn, boss, isn't this our school's beauty, Jiang Saiwu? Jing Mo was a bit surprised and said, what did you say? This is Jiang Saiwu. He didn't have much to do with Jiang Saiwu, but he had a connection with her father, Jiang Fan. He still owed him a favor. Jing Mo looked at Li Biao. Kid, you say she's your girlfriend? Once Li Biao realized he had been recognized, he stopped pretending. Jing Mo, I'm out here having fun with my girlfriend. Do you need to meddle? Li Biao had 2 friends beside him, and they looked at Jing Mo with unfriendly eyes. Since you say she is your girlfriend, why did you drug her? Jing Mo looked at Li Biao with a cold face. Li Biao felt a bit guilty under Jing Mo's gaze, but he refused to admit it. What are you talking about, drugging? My girlfriend just drank too much. You don't need to worry about this. Upon hearing this, Jing Mo actually laughed. You say I don't need to worry, huh? Jing Mo turned to Mu Tongyao. Did these people consume anything in the elegant hall today? Mu Tongyao called over a waiter, and after a while, he returned to report, they consumed quite a bit. Jing Mo nodded, smiling as he asked, how much is it? Mu Tongyao replied, a total of 30,077 yuan and 56 cents. Jing Mo looked at Li Biao. Pay up. Li Biao, looking confused, said, pay for what? Jing Mo frowned and said, of course for the drinks. You don't pay for drinks when you drink? What do you mean? Isn't this place free for everyone today? Why are you asking me for money? It is free, but I'm not giving you a free pass. Hurry up and pay. Li Biao seemed to realize something. Is this place yours? Li Biao had come later and didn't know about Jing Mo treating, thinking it was a promotional event. He knew Jing Mo was wealthy, and if this place was indeed Jing Mo's, he would really have to pay. Jing Mo shook his head. It's not mine, but today's expenses are on me, and I'm not covering yours anymore. Li Biao had a look of indifference. I have no money, and I didn't know we had to pay for drinks from the start. If not, you can just sue me. Jing Mo's face darkened. How shameless. Since she drank too much, I know her father. I'll call him to come pick her up. Upon hearing this, Li Biao's expression changed instantly. He knew Jiang Saiwu's father was a director. If he found out that Li Biao had drugged his daughter, it would be over for him. He would have to take Jiang Saiwu away no matter what. Saying this, he signaled to the 2 friends beside him. The 2 of them rolled up their sleeves, ready to make a move. I won't ask you for money anymore, just leave the person and get lost. Li Biao sneered. Jing Mo, I advise you not to interfere, or if you get beaten later, don't blame me for not warning you. Jing Mo was not afraid at all. We have Xiao Wulong, you can try to hit me. After saying this, Jing Mo went to look for Yamamoto Xiao Wulong. Where is he? Fu Mingming reminded. Didn't he go to the restroom to have a deep conversation with the girl? Jing Mo glanced at the time. Didn't he go an hour ago? Why is he still not back? Is this kid that fierce? It seems I didn't give him any directs. Go find him. Just say your adoptive father is in danger. Hurry and come to the rescue. Fu Mingming glanced at the 3 of them, who were eyeing him like a hawk, and turned to leave. Young Master Jing Mo, I'll give you one more chance. Don't get involved in this. Otherwise, if we start fighting and ruin your handsome face, it won't be good. Jing Mo coldly said, do you know who her father is? At this point, Li Biao completely laid his cards on the table. I know, isn't he just a director? But it seems she doesn't have a good relationship with her father. Even if she gets hurt, she won't tell him. But now that I know, Aren't you afraid I'll call the police? Jing Mo threatened. Li Biao stepped forward, unable to hold back any longer. Then let's take the person away now. Anyway, no one will identify us later, and without evidence, the police won't care. After saying this, Li Biao pushed towards Jing Mo. At that moment, Yamamoto Shao Wulan rushed over angrily. Adoptive father, I'm about to strike at the heart of the matter. Why did you call me back at this time? Jing Mo pointed at Li Biao and the others. He threatened your adoptive father, saying he would hit me. Yamamoto Kagoro was already angry, and hearing that someone actually wanted to touch his adoptive father made his face turn dark with rage. So it's you three blind fools who have provoked my adoptive father, is it? Li Biao looked up and down at the man in front of him. This guy had a strong presence, his gaze fixed on Li Biao like a hawk. But he was a bit short, probably not even 1.7 meters tall. None of the three of them were below 1.8 meters, so the advantage was on his side. Where did this shorty come from? Get lost. Li Biao really didn't want to waste time talking to these people. Dragging it out would only lead to complications. He needed to quickly take Jiang Saiwu away. Yamamoto Kagoro could not stand being called short. Seeing Li Biao finish speaking and ignore him, he headed straight towards Jing Mo. Today, I'll make you find your teeth all over the ground, Yamamoto Kagoro said, executing a sweeping kick that struck Li Biao's knee. Li Biao lost his balance and fell to the ground. Damn it, you dare to sneak attack me? If I don't beat you to death today, I'll change my surname. Li Biao scrambled up and threw a few wild punches at Yamamoto. What are wild punches? They are just the kind of reckless moves you see on the street, relying solely on brute force without any technique or strategy. Yamamoto Kagoro didn't even bother to dodge this kind of attack. He stepped forward and kicked back. After 3 breaths, Yamamoto Kagoro grabbed Li Biao by the hair and asked, "Are you being honest now?" At this point, Li Biao was already bruised and battered, lying on the ground like a dead dog. The 2 friends he brought along were in a similar state, groaning in pain while clutching their stomachs. "I'll be honest, just let me go." Li Biao was genuinely scared. This guy was too strong, clearly someone who had trained. Jing Mo approached and squatted in front of Li Biao. "Hand over the antidote." Li Biao looked up at Jing Mo, stammering, "What antidote?" Seeing that this guy was still not being honest, Jing Mo said, "Kagoro, teach this guy a lesson again." Yamamoto Kagoro cracked his knuckles. "You still haven't been dealt with properly?" Li Biao hurriedly waved his hands, saying, "Don't hit me, really don't hit me, I'm almost dead from the beating." Jing Mo was still quite merciful. If he could use words, he definitely wouldn't resort to violence. He only said that to scare the kid. "Where's the antidote?" Li Biao said with a pained expression, "There's no antidote. This stuff is an aphrodisiac. How could there be an antidote?" Jing Mo frowned and scolded, "You reckless fool. You just gave it out without an antidote. What if it kills someone?" Yamamoto Kagoro, listening nearby, also grasped the situation. He pinched his chin and asked seriously, "Where did you get this drug?" Li Biao hesitated for a long time before speaking. "This drug was sold by someone called Master Gene. I heard he has some really dangerous stuff." Yamamoto Kagoro's eyes sparkled with an unusual light. "What dangerous stuff?" Li Biao swallowed nervously and said, "Ice powder." Kagoro's fists cracked ominously. Jing Mo was also shocked. How could a college student like him get involved in drug trafficking? That term felt a bit distant to him. "Boss, this guy isn't lying. This aphrodisiac isn't an ordinary drug. There's no antidote because it's a type of poison. The aphrodisiacs on the market are all scams. They're completely useless. Real aphrodisiacs are usually made by diluting drugs, so there can't possibly be an antidote." After hearing this, Jing Mo glared fiercely at Li Biao, who was crouching on the ground. "You really have some nerve. You dare to feed drugs to the daughter of the city bureau? You must be tired of living." Li Biao realized the seriousness of the situation. If the city bureau found out about this, it wouldn't just be a matter of serving time. If he wasn't executed, he'd be lucky. Li Biao's face turned pale with fear. "Jing Mo, I don't know about the drugs here. Please don't call the police. I'm begging you. I'm the only one left in my family. If I get caught, our family is finished." The 2 men who came with Li Biao were also scared. One of them directly knelt down and bowed his head. "Jing Mo, I'm begging you, please don't call the police. I'm begging you. I have money, I can give you however much you want. Just please don't call the police." Jing Mo's eyes were filled with indifference. He felt no pity for these people. This was already a crime, and they should pay the corresponding price. Jing Mo took out his phone, preparing to call Jiang Fan, but his hand was pressed down by Yamamoto Kojiro. He gave Jing Mo a look. "Boss, don't call the police. Trust me." Jing Mo looked at Yamamoto Kojiro in surprise. He never expected Yamamoto would stop him at this moment. "Boss, right now the priority is still Jiang Saiwu's condition. I know how to alleviate this.
Saying this, Yamamoto Kojiro took off his short-sleeved shirt, revealing his muscular arms. He grabbed a large handful of ice cubes from the ice bucket on the table and wrapped them in his shirt. Boss, take the ice cubes to a private room, remove Jung Saiwoo's clothes, and wipe her body with the ice. Once her face isn't red anymore, the effects of the drug should have worn off. However, she will probably still be weak for a few days afterward. Jing Yamo looked deeply at Yamamoto Kojiro, then pointed at the 3 people on the ground. Keep an eye on these 3 for me. I'll think about how to deal with them when I get back. Yes, adoptive father, I will definitely watch them. Jing Yamo turned to Mu Tongyao. Go find me a private room that isn't in use, one with a big sofa. Mu Tongyao nodded and soon returned, saying, Room 1 has been cleared out for you. Jing Yamo princess carried Jiang Saiwoo. Lead the way. Jing Yamo carried Jiang Saiwoo and followed Mu Tongyao through the corridor to the largest private room. He kicked the door open and rushed in, then threw Jiang Saiwoo onto the sofa. Jing Yamo held the shirt wrapped in ice, looking at Jiang Saiwoo, who was struggling on the sofa, hesitating to take action. How about you do it instead? Jing Yamo handed the ice pack to Mu Tongyao. Okay, boss. Mu Tongyao had been listening when Yamamoto spoke earlier, knowing how to treat Jiang Saiwoo. After giving a few instructions, Jing Yamo turned and left the private room. He felt something was off about Yamamoto Kojiro just now. His personality didn't seem like someone who would sympathize with those 3. Why would he stop him from calling the police? Jing Yamo returned to the hall, which was still lively. The events at his table were perfectly masked by the music and dim ambient lights. Boss, why are you back? Didn't you wipe Jiang Saiwoo down? Nyo Yangyu looked incredulous. It was really abnormal for his boss to miss such an opportunity. I had Mu Tongyao do it. It's not appropriate for me to undress her. Fu Mingning grinned wickedly. Boss, that's Jiang Saiwoo, the 2-dimensional goddess on the school flower list. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take advantage. Jing Mo's face darkened. You little brat, I see you're not being honest either. Yamamoto, go give him a couple of slaps to wake him up. Okay, Fu Mingning, this is the adoptive father's order, so don't move around. I'm very gentle when I hit people. Fu Mingming was so scared he was ready to run. Get out of the way, your hands are heavy. I estimate 2 slaps could send me straight to the hospital. Alright, stop messing around. Kojiro, come with me. I have something to ask you. After Jing Yamo finished speaking, he took the lead toward the corridor, and Yamamoto Kojiro's expression shifted from playful to somewhat serious. Are you hiding something from me? Jing Yamo and Yamamoto Kojiro stopped at the end of the corridor. Last time at the police station, those soldiers had an unusual attitude towards you, and just now your expression was quite abnormal when you heard about the drug trafficking. Plus, a freshman, how could he know so much about drugs? Yamamoto Kojiro let out a bitter laugh. Foster father, I didn't expect you to notice. To be honest, my name is Inde. Yamamoto Kojiro is not my real name. I am a member of a special military unit. I came to college to investigate a drug trafficking case. Jing Yamo scratched his head. Everyone around him was not exactly normal. So is the drug trafficking case you mentioned related to that genie? Yamamoto Kojiro said, I still need to investigate this. The clues I have are really too few. This is a very important clue, so you can't send this Li Biao in. I still need to use him to get to Genie. Jing Yamo looked at the young man in front of him, the same age as him, while he was still in school, and he had already shouldered so much. To defend the country, he even took on a Japanese name. No wonder he was so good at fighting. It turned out he was a special forces soldier. Jing Yamo patted Yamamoto Kojiro's shoulder. You've really suffered. Don't call me foster father anymore. We are brothers from now on. Yamamoto Kojiro smiled and said, It's fine, foster father, you are the best person to me in my life. This time with you has been the happiest time I've had growing up. Looking at Yamamoto Kojiro, Inda's smile, Jing Yamo felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. It was truly heart-wrenching. If you need any help, feel free to contact me anytime. I may not have much, but I have plenty of money. If you need financial support, just ask. Jing Yamo offered him help in this way. Inda nodded and said, Thank you, foster father. So what do we do next? Inda thought for a moment, rubbing his chin, and said, First, find an opportunity to release those 3. Then I'll build a good relationship with them privately and have them introduce me to Jin Yi. Jing Yamo felt this plan was somewhat dangerous for Inda. Since they were drug traffickers, those people were very cruel and could easily resort to murder. What if Jin Yi discovers you are from the military? Wouldn't that be dangerous? Inda looked at Jing Mo, locking eyes with him. Boss, besides the high-ranking officials in the military, currently only you know my identity, so as long as you don't speak out, almost no one will know who I am. At this moment, Jing Mo felt the weight of this trust. It was related to Inda's life. Perhaps I shouldn't know about this. Jing Mo and Yamamoto Kojiro returned to the hall. It was already 11 o'clock at night. This time was when the bar and nightclub were most crowded. and with Jing Mo saying the whole place was free, many passersby came in to experience it. This led to the nightclub being packed, and the people at the back couldn't get good drinks. The good wine in the elegant warehouse had all been ordered by the guests in front. However, there was plenty of beer. The boss contacted the supplier overnight to deliver more. "Boss, you two went to Whisper without taking us along, isn't that a bit exclusionary?" Nyo Yongyu pouted like a resentful wife. Jing Mo ignored her and looked at the three still squatting on the ground. "Get lost quickly, and be more careful in the future." Upon hearing this, Li Biao felt as if he had been pardoned and hurriedly knelt on the ground to bow to Jing Mo. "Brother Jing is truly my rebirth parents. From now on, I will definitely obey the law." Jing Mo waved his hand impatiently. "Get lost, get lost." The three of them got up and ran away without looking back. At this moment, Mu Tongyao returned. "Boss, the lady you asked me to take care of has woken up." Behind Mu Tongyao was a weak Zhang Saiwu. At this moment, she had recovered a bit, but still looked somewhat weak. Moreover, there was a lingering blush on her face. "Jing Mo, thank you." Zhang Saiwu stuttered as she spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. In such a lively place, Jing Mo only saw her mouth moving, but he couldn't make out a single word. Seeing Zhang Saiwu like this, Jing Mo was worried about her going back alone and decided to drive her home. Just as Jing Mo was about to leave, the owner of the Yageo hurried over, and when he reached Jing Mo, he nervously said, "Young master, may I have a word with you?" Jing Mo thought he should explain something to the owner, so he first told Zhang Saiwu, "You wait here obediently, and I'll take you home later." It was Zhang Saiwu's first time in such a place, and for a socially anxious girl like her, it was very uncomfortable. The only person she could rely on here was probably Jing Mo. "Okay, I'll be good. Come back soon." Jing Mo didn't hear what she said at first, he only caught the latter part when he leaned in closer. "I'll be back shortly. Nyo Yongyu, take good care of her." Nyo Yongyu seriously patted his chest. "Leave it to me, you can rest assured, I'm reliable." "Sister Saiwu, do you have a boyfriend?" Zhang Saiwu hardly spoke to anyone except Jing Mo. Jing Mo's sudden closeness made her blush deeply. "What do you want from me? Is it about money?" "Don't worry, I won't shortchange you." Jing Mo thought the owner was worried he wouldn't pay. The owner wiped the sweat from his forehead. Jing Mo's demeanor clearly indicated he was from a wealthy family. Not knowing Jing Mo's background, the owner had to be cautious. "Young Master Jing, I wonder if you might be interested in taking over my establishment?" the owner asked tentatively. Jing Mo didn't respond but narrowed his eyes at him. The owner felt a bit guilty under his gaze. "To be honest, our nightclub initially aimed for a high-end route, wanting only wealthy people to come and spend, but the consumption level in Y City can't keep up, and not many people come. Today, seeing such a generous young master, I wonder if you might be interested in taking it over. I really can't manage this place anymore, and besides, I've noticed you don't lack money, so consider it a venue for gatherings when you're free." Oh, Jing Mo thought for a moment, this was indeed a good idea. However, he wasn't a fool to be taken advantage of. After pondering for a while, he slowly said, "You're losing money and looking for someone to take over, aren't you? Looking at how luxurious your place is, it must be hard to sell. You can't just sell it to me at a loss. Not to mention, the land here must be worth at least a few $100 million, right?" The nightclub owner felt frustrated. This nightclub was all he had left, as he had lost everything else. But at least the property was his own, otherwise, just paying rent would have drained him. He was also trying his luck, hoping this young master would take over. If not, he would have to close down. Then he could sell it at a low price, or at the very least, sell the building. Of course, he still hoped to sell it as a package for a higher price. Jing Mo rubbed his chin, considering for a long time, and finally said, "Tell me the price. I'm quite interested in your nightclub." The nightclub owner cautiously replied, "Actually, it's not very expensive, just 700 million. That includes the entire building's decoration, the foundation, and the underground parking lot." In truth, Jing Mo didn't care much about the price, but he still felt that 700 million was a bit high. "Don't be anxious, this matter still needs to be assessed by a professional." Saying this, Jing Mo called for Mu Tongyao. "Boss, what do you need me for?" Jing Mo looked at the nightclub owner and said, "I want to buy this nightclub, can you help me calculate how much it will cost in total?" Mu Tongyao thought for a moment and said, "Boss, there's no need to calculate this. I've been to this nightclub often, so I'm quite familiar with it. This place isn't in the city center, so the price isn't very high, but it is commercial space, roughly over 20,000 per square meter. I've calculated that with the area plus the parking lot, it tops out at 200 million. Moreover, this establishment is currently operating at a loss, so the price should be lowered by at least 20%, and the building's decor can't be easily modified, so its usability is also limited, which means we need to reduce it by another 10%. Let's say the area is about 150 million, and the decor plus equipment is around 40 million. So, boss, the maximum price for this place is 200 million.
Upon hearing this, Jing Mo silently nodded. Did you hear that? 200 million, will you sell it? If not, I'm leaving.
Since Mu Tongyao started speaking, the nightclub owner's eyelids had been twitching, his heart bleeding. He had indeed spent 50 million on renovations back in the day, and the land cost 100 million, so he knew that calling out 700 million was a bit impossible, but he didn't expect the price to be pushed down so low.
Young Master Jing, this price is indeed a bit low. Can we add another 50 million? 250 million.
You see, this land has gradually developed over the past 2 years, and it will definitely appreciate in value. Jing Mo helplessly said, I've already said 200 million, and buying this nightclub is just for convenience and throwing parties. I won't be coming here often.
The owner gritted his teeth. Fine, 200 million it is. After all, he had already spent most of his life. He might as well take the 200 million for retirement. Then our deal is settled. I'll prepare the contract and send it to you in a couple of days. Jing Mo smiled and said, a straightforward person, but for the follow-up matters, please discuss them with my secretary. Saying this, Jing Mo looked at Mu Tongyao.
Just after Jing Mo finished speaking, the system's voice came through.
Congratulations, mission completed. Mission reward, 2 billion.
Now, a new mission is issued.
Please spend 1 billion within a week.
Hearing the system's prompt, Jing Mo's expression changed drastically.
Spend 1 billion in a week? No way, this is a joke.
Even Wang Duoyu would take a month to spend 1 billion. At this moment, there were already about 2,000 people in the nightclub. The owner was a bit shocked by the scene because he had been running a nightclub for years and had never seen such a bustling situation. At this time, Niu Youngyu swaggered onto the DJ stage, grabbed the microphone, and shouted, Tonight is our night of revelry, everyone, spend your energy freely. Tonight's expenses are on young Master Jing.
Let me hear you scream.
The crowd below shouted desperately, Young Master Jing!
Young Master Jing! Young Master Jing!
The uproar of over 2,000 people nearly blew the roof off.
Jing Mo was very satisfied with this effect,
so he stepped onto the stage and also took the microphone. The surrounding noise quieted down.
Many women looked at Jing Mo and became infatuated. So handsome, is he young Master Jing? Wait, this young Master Jing looks a bit familiar? Isn't he the rich second generation who was shopping with Bai Qianqian yesterday? That's him. My god, he's so rich.
Jing Mo coughed twice and said, From now on, this place is mine.
Every Friday, it will be free all day.
Moreover, from today until next Friday, the entire week will be free. Just consider it a benefit from the new boss.
The whole place was in shock. What? Free every Friday? And starting today until next Friday, all free?
Crazy, crazy. This is really the young master.
Young Master Jing, I love you.
Long live, young Master Jing.
I love you to death.
Jing Mo looked at Zhang Saiwu, who was huddled in the corner, and thought about having to take her home, so he spoke again.
Then everyone can have fun first. I'll head back. With that, Jing Mo stepped off the stage and walked to Zhang Saiwu's side. Let's go.
Zhang Saiwu timidly hugged her rabbit bag and then cautiously looked around before quickly running to Jing Mo's side.
Why are you so timid?
Zhang Saiwu lowered her head and said nothing, but her hand clutched Jing Mo's shirt hem.
Why did it take you so long to come?
Zhang Saiwu's voice was so soft that Jing Mo had to lean close to her ear to hear.
Seeing that Jing Mo couldn't hear her, Zhang Saiwu lowered her head and fell silent.
Jing Mo had no choice but to lead Zhang Saiwu out of the elegant pavilion. When Zhang Saiwu stepped out, she let out a heavy sigh of relief, as if she had escaped. Jing Mo walked to his Rolls-Royce and opened the passenger door.
You can get in. I'll take you to find your dad later. But Zhang Saiwu stood by the car, hesitating to get in. What's wrong?
Jing Mo asked with concern.
Zhang Saiwu cautiously replied, Can you not take me home? I don't want to go home. Jing Mo asked in confusion, Why don't you want to go home? Where will you go if you don't go home? Zhang Saiwu thought for a moment and said softly, Can you take me back to school? And don't tell my dad about what happened today?
Jing Mo wanted to know why Zhang Saiwu was so distant from her father. Why don't you want to tell your dad that you were bullied outside?
Zhang Saiwu lowered her head and remained silent.
It seemed that the socially anxious girl was not willing to show her inner thoughts to outsiders. Jing Mo had no choice but to grant her wish and not tell Zhang Fan.
Alright then, get in the car, I'll take you back to school.
Zhang Saiwu carefully got into the car while hugging her rabbit bag, then obediently fastened her seatbelt. This was her first close contact with Jing Mo. She had always thought of him from a distance. Although he was quite famous at school, if it weren't for her father asking her to befriend Jing Mo, his name wouldn't even appear in her world. So she was still a bit wary of Jing Mo, and his every move made her shrink back. Jing Mo now understood why Zhang Fan had entrusted him to take Zhang Saiwu out to play. Perhaps he wanted him to help change her personality slowly. After all, this personality was indeed hard to survive in society. Jing Mo drove towards the school. Neither of them spoke in the car, and the air was eerily quiet. The socially anxious girl fiddled with her slender fingers, and the atmosphere made her feel a bit suffocated. Suddenly, Jing Mo's phone rang. He held the steering wheel with one hand and looked at the phone screen with the other. It was actually Jiang Qingqing calling. Jing Mo pressed the answer button. Jing Mo, where have you been so late? You still have injuries. Jiang Qingqing's tone was more urgent than usual, looking a bit flustered. I went out to take care of some things, I won't be back tonight. Jiang Qingqing rarely complained. You still have injuries, no matter how busy you are, you need to take care of your health. What if it leaves some hidden trouble? Jing Mo reassured her, it's fine, I'll take care of my health. The food you made today was delicious. What do you want to eat tomorrow? I'll bring it to you. Tomorrow is the weekend, and Jiang Qingqing doesn't have to work. Jiang Qingqing sighed, let's talk when you get back. You must take care of yourself. Jing Mo replied, got it, and then hung up the phone. The socially anxious girl was still a curious little thing, eavesdropping nearby. However, after Jing Mo hung up the phone, fearing that Jing Mo would discover her listening in, she pretended to take out her phone and play with it for a while. Jing Mo noticed her little action but didn't call her out on it, and so, half an hour later, the car stopped at the school gate. Security uncle, could you open the gate and let us in? The security uncle opened the window of the security booth and poked his head out to look. You should check the time, it's almost midnight. It's lockdown time now, so I can't let you in. The security uncle said with a fierce expression, somewhat impatient. Jing Mo looked at Zhang Saiwu, who was on the verge of tears. Uncle, please, let us in. It's so late, and we have nowhere else to go. Jing Mo began to plead, then took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, and handed it over. Who wants your cigarette? The security uncle said as he took out a pack of soft Zhonghua, lit one, and put it in his mouth. Don't try to get close, even if the principal came at this hour, he wouldn't get in. That's what I'm saying. The security uncle exhaled a puff of smoke, exuding authority. Jing Mo felt a bit helpless. If the principal came, you wouldn't be happy either. That's a different matter. Jing Mo was truly speechless. Alright, young man, just leave. At this time, those outside can't come in, and those inside can't go out. I'd been here for ages, controlling the flow of time. With that, the security uncle closed the window, not giving Jing Mo another chance to speak. Well, this old man is a novel enthusiast. Jing Mo returned to the car and looked at the aggrieved Zhang Saiwu. You saw it too. What can we do if they won't let us in? Jing Mo said helplessly. Zhang Saiwu looked at Jing Mo with red eyes. The impact of her gaze made Jing Mo unable to bear it. Don't cry, don't cry. I'll think of a way. After saying that, Jing Mo took out his phone and called Niu Yangyu. Hey, boss, what's up now? The security at the school gate won't let me in. What should I do? Isn't that normal? This security guy seems to be the second uncle of the vice principal. I heard he used to be the head of the food inspection bureau, and now he's retired and working as a security guard. He doesn't take anyone seriously. Jing Mo felt frustrated. Who asked you about the security's background? Just tell me if there's any other way to get in. Niu Yangyu thought for a moment and said, the back door is sealed now, so you probably can't get in there either. If it really doesn't work, don't go back to the school. You haven't stayed in the dormitory since the semester started anyway. Jing Mo sighed, of course, I can skip the dorm, but Zhang Saiwu was with me. She needs to go back to the dorm. Niu Yangyu paused for a long time and tentatively asked, so, boss, do you really want me to come up with a way for you to go back? Or are you just trying to fool Jiang, the campus flower? Zhang Saiwu looked at Jing Mo in horror upon hearing this. What did that mean? Did Jing Mo want to trick her into not going back to school? Seeing Zhang Saiwu's gaze, Jing Mo immediately exploded in anger. Of course, I really want you to help me find a way back to school. What was Niu Yangyu talking about? Fooling Zhang Saiwu? Did he have any thoughts about her? His relationship with Zhang Fan was just that. If he really did something, it would be a betrayal of her trust in him. Oh, then I got it, boss. There's a T-junction on the west side of the school, and there's a hole in the fence there. You can crawl through. Jing Mo thought this could work. Although crawling through a dog hole was a bit embarrassing, especially with a campus flower and a campus prince doing it, there was no time to think about that now. He just needed to get this little ancestor back first. Jing Mo looked at Zhang Saiwu. The only way is through the dog hole. If you don't mind, we can go. If you do mind, then I really have no other options. Zhang Saiwu timidly said, Then let's go through. Jing Mo sighed heavily again. Fine, let's go through, and quickly send her away. So Jing Mo hung up the phone and drove the Rolls-Royce towards the place that Nyo Young-yu mentioned. When he reached the T-junction, he found a place to stop. Jing Mo got out of the car with Jiang Saiwu and looked for the hole that Nyo Young-yu had talked about nearby. Sure enough, there was indeed a hole big enough for a person to crawl through at the fence connecting to the back mountain of the school. Jing Mo waved his hand to Jiang Saiwu behind him. I'll go through first, and you follow me, okay? Jiang Saiwu's heart raced. This was the first time she, a good girl, experienced something like this. It was really thrilling. Just as Jing Mo crawled through, a beam of light suddenly shone on his face, so bright that he could barely open his eyes. Hee, kid, I knew you wouldn't be honest. I had already anticipated your little tricks. Jing Mo squinted against the flashlight's glare. When he saw who was speaking, he felt instantly frustrated. Wasn't this the security guard who had just stopped him? Get out, I told you, I rule here, suppressing the river of time. You won't get in until 6 o'clock tomorrow. Alright, I'll go out, just stop showing off. Jing Mo felt helpless for the first time with someone. Jiang Saiwu, hearing the commotion, had already run to a corner and crouched down to hide. She peeked out her little head and saw Jing Mo had come back out, so she cautiously ran back. Jing Mo patted off the dust that had clung to him from crawling through the hole. Jiang Saiwu said cautiously, what should we do? Jing Mo glanced at her and said gloomily, there's no other way, I can only take you home. Who knew that after he said this, Jiang Saiwu stepped back, reacting very strongly. I'm not going back. Jing Mo really didn't know what to do seeing her reaction. How about this? You can stay at my place for the night. Jing Mo thought of his other villa. It was that platinum garden, where he had his own detached house. As for why not stay at a hotel? At least going home wouldn't seem so strange. Saying they were going to a hotel would scare the little girl. Jiang Saiwu hesitated for a moment, thinking about whether Jing Mo would do something. Jing Mo didn't wait for her to hesitate and pretended to take out his phone. Or I can call your dad and then take you home. As soon as he said this, Jiang Saiwu obediently complied. Don't. I'll just go home with you. Jing Mo felt something was off. He really just wanted to take her home to stay for a night, with no other thoughts at all. But he didn't want to think too much about it and asked Jiang Saiwu, do you have a driver's license? Jiang Saiwu replied, yes. Jing Mo handed her the car keys. Here, you drive. You heard, I'm injured and can't drive. Jiang Saiwu's face turned red. Jing Mo saying this meant he had noticed her eavesdropping on his phone call. Jiang Saiwu took the car keys and got in the car. Do I really have to drive? I haven't driven much. What if I crash into you? Her eyes were filled with worry as she looked at Jing Mo. Jing Mo shrugged it off. It's fine, if you crash it, I'll just give it to you. I have plenty of cars, I can't drive them all anyway. Jing Mo sat in the passenger seat, took out his phone, opened WeChat, just mentioned the address, and then ignored it. Jiang Saiwu took a few deep breaths before cautiously starting the car. The Rolls-Royce was indeed the most luxurious business car. Its handling was far superior to that of a sports car, and even a novice could quickly get the hang of it. Originally, Jing Mo planned to drive himself, but he received a message on his phone from manager Kang at his research institute, saying that there had been a major breakthrough in holographic projection technology. Excited, he handed the car over to Jiang Saiwu to drive. Director Jing, the holographic projection has really been developed. Look, this is a video of the experiment, Manager Kang said, sending a video he had recorded. On the table in front of Professor C. Tianxi was a very sci-fi pyramid-shaped crystal. As Professor C tapped a few times on the tablet in his hand, all the surfaces of the pyramid began to glow, and then Jing Mo saw a whale flying out from above the pyramid. Even Jing Mo was astonished by this effect. It was so realistic, as if a real whale was flying in the air. Professor C tapped a few more times on the tablet, and an even more shocking scene appeared. The holographic projection transformed the surrounding environment from the laboratory into a place beneath a waterfall. The surging water flow was so powerful that even through the screen, Jing Mo could feel the impact. The effect was simply incredible. If this technology were brought to the market, it would definitely cause a sensation. Jing Mo suddenly had an idea and sent a message back. Can this holographic projection device be scaled down proportionally? Manager Kang, that depends on how you want to scale it down and to what extent. Jing Mo, can it be made small enough to fit into a current smartphone? Manager Kang, that's hard to say, it would require experimentation. Many aspects are still in the exploratory stage, but enlarging this device is not a problem. As long as the materials are sufficient, we can project an entire skyscraper for you. Jing Mo rubbed his hands together excitedly. That's great. I'll have my secretary approve 100 million for the research institute, 50 million as a reward for you, and the remaining 50 million will be used for research. Manager Khan was just reporting on work and never expected his boss to be so wealthy, casually approving 100 million. It seemed they would have to work even harder on the research. After finishing up his matters, Jing Mo looked up at Jung Saiwoo beside him. The moment he looked, he noticed Jung Saiwoo had stiffened, almost crashing into the guardrail ahead. "Don't be nervous, just pretend you're driving your own car," Jing Mo comforted her. Jung Saiwoo nodded slightly, but her heart was still racing, and her palms were sweaty. It was already past midnight, and the Platinum Villa area was quiet. Jung Saiwoo's car stopped at the security booth. The guard recognized the Rolls-Royce and let them through without hesitation. It was so quiet around that even with the Rolls-Royce, the engine sound was inaudible. The noise reduction was impressive. Following Jing Mo's directions, the car stopped in front of the largest villa inside. "Jing Mo, where do I park?" Jung Saiwoo asked. Jing Mo pointed to the main gate. "Just drive over, it's an automatic door. Once you get close, it will open by itself." Jung Saiwoo gently pressed the accelerator with her foot, driving towards the gate, worried that it might not open and she would crash into it. Fortunately, as the car approached, the villa's main gate slowly opened. After parking in the yard, Jung Saiwoo let out a heavy sigh of relief. "You're quite capable," Jing Mo praised her. After they got out of the car, Jing Mo said, "Let's go inside." But he noticed Jung Saiwoo wasn't following. He turned back and asked, "Why aren't you coming in?" Jung Saiwoo blushed and said, "Your girlfriend is still at home. If I go in, she might misunderstand." Jing Mo realized that Jung Saiwoo must have misunderstood something after hearing his phone call with Jiang Qingqing. He explained, "You're overthinking it. The person I was on the phone with earlier was my counselor, not my girlfriend. Don't worry, it's just the two of us here today." Jung Saiwoo breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that. All the way here, she had been thinking about how to explain herself when she met Jing Mo's girlfriend. She was clumsy with words. Would she end up making things worse, being mistaken for a mistress and kicked out? Jing Mo and Jung Saiwoo walked into the villa. As soon as they opened the door, the entire villa seemed to come alive. The lights in the living room turned on by themselves, and she could faintly hear the sound of flowing water. Then Jung Saiwoo saw a scene she would never forget in her life. A Lamborghini was hanging from the ceiling of Jing Mo's villa, and behind the Lamborghini, there was actually a waterfall on the black wall. Below the Lamborghini was a sofa, and the shock of it all left Jung Saiwoo speechless. This was too extravagant. How much did this cost? The Lamborghini Aventador SVJ, worth over 10 million, was just hanging on the wall like that. "Welcome home, Jing Mo." An electronic voice echoed from all directions in the room. The floor of the villa's hall was entirely paved with jade. The decor style was in shades of gray, and right in front was the hanging Lamborghini and the waterfall behind it. To the left was a transparent small elevator and a wall made entirely of glass. It was Jing Mo's first time here, and he was equally stunned by the scene. The system really knew how to deliver quality. The walls of the living room were covered with calligraphy and paintings, each worth no less than $1 million. "This is too exaggerated." Jung Saiwoo looked around. This was luxury she had never seen before. It completely refreshed her understanding of residential spaces. The villa had many rooms, and besides the bedrooms, there were many functional halls. Jing Mo arranged for Jung Saiwoo to stay in a room on the second floor while he took the master bedroom. The villa was indeed large, but with just the two of them, it felt very empty and desolate. Plus, Jung Saiwoo was a socially anxious girl who hardly spoke. Once she was settled in her room, there was no sound at all. Well, it was just for one night. Tomorrow she would go back to Jiang Qingqing's place or Feng Muyun's place to sleep. Jing Mo quickly washed up and prepared to go to bed. Just as he got into bed, there was a knock on his room door. Besides him, the only other person in the villa was Jung Saiwoo. Jing Mo glanced at the time. It was already 1 a.m. This Jung Saiwoo was a night owl, still not asleep. Jing Mo got out of bed and opened the door. Jung Saiwoo was standing at the door, head down, still holding her rabbit-shaped bag. At this hour, she showed no signs of wanting to sleep. Her hair was still tied up, and her clothes were neatly put on. "What's wrong? Still not going to sleep?" Jing Mo asked. Jung Saiwoo looked up with her bright, shining eyes and said, "Jing Mo, do you have a computer at home?" Jing Mo was taken aback. Was this little girl a gaming addict? He didn't even know if there was a computer here. "I'll help you look. There should be one." So Jing Mo searched through the large villa, room by room. Sure enough, he found a computer in an esports room, and it was top of the line. Jung Saiwoo couldn't help but smile. This girl had no guile, everything was written on her face. Jing Mo turned on the computer and pulled out a chair. "You can play, I'm going to sleep." He yawned and prepared to head back to his room. "Can you not leave?" Jung Saiwoo pleaded. Jing Mo looked at her in confusion. "I'm scared." Jing Mo thought for a moment. Indeed, this house was too big, and it was very quiet around. A little girl would definitely feel scared. "Then I'll stay and play with you for a while." The esports room had not just one computer. There were 5, all equipped with 4090 graphics cards and the latest i9 processors.
Jing Mo turned on another computer, ready to play a game for a while. After playing for a bit, he started to feel a bit warm. System, can you give me a whole cheat? Damn it, I can't take it anymore. The system replied, cheating dogs deserve a bad end. Jing Mo closed the game on Yang Jia, feeling a bit aimless. He looked at Zhang Saiwu beside him. Zhang Saiwu was typing away on her keyboard.
Jing Mo leaned over and discovered she was actually writing a novel.
Have you published your book? Let me take a look.
When Zhang Saiwu heard that Jing Mo was interested in novels, she felt she had found a kindred spirit. She took out her phone, opened a novel website, and searched for her own book. Jing Mo glanced at the website's name and thought it sounded familiar.
Orange Chinese Network? Isn't that my own novel website?
It seemed like he had just bound the system and completed a racing task, which rewarded him with this.
He had almost forgotten about this website. Do I still remember you later?
Jing Mo glanced at the title of Zhang Saiwu's book. The quality of novels in this world was indeed not great. So, Jing Mo started reading Zhang Saiwu's book with a mindset of just trying it out. Zhang Saiwu, meanwhile, was writing the latest chapter while stealing glances at Jing Mo, eagerly anticipating his feedback on her book. After reading a few chapters, Jing Mo could only say it was completely meaningless, not abstract at all. The novels from the original world were what real novels should be. Even the female-oriented ones were all about the thrill. For example, a true rich girl was abducted as a child, then found by her biological parents when she grew up, only to have her pampering taken away by the adopted daughter. Even if it wasn't a revenge story, at least it should have a plot like the domineering CEO falls in love with me, otherwise, who would read it? After finishing Zhang Saiwu's book, she looked at Jing Mo. The writing is okay, but the plot really lacks appeal. Jing Mo's words made Zhang Saiwu very angry, her brows furrowing.
She was the #1 novel in the female category on Orange Novel, and how could someone question her plot?
She thought he might understand more, but he probably didn't know anything and was just pretending to be knowledgeable to attract her attention. Seeing Zhang Saiwu's expression, Jing Mo realized the girl had misunderstood him.
However, Zhang Saiwu did give him a bit of inspiration. He needed to spend money, right? Spending 10 billion in a week. So why not use it for advertising? He could teach Zhang Saiwu how to write novels and then invest 1 billion in advertising.
This way, not only would he spend his money, but Zhang Saiwu could also write popular works, and it would promote the development of the novel industry in this world.
A threefold benefit. The entertainment culture in this world was indeed too backward. He needed to correct it. So, Jing Mo spoke up. Do you think I'm talking nonsense? Zhang Saiwu didn't respond, but her expression clearly said, yes, I'm angry, and I think you're talking nonsense.
Jing Mo smiled and said, your novel's plot is very boring.
What is a novel?
It should be something that draws people in and brings emotional value to the readers.
Zhang Saiwu still wore that unhappy expression.
She replied blandly, I know, no need for you to teach me.
Anyone can talk big. If you have the ability, you should write a book too.
Perhaps Jing Mo had touched on her interest, as her reaction was a bit more intense than usual, and she spoke more than she typically would.
Jing Mo thought for a moment, why not write a book himself? So he opened a document. The book title was The Domineering CEO Falls in Love with Me.
Jing Mo began to write 2 chapters with great enthusiasm.
Take a look, how's my writing? Zhang Saiwu didn't have much hope for Jing Mo's book.
She had been writing for many years, and now her status in the novel world was considered that of a master.
What could a novice like Jing Mo write that would catch her eye? CEO's Love for Me? A strange book title?
As expected from an outsider, a typical book title should be obscure and profound, so that it seems the author is cultured.
What good content can such a long title have? Zhang Saiwu looked down on this book written by Jing Mo. What is this operation? The female lead has just been deceived by a scumbag in love?
Then she goes to a bar to drown her sorrows, only to end up in the bed of a wealthy young master due to a misunderstanding?
This opening is quite intriguing.
After just 1 chapter, Zhang Saiwu was captivated.
She couldn't wait to look at the next chapter. The wealthy young master actually took the female lead's first time. Afterwards, he disgustingly kicked her away. That's too much. He even insulted her with money. So infuriating. After just reading the first 2 chapters, Zhang Saiwu was deeply immersed and couldn't extricate herself.
At this moment, she felt a lingering desire, wanting to know what happens next.
It felt like countless ants were crawling on her body. But with her previous attitude, how could she muster the courage to ask Jing Mo about the upcoming plot?
Seeing Zhang Saiwu like this, a wicked smile crept onto Jing Mo's lips. This little girl really has no scheming at all, everything is written on her face.
Just then, the system's voice echoed in Jing Mo's mind.
Temporary task released, bully the weak. Make Jung Saiwoo kiss you, or threaten her that you won't write the next plot.
Task reward, 10% shares of Tank's company. Task failure, constipation. Jing Mo's smile froze on his face before he could even retract it. Beast. System. You're such a beast. She's still an innocent child.
Jing Mo knew that the system had no good intentions. It turned out it was waiting for him here. Jing Mo cursed the system in his heart. This task was something he had to do. Right now, although the shares of Tank's company were tempting, Jing Mo was worth billions and didn't need those shares.
If it weren't for the punishment the system mentioned, Jing Mo would never take on this task. So beastly.
Looking at her baby-faced little face and those pure big eyes, Jing Mo really couldn't bring himself to say it.
Jing Mo, what happens next in the plot?
Jung Saiwoo blinked her big eyes and looked at Jing Mo.
Jing Mo felt awkward and flustered.
He immediately started scratching his head.
Jing Mo, what's wrong? I have fleas on me, I'm scratching for fleas. Jing Mo really didn't know how to say it. It felt like he was committing a crime. Besides, she was the daughter of the city bureau chief. If Jung Fan found out, he wouldn't know how to face her. You want to know what happens next?
Jung Saiwoo's face lit up with joy, and she nodded her little head vigorously.
Then I have a condition. Jung Saiwoo tilted her little head, looking at Jing Mo with a puzzled expression. You kiss me. Jung Saiwoo momentarily lost her focus.
She struggled to digest what Jing Mo had just said.
Kiss Jing Mo?
The room was dim, and the display screen illuminated Jing Mo's face, accentuating his features. In the glaring white light, Jing Mo's brows and eyes resembled a vast ocean. He casually smiled, extending his slender fingertip to lightly touch the corner of his lips, giving her a hint.
For a moment, Jung Saiwoo seemed to hear her own heartbeat. In the quiet night, their heartbeats gradually resonated.
The atmosphere froze for a moment, the sound deepening, almost like a whisper from the divine to the mortal realm.
In the next second, Jung Saiwoo felt the heat from across the table, as Jing Mo's face drew closer.
The distance between them was mere inches, their reflections mirrored in each other's eyes, and Jung Saiwoo saw her own flushed cheeks. This feeling was something Jung Saiwoo had never experienced before in her life. Until now, she had not understood what love was. In a single breath, she comprehended the essence of love at first sight. The voices in her ears grew increasingly heated, and she saw hope and desire in the other person's eyes. At that moment, Jing Mo was also completely stirred by the atmosphere. As Jung Saiwoo was lost in thought, unable to endure any longer, she pressed her hand against the back of her head and kissed her fiercely. He leaned over, pressing down on Jung Saiwoo's delicate body, and the girl stiffened like a piece of wood. Jing Mo looked at her eyes, which widened slightly in nervousness, beautiful and clear like glass, glistening with tears, resembling a little deer that had accidentally wandered into the mortal realm and tasted the smoke of human life, pure, innocent, and pitifully endearing. A system prompt echoed in Jing Mo's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. The reward has been issued. I hope the host continues to walk further down the path of becoming a beast. After the kiss, Jung Saiwoo quickly sprang up like a startled deer and ran towards her room. Jing Mo remained in the position he had just held her in. What a beast! Jing Mo felt immense regret for having hurt such a pure girl. Feeling frustrated, he took out a cigarette and smoked one harshly to suppress his restless emotions. Jing Mo thought about how he had now obtained shares in Tank's company, a company worth trillions.
How much is 10%?
Moreover, this was no longer something that could be measured with money. It was no exaggeration to say that Jing Mo was now a wicked capitalist. On the internet, he was king. Whoever he wanted to rise would rise, and whoever he wanted to fall would have to fall.
He was the one wielding the sword of public opinion.
Now, Jing Mo had seen enough of the big scene and wouldn't be overly excited about this 10% of Tank's shares. He was already a very mature, wealthy man. Jing Mo looked towards Jung Saiwoo's room and sighed.
He probably scared her quite a bit just now. She just wanted to read a novel. What was wrong with that?
Jing Mo touched the keyboard on the table, intending to fulfill the promise he had just made by writing the rest of the novel. He wrote several chapters with ease, and when he looked outside, it was already getting light. Jing Mo, unable to keep his eyes open from fatigue, yawned and went back to his room to sleep. He didn't know how long had passed, but Jung Saiwoo, hearing that there was no more noise outside, cautiously opened the door a crack. Noticing that Jing Mo had gone to sleep, she tiptoed out. She approached the computer and saw that Jing Mo had actually written the subsequent plot.
Jung Saiwoo pushed aside the memory of kissing Jing Mo and eagerly read the novel in front of her.
Her understanding of Jing Mo deepened. He was truly talented, able to casually write such a thrilling plot. After working hard for so many years, she felt insignificant in front of him. What does it mean that talent surpasses effort? If Jing Mo published this book, it would be a debut at the peak. Jing Mo slept until the afternoon, only waking up because of a call from Fan Xingxue.
Honey, I can go back to school now. Can you come pick me up? Jing Mo looked at the time and realized it was already afternoon.
He had slept the entire day. He suddenly sat up.
Okay, wait for me a moment. I'll drive you back to school.
After saying that, he hung up the phone.
Had Jiang Saiwu not eaten all day after being scared last night?
If he died in his own villa without feeding her during the day, Jiang Fan would probably come at him with a machine gun. Jing Mo casually threw on some clothes and went out to find Jiang Saiwu.
He first went to her room, knocked on the door to ask, and seeing no response, he opened the door.
The room was spotless, with not a wrinkle on the bed.
There was a note on the bedside table.
It had nothing written on it, just a string of numbers. This was probably Jiang Saiwu's contact information.
Jing Mo dialed the number. The call connected quickly. Jiang Saiwu's voice came through the phone. Hello.
The lack of politeness made it clear she was a socially anxious girl. Her speech was very brief.
Where have you been? Jing Mo asked directly. School. Jiang Saiwu's tone was neither warm nor cold, like a robot. As long as you're fine, then let's leave it at that.
Just as Jing Mo was about to hang up, Jiang Saiwu surprisingly called out to him.
Wait a minute. Do you have something else? Your book is really good. Can you publish it on a novel platform?
Jing Mo thought for a moment and said, Forget this book, I'm a grown man. It would be embarrassing for me to write for a female audience. But such a good work. Jiang Saiwu became anxious, her tone carrying a sense of urgency.
I won't publish it, but you can publish it on my behalf. This is like an inspiration I'm giving you. You can try to continue writing the following plot. If you have any questions, you can come ask me. Hearing Jing Mo's words, Jiang Saiwu seemed very happy, her tone turning a bit cheerful. Really? Jing Mo, well, that kiss yesterday wasn't for nothing. Jiang Saiwu, and then she hung up the phone.
On the other end, Jiang Saiwu blushed and buried her head in the blanket.
This feeling, so sweet.
After resolving things on his end, Jing Mo drove to pick up Fan Xingxue. After a few days apart, this girl had become even sweeter, letting go of some of her burdens. The dignified and beautiful campus flower actually called Jing Mo husband in private. If outsiders knew, they would probably drop their jaws in shock. This was Jing Mo's second time at Fan Xingxue's home. When he arrived at the bottom of her building, Fan Xingxue was already waiting for him in the hallway. Seeing the Rolls-Royce, she knew it was Jing Mo. Because in this area, not to mention a Rolls-Royce, even ordinary Mercedes or BMWs were rare.
Jing Mo rolled down the car window and leaned out. Get in, I'll take you back to school. Fan Xingxue ran over with small, quick steps. It was visibly cheerful. Under the dim streetlight, Fan Xingxue, wearing a black tight t-shirt, had her hair blown by the breeze. In the shadows of the light, her hot figure was even more eye-catching. It's Saturday. What are you going back to school for today? Fan Xingxue lowered her head, shy to look at Jing Mo. The two of them hinted at each other without revealing their little thoughts. The moonlight was enchanting. The beauty beside him was even more captivating. Jing Mo had slept all day, so he was full of energy at night. This was tough for Fan Xingxue. In the early hours of the morning, Fan Xingxue instinctively glanced at Jing Mo beside her. After a few days apart, Jing Mo looked even more handsome. His features were three-dimensional, and his brows and eyes were very upright. Just looking at him made her unable to resist. She was almost mesmerized. Jing Mo slowly opened his vast eyes, and the two locked gazes. They kissed tightly once again. Jing Mo's hand pressed against Fan Xingxue's crystal-clear, smooth skin. Ah, you're back again. The phone on the bedside table vibrated a few times. Fan Xingxue picked up the phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was actually her roommate, Xiu Ji. Xingxue, didn't you say you were coming back tonight? It's already past 11. Why aren't you back yet? Xiuji's concerned voice came through. Oh,
my sister, her condition isn't good again. I'm taking care of her. I'll go back on Monday.
Fan Xingxue softly replied, fabricating a lie.
Oh, is that so? Xiuji's voice carried a hint of playfulness.
The last time I saw your sister, I added her WeChat.
I just asked her, and she said you went back to school a long time ago.
You actually lied to me. Let me guess. You must be with a man now, right? Is it Jing Mo?
Xiu said in a joking tone. Upon hearing this, Jing Mo stroked his chin, thinking that a prophet should be punished.
Xiu continued gossiping. Do you know the campus heartthrob from the e-commerce major? He came to our class every day to ask about you while you were gone. He really likes you. The next morning, Jing Mo drove Fan Xingxue to Wanyuanju for a meal. Coincidentally, they ran into Bai Qianqian. Jing Mo, why are you at Wanyuanju today? Did you come specifically to see me? Why haven't you gone back to Magic City yet? Bai Qianqian said unhappily, what, do you want me to leave just like that? I just plan to play in Y City for a couple of days, and I was going to leave after breakfast today. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Qianqian spotted Fan Qingxue. So you have a girlfriend now, huh? What a pity, I missed my chance. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell she was joking. Fan Qingxue naturally didn't take it seriously. Hello, I'm Fan Qingxue. I really like your songs, I'm a fan. Bai Qianqian smiled and said, I didn't expect your girlfriend to be my fan. You better keep an eye on your boyfriend. Once his album is released, who knows how many girls will like him. Fan Qingxue nodded, I will definitely keep an eye on him and not give him any chances. Jing Mo suddenly thought of something. Do you have something to do when you go back to Magic City? Hearing Jing Mo say this, Bai Qianqian teased Fan Qingxue, look, your boyfriend is being dishonest. I haven't even left yet, and he can't bear to part with me. Fan Qingxue knew Jing Mo didn't mean it that way, so she wasn't angry. Jing Mo shot her a glance. I'm not reluctant to part with you, I just want to hold a welcome party for all the new students at our school and would like to invite you to sing a segment on stage. After saying this, Jing Mo thought it was a good idea. He still had a task to complete, and it seemed like he needed to lead the new students in a celebration. So why not organize a large event? Plus, he was carrying the heavy task of spending $1 billion, so throwing a party should help him spend some money. Bai Qianqian laughed and said, with my worth, you can't just ask me to come, you have to pay me a performance fee. Bai Qianqian was joking, but Jing Mo didn't think so. After all, Bai Qianqian was indeed a big star and shouldn't be supporting him for free. The compensation couldn't be low. Jing Mo thought for a moment and said, how about I give you 10 million as a performance fee? Bai Qianqian's eyes widened, and her cherry lips parted in surprise. What did you say? 10 million for a performance fee? She knew that her father Bai Tianwang didn't even charge that much. If this got out, she would probably set a new record. Bai Qianqian quickly waved her hand. No, I was joking about the performance fee. I don't want your money, but I want you to write me a song. The songs you write are really good. Jing Mo frowned slightly. Bai Qianqian wondered if her request was putting Jing Mo in a difficult position. After all, songs couldn't just be written casually. If you can't, then forget it. We're friends, I can attend for free. But Jing Mo said, lyrics are a small matter, but you must take the performance fee. One thing is for sure, just because we are friends doesn't mean I can neglect you. What a joke, he was still carrying $1 billion on his back. As a friend, how could he not share the burden? Bai Qianqian never expected that Jing Mo frowned because she didn't want money. Who would have thought that someone would rush to give money to someone who didn't want it? Finally, the two agreed that Jing Mo would pay Bai Qianqian 10 million as an appearance fee and the cost of a song to invite her to perform at his freshman welcome party. After that, Jing Mo took Fan Qingxue back to school. Upon arriving at the school gate, Jing Mo and Fan Qingxue parted ways. After separating from Fan Qingxue, Jing Mo took out his phone and called his secretary. The entertainment culture in this world is truly terrible. To put it bluntly, if the entertainment industry on Earth is rated 10, this world doesn't even reach 5. Jing Mo couldn't find any good songs. He believed that music knows no borders, but even foreign music sounded like noise to him, completely unbearable. As for novels, the literature in this world was even worse. The system had previously rewarded him with an account on Orange Chinese Network, and if it weren't for Jiang Saiwu writing novels, he would have forgotten he even had a novel company. Last night, unable to sleep after finishing his work, Jing Mo browsed through a few novels on his website. The writing was truly unbearable. If one were to describe it, the novels in this world resembled poetry, overly ornate and lacking in substance, with plots that were incredibly dull, akin to writing a diary, devoid of any storytelling. Jing Mo wasn't originally tired, but after reading a few openings, he found himself drowsy. The only function of novels in this world seemed to be to induce sleep. Reading the first 3 chapters of a book guaranteed sleep. He really couldn't find a single book worth reading. Jing Mo felt he should save the novel industry, and advertising wasn't too costly, right? So he decided to advertise vigorously. Before returning to school, Jing Mo called for Mu Tongyao and Mihea to come to the school. After sending Fan Qingxue off, Jing Mo went to find the two. As soon as he left the school, he saw Mu Tongyao and Mihea standing under the blazing sun next to a Mercedes E300, waiting for him. When Mihea saw Jing Mo approaching, he hurriedly opened the back seat of the car. Next time, you don't have to wait in the sun, you can wait inside the car instead. Okay, boss. Jing Mo got into the back seat. The two followed him in, with Mihea taking the driver's seat and Mu Tongyao sitting next to Jing Mo. How much did we spend at the Yage last night? Mu Tongyao replied, a total of over 4 million. Jing Mo nodded slightly, satisfied. Continue to increase the advertising, this nightclub is now our property.
The purchased alcohol must be the best and the most expensive, and if we can get it for free, we should. We need to spend at least 5 million every day. Mu Tongyao responded, yes, boss. But right now, Yage is short-staffed, we need to hire some new waitstaff. There were fewer guests before, so we didn't need so many people, but now there are too many guests, and we can't keep up. Jing Mo thought for a moment and said, you handle the recruitment, there are no specific requirements. Female waitstaff must be at least 170 centimeters tall and no more than 110 pounds. Forget it, just hire models directly, offer them 10 times the current salary to come work as waitstaff. As for the men, they need to be tall and handsome, with the same salary as the female waitstaff. Mu Tonyao was taken aback by Jing Mo's boldness. In the nightclub industry, the women working there were often those who had seen better days, who would want to be a waitstaff or a princess when they could be internet celebrities or foreign aid. Jing Mo's approach was too extravagant. All the women would meet model standards, making it hard to imagine how booming the business would be in the future. Not to mention making money, at least they wouldn't lack fame and traffic. Mihaya, you need to go to Modu in the next few days. I bought a novel company there, and the novels inside aren't very good. Go and solicit submissions across the internet for me. I'll give you 10 million in manuscript fees to recruit distinctive authors. They should write novels for me every day, focusing on stories with strong narratives. Ha! Upon hearing Jing Mo's words, Mihao asked in confusion, novels? The current novel industry doesn't seem very prosperous, novels aren't very popular, and I often feel sleepy when reading them. That's true, the books written by these people are simply unreadable. I need to make the novel industry thrive. This time, not only for the writing competition, but also bring me 10 million in advertising fees to promote the book of an author named Orange Not Tomato. Orange Not Tomato is the pen name of Zhang Saiwu on the Orange Chinese website. After previous hints, it's estimated that a new book will be published in the next couple of days. When that happens, pouring 10 million in advertising fees should make it a hit. 10 million in advertising fees? Mihao exclaimed in shock again. Jing Mo then instructed, and tell the website manager that I want a plot filled with fighting and killing, where the protagonist shows off, surrounded by beautiful women, and if you insult me, I'll wipe out your whole family. Got it? Mihao was a bit dumbfounded. Okay, boss, I'll try to negotiate over there. Understood, now go. Xiao Yao, approve 3 million for him and let him leave right away. Mihao asked in a daze, leave now? So soon? Jing Mo suspiciously asked, if not now, do you expect me to send you? Mihao hurriedly replied, I'll go right away, right away. After Mihao left, Jing Mo looked at Mu Tongyao. Can you drive? Mu Tongyao nodded and replied, I can drive, boss. Where do you want to go? To a research institute. The literature department of Weiss City University. Every year, Weiss City University holds a welcome party for new students. To ensure that there are no mistakes in the performance tomorrow night, the student council and the literature department need to arrange rehearsals. Some unqualified programs will be cut. They will select some interesting and visually appealing performances. Student Council President Li Biao was discussing the program arrangements with several members of the literature department. I think we should invite Jing Mo from the computer science department to participate in this party. Zhang Xinyu, the head of the literature department, made a suggestion. Upon hearing Jing Mo's name, Li Biao's eyelids twitched. The two boys beside him nearly collapsed to the ground. For the three of them, discussing Jing Mo was a terrifying topic. Zhang Xinyu had been brooding over the fact that she had shared a bed with Jing Mo last time, even though nothing happened. But Zhang Xinyu was still unhappy. She thought, I'm so beautiful, and Jing Mo didn't do anything. Am I not charming? She knew Jing Mo could sing, so she specifically called him out to perform. Jing Mo's song Late Night Drizzle Asking the Begonia was really beautiful, but unfortunately, it wasn't recorded with professional equipment, so the sound quality was somewhat lacking. Otherwise, it would have definitely gone viral. As soon as Jing Mo's name was mentioned, all the girls in the literature department blushed. Jing Mo is my idol. If he doesn't participate in the welcome party, it will really lack a beautiful scenery. Li Biao was still afraid that Jing Mo would expose him. However, his roommate Yamamoto Kojiro had become friends with him, and with that connection, Jing Mo probably wouldn't report him to the authorities. Jing Mo would definitely want to show off at the new student welcome party. Being a man, Li Biao naturally understood Jing Mo's thoughts. He then took the liberty to say, let's make Jing Mo's performance the grand finale. Zhang, do you have confidence in inviting him to perform? Ever since Jing Mo took Zhang Saiwu away from him, he had given up on her. Now he had a new target, which was Zhang Xinyu. Although she wasn't as stunning as the campus belle, she was still a well-known beauty in the department. Jing Mo should have enough women around him by now. With Fan Qingxue, Yi Ruoro, and now Zhang Saiwu taken away, he probably had her in his grasp by tonight. Just thinking about this made Li Biao feel jealous. Jing Mo's gaze is indeed sharp. he has taken the new school beauty for himself.
Forget it, Jing Mo is someone I can't provoke right now.
Besides, with so many women around him, he probably doesn't have the energy to look for other girls.
If I make a move on Zhang Xinyu, he shouldn't be able to interfere, right? I'll invite Zhang Xinyu to dinner tonight and see if she agrees.
When the student council president agreed, Zhang Xinyu let out a sigh of relief.
I know Jing Mo too, if I call him, he should agree.
Hearing this, Li Biao felt like dying.
Why do all the beautiful women have connections with Jing Mo?
Although it wasn't stated what kind of relationship they had, Jing Mo currently has leverage over him, so even if there's nothing between them, he doesn't dare to touch Zhang Xinyu.
What if they develop a relationship in the future?
Then please contact him, Li Biao said weakly. Jing Mo and Mu Tong-yao were driving to the research institute.
On the way, they saw Yi Ruo.
Jing Mo asked Mu Tong-yao to stop the car.
He got out.
As soon as Yi Ruo saw Jing Mo, her eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on her face.
Jing Mo, where are you going? Let me give you a ride, Yi Ruo said. I just want to go back to school. It was quite a distance to the school, and walking would take about half an hour in this hot weather. Do you have something to do? If not, come with me. I have something to discuss, and then I'll take you back to school.
Yi Ruo's pupils widened, and joy spread across her face.
Is that okay? Jing Mo nodded. Sure, get in the car.
So, the group heading to the research institute had one more person. Jing Mo went straight to the R&D room upon arriving at the institute. When Kong Le saw Jing Mo, he hurried over to greet him. Jing Mo said to Kong Le, "Let me introduce you. This is my newly hired secretary.
From now on, I'll have her coordinate with you."
Kong Le quickly smiled and shook hands with Mu Tong-yao. "Hello, I'm Kong Le, the manager of this research institute."
Mu Tong-yao replied, "I'm Mu Tong-yao, the boss's secretary and assistant."
Kong Le's gaze turned to Yi Ruo.
Yi Ruo was indeed very beautiful, a typical Jiangnan girl, very graceful.
This must be Director Jing's girlfriend, Kong Le quickly complimented. Yi Ruo blushed and waved her hands to explain, No, I'm not Jing Mo's girlfriend. Although she said that, she felt delighted inside.
Even Jing Mo's subordinate thought she was his girlfriend. Doesn't that mean she and Jing Mo are a good match?
Jing Mo said, "Not a girlfriend, just a regular friend." "Alright, I'm here for a reason. Please invite Professor C. Tianxi over." Kong Lu didn't dwell on the topic any longer, and after a while, Professor C. Tianxi was called in.
"How's the progress?" Jing Mo asked straightforwardly. Professor C. Tianxi said gratefully, "I can only say we haven't let you down. We have made significant progress in scaling down the holographic projection technology to a proportional size. Give us another month, and we can reduce it to the size of a mobile phone."
Jing Mo was not very satisfied with this result. "What I mean is that to install it in a phone, there needs to be a controller transmitting information to the projection, otherwise, it can't be operated." C. Tianxi pondered and said, "Director Jing, our current research direction is to create something that surpasses a mobile phone, just like in science fiction movies, where you can operate it directly on the projection to achieve the same effect as a phone." Jing Mo was taken aback. He initially thought of just fitting this thing into a phone and discarding the screen to use the projection instead, but C. Tianxi's idea was bolder.
He wanted to create a device that transcends the mobile phone. This concept was simply too bold and imaginative. So, Jing Mo made a direct choice.
"Alright, you work hard, and I'll give you another 10 million for research."
Xiao Yao, transfer the money. Mu Tong-yao and Yi Ruo were utterly shocked by the previous conversation. Holographic projection? Jing Mo, are you saying that the holographic projection you mentioned is the same as in sci-fi movies?
Yi Ruo asked, her eyes wide in disbelief. Jing Mo stroked his chin and nodded.
Perfect timing, Professor C. Can you bring us a finished product for a demonstration?
After hearing this, C. Tianxi quickly brought out a pyramid-shaped crystal. Then he took out a tablet and manipulated it for a while. Before long, a popular movie started playing above the pyramid, with the characters appearing as if they were standing face-to-face with Jing Mo and the others. Seeing this scene, Mu Tong-yao and Yi Ruo were so shocked that their mouths could fit an egg. They were at a loss for words.
I plan to hold a concert tomorrow night. Can we install this thing on the stage as a backdrop? C. Tianxi smiled and said, this small matter is no problem.
Jing Mo nodded and said, then tomorrow, we'll trouble Professor C to personally come to our school to set it up.
Not at all, it's a piece of cake.
I also want to see how much of a sensation my research results will cause when they debut.
When C. Tianxi said this, he trembled with excitement. I have an idea. Since it can be done this way, can we create an anime character and have it perform or sing on stage? C. Tianxi clearly lacked a business mindset. He only knew about research. That can be done, but Jing Dong, what do you want this for?
I want to create a blue-haired girl with twin tails. On their way back, Mu Tongyao and Yi Ruorua still hadn't calmed their shocked emotions. That was holographic projection technology, the first of its kind in the world. They couldn't believe they had witnessed it today. At this moment, Jing Mo received a WeChat call from Zhang Xinyu. Jing Mo picked it up without considering Yi Ruorua beside him. Jing Mo, hello? What's up? Zhang Xinyu, why are you so cold to me? Jing Mo, you left last time without a word. I thought we had cut ties. Mentioning this made Zhang Xinyu blush a little, and she didn't respond for a long time on the other end. Finally, she chose to avoid the topic.
Zhang Xinyu, do you have time tonight? Jing Mo, are you trying to get me to drink again? I don't have time.
Jing Mo was genuinely afraid of going out with Zhang Xinyu. Last time, he almost ended up sleeping with her after drinking, and he still didn't know how they got to the hotel.
Zhang Xinyu, I'm not asking you out for drinks. I want you to come to the arts department for rehearsal. I've signed you up for tomorrow's freshman gala. Jing Mo, what's the freshman gala?
Zhang Xinyu explained, and Jing Mo suddenly realized, so the freshman gala is just the school setting up a stage for us to sing and showcase our talents, right?
Zhang Xinyu, yes. Do you have time to come for rehearsal tonight? Jing Mo, forget it. I don't want to rehearse. Just tell Li Biao to arrange 3 programs as the finale.
Jing Mo, by the way, don't bother building a stage. The stuff you build is all old junk. I'm going to set up a concert-level stage tomorrow.
Zhang Xinyu knew Jing Mo. His spending was always generous. As long as Jing Mo was involved, funding wouldn't be a concern, and he might create the most luxurious freshman gala ever. As for rehearsal, since Jing Mo said it wasn't needed, then it wouldn't be necessary. Just having Jing Mo participate would be considered a success.
Jing Mo hung up the phone and began to instruct, Xiaoyao, I have a few things for you to take care of. Okay, just tell me what to do, boss, Mu Tongyao replied obediently. Jing Mo thought for a moment and said, for this new student gala, the stage needs to be large.
How about you find out where the TV station's special stage is from, and ask the manufacturer to set one up on the school playground tonight.
As for the scale, just go for the most expensive option. I'll approve 5 million for the stage construction. Speaking of the concert, we can't have our audience watching on an empty stomach, so please invite a Michelin chef to prepare a barbecue for us.
Mu Tongyao asked, Boss, will there be a charge for the barbecue?
No charge, it absolutely must be free, Jing Mo said generously.
The key is that there must be plenty of meat.
Go ahead and order 100 sheep for me. We can barbecue them all together on the barbecue runway, and the smell will probably waft for 10 miles.
Now that we have the meat, how can we enjoy the music without some drinks?
Let's get 3 trucks of beer.
Can you calculate how much all this will cost?
Mu Tongyao took out her calculator and started calculating one by one. After arriving at the total, she said, Boss, this will be about 2 million. Jing Mo nodded in satisfaction.
2 million plus the 5 million for the stage, that's still under 10 million. I'll add another 3 million to make it a round number. We can't just buy meat, we need plenty of lobsters and king crabs too.
Jing Mo said generously.
Yi Ruorua,
who was nearby, was already numb from listening. This time, she truly experienced Jing Mo's extravagance.
What does it mean to be generous? Everything is in abundance.
She had never eaten king crab or lobster in her life, and Jing Mo was treating the entire school staff and students to it, and it was all you can eat.
As for the sound system,
I remember a TV station has a sound system worth 100 million. We must get one. Mu Tongyao's heart raced in shock.
Boss, isn't it too extravagant to use 100 million sound system just once? Jing Mo thought about it and agreed. It's fine, we bought a nightclub, right?
After using it, we can send it wherever. It will be useful for future banquets too.
Jing Mo was quite satisfied with his own thriftiness.
As for the lighting, we already have holographic projections,
but we still need some stunning opening lights. Since we're doing it, let's go big.
You buy up all the luxury cars for sale in Jiangsu province overnight. The cheapest can't be less than 5 million.
Get me at least 50 of them, and I'll give you 300 million.
They must be in front of me before tomorrow night. At that time, all the stage lights will use the headlights of these luxury cars. The effect will definitely be stunning.
Jing Mo's words didn't even need to wait for the live effect. Just this idea already made Yi Ruorua and Mu Tongyao feel a bit overwhelmed. 300 million in lighting. What kind of stage would need that?
Forget 300 million, even 30 million in lighting is unheard of in the entire entertainment industry. Only top-tier superstars like kings or movie emperors could take the stage with that.
What kind of gala could possibly justify 300 million in lighting?
Also, invite a few internet celebrities who charge over $1 million, let them go up and shout a few times, then have them all go live to promote it.
Otherwise, if there's no hype, spending this money would be a waste. Jing Mo's idea was unprecedented in the 5,000 years of Chinese history for such a lavish stage. Xiaoyao, after you drop us back at school, go ahead and take care of this. I appreciate it, and if you get it done, I'll give you a bonus of 1 million. Mu Tongyao hurriedly said, it's no trouble, it's my honor to do things for the boss. To be honest, just being involved in such matters made her extremely excited. At that moment, Yi Ruoruo suddenly spoke up, Jing Mo, are you going to sing on stage? Jing Mo nodded. There's no choice, the head of the arts department personally asked me to participate. Yi Ruoruo mustered her courage and said, can I join you on stage to sing a song together? Jing Mo looked Yi Ruoruo up and down and replied, you can sing with that little body of yours? Yi Ruoruo stubbornly said, I can. Back in middle school, there was a music company that wanted to train me, but my family wouldn't pay for my studies, so I didn't go. But I've always loved singing and have been practicing as a hobby, so can you take me with you? We can sing a song together. This was Yi Ruoruo's dream. She had always wanted to sing on a big stage, and now her dream was to sing a duet with Jing Mo. Now that she had the chance to fulfill 2 dreams at once, she had to seize it. Jing Mo thought for a moment. He indeed had a song that needed a duet. He had originally planned to sing it with Bai Qianqian, but since Yi Ruoruo had taken the initiative, he decided to give the opportunity to her. After the shepherd's song dropped them off at school, it left to handle the tasks Jing Mo had assigned. They needed to set up the stage in 2 days, which was a huge project. However, Jing Mo didn't worry about that. He now had a secretary, so he didn't need to handle these matters personally. Once at school, Jing Mo and Yi Ruoruo parted ways, agreeing to rehearse the song together that evening. Jing Mo had a lot to do today. Once back at the dorm, he had to send Bai Qianqian the lyrics and accompaniment, giving her 2 days to practice. He even rejected a meeting request from the Tanks group that he had just received. Right now, nothing was more important than quickly spending that 10 billion. Back in the dorm, Niu Yangyu and Fu Mingming were still asleep, probably because they had really partied hard the night before. Yamamoto Koji was nowhere to be found. He must have gone to find clues to catch Jing Yi. Jing Mo was still quite worried about Yamamoto Koji, bearing such a heavy mission, but unfortunately, he felt helpless in wanting to help him. Finding drug dealers was not his area of expertise. If it were about spending money recklessly, he would be an expert. Jing Mo sat down at his desk and picked up his phone to look for the song he was going to sing at the freshman gala. It was a bit unfair for a big star like Bai Qianqian to come and support such a small school event. He had to choose a good song for her. At the very least, he couldn't let her lose face. Which song is suitable? Jing Mo rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. At that moment, a line of lyrics echoed faintly in his ear. It was a hit song from his past life. I can get used to long distances. Love is always beyond my control. You'd rather change the way. At least I can still love you from afar. Yes, that would be the song. Wasn't she the top female singer in his past life? So Jing Mo found a piece of accompaniment and lyrics from the playlist the system had given him. Jing Mo, are you there? Bai Qianqian, I'm here, what's up? Jing Mo, I've written the lyrics for you and prepared the accompaniment. I'm sending it to you now. Practice well today, and you'll be the finale tomorrow night. Bai Qianqian, I'm so excited, send it to me quickly. So Jing Mo forwarded the accompaniment and lyrics. After about 10 minutes, Bai Qianqian replied. Bai Qianqian, wow, Jing Mo, you're a genius. How did you come up with such a great song? Even through just a text, Jing Mo could read her excitement. Jing Mo, as long as you're satisfied, practice well, and don't forget the lyrics on stage tomorrow. Bai Qianqian, don't underestimate me. Just as Jing Mo was chatting with Bai Qianqian, Bei Xinyao sent a message. Bei Xinyao, Jing Mo, has the military training ended? Do you still remember our agreement back then? Bei Xinyao, we promised to go shopping for clothes together after the training. When Jing Mo saw the message, he was a bit startled. How could he have forgotten about this? Jing Mo, I'm really sorry. Things have been a bit busy these past few days. How about I treat you to a movie on Tuesday night? Bei Xinyao, in front of Jing Mo, was the typical lovesick girl, easily cheered up by a single sentence. Bei Xinyao, really? Should I wear fishnet stockings, black silk, or white silk? Jing Mo, you'd look best without any. Bei Xinyao, ah, you rogue. Just after he had cheered up Bei Xinyao, Fan Qingxue sent another message. Fan Qingxue, hubby, there's a guy from the e-commerce major who keeps harassing me. He confessed to me downstairs today. If you don't do something, I might get taken away. Jing Mo, how dare he? If you run, I swear I'll break your legs. Fan Qingxue, I'm sorry, hubby, but can you come over? Jing Mo, where is that guy? Fan Qingxue first sent a distressed emoji and then replied, he's downstairs at the dorm holding a flower, confessing to me. Jing Mo, on my way.
After ending the conversation, Jing Mo directly woke up the two who were fast asleep.
Hey, wake up.
Fu Mingming was called awake by Jing Mo, still dazed.
Ah, boss, you're back. Fu Mingming gradually came to his senses. Jing Mo then went to wake up Nyo Yangyu,
but he found that no matter how he called, he couldn't wake him up. He was sleeping like a dead pig.
Fu Mingming spoke up, boss, don't waste your effort.
This guy didn't come back all night. He probably went to a hotel with that girl and is now catching up on sleep.
Jing Mo was furious upon hearing this.
Just started college, and he's already obsessed with beauty. How can he achieve greatness in the future?
Fu Mingming quickly agreed, you're right, boss.
At such a young age, one shouldn't be lost in the land of tenderness. Look at me, I don't have a single opposite sex around. I will definitely achieve something in the future.
Jing Mo looked Fu Mingming up and down but couldn't find the words to comment. However, in the end, Nyo Yangyu was still woken up by Jing Mo.
Boss, what time is it?
Why are you waking me up so early?
Nyo Yangyu squinted his eyes and stared at Jing Mo.
Jing Mo said, someone is harassing my friend. You two get up and help me deal with him.
Nyo Yangyu asked,
boss, which friend are you talking about?
As he spoke, he yawned and slowly sat up. To be honest, this 1 million yuan mattress was really comfortable. It hadn't sunk at all after such a long sleep, remaining fluffy. He had no idea what kind of black technology it used. Lying on the bed made him not want to get up.
Fan Xingxue is being harassed. Nyo Yangyu got angry upon hearing this. How dare they? They want to take your woman, boss. I think they don't want to live anymore. Fu Mingming, let's go.
It's always us taking other people's girlfriends. Today, there's someone who doesn't have eyes trying to take our bosses.
Fu Mingming also stood up in anger.
Damn it, BYD, if I don't take him down today, I'll call that kid Yamamoto. After all, the three of them were weaklings. If they didn't bring along Xiao Wulong, they felt insecure.
Originally, the four of them walked around school like bullies, relying on Jing Mo's money and Yamamoto's strength. The two of them were responsible for being arrogant.
Now, just having money felt a bit inappropriate. If a fight really broke out, money wouldn't be able to stop them if they had the numbers. Jing Mo looked at the excited two and calmed them down. Hey, we're just going to reason with them. Don't be so impulsive, or we'll look like we're part of the underworld.
Didn't Nyo Yangyu and Fu Mingming just want to say that they are just part of the H society?
They have all the necessary conditions, but while others rely on weakness to bully, Jing Mo relies on looks and money. Jing Mo, with his younger brother, rushed aggressively towards the girls' dormitory. Before they even reached the bottom of the girls' dormitory, they were stopped in their tracks by the scene before them.
There were people everywhere, inside and outside the girls' dormitory.
Both men and women were present.
Some were even taking pictures with their phones.
Fu Mingming and Nyo Yangyu forced their way through the crowd to let Jing Mo squeeze in. In the middle of the crowd stood a stylish boy in a loose black short-sleeve shirt, holding a bouquet of flowers. This scene had a tremendous impact on the girls.
From their perspective, it was very romantic. Opposite the boy stood three people. Fan Xingxue, Tian, and a very sleepy Qiuji.
Why did Qiuji look so much like Nyo Yangyu? Fan Xingxue knew Jing Mo would come, so she came down early to wait for him. However, the boy confessing thought that Fan Xingxue was moved by his sincerity and finally willing to come out and accept his confession. The school beauty paired with the school hunk was simply a beautiful story. Although rumors had spread about Fan Xingxue and another person named Jing Mo had too many rumors surrounding him, as if he had rumors with several girls, so he boldly predicted that Fan Xingxue would definitely not have any relationship with Jing Mo, even if there was. With a playboy like Jing Mo, Fan Xingxue would definitely not like him. In terms of looks, he was also considered a school hunk and believed he was not inferior to Jing Mo. In terms of talent, he was currently a popular singer with over 2 million fans.
Although Jing Mo could sing, he did not think Jing Mo was more talented than him. He was proficient in singing, playing the piano, and painting.
Last year, he participated in the freshman gala as a newcomer, and after that, he was crowned as the school hunk. The only difference between him and Jing Mo was that he was not as wealthy. However, he was also a web celebrity with 2 million fans, earning at least 100,000 a month. Jing Mo was rich, but he was not much different. He was just more low-key. However, this year, Jing Mo's ranking on the school hunk list directly overshadowed the other school hunks he thought of, which made him very unhappy. He would also participate in this year's freshman conference, determined to give the girls who like Jing Mo a good lesson. Money is useless. Talent is what matters. The rich second generation only relies on the glory left by their parents to show off, while they shine like the sun through their talent.
Kai Ning, stop looking for me. I don't like you.
Fan Xingxue stepped forward, frowning, her eyes filled with disgust and disdain. She had a similar expression towards everyone except Jing Mo, always wearing a cold face. Kai Ning, of course, would not give up so easily.
Xingxue,
I know you can't accept me right now, my feelings are troubling you, but I want to ask you to give me a chance to pursue you. I will first show you my sincerity, and then you can consider whether to be with me. So please accept this bouquet of flowers for now. Fan Qingxue appeared distracted, as if she hadn't heard what Kai Ning said, her gaze scanning around as if looking for someone.
Our Qingxue knows your feelings, I'll accept this bouquet for her. Tian stepped forward with a smile and took the flowers.
Qingxue, this Kai Ning is really quite good. Why don't you consider giving him a chance to pursue you? The surrounding boys and girls began to cheer.
Give him a chance. Give him a chance. Give him a chance. Tian, how can you accept someone's confession without my consent? Fan Qingxue's expression was not good, looking at Tian with some complaints. Tian said somewhat aggrieved, I was just trying to be kind.
If you reject him, he'll be so heartbroken. Fan Qingxue wanted to say something else, but Kai Ning took out a car key. The logo on it was Audi.
Qingxue, this car is a gift for you. The surrounding girls gasped at Kai Ning's generosity. Wow, so romantic. They were really envious. Who said beauty couldn't be an asset?
Her suitor casually gifted her an Audi. Kai Ning sneered inwardly, this guy was putting on a show. This Audi S6 was a second-hand refurbished car he bought, and it was only given to Fan Qingxue. If she later refused to be with him, he could take it back any time. Most girls would have already fallen for such a grand gesture. But little did he know that Fan Qingxue had seen bigger scenes. Having been with Jing Mo, she had seen all kinds of luxury cars and didn't think much of this Audi. Kai Ning, take the car back. I won't accept your pursuit, nor will I take anything from you. Kai Ning was momentarily stunned. He couldn't believe Fan Qingxue would actually refuse. This was beyond his expectations. He thought he had her in the bag this time, but she still didn't appreciate it.
But Qingxue,
before Kai Ning could finish, Niu Yangyu stepped forward.
I've never seen someone so shameless.
She's been rejecting you all along, and you still have the nerve to come forward.
Yeah, don't you realize how disgusting you look in others' eyes?
Fu Mingming and Niu Yangyu chimed in, directly making Kai Ning's face darken as he glared in the direction of the voices.
Niu Yangyu, Niu Bao,
the two girls exclaimed. The first shout came from Fan Qingxue. With Niu Yangyu's appearance, it meant Jing Mo was nearby. Xiaoji's words, that shout was filled with affection.
Niu Yangyu stood tall and proud.
Xiaoji immediately wrapped her arm around his. The people around felt a stark contrast. Xiaoji was a beauty, yet she had her eyes on a chubby guy.
What were you two just saying? Say it again if you dare.
Kai Ning said with a harsh tone.
Niu Yangyu and Fu Mingming weren't afraid of his threats. What's it to you if we say it again? Can't you see she doesn't even look at you? She's into our boss. Everyone around perked up at this news. Fan Qingxue actually had someone she liked? This was big news. Kai Ning coldly asked, who is your boss?
Niu Yangyu stepped aside, and Jing Mo slowly walked out. When Fan Qingxue saw Jing Mo, a sweet smile appeared on her face.
Wow, Fan Qingxue smiled. Really? Could it be that Fan Qingxue likes my idol? Jing Mo is so handsome.
It was clear to everyone that Fan Qingxue's attitude towards Kai Ning and Jing Mo was completely different.
Kai Ning gritted his teeth and looked at Jing Mo.
This was their first meeting, but there was already a lot of resentment.
Kai Ning and a few other school heartthrobs felt that Jing Mo's fame overshadowed them all. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just a clown relying on his family's influence to show off. Anyone can talk trash. Kai Ning wasn't holding back as he mocked Jing Mo. Jing Mo sized up Kai Ning.
He didn't seem to recognize this guy. Why did the other party have such a grudge against him? Could it be that he was jealous of his good looks?
He definitely needed to be more low-key in the future. Oh, so you mean I'm not as good as you? Kai Ning naturally replied. Of course, what achievements do you have?
Everything you own is thanks to your family. Your only skill is spending money.
Jing Mo, others may fear you, envy you, but I won't, because if I were also a rich second generation, I would definitely go further than you. Kai Ning's words struck like thunder, moving many of the boys.
Indeed, Jing Mo was no different from them. He was just born into wealth.
In terms of talent and ability, he probably couldn't compare to them. Otherwise, how could he attend the same school as them? Who was really better?
Thus, many boys began to applaud and cheer for Kai Ning's words. Of course, the girls were indifferent. They only thought Jing Mo was really handsome. A voice from the system echoed in their minds, issuing a temporary mission. Please challenge Kai Ning, defeat him in his area of expertise, and let these weak and lowly people understand that the host's authority is not to be provoked.
Mission reward, full shares of the Wanxiangui shopping mall. Mission failure, no punishment.
A long-awaited face-slapping mission. Jing Mo loved it the most.
He could gain benefits without acting like a beast. Wongsi Angui Shopping Mall? That seemed to be the largest and most prosperous shopping plaza in Y City. How much would that cost? At least several billion. You say you're more talented than me? You say in what way you're more talented than me? Let's compare. Jing Mo spoke up.
Kai Ning looked at Jing Mo, intending to provoke him in this way, hoping to make him compete in his area of expertise. He confidently believed that apart from being richer than him, Jing Mo was inferior in every other aspect.
Kai Ning looked at Jing Mo with a hint of disdain. Jing Mo, don't you also sing? Tomorrow, we both go on stage to sing a song. Every year, the gala ranks performances based on online votes from the audience. If you rank lower than me, that proves you're not as good as me. How about it? Fair enough. Jing Mo thought for a moment and agreed, sure.
A triumphant smile appeared on Kai Ning's face.
But, Jing Mo changed the subject.
Since we're calling this a competition, it wouldn't be fun without some stakes.
What if you lose? Kai Ning laughed heartily. I can't possibly lose. Get lost, you piece of trash. All you do is talk big. If you lose, you have to eat 3 pounds of shit in the bathroom.
Nyo Youngyu had no idea what civility was, spouting such vulgarity.
The people around frowned at Nyo Youngyu. He really had no manners, always cursing.
However, Xiaoji, who was with him, kept sending out little hearts.
Nyo Bao, you're so manly.
Nyo Youngyu snorted coldly. People like this deserve to be scolded. You can't give him a good face, give him a little and he thinks he's on top of the world. Fu Mingming had wanted to lash out at Kai Ning for a while, but since Jing Mo had been talking, he couldn't interrupt. Now he finally found an opportunity.
You think you can compare with my big brother? My boss could crush you with money.
But out of mercy, I'm giving you a chance to compete with him, and you still act all high and mighty.
Jing Mo kicked Fu Mingming in the butt. If you can't speak properly, then don't say anything. What do you mean I could crush him with money? Am I crazy to throw money at him?
Fu Mingming, still smiling after being kicked, flattered. What the boss said is right. Throwing money at this stinky dog shit would dirty our money. Kai Ning's face turned terrifyingly dark. Anyone would explode after being humiliated like this.
Jing Mo, you three are really going too far. But I don't want to argue with you. My only goal is fanching shua. Let's compete at this new student gala. If you lose, you can't appear in front of her. If I lose, I won't appear in front of you two either. As soon as Kai Ning finished speaking, he looked at Fan Qingxue, thinking that after all this, she should have been moved by him. But Fan Qingxue's gaze was surprisingly fixed on Jing Mo, her lips curling into a smile. Damn it, what a display of affection. Jing Mo nodded and said, sure, but there's an additional condition. What condition? Jing Mo replied, you seem to be some kind of internet celebrity. You must have a lot of fans, right? Kai Nin let out a cold laugh. Now you're scared? It's too late. He thought Jing Mo was afraid that he would be exposed online afterward, and that he couldn't reveal any of his information no matter what. But how could he not expose it? Everyone is just an ordinary person, and they all resent the rich. Little Jing Mo must be hung out to dry online.
Jing Mo smiled and said, if you lose, for the next week, you have to do a live stream every day, doing nothing but saying that you're not as good as me.
Snap.
Kai Ning felt like he was about to grind his teeth to dust.
This Jing Mo was really ruthless. If he actually did that, wouldn't it ruin his career as an internet celebrity? Jing Mo raised his pinky finger. So, what do you say? Do you dare? Kai Ning glared fiercely at Jing Mo. Of course I dare. Let's wait and see. With that, Kai Ning turned and left.
Nyo Youngyu yawned as he watched Kai Ning leave and said, Boss, I'm heading back to rest now. I'm really exhausted.
Jing Mo waved his hand impatiently. Go on, go on.
Bringing these two along only made him lose face and get labeled as uncouth.
Besides, why did he feel more and more like a villain? Forget it, he didn't want to think about it. Fu Mingming saw Nyo Youngyu leave and followed him back. Tian Tian saw Jing Mo and didn't show any good expression, leaving without even greeting him. Anyway, as long as she was around, Fan Qingxue could be with anyone, but she just couldn't be with Jing Mo. The crowd that had gathered to watch the excitement dispersed, going about their own business. Jing Mo looked at Fan Qingxue. Still smiling? It's all because of you. Look at the trouble I'm in again. Fan Qingxue leaned against Jing Mo like a little woman. What can I do? Who told you your wife is so beautiful? Xiaoji pretended to gag and chattered as she left. Only Fan Qingxue and Jing Mo were left. Do you have anything to do this afternoon? Fan Qingxue asked.
Jing Mo thought for a moment and replied, nothing much this afternoon, but I have a rehearsal tonight.
Do you have anything going on? Fan Qingxue pouted, looking aggrieved. What's wrong? If you have nothing to do, can't you keep me company for a bit? It was rare to see such an expression from a cold and stunning beauty. Jing Mo found it quite charming. In the afternoon, Jing Mo accompanied Fan Xingxue to stroll around near the school. They had some snacks and then went to watch a movie. The movies in this world really aren't that great. Jing Mo and Fan Xingxue watched a spy film. Fan Xingxue was completely engrossed, while Jing Mo fell asleep leaning against her halfway through. After the movie, Jing Mo had an idea. He could throw a freshman party for just 500 million. It was said that making movies was quite expensive, so why not find a film crew and become the investor himself, letting them make a better film? The budget would be the remaining 500 million. After all, it was said that making movies was a losing business, so it would be like throwing money away. When he got back, he needed to have Mutanya contact the entertainment company to see if they had any thoughts about making a movie. Seeing that Jing Mo was tired, Fan Xingxue suggested, "How about we go to a hotel for a bit?" She blushed when she said this. How could a girl be so proactive about going to a hotel? That was too unreserved. Jing Mo squinted and gave a meaningful glance at Fan Xingxue's captivating face. This shyness could charm all the men in Huaxia. "What's wrong? Do you want something?" Jing Mo teased. Fan Xingxue lightly punched Jing Mo's chest with her small fist. "I just saw you were tired. What are you talking about?" Jing Mo stroked his chin. Fan Xingxue saw Jing Mo deep in thought and asked, "What's wrong?" Jing Mo replied, "I was thinking of buying a house near the school for us to live in. Otherwise, every time I want to sleep with you, I have to book a hotel, which is too inconvenient." Jing Mo's words made Fan Xingxue feel extremely embarrassed. For a moment, she opened her cherry lips and didn't know what to say. Jing Mo felt guilty towards Fan Xingxue. Feng Muyan already had her own property and car. He had even given her his LaFerrari and was preparing to gift her a property in the Shangshi Tiangong. Fan Xingxue had nothing, so Jing Mo decided to buy a house near the school, so Fan Xingxue would have her own place to stay. After watching the movie, Jing Mo and Fan Xingxue rode a shared electric bike to the nearby most luxurious community, Gongting No. 1. Jing Mo called Taoan to ask which community near their school was the best. This Gongting No. 1 was indeed the best location. It was situated in a bustling area, and the surrounding commercial facilities were quite mature. The real estate here was developed by a local enterprise in Y City, which mainly handled various business land uses in Y City. With government support behind it, it had developed rapidly in recent years and hoped to surpass Jing Mo's Huapei real estate in Y City. Jing Mo and Fan Xingxue rode a shared bike. Tired of driving luxury cars, they decided to return to simplicity. Mainly, Jing Mo now lacked a car to take Fan Xingxue around. This would help in playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger and trigger system tasks. To be honest, this community also provided housing services for the wealthy. Any unit would cost over 2 million. Riding a shared bike to buy a house might make him looked down upon, which could trigger system tasks. Of course, Fan Xingxue wouldn't mind. Being held by Jing Mo while riding the electric bike was truly a pleasure. The evening breeze brushed against her face, and the sunset bathed the two of them, making Fan Xingxue feel that this moment was very poetic. They soon arrived at the place. Jing Mo parked the bike and then said to Fan Xingxue, "I'll buy you a house later, and the property will be under your name." Fan Xingxue felt a bit moved. Jing Mo was really good to her. She hugged Jing Mo and said, "I belong to you for life." Jing Mo playfully pinched her nose. "Just saying it isn't enough. You have to perform well in the future." Jing Mo's words were double-edged, and Fan Xingxue could easily understand. She slowly nodded, her face flushed with shyness. Now, Fan Xingxue had been developed quite well. She could handle almost any position, and since she belonged to Jing Mo, he could do whatever he wanted. Jing Mo parked the electric bike at the entrance of the sales office. Fan Xingxue looked up at the metal plaques on both sides, which read Gongting No. 1 inch. The real estate here would definitely not be cheap. Although the housing prices in Y City couldn't compare to those in the Magic City or the capital, it still depended on the location. Fan Xingxue knew that this was one of the best communities in Y City. Entering the sales office lobby, it was almost closing time, so there weren't many people looking at houses. A few sales ladies were paying attention to the entrance, waiting for new clients to come in, hoping to close a deal today. When Jing Mo and Fan Xingxue walked into the lobby, the expressions of the sales staff varied. The younger girls and boys brightened up when they saw Jing Mo and Fan Xingxue, amazed by their stunning looks. Their aura was different from others. Those who were older and had families noticed the way Jing Mo and Fan Xingxue were dressed. Jing Mo was dressed very simply today, still wearing flip-flops he hadn't had time to change out of. If it weren't for his face adding points, he might have been mistaken for a loser. Sure enough, Jing Mo riding a shared electric bike drew disdain from the older employees around.
They thought they had developed a keen eye for spotting people. With a glance, it was clear to see that Jing Mo had no money, so they didn't even think about approaching him. However, a few young salespeople, with nothing better to do, giggled and came over to chat with Jing Mo and Fan Qingxue. "Hello, are you two here to buy a house?" Jing Mo frowned. He thought to himself, "This isn't right, why are they being attended to?" Moreover, the expressions of the three girls didn't seem to look down on them at all. Why was it different from what he had imagined? In fact, if there were more clients, the three girls would have selected those capable of buying a house, and Jing Mo definitely wouldn't have been on their radar. But now, with the workday almost over, they were just relaxing a bit, and chatting with peers wasn't bad either. Plus, Jing Mo was quite handsome. Jing Mo nodded and said, "Yes, I'm here to buy a house." After he said this, one of the girls covered her mouth and giggled. "Little brother, you look quite young. How do you have so much money to buy a house? Are you here on behalf of your family?" Another girl said to Fan Qingxue, "Wow, little sister, how is your skin so fair? What skincare products do you usually use?" Both Jing Mo and Fan Qingxue felt that the other was being a bit too enthusiastic. "Since you're here to look at houses, let us introduce some to you. If you choose a wedding house in the future, you must remember the ones we introduced to you today." The most enthusiastic salesgirl led Jing Mo and Fan Qingxue towards the community model. "So, little brother, do you prefer a villa or a Western-style house?" the salesgirl asked Jing Mo playfully. This wasn't mockery, it was more like an adult teasing a child for fun. Besides, his girlfriend was right there, so even if he wasn't buying a house, they had to give this handsome little brother some face. Jing Mo thought for a moment, they were just treating it like a long-term hotel, staying occasionally, so buying a villa really wasn't necessary. He wasn't one to pursue expensive things. Buying a villa just for the sake of it would be too empty, and sleeping in such a big place at night would feel eerie. "I want to see the units with better lighting. As for the villa, let's skip it." Jing Mo's response was not unexpected for the salesgirl. This was a normal reaction. If he had come in saying he wanted to buy a villa right away, it would have seemed boastful. It wasn't that they looked down on him. Normally speaking, for such a young student to say they wanted to buy a villa, no one would believe it. Unless they were top-tier rich kids or second-generation wealthy. The salesgirl began to introduce the styles and advantages of the houses to Jing Mo. He ended up choosing an 8th-floor unit of 170 square meters, which was quite nice. "Little brother, you really have an eye for this. The unit you like already has someone interested in it. By the time you want to buy, it might be gone." Jing Mo frowned and asked, "Is this unit already reserved?" The salesgirl smiled and said, "Not exactly, but there is a client who is considering it. Our manager just took them to see the house." Jing Mo nodded slowly. He had no intention of competing with others. After wandering around a bit more, the good floors had already been reserved, and he wasn't interested in the less desirable ones. He was considering that if it really didn't work out, he might as well buy a villa, but not such a big one. A townhouse would be fine too. So, Jing Mo asked, "How are the villas here?" The salesgirl thought she had misheard. "Ha, little brother, are you interested in villas?" Jing Mo nodded. He was a bit bothered by her calling him little brother all the time. "Damn, believe it or not, I could scare you to death if I showed you." The salesgirl chuckled. "We have both townhouses and standalone villas here. It depends on what you want." The female salesperson began to introduce again. "Let's take a look at the standalone ones first." Hearing that Jing Mo wanted to buy a villa, Fan Qingxue had no reaction, because the villas here were definitely not as luxurious as the house Jing Mo had in Platinum Garden. When she first visited Platinum Garden, she was shocked to see a luxury car worth tens of millions used as decoration right at the entrance. At that moment, her understanding of Jing Mo deepened even more. For Fan Qingxue now, the price of the townhouses here was probably less than the car Jing Mo used to drive. After all, it was Jing Mo who bought her the house. Although Jing Mo was very wealthy, she couldn't always let him spend money on her. She didn't provide any real value to him. To put it bluntly, she was just Jing Mo's lover, and the only value she could offer was emotional support, while Jing Mo had given her too much. "Jing Mo, forget it, just buy a random one. I'm only a freshman now, living in a villa is too extravagant." Jing Mo patted Fan Qingxue's hand and said, "It doesn't matter, it's not expensive anyway, living on the first floor is convenient without having to go up and down. Currently, the villas here have unique designs by the architect, so the areas are different. The ones for sale are just the 721 square meter and the 1034, 7 square meter villas. So, which one do you want to buy?" If calculated at 20,000 per square meter, it would be just over 10 million, and with decoration, it definitely wouldn't exceed 20 million. Jing Mo had his eye on the 721 square meter standalone villa. The salesgirl wanted to introduce the townhouses, but Jing Mo interrupted. "Is this villa finished with decoration?" "Yes, it's ready for you to move in any time." If you're not satisfied with the decoration, we can subsidize 50% of the renovation costs within $1 million range for you to redecorate in your preferred style.
Jing Mo looked at Fan Qingxue. Are you satisfied?
Fan Qingxue smiled at Jing Mo. I'll go with whatever you decide.
Jing Mo nodded slowly. Can you take us to see the actual house now?
The salesgirl looked at Jing Mo, sensing that he wasn't just here to look. He really wanted to buy this villa.
Do you really want to buy a villa?
The salesgirl was surprised and changed her address for Jing Mo from little brother to you. Jing Mo nodded and said, let's go take a look, and if everything goes well, I'll buy it today.
The salesgirl looked Jing Mo up and down again.
Apart from his appearance and clothing being quite ordinary, she often read novels and knew that the more ordinary a person seemed, the more likely they were to be a big shot pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. It was still necessary to show some respect. After all, if he didn't buy, it wouldn't be a loss for her. Please wait a moment, I'll go get the capital verification form for you. Jing Mo nodded. Buying such a high-end villa indeed required capital verification. The salesgirl returned to the spot where she had been chatting with her colleagues.
As she passed by, a colleague smiled and said, "What type of house is that handsome guy planning to buy?" Of course, this was a joke, as they didn't believe Jing Mo was really here to buy a house.
They had been working here for years, and buyers were usually middle-aged, elderly, or accompanied by young people. They had never seen a young student like Jing Mo come alone.
"I'm here to get the capital verification form." "What? Capital verification? He wants to buy a villa."
"Yes, he said he wants to buy that standalone villa on the east side."
"Is that true? That villa seems to be over 17 million.
The salesgirl who was attending to Jing Mo hesitated to look at him.
"I'm not sure, but let's verify the capital first."
The other two who had just gone with her to receive Jing Mo felt a bit regretful. They had just chatted for a few moments before leaving.
Now all the benefits have been taken by that enthusiastic colleague.
The commission from a house worth over 10 million is probably more than what they earn in half a year. However, they pray in their hearts that Jing Mo's capital verification won't pass the 10 million mark. They are good sisters, sharing hardships together. If they are to be poor, let them be poor together. That saying goes well, fearing both the brothers suffering and the brother driving a Land Rover. The young lady had just received a capital verification grade sheet when she bumped into the manager who was leading someone to view a house. The manager was a woman in her 40s, always wearing a fierce expression towards others, but she always had a professional smile for the guests. At this moment, she politely led the two people into the sales hall.
"Quickly draft a purchase contract, Mr. Lu wants to buy the standalone villa on the east side."
The sales lady who had just attended to Jing Mo suddenly stopped in her tracks. Among the couple following the manager, the woman was very beautiful, her looks not inferior to Fan Qingxue beside Jing Mo. She wore a high-necked yellow t-shirt and a body-hugging skirt paired with black stockings. Her figure was a bit fuller than Fan Qingxue's. However, this did not mean that Fan Qingxue's figure was worse.
Fan Qingxue was very tall and slender, giving off a fairy-like vibe.
The other woman appeared more vulgar, but most men actually preferred vulgar women.
Wang Min saw Fan Qingxue and Jing Mo.
She released the hand she had linked with the man beside her and walked over alone.
"Xiaoxue, long time no see. Is this your boyfriend?"
Fan Qingxue's expression remained flat. She merely smiled politely at Wang Min, who had come to greet her.
"Wang Min, long time no see. This is my boyfriend, Jing Mo."
Jing Mo looked at Wang Min and nodded politely in response. Wang Min just greeted them and then turned to leave.
This was a kind of arrogance.
She believed that she and Fan Qingxue were not from the same world, so there was no need for further conversation. She looked down on finding a sense of existence among those she deemed inferior.
Wang Min returned to the man's side.
Lu Wenqing glanced at Fan Qingxue and Jing Mo in the distance.
"What? Do you know each other?"
Wang Min nodded and said, "That girl was my classmate before."
Lu Wenqing didn't ask further. "How about buying that villa we just saw?" Wang Min nodded slightly. "It's up to you, it's just a temporary place to stay."
At this moment, they noticed that the manager who had been showing them the house seemed to be having a bit of an argument with a sales representative while getting the contract. They pretended not to see and sat down on the sofa in the hall, waiting.
"What kind of people do you think can afford that house? What capital verification is needed? Just look at him, he's just here to take a look. Go tell them that villa has been sold, it's no longer available." Hearing the manager's words, the sales representative who had just attended to Jing Mo felt a bit awkward. This deal was something she had arranged with Jing Mo, and now to tell them it was no longer available was quite rude. Seeing her still standing there in a daze, the manager, a bit irritated, said, "Can't you understand what I'm saying? If this deal falls through because of you, just wait to be fired." The sales lady sighed and reluctantly walked over to Jing Mo.
"Sorry, little brother, the house you liked has been bought by someone." Jing Mo looked at the woman who had just come over to greet them in the distance. He frowned and asked the sales lady, "Was it that couple who bought that villa?" The sales lady nodded. Jing Mo turned to Fan Xingxue beside him and asked, "What's your relationship with that girl?" Fan Xingxue understood what Jing Mo meant and replied, "It's just an ordinary relationship. Although we were classmates, we haven't spoken much. If you like, you can take the house back from them." Jing Mo slowly nodded and then pulled Fan Xingxue towards the direction of that couple. Just asked Fan Xingxue how her relationship with them was. If the relationship was good, then letting go of a villa was no big deal. But if the relationship was average, then there was no need to save face. The salesgirl thought Jing Mo was about to leave, seeing them heading towards the door. She hurriedly stepped forward, ready to open the door for Jing Mo. "I'm really sorry." Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Jing Mo not heading towards the door but walking towards a couple beside it. At that moment, the manager had already brought over the purchase contract, placing it in front of Lu Wenqing with a beaming smile. "Mr. Lu, this is the purchase contract. If you sign it today, you can move in tonight." Lu Wenqing remained unfazed, taking the pen the manager handed him, ready to sign. Wait a moment. Suddenly, his actions were interrupted by a voice. He slowly raised his head to look in the direction of the voice. It was the person Wang Min had just greeted. What did he want? "Hello, may I ask what the matter is?" Lu Wenqing, after all, was the prince of the Magic City, and his demeanor was very elegant. As Jing Mo approached, he spoke, "Hello, we were the first to see this house." Lu Wenqing nodded without changing his expression and continued. And then, Jing Mo and Lu Wenqing locked eyes, both standing their ground. "So, this house should belong to me." The corner of Lu Wenqing's mouth curved into a smile, looking at Jing Mo with interest. How interesting. It had been a long time since anyone dared to provoke him. Usually, he was the one snatching things from others, and this was the first time someone wanted to take something from him. The manager's face darkened, glaring fiercely at the salesgirl following Jing Mo. The salesgirl knew her career was at an end. Lu Wenqing's actions mirrored Jing Mo's earlier. He first turned to Wang Min beside him. "What is your relationship with this lady?" He thought that if Wang Min had a good relationship with Fan Xingxue, then letting go of a villa was no big deal. He could just buy the large flat he initially liked. Wang Min glanced at Fan Xingxue and then smiled. "Not much of a relationship." Lu Wenqing slowly nodded. His gaze returned to Jing Mo. "What if I don't let you?" The voice of the system echoed in Jing Mo's mind. "Temporary mission issued, please take the villa from him. As the greatest tycoon in the galaxy and even the entire universe, you cannot be looked down upon. Mission reward, Bugatti Chiron. Mission failure, constipation." Jing Mo's lips curled up. It had indeed come. He was starting to understand the system's tricks. Jing Mo said to the salesgirl behind him, "Come, print me a copy of the purchase contract as well. I'll buy this villa for 20 million. After saying that, he pulled out his social security card and casually tossed it on the table. Lu Wenqing glanced at the social security card with Jing Mo's photo on the table, his eyes twitching. He took out his Swiss bank card. 30 million, I'll buy this villa." The manager and the salesgirl were both drenched in cold sweat. The clash between these two big shots left no room for them to interject. Our prices are fixed. Theoretically, price increases are allowed, but not by this much." The salesgirl still remembered the company's regulations. At that moment, the manager really wanted to slap this fool awake. What was the use of saying such things now? Did the regulations hold any significance for these two big shots? Jing Mo sat cross-legged on the sofa opposite Lu Wenqing. Fan Xingxue obediently sat beside Jing Mo. Just as Jing Mo and Lu Wenqing locked eyes, Wang Min and Fan Xingxue exchanged glances. "Xingxue, persuade your boyfriend not to provoke Wenqing, otherwise, it won't end well later." Fan Xingxue lowered her head and remained silent. At such times, she wouldn't try to be clever, leaving everything to Jing Mo to handle. Jing Mo raised the bid again. "Then I'll add another 10 million. I'll offer 40 million to buy this villa." The salesgirl was nearly scared to death. The two of them were casually raising the bid by 10 million. She had never seen so much money in her life. Yet, for Jing Mo, this little brother, it seemed so routine. 50 million? Are you trying to compete with me in extravagance? Lu Wenqing's expression was equally indifferent, as if 50 million was no different from 500. The two of them were fully engaged in the bidding war. 60 million, 70 million, 80 million, 100 million, 200 million. By the time they reached 200 million, even the young master of Magic City, Lu Wenqing, could no longer maintain his composure. 200 million could buy a villa in Magic City. This price was simply too outrageous. Wang Min felt somewhat displeased because she had just said that continuing to raise the bid would put Jing Mo and Fan Xingxue in a difficult position. But now, it was they who were in a tough spot. They weren't fools. 200 million for a villa in Vice City was indeed a bit excessive, and it wasn't worth it just to save face. It was already time to get off work, but many salespeople weren't in a hurry to leave. They really wanted to see how this drama would unfold. Wow, who are these two? They just casually throw out 200 million. 200 million. Isn't that villa plus the shared area only 14 million? That's a 20-fold increase. Both of them are so young. They can't be young masters from wealthy families, right? Raising the price to 200 million just to vent their anger over a 10 million house. The murmurs around them served as a backdrop for the two. Lu Wenqing couldn't keep up the bidding anymore. 200 million was starting to hurt his wallet. Moreover, the house wasn't even worth that price. Spending 200 million just for face was really a waste. Lu Wenqing's expression grew serious as he sighed heavily. I'll let you have this house, just pay up. Jing Mo picked up his social security card and handed it to the salesgirl who had been standing behind him. Swipe the card. THTH this. She took the card, feeling its weight like 1,000 pounds, her hands trembling, even struggling to operate the POS machine. Swiping 200 million, the string of zeros made her dizzy. Really, the transfer was successful. 200,000 in commission? Did she just earn 200,000 in a day? Gulp, she looked at the POS machine in disbelief. After Jing Mo completed signing the contract in front of him, the salesgirl foolishly offered 2 buckets of cooking oil. Here are 2 buckets of oil and a bag of flour for you. Jing Mo stared at the 2 buckets of golden dragonfish soybean oil and a bag of flour in front of him, somewhat dazed. What kind of operation was this? The tense atmosphere was shattered by the salesgirl's action. The manager really wanted to bang his head against the wall. What kind of luck did this girl have? With such a clueless demeanor, she could still close such a big deal? Jing Mo shook his head with a smile and then handed the 2 buckets of oil to Lu Wenqing in advance. Sorry for snatching your house. Let these 2 buckets of soybean oil be my compensation. Lu Wenqing's face darkened. This was a blatant humiliation. May I ask your name? Jing Mo replied straightforwardly. My name is Jing Mo. Lu Wenqing. After Lu Wenqing finished speaking, he stood up, linking arms with Wang Min, preparing to leave. Before leaving, he took a deep look at Jing Mo. I'll remember you. We will meet again if we have the chance. He turned again, and Jing Mo called out to him. Wait a moment. Lu Wenqing turned back, puzzled, looking at Jing Mo. He pointed at the 2 barrels of soybean oil and a bag of flour in front of him and said, I usually eat out, so I really don't need these 2 barrels of oil. You can take them away. Don't let them go to waste. Lu Wenqing's eyelids twitched. It had been a long time since he felt so stifled. However, his upbringing prevented him from saying anything unpleasant. Thank you for your kindness, but no need, I usually eat out too. Wang Min looked at Fan Qingxue and asked, Is your boyfriend always this abstract? Fan Qingxue just smiled slightly and said nothing. Wang Min also took a deep look at Jing Mo and Fan Qingxue, then followed Lu Wenqing out. After the two left, they got into a Maybach. Young master, you bought a house and came back? Lu Wenqing instructed the driver, drive. Seeing that Lu Wenqing was a bit unhappy, the driver didn't ask any further questions. After a long while, Lu Wenqing spoke again, check on someone named Jing Mo for me in the next couple of days. Young master, what's up with this person? It's not easy to find someone with just a name. Do you have any other characteristics? Lu Wenqing pondered for a moment. He's a bit handsome. Alright, young master, where are we going now? Wang Min suddenly spoke up. Let's go to Wanyuan residence. I want to see what that Bai Qianqian is up to in Y City. The driver glanced at Lu Wenqing through the rearview mirror. Lu Wenqing nodded and said, Then let's go to Wanyuan residence. We'll rest there tonight. At this time, Jing Mo had already bought a standalone villa at a price nearly 20 times above market value without even looking at the house. The salespeople at the sales office all envied the salesgirl who had initially attended to Jing Mo. With a transaction price of 2 billion, her commission alone was over 200,000, not counting bonuses. I've really seen what it means to be domineering and what it means to be rich, spending 2 billion without changing expression. I usually wouldn't dare to spend 2,000 like that. Sigh, there's nothing to be done. These must be among the richest people in Huaxia, casually pulling out 2 billion. The sky had darkened, and salespeople should have already gotten off work at this hour, but the salesgirl who attended to Jing Mo didn't dare to slack off. As soon as Jing Mo signed the contract, she took him and Fan Qingxue in the company's most luxurious car to see the house. At this moment, the system prompt in Jing Mo's mind had already sounded. Congratulations, host, task completed. The car has been generated in your garage. Jing Mo now had an extra car key in his pocket, marked with a large B. There were hardly any buyers in the villa area, let alone standalone villas, and when they arrived, it was eerily quiet around. Plus, with excellent soundproofing, entering the villa felt like being cut off from the world. The decoration was quite luxurious, but compared to Jing Mo's house in Platinum Garden, it was like heaven and earth apart. Jing Mo felt a bit regretful at this moment. Spending 2 billion on such a place did feel a bit like a waste. However, Fan Xingxue didn't think much of it. This property was indeed under her name. It was her nominal house. Jing Mo felt that this place was too spacious. It would be like living in a haunted house if Fan Xingxue lived alone. So he suggested that Fan Xingxue bring her mother and sister over to live with her. As for him, if he came over regularly, having given her a villa, he figured her mother wouldn't mind him sharing a bed with Fan Xingxue. Fan Xingxue was genuinely a bit touched, although she relied on Jing Mo. It meant her mother and sister could live a good life. The salesgirl seemed a bit unhappy. Jing Mo asked her the reason. The salesgirl said she had offended the manager and probably would have to leave after finishing this deal. Jing Mo had a good attitude towards the salesgirl. He saw a shadow of Feng Muyun in her. Just right, wasn't Feng Muyun planning to open a flower shop? He could introduce a salesperson to her to help her strategize a bit. The saleswoman's name is Tang Xiaoxiao, and she looks about 8 or 9 points out of 10. She has a cheerful personality and is quite straightforward. Jing Mo enjoys being around such people, as there's no need for too much scheming. Tang Xiaoxiao was worried about where to find a job in the future when Jing Mo offered her a position as a secretary. At first, she thought it was to be Jing Mo's secretary, but he clarified that it was not for him but for another girl. After thinking it over, she agreed. If you agree, I'll have someone take you to meet your new boss later. You'll start working soon, with a monthly salary of 50,000. Hearing Jing Mo's words, Tang Xiaoxiao trembled. What? 50,000? She couldn't believe it. What kind of job pays 50,000 a month? Then Jing Mo called Mu Tongyao and settled Tang Xiaoxiao in. Once the house purchase paperwork was completed, Jing Mo moved into the newly bought villa that day. Fan Xingxue stood at the entrance of the villa, still somewhat in disbelief, as this house was sold to her by Jing Mo. She reached out to touch the door, feeling more sadness than joy. What could she do to repay Jing Mo? She never considered herself Jing Mo's woman, so it felt natural for him to buy her these things. There's nothing in this world that is truly natural. Jing Mo stood behind Fan Xingxue, as if he sensed something. Why? This expression seemed familiar. It had appeared on Feng Muyun's face as well. He had been good to them, so why was there still an unhappy expression? Under the moonlight, Jing Mo slowly asked, "Aren't you happy?" Fan Xingxue turned and forced a smile. "How could I not be? I'm very happy." Jing Mo looked deeply into Fan Xingxue's eyes, and if he wasn't mistaken, he saw a hint of sadness. Fan Xingxue didn't want Jing Mo to think she was being overly sentimental, so she reached out and took his hand. "Let's go inside and see our new home. It's my first time living in such a nice house." Jing Mo instinctively nodded. Since Fan Xingxue was unwilling to speak, he didn't press further. "Xingxue, promise me, if you have something to say, just tell me directly. There's no need to keep it bottled up." Fan Xingxue smiled, feeling relieved. "Jing Mo, I'm not that fragile. I don't need you to constantly try to satisfy me. I want to protect you too, and I want to do something for you, understand?" Jing Mo didn't expect such a response from Fan Xingxue. But Fan Xingxue stood on her tiptoes and kissed Jing Mo deeply. "Jing Mo, remember, I don't need your protection. I want to protect you." At this moment, at Y City University, trucks were driving through the school gates. The security guards at the booth were bewildered. What was going on? Is there construction happening at the school? Why are there so many trucks? The construction team arriving at the school had Huapei Group written on their uniforms. Soon, the commotion caught the attention of the vice principal. Principal Lu Zhu was rarely at school, leaving management to the vice principal. Was this large-scale construction meant to tear down the entire school? So, Vice Principal Du Ming hurried back to the school from home. "What are you doing?" the vice principal asked the foreman of the construction team. The foreman looked at the neatly dressed old man. "Building a stage?" The vice principal watched as the foreman finished speaking and directed the workers to drive the trucks onto the playground. Soon, the students in the playground were chased out. Hearing the foreman say they were there to build a stage, the vice principal thought maybe the student council had hired someone to set up a stage for the new student party tomorrow. He hurried to the student council to find Li Biao. Li Biao was also confused. He had indeed hired a few workers to build a simple stage, but why were cranes arriving? "I gave you 10,000 yuan to set up the stage, and that's not even enough for the food expenses for all these people in a day." Li Biao realized he had to come up with a reasonable explanation after hearing the vice principal's words. "Maybe, the workers I hired brought their other friends to help." Li Biao forced himself to concoct such a reason. The vice principal stared blankly at Li Biao, thinking, "Does this guy take me for a fool? These workers are all veterans from Huapei Group with all the necessary equipment and machinery. Their movements were incredibly swift." In the time the vice principal had been looking for Li Biao, the playground had already been surrounded by partitions. The vice principal took Li Biao to find the person in charge. After some inquiries, he learned that these workers were not hired by Li Biao at all, but by Jing Mo. Jing Mo's reputation was well known among the upper echelons of the school. The principal had personally named him as someone to be protected. However, the vice principal was still very angry. Wasn't this nonsense? The vice principal asked Li Biao if he knew Jing Mo's phone number, as he needed to ask Jing Mo what he was up to. Just then, a series of noises came from the horizon. The vice principal, Li Biao, and the other male students who liked excavators and cranes all looked up. They saw a helicopter slowly flying over from a distance. In the glow of the setting sun, it was clear that a large object was hanging below the aircraft. It was too far away to see clearly, but the helicopter was flying straight towards them. The vice principal, Li Biao, and the onlooking students all looked up at the sky. They saw the helicopter slowly descending while carrying a huge speaker. The workers below were holding guiding sticks, directing the helicopter's descent. At that moment, a shepherd girl wearing a white hard hat brushed past the vice principal. The vice principal hurriedly stopped her.
"Hello, I am the vice principal of Y City University. Are you the person in charge of this work team? Please explain to me what is going on here." He was too shocked. Wasn't it just a simple stage setup for a freshman party? How did it involve a helicopter? The shepherd girl was just about to sign for a speaker worth 100 million. She didn't expect to be stopped by the vice principal. "Oh, it's the 100 million speaker ordered by the boss, and I need to go sign for it." The vice principal thought he must have misheard. A 100 million speaker? What kind of international joke was that? The most expensive speaker in their school was only 70,000 yuan. The speaker used for broadcasting was older than his time in service. And this time, the speaker for the freshman party was actually worth 100 million. After explaining, the shepherd girl wanted to leave, but the vice principal stopped her again. "Why didn't you contact me first before starting work?" The shepherd girl glanced at Du Ming and slowly replied, "Oh, we are preparing to set up a stage for the freshman party." After saying that, she walked into the construction site, ignoring the stunned Du Ming. Jing Mo soon received a call from an unfamiliar number. "Hello? Who is this?" At that moment, Jing Mo was riding a shared electric bike with Fan Qingxue on their way to eat barbecue. Jing Mo held the phone in one hand and the handlebars in the other. "Is this Jing Mo? I'm Du Ming." Jing Mo searched his mind for this name. It seemed he didn't know this person. Du Ming? Who is that? However, Fan Qingxue was taken aback. "Du Ming, isn't that our vice principal's name?" After hearing this, Jing Mo tentatively asked, "Are you Principal Du?" Du Ming replied irritably, "Yes, it's me." "Jing Mo, what do you want from me?" "Du Ming, are you planning to tear down the school?" Jing Mo realized that it was probably because the shepherd girl had started the work. Only then did I remember that I seem to have not informed the school. Jing Mo, of course not. I'm just setting up a stage for tomorrow night's freshman party. Du Ming, you should have told me first. You can't just start working without knowing if those places can be moved. What if something gets damaged? Jing Mo, don't worry about that. If anything gets damaged, I'll take full responsibility and pay for it. Du Ming was momentarily speechless. Jing Mo, do you have anything else? If not, I'm going to eat. Du Ming felt utterly powerless. He had no way to deal with this student. After Jing Mo hung up, Du Ming looked at Li Biao beside him. "You supervise for me. If any school equipment gets damaged during the construction, you must tell me, and I'll make Jing Mo pay." After saying that, he stormed off angrily. He was the vice principal, and Jing Mo was doing such a big thing without even notifying him. It was truly disrespectful. He had no reason to blame Jing Mo, though. Jing Mo was building the stage at his own expense for the school. What more could he say? Forget it, let him be. After all, it wasn't the school's money being spent. Du Ming would still keep track of this account. Whether Jing Mo spent 100 million on sound equipment or 200 million or a billion, it didn't matter. It was all for the school. He didn't know who spread the news. Many students also learned that the sound system for this freshman party was worth 100 million. They were all shocked, including Kai Ning. Kai Ning originally planned to pay out of his own pocket to rent a better sound system to showcase his abilities. But when he found out that the sound system for this freshman party was actually worth 100 million, he became a bit excited. A 100 million sound system, the sound quality would definitely be top-notch. He could seize this opportunity to make a name for himself. Singing a song on stage in front of so many people to confess to Fan Qingxue would surely move her. That night, to test the sound system on stage, they played the accompaniment of the vast sea and the sky. The sound quality was no less than that of a live concert, and even better. The stage lights were like pillars reaching the sky, dazzling beams visible to half the city. Originally, the students of Y City weren't very interested in the freshman party. It was always the same every year.
They mainly came to see beautiful girls and handsome boys, not for the performances.
What kind of show could a group of untrained students put on? Niu Yangyu and Fu Mingming could tell from the thunderous noise on the playground that it was definitely their boss's doing. Jing Mo never did small things. If he did something, he did it big.
That night, Jing Mo returned to the villa and played a father-daughter role with Fan Qingxua while they were resting.
Mihei called. Jing Mo asked Mihei, "How's the orange novel site?"
Mihei was speechless. The small website was probably something Jing Mo didn't even know what to do with when he bought it.
Only Jing Mo could do something like this.
Although he thought this in his heart, he replied, "Boss, this orange Chinese website doesn't have a very high popularity. It's a site focused on web novels. The main business is web novels." "That's still pretty good," Jing Mo murmured a couple of sentences. Mihei spoke up, "Boss, this novel platform is almost on the verge of bankruptcy. There are hardly any signed authors, and the quality of the books isn't good.
Should we just let it die or continue to invest?" Jing Mo thought of Zhang Saiwu, who was writing on this novel site. What if it went under and her book was affected?
"We must increase investment, burn money for promotion."
But why is it going bankrupt?
Such web novel platforms usually don't go bankrupt easily once they develop to a certain scale.
Mihodo replied, "There's a website called 8 Cat Novels here in Magic City. It's quite large and often suppresses our orange novels."
Let me explain a bit about 8 Cat Novels. It's currently the largest novel platform in the country. Our orange novels can't compete with them in any aspect, and our traffic is declining more and more seriously. Moreover, 8 Cat Novels has poached our authors, and now we're on the verge of bankruptcy.
8 Cat Novels, huh? That's quite impressive. I know 8 Cat Entertainment. Many top-tier artists are under their management. They're the largest entertainment company in the country.
Jing Mo knew about 8 Cat. They were a conglomerate, similar to Alibaba in his past life. This was no ordinary giant. To be honest, even if they went head-to-head with him, Jing Mo's current assets wouldn't be enough to play with them.
Yes, I've looked into it. The president of 8 Cat Novels is surnamed Lu, named Lu Wenqing, the second young master of the Lu family, a wealthy family in Magic City. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before.
Mihodo reminded, "He's quite famous. He has an account online with over 10 million fans."
You might have come across him while scrolling on your phone.
No, Jing Mo remembered that the person who argued with him over the villa today was indeed named Lu Wenqing. When he left, he even offered him 2 buckets of soybean oil, which he refused, clearly not giving him face. No wonder he was so pretentious. It turned out he was a big boss, a young master from a wealthy family.
The wealthy Lu family? Jing Mo muttered.
Mihodo almost reported, "Yes, the Lu family has 3 children in this generation, 2 sons and 1 daughter.
Currently, the president of 8 Cat Group is the head of the Lu family, and Lu Wenqing is his second son."
Jing Mo took a deep breath. This Lu Wenqing remembered him. Could it be that he wanted to deal with him in the future? The other party's identity as the second son of the president of 8 Cat Group made things a bit tricky if he wanted to go after him. However, with the system backing him, he wasn't afraid at all. Since 8 Cat Novels belonged to him, and now he was the boss of Orange Novels, how dare they suppress him? He would have to play with them properly. After all, the system made him spend money every day, and he was worried about not being able to spend it. So let's see who can outplay whom in the novel industry. He was determined to monopolize the novel industry.
Jing Mo instructed, "In that case, can you help me look up some information on 8 Cat Novels and see if there's any way to deal with them?" Mihodo was a bit surprised. "Boss, they're from the wealthy Lu family. Are you really going to go against them?"
Jing Mo disdainfully said, "If they don't suppress us in the future, we can develop together peacefully. But if they keep targeting us, don't blame me for being rude to them."
Mihodo agreed, "Okay, boss."
At this moment, in the winding residence of Spring Courtyard, on the dining table in the courtyard, there was a feast of mountain delicacies and seafood.
With so many dishes, only 3 people were eating. Bai Qianqian looked at Wang Min, whose expression wasn't very good. "You didn't come to Y City just to find me, did you?"
Wang Min's lips curled into a slight smile.
"Of course not.
Lu Wenqing came to Y City for a business deal and happened to come to see you."
After saying that, she looked around. The environment here could be considered a top restaurant even in Magic City. Before coming to Y City, friends said that the restaurant winding residence was indeed exceptional.
Lu Wenqing slowly spoke. Bai Qianqian sarcastically said, "The second young master of the Lu family can actually appreciate such a restaurant. That's really not easy." Lu Wenqing remained unperturbed, his expression showing no change.
"Qianqian, we're going back to Magic City tomorrow. Why don't you come with me?" "Oh, why would I go back? I have nothing to do. The literary youth crew has taken on a new play and is currently casting actors.
If you're interested, I can arrange for you to audition for the second female lead," Bai Qianqian said disinterestedly.
"Forget it. I'm not interested in acting. I have things to do tomorrow, so you all can go back first. Lu Wenqing looked at Bai Qianqian. My brother said to let you audition, and your father also said you need to practice a bit. Bai Qianqian pursed her lips, very unwilling. But she knew that Lu Wenqing's brother was the young master of the Lu family, and he had the final say in the domestic entertainment industry. All artists had to give him face, including her own father, Bai Tianwang. The main reason was that Lu Wenxiao was also her pursuer, constantly trying to win her father's favor. Bai Tianwang liked this young man very much, so he kept trying to bring them together. However, Bai Qianqian was not very willing. After all, there was nearly a 7 or 8 year age difference. Fine, then when I go back, I'll go to Bameo Entertainment, and we'll talk about it then. Helpless, Bai Qianqian couldn't refuse Lu Wenxiao and her father, so she had to put on a show, or it would be a bit awkward. Oh, what is it that you can't go back tomorrow? Lu Wenqing's indifferent eyes looked at Bai Qianqian. Am I being monitored by you all at all times? Do I have to report everything I do to you? Bai Qianqian's tone carried a hint of anger. Wang Min stepped in to mediate. Qianqian, what are you saying? We are just concerned about you. How could you think we are monitoring you? Bai Qianqian fell silent. Lu Wenqing didn't say anything more, stood up, and said, I'm full, I'm going out first. As he stood up, he took a pack of cigarettes from the inner pocket of his coat. At this moment, only Bai Qianqian and Wang Min were left at the dining table. Qianqian, why are you so stubborn? Wang Min frowned after Lu Wenqing left. Bai Qianqian sighed and looked at Wang Min helplessly. Being in a wealthy family means you have no control over your own life. How could I not understand this? I just want to delay that day as much as possible. One day of escape is better than none. The atmosphere was a bit heavy. Wang Min, with her peach blossom eyes, said somewhat forlornly, it's really not easy being a woman. It seemed like she wasn't speaking to Bai Qianqian but rather to herself. Forget it, let's not talk about this topic. Today I encountered something interesting. Do you want to know? Bai Qianqian, not wanting to discuss the heavy topic, pretended to be very interested and asked, what happened? Today someone sent Lu Wenqing 2 barrels of cooking oil. What? This person is so humorous. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. Bai Qianqian covered her forehead, unable to hold back her laughter. Wang Min also covered her mouth and giggled. After a long while, Wang Min picked up the coat from the chair. Alright, Lu Wenqing's cigarettes are probably finished. I'm leaving first. Bai Qianqian stood up to see Wang Min off. I can tell Wenqing to wait for you for a day. You handle your matters tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, we will set off back to Moto from Wan Yuan Bureau. Bai Qianqian nodded and said, okay. The next morning, Jing Mo woke up and took a taxi back to school. It was Monday, but there were no classes, just a farewell ceremony for military training, seemingly to send off the instructors. On the way back to school, Jing Mo yawned, clearly not having slept well. This afternoon, you go order a batch of furniture, and hire a few workers to sell all the delivered furniture and replace it with new ones, especially that bed. It must be changed, it's so uncomfortable to sleep on. As for the mattress, I'll give you a phone number, you can order from their place. Jing Mo looked exhausted. Fan Xingxue noted everything down and planned to take care of it after the farewell ceremony. This villa would be her new home, and once it was renovated, she could bring her mother and sister over to live with her. This kind of thing can't trouble Jing Mo anymore. He's usually so busy, and I should help him share some of the burden. After arriving at school, Jing Mo saw the stage he had spent 5 million to build from a distance. It was big, exquisite, and luxurious. I didn't expect it to be completed so quickly overnight. Many new students attending the closing ceremony immediately noticed the stage, which was nearly 20 meters high and had a radius of 40 meters. The entire surface of the stage was as smooth as a mirror, shimmering with dazzling light under the sun. Wow, the school really went all out. This stage is even more luxurious than a concert. Seriously, with such a good stage, if someone performs poorly, it would be a waste, right? Huapei Heavy Industry, no wonder it was built so quickly overnight. It turns out it was Huapei's construction team. What is Huapei? The largest real estate group in Jilin. They have properties in every city in JS province, with a market value exceeding 100 billion. Impressive. After parting ways with Fan Xingxue, Jing Mo, feeling a bit idle, decided to attend the closing ceremony. He had hit the instructor last time, so it was a good opportunity to apologize. When the instructor, Zhu Jiwei, saw Jing Mo come over, he didn't say anything and just let him join the line. There aren't such deep grudges between men. For small matters, a simple apology can resolve everything. Deputy class leader Kai Miaomiao began to organize the formation, and it was surprising to see Jing Mo, Niu Yangyu, Fu Mingming, and Yamamoto Kojiro all present today. Class leader, are you also neatly dressed to attend military training today? Jing Mo shrugged. It's the last day, just coming to say goodbye to the instructor. Kai Myomyo shot Jing Mo a glance. Last time, he had punched the instructor and knocked him out for half a day. The instructor probably didn't want him to come say goodbye. At the closing ceremony, many students, especially the girls, began to wipe away tears. Jing Mo really didn't understand. Are girls that sentimental? Their tear ducts are too sensitive. The instructor held back a laugh as he comforted the crying girls. After standing in military posture for the last half hour, the instructor shouted, "Everyone, disperse." After saying that, he saluted. All the students returned his salute. Xu Jiwei approached Jing Mo, initially fierce, but after a moment of eye contact, he broke into a wild smile. "Good kid, you've got guts. Are you interested in joining the army in the future? The military welcomes someone like you." Xu Jiwei's attitude towards Jing Mo surprised the other students. Didn't Jing Mo have some conflicts with this instructor before? How come their relationship is so good now? Jing Mo pondered for a moment and said, "I don't have any plans to join the army for now, but I can't say for sure about the future." Xu Jiwei sighed, somewhat regretfully. "What a pity, you have the makings of a soldier." "Do you know why I'm not angry with you?" the instructor asked. "Why? When I was a new recruit, my instructor told me that if anyone didn't want to train, they could just fight him. If they won, they wouldn't have to train, but if they lost, they had to train honestly. You beat me back then, so you had the right not to train." Jing Mo smiled wryly. How could he possibly beat a soldier? Usually, Xu Jiwei could take on 10 of him easily. He barely managed to win through cheating. It was clear that soldiers are different. Any one of them could hold their own against a boxer. Just a narrow victory. Hearing Jing Mo's words, Xu Jiwei looked at him meaningfully. He wasn't an ordinary soldier. Even among regular troops, he could easily take on 3 opponents. To have lost to a young kid like this, he had initially underestimated him, but after the encounter, he had indeed taken it seriously, yet still got knocked down. "Alright, it's about time." Jing Mo also heard the whistle in the middle of the playground and the military bus driving in from outside the school. "Let's meet again if fate allows." Xu Jiwei waved his hand behind him to the crowd. Perhaps at first, everyone resented the instructor, feeling he was too strict. After all, it was just a formality, just a week's time. Why take it so seriously? Later, everyone realized the instructor was actually quite nice. His personality was tough on the outside but gentle on the inside. He would say no resting allowed, yet he paid attention to each student's condition. As time went on, he gradually became familiar with everyone and began to share stories about his military career. Everyone loved listening to his tales. When it was time to part, he always knew he was just a passerby in their lives, saying little and waving goodbye. A sudden arrival, a sudden departure. Perhaps they would never have the chance to meet again, or maybe they would fade from each other's memories in the future. At that moment, aside from Jing Mo, the other students felt a bit empty inside. The farewell ceremony consisted of speeches from the school leaders. Everyone was indeed not very interested in listening attentively. Their attention was entirely on the huge stage in the middle of the playground. A middle-aged man, dressed in white and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was carrying a pyramid-shaped object toward the stage. Beside him was Principal Du. "Oh, Professor C, why didn't you notify me of your arrival? I could have welcomed you at the school gate." Du Ming knew Si Tianxi, a professor who had once worked at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a prominent figure in the research community. He had met this professor during a conference in the capital. Si Tianxi was a nationally protected research talent, and he was always accompanied by bodyguards when he went out. It was impossible to approach him for a chat. It was said that the military's most advanced holographic projector was developed by him, and its clarity had surpassed that of electronic displays. Si Tianxi had no impression of Du Ming. In fact, he only remembered research projects and nothing else. Sometimes, he was so focused on his research that he didn't even have time to eat, completely forgetting to take care of himself. "Professor C, isn't this a bit heavy? Let me help you," Du Ming said as he stepped forward, preparing to grab the holographic projector from Si Tianxi's hands. Si Tianxi was terrified at this scene. This was the first holographic projector in history. "Get away!" Si Tianxi shouted angrily. "Do you know what you're doing? This." In short, the components inside this thing are extremely delicate. "You'll break it like that." Du Ming forced a smile, feeling awkward. He looked closely at the pyramid-shaped device Si Tianxi was holding. It looked so sci-fi, and he had no idea what it was for. It seemed like the core of some device from a sci-fi movie. "Professor C, what is this thing?" Si Tianxi glanced at Du Ming, finding him annoying. "You don't need to know that. Commercial secret, no comment." Du Ming knew Si Tianxi's temperament, so he didn't mind the other's attitude at all. Although Si Tianxi was just a researcher, he had the backing of the state, which gave him the confidence to speak to Du Ming like that. Just then, he saw Jing Mo slowly walking toward him. He frowned and scolded. "What are you doing? Didn't you see the leaders speaking up there? How can you run around like this?"
Du-ming knew Jing Mo, he had been angry with him yesterday, and now he had walked right into the line of fire. He had to find a reason to punish Jing Mo properly.
But before Jing Mo could say anything, CTNC intervened.
What did you say? How can you speak to General Jing like that?
The leaders are giving a speech? Let me see who has the audacity to make our General Jing listen.
Du-ming looked at CTNC with disbelief.
What, he called Jing Mo Jingzone? Could it be that CTNC was this kid's employee? Sure enough, when Jing Mo approached, he said, Professor C, it's nothing, I had a little misunderstanding with Principal Du.
Du-ming, knowing how to take advantage of the situation, quickly added, yes, I had a bit of a misunderstanding with Xiao Mo.
CTNC frowned at Du-ming. You can call him Xiao Mo too? Ah, then, Jingzong?
Du-ming could only follow CTNC's lead and address a student with a respectful title. Jing Mo waved his hand. Alright, Professor C, no need to worry about these details.
The equipment is fine, right? It can be used normally tonight?
CTNC replied, no problem, but it will take some time to set it up on stage. Once it's ready, I still need time to debug it, so I have to get started as soon as possible, or else it will be too late tonight.
Jing Mo looked at Du-ming. Principal Du, Professor C is here to install the equipment for our stage. Can we not disturb his work? What could Du-ming say?
Even if the mayor came, he would have to be respectful, let alone a mere vice principal.
No problem. It's our honor to have Professor C working at our school. If there are any issues, just call me anytime. Our school will definitely do our best to assist you.
Jing Mo shook his head. There's nothing to assist with, just don't disturb Professor C's work.
Du-ming forced a smile. Can you give us a hint about what equipment Professor C is installing?
Jing Mo stroked his chin. As the vice principal, he indeed had the right to know, so he said, it's a projector, just a bit more advanced.
Du-ming's eyes lit up at this. The most advanced projector?
Its first appearance would be at Y City University, which was a great opportunity to increase the school's visibility. Du-ming respectfully said to Jing Mo, Jingzong, about what happened yesterday, I spoke a bit loudly. Here, the principal apologizes to you. In the future, if there's anything, please let me know first.
I will do my best to provide assistance.
Du-ming's attitude was like night and day compared to yesterday. Now Du-ming completely understood Jing Mo's value. He wasn't just wealthy, his connections and networks were the most important. Not to mention, just getting to know Professor CTNC would allow him to boast to other school principals during meetings at the Education Bureau.
It's fine, Principal Du.
You're also concerned about the safety of the students.
It was indeed a bit abrupt for me to suddenly bring so many workers into the school.
With Du-ming showing him such respect, Jing Mo was not unreasonable either and exchanged a few compliments.
As long as you understand. Alright, I won't disturb your work any longer. Just call me if you need anything. I'll head back now.
After saying that, Du-ming greeted CTNC and left, looking back 3 times.
After Du-ming left, Jing Mo asked, have you made any progress on what I mentioned before about materializing anime characters through holographic projection?
CTNC frowned. This isn't a difficult task. The challenging part is that we need specially customized videos for the holographic projection. At the very least, we need a team that can produce 3D anime.
This field isn't my specialty.
Jing Mo understood the implication in CTNC's words. While CTNC was indeed a top talent in hardware, software, especially anime production, was not his forte.
Forget it, let's put this aside for now. There's no rush.
Later, we can buy an anime company and see if we can produce videos of Hatsune Miku or Luo Tianyi that fit holographic projection.
Professor C, please install the holographic projection device on the stage first. Okay, Jingzone. Time passed little by little.
At 6 o'clock in the evening, the sound system on the playground stage began to play popular music to attract the students' attention. Many students rushed to the playground, while the slower ones could only sit in the back. Y City University didn't have such luxurious facilities, nor a dedicated gym for performances, but fortunately, the playground was large enough to accommodate about 3,000 people. At this moment, the entire playground was packed, with over 2,000 freshmen alone.
There were also many upperclassmen who came to join the excitement.
As more people arrived, 4 trucks slowly drove up to the school gate.
A grand convoy rolled in, parking beside the playground. Workers got out of the trucks in an orderly manner, opening the cargo holds and bringing out various foods. One by one, workers carried out 100 skinned sheep from the trucks. On another bus, several foreigners in white coats were cursing in a foreign language. Walter, we are Michelin chefs, and we actually have to barbecue for this group of students?
Stop it, Neil, the rich guy paid too much, it's $2 million a day.
But,
Neil wanted to say something more when Walter came out holding a barbecue grill. Neil, hurry up and bring out a bag of charcoal from the truck.
Oh, shit.
Soon, more than a dozen barbecue grills were set up on the track of the playground.
Several Michelin restaurant chefs were cursing and working hard. The aroma of roasted lamb soon made the students watching the freshman party drool. "I can't take it anymore. I have to buy some." A student couldn't resist and went up to ask the price. The foreign barbecue chef looked confused, not understanding what was being said. A shepherd boy stepped forward and said, "This is our boss treating you. All the food is free." Our boss said, "There has to be barbecue to enjoy the performance." The shocked student exclaimed, "What, all free?" He looked around and counted. There must be more than a dozen grills, and each grill was roasting a sheep. More than a dozen roasted lambs? Who's the rich kid behind this? Who is your boss? The shepherd boy proudly replied, "My boss is Jing Mo. Oh my, it's the young master of Jing University." The commotion attracted many students to gather around. "Jing's campus prince is so generous. Give me a portion too. I want some as well. Everyone, don't fight, there are seafood in the back. Enough for all of you." The shepherd boy hurriedly maintained order on the scene. This year's freshman party was completely on fire. When the students at the school heard there was free roasted lamb, they all rushed out. The playground was almost overflowing with people. Those without seats stood on the playground, and it was so crowded that no one could squeeze in. Before long, more trucks drove in. The workers brought out a lot of food again. Lobsters, king crabs, and shrimp. It was like they were giving it away, with unlimited supply. At this moment, Neo Youngyu took the stage and grabbed the microphone, saying, "On behalf of the boss, I want to say, everyone eat and drink well, the boss will perform later, please support him." The audience responded enthusiastically. "Young Master Jing, forever a god. I love you, young Master Jing. You're a man, you don't deserve it, I'm the one who loves young Master Jing the most. Young Master Jing, you are my idol." Thousands of voices shouted Jing Mo's name. Kai Ning felt a bit flustered at this scene. Jing Mo was truly despicable, using such lowly means to win people's hearts. Even if Jing Mo sang poorly, everyone would still vote for him. This is cheating, but there was nothing she could do. She wasn't as rich as Jing Mo. Kai Ning clenched her fists. "Jing Mo, do you think this means you've won? It's all tricks, only true strength is the hard truth. I will conquer the audience with my singing." The traffic police set up a long cordon to direct traffic, but after finding no results, they could only let the cars behind detour. Later, it was discovered that the number of traffic police was severely insufficient, so they had to call in officers from other areas to help. The roads near the school were filled with young men and women. Perhaps they weren't from Y City University, but they all wanted to join in the excitement. Mainly, there were no tickets, and someone had mentioned that there would be free roasted whole lamb and unlimited seafood inside. Many people were desperately pushing forward. Everywhere you looked, there were heads, and the air was filled with the stench of sweat. Jing Mo couldn't understand why so many people had come. He just wanted to complete a task. Beep beep beep. Another large truck slowly drove in. With so many people crowding the road, the vehicle's progress slowed down. The beer delivery man arrived late. "Chilled beer, unlimited supply, it's free." He got out of the truck and began unloading barrels of various beers. He started to muster his energy and shout. It was now 8 o'clock in the evening. Today's host was Zhang Xinyu, the head of the arts department. Looking at the crowd below, she felt a bit of a chill on her scalp. There were 2 hosts today, and the other was Songwon from the publicity department. After they delivered a brief opening statement, they announced the first group of performances. Soon, 2 girls with exquisite makeup slowly took the stage and sang a classical piece. They had never seen such a large audience before, and their voices trembled slightly while singing. Under the lights, the girls tried their best to showcase the songs they had practiced. The audience erupted in applause and the screams of fans. After the singing, one performance after another followed like a revolving lantern. There were all kinds of acts: piano, flute, dance, skits. Finally, it was Kai Ning's turn. A fiery flame burst forth in Kai Ning's eyes. He didn't feel nervous at all in front of so many people. Instead, he trembled with excitement. This was a chance to fully express himself, and whether he would become a sensation depended on today. He was a singer with 1 million fans online. Today, he had specially worn a rented suit worth 100,000. Coupled with his looks, he felt he was on par with those stars. What about Jing Mo? Building such a great stage was just to help him shine. What a case of shooting oneself in the foot. Jing Mo, just wait to embarrass yourself in front of so many people. As the powerful music from the billion-dollar sound system played, this was the famous song that Bai Tianwang had debuted with, already well known to everyone. This caught the attention of many audience members. Awesome, this is one of Bai Tianwang's famous songs. This song requires a very high pitch. Can he do it? This person looks a bit familiar. I think I've seen him online. He seems to be a web celebrity on Yinfus. Is it this person? Someone found Kai Ning's account on Yinfus. His fan count was over 2.5 million. A major internet celebrity. Moreover,
Kai Ning had become famous for his singing, so many people began to look forward to his performance.
After Kai Ning took the stage, many female audience members were whispering, "This person is so handsome, who is he? He's the school hunk." What? Isn't the school hunk my idol Jing Mo?
The school hunk isn't just him, besides, he has talent.
Unlike Jing Mo, who's just a playboy. Exactly, I just don't like Jing Mo, he's just rich, not capable. Then don't eat his roasted whole lamb.
You're eating his food and still cursing him.
If it's free, why not eat it?
Kai Ning began to sing this song that was all the rage in the world, accompanied by the music.
Jing Mo, if you can come up with a song that's hotter than this one, then I'll admit defeat.
As she reached the climax of the song, the audience below began to sing along with Kai Ning. Everyone knew the song, but no one sang it as well as she did.
After finishing the song, the audience's reaction was overwhelmingly positive.
Music professionals gave her very high praise. Kai Ning slightly bowed to thank the audience, then turned to look in one direction.
Fan Xingxue, I take this opportunity to confess my feelings to you. Will you be with me? In an instant, the venue erupted.
The girls couldn't handle such a scene, feeling envious of Fan Xingxue. This was romance at its finest. To express one's love in front of thousands, how brave and bold that was.
Wow, so romantic.
I'm just a maggot in a stinky ditch, only able to secretly watch others' happiness.
Say yes to him. Say yes to him. Say yes to him.
Tens of thousands of voices cheered in unison, making it feel like Kai Ning's solo concert.
Fan Xingxue stood up from her seat. The huge screen above the stage quickly displayed Fan Xingxue's face. When the boys saw her beauty, they all felt breathless. She was just too stunning. Even the girls thought that being liked by such a handsome and talented guy was only natural.
Fan Xingxue slowly said, "I don't want to." Although everyone couldn't hear what she said, they could see her lips forming the words "I don't want to."
Kai Ning chuckled awkwardly and left the stage.
Many girls were upset, especially those who were jealous of Fan Xingxue. Plus, they knew that Fan Xingxue had a connection with Jing Mo. Thus, a rumor began to spread in their small circle. This Fan Xingxue is just a gold digger, only interested in the rich second generation at school.
No wonder she looks down on Kai Ning.
She has her head in the clouds, relying on her looks to find a rich man, wanting to be a wealthy wife.
That Jing Mo is nothing special, just has a bit of money. How can he compare to Kai Ning?
Just look at her singing skills. She could make it in the entertainment industry. Jing Mo didn't care about these things because it was his turn to perform. Helicopter, be careful of low-altitude flying, make sure the spotlight is steady. At this moment, he and Bai Qianqian were standing on the road outside the school. This place was a bit far from the school, so there weren't many people around. If there were, they would be shocked by the scene, as it was truly breathtaking. The entire avenue was filled with luxury cars.
Lamborghinis, Rolls-Royces, Ferraris, McLarens.
4 in a row, and who knows how many rows extended behind.
At the front were a Lamborghini Sixth Element, a Ferrari LaFerrari, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and a Bugatti Chiron.
Fu Mingming leaned out of the Bugatti's window, almost bursting with excitement.
A 120 million car, what a concept, just touching it would be worth it for him. He actually had the chance to drive it. Boss, when are we leaving? I need to pee.
Jing Mo frowned at his unreliable younger brother. First, go find a place to relieve yourself, don't pee in the car.
I haven't even driven this car yet.
Bai Qianqian was also stunned by the scene.
This opening was probably unprecedented.
There was also a helicopter beside her, being checked, and it was about to take off if everything was fine.
Are you ready?
Yiruaruo beside her was so nervous she was stuttering. She had a new understanding of Jing Mo's wealth. Just because Jing Mo wanted to start a live stream, he directly bought the hottest live streaming platform today, Tiger Fish. That night, all the live streams on Tiger Fish had to watch Jing Mo's live broadcast. Tens of millions of viewers were captivated by the stunning opening.
This guy is so handsome. The one next to him seems to be Bai Qianqian. Is this for real? It really is Bai Qianqian. Qianqian goddess, I love you.
Many live rooms were filled with 2 types of bullet comments. One was about how handsome the guy was, and the other was Qianqian goddess, I love you. Jing Mo felt there was no problem and told the pilot and the cameraman to prepare for takeoff. He had just bought this helicopter, along with the pilot.
Wang Duoyu spent 10 billion and needed a month, while Jing Mo only needed a concert.
Congratulations, host, task completed, reward 100 billion. Jing Mo was no longer interested in money, it was just a string of cold numbers. So, 100 billion only excited Jing Mo for 10 minutes.
At this moment on stage, after Kai Ning finished, 3 more performances followed. Finally, it was time for Jing Mo's 3 grand finales. Zhang Xinyu introduced Jing Mo's performance. Next, please welcome Jing Mo from the Computer Science Department to sing Bubble.
The audience below began to discuss, as Kai Ning had just been rejected by Fan Xingxue.
Fan Xingxue was labeled a gold digger. Jing Mo was also being scolded along with her. But now Jing Mo was actually going on stage to sing. Those who were anti-fans of Jing Mo and Fan Xingxue were looking forward to seeing Jing Mo embarrass himself on stage. After calling out Jing Mo's name, he did not appear for a long time. This made many audience members dissatisfied. What was going on with Jing Mo? He really was being kept under wraps. Just as they were talking, the stage lights suddenly dimmed. The surroundings fell into pitch-black darkness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The audience felt the wind coming from above. A helicopter hovered in the air, shooting down a blinding beam of light. The direction it illuminated was outside the school. Those who couldn't squeeze in outside the school were treated to a feast for the eyes. A young man in a black suit slowly walked down the street, flanked by two women in formal dresses. For luxury cars, seen only in games, cleared the way behind them, slowly following. The headlights of the 4 cars illuminated the road in front of the 3 people. The shadows of the 3 stretched to the other end of the road. 10 meters above was the hovering helicopter. Someone was holding a camera filming, and a huge spotlight hung below the helicopter, shining on the 3 people. Jing Mo, originally dressed in a black suit, looked like a knight clad in silver armor under the beam of light. His eyes, filled with disdain for everything, exuded an aura that no one dared to block his path. People who thought it was just 4 luxury cars clearing the way were clearly mistaken. As Jing Mo slowly approached, rows of expensive luxury cars lined up behind him, all turning on their headlights, illuminating the area in front of Jing Mo as if it were daytime. Boom, boom, boom. Besides the sound of the helicopter's rotor blades, the only noise left was the roar of sports car engines. The live stream chat was almost filled with awesome, handsome. Such a shocking scene made it hard not to imagine oneself as Jing Mo on the screen. As Jing Mo, Bai Qianqian, and Yi Ruoro slowly walked towards the school, the sports cars followed closely behind. Wherever Jing Mo went, the area around him was as bright as day. The originally crowded road was pushed aside by Jing Mo's arrival. This is the Bugatti Chiron. My God, 100 million car. This is the Ferrari LaFerrari. Lamborghini 6th Element. McLaren P1. It was overwhelming, truly overwhelming. Here, no car is worth less than 5 million. With so much, how much would that be? Almost no one thinks about it in a big way. They only know it's an astronomical figure. You call this a rich second generation? This is a prince, okay. It's simply extravagant beyond humanity. You say Fan Xingxue is a gold digger. If she really got together with someone like this, I'd want to be a gold digger too. Wait, who is that person next to him? Damn, isn't that Bai Qianqian? Wow, that's impressive. How much did Weiss City University pay to invite Bai Qianqian over? Weiss City University. Don't joke around, they can't afford it. It was clearly that prince who invited her. Impressive. Jing Mo is impressive. The scene was completely blown away. The noise was louder than the sound of sports cars and helicopters. Countless people took out their phones and switched to camera mode. Jing Mo hadn't even sung yet, and just this opening had already made countless people remember him. After the 3 of them took the stage, the spotlight lit up again. Jing Mo stood under the light and picked up Zheng Sinyu's microphone. Hello everyone, I am Jing Mo. Today is the freshman party, and it's a night of celebration for us students. All the food and drinks today are free, so let's have a blast. Good. Jing Mo, I love you. Male God. Just because of Kai Ning, Jing Mo had gained a few haters. But after just one opening, those haters fell silent. Jing Mo pressed his hand down to quiet the crowd. Alright, the person next to me doesn't need much introduction, right? The audience shouted in unison, no need, Bai Qianqian is my goddess. Jing Mo nodded and said, today I wrote a song for Bai Qianqian, that's why she agreed to attend our school's freshman party. Next, please welcome Bai Qianqian to sing my song Bubble. What did Jing Mo say? He wrote a song for Bai Qianqian? No way. Bai Qianqian has won a Golden Melody Award. What qualifications does Jing Mo have to write a song for the goddess Qianqian? Bubble? What a trashy name. At this moment, Jing Mo's little fans collectively defended him. Do you know how talented my male god is? Go search for A Sea of Stars online. It was unclear who shouted this name. Many bystanders responded. Did Jing Mo write A Sea of Stars? This song is really good. It's a pity it hasn't been released as an album. Is A Sea of Stars really written by Jing Mo? Praised as a classic by the Day King? Nowadays, A Sea of Stars has become a hit beyond the circle, a well-known director in the country. At this moment in his office, let go, you're choking me. One of his friends was gasping for breath. Are you trying to murder me? Su Zheng tightly gripped his friend's shoulder, shaking him vigorously, his eyes burning with intensity. Who is that young man singing this song? Take me to find him. This song is simply perfect for the theme of our movie. It's just too suitable,
Too perfect. His friend was panting heavily, his brain almost turning to mush from being shaken by Su Zhang. Let go first. Why are you in such a hurry? I can still tell you. This song is great. I stumbled upon it online yesterday and listened to it on repeat countless times. Su Zhang exclaimed in frustration. Are you still playing coy with me? Can you focus on the point? I want to know who this person is. Now is not the time to praise how good his song is. At this moment, his friend finally caught his breath. I said, Lao Su, can you play more notes? The young people these days are all into that stuff. You need to get closer to the new generation, otherwise, you won't keep up with their rhythm. This song is a popular one, called The Vast Sky, sung by a college student while performing in a bar. As for whether he created it, I don't know, but I found him again on a live streaming platform today, and he's live right now. Do you want to take a look? Su Zhang used to be quite averse to watching any notes or Weibo, thinking it was a distraction from serious pursuits. He definitely wouldn't watch any live streams. Weren't they all just clowns trying to grab attention? However, this song was truly stunning. After just one listen, Su Zhang was completely captivated. Alright, quickly open the live stream for me. I want to see for myself. His friend sighed and casually clicked on a random live stream on Huya. Now, the entire Huya was filled with Jing Mo's presence. Opening any livestream was bound to show him. You can't be serious? Over 1 million viewers? This must be fake data. Su Zhang exclaimed in shock after glancing at the number of online viewers. You might not know how big this guy's reach is, just watch closely, his friend urged. Su Zhang continued watching. Then he saw a shocking scene, over 50 luxury cars leading the way, helicopters shining spotlights. This opening was simply extravagantly luxurious. As someone in the industry, even a king-level artist wouldn't have such a lavish opening for a concert. And this was just the appetizer. After entering, the helicopter was live streaming from above. A reporter from CCTV's music channel was broadcasting the event. Jing Mo. Su Zhang recognized the name. Wow, 100 million in sound equipment. He was stunned again. Nowadays, only a channel under Baimao had sound equipment worth 100 million. Su Zhang couldn't help but exclaim. Next, Jing Mo took the stage and announced that he had written a song for Bai Qianqian. Su Zhang became interested. If The Vast Sky was indeed written by Jing Mo, then this song Bubble would surely be good. So he looked forward to Bai Qianqian's performance. The venue was already filled with cheers echoing throughout the campus. Bai Qianqian was the most outstanding singer of the new generation. Although she was the daughter of the king of Bai, many people didn't label her as such. Instead, they praised her talent, recognizing that Bai Qianqian was not inferior to her father. Therefore, her fan base was terrifying, with several accounts adding up to nearly 10 million. Give her some time, and becoming a top star was just a matter of time. At this moment, Jing Mo had stepped off the stage, completely handing it over to Bai Qianqian. With her appearance, the excitement in the venue surged, catching the attention of many music companies. The head of Qj Music was the first to notice this live stream. He wasn't optimistic about this Jing Mo but was interested in Bai Qianqian because Qj had released her music. If this song was good, he wouldn't mind buying the copyright for it. Suddenly, the stage lights dimmed, and the lights around the stage spread out towards the playground, illuminating the entire area brightly, while the center of the stage remained pitch black. Then, raindrops appeared beneath their feet, making it seem as if it was really raining. Bai Qianqian stood in the darkness, with faint light shining on her, revealing her slender figure. She looked like a butterfly, radiating vitality across the stage. Delicate, elegant, and graceful, leaving a deep impression. The audience that had come but not left felt their trip was worthwhile. Although the previous students' performances were indeed lackluster, just the lighting and the luxurious opening made it all worth it. At that moment, the spotlight shone on Bai Qianqian. A simple black evening dress, with a delicately tailored neckline adorned with a gem, the round collar revealing a beautiful collarbone, a perfectly standard oval face, with a pair of eyes that convey sorrow. It evokes an irresistible pity in those who see her. The bridge of her nose is strong and prominent, her thin red lips presenting the color of rubies. At this moment, Bai Qianqian has yet to speak, and the entire scene has already spiraled out of control, with screams and noise reaching a fever pitch. A melodious song slowly begins to play, resonating through the speakers and reaching the ears of everyone present. The bubbles in the sunlight are colorful just like me. Deceived, is happy. What's the point of pursuing right or wrong? Your lies based on the fact that you still love me. Subsequently, the emotions of this song are conveyed to everyone present. Tens of thousands of spectators fall silent, the entire campus echoing with Bai Qianqian's solo voice. Sadness. The theme of this song is sadness. Is love like bubbles? It's true, under the sunlight, they are colorful, just like me. Filled with lies, is happy. But bubbles are ultimately fragile, just as love is. Why the sadness? It's all just bubbles, a fleeting firework. All your promises are too fragile, and the outlines of you and me, blame me for not seeing through. By Chanshan's voice is hauntingly beautiful, captivating everyone present. All the spectators are entranced. The melody weaves in spirals, echoing throughout the campus, as if at this moment, the starlight has lost its color. At this time, everyone present has only one thought in their minds: the voice of heaven. Su Zhang and several executives from music companies are all stunned. This song is simply too beautiful. Especially the lyrics of this song, paired with Bai Chanshan's voice, are just perfect, utterly flawless. All of Bai Chanshan's previous songs pale in comparison to the brilliance of this one. This Jing Mo is simply a genius in the music world. The sadness of this song has impacted me in a way that no other song ever could. Good song, good lyrics, good melody, good person. This song is destined to become a classic of an era. Everyone is completely conquered. They never imagined that words and melodies could be woven into such beautiful music. The audience watching is excited, dancing with joy, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the entire venue, cheers and applause intertwining. If sound could take form, the entire campus would be leveled. $1 billion sound system is impressive. Its penetrating power means that even such a loud noise cannot drown out Bai Chanshan's singing. Su Zhang sighs, I have a feeling about this song. It's definitely going to be a hit, and a big one. The music company executives, quick to act, have already started calling Bai Tianwang, urging him to ensure that Miss Chanshan contacts them immediately after finishing her performance. The copyright for this song must be secured. The value of this song is immeasurable. At the same time, the name Jing Mo begins to attract attention in the entertainment industry. Many people start to wonder who Jing Mo really is. A quick search leads them to Jing Mo's performance of Sea White Sky in a bar. This song was already quite popular, and anyone with intent could easily find it. Upon hearing Sea White Sky, the music company executives realized that yet another genius has emerged. Every song is a classic, a hit. Such a person is akin to Beethoven of the Middle Ages. Thus, the executives who just finished their call with Bai Tianwang find ways to investigate Jing Mo's background. After the song ends, Kai Ning thinks to herself that things are not looking good. Is Jing Mo trying to play tricks? He can't compete with her, so he brought in Bai Chanshan and had her perform under his name. What if later he unreasonably claims that Bai Chanshan's singing is equivalent to his own? There's no way to argue against that. She can only wait until the end of the event to firmly latch onto Jing Mo's next performance and not let go. So the next two performances had to be recorded by themselves to avoid Jing Mo defaulting. After Bai Chanshan finished singing this song, the audience erupted in applause. Everyone raised their phones and shared the clips they recorded on their social media, drawing more attention from family and friends. Bai Chanshan bowed in gratitude to everyone and then said into the microphone, I want to thank Jing Mo for this song, which he specially wrote for me, and he even gave me the copyright for it. If you all like it, please follow my updates. I will be releasing this song's album on the music platform soon. Great, great, great. I really love this song. Chanshan, you must release it soon. I can't wait to hear the recorded version of this song. Bai Chanshan continued, next, we have 2 more performances, also songs written by Jing Mo. Do you all want to hear them? Many of Jing Mo's little fans shouted in unison, of course we do. But there were also many who weren't very familiar with Jing Mo, and their enthusiasm was a bit low. Although he was great at writing songs, singing required a certain level of skill. Jing Mo was just a computer science student. Could he really do it? Some people were already thinking of leaving. However, many stayed behind, wanting to see the upcoming performances. Next, Jing Mo was about to take the stage. Behind the stage, Jing Mo asked Professor Si Tianxi, is the holographic projection equipment okay? Si Tianxi excitedly replied, absolutely no problem. I've been debugging it for a long time, you can go on stage now. Jing Mo turned to the nervous Yi Ruoruo beside him and asked, are you ready? Yi Ruoruo quickly nodded, I'm ready. Jing Mo looked towards the stage, then let's go on. Zhang Xinyu introduced the next performance as usual. Next, please welcome Jing Mo and Yi Ruoruo to perform the song Outside Shin Garden. After saying that, Zhang Xinyu stepped back behind the scenes. The lights in the entire venue went out in an instant. What's going on? Is there a malfunction? Many people were puzzled. Then they witnessed a shocking scene. A figure appeared out of thin air on the stage steps. It was a knight nearly 2 meters tall. There was one on each side of the steps. The knight knelt on one knee, as if welcoming their king. What is that? Did that person just appear out of nowhere? No way. How are they glowing in the dark? What is this? Oh my god. Everyone present was stunned. It felt like discovering a new continent. People are always curious about the unknown. Next, Jing Mo appeared at the bottom of the stage steps. He looked like a king overlooking all. Each step he took was powerful and vigorous. With each step up, 2 knights would appear on the steps above. These knights were so lifelike, as if they had walked out of a movie. The key was that they were radiating light. The audience members nearby couldn't help but move closer to take a closer look. This is particle projection. This is projection. Oh my god, this is holographic projection from a sci-fi movie. Someone shouted out first. This shocked the entire venue, even everyone in the live stream. At first, those in the live stream thought it was a special effect, but seeing the reactions of the live audience, they wondered why they could see it too. It turned out to be holographic projection. It was chaotic, completely chaotic. The audience was all trying to get closer to see what was going on, but the lights were all out, and only a small area around Jing Mo's feet was illuminated by the spotlight. Jing Mo walked up 7 steps, passing 14 2-meter-tall knights. Each time he reached the side of 2 knights, they would kneel on one knee. It was truly breathtaking. After Jing Mo stepped onto the stage, all 14 knights vanished into thin air. Even the spotlight shining on Jing Mo was turned off. The scene was plunged into darkness once again. Then, in an instant, everyone was enlightened, and the scenery before them changed. There was no stage anymore. Beneath Jing Mo's feet, an ancient courtyard suddenly materialized. The shock was so great that the audience members who had just approached collectively stepped back. What? The entire venue was stunned, and no one could utter a word at that moment. An ancient courtyard had risen up, the level of shock comparable to that of a mythological novel. At this moment, Jing Mo was also astonished by the holographic projection technology rewarded by the system. The stage behind him had been completely replaced by holographic projections. It felt as if they had truly traveled through time to the courtyard of a wealthy family in the Tang dynasty. The audience of over 10,000 was utterly silent. It felt as if the once bustling Lujiazui had suddenly turned into a deserted ghost town. This scene was truly shocking. Many people thought they were dreaming and began pinching their thighs. Ouch, that hurts. The key point was that this was not even the most shocking part. At that moment, 2 moons appeared in the sky above the courtyard. 1 crescent moon and 1 full moon, with twinkling stars appearing around Jing Mo and Yi Ruoruo, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Those were real stars, colorful, with blue, purple, and gold, like the eyes of a child. It was beautiful to the extreme, stunning to the extreme. This is. Su Zhang was shocked. He hurriedly contacted industry insiders to ask if this was really a special effect. He was not the only one stunned. Many viewers watching the CCTV broadcast were also shocked. This included many researchers. They were industry insiders and understood the principles involved better. But just understanding wasn't enough. They couldn't figure out how it was done because it was impossible. This was holographic projection technology. This technology should not exist in this era. Many technologies were not mature enough to support its realization. In a laboratory at Qingbei University, a graduate student secretly watching the live broadcast suddenly shouted, "My god, it's holographic projection. It's the holographic projection from a sci-fi movie, my heavens. Who invented this, and why hasn't anyone in the research community announced it?" After saying this, he hurriedly covered his mouth, but it was too late. An elderly man rushed over angrily. "If you're not going to study seriously and just play on your phone, that's one thing, but to shout like that, 'Hand me your phone.'" The student said aggrievely, "Professor, holographic projection has been developed." The professor angrily replied, "What kind of spring and autumn dream are you having? Holographic projection is just a concept. It can't be realized at all." The student quietly said, "But I really saw it." The professor was so angry he laughed. He was an expert in display screens, and the most advanced mobile phone screen today was developed by him. You probably saw some synthesized special effects and thought it was holographic projection. The student handed over the phone. "Professor, take a look at this." The student rewound the live broadcast to the moment Jing Mo just stepped onto the stage. Then, step by step, he walked towards the stage. When the 2 knights appeared out of thin air, the professor had already furrowed his brows. As more and more knights appeared beside Jing Mo, shock began to spread across the professor's face. When Jing Mo stepped onto the stage and an ancient courtyard formed beneath his feet, the professor's eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. As an expert in this field, he could tell at a glance that this was not a special effect at all. Holy crap! The usually composed old scholar actually cursed. He snatched the student's phone and replayed the live broadcast again. "This is really holographic projection. Class is over. Class is over," the mentor said and hurriedly ran away with the phone. The student, stunned, said, "That's my phone, mentor. Give me back my phone." At this moment, the stars beside Jing Mo slowly fell, like countless tiny shooting stars. Those tiny stars were small, but very clear, and the surrounding audience couldn't help but reach out to catch the falling meteors, to see if they were real or not. Everyone was still in shock. Jing Mo slowly began to speak. "Last time it fell, the flowers I wanted to give you taking root, letting the whole garden sprout. Yi Ruoruo, will we not part? Who laughed behind this wall let me scar,
let me fall gracefully Jing Mo, can it be released? Even if I send her away with open hands. Pushing open the door to reunite, are we embracing?
As Jing Mo and Yi Ruoro sang, the scene of the holographic projection changed.
Many white flowers flew down from the sky, the scene was so desolate.
The flowers fell to the ground, rotting and sprouting.
This song struck deep into the heart. It was a good song, and the singing skills were better than by Chanshan's.
Especially Yi Ruoro, not only was she beautiful, but her voice was also very pleasant.
Due to the shocking scene, everyone forgot that Yi Ruoro on stage was also so beautiful. At this moment, Yi Ruoro only had eyes for Jing Mo. She sang of love that could not be attained, expressing regret. This was even more touching. Another classic was brought to this world by Jing Mo. Soon, the song ended, and Yi Ruoro and Jing Mo received the most applause they had ever gotten since their birth.
In the entire venue, countless people were screaming, clapping, and shouting. They felt they had truly struck gold.
At this moment, Vice President Du Ming felt that letting Jing Mo hold the freshman party was the wisest decision of his life. Because of Jing Mo, the view count of Weiss City University on Baidu had increased by 1 million in just 1 hour. Moreover, this holographic projection technology shocked him immensely. He wasn't foolish.
Combining it with the pyramid-shaped crystal that Professor Si Tianxi had held in the morning, it was easy to imagine that it was the holographic projection.
If he could get Jing Mo to donate one to the school, it was estimated that next year the school's ranking in JS, no, not just JS but nationwide, would rise. Was there hope for Weiss City University to have the same fame as Qingbei? No, he had to find a way to please Jing Mo. Even if he had to put aside his pride and act like a sycophant, he had to get Jing Mo to donate a holographic projection. Even if it was just borrowing, he had to get Jing Mo to lend one.
The entertainment industry was shaken. This was a milestone in the history of Huaxia music.
Bai Qianshan said in frustration, Jing Mo was really selfish. He just used the holographic projection for himself. One could imagine that in the future, if singers didn't use holographic projections for their openings, they would be mentioned as not being as good as Jing Mo's freshman party. The stunning singing, paired with the luxurious holographic projection, had a shock to people's souls that was no less than when humanity first saw an airplane fly into the sky or witnessed a rocket launch. My brother is really amazing. This is a true masterpiece. He even made a holographic projection. Even if he later creates a spaceship, I wouldn't be surprised. Even if you gave me the same amount of money as my boss, I couldn't spend it with the same level of sophistication. My adoptive father really talks about being low-key, but he shows off everywhere. The two nodded in agreement. After Yi Ruoro finished singing this song, her little face turned red. She felt she could really try to break into the entertainment industry and become a singer. Once she had a certain status in the entertainment world, Jing Mo might look at her. She was sure she could do it. After finishing a song, Jing Mo and Yi Ruoro bowed to the audience in thanks. Then Yi Ruoro left the stage. Zhang Xinyu excitedly walked onto the stage and shouted to the audience below, "Everyone, tell me, is Jing Mo singing good or not?" At this moment, no one wanted to leave. The holographic projection made its debut, and they couldn't wait for more performances to enjoy. It's good, it's really good. I can't believe there is such beautiful music, it's simply amazing. Jing Mo, not shy at all, picked up the microphone and said, "Since that's the case, let me sing another song for everyone." Good. One more, one more. The women in the audience were almost all in a frenzy. Jing Mo was just too handsome. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was exceptionally talented. Mainly, he was so wealthy, he was simply a national-level idol. After Zhang Xinyu stirred up the atmosphere, she left the stage, leaving Jing Mo alone. The holographic projection beneath his feet began to change gradually. The previous ancient courtyard slowly disappeared, replaced by a bamboo forest. Su Zhang watched the live broadcast, nearly drooling. If they had this technology, who would need a stage? They could just project a background and film right in it. Think of how many resources that would save. Many major companies understood that this would be the advertising miracle of the future. Just imagine projecting your company's advertisement in the sky over the city. The effect would be explosive. This song, Autumn Grief and Parting Love, is dedicated to everyone. Flowers fall gracefully as time passes. Raindrops faintly inside a promise to hold on. Unchanged love has been torn apart by time. Longing is kept outside the door. The love you gave is too pale. I am as naive as a child waiting for you to return, but my place has been taken by someone else. This song was completely different in style from the previous duet. Of course, the audience wasn't professional judges. They just felt that Jing Mo's song was really beautiful. It wasn't as deeply moving as the previous song, but it was very engaging. At this moment, Jing Mo transformed into the prince of the bar on stage. His desolate eyes moved countless little fans to tears. They wished they could go up and cherish Jing Mo. The stage constantly changed backgrounds with the rise and fall of the music. There were forests, underwater scenes, and mountain peaks. Today felt like a press conference for holographic projections. For this concert, Jing Mo spent nearly $1 billion. Suddenly, a girl, not sure where she came from, threw a bouquet of roses towards Jing Mo through the crowd. Jing Mo, I love you. At this moment, many girls saw that a brave soul had expressed her love. They were not willing to be outdone. Some threw hairpins at Jing Mo, while others threw lipsticks. Jing Mo was almost hit on the head by a TF lipstick while singing. Fortunately, Niu Yangyu, Fu Mingming, and Yamamoto Kagoro quickly stopped this behavior. However, one girl actually fainted from excitement and was carried away on a stretcher. Jing Mo was taken aback. Was it really that exaggerated? After singing 2 songs, the audience's enthusiasm had reached a boiling point, and Su Zhang, watching the live broadcast, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was in the entertainment industry, and since the internet era began, no star had ever made fans love them this much. It's no wonder, in Jing Mo's previous life, the entertainment projects on Earth were so developed that the crazy things those star-chasing fans did were unimaginable. Now, Jing Mo was the first person in the entertainment industry to invest $1 billion in a project, though his original intention was just to complete a task. But he never expected that this billion would turn into his fame, which could be considered a good deal. $1 billion created a top-tier figure in the entertainment industry. Lin Yan, as the music supervisor for the movie Police and Evil, was called to the director Su Zhang's office late at night. At first, Lin Yan subconsciously thought watching Jing Mo's livestream was just a waste of time. What good songs could a college student sing? Although Su Zhang praised this college student to the heavens, that's just how the entertainment industry works. Fame determines the ceiling and strength. If someone had talent, they would have been famous long ago. Why would they still be in college? Lin Yan had no faith in Jing Mo, but it didn't matter since Su Zhang was a big director. He insisted on dragging him to watch the live stream late at night. Lin Yan felt it was unreliable but couldn't say that out loud. Mainly, his time was precious. He had to select hundreds of songs every day to prepare for the film's wrap-up, and he still had to find time to chat with the director. However, after watching the live stream for a while, he was completely shocked. Let's not even mention the luxury cars worth billions that opened the way. It was when he heard Jing Mo's song Bubble, written for Bai Chanqian, that he was deeply captivated. As a music expert, he understood that this song was not just good, the melody and lyrics were all genius creations. He could confidently say that Jing Mo's Bubble had probably reached the same level as the top songs of today. This is what it means to debut at the peak. Later, he was equally stunned by the holographic projection appearance. By the time Jing Mo started singing, he was left with nothing but admiration. Is this the world of genius? Is this person truly invincible? So rich, can write songs, and can sing too. This guy could start his own music company without needing to hire employees. He could handle everything himself. At that moment, he heard the recorded version of Boundless Sky. Lin Yan excitedly slammed his hand on the table. This is it. This is exactly what I want. I must find this person. This song Boundless Sky is simply perfect for our movie. Director Su, hurry. Where is he? Tell me quickly. I'll go find him right away. Su Zhang sighed. What good will it do to find him? He doesn't lack money. How are you going to get him to give you the rights to use his song? Indeed, this star was nothing like the others. He didn't care about money at all. He might even see singing as just a hobby. Just look at his style. Asking him to help promote your project and obtain the rights to his song, how is that possible? If you offer money, he might say, sorry, I'm not interested in that little amount you're offering. It's just that someone who can break the current entertainment industry situation has arrived. His status probably won't be swayed by capital. He is capital himself. He can play however he wants. Hearing Su Zhang say this, Lin Yan began to regain his composure, but he still felt a bit unwilling. At least let me give it a try. Su Zhang wanted to hear this. He knew it would be difficult, but they had to try. Alright, go ahead. He's in Y City. You should take a flight tonight. Lin Yan thought for a moment and said, tomorrow? I haven't packed anything today. No, tomorrow who knows how many music companies will be looking for him to discuss collaborations. By then, it won't be our turn. After Jing Mo thanked the audience again, he announced that the new student gala was a complete success. Excited fans were reluctant to leave, crowding at the school gate discussing Jing Mo's songs. Some were hoping for a stroke of luck to catch another glimpse of Jing Mo or to get his autograph. In the end, it was the traffic police who intervened, with police cars clearing the way, dispersing the gathered crowd. What was Jing Mo doing at that moment? He wasn't looking for Fan Qingxue, nor for Feng Muyun, nor for Jiang Qingqing. The urgent matter was to find Kai Ning first. Kai Ning wanted to take advantage of the crowd to escape. His face had turned a deep shade of purple. What a coincidence, Kai the campus heartthrob. Where are you off to? Kai Ning forced a smile. I wasn't planning to go anywhere. Nyo Youngyu squinted his eyes into a narrow slit. Nyo Youngyu, I got something worth 1,000 yuan for just 900. Kai Ning frowned. What? Nyo Youngyu, it's a 10% discount, brother. Nyo Youngyu, this newly paved road is really smooth. Kai Ning. Nyo Youngyu, no gravel, bro. Nyo Youngyu, your QQ farm is ringing. Kai Ning. Nyo Youngyu, your vegetables are dead. Nyo Youngyu, brother, come out for a walk tonight. Kai Ning. Nyo Youngyu, you can walk too. Nyo Youngyu, go back and change your quilt to sleep. Kai Ning. Nyo Youngyu, this is how your life will be. Nyo Youngyu, I'll invest in you to star in a live-action version of Up. Kai Ning. Nyo Youngyu, you can only play a flying house. Even a clay figurine has its temper. Being humiliated like this by Nyo Youngyu, Kai Ning couldn't swallow his anger. Who loses and who wins is still uncertain. Don't be too smug. Who knew Fu Mingming would stab him at this moment? Currently, your program's votes are just over 100. My brother's votes are over 10,000. What do you have to win? Are you planning to buy votes? Kai Ning clutched his chest, eyes wide. You. After saying that, he rolled his eyes and fainted. The system's voice rang in Jing Mo's ear. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and obtaining all shares of Wangxiangui. Jing Mo nodded in satisfaction. Nyo Youngyu kicked the fainted Kai Ning on the ground. This kid can't be pretending to be unconscious, right? Fu Mingming, take off your shoes and stuff them in his mouth. If he still doesn't wake up, send him to the hospital. Hearing this, Fu Mingming really started to take off his shoes. Kai Ning couldn't keep pretending. You guys are too much. This is bullying. He never expected these people to be so ruthless, not even letting him pretend to be unconscious. The few of them were like local thugs scaring children outside. What's wrong? Just bullying you. What's it to you? Dare to compete with my boss for women? I think you deserve a beating. Don't forget to bring your ID to your music platform and say you can't sing as well as our boss. And stay away from Fan Qingshuet in the future. Kai Ning gritted his teeth, his eyes almost spitting fire. Just as Kai Ning wanted to say something, he was intimidated by a look from Jing Mo. I got it. I will publicly declare on the music platform that I am not as good as Jing Mo, and I will keep my distance from Fan Qingshuet in the future. Jing Mo waved his hand. Nyo Youngyu kicked Kai Ning's butt. Hurry up and get lost. Kai Ning glared at them fiercely and then left angrily. After Kai Ning left, the three of them smiled. As expected of the boss, really impressive, even got a holographic projection. When will you get one for the three of us to play with? Jing Mo stroked his chin and said, when I get back, I will specially set one up in the dormitory for watching movies and such. Fu Mingming and Nyo Youngyu were extremely excited. Yamamoto Kagoro stroked his chin and said, can that kind of movie be projected? Jing Mo, I have ideas, but they are too dangerous. The next day, the freshman party at Y City University became the headline on major online platforms, with a huge banner and photos from the scene. Even physical newspapers published this news. By noon, Jing Mo's name was trending all over the internet, forming a search keyword about him on the music platform. The Cool Guy Music website uploaded a high-definition video of Jing Mo and Yi Ruoro singing together. In the afternoon, there were nearly 55,784 posts about Goddess by Qianqian Bubble on the internet, and as time went on, the numbers were rapidly climbing. It was no wonder that there were no useless people around Jing Mo. Mu Tongyao seized this opportunity to apply for collaborations with major platforms. From the moment Jing Mo and Bai Qianqian took the stage until the end of the gala, a total of 27 minutes and 34 seconds of footage was granted to them for playback rights, and the HD version required a paid subscription to watch. The view count reached a terrifying 10 million. Jing Mo earned $1 million just from the dividends of several platforms. This revenue sharing was quite alarming. Although people enjoyed listening to music, it wasn't common for them to spend money to watch a high-definition live replay. However, everyone was very curious about the holographic projection technology and was willing to pay to find out if it was real. The most frightening part was that the two platforms with the largest traffic today were Inhu and Weibo. Due to this surge in popularity, Bai Qianqian gained 1 million fans overnight, instantly becoming a top star in the entertainment industry. Mu Tongyao registered a Jing Mo account on Info and posted just one selfie of Jing Mo. Within half an hour, it received over 700,000 likes and attracted 400,000 followers. Many television programs began reaching out to Jing Mo for collaboration, and reporters wanted to interview him about the holographic projection technology. But Jing Mo had Mu Tongyao block all of them. The reason was that school had started, and he was a student who needed to attend classes. With Jing Mo's explosive popularity, even attending class made him the center of attention among his classmates. Many students started asking Jing Mo for autographs and photos to post online for more traffic.
For the first time, Jing Mo felt that the billion he had spent was truly burning hot. If he had known it would be like this, he would have never agreed to hold the freshman gala. The key issue was that he didn't know which BYD had leaked his phone number online. Now his phone was vibrating non-stop like a TD, and unable to bear it, Jing Mo had to break his phone card and prepare to get a new one. The major music companies were in a panic trying to contact him. They really wanted to secure the exclusive playback rights for 2 of his songs. The copyright for the song Bubble was now in Bai Chanshan's hands. These companies had connections with Bai Tian Wang and had ways to obtain the copyright for Bubble. However, the 3 songs Sea White Sky, Outside Shin Garden, and Autumn Grief and Love had no copyright, which was driving them crazy.
Jing Mo was now just a hands-off manager, leaving everything to Mu Tongyao and Miheu.
They only realized today why their salaries were so high. It was actually so tough.
Lin Yan rushed from Kyoto to Y City overnight, just to ask Jing Mo to grant them the playback rights for their movie's theme song. However, after arriving in Y City, Lin Yan was unfamiliar with the area and didn't know where Jing Mo was. After much effort, she finally arrived at Y City University.
In the past few days, Jing Mo had been driven nearly mad by his classmates, who wouldn't leave him alone even while he was trying to eat in the cafeteria, constantly asking for photos. Just the students at school were already driving him crazy, and all the outsiders trying to find him were chased away. If this situation continued, he would probably have to hire security. Fortunately, the school security was effective, blocking many outside fans. Several times when Jing Mo left the school, he saw that domineer. Then he searched and asked along the way, and finally he met Jing Mo in person. However, at this moment, Jing Mo's expression didn't seem very good, and the 3 people beside him looked fierce, clearly showing signs of impatience. For the past 2 days, Jing Mo had done nothing but wanted to quietly attend school. When there were no classes, he would go to Feng Muyan's place or the newly bought villa to sleep, and life was quite enjoyable. Since completing the 10 billion task, there had been no new tasks released for 3 days, and Jing Mo was happy to have some peace.
Is this Mr. Jing Mo?
Hello, I am the music editor of Huating Film and Television, and we have a collaboration we would like to discuss with you. Lin Yan approached as politely as possible.
What do you want? Don't you know my brother is not seeing anyone right now?
Fu Mingming had transformed into a bodyguard, responsible for blocking any fans from getting close to Jing Mo at school. However, Jing Mo showed a hint of interest upon hearing the other party's identity.
Fu Mingming, let him come over, Jing Mo said nonchalantly. What do you want from me?
Lin Yan looked at Jing Mo with fiery eyes, feeling that it was worth it. This internet celebrity was actually willing to discuss collaboration with him.
You must be young Master Jing Mo.
I am the music editor of Huating. Here is my business card, take a look. He took out a black business card that read Huating Music Editor, Lin Yan. Jing Mo casually stuffed the card into his pocket.
What do you want from me?
Lin Yan took a deep breath and said seriously, Young Master Jing Mo, you are currently the most promising singer I have discovered. The few songs you have created can be considered masterpieces, and one of your songs is undoubtedly the best in my heart. Our crew recently filmed a police and gangster movie called Police and Evil, and we are now in the final stages, but we still haven't found a suitable opening song.
A few days ago, I came across your song Sea White Sky online, and I would like to ask you for a price. Our company wants to buy the copyright for this song.
If you don't plan to sell the copyright for this song, our company is willing to pay 2 million for the authorization, but you must wait until our movie is released before you can publish this song. Jing Mo stroked his chin. This guy really knew how to make a good deal. Once the movie was released, Sea White Sky would be tagged, and in the future, when this song became popular, everyone would first think of it as the movie's theme song. However, 2 million for authorization was indeed a sky-high price. It was just authorization, not a buyout, meaning Jing Mo could use Sea White Sky for any commercial activity afterward.
Nyo Yongyu, Fu Mingming, and Yamamoto Kogoro were all shocked beyond measure.
Their boss was truly impressive. Just by casually singing a song, there were people coming to buy it, and the opening offer was 2 million for authorization. The entertainment industry in this world was indeed quite backward. The top-tier singers who were exposed had an authorization fee of only 2 million. The other party was very sincere, starting with the highest price in the industry. While the 3 were in shock, Jing Mo casually picked up the drink that Yu had given him and took a sip, looking completely calm. Oh, sorry, not for sale.
Ha, young Master Jing, why aren't you selling? Do you think the price is too low? We can negotiate.
Lin Yan had been very confident when he first quoted this price because he was sure Jing Mo would agree. However, Jing Mo still refused, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed.
Nyo Yongyu hurriedly pulled Jing Mo's arm. Boss, this is a 2 million authorization.
Selling it to them is like getting 2 million for nothing, and they will definitely help us with promotion and marketing. 2 million for authorization was already considered a sky-high quote in this world's entertainment industry. Only superstars and top-tier celebrities qualified for such offers. In the end, Jing Mo was still a newcomer, and the other party had given him enough attention. However, Jing Mo actually refused, which was no wonder that Nyo Youngyu felt regretful. For Jing Mo now, a mere 2 million was already inconsequential, but the value of this song was significant even in his past life. He would not allow this song to be tarnished by a bad film in this world. Jing Mo looked at Lin Ian. I haven't even seen the movie you mentioned. What level is it? What if it's a terrible film made for money laundering? If you use my song as the theme and ruin it, that would truly be a loss. And do you think I lack money? Lin Ian was a bit unhappy. You can refuse to authorize us your song, but you can't insult our film, which cost over 100 million to make, by calling it a terrible film made for money laundering. That's simply too insulting. Lin Ian spoke with a hint of anger. Our film Police and Evil has gathered 3 investors to put together a full 100 million for this big production. How could it be the terrible film you say? No company in the country has such a big budget to make a movie. Jing Mo thought about it. Indeed, the entertainment industry in this world was not developed, and spending 100 million on a film was already considered a top production. However, in his past life, any random movie cost several hundred million to make. 100 million was really not much. Nyo Youngyu, Fu Mingming, and Yamamoto Kagoro beside him all gasped. 100 million movie, what a glamorous lineup. It could only be described with 2 words, luxurious. Jing Mo casually said, what good film can be made with 100 million? A name as ordinary as Police and Evil sounds like it's going to flop. Lin Ian's forehead was covered in black lines after hearing this. If an outsider said this, he would definitely retort, if you're so amazing, show us 100 million. But in front of Jing Mo, he really couldn't say that, because for Jing Mo, taking out 100 million was not a difficult task at all. Lin Ian calmed his inner impulse and tried to communicate with Jing Mo. So, Master Jing Mo, how much is considered a big production? How much investment counts as a good movie? Moreover, a good movie can't just be judged by how much was invested. It also depends on the actors' performances and the script. Lin Ian began to explain to Jing Mo, using professional terms, what constitutes a good movie. However, Jing Mo was not interested in this at all. He only knew that a movie should have ups and downs in the story and should be engaging, at the very least not boring. Jing Mo interrupted Lin Ian and said grandly, you only have 100 million in investment, so it seems you're just average, and your strength isn't that impressive. How about this, show me the finished product of the film first. If it's good, I'll be your 4th investor and give you another 100 million. As for the name Police and Evil, it's too ordinary. I'll think of one for you, let's call it The Story of the Police, and you need to change the main character to someone with a big nose. Lin Ian was almost overwhelmed with happiness by Jing Mo's words. Just like that, an additional 100 million in investment appeared out of nowhere. This was truly generous. Once upon a time, they had begged for investors, piecing together 100 million, and now, without doing anything, the other party wanted to invest 100 million? He had known before coming that this gentleman was incredibly wealthy, and now he had witnessed what it meant to have money and be generous. However, changing the movie's name and the main character just for an extra 100 million? But why did they need to find someone with a big nose to act? Jing Mo's conditions were not difficult at all. For 100 million investment, it was hardly a condition. But Lin Ian knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Jing Mo, I can't make a decision on this matter. It has to be approved by our director first. However, once it's done, I can show you the footage we've shot. If you're going to invest, the box office profits will be distributed according to the investment ratio between you and the other 3 investors. These are trivial matters. I don't care about the box office. I just want to create art. Hurry up and show me the footage of the film. I need to estimate whether this project is worth my investment. When can I see the film? Lin Ian quickly took out a USB drive from a small bag he was carrying. As the music editor of the company, he had many privileges, including carrying around the completed film segments, though these hadn't gone through post-production yet and were barely watchable. It was enough to get a general understanding of the plot. Jing Mo, do you have a computer? This USB drive contains the film segments, and you can watch it now. Jing Mo nodded and said, then come back to the dorm with me. There's a computer in the dorm. Lin Ian found it strange. How could someone as important as Jing Mo still be living in a dorm? Shouldn't he have a place of his own? In fact, Jing Mo hadn't slept a single night in the dorm since the semester started. After the 5 of them returned to the dorm, Jing Mo casually opened a computer. Once it booted up, he stood up and let Lin Ian take his place. Lin Ian plugged in the USB drive, found the file, and started playing it. An hour later, Jing Mo felt that this hour was truly a waste of time, he was so bored he almost fell asleep.
You tell me this is what you call the pinnacle of domestic cinema?
Linian could see the disdain on Jing Mo's face. Come on, Jing Mo. We spent years interviewing many police officers who handled cases and combined many elements from suspense novels to create the best plot.
Plus, the male lead is an award-winning actor. Jing Mo held his forehead, thinking, my goodness, can this plot even be called suspenseful or investigative? Isn't that an insult to intelligence? In the last life, which one of these themes wasn't mind-bending with countless twists?
Just like 10 crimes, if you don't see the end, how can you figure out the truth?
Who is the screenwriter of this drama?
Tell him to quit and find a factory job instead.
The theme of this movie has to be mind-bending and suspenseful.
You portray the villain as if he's mentally challenged. The police bleed a little and start reminiscing about how hard it is to be a cop.
The key is, this is a cop and robber film.
You need to portray the villain as powerful so that when the police catch him, they feel a sense of accomplishment.
Linian watched Jing Mo rant about the film.
Although he felt very dissatisfied, he couldn't find a reason to refute him. But the audience likes to see emotional storylines, and this film needs to have educational significance. If you make the criminal too powerful, some people will end up liking the villain.
Jing Mo quickly waved his hand. You guys can forget it. Movies are meant to be enjoyable and thrilling. Who needs a film to educate them? What do you think teachers are for? If it could educate, it wouldn't be up to you. Besides, we're making a movie. Why does it have to be realistic? It needs to be exaggerated. Otherwise, where's the appeal? And what did you just say about ups and downs, highs and lows? I see your plot is so formulaic that I could guess the ending from the beginning.
If I were an audience member, spending 2 hours on this would definitely be a sign of insanity.
At that moment, Fu Mingming interjected, Boss, the plot may not be good, but I think it's quite enjoyable. Are you being a bit too nitpicky?
Linian shared the same thought, his eyes filled with skepticism. Jing Mo had forgotten that the entertainment industry in this world was not very developed. Talking to them about such profound things would probably be lost on them.
In short, it's just boring.
How about this? I'll put in 200 million, and you kick out the other 3 investors.
All the movies shot before will be void, and we'll shoot again. Have the screenwriter come to see me in the next couple of days. I'll personally explain to him what a plot is. Linian hurriedly took a quick-acting heart-saving pill from his pocket and swallowed one.
The shock Jing Mo brought him today was already too much. His little heart could hardly take it. He had to call the director when he got back and tell him Jing Mo's conditions. Mainly, Jing Mo was too wealthy. Whoever has money is the boss. In this day and age, if an investor says to make a dog the main character, they have to agree.
All right, young Master Jing Mo. I'll discuss it with our director when I get back. If everything goes smoothly, the editor will come to report to you tomorrow. 200 million was enough to completely remake the script, and with an additional 200 million investment, the resulting work would definitely be even better. Jing Mo slowly nodded. I'm already an investor.
If you can shoot the film according to my requirements, then don't even mention any authorization for a song like Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies. I'll just sing it directly at the premiere.
That would be great.
If you can really show your face at the premiere, you won't need to do any other advertising. Your own popularity will be enough to hype up the movie.
Linian thought this plan was truly flawless.
The only slightly unstable factor was how good the script Jing Mo came up with would be. If it wasn't good, it would be heavily criticized after its release. Forget it, that wasn't something he should worry about. He would discuss it with the director.
All right, I'll first tell our director this good news.
If nothing unexpected happens, the screenwriter and the contract will be in front of you tomorrow.
Jing Mo waved his hand and said, Go on, go on. But just as Linian was about to leave, Jing Mo called him back again.
Leave a spot for the female lead for me. I'm planning to have someone play the role. Make sure to promote it well, just say there's a mysterious investor, and create some hype to prepare for the early buzz.
Linian confidently said, Young Master Jing Mo, don't worry, we're professionals at this. Jing Mo nodded and then let him leave.
Once Niu Yangyu saw that Linian had left, he finally spoke up after hesitating for a while.
Boss, I think you're a bit impulsive this time. Making a movie isn't that easy.
The domestic film industry is currently in a downturn. 3 cinemas in Y City have closed this year alone. Right now, everyone prefers to watch foreign films. Their special effects are pile high, and there's a lot to see.
Domestic plots really can't compete. They're too cliched.
You're investing 200 million in this film, but even the best film last year only made a little over 100 million at the box office.
After deducting the director's share and various other expenses, it's likely you won't even break even. Of course, that's just the ideal outcome. If it doesn't go well, it might really just be a waste.
Jing Mo laughed dismissively. It doesn't matter, I just like creating art. After finishing the afternoon class, Jing Mo and a few others walked out of the classroom. At that moment, Fan Xingxue was already waiting at the classroom door. Has this girl been a bit jealous lately? Since she sang with Yi Ruoro, her attitude towards him hasn't been as warm as before. Even during their usual games in bed, she no longer called him hubby. Time rewinds to the day of the party. Fan Xingxue watched Jing Mo and Yi Ruoro duet on stage, feeling a bit uncomfortable, because she could hear genuine feelings in Yi Ruoro's singing. She was particularly clear about the love that couldn't be attained in the song. Watching the two on stage, Fan Xingxue felt envious. At the same time, it also made her feel a sense of crisis. Yi Ruoro's appearance is not worse than hers. The two are different types of beauties. Due to her personality, she cannot act coy in front of Jing Mo. However, Yi Ruoro has a pleasing personality and will actively flatter Jing Mo. In romantic relationships, boys may not like strong-willed girls but prefer women they can control, and Yi Ruoro happens to be that kind of woman. Perhaps Jing Mo likes Yi Ruoro? After Jing Mo finished singing until the end of the party, Fan Xingxue's mood was not good. She had rejected Kai Ning in front of countless people, which led many to call her a gold digger. But Jing Mo did nothing. He didn't even come to find her after the party ended. Ultimately, she had no position to manage Jing Mo. She was just Jing Mo's lover, not his official girlfriend. The next day, Jing Mo chatted with her normally, as if nothing had happened, and they ate together, even. Well, let's just consider it a repayment. Jing Mo saved her sister, bought her clothes, and a house, allowing her to live a good life. What was there to be dissatisfied about? Maybe it was just too strong a sense of possession, but Jing Mo, I feel wronged in my heart. Nyo Yongyu, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you bring me dinner today? Xiaoxi, how dare you talk to me like that? Nyo Yongyu? Nyo Yongyu, if you dare to talk to me like that, fine. Let's end it here. Xiaoxi, alright, you said it. Nyo Yongyu was confused. This wasn't right. Usually, at this time, Xiaoxi would be begging him not to leave like a lovesick puppy, right? Just as Nyo Yongyu was puzzled, Xiaoxi sent a photo. After Nyo Yongyu opened the photo, he was shocked and sat up straight from the bed. His eyes nearly popped out as he stared blankly at the photo on his phone. Nyo Yongyu gulped. He opened the search page and typed, "Does 2 lines on a pregnancy test mean I'm pregnant?" A doctor's voice explained in the video, if the pregnancy test shows 2 deep red lines, it indicates that the HCG level in the body has reached a certain level, which usually means pregnancy. Nyo Yongyu's legs went weak, and he slumped back onto the bed. No, the timing is wrong. It's only been a little over half a month, and he always used protection. Nyo Yongyu, you cheated on me. This child definitely isn't mine. Don't think about making me take responsibility. Xiaoxi, oh, is that so? Then I'll just have the baby. Anyway, I know where your family lives, and I'll let your dad meet his grandchild who has been abandoned. Nyo Yongyu nearly wet himself upon seeing that. Last time he wrecked his dad's Maybach, and now there was still a belt hanging at the door. He had to sneak home when his dad wasn't around. If it turned out to be his child and his dad found out, Nyo Yongyu shivered. He would probably be dead. His dad would kill him. Nyo Yongyu, stop trying to trick me. I always used protection. How could this child possibly be mine? Xiaoxi, but the ones you used were all pre-poked with a needle by me. Nyo Yongyu thought, no wonder Xiaoxi always said she bought the condoms. It turned out she had tampered with them. This was bad. It had backfired. He thought he was the one playing with Xiaoxi, but now the roles of hunter and prey had switched. Nyo Yongyu, why go through all this? Xiaoxi, I only love one person in my life, and you once said that too. I don't care if it's real or not, even if it's fake, I will make it real. Nyo Yongyu, you're still young. I have many flaws. You won't be happy if you follow me. Xiaoxi, you want me to get rid of the baby, right? I'm telling you, that's impossible. Nyo Yongyu, then what do you want? What should you call me? From now on, call me Your Majesty. Followed back to the villa they had bought earlier, had redecorated the villa according to S wishes, changing the entire style from European to Chinese. The living room was furnished with solid wood furniture and chairs, all custom-made, costing a fortune, with a set worth over 100,000. Had been trying to find out why was in a bad mood. It turned out that S sister had recovered from her illness, been discharged from the hospital, and moved into the new villa. She also really liked her lifesaver. You're here again. As soon as they arrived at the villa's gate, they saw chasing sparrows in the yard. Now, could get out of bed and walk, and upon seeing her sister and brother-in-law return, she hurried over to greet them. Always brought a big bag of snacks every time he visited. Today was no exception, he had brought 2 large bags. Wow, there are so many delicious treats today. Handed the 2 bags of snacks to and then squatted down to pat her little head. Enjoyed rubbing her head against S' hand. My sister's birthday is tomorrow. Realized that it was S' birthday, and since he didn't know, she wasn't very happy. Tomorrow was S' 19th birthday. Thinking of this, stroked his chin,
wondering what kind of gift would be appropriate. He had given her a car, but it seemed she didn't like it much. The Lamborghini was parked in the villa's yard. Besides, seemed to have an abundance of cars. He had bought 50 luxury cars for the new student party, and now they were just sitting idle. Was even planning to start a ride-hailing service, using these cars as taxis. He had given her a house and bought her clothes. When it came to gifts, the price didn't really matter, as long as it was sincere. A watch, jewelry, cosmetics, or other luxury items? Couldn't think of anything good for a while, and out of habit, he took out his phone to ask. However, after calling him several times without an answer, he wondered what he was busy with. Pondered for a moment but had no clue, feeling that whatever he sent would be somewhat lacking. After all, had been single his whole life, and he had no experience in giving birthday gifts to girls. S mind was too slow. After thinking for a long time, he still chose something more common. He noticed that S fair neck was missing a necklace, and the only thing he could think of was a beautiful necklace, but couldn't be stingy when it came to spending. He skipped dinner and went straight to the luxury store at. Cartier was a representative of luxury goods, originating from France, known for its watches, necklaces, and jewelry. Established in 1847, it has a long history and is one of the most influential luxury brands in the world. In 2018, Forbes released a list of the most valuable brands globally, and Cartier was on it. Arrived at the Cartier counter, where a female attendant approached him. She was immediately captivated by S' appearance. "Hello, sir, welcome. May I ask what you're looking for, or would you like me to show you around?" The attendant thought looked a bit familiar, and soon a colleague quietly and excitedly came over. "It's young master. In Y City, was quite famous. Almost everyone in the younger generation knew him. They said a very popular star had emerged from Y City. Now, whenever went out, he was almost instantly recognized." Succinctly told the attendant, "I'm looking to buy a necklace as a birthday gift. Do you have any recommendations?" The female attendant said carefully, "Young Master Jingma, please follow me." Under the guidance of the female staff, Jingma arrived at the necklace section of Cartier. At that moment, a couple also walked over, coincidentally there to buy a necklace as well. Judging by their ages, the man was in his 40s, and the woman was in her early 20s, probably not much older than Jingma. This was Wang Gu from the building materials wholesale market, out shopping with his girlfriend who doesn't eat cilantro. The girl had her eye on a 400,000 yuan ruby necklace, while the man felt it was a bit over budget and strongly recommended a smaller necklace next to it. After all, a 400,000 yuan ruby was quite ostentatious to wear. "Shua, be good, okay? Let's just buy this necklace for over 100,000, and with the rest of the money, I'll buy you a car or a designer handbag when we get back." The man was indeed willing to spend, but the girl was ungrateful. "What are you saying? Didn't you promise me a car from the start? What? Are you counting the necklace money towards the car? That would be a huge loss for me." The two began to argue in front of the display case. They couldn't come to an agreement. Jingma didn't have time to deal with them. However, while they were arguing, the girl directed her anger at Jingma. "Get out of my way. You poor loser, how dare you come to Cartier?" This girl had caught many rich boys at school but still didn't have money, so she sought out a man in his 40s. She looked down on boys her own age from the bottom of her heart. Jingma frowned and stepped aside, not wanting to cause trouble, but the girl became a bit too arrogant. "Coward." The female attendant beside them was frightened. She thought, "Doesn't this woman check the internet? She doesn't even know who Jingma is." The attendant's expression darkened, wanting to confront the girl, but Jingma saw what the girl was trying to do and quickly stopped her. "Can you show me that?" Interrupted by Jingma, the female attendant wanted to say something but finally held back, taking out the necklace Jingma had chosen from the display case. It was a necklace made primarily of blue diamonds, the rarest type of diamond, which can only form naturally and cannot be artificially created. "Hello, young Master Jingma, this necklace is made from a 58-carat blue diamond raw stone, and it has a special name called blue tear. Do you want to buy it?" The female attendant's breath was a bit hurried, as it had been a long time since a customer wanted to buy something worth over 10 million. Generally, the best-selling items were only worth a few thousand yuan, while those over 10 million were considered artworks. Young Master Jingma truly lived up to his name, being extravagantly generous and having exquisite taste. These necklaces were not priced in the display case, yet Jingma immediately picked the most expensive one. "I want to buy this necklace, please tell me the price." Jingma didn't know the price of this necklace, but if it was too low, he definitely wouldn't buy it as a gift. The attendant calmed her emotions and slowly revealed a price. "Young Master Jingma, this piece is crafted by the Master Bayanto from France, a world-class artist whose works are now extinct, so this necklace won't be cheap. You need to be mentally prepared." Jingma nodded silently, then prepared to let her state a price. He didn't believe that his current worth couldn't even afford a necklace. The female attendant wanted to say something else, but the young woman from the earlier couple suddenly interjected. Honey, this necklace is beautiful. Buy it for me. If you buy it, we'll get married right away.
Jingmo frowned because the necklace the girl had chosen was the same one he had picked. Due to the lack of a price tag, the girl was also unclear about the specific price of this necklace. It shouldn't be very expensive, at most a few $100,000, right? She had already given her first time to the other person, so what was wrong with buying a necklace worth a few $100,000? Moreover, this little pretty boy who looked like he was being kept by a rich woman dared to buy it, so why couldn't she? They were both being kept. What was the difference? Upon seeing Jingmo's appearance, she directly concluded that he must be a pretty boy who relied on his looks to get by. A middle-aged man walked over and shot Jingmo an apologetic glance.
Sorry, young man, my girlfriend can be a bit willful.
The middle-aged man clearly didn't recognize Jingmo, otherwise, he wouldn't have thought to compete with him for the necklace.
The girl snatched the necklace from the waitress's hand. How is it? Doesn't it look good? I will definitely look beautiful wearing this necklace with my wedding dress.
Jingmo said unhappily, Miss, I saw this first. Even Jingmo, who usually had a good temper, was a bit angry now.
The girl's temper was clearly very spoiled and willful.
Who are you calling miss? Your whole family are misses. After hearing this, Jingmo stepped forward and slapped her.
Smack! The slap was solid and crisp. I was talking to you nicely. Do you really think you're something? Do you really think I won't hit a woman?
The girl was clearly stunned by Jingmo's slap. She couldn't believe someone dared to hit her.
You dare to hit me. Do you know who my husband is? Let me tell you, you're done for.
Husband, quickly call your workers over to break his hands. The girl covered her face and shouted at Jingmo like a shrew.
Get lost.
Jingmo kicked her in the stomach. The kick was powerful, directly sending the woman sprawling on the ground, landing in a disheveled heap.
Holding her stomach, the woman said fiercely, Jaleh, you useless coward. Your wife was hit. Are you just going to watch?
The middle-aged man named Zhao Lei, seeing his girlfriend being hit, darkened his face and said to Jingmo, young man,
it's not right to hit a woman. If you don't give me an explanation, I'm not someone to mess with. Jingmo looked Zhao Lei up and down.
His hairline was a bit high, his posture slightly hunched, and he was a bit chubby. His complexion was pale, clearly drained by the woman. Even without being skilled in combat, Jingmo could take him on 3 at a time.
What's wrong? Do you want to fight me one-on-one?
The security guard in the mall was called over by the store staff. The guard was a young guy. Security, this person has assaulted someone, you need to control him quickly. Zhao Lei knew he definitely couldn't take on Jingmo, so he hurriedly called the security guard to deal with him. The guard nodded and was about to take action when he suddenly froze upon seeing Jingmo's face.
Young Master Jingmo. Nowadays, very few in the younger generation didn't know who young Master Jingmo was. A new meme had even emerged online.
MacArthur once said that in the new society, there could no longer be young masters, but young Master Jingmo was an exception. His wealth could buy the entire Wise City, and I wouldn't be surprised. His big moves are something even I wouldn't dare to compete with.
Jingmo looked at the security guard.
How could this guard dare to lay a hand on the young master?
He must be tired of living. What nonsense are you talking? How could young Master Jingmo possibly hurt someone? I didn't see anything.
The guard glared angrily at Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei was so furious he could barely catch his breath. The girl lying on the ground pointed at her stomach and said, look, the footprint is still there.
Do you still want to cover for him?
The guard squinted and said, are you questioning me?
I've been a security guard for 30 years and have never handled a wrongful case. My eyes are my measure.
You. The girl was so angry she couldn't find her words.
You're only in your 20s. You haven't been a security guard for 30 years since you were born. The security guard, facing Jingmo, had a look of utter servility. Young Master Jingmo, is your foot all right? Look, what if you accidentally kick someone and hurt them? So careless.
Jingmo looked at the young man in front of him and slowly nodded.
You're quite clever, kid. Go back and call the manager of Wangxiangui over. I'll make you the captain of the security team. I'll raise your salary to 50,000 a month.
Now that he was the boss of Wangxiangui, it was just a matter of saying a word to appoint someone as the security captain.
The young security guard was so surprised he couldn't close his mouth. Young Master Jingmo, how much did you say? 50,000.
Damn, he was just a vocational school graduate who thought school was pointless and dropped out to become a security guard. He thought he was cutting down on 40 years of detours, but now it seemed like he was cutting down on 400 years.
The young security guard stood at attention in front of Jingmo, his face serious. Young Master Jingmo, if anyone dares to touch you here, they'll have to step over my dead body first. Jingmo smiled and said nothing.
Zhao Lei pointed at the two and shouted, you're lawless, there's no king's law anymore.
Do you believe I'll call the police and have you arrested right now? I'll sue you. I'll hire the best lawyer to sue you. Zhao Lei was furious. After all, he was the head of a work team under the Huapei group. He managed over 100 workers, and with a single call, dozens could come to surround Jing Mo. Jing Mo rolled his eyes at Zhao Lei. Then go ahead and call the police. The security guard sneered. You don't even take a look at yourself in the mirror. How dare you shout at young Master Jing Mo? Do you think you're worthy? Before provoking someone, can't you check online who young Master Jing Mo is? Zhao Lei said with a dark face. Kid, I don't care who he is or what young master. At most, he's just a rich second generation. But let me tell you, you've messed with the wrong person. If you're sensible, just stand there and let my girlfriend hit you to vent her anger. Otherwise, just wait to die. Facing Zhao Lei's threat, Jing Mo hadn't spoken yet, but the young security guard said, You think you're tough? If you're tough, then young Master Jing Mo is a diamond. Use whatever means you have, and just wait to be slapped in the face by young Master Jing Mo. Soon you'll be begging young Master Jing Mo to hit you to relieve your anger, and he'll think your hands are too dirty. After saying that, he changed his expression and became all flattering again. Young Master Jing Mo, when it comes time to slap him, if you think your hands are dirty, I'll do it for you. Jing Mo thought this kid was quite resourceful. Not bad, here's a reward. Later, have finance give you a bonus of 100,000. After Jing Mo said this, the young security guard was so excited he could hardly contain himself. Thank you, young Master Jing Mo. Thank you, young Master Jing Mo. Zhao Lei coldly snorted in disdain. Look at you, such a sycophant. It's nauseating to see. The young security guard was clearly a vocational school graduate. He hadn't learned much but could talk well. You're just jealous of me. You want to be young Master Jing Mo's sycophant but can't. The girl stood up and instructed Zhao Lei, what are you wasting time talking to them for? Just call someone and teach these two blind fools a lesson. Zhao Lei nodded slowly. Since the other side had made a move, if he didn't get back at them today, he'd probably be nagged by this woman for a lifetime. He then glared fiercely at the two in front of him and called a few workers under him. Jing Mo saw that the other side was calling for reinforcements and wasn't worried at all. He turned back to continue chatting with the waitress. Wrap this necklace up for me. No matter the price, just swipe the card. Just as Jing Mo was about to take the necklace from the table, it was snatched away by the woman again. I want this necklace too. I'm just not going to give it to you. The waitress glanced at the woman, who was truly making a fool of herself. She said meaningfully, Madam, are you sure you want to buy this necklace? The woman, with a face full of arrogance, replied, What do you mean? If he can buy it, I can't? Do you think we aren't as rich as that pretty boy? Pretty boy? The waitress was taken aback by the woman's words. How dare someone call young Master Jing Mo a pretty boy? She must be tired of living. The fans of Jing Mo would definitely tear this woman apart. If you want to buy it, then I'll let you have it. Jing Mo could tell that this necklace was definitely not cheap. Even this couple would find it expensive to spend hundreds of thousands, so they probably couldn't afford this one either. The woman looked at Jing Mo with a smug expression. She still hadn't gotten what she wanted. Honey, I want this one, hurry up and buy it. Zhao Lei was feeling a bit stuck now. If Jing Mo didn't buy it and let him have it, it would be embarrassing not to buy it. Forget it, no matter how much it costs, just grit his teeth and buy it. The waitress slowly nodded and then began to introduce. This is the final masterpiece of the French master Bayunto, a unique piece. Just the blue diamond on it is worth over 4 million RMB, and the accompanying rare sapphires make the price of this necklace 10 million. Zhao Lei's face turned pale instantly. The woman was also a bit shocked, feeling the necklace in her hand was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. She hurriedly held it carefully. If it broke, she probably couldn't even sell it for black market prices. You say this necklace is 10 million. Are you crazy? The woman screamed. What, miss, do you think the price is too high? The woman felt a bit embarrassed and blushed, originally thinking a necklace would only cost a few 100,000 at most. But she never expected it to be 10 million. Wasn't that a bit exaggerated? Who would buy a 10 million necklace? Seriously. But she still stubbornly held her ground. As she spoke, she reluctantly put the necklace back. She had thought it looked good, and now that she knew the price, it looked even better. The more she looked, the more she liked it. She could imagine how glamorous she would be wearing a necklace worth over 10 million at school. But she knew that was impossible. After all, the price was just too high. Jing Mo took the necklace. I'll take this necklace, you can swipe the card. The waitress wasn't worried at all that Jing Mo couldn't afford it. His worth was in the billions, so a 10 million necklace was nothing. Alright, young Master Jing, you have spent 10 million in our store and have directly upgraded to a black card member. From now on, all products in our store will be at a 15% discount. The woman angrily said, You two are just playing with me, right? This kid hasn't even paid yet. How do you know he has the money to buy this necklace? The waitress rolled her eyes at her. Just because he is young Master Jing,
Instead of just thinking about hooking up with rich people, you should learn a bit more, otherwise, you'll embarrass yourself when you go out. The woman, hearing this, angrily retorted, "What do you mean? Your service attitude is terrible. I'm going to report you." The waitress didn't care at all, saying nonchalantly, "Go ahead, if you can successfully report me, I'll consider you impressive." Jing Mo laughed and said, "Not bad, not bad. You have good insight. From now on, you'll be the manager of this store." The waitress was very excited to hear this. "Young Master Jing, thank you very much. It is my honor to receive your praise." The woman screamed in frustration, "Young Master Jing, who exactly is this kid? Why do you treat him with such respect?" The young security guard and the waitress looked at the woman as if she were an idiot. Zhao Lei felt that something was off. This young man can get these two promoted with just one sentence. The only one who could do this is either the owner of Cartier, but clearly, that's not the case. If he were the owner, he wouldn't be here shopping at all. If he's not the owner of Cartier, then he must be the owner of Wangxiangui. This thought flashed through his mind, startling him. How absurd, how could that be? The owner of Wangxiangui couldn't possibly be such a young guy. He looks even younger than my girlfriend. Or could he be the owner's son? That would be a bit tricky. I really wouldn't dare to lay a hand on him. What if I got into trouble? Moreover, it seems that the security guard and the receptionist both call him Young Master Jingma. Could it be that this guy is some kind of public figure? Is he that recognizable? So he prepared to take out his phone to search for this name online to see if there were any clues. But just then, a few people in dirty work clothes barged in. "Brother Lei, where are you?" A rough voice from a bald man echoed throughout the store. When Zhao Lei saw his people arrive, he put down his phone and went to greet them. Another short guy said, "Brother Lei, you said your woman was hit, who is so blind?" "Yeah, Brother Lei, whoever laid a hand on your woman is not giving us face." Zhao Lei pointed at Jingma and said, "It's this guy, he hit my woman." The girl looked at Jingma with a smug expression and said, "You, kid, you're in trouble for messing with me. Kneel down and let me slap you a few times, and we'll call it even, how about that? Otherwise, I'll have these guys beat you up, and then I'll slap you a few times myself." "Oh," Jingma glanced meaningfully at the woman, then turned his gaze to the newcomers. The little security guard stood in front of the group of construction workers like a little chick. However, this kid was quite loyal. Facing so many people, he boldly said, "Young Master Jingma, hurry and go. I'll hold them off for a bit." After saying that, he stood in front of Jingma. A few workers slowly stepped forward, and the bald man at the front fixed his gaze tightly on Jingma's face, not knowing what he was thinking. Zhao Lei said to the bald man, "Just teach him a lesson, but don't go too far." The woman beside him remained arrogant. "Kid, don't even think about running, the door is blocked. If you want to escape, you can crawl out on your knees, and I'll record a video of it. Don't say I'm ruthless. I've given you several options to avoid being hit." Jingma acted as if he hadn't heard the woman speak. Suddenly, the bald man looked shocked, as if he had seen something terrifying, stumbling slightly and almost losing his balance. Zhao Lei asked in confusion, "Xiao Chuan, what's wrong?" Brother Lei, do you remember a few days ago when we went to the construction team responsible for setting up a stage at Y City University?" The bald man gasped, his face still showing panic. Zhao Lei nodded. "I remember you guys were setting it up for a major shareholder of Huapei, right? Because of the tight schedule, you generously rewarded each worker with 1,000 yuan bonus." The bald man continued, "The secretary of that shareholder contacted us, and at that time, we didn't see what the shareholder looked like until we finished the job and finally had the chance to meet him." Zhao Lei asked, even more puzzled, "What are you talking about? Why bring this up?" The bald man took a deep breath. "Brother Lei, that major shareholder is a student, probably not over 20 years old." Zhao Lei exclaimed in shock, "How is that possible?" The bald man continued, "Moreover, that shareholder looks very much like the person in front of us that you want me to teach a lesson." Zhao Lei was so scared he almost collapsed to the ground. He trembled as he opened the Notes app on his phone. All he was pushed were borderline female bloggers and local female college students. Besides that, there was nothing else. He searched for the character in the search bar. Just entering that one character led to a plethora of search options. Who is Master Jingma's girlfriend? Who is Master Jingma? Master Jingma's songs are so hype. Zhao Lei felt utterly terrible inside. He randomly clicked on a video and it jumped straight to it. Looking at the several billion-dollar luxury cars on the screen, then comparing them to the person in front of him. It was more than just a resemblance, it was the same person. Aside from the different clothes, the faces were identical. The hairstyle hadn't even changed. "Baldy, I'm talking to you, come here." Baldy swallowed hard and walked over like a child caught misbehaving. Jingma scrutinized Baldy's face carefully. "Haven't I seen you somewhere before?" Baldy shook his head vigorously. "Mr. Jing, we definitely haven't met. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei quickly held his forehead, cursing inwardly, this is bad.
Jing Ma smirked, if you've never seen me, how do you know to call me Mr. Jing?
Baldy didn't seem very good at lying. After Jing Ma exposed his lie, he stammered for a long time, his face turning red.
Alright, just tell the truth. Where have you seen me?
Baldy, not daring to lie anymore, honestly said, Mr.
Jing, I'm the foreman of the construction team under you.
Jing Ma stroked his chin. With that reminder, he indeed remembered where he had seen Baldy. It was when he was handing out bonuses to the workers building the stage, and Baldy was the one who had let the workers know.
What a coincidence. Do you want to lay a hand on me?
Baldy was so scared he quickly shook his head. You're the boss, how could I dare to lay a hand on you? Seeing this, Zhao Lei hurriedly stepped forward, putting on a shameless face, Mr.
Jing, so it's Mr. Jing. I'm a supervisor at Huapei Group. We're like family, just like the flood that washed away the Dragon King temple.
Zhao Lei stepped forward to shake Jing Ma's hand, but Jing Ma slapped it away.
What? Didn't you just say you wanted to teach me a lesson? Zhao Lei awkwardly laughed. How could I? If I had known you were Mr.
Jing, even with 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to speak to you like that. The woman saw her man acting this way towards Jing Ma and was furious.
Zhao Lei, what are you doing? Why are you so respectful to this pretty boy? He just slapped me.
Zhao Lei slapped her face in return.
You shameless woman, do you know who this is? He's the biggest shareholder of Huapei Group, worth at least 500 billion. The woman didn't know what Huapei Group was, but 500 billion. This pretty boy was a big tycoon. His worth was over 500 billion, and he looked so handsome and young. If she could climb into his bed, she wouldn't even need to care about $1 million necklace. Oh, so you're the boss. It's all a misunderstanding. Ha ha ha. Mr.
Jing is really accomplished at a young age, look how handsome he is. The woman's thick skin showed. Her earlier arrogance had vanished, and now she was so eager she almost stripped right there. Her tone had turned flirtatious. Jing Ma had no interest in this woman at all. He found her disgusting. With no real ability, she relied on her decent looks to cling to the wealthy, and now that she encountered someone richer, she was like a sycophant, truly pathetic. Jing Ma said to Zhao Lei, you manage your woman, don't let her flaunt herself in front of me. I'm not interested.
Zhao Lei went up and slapped the woman again. The woman angrily shouted, Zhao Lei, what are you doing? You useless fool. Zhao Lei sneered, I have no ability? Fine. I've spent nearly $1 million on you, and you say I have no ability.
Alright, I won't care about you anymore. Just don't say you have anything to do with me in the future. Jing Mo thought Zhao Lei wasn't a bad person. At least he was sincere towards women and willing to spend money on them.
But this woman seemed to have quite the appetite.
The woman didn't care about Zhao Lei at all. In her eyes, there was only Jing Mo, a mountain of gold.
Who would want a useless Zhao Lei when they could attract Jing Mo? Jing Mo, brother, don't say that. I think we have a connection. How about we have dinner together?
As she spoke, the woman tugged at her collar, revealing half of her fragrant shoulder. Jing Mo, feeling indifferent, said to the security guard, quickly throw this woman out. From now on, she is banned from coming to Wangxiangui. He really didn't want to waste any more time with such a brainless woman. Buying a necklace had already taken too long.
The security guard cracked his knuckles and said, are you leaving on your own, or do I have to throw you out?
The woman glared, try touching me, and you might find out I could be your boss's woman.
I won't let you off easily. The security guard scoffed. You think you can be young Master Jing Mo's woman? Do you know how many women are lining up from Y City to Jiling just to be with him? You should go back to Gotham. Batman said he won't catch you anymore. The woman frowned. What do you mean? The security guard laughed coldly. You clown. You. The woman was furious. The security guard shoved her out. You wait. The woman was extremely angry. She was determined to post about what happened today online and get the netizens to stand up for her. Jing Mo looked at Zhao Lei. You should leave too. In the future, keep your eyes open. Don't just take any woman. Don't you find it disgusting to keep someone like this around? Zhao Lei hurriedly agreed. Yes, you're right. You see, I was blind before and offended you. Can we not hold it against me? I still want to stay at Huapei and serve you. Zhao Lei spoke with a very humble tone. Jing Mo smiled bitterly. He hadn't planned to do anything to Zhao Lei. Someone who stands up for a woman can't be that bad. He just chose the wrong person. I don't plan to hold anything against you. Hearing this, Zhao Lei breathed a sigh of relief and waved to the bald man and the others before preparing to leave. Mr. Jing, I will remember this favor. If you need anything in the future, feel free to call on me. Jing Mo waved his hand to disperse the crowd. Help me wrap this necklace. Make it as exquisite as possible. I plan to give it as a gift. The female attendant covered her mouth and smiled. You plan to give it to a lady, right? Jing Mo nodded slowly. It's for a friend's birthday. She must be very lucky. After the female attendant registered the details, she carefully packaged the blue tear. Inside the transparent crystal box, the blue tear lay quietly.
A 10 million necklace was almost like a piece of art, certainly worth more than its cost, but the charm of art lies in appreciation.
Art is priceless.
Next door, a young couple was buying a ring for their wedding, and they had been watching everything that just happened. Someone had already recognized Jing Mo and secretly took out their phone to record. Young Master Jing Mo is really extravagant. He casually bought a 10 million necklace at Cartier.
Oh my god, 10 million. That's too luxurious. I wonder who can wear a villa around their neck.
The surrounding guests were cultured. Even if they saw it, they wouldn't exclaim loudly, just whispering to each other privately. The next morning, Fan Qingxue got up to wash up. Looking at the empty space beside her, her mood wasn't very good.
Last night, Jing Mo went out after having dinner, saying he was going to buy something, and then he didn't come back all night.
As the new campus belle, it's hard to understand why he would stay out all night instead of being at home with a beauty.
Could it be that my charm is really not as good as those outside?
Thinking of Yi Ruoruo, Fan Qingxue snorted coldly. She only took a bite of the breakfast made by her mother.
Qingxue, why hasn't Xiao Mo come down for breakfast? Wang Nan asked with concern.
Fan Qingxue was someone who wouldn't easily show her emotions, keeping everything bottled up inside.
Jing Mo said he was going to buy something last night, and he hasn't come back.
Her tone was flat when she mentioned Jing Mo, as if she were talking about an indifferent stranger.
Wang Nan sighed, you child, he hasn't come back and you won't even call to ask.
He has no relatives in Y City, where else could he go?
Fan Qingxue lowered her head and took a sip of porridge. He has plenty of places to stay. You don't need to worry about him. Wang Nan seemed to think of something. Is it because I'm here that Jing Mo feels disturbed? If that's the case, I can go back home.
She couldn't let her presence hinder her daughter's future happiness. Jing Mo was really a good person, easygoing and humble, despite coming from a wealthy family. Even she, an old woman, was treated with respect by him. Such a child was truly rare these days.
Fan Qingxue felt a bit irritated, thinking that Jing Mo must be out looking for Yi Ruoruo. She was a bit angry, not knowing what else he might be doing, and her mother thought it was her fault that Jing Mo hadn't come back, which made her feel a bit wronged for her mother. Mom, it's not what you think.
Jing Mo might be busy outside. You know he has so many businesses. Upon hearing this, Wang Nan felt relieved and instead worried about Jing Mo's health. This child, while making money is important, he still needs to take care of his health. When you see him, tell him to rest more. No matter how much money he makes, it won't matter if he wears himself out.
Fan Qingxue replied, It started raining again. Feng Muyun pulled the flowers out of the water bottle on the windowsill.
Even with plenty of water, without nutrients, the flowers would still wither.
Have you chosen a location for your flower shop? When will it open? I'll help you promote it. Jing Mo hugged Feng Muyun from behind.
Now Jing Mo was a big star. If he came to promote Feng Muyun's flower shop, the business would surely be booming. Feng Muyun smiled and gently pressed Jing Mo's arm joints with her delicate hands. She was still as gentle as ever, even though Jing Mo often neglected her, leaving her alone in such a big house. As long as Jing Mo could find time to come and accompany her, she was willing to wait no matter how long it took.
If you have time, you can.
The sensible child had no candy to eat. Feng Muyun's temper was really too good. She didn't compete or fight, just a little love was enough for her to be devoted to Jing Mo.
For such a big event as opening a shop, I will definitely have time.
Just handle these matters and let me know. For anything uncertain, contact me.
This meant that Jing Mo would be leaving again. Feng Muyun felt a bit reluctant, not knowing when Jing Mo would come to see her again. But Feng Muyun wouldn't stop Jing Mo from doing anything he wanted. Even if Jing Mo never came to see her again, she wouldn't hold any grievances against him. It's cold outside today, you should wear a coat. The words of retention were held back in her heart, but what came out was concern. It's fine, I'm driving.
After saying this, Jing Mo kissed her on the red lips and turned to leave. Jing Mo returned to school and went to the dormitory to gather his group of brothers as usual.
Big brother, adoptive father. Jing Mo frowned and said, what's going on? Where did Niu Yangyu go?
Fu Mingming scratched his head and said, he went out last night and hasn't come back since.
I don't know what he's up to.
Jing Mo remembered that he had called Niu Yangyu yesterday, but he didn't answer.
He really didn't know what this guy was messing around with again. Forget it, I won't think about it. Let's go, we'll go to class together. Time quietly passed.
The day's classes quickly came to an end. The tasks Jing Mo had assigned to Muxiao were all completed, and now she returned to Jing Mo's side. Mihaya was currently stationed at Orange Novel, and before recruiting new assistants, Mihaya had to manage the company on behalf of Jing Mo. Now, Jiang Saiwu's new book, The Overbearing CEO Loves Me, had been uploaded to the platform, personally reviewed and approved by Mihaya. Once the word count of the novel reached 30,000, it could be recommended. Mihaya had prepared 10 million to promote this book. After class, Fan Xingshua's several sisters invited her to dinner. Today was Fan Xingshua's birthday, and everyone decided to celebrate it for her. Although she had several sisters around her, without Jing Mo, she couldn't feel happy at all. The group of sisters exited the school gate. Xiuji linked arms with Fan Xingxue and said, "I'll have Niu Yangyu come pick us up later." Speaking of Niu Yangyu, Fan Xingxue thought of Jing Mo again. Should she hint to Jing Mo that today was her birthday? Forget it, that heartless man, she wouldn't let him come for her birthday, to avoid making herself unhappy. In fact, compared to celebrating her birthday with a group of sisters, Fan Xingxue wanted to spend a two-person world with Jing Mo. As a result, her two roommates and a few new friends from class pulled her to celebrate, and they even gave her birthday gifts. There was no way around it, since they gave gifts. As the birthday girl, she at least had to treat them to a meal. Fan Xingxue booked a private room at Chongqing Hotel. The sisters all said the food there was delicious. In this group, besides Fan Xingxue, there were her two roommates Qiuji and Tian Tian, along with two classmates from her class. One was named Wenshu, and the other was named Li Chuanxiu. When the five of them reached the school gate, Niu Yangyu stood by a Mercedes E300 in a suit. Fortunately, Fan Xingxue also drove today, otherwise, one car wouldn't be enough for so many people. 3 of the 5 got into Niu Yangyu's Mercedes E300. The remaining one followed Fan Xingxue into the Lamborghini Jing Mo had given her. The 6 of them arrived at Chongqing Hotel, and Niu Yangyu, like a servant, opened the car door for everyone to get out. Then, like a eunuch, he carefully supported Qiuji's hand as they walked forward. Fan Xingxue and Tian Tian were both surprised. Why was Niu Yangyu's demeanor different today compared to Qiuji's? Wasn't it Qiuji who had been so careful with Niu Yangyu before, serving tea and bringing meals? Why was it different now? What's wrong, Xiaoniu? Do you want me to open the door myself? Qiuji instinctively reached for her abdomen as she spoke. Niu Yangyu was so startled he looked like a frightened bird. I wouldn't dare. I'll open the door for you right away. Qiuji's brows furrowed, her eyes widened. What did you call me? Niu Yangyu trembled. Your Majesty. Qiuji snorted coldly. Let's go, Xiaoniu. The girls were dumbfounded. Qiuji really had a good way of training her boyfriend like a dog. After arriving at the private room, all of the other 3 boyfriends, except for Qiuji's, came to support them. The private room was lively in an instant. Tian Tian's boyfriend was named Qi Fei, a native of Jinling. He was a senior executive at a company, reportedly earning over $1 million a year. Nowadays, this condition is considered quite outstanding among ordinary people. Wenshu and Li Chuanxiu's boyfriends were named Ding Chen and Wan Zihan, respectively. Both of them were not students and were older and more mature. Among the men present, Niu Yangyu was the youngest. Sure enough, he was isolated, while the 3 boys chatted enthusiastically. When these 3 saw Fan Xingxue for the first time, they were all stunned by her beauty. How could there be such a graceful woman in the world? Her figure was simply unbeatable, even models would fall short by 3 points. A pair of long legs that could crush a person's head, a slender waist, who wouldn't praise her for being so graceful? The 3 of them knew they had lost their composure and collectively cleared their throats. Niu Yangyu sneered from behind. After everyone was seated, Fan Xingxue called the waiter and ordered a few decent dishes. Everyone raised their glasses to toast Fan Xingxue, receiving her polite acknowledgement in return. Only Qiuji, Niu Yangyu, and Tian Tian, who were familiar with her, could tell that she seemed a bit distracted. The others thought Fan Xingxue was just naturally quiet. The more this was the case, the more lethal it was to the men. Meanwhile, Jing Mo was sitting in the passenger seat, with Mu Tongyao driving, as they hurried towards the Changqing Hotel. As for how Jing Mo knew the birthday party was at the Changqing Hotel, it was because Niu Yangyu had mentioned it while making an excuse to go to the restroom. Jing Mo looked at the location on his phone in the car and muttered, "Why is every party held at this place?" Inside the private room of the Changqing Hotel, 3 men, at their age, talking about female college students, should not even mention charm. They certainly didn't look as good as younger guys, and what could attract them was only money. To show off their exceptional status in front of the beauties, Wenshu's boyfriend, Ding Chen, casually said while the waiter was serving the dishes, "Waiter, I'm a platinum member of the Changqing Hotel. Don't you have benefits for platinum members? There's a complimentary bottle of red wine worth 66,666 a year, right? I want to use it today, so open the wine for me." After saying that, he explained, "My dad has connections with one of the shareholders here, so he gave me a platinum card. I don't come here often, so it would be a waste not to use it." Tian Tian's boyfriend, Qi Fei, laughed and said, "I don't have a platinum card, but I don't like to be modest either. I think 66,666 for red wine is a bit cheap. Open me a bottle worth over 100,000. Wan Zihong secretly rolled his eyes at the two, who were showing off in front of him. Really, no need to be polite. My uncle is one of the shareholders here, and I'll cover the bill for this table. You can order whatever you want. All three men wanted to show off in front of their girlfriends and the beauties. Their girlfriends felt a hint of pride, especially when Shu and Li Chuanxiu, who were surprised and proud to hear their boyfriends were so wealthy. It felt really good. They were just college students from ordinary families, with a monthly allowance of around 3,000. But they couldn't even imagine spending tens of thousands on red wine, especially since their boyfriends seemed to regard such amounts of money with indifference. They casually mentioned sums of over 100,000. The three of them were waiting for Fan Xingxue, Xiuji, and that silly Niu Yangyu to be shocked, then to see their expressions of admiration. But after waiting for a long time, there was no change in their expressions. No, they seemed a bit unfazed. Why weren't they shocked? Fan Xingxue didn't need to say much. Xiuji knew Jing Mo, and not to mention Jing Mo, just look at Niu Yangyu. His family also ran a chain of bathhouses. His worth might not be in the hundreds of millions, but it was still in the tens of millions. Niu Yangyu was even more disdainful. He couldn't compare to his boss. What qualifications did these poor guys have to show off in front of him? All three felt as if their fists were hitting cotton. Why weren't these people surprised? Weren't they students? Hadn't they been sheltered from the harsh realities of society? Something felt off. Niu Yangyu could see the meaning behind the expressions of the others. This expression used to frequently appear on my face before I met Jing Mo. At that time, I thought I was a wealthy person, a rich second generation, and everyone had to flatter and acknowledge me. It was only after meeting Jing Mo that I realized I was just a beggar in front of him. Ding Chen felt a bit depressed, thinking that Fan Xingxue would change her expression after hearing about his big spending and then show him some favor. But why was it different from what he imagined? Fei, didn't you say your family bought a villa before? Tian noticed her boyfriend's embarrassment and brought up this topic to save face for him. Chi Fei seized the opportunity and said, yeah, my dad bought a villa for 12 million at Huapei Real Estate, and it's currently being renovated. Once it's done, I'll invite everyone to come over and have a party at my place. Upon hearing this, Niu Yangyu, Fan Xingxue, Xiuji, the village chief, and Li Chuanxiu were all drawn to the topic. The village chief and Li Chuanxiu were envious. Living in a villa, they didn't know if they would ever have that opportunity, but Tian had definitely latched onto a big leg. Niu Yangyu, Fan Xingxue, and Xiuji were not shocked but found it quite coincidental. Wasn't Jing Mo a shareholder of Huapei? Very few people knew about this because Jing Mo was very low-key and never publicly declared his identity. Everyone knew he was wealthy, but no one knew exactly what his status was. Chi Fei finally found a bit of face, enjoying the surprised looks from these people. If one pretends to be impressive without any background, what's the point? Our family bought a standalone villa, and the 12 million doesn't even include the renovation. We hired a foreign designer from Jiling to decorate the rooms. The wood panels, walls, and furniture are all the best in the country. Upon hearing standalone villa, Ding Chen and Wan Zihong were a bit surprised. Huapei Group's properties always emphasized luxury, and their villas were indeed very expensive. Over 10 million was quite shocking. Both of them were relatively well off, but they definitely couldn't afford such a valuable house. Chi Fei was still showing off. Although he bought the lowest grade small villa, he had used a lot of connections to get many discounts, but this was a standalone villa, which really made him look good. The village chief and Li Chuanxiu were somewhat shocked by what Chi Fei said because they had never seen such a wealthy person before. Chi Fei knew when to stop. Xingxue, you didn't have any boys come over for your birthday. Are you single? I have a friend whose family is also quite well off. Would you like me to introduce you to? Let's add each other as friends first, and then I'll connect you. Chi Fei's true intentions finally showed. He thought he understood Fan Xingxue. Having said so much, Xingxue must be itching to get his contact information, probably pretending to be reserved and not knowing how to ask for it. After all, he was the boyfriend of Fan Xingxue's roommate, and girls are too shy to openly make a move. He found an excuse so that Fan Xingxue could add him without any reservations. Once they got familiar, he could throw some money around and then have a double date with Tian. How delightful. Thinking of this, Chi Fei couldn't help but smile. Fan Xingxue didn't say anything, but her best friend Xiuji spoke up. No need, our Xingxue also lives in a villa, and it was given to her by a boy. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was taken aback, including Niu Yangyu. Niu Yangyu was surprised because he knew who gave it. Who else could it be but him? Chi Fei was momentarily at a loss for words. Giving a villa, he asked himself if he could do that. The village chief and Li Chuanxiu leaned in and laughed. Xingxue, who gave you a villa? At that moment, the door to the private room was pushed open, and the waiter carefully placed the red wine worth 66,666 and the red wine worth 100,000 ordered by Chi Fei on the table. Another waiter, holding a decanter, professionally began to aerate the wine in front of everyone.
This distraction drew everyone's attention to the wine.
Chi Fei smiled and said, "Everyone, since the wine is here, let's not talk so much. Let's raise a glass to the birthday star. This is a bottle worth 100,000. Before he could continue to show off, the door to the private room was pushed open again.
Jing Emo slowly walked in. "Xingxue, why didn't you tell me it was your birthday?"
Hearing the noise, Fan Xingxue's lips involuntarily curled up, but she quickly put on a cold expression as if nothing had happened.
"Aren't you busy? I was afraid of disturbing you."
Even as she said this, she herself felt a hint of resentment in her tone.
Xiaoji, seeing the person arrive, quickly stood up. "Young Master Jing, please sit here."
Xiaoji was a very sensible woman, firm yet gentle internally, always polite and knowing how to gauge the situation externally. This made her well liked, and anyone who befriended her would feel comfortable.
Almost everyone present gasped in surprise. How could the secretary, Tian, and Li Chuanxiu not recognize Jing Mo? Nowadays, the school's forum was nearly paralyzed by external traffic. The massive flow of visitors made the small server unable to load. One could imagine Jing Mo's popularity online.
Chi Fei was about to say something. Fan Xingxue calmly stood up and introduced Jing Mo. "This is my man, Jing Mo." The secretary, Tian, and Li Chuanxiu were hearing such explosive news for the first time.
Jing Mo has a girlfriend? And she is the campus beauty of Y City University.
If this were posted online, countless girls would be in tears.
Chi Fei, Ding Chen, and Wan Zihan looked at the person in front of them in disbelief. Isn't this the internet celebrity who was very popular? Now, he was sitting right across from them?
The three of them couldn't help but bitterly smile inside, thinking they wanted to show off in front of the beauty.
Her man is young Master Jing. What level of rich second generation is that?
At this moment, Niu Yangyu added, "Hey, Chi Fei, you should have said earlier that you wanted to buy a house in Huapei Real Estate. You should ask young Master Jing, he is the largest shareholder of Huapei Group.
If you ask him, you might get a better deal and choose a nicer place, right?"
Niu Yangyu had long been displeased with this guy, seeing him flaunt while buying a villa. The largest shareholder of Huapei Group? What a joke! Chi Fei was from Jilin, and the headquarters of Huapei Group was right in Jilin, so he understood how massive the background of this group was.
Huapei Group, a local JS enterprise, a giant in the real estate industry.
Its business covers real estate development, commercial real estate, rental housing, and many service industries. As of now, the market value of Huapei Enterprises after going public is absolutely no less than 100 billion. Thinking of this, Chi Fei's face turned pale. He had foolishly thought of stealing his woman. If he really did that, it would probably be hard for him to even think of dying. Moreover, as a Jinling native, Huapei Group was the main housing supplier for Jinling people, and most wealthy locals preferred Huapei's houses. The villas they purchased were all developed by Huapei Group, and Chi Fei had met some of the higher-ups at Huapei, so his understanding of Huapei was deeper than that of others.
This Jing Mo's background is actually so terrifying? His family is actually a major shareholder of Huapei Group.
The few people present were stunned.
The internet celebrity that Ding Chen recently liked appeared right in front of him? This can't be a joke.
He couldn't believe this was real, and what had he done?
Had he harbored ill thoughts about his woman?
He wished he could slap himself. He really couldn't recognize his own worth, daring to compete with young Master Jing Mo for a woman. The biggest fool was Chi Fei, who had been showing off in front of Fan Xingxue, bragging about the villa he had just bought, and now her boyfriend had arrived, and it was the previous owner of the villa. He had always thought of himself as quite impressive, wealthy, and that picking up girls was a piece of cake, but now he felt a blow to his ego.
Who was Jing Mo? Anyone on the internet could give him a lesson.
With a luxury car worth 500 million paving the way, and holding the technology for holographic projection, experts pointed out that just the patent for holographic projection could bring in nearly 10 billion in revenue each year.
What kind of concept was that?
10 billion a year, not even counting his own research and sales. If he developed and sold it himself, he could easily establish a huge business group. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it could surpass the current pair brand phones. He, who always thought of himself as a rich second generation, felt a bit inferior now, truly embarrassing. Moreover, he remembered that Xiu Ji had mentioned that a man had gifted Fan Xingxue a villa. At first, he thought it was a joke. Now he felt that if it wasn't a gift, that would be the real joke. That person was a major shareholder of Huapei Group. Saying he would give Fan Xingxue a villa was not just a casual remark.
Chi Fei's sense of superiority was shattered by Jing Mo.
Jing Mo didn't care about Chi Fei's thoughts. After taking a seat, he generously greeted those around him.
He naturally took Fan Qingshua's hand.
He didn't even need to explain anything. Just holding Fan Qingshua's hand dispelled the inappropriate thoughts of the other boys present.
Fan Qingshua's mood improved significantly, and a smile appeared on her lips. Once everyone arrived, the dishes began to come out one after another.
The three of them had ordered quite a few expensive dishes and wines to show off, and now everything was served.
Jing Mo turned to the waiter and said, "Did I leave 3 bottles of Romani Conti here before?"
The waiter only then noticed Jing Mo's face, instantly startled, her body trembling slightly, and she whitened her eyes.
"Young Master Jing Mo."
Jing Mo placed his index finger to his lips.
"Lower your voice. Don't shout so loudly."
The waiter was very excited.
Oh, young Master Jing Mo, I really like you. I love the songs you sing. Can you give me an autograph?"
Another waiter behind her coughed. This brought the first waiter back to her senses. She realized she had been a bit rude. "Young Master Jing Mo, the 3 bottles of Romani Conti you left here have always been kept in the wine cabinet under special supervision."
Jing Mo nodded slowly, then opened one.
His tone was casual.
"Okay, please wait a moment."
The people around didn't know much about red wine, so they were unaware of its price.
However, Ding Chen and Shi Fei understood wine.
After all, they were trying to match the young masters of high society. Not knowing about wine would be embarrassing at a large banquet.
Upon hearing Jing Mo mention this name, they all shivered. "Young Master Jing, you want to open a Romani Conti?" Hearing Ding Chen say this, everyone knew this red wine was not simple. "Ah Chen, what's wrong?" the secretary asked in confusion. "Romani Conti, the cheapest bottle is over 300,000.
If it's an older vintage, the price won't be less than 500,000.
"What did you say? Over 500,000? Everyone present was shocked.
A bottle of red wine for over 500,000, that would cost thousands to tens of thousands for a sip.
What kind of wine was this, made of gold?
While everyone was astonished, 2 waiters carefully pushed a dining cart over.
Behind them were 2 men dressed in bartender attire standing guard.
"Young Master Jing Mo, your 1990 Romani Conti is here.
Do you want to open it now?"
The 1990 Romani Conti is priced over $1 million, a world treasure. Drink one less and it's one less.
Shi Fei stood up in shock. "What did you say? 90s Condi?" Tian, seeing her boyfriend so flustered, asked, "Honey, what's wrong? What's up with the 90s?
Shi Fei stared intensely at the dining car, filled with longing. His breath quickened, and he slowly sat back down. After calming himself, he finally spoke. "There's only 1 bottle of 90 Condi in the British Prince's wine cabinet, and the last auction price was $200,000, which is about
1.4 million renminbi. This news left everyone dumbfounded. 1.4 million for a bottle of wine? That's tens of thousands for a sip.
Shi Fei and Ding Chen felt that they had no regrets in life. Just to have a sip of 90 Condi was enough to boast about for half a year. From now on, at the wine table, no other good wine would compare,
because there would be no better wine in the world than this.
Niu Yangyu looked sideways at the astonished crowd, feeling embarrassed for them for their lack of experience.
Isn't that a bit exaggerated?
My brother, a mattress costs over $1 million. This reminded the village chief and Li Chuanxiu of a rich kid who spent $4 million on a few mattresses at the start of the school year. That news had flooded the forums at the time.
Back then, Jing Mo wasn't that famous yet, and people had already started speculating about his identity. Is it excessive for Jing Mo to open a bottle of wine worth over $1 million now? Shi Fei sighed heavily, feeling once again struck down.
A few $100,000 for red wine was just too much. They were talking about $1 million.
What a big spender. Open it. If it's not enough, we'll get more. It's just over $1 million for the wine. If everyone can drink 3 bottles, let's open them all. Jing Mo spoke with such grandeur. He said it as if money meant nothing.
Niu Yangyu felt pleased for Jing Mo.
Look at this. This is how to show off. This is what it means to be wealthy.
After Condi was ready, he poured a glass for everyone. Everyone looked at the crimson wine in their goblets, unable to believe that a sip was worth tens of thousands. Before drinking, Shi Fei specifically took out his phone to snap a photo.
This made Tian, his girlfriend, feel a bit embarrassed.
Ding Chen, seeing the action, also wanted to take a photo but felt it was too embarrassing and gave up. Deep down, he really wanted to take a picture and show off to his buddies. There was a detail. When Xiaozhu wanted to drink, Niu Yangyu stopped him and forcibly switched the wine for a drink. After a hearty meal, everyone felt they hadn't had enough fun, and Xiaozhu suggested going to sing.
Hearing Jing Mo sing was a rare opportunity.
As a 5-star hotel, Changqing had a maximum of 52 floors, with the top 3 floors including a gym, swimming pool, and KTV. There were also 10 large conference rooms, a meeting hall, a spa, and a revolving buffet restaurant.
The remaining rooms were all suites for guests.
Jing Mo asked the waiter to randomly select a KTV room to take them to. There were less than 10 people in total, and the hotel KTV layouts were all similar, with average equipment.
It definitely couldn't compare to the impressive setup at Jing Mo's Yage.
Now, that 1 billion sound system had been moved to Yage, along with the holographic projection.
For some reason, Yage's customer flow had exploded.
Guests wanting to have fun had to make reservations, otherwise, the crowd would affect the experience of other guests. Jing Mo had no choice but to start charging.
Otherwise, there were just too many people.
Originally, everyone just wanted to have a good time. With a larger crowd, it was lively, but it became a problem when it affected other guests. However, after Jing Mo started charging, he found that the number of guests increased even more. Not only were there more, but the daily reservation slots had to be fought over.
Everyone wanted to experience Yage's holographic projection technology and the 1 billion sound system.
Moreover, with the Shepherd's song revealing that the owner of the elegant pavilion is Jing Mo, many of Jing Mo's fans wanted to take a chance and see if they could meet him. At first, they wanted to take everyone to the pavilion to sing, but after asking the shepherd, they found out that all the private rooms in the pavilion were full. If they stayed in the hall, as soon as Jing Mo showed up, he would be surrounded. Reluctantly, they could only gather at the KTV in Chongqing Hotel. The waiter led them to the emperor's private room at Chongqing Hotel.
Wan Zihan was a bit surprised because he had been to this room before.
His uncle was the owner of Chongqing Hotel and also its largest shareholder, and he had said that this room was off limits to anyone but him.
But why was the waiter leading them to this room?
What surprised him even more was that when he entered the room, he saw his uncle. He was adjusting the room temperature with the air conditioning remote control. Upon seeing everyone, he greeted them with a smile.
Jing Xiao, why didn't you let me know you were coming?
I just heard from my subordinate that you were here, so I rushed over from home.
Taoan noticed Wan Zihang in the crowd and was taken aback. He asked in confusion, Zihang, what are you doing here?
Wan Zihang replied, Uncle, I'm here to celebrate my girlfriend's best friend's birthday. Taoan nodded slowly. Alright then, I won't disturb you all. Make sure to keep Jing Xiao company. If he gets even a little unhappy, he'll go back and tell your dad. After saying this, Taoan exchanged a few pleasantries with Jing Mo and turned to leave the room.
Wan Zihan let out a bitter smile, looking at Jing Mo with a complex expression.
His uncle, whom he was so proud of, was actually so respectful to Jing Mo. He had been boasting about his uncle in front of his girlfriend. Li Chuanxia's roommate had found such a terrifying boyfriend. Now, Wan Zihang felt a desire to get to know Jing Mo. After all, Jing Mo was the hottest internet celebrity online.
Even aside from that identity, Jing Mo was one of the top second-generation rich kids in Y City.
Usually, people like him wouldn't even have the chance to chat with someone like Jing Mo, yet now they were actually having a meal together.
Wasn't this a chance for him to rise? As long as he maintained a good relationship with Jing Mo, couldn't he expect to soar in the future?
Moreover, he believed that there must be some influential figures around Jing Mo, and if he could get to know them through Jing Mo, it would be like leaping into the dragon and entering high society.
In fact, Wan Zihan wasn't the only one thinking this. The other two boyfriends had the same idea.
Ding Chen and Shi Fei could never have imagined that one day they would be dining at the same table as young Master Jing Mo. The key was that he also wanted to steal the other party's woman. Fortunately, Jing Mo arrived in time, or they might have said something inappropriate.
Just thinking about it made them fearful. At that moment,
they all felt very fortunate. Once inside the KTV, Niu Yangyu and Jing Mo sat together, while several girls clustered together.
The remaining three men sat next to Jing Mo. Jing Mo looked at Niu Yangyu and said, Xiaoniu, what's going on? I called you yesterday, but you didn't answer. How come I see you here today?
In terms of familiarity, Jing Mo and Niu Yangyu were the closest friends in Y City. Their conversation was naturally relaxed. Niu Yangyu sighed, his face full of sorrow. He then picked up a bottle of beer, tilted his head back, and downed it without a glass. A tear rolled down the corner of his eye.
He hugged Jing Mo and began to cry. Boss, I'm so troubled.
Jing Mo didn't know what had happened, but since he called him boss, he would try to help him as much as he could.
Xiaoniu, what's wrong? If there's something, tell me. Is there some trouble at home? How much do you need? Just name a number. Can I help you with a few 100 million? Three men gulped down a mouthful of saliva. Look at their brotherhood.
Every other word is about billions.
Niu Yangyu sighed. Big brother, it's not about money.
He hesitated, but when he met Xiuji's cold, sharp gaze, his body trembled.
He forced a bitter smile and said, Boss, don't ask anymore. I'm done for anyway. Jing Mo felt somewhat baffled, wondering what was going on.
Niu Yangyu, come here, my shoulder feels a bit uncomfortable. As Xiuji called for Niu Yangyu, he hurriedly got up, grimacing, and moved behind him, carefully kneading his shoulders.
Jing Mo was quite confused.
Had their roles reversed? Usually, Xiuji wouldn't dare speak to Niu Yangyu like that.
But what was happening now?
The three of them, seeing that there was no one beside Jing Mo, looked at him with eyes hotter than when they saw a woman. One person brought over a bottle of beer. Jing Xiao, we know you sing well, why not go up and sing a song? Yeah, Jing Xiao, you're the hottest singer online right now. I want to hear your voice in person. The village chief and Li Chuanxiu also chimed in. That's right, Jing Mo, today is Qingshua's birthday. You should sing a song to show your feelings for her. Jing Mo stood up and picked up the microphone from the table. Singing my old songs is meaningless. I plan to sing a new song to express my feelings for Qingxue. Jing Mo transferred a piece of music from his phone to the KTV room's computer. Soon, cheerful accompaniment filled the KTV speakers. Everyone was still puzzled about what music this was, wondering why the rhythm was so fast. Just as the accompaniment started, Jing Mo's voice rang out. Girl, I don't want to see you suffer the same harm, so I learned to spoil you, repeatedly misunderstanding what kind of posture do you want, so I won't seem to be scheming. Those who come are not kind, and the kind do not come, because I once stood outside the door too. This melody was something they had never heard before in this world, and their bodies involuntarily swayed to the music. Jing Mo had sung this in a bar before, but it hadn't spread. So many people had never heard it. A few people found this song he sang very captivating. Girl, my story unfolds because of you. I learned to endure for you. I changed for you, girl. I don't want to see you suffer the same harm. All learned to spoil and misunderstand the love you truly want. Jing Mo felt a sense of nostalgia for the charm of a master from his past life. Now, I've also walked down your old path. It's truly unavoidable, Jing Mo thought. In any case, his current behavior was entirely deserving of singing this song. Fan Qingxue locked eyes with Jing Mo, both of them gazing deeply into each other's eyes. She blushed slightly, something rare for her. She never expected Jing Mo to love her so much. For you, he would climb mountains and cross seas. For you, he would empty his pockets. Although there were no grand vows, it felt very genuine. Niu Yongyu thought this was a typical case of being love-struck. Jing Mo had everyone wrapped around his finger with just one song. No wonder the boss was good at wooing girls. If he could sing too, wouldn't he have even more women? After Jing Mo finished singing, all 5 women were immersed in the music. Truly worthy of being Jing Xiao. No wonder he's called a talented person by millions online. The 3 men transformed into sycophants, using all their learned skills to praise Jing Mo. The 5 women's ears felt like they were about to burst from the praise. After Jing Mo put the microphone back on the table, he walked in front of Fan Qingxue, gazing at her deeply, and murmured, Qingxue, happy birthday. Fan Qingxue's bad mood had completely vanished, and she smiled at Jing Mo. So what if there were others around him? As long as he had a place for her in his heart, that was enough. Until the end, Fan Qingxue felt sweet and content inside. It was getting late, and soon it would be past midnight. According to the calendar, Fan Qingxue's birthday was already yesterday. Everyone was preparing to leave. A few people walked out of the hotel doors. Qingxue, are you coming back to school with us? Fan Qingxue looked at the boyfriends of the others and bluntly said, What? You guys are going back to school now, and your boyfriends will be okay with that? The secretary, Li Chuanxiu. She covered her mouth. Don't talk about me. I have no intention of going back to school. I'm off to my world with Niu Bao. The secretary and Li Chuanxiu felt a bit awkward. They had said that with some malice. They didn't really want Fan Qingxue to get too close to Jing Mo, because Jing Mo was just too outstanding, and they were a bit envious. If they could break them apart for even a day, it would be a relief in their hearts. Tian sighed and said to Jing Mo, I admit defeat to you completely. I was always unconvinced, wanting to find a better man to be with Qingxue, just to prove that there are definitely men better than you in the world. Jing Mo asked with a playful expression, So, did you find one? Tian replied with a sense of relief, No, I didn't find anyone. You really are perfect, completely deserving of Qingxue, so I wish you happiness. Maybe I just can't stand you. Whether it was because Tian had drunk too much or if she was genuinely affected by Jing Mo, she really started to let herself go, speaking her mind in front of everyone. Then I wish you and Qi Fei a long-lasting relationship too. You should be happy. Jing Mo wouldn't nitpick with a girl, and with a smile, he let go of any grievances. The 3 boys all had cars and drove off with their girlfriends. Jing Xiao, make sure to contact us if anything comes up. They didn't forget to maintain their connection with Jing Mo as they left. Everyone had left, leaving only Jing Mo and Fan Qingxue. Jing Mo rubbed his nose and muttered as he watched the others drive away. What's going on? I drink because I have a driver, but you guys drink and drive? Qi Fei, Ding Chen, and Wan Zihong had just driven a few blocks when several police cars began to chase them. The 3 were stopped by the police at a traffic light. Excuse me, we received a report that the drivers of your 3 cars are driving under the influence. Please step out for a check. Jing Mo put his phone back in his pocket. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I am just too kind. Fan Qingxue, puzzled, asked, Who are you just on the phone with? Jing Mo shook his head and said, No one. At the hotel entrance, it was already late at night. The summer night breeze blew through the girl's skirt, and the dim streetlights cast a special atmosphere on Fan Xingxue. Her skin appeared translucent under this light. Fan Xingxue had always faced the world with a cool demeanor. Now, when she smiled sincerely, it was enchanting, charming, and captivating. Jing Mo gazed at her profile, feeling that even the fairies in the sky couldn't compare. Just in terms of looks, Fan Xingxue was the most beautiful person Jing Mo had ever seen. Jing Mo, do you belong to me? Why do you ask that? Because I feel like you don't just belong to me, you have someone else in your heart. How could that be? Jing Mo said this with a hint of guilt. Fan Xingxue felt relieved. Jing Mo had many merits, and his wealth was just the least significant of them. Fan Xingxue didn't expose Jing Mo's lie. She looked up to see the moon, but it had already set, leaving the sky pitch black. Jing Mo looked at her fair neck and took out the blue tear he had bought from his pocket. Don't move. Jing Mo carefully walked behind Fan Xingxue and put the necklace around her neck. Fan Xingxue looked down at the blue diamond on her chest. She looked great, and she really liked it. In fact, she would have liked anything that Jing Mo gave her. Is it pretty? Fan Xingxue asked Jing Mo. Jing Mo thought his taste was quite good. This necklace was a perfect match for Fan Xingxue, really beautiful, as if it was made just for her. He must find a way to spend money to have Master Bai Yun Tao make a necklace for Feng Muyun and Bei Xinyo as well. System, I'm out of Durex. Can you give me a few first, just as a pay later deal? Just give me the Durex now, and I'll do the tasks later, okay? The system replied, sometimes I really want to call the police. This is the first time I've heard a host ask the system for a loan, and it's for Durex at that. You're truly invincible. Jing Mo didn't take Fan Xingxue back that day. He chose to book a room at the Chongqing Hotel. There were 3 reasons. 1. He couldn't drive after drinking. 2. Fan Xingxue was a bit unhappy, and Jing Mo wanted to enjoy some time alone with her. 3. Simply put, he was craving her body. The next day was the weekend, and Fan Xingxue said she needed to accompany her sister for a checkup, so she got up early to prepare to go home. Jing Mo specifically took a taxi to send Fan Xingxue home. In fact, Fan Xingxue wanted to take Jing Mo back with her to see her sister. But Jing Mo said he had some business to attend to today, so he didn't have time. Fan Xingxue looked at Jing Mo suspiciously, making him feel a bit guilty. However, Jing Mo's hypnosis technique was already at an intermediate level. He activated it once, making Fan Xingxue believe him completely. Then I'll head back first. Call me when you're done. Before leaving, Fan Xingxue kissed Jing Mo on the lips. After she left, Jing Mo took out his phone. There were more than 10 messages on the screen, all from Bei Xinyo. Jing Mo really wished the system could give him a cloning technique. That way, he could accompany several girlfriends at the same time. System, when will you reward me with a cloning technique? The system replied, Host, you need to prioritize your career and not get too immersed in romantic pursuits. The system continued, besides, you borrowed 10 Durex yesterday, and you need to complete 10 temporary tasks within a month. Jing Mo looked up helplessly, feeling quite tragic. His net worth was already in the hundreds of billions, yet he still felt like he was about to default on a loan. It was really impulsive. If he had known, he wouldn't have borrowed 10. Completing 10 tasks in a month, 3 days for each, might as well be a death sentence. He had already used 3 in one night, so it seemed he needed to exercise some restraint. Jing Mo opened his phone and had just replied to a message when Bei Xinyo called him. Jing Mo, what have you been busy with lately? Not answering calls or replying to messages? Didn't we agree that you'd take me shopping after military training? As soon as the call connected, Bei Xinyo began questioning him. I've been really busy lately, I have so many businesses to manage. Jing Mo felt this explanation was a bit weak, but love-struck girls have no IQ, so Bei Xinyo believed him. I see, but you have to take care of yourself with all that work. Don't overdo it. Do you have time today? Let's go watch a movie. Jing Mo realized he had indeed neglected Bei Xinyo a bit. Ever since he took her first kiss, he had irresponsibly not contacted her again. Peach flavor, Jing Mo recalled. He felt he had been too much of a scoundrel, even he couldn't stand it. I have time today, so get ready. I'll drive to your school to pick you up later. Bei Xinyo's tone brightened considerably. Okay, I'll put on some makeup. You should arrive at school in about an hour. After hanging up the phone, Jing Mo sighed. He returned to the hotel and knocked on the door of a room. The door was opened by Mu Tongyao, who was already dressed and ready. As a personal secretary, Mu Tongyao had to stay by Jing Mo's side when he didn't instruct her to do anything. Xiao Yao, give me the key to the Lamborghini 6th Element. You can take a taxi to the parking lot and drive out any car to use for now.
Okay, boss. The two exchanged car keys. Jing Mo had too many cars under his name, over 50 luxury vehicles in total. To accommodate these luxury cars, Mu Tongyao specifically bought a parking lot. The people around Jing Mo certainly didn't lack cars to drive. It wasn't appropriate for him to have someone follow him on a date, especially a woman. Contact the old boss of Huyu Zibo. I just bought this company, and you need to handle the handover. From now on, you'll be fully responsible for it. If there aren't enough people, hire a few more assistants. Just handle it as you see fit. Nowadays, all of Jing Mo's businesses, big and small, were managed by Mu Tongyao, his secretary. Moreover, Mu Tongyao was truly talented in management. She could handle everything to her satisfaction without questioning the reasons, strictly following Jing Mo's instructions. Plus, she was good-looking, fitting the role of a secretary perfectly, whether there was work or not. She was practically one of their own. Mu Tongyao nodded and said, "Okay, boss." Jing Mo suddenly remembered something. "By the way, why hasn't Mihea come back yet?" Mu Tongyao reported, "There was a problem with the Orange Chinese network. It seems that Bameo Novels has been putting pressure on us, and Miheu is currently dealing with that." Jing Mo said dismissively, "Tell him to use money if he can." Mu Tongyao thought for a moment and said, "It's not just about throwing money at it. After all, online novels still depend on the quality of the stories. There really aren't any standout authors for good works on Orange Novels." Jing Mo felt a bit troubled. Without good works, even throwing money wouldn't help. Have Mihea spend money to bring over some great authors, double their pay if necessary. If it really doesn't work, I can write one myself. Jing Mo felt it was really troublesome. He might as well do it himself. He remembered titles like The Grave Robbers Chronicles, Battle Through the Heavens, Shrouding the Heavens, and Perfect World. If there were plots he couldn't recall, wasn't there a system for that? After all, he had already borrowed Durex. Borrowing a few more books wouldn't be a problem. Too much debt doesn't weigh one down. Jing Mo now felt that he had no one else to rely on. He had handed over a pile of tasks to Mu Tongyao, and he felt a bit pained. He couldn't let Miheu, a talented person, be delayed in Modu because of a Bameo novel. After assigning all the tasks, Mu Tongyao had to start her work for the day. Jing Mo also had to get busy with his matters. As usual, he drove the Lamborghini Sixth Element, attracting the attention of passers-by as he headed to the vocational university. Really don't want to mention it again. I'm truly fed up. Jing Mo had gotten used to it. Every time he stopped at a traffic light in these luxury cars, he would be photographed by passers-by. The key point was that he was now a public figure, and many people recognized his vehicle. There were even fans approaching the window asking Jing Mo for autographs. "Young Master Jing Mo, when will your album be released? I can't wait to hear it. Young Master Jing Mo, when will you hold another concert or party? I'd be willing to pay for tickets." Just as he was waiting at the red light, two young ladies got out of the back seat of the car in front and excitedly walked over to the Lamborghini, shouting through the car window. Jing Mo rolled down the window. Nowadays, Jing Mo's looks had been continuously upgraded by the system, making him a heartthrob for countless girls. As soon as he opened the window, passers-by nearby all turned to look. Jing Mo felt a bit of a chill run down his spine. He decided he would never drive such a flashy car again. It was too recognizable. From now on, he would just drive a Dihao. Someone asked me how to choose between Lamborghini and Dihao. I want to say that Lamborghini is really not worse than Dihao. For families with average conditions, just getting a Lamborghini is fine. There's no need to force yourself to get a Dihao for the sake of face. Jing Mo, scared, stepped on the gas as soon as the red light ended and sped away. Finally, he arrived at the entrance of Y University, deliberately wearing a mask and a hat before getting out of the car. But it was of no use. The Lamborghini Sixth Element was just too eye-catching, drawing attention wherever it went. Moreover, this was the university entrance. It goes without saying that for young men, their dreams must be Lamborghini and Ferrari. After getting out of the car, Jing Mo leaned against the car body, took out a pack of liqueur from his pocket, tore open the packaging, and pulled out a cigarette to put in his mouth. He took out his phone and sent a message to Bei Xinyao. "I've arrived, waiting for you by the car at the school entrance." Jing Mo put down his phone and took out a lighter to light the liqueur. No matter how rich one is, liqueur is still the best to smoke. Just as he lit the cigarette, his phone vibrated. Picking it up, it was a message from Bei Xinyao. "Okay, I'll be out soon." While he was smoking, two female college students walked by. Jing Mo looked up. "Hey, can I add you on WeChat?" Jing Mo took out his phone and opened the QR code. "Go ahead." After they added each other, the two girls happily said, "Thank you, big brother." After saying that, they left. Although they had walked away, a message popped up on WeChat. "Can you leave a note? Jing Mo, opposite, wow. Jing Mo stood by the car, looking down at his phone, scrolling through a live stream. I'm here. The voice was as crisp as a lark. Jing Mo slowly looked up and met the pure and beautiful face reminiscent of first love. She could stand shoulder to shoulder with Fan Qingxue now. It had been a long time since he last saw her, and she looked even prettier when dressed up. Bei Xinyo was wearing a black and red short skirt, a short-sleeved shirt on top, and had her hair tied in a high ponytail. Jing Mo was taken aback. Let's go, get in the car, I'll take you out to have fun. Jing Mo opened the passenger door. Bei Xinyo got into the passenger seat of the Lamborghini. Passers-by sighed, the campus beauty had been taken. The boys wished they could replace Jing Mo in that position. Finally, I have time today. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you? You didn't take the initiative to find me either. Bei Xinyo pouted, throwing a small tantrum. Jing Mo had one hand on the steering wheel and the other on Bei Xinyo's thigh. Mainly, I've been too busy to squeeze out time. I really don't know what's more important, work or a girlfriend. Bei Xinyo had already put herself in the role of Jing Mo's girlfriend. Of course, a girlfriend is more important. Jing Mo hurriedly replied. Bei Xinyo was just a little girl with a temper, easily angered but not annoying. She would get mad but would stop at a certain point, and a little coaxing would do. I bought movie tickets, let's go watch a movie first, Bei Xinyo happily suggested. Jing Mo didn't mind and directly agreed. But then, Bei Xinyo mentioned the name of the movie they were going to watch. What a coincidence! It seemed like the movie he had watched with Fan Qingxue was this one. Jing Mo didn't know what to say. He couldn't just say not to watch it because he had seen it before, and it was with another girl. Saying that would just invite trouble with Bei Xinyo. Seeing how much Bei Xinyo liked it, Jing Mo didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm. So, Jing Mo and Bei Xinyo went to watch that very boring movie again. This time, Jing Mo couldn't even fall asleep. Bei Xinyo kept clinging to him, sticking close. It made Jing Mo uncomfortable. This movie made Jing Mo furious. Damn it, he had to buy a movie company and make his own film. What was this nonsense? Even a dog could write a better plot than this. Seriously, it was infuriating. With such a plot, there are still so many people watching. Jing Mo looked at the many female audience members present, unable to hold back their tears. It was really unbearable. Thinking of this, he suddenly realized something was off. Hadn't he invested in a movie before, and the music director said they would send the script and contract over the next day? How many days had it been? Are they leaving me hanging? Just wait. I'll have Mu Tongyao personally call and ask if their old boss wants to continue. If not, I'll just buy the company. At that time, they'll all be my employees, and I'll make sure to give them a good talking to. Jing Mo hated untrustworthy people the most. Watching the boring movie, Jing Mo's phone rang. He opened it to find a message from Dong Siyuan. Dong Siyuan, young master Jing Mo, the car club starts tonight. Do you have time to attend? Now Dong Siyuan completely understood what kind of top-tier rich second-generation Jing Mo was. Over 50 luxury cars, just for a freshman party, what a big deal. Jing Mo, what time tonight? I happen to be free. After replying, Jing Mo leaned close to Bei Xinyo's ear and said, Tonight, I'll take you to a luxury car club. Are you going? Bei Xinyo immediately agreed. She had been wondering what to do with Jing Mo after the movie, as there weren't many activities. A date couldn't just be about shopping all day, right? Sure, I'll go with you. Just then, Dong Siyuan replied, Young master Jing Mo, are you coming alone or bringing your girlfriend? Jing Mo vaguely remembered that this car club seemed to be a racing club, competing with racers from other cities. As for the stakes, it was either losing a car or losing a woman. Jing Mo wasn't afraid of losing a car. After all, there were luxury cars in the parking lot, he could lose any of them. Taking Bei Xinyo was just for fun. He wouldn't use her as a stake. I'm bringing my girlfriend. Dong Siyuan thought Jing Mo would bet on cars, but didn't expect him to bet on women. Then try to drive a cheaper car, otherwise, people from other cities will set their sights on you and keep provoking you to race against them. Jing Mo thought for a moment. With the racing skills provided by the system, he didn't believe anyone on the other side could be better than him. He wasn't afraid of racing at all. As for racing, I'm not scared. I'll just drive the Bugatti. Didn't you always lose to the people from Jilin? This time, I'll help you get revenge. Dong Siyuan was shocked by Jing Mo's message. Young Master Jing, you absolutely cannot. Your Bugatti is worth over 100 million. There's no car here that's more expensive than yours. If you go, they will definitely provoke you. Dong Siyuan knew the strength of the opponents. Jilin had 3 professional racers. Although they didn't rank in world-class competitions, they could still dominate domestically. Do you think I can't beat them? Dong Siyuan's expression turned to a bitter smile. He was starting to regret inviting Jing Mo. Given Jing Mo's reputation, it was obvious the other side would provoke him, and if he lost,
they would definitely publicize it. After all, it was a chance for fame. If they could win Jing Mo's Bugatti, they probably wouldn't even need to hype it up. It would go straight to trending the next day. Young Master Jing, you might not understand, the people attending the car club are all car enthusiasts, some of whom are professional racers with impressive skills. Jing Mo listened, completely unconcerned.
It's fine, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Jing Mo, Dong Si-yuan gave up. Then let's meet at the school gate at 6 tonight. Jing Mo, okay.
After watching the movie, Jing Mo and Bei Xinyao casually strolled around the Y City shopping center.
Both of them were not short on money. Bei Xinyao bought Jing Mo several outfits from luxury brands.
A day quietly slipped away just like that. In the evening, after Jing Mo and Bei Xinyao finished their hot pot, they checked the time and took out their phones to send a message to Dong Si-yuan.
Wait for us at the school gate, I'm on my way.
In front of the Golden Eagle shopping plaza, 2 luxury cars were parked quietly.
A Lamborghini Sixth Element, next to it was a pitch-black Bugatti Chiron.
Upon seeing Jing Mo come out, Mu Tongyao hurried over.
Boss, I'll bring the car over for you.
Jing Mo nodded slowly, handing her the Lamborghini key while also taking the key for the Bugatti. This was his first time driving a Bugatti, and to be honest, he really wanted to experience the world's fastest car.
Jing Mo pulled Bei Xinyao into the 100 million yuan luxury car and drove towards the school under many gazes. V-room.
At the school gate, Dong Si-yuan was bragging in the car enthusiast group.
Today I'm bringing a friend to the car club. Who is it? Is it the owner of that Sixth Element you took a picture of?
Dong Si-yuan, yes.
Car enthusiast 1, it's a good car, tell him not to drive over. Car enthusiast 2, this year, Ma Shan is back from abroad.
If he sees the Sixth Element, he'll probably challenge the owner to a race.
Car enthusiast 3, I drove my Maserati this time, let's see who dares to bet against me. Car enthusiast 1, what you said is true, even if you don't have a good car, the women you bring are good looking, they'll still bet with you, right?
Car enthusiast 3, it's been 3 years, and we've lost every time.
I estimate this club will be disbanded next year.
Dong Si-yuan, sigh, our last hope tonight is Xiaoya.
Xiaoya, don't look at me,
Ma Shan got 8th place in the competition abroad. I feel pressure facing him.
Car enthusiast 2,
it's okay, Xiaoya, he got 8th because the 6-time champion made a very low-level mistake and died, which allowed Ma Shan to get into the top 8.
Car enthusiast 1,
what a pity for the 6-time champion, a once-in-a-century genius in the racing world, with absolute car feel. If he were still alive, he would probably dominate future championships.
Car enthusiast 4, yeah, the 6-time champion's skills are unmatched, no one in the world can compare to him.
What a shame he passed away young.
Dong Si-yuan, let's not talk about that, let's think about how to deal with Ma Shan today. Car enthusiast 1, what else can we do? I'll avoid the fight. Car enthusiast 2, me too. Car enthusiast 3, same here.
Jing Mo saw the Ferrari parked at the school gate from a distance.
Although it was the lowest-end Ferrari, it still cost over 3 million.
This drew gasps from the surrounding students. Wow, a million-level Ferrari, and the driver looks like a student our age. He must be a rich second generation.
I really envy that. If I had a Ferrari, I'd probably wake up laughing in my dreams.
Soon, something even more astonishing arrived.
My God, is that a Bugatti? What's so strange about it? That's young Master Jing's car. Young Master Jing's car?
By now, everyone had accepted Jing Mo's identity, so they weren't too shocked to see the Bugatti. After all, they had seen the scene at the freshman party where the LaFerrari, Sixth Element, Chiron, and over 50 other luxury cars made their entrance.
Jing Mo parked the car next to the Ferrari.
Dong Si-yuan hurriedly got out of the car.
A girl also got out from the passenger seat. Jing Mo glanced at Dong Si-yuan's bet.
He thought that if Dong Si-yuan lost the race, he probably wouldn't give the car to the other party but would instead let his girlfriend accompany them. No wonder a rich second generation would be interested in such a woman. She was quite attractive and must be the class flower.
Have you been waiting long? Dong Si-yuan was taken aback. It's my honor to wait for you, Jing Xiao. The woman beside Dong Si-yuan quickly greeted, Jing Xiao. Hello, I really like you. Can you give me an autograph? The atmosphere became a bit awkward.
The woman hurriedly explained, No, I only like your songs, it's pure admiration, nothing else.
Hearing this, Jing Mo finally relaxed. Just a moment ago, he didn't even know what to say. An autograph is easy to arrange. Dong Si-yuan quickly threw out a new topic. This must be your sister-in-law, right?
She's really beautiful. Bei Xinyao playfully said, you sure know how to flatter.
You're too kind. After greeting, Dong Si-yuan introduced, Jing Xiao, this is my girlfriend, Jin Xia. She's studying nursing at the medical school and is now a freshman.
Jing Mo nodded slowly, hello, Jing Xiao, sister-in-law. Jin Xia was obviously a bit nervous, after all, the other party was her idol. Standing so close made her feel a bit at a loss.
Since everyone is here, shall we set off? Dong Si-yuan quickly nodded. Okay, Jing Xiao, follow my car later, I'll lead the way. Jing Mo nodded. It's getting late, so let's go now.
The four of them got back into the cars. The two luxury cars started simultaneously, the huge roar echoing across the fields. Passers-by around looked over again. Many had already taken out their phones to record. Every autumn, there is a car club meeting held in the southern part of Su. This gathering spans several cities: Y City, T Province, Jinling, Nantong, and S Province. The rich second generation from these 5 cities gather at a villa in the suburbs of Y City. It is said that this villa is usually not open to the public and is only used for the car club meeting. Although it is called the suburbs of Y City, it is actually at the junction of T Province, Jinling, and Y City. Not far from the villa's gate is a 4-lane national road, perfect for racing. It takes nearly an hour to drive from Y City University to reach the destination. When Jing Mo drove his Bugatti into the villa area, the drivers of the luxury cars parked by the roadside all looked over. They had seen many luxury cars, but a Bugatti was indeed rare. Nearly 100 people attended the car club meeting, and only 1 or 2 top-tier rich second generation had a Bugatti in their collection. However, collectible cars are not easily driven out, and since the car club meeting also involved gambling activities, they wouldn't dare to bring them out casually.
Who is this? So brave?
Chapter 169, This place cannot be parked. Those who came to the car club meeting were car enthusiasts, naturally recognizing the name of this Bugatti. The Dark Knight voice, this car might be the rarest model in the world.
The Ferraris in front were actually ignored by everyone. In other words, this Ferrari was not even worthy of being parked next to this Bugatti.
The yard of this villa was large enough to accommodate dozens of guests at the same time. In the center of the yard was a long table filled with heavier delicacies and drinks. In fact, most people were here to expand their social circle, not because they genuinely liked cars. They were not as interested in the upcoming highlight, the car racing, so they could drink. And regarding how to drive their cars away after the gathering, the rich second generation here almost all had a beautiful female companion. For them, the world was most lacking in women. Their preferences had shifted away from just good-looking women. They preferred those who were not only beautiful but also held special status. Those who were merely good-looking were called socialites and were not worth showing off.
Only the ordinary rich second generation would bring such women to gatherings.
The beautiful women surrounding the top-tier rich second generation not only look good but may also be high-ranking executives from certain companies or daughters of wealthy families. At the very least, they should have respectable jobs like students or teachers. The villa's yard is filled with people attending the car club meeting, toasting and laughing in different circles. Outside the villa, a seemingly endless row of luxury cars is parked. The cheapest car here costs at least a few million. Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Porsches, these entry-level cars cannot park close to the villa. The closer to the villa, the more expensive the parked cars become. Naturally, Dong Si-yuan's car is not worthy of parking at the front, so he found a spot further back in the row to park. After parking, he got out of the car with Jin Xia and walked towards the villa, while Jing Mo continued driving towards it. Gradually, the prices of the cars became more and more expensive.
McLaren P1, Ferrari SF90, Lamborghini SVJ, these cars are close to the 10 million mark.
The first few cars in front are worth tens of millions.
Like in Hypersport, Lamborghini Veneno, and Aston Martin Valkyrie.
These 3 cars are parked closest to the villa. Jing Mo directly parked his Bugatti at the villa's entrance. This bold move attracted the attention of everyone present. The first 4 cars belonged to the wealthiest young heirs from Sunan: Ma Shan from Jinling, Lu Wenqing from Modu, Shi Hong from Nantong, and Zhang Xiaoping from the Zhang family.
The wealth of these 4 families is such that all the other rich second generations combined wouldn't equal even one of their assets.
Who is this? How dare he park in front of their cars?
Isn't that courting death? Many people were discussing. Jing Mo parked the car and got out with Bei Xinyao.
Someone recognized Jing Mo, whose popularity on the internet was soaring. Everyone was unaware of his identity, only knowing that the forces behind him were unfathomable. As soon as Jing Mo parked, he caught the attention of everyone in the villa.
Lu Wenqing was surprised to see Jing Mo.
He didn't expect to encounter him here. Last time, he had the audacity to snatch a villa from him. He truly had guts.
Lu Xiao, what do you think of this Jing Mo? What's his background? Ma Shan looked meaningfully at the villa entrance.
Lu Wenqing slowly shook his head. I don't know, and I'm not interested in knowing. As long as he doesn't provoke me, I don't care who he is. Even if he were the President of the United States, I wouldn't look at him twice.
Ma Shan smiled lightly. Lu Xiao is still the same. Zhang Xiaoping, looking like a dashing young man, picked up a glass of grape juice.
He had a female companion beside him, whose looks were not inferior to Zhang Yan, Fan Qingxue, or Bei Xinyao. I'm going to meet this young master. He actually dared to drive a Bugatti here. It seems I have a new collectible for my garage. Saying this, he walked towards Jing Mo. As the wealthiest people present, the other attendees dared not stand with them. New guests greeted Zhang Xiaoping respectfully, calling out, Zhang Xiao, before stepping aside.
Hello, I'm Zhang Xiaoping. Let's be friends.
Zhang Xiaoping approached Jing Mo, arrogantly extending his hand. His arm was raised high, already above his chest, which was quite impolite. Jing Mo glanced at him, having never seen this guy before, and didn't even raise his hand. He simply nodded at Zhang Xiaoping. Jing Mo, he replied briefly. He was waiting for Dong Siyuan to arrive.
This guy parked so far away.
Zhang Xiaoping, seeing that Jing Mo dared to ignore him, had a momentary dark expression, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He withdrew his hand. Jing Mo, you know this place is not allowed to park, Zhang Xiaoping said meaningfully.
Jing Mo looked at the position where his Bugatti was parked. Then, confused, he asked, "Oh, why? Is someone going to park here?" Zhang Xiaoping, seeing Jing Mo playing dumb, disdainfully said, "Did you see?
No one dares to park within a few meters behind these 4 cars. It's because they fear our status, and you parked in front of our 4 cars.
Do you think you have the right to park here?" Bei Xinyao covered her mouth, laughing, and said, "Oh, what status do you have? Royal relatives?"
The woman beside Zhang Xiaoping arrogantly exclaimed, "Look at her, an ignorant woman, bringing shame to herself."
Bei Xinyao playfully stuck out her tongue. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I embarrassed you."
The woman snorted coldly. A girl who hasn't even fully matured would act in such a disgusting way. Just as Jing Mo was about to say something, he was pulled back by Dong Siyuan. "Zhang Xiao, I'm sorry, my friend is here for the first time." Zhang Xiaoping sized up Dong Siyuan. He didn't know this person, but seeing his fawning expression, it was clear he was a minor character.
"Your friend parked here, isn't that slapping us in the face, humiliating us?"
Dong Siyuan regretted it deeply. If he had known, he wouldn't have brought Jing Mo. He forgot to tell him that the front spots are not for parking, they are reserved for the 4 young masters.
"Zhang Xiao, I'm really sorry. I'll have my friend move the car right away. Please don't be angry." Zhang Xiaoping sneered. "Is it really that simple? Then Zhang Xiao, what do you want? As long as you're not angry, we'll agree to anything."
Dong Siyuan's tone was as humble as possible, almost begging. The Zhang family, a colossal entity in JS province, has a head of the family who is at the vice-provincial level. The Zhang family is involved in real estate development, intertwining politics and business, their influence deeply rooted in various places in JS over the years. They can almost command 100 responses with a single call.